Chapter 1. A Chaotic and Perilous World. Good morning. Esteemed viewers, today marks the 30th of June, 1490 in the Sea Circle calendar. A Saturday. Welcome to our morning news broadcast. Let us first introduce the main topics of today's news. Representatives of the esteemed noble family of Rodsvard, alongside the celestial dragons, are conducting routine inspections of the affiliated nations under various governments, laying the groundwork for the forthcoming World Conference following the recent destruction of the Kingdom of Bylinkas by the notorious pirate Roger. The Navy has placed significant emphasis on the matter, with Fleet Admiral Kong mobilizing considerable military forces for a pursuit in Wano country. The second large-scale internal conflict has temporarily subsided, as the relentless mediation of the samurai has finally led to a compromise from the ninjas. Government spokesperson Minister Wano has once again been dispatched to the Hunter Association, actively seeking discussions with President Isaac Netero. Recently, multiple unidentified uprisings have erupted on the Dark Continent, with a multitude of highly dangerous species breaching the Red Earth continent. The government has stated that it will promptly investigate the issues and reinforce the defenses of the Red Earth. The sound of a vintage 29-inch CRT color television fills the air. Splashing the faucet in the bathroom echoes. Seemingly in response, in front of the mirror, a small boy nervously examines his bare self, murmuring to himself, "Ding ding is still here, thank goodness, although it's a bit larger now. Quite exquisite indeed. Standing at approximately 1.30 meters, I must be 6 years old. Quite tall, golden short hair, golden irises, skin as pale as snow, reminiscent of Genos from One Punch Man. Yet my features are softer, adorably charming. Hee hee, I hope I don't grow up wrong, otherwise it would be a disservice to describe me as a pretty boy." This is now the new name and surname of Brad Heyman. He was not originally called Brad Heyman, at least. His soul was not his essence, is that of a visitor from Earth. My new parents, my memories are so sparse. Scientists from the World Government Scientific Division. Busy elite talents at the cutting edge, no wonder. Even in Mariewa, I barely see them once a year, with assistants sent for daily care. Brad, having fully merged his memories, furrows his brow as he cleans himself, dresses, and exits the bathroom, captivated by the news on the television. After approximately half an hour, this is not good. The world seems particularly perilous. After watching the news, he leans back against the sofa, a sense of existential despair washing over him. Brad grimaces. From a god's perspective, this must be the framework of the world of One Piece, intertwined with Hunter x Hunter, Naruto, and Akame ga Kill. It's a jumbled mess. Especially in the year 1490? That's ages away from the Great Pirate Era, and Gold Roger is still lively. What to do? Brad falls into deep contemplation, pondering the path ahead. After a fleeting minute, an answer emerged. She resolves to leverage the advantages of his parents' identity, firmly clutching the world government's coattails, and develop his strength in a cunning manner. Braid clenched his youthful fists, his expression gradually spiraling out of control. I refused to face death once more. Merely an unexpected vehicle could claim my young life. How tragic. How fragile I am. I cannot afford to be so weak, especially in a world so perilously dangerous. The level of threat has escalated exponentially compared to the previous world. Who knows when calamity might strike, crushing me like an ant? Dominance, psychic abilities, ninjutsu, swordsmanship, devil fruits, imperial artifacts, anything that grants strength is welcome. His attachment to life and fear of impending crises propelled Braid to establish a clear objective. Knock. 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 The sound of knocking abruptly pierced the air. The door is unlocked. Braid called over his shoulder. Creak. The door swung open, revealing not the familiar aide of his parents, but a striking young man with slick gray hair. "Are you Uncle Rasky?" Braid instinctively greeted. Rasky was the husband of Braid's aunt, affiliated with the world government's covert organization, Cypherpole, and rarely seen due to his extensive travels, hence Braid's momentary uncertainty. Rasky hesitated, his lips trembling before he sighed. "Young Braid, your aunt is awaiting you, aunt?" Braid's intuition stirred. Has something happened? Ew. Need you outside? Muffled sobs were unmistakable, as a gentlewoman with flowing golden hair wept inconsolably. "It must be that they have met with misfortune," Braid remarked with surprising composure. Despite the blood ties, he lacked any emotional foundation with the scientist couple. Rendering him unmoved, he tilted his head, questioning, "Is that so?" Rasky lowered his gaze, regarding the sorrowful Odd of Braid with pity. "A scientific experiment went awry. Your parents' research team perished in the explosion. From now on, we shall take care of you silently." Braid accompanied his uncle's family through the bustling metropolis, arriving at the holy land of Mariewa, nestled in the Red Earth continent, ultimately arriving at an institution in an area unknown to Braid, where he would claim his parents' remains and possessions. The remains were nearly non-existent. The tremendous explosion obliterated everything, leaving Braid with merely 2 small boxes, which may or may not contain ashes. Among the belongings, there was Onino, one creature with grotesque joints, hands and feet resembling scythes, a head seemingly adorned with a gold-edged helmet, and skin alternating between black and white akin to a form-fitting leather suit accentuating an alluring figure. It possessed a plump, rounded posterior. Most crucially, it bore a beautiful visage. Is that a humanoid monster? Mosquito Woman. Braid's heart raced, his face betraying no emotion. Yet internally he was a tempest of panic. The Mosquito Woman from One Punch Man? Good heavens! What manner of world is this? She is a creation resulting from your parents' joint research with another scientist. That scientist entrusted her to you, stating, as repayment for the favors owed to your parents, though a defective product, she can at least provide adequate protection for you. The government official explained, gesturing towards a creature before callously departing. Snow Fatsi embraced Brad, her voice choked with emotion. Poor child. It is not a time for tears. We must prepare for the funeral. Snow Fatsi, Rasky replied, lacking the talent for consolation, seeking only to divert his wife's sorrow. Snow Fatsi wiped her tears and nodded with reluctance. Brad, however, exchanged a gaze with the Mosquito Lady, his mind clouded with worries. Chapter 2. Deceptive Schemes. Pitter-patter. The gentle warmth of July rain mingled with a faintly briny breeze, falling at an angle. The dark umbrella occasionally emitting a series of muffled thuds, reminiscent of a lamenting elegy or a sorrowful swan song. Is it fate? Or perhaps a deity? They are always imbued with a wicked sense of humor, carelessly toying with what they deem foolish mortals, much like they orchestrate the atmosphere at funerals, extracting tears with their dramatic flair. Surely, they take delight in it. I suppose I am but one of those foolish souls being whimsically toyed with. Otherwise, I would not have found myself in this unfortunate world. Should I now utter some melodramatic proclamation, such as my fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens, to signify my rebellion against destiny? And then what? I would still have to confront this absurd reality. So I shall let it be. Brad's thoughts wandered aimlessly, yet his inner turmoil was vividly alive. From dust we came, and to dust we shall return. May the Lord's mercy accompany you always. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. As the priest's warm voice resonated, the coffin was laid to rest in the earth. A cross was erected, marking the definitive end of life. Like any other graves in the cemetery, they stood in rows, some new, some old. Take care. Farewell. Young Brad, should you encounter any difficulties, remember to seek us out. The attendees of Brad's parents' funeral gradually dispersed, primarily consisting of his parents' colleagues, with a few friends of Snow Fatsi from the neighborhood. Their diverse emotional expressions were perhaps peculiar, yet they all turned their gazes towards the recently 6-year-old boy, with golden hair and eyes, bearing a visage as exquisite as that of a divine child. Even though Brad's face showed no emotion, they instinctively perceived him as a child tragically bereaved of his parents, numbed by sorrow to the point of shedding no tears. Brad mechanically bowed, politely thanking everyone until, "Do not worry about tomorrow. Child, tomorrow will bring its own concerns." The priest approached, closing his Bible, kneeling down to gently comfort Brad. Brad nodded. "Thank you, Father." The priest, a towering figure resembling a bear, bore a rugged face adorned with stubble, a terrifying scar etched from his left jaw to beneath his left eye, and thick glasses that concealed his squinting eyes presented a unique aura that oscillated between the amiable demeanor of a kindly neighbor and the unsettling presence of a potential predator, a peculiar juxtaposition. His name was Alexander Anderson. "Thank you, Anderson," Rasky expressed, feeling the weight of exhaustion after several days of inadequate rest. He had been comforting his wife while simultaneously preparing for the funeral. Yet he summoned his strength to exchange glances with Anderson and Braid. Moments later, Anderson rose and declared, "It is time for us to depart. There is an urgent task awaiting us. Shwe Fazi. Be strong and take good care of young Braid." Rasky instructed decisively before departing with equal resolve. Shwe Faji instinctively watched her husband leave, and after a moment, she asked, "Are we going home, young Braid?" Meeting Shwe Fatsi's tear-stained, red eyes, Braid shook his head in silence. "I will wait for you outside the cemetery," Shwe Faji said, initially intending to offer further comfort. Suddenly, she realized that Braid, who had not shed a tear, likely wished to conceal his sorrow from others. She resolved to grant him the solitude he needed to express his inner turmoil. Once Shwe Faji had walked away, Braid looked up. The Mosquito Woman, holding an umbrella over Braid, curiously lowered her gaze. Their eyes met. "Why do you heed my words? You are not the obedient type. I can see the greed lurking deep within your eyes," Braid stated bluntly, voicing his inner doubts. He had noticed how the mosquito woman had behaved unusually docile since he took her under his wing. Such abnormality surely indicated something amiss, for he was acutely aware of her bloodthirsty nature. The mosquito woman licked her lips and teased. Is it that obvious? Have you ever encountered fireflies in the night? Bray compared. The mosquito woman paused, flicking her antennae like peacock feathers, then leaned closer to Braid, inhaling softly by his ear and whispering, "You hardly resemble a child, you are. Far too mature. Should I commend you for being their offspring? Hee hee, it makes me want to drain your blood, don't you fear? Those two who can protect you. Had you not harbored some trepidation, I'm certain you would have drained my blood by now. There must be something you fear. Otherwise, that scientist who nurtured you alongside my parents would never have carelessly placed you in my care, no matter how mad he may be." Braid interrupted her with calm conviction. Pop. The mosquito woman gently bit Braid's smooth cheek, savoring a sip. "Relishing the taste. Your father is dead. Only your blood can sustain my life. If I were to kill you, my existence would be short-lived as well." The mosquito woman growled, her rage palpable. "How dare they consider me a failure? Especially your parents. After that, they plan to transform me into a mere pet, like a cat or dog, to care for you, you insufferable little creature." Suddenly, Braid turned, cupping the mosquito woman's face in his hands and beaming a radiant smile. "If that is the case, let us coexist harmoniously. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Do you have a name?" An unexpected and inexplicable flutter of the heart seized the mosquito girl. Her once menacing demeanor dissipated, and tears, glistening like dew, slipped unconsciously from the corners of her eyes. For the first time since her inception, she experienced kindness and warmth, not the indifferent faces or the frigid hands manipulating scientific instruments. "What is my name? Since you were cultivated by them, raised by them, in a sense, you are also their child, which makes you my elder sister," Brett smoothly flattered, adding, "Your surname should rightfully be Hyman, just like Menaeus for your first name, Joanna. It signifies a divine blessing. Surely your arrival in this world must be due to some unique fortune." The mosquito girl let her tears flow freely, tightening her embrace around Brett. Brett raised an eyebrow, subtly signaling that his strategy had succeeded. In recent days, Brett had not occupied himself with anything else but getting to know the mosquito girl, all while keenly observing, analyzing, and speculating about her. Circumstances he needed to eliminate any potential time bombs lurking nearby. Brett assessed that the mosquito girl's intellect was rather modest, akin to that of a girl no older than 10, despite her mature appearance. She possessed a wealth of human emotions, displaying a hopeful side that effectively suppressed her primal instincts. Furthermore, she was deeply starved for affection, yearning to escape solitude and loneliness. It was merely a desire to avoid harm that led her to adorn herself with a fierce facade. After careful contemplation and devising several plans, Brett ultimately opted for the simplest approach, leveraging the positive impression they had formed during their brief acquaintance. Thus far, the results were extraordinary. Should Brett's scheme falter, he had a contingency plan in place. In reality, Rasky and Father Anderson had not departed. The claim of executing a mission was a ruse. Together, they had deceived Shwefaji and the mosquito girl, concealing themselves in the cemetery to monitor the situation. Should the mosquito girl attempt to act against Brett, they would intervene to eliminate her. Brett had communicated with Rasky in advance, who, in turn, tasked his colleague at Cypherpole, Anderson, with presiding over Brett's parents' funeral. Otherwise, he would never have consented to having a merciless executioner, decapitating detective, angel of dust, or Gunsword priest officiate a family funeral. Despite Anderson being a genuine priest certified by the church, with ample experience in conducting funerals now, "Joanna," Brett said, "let us return home." Whoosh, whoosh. "All right." Brett, with a flicker of her wings, the mosquito girl lifted Brett into the sky, escaping the obscured angles of the gravestones below. "Impressive, little one," Father Anderson exclaimed. Contemplating, he added, "A prodigious talent. If he were to become an agent, he would be nothing short of perfect." Rasky ran a hand through his hair, remaining silent as he remarked, "He is indeed no ordinary child. He has already developed his own opinions. I cannot adequately describe the feelings I experienced when he first proposed this matter." Chapter 3. Cypherpole Agent Academy. Why have you returned? Was there not a mission? During the lunch hour, upon hearing a knock at the door, Shwefaji opened it, only to be taken aback by the unexpected return of her husband. As a seasoned agent, Rasky possessed an exceptional talent for deception. Casually explaining, "My superiors learned of our family's predicament, and since the mission could be executed by Anderson without issue, they granted me a few days of leave to recuperate." "That's wonderful," Shwefaji exclaimed, throwing herself into Rasky's embrace, feeling a profound sense of relief and comfort. Shwefaji was a delicate woman, a devoted homemaker, whose life was upended by the sudden loss of her only family member even after several days. She struggled to quell her grief and anxiety, yearning for her husband's presence, despite her reluctance to voice her needs, not wanting to hinder his. Warkraski gently patted Shwe Fotsi's back, saying, "Let's eat. I still need to assist little Braid in applying for child support." Later hearing this, Braid, who was watching the news, inquired, "In my situation, will the government provide compensation?" "Certainly. Your parents are esteemed pioneers who have dedicated themselves to the realm of science. Scientists are the most invaluable assets of the government. Thus, you shall receive a substantial fortune that will ensure your financial security for a lifetime." Raskid removed his coat and hung it on the rack, seemingly offering a casual reply. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Brad, keenly observing his reaction. Ultimately, he felt a sense of disappointment as Brad, with a blank expression, appeared lost in thought, contemplating matters that were beyond the comprehension of an outsider. A brief moment passed. Brett tilted his head upwards and remarked, "I do not wish to lead a life of mediocrity. What are your plans?" Rask inquired tentatively, fully aware of Brett's strong opinions. Furthermore, as he was merely an uncle and not Brett's father, he lacked the authority to impose his choices upon him. Otherwise, the first to oppose him would undoubtedly be his wife. "Brett Tosa, does attending school count?" Lasky. Brett subsequently added, "I must enrich my reservoir of knowledge and broaden my life experiences, while ideally mastering the strength of self-preservation. Joanna will safeguard Brett." The cheerful interjection from Mosquito Girl appeared particularly discordant in this household, where the atmosphere was heavy with recent misfortune. Brett merely seized the mosquito-like woman's razor-sharp arm, disregarding her words, and instead inquired of Rashji, "Are there truly such esteemed institutions?" Rashji, with certainty, replied, "Indeed, there are two at Mary Joya. One is the publicly accessible Naval Academy, dedicated to training exceptional officers for the government's mightiest military faction, the Navy. However, its admission criteria are stringent, requiring candidates to have served a minimum of 3 years as naval personnel, along with recommendations from commanding officers at various bases, making the selection process exceedingly rigorous." Brett nodded. "What about the other one?" he inquired. "The Covert Agent Academy, dedicated to training operatives for Cypherpol, who work exclusively for me," Laschi elaborated. Braid's lips curved into a slight smile. "What are the admission standards for the Spy Academy?" "The offspring of Cypherpol agents are preferred, followed by orphans with unblemished backgrounds." Rashji glanced at his busy wife in the kitchen and lowered his voice. "This is due to the unique nature of Cypherpol. Cypherpol serves as the government's eyes and black gloves, engaged in covert intelligence gathering, pursuing defectors, handling dangerous targets, and protecting sensitive individuals, tasks that often dwell in the shadows. Therefore, it is imperative to ensure the agents are clean and loyal. I trust you comprehend my meaning." "I understand." Braid blinked. "I suspect you told your aunt that you are an agent responsible for intelligence collection at Cypherpol, yet in reality, you are not. You seem apprehensive." Rashji replied, "I too am an orphan and a relative of a Cypherpol agent, thus meeting the admission standards of the Spy Academy." Braid candidly expressed his desire. "I implore you." Rashji lit a cigarette, contemplating. "In truth, young Braid, you bear little resemblance to a mere child. Your precociousness and unsettling calmness suggest you possess a solid foundation for becoming an elite like your parents. The government holds scientists in the highest regard, offering compensation so substantial that it far surpasses that of individuals in the Navy, Cypherpol, or other departments, perhaps only slightly inferior to that of the Celestial Dragons." And then, Braid shrugged, an accidental explosion boom. "What remains?" Rashji was momentarily rendered speechless. Later that afternoon, upon returning home, Rashji handed Braid a bank card and an enrollment certificate, stating plainly, "The government will transfer 200,000 berries monthly for your living expenses. You may visit the Spy Academy whenever you are ready. Just inform me." "Okay. Thank you, Uncle Rashji. I can manage on my own," Braid replied, accepting the items and rising. "Aunt, I am tired and should take Joanna home to rest." Shwe Fazi urged, "Won't you stay? I will take good care of you, young Braid." "It's all right. I am capable of looking after myself," Braid stated as he walked away with his short legs. On the street, he inquired, "Are you hungry?" Mosquito Girl paused. "I have food." Then she realized, "Blood? I don't drink it often. Once every 3 months is sufficient, approximately 100 milliliters each time, as your father prescribed." "What is that? Strange, a monster?" "Such a lovely child. A super dangerous species? A super dangerous subspecies of subhuman?" It was then that Brad became acutely aware of the surrounding murmurs, his brow furrowing in displeasure. He detested the sensation of being the center of attention, akin to an animal in a zoo subjected to the whims of onlookers. "Do not mind them, Joanna," he reassured the mosquito-like woman, quickening his pace as he keenly grasped the term subhuman superdangerous species. Shortly thereafter, they reached the bathroom. As Braid instructed the mosquito woman on her grooming, he inquired, "What constitutes a subhuman superdangerous species?" Joanna replied, "Huh? What?" The mosquito woman proudly showcased her delicate figure. Brad continued, "What constitutes a superdangerous species?" "Well, it is evident that the mosquito female is truly a simpleton." Brett, absorbed in his thoughts, absent-mindedly brushed his teeth for a while before stating, "Accompany me to school tomorrow." "Certainly, Brett," exclaimed Mosquito Girl, joyfully scattering the bubbles from the bathtub towards him. A playful gesture of childish mischief. In truth, Brett had misunderstood. Mosquito Girl was not his elder sister, but rather his younger sibling. Having only graced the world for 2 short years, her accelerated growth a result of scientific manipulation. Thus, while Mosquito Girl possessed a mature appearance, her psychological development did not quite match, exhibiting only a fraction of maturity, in stark contrast to Brett's character. "Hey, Joanna, will you always listen to me?" "Of course." "Why?" "Because no one else treats me kindly." "Well, except for you, Brett." What is this? Why am I different?" "Hey, over there." Chapter 4. The questionable lowly Brett believed he could navigate the entrance to the Cipher Pole Academy on his own, accompanied only by Mosquito Girl. However, the harsh and unyielding reality dealt a resounding slap to his youthful visage, leaving an indelible crimson imprint upon his face, bruising him and dispelling any notions of naivety. As the epicenter of the world government, commonly referred to as the Holy Land or Mariehua, this region was absurdly vast, and the clandestine Cipher Pole Academy was not even marked on any map. Thus, despite his meticulous preparations and having dressed Mosquito Girl in a splendid manner, Brett soon realized that he must seek the assistance of his uncle Rasky, for he was utterly lost. Fortunately, Rasky was a straightforward man, characterized by his serious demeanor and sense of responsibility. He promptly drove to pick up Brett without mocking him. The journey was rather uncomfortable, as Mosquito Girl complained, unaccustomed to the constraints of her attire, feeling that a mere exoskeleton would suffice as modesty. Brett gently tapped the forehead of the girl, a soft smile gracing his lips. "Isn't it lovely, Joanna? This is the dress I selected for you, your very first. Though it may be old, it holds profound significance." Undoubtedly, his words were more enchanting than the truth. In reality, he had hastily rummaged through his mother's wardrobe before leaving, randomly choosing a simple black gown that suited the girl's figure. For reasons unknown, the girl's delicate face flushed, her lively eyes darting about as she shyly fiddled with the dress. "Brett, what shame do you possess? Remember the path, Joanna. From now on, you shall bear the responsibility of our journeys to and from home and school." Brett attempted to issue a command, adding, "I relish the sensation of soaring." The Mosquito Girl promptly nodded, attentively gazing out of the car window. "Are you certain you wish to bring her to school, little Brett?" Rasky glanced at Brett through the rearview mirror. "I am at a loss as to how to explain this to the academy. They would undoubtedly be unwilling to accept her as a trainee agent and would not permit such individuals to attend school accompanied by a nanny." Brett calmly remarked, "Those from the agent academy ought to possess extraordinary talents. Telling a lie, for instance, is my unique skill, and thus I refer to Joanna as my special talent." Well, lost she was left speechless. Brad gazed out of the window, his eyes drawn to the majestic cathedral-like edifice in the distance. "Is that Pangu City?" "Indeed," replied Rasky. "The very heart of Mariehua, the residence of the world's aristocracy." Braid pondered, "Is it true that the celestial dragons are mostly malevolent?" "Cipher Pole is the elite force of the celestial dragons, who dominate the world. You are about to become a reserve member of Cipher Pole, and I believe that with your qualifications, it will not be difficult for you to ascend to the ranks of the agents. Once you officially join Cipher Pole, you will have ample opportunities to interact with the celestial dragons, and at that time, you may draw your own conclusions." Rashi did not respond directly, but spoke with a philosophical tone, rich in depth, and added with caution, "Such words should not be uttered in the presence of outsiders." Young Braid, Bradeo, As he traversed through Mariehua and eventually reached its outermost fringes, Lasky docked in a grove surrounded by towering pines. The modern architecture and intricate interior design momentarily transported Bradeo to another era. However, he quickly regained his composure, and entered through the grand doors alongside Lasky. Shortly thereafter, they found themselves in a spacious office filled with multiple desks. Lasky engaged in discussions regarding Bradeo's enrollment at the academy, while the bored Bradeo instinctively observed his surroundings, his attention drawn to a particular sight. More precisely, it was a young girl, perhaps 9 or 10 years of age, with long sky-blue hair adorned by a headscarf embellished with an embroidered cross. Her eyebrows and pupils mirrored the same azure hue, rendering her undeniably adorable. Yet, the aura she exuded was anything but charming. It bore the innate ferocity of a predator, hinting at a history steeped in violence and bloodshed. Despite her conscious effort to temper it, the girl, too, found her gaze inexplicably drawn to Bradeo, primarily due to the striking figure of the mosquito woman behind him. His death. For the love of all that is good, I implore you as your teacher, cease stirring trouble. This is the third innocent child you've nearly brought to the brink of death. Here, at the Cipher Pole Academy for Training Agents, one would expect a more conducive environment for education, but alas, the earnest warnings of her teacher fell on deaf ears, as the girl likely absorbed not a single word. The teacher's admonition concluded with a lamentation that she could never become an agent at this rate. Isthetha's reaction was razor-sharp, bordering on tyrannical. How tedious. You infuriate me. Impudent little brat. How utterly vexing. Observing this spectacle, Bradeo mused, another one has gone mad. Just then, Lasky, having concluded his negotiations, approached, crouched down, and gently patted Bradeo's tender shoulder. The rest is up to you. Bred nodded. Thank you, Uncle Rasky. At that moment, a voice chimed in. Oh, Esther's. You are here too. A lively tone accompanied the entrance of another young girl, perhaps around 9 or 10 years old, who appeared diminutive compared to Esther's. Her messy green hair framed a face radiating an inexplicable confidence, as if she were on a leisurely vacation rather than facing training. She possessed a peculiar aura, exuding the sentiment that she was the best in the world, with no room for contradiction. What's troubling you, Tornado? She inquired. Those blabbering fools have been mocking me behind my back, calling me a short pumpkin. I simply had to demonstrate that they are the ones who are short by knocking them down, making them lie on the ground, thus proving my superiority. Well done. And you, what has brought you to this state? Tornado asked. Me? I merely found that fool irritating and gave him a thrashing, while also experimenting with the interrogation techniques our teacher taught us. I feel much better now. Well, they exclaimed, exchanging high fives, possibly as a form of encouragement. Disregarding the situation entirely, Rasky cast a glance at them before turning to Bread, expressing a complex sentiment. I find myself somewhat concerned for you, young Bread. Chapter 5. A lifetime of nurturing leads to. The educational framework of the Cipher Pole Agent Academy is notoriously harsh, comprising only 2 lower classes and an advanced class. Due to the unique nature of Cipher Pole's operations, the world government must ensure the purity and loyalty of its agents. The most effective strategy is to cultivate them from a tender age, subtly instilling ideologies through indoctrination. When it comes to selecting children, there is no more reliable source than the offspring of agents already bound to the world government's chariot and the orphans who are unencumbered and isolated. The offspring of agents, while busy, at least have other relatives and thus acquire some knowledge. In contrast, orphans often come from tragic backgrounds, consumed by daily worries of survival and the dread of enduring another harsh night, leaving them with no opportunity to absorb knowledge. Consequently, the first educational phase at the Cipher Pole Agent Academy, colloquially referred to as literacy training, focuses on recognizing and understanding written language and its meanings, along with a basic introduction to worldly matters such as geography and history. In the second educational phase, the Cipher Pole Academy begins to impart to its students the means to acquire strength, teaching them specialized skills relevant to agents, such as intelligence analysis, disguise, infiltration, and assassination tactics. Ultimately, the students are thrown into the crucible of the world, guided by seasoned Cipher Pole agents. And only after considerable refinement do they emerge as members of Cipher Pole. Brett must also attend the literacy class. Despite his mature intellect, he ultimately possesses the memory of a 6-year-old child, rendering his knowledge scarcely superior to that of an empty-headed novice. He must reacquaint himself with a new writing system and the unfamiliar world around him. Upon receiving this information, Brett spent approximately 5 minutes reflecting, the source being the cheerful, loquacious middle-aged woman who escorted him to the classroom, the teacher in charge of the literacy class. How delightful it is to witness such earnestness in a young lad. Miss Linda, the teacher, was particularly fond of Brett's exquisite appearance, showering him with compliments. Braid's lips twitched, and with a flicker of his golden eyes, he feigned innocence, exclaiming, "Those two ladies in the office are quite fierce, aren't they? Esther's and Tornado? Ha ha, fret not, young Braid. They are merely misunderstood, brilliant children at heart." Linda, noticing Braid's skeptical expression, paused momentarily, as if addressing him while simultaneously engaging in her own musings, sighed softly. "Well, it is true that she is not the epitome of virtue, far from being obedient. Yet trust me, they are by no means malevolent. They have simply endured profound wounds inflicted by this world, compelling them to adopt a demeanor that is less than amiable." Brett raised an imperceptible eyebrow, sensing the aroma of a narrative. "In any case, their circumstances are dissimilar." Teacher Linda regained her cheerful demeanor and remarked with a smile, "At present, you will not have much interaction with them. Soon, children." Brett was ushered into a spacious classroom, where Teacher Linda ascended the platform and vociferously quelled the commotion among the children during their break. "Oh, a new companion. Why is your face flushed?" The whispers regarding the creature behind him were rife with disdain. "How revolting. A monster." The remarks came unabashedly from the mostly 10-year-olds, with the girls' attention fixated on Brett, while the boys were captivated by the mosquito girl. "Do introduce yourself, young Brett," Teacher Linda said with a cheerful smile. Brett remained utterly unperturbed, confidently declaring, "My name is Brett Hyman." With brevity, he then gestured towards the mosquito girl, saying, "She is my sister, Joanna Hyman. I do not wish to hear any more terms such as bug or monster. Otherwise, do not leave after school. The restroom? The thicket? The school gate? Choose a location. I am prepared to shatter your pathetic heads at any moment." Teacher Linda remarked, "My little angel is undoubtedly well acquainted with the intricacies of the Academy's ways. It must be a falsehood. Of course, Brad is merely boasting. Who has he truly bested with his puny limbs? It's nothing more than a superficial attempt to curry favor with the mosquito girl, for in an actual confrontation, she would undoubtedly prevail." Little Brad found himself enveloped in a heartfelt embrace from the mosquito girl, genuinely touched by his efforts to defend her. "How dashing! Such arrogance, you little rascal. Golden locks." The eruption of cheers and discontent was starkly evident, yet it abruptly ceased, as if a multitude had encountered a feline predator. Outside, the tornado floated in, casting an imperious glance over the subdued ambience before greeting Teacher Linda. "What a rare occasion, Tornado." Teacher Linda teased with delight. "Have you come to the lower class? Remembering unfinished studies, are we?" Tornado pouted. "If the advanced class hadn't been suspended, I wouldn't have bothered to show up. These tedious books give me a headache." Brett rolled his eyes, inwardly reflecting, "Is it not your own doing that has led to this? Having all your classmates sprawled on the ground. It is no wonder that classes cannot proceed. All right, little Brett, find yourself a seat. I shall entrust your textbook to the teacher of the next class. Ms. Linda clapped her hands. "Let us all get along well. Children." As soon as Ms. Linda departed, Tornado swiftly descended beside Brett, extending a hand to measure their heights. Utterly pleased, murmuring, "Hee, it was worth deceiving that foolish teacher. I have finally admitted to my mistake for the first time, and indeed, there is someone shorter than me. How splendid. Hello, I am Brett, and this is Joanna." Brett introduced himself with calmness, while internally he scoffed. Why such an obsession with height? The more one cares, the greater the disappointment. The more one strives, the more heartache is destined to follow. When one realizes that the future will forever crystallize this moment's dimensions, and that a lifetime of nourishment has yielded 2 modest A-cups, does one not feel despair? Tornado paused. "I am Tornado." Their gazes met for a brief moment. Braid strides forward in search of an empty seat. "Don't go," calls little Braid, as Tornado cheerfully follows suit. "Shall we be friends? In an institution like this, to thrive, one must undoubtedly seek the protection of the strong, befriending the formidable." It is evident that Tornado, with her unyielding spirit, embodies the essence of strength, despite her diminutive stature. Braid had no reason to decline the kindness of Tornado. He understood that she wished for him to stand beside her, accentuating her height. Yet, a flicker of trepidation lingered within him. What if he experienced an unexpected growth spurt, perhaps within a month, or even a matter of weeks, rendering their almost negligible height difference moot, surpassing Tornado? Would she be incensed by such a shift? After careful consideration, Braid turned and replied, "All right." A mischievous grin spread across Tornado's face as she lifted her chin and surveyed the surroundings, proclaiming, "Did you hear that, fools? Little Braid is my friend." The crowd murmured. A feisty little guy. Now there are two feisty little guys? This spot is quite desirable. Might I claim it for myself? Chapter 6, Women. In the last row of desks arranged horizontally, and the closest to the window vertically, one could observe everything to the left and in front with unparalleled clarity. Bask in the sunlight, gaze through the glass at the scenery, and avoid the mischief of any ill-intentioned individuals lurking behind. It was truly an enviable location. Bolstered by Tornado's friendship, Braid had every reason to stake his claim, particularly since the occupant of this seat seemed rather easy to intimidate. What are you dawdling for? Humph. If you're dissatisfied, then scram. A pointed glance and a haughty, disdainful huff revealed Tornado's irritation at the other's sluggish response. In the next moment, he stammered an apology. I just wanted to strike a pose and look cool. I see now I'll move. Whoosh. He swiftly packed his belongings with the efficiency of a well-trained soldier, fleeing from the shared desk. In the end, he even remembered to bow and apologize. Trying to look cool? Have you taken a good look at yourself? Purple cabbage. Clown nose. Panda eyes. Fool. Tornado stood with her hands on her hips, unleashing a barrage of unflattering remarks, reminiscent of a fierce market vendor scolding passers-by, exuding an undeniable ferocity. Brett could not contain his laughter, for Tornado's sharp tongue indeed struck deep, and in a certain sense, the youth was acquainted with Spandam. Tornado, however, fell silent, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her features. Her awkward demeanor piqued Brett's curiosity about her past experiences. With a whimsical thought, he mused, once they became better acquainted, should he present her with a bottle of growth milk and inquire, I have growth milk. Do you have a story? Surely. She would not retaliate violently, would she? Brett? Manish gently nudged him, gesturing towards the double desks, hesitatingly stating, there are three of us. Tornado swiftly waved her hand, dismissing the person at the adjacent desk, thus merging the two double desks into one. Why isn't that blue-haired girl with you? Isn't she your friend? Brett initiated the conversation, eager to find a common topic. Esther, I merely taught a lesson to the foolish students in the advanced class. She didn't kill anyone, nor did she drive them insane. The circumstances were different, and thus she faced disciplinary action and confinement from the academy. I merely needed to admit my mistake, Tornado emphasized, crossing her arms. Regardless, with you around, she is certainly not my friend. That little brat secretly keeps getting taller behind my back, humph. Brett exclaimed, Women, why do you soar through the skies? He then shifted the conversation, eager to uncover the true nature of Tornado's powers. Tornado, with a whimsical demeanor, replied, If I wish to fly, then I shall. Brett responded, You seem to jest with me. I too am in the dark. Even those scientists who transported me to Mariewa remained baffled, utterly inept. They once assured me of certainty. Tornado paused, her demeanor suddenly wild and assertive, declaring, Consider me a sorceress. A sorceress? What do you think? Are you frightened? Braid radiated a brilliant smile, playfully flicking Tornado on the forehead in response to her seemingly jesting, yet not entirely light-hearted declaration. I am the Demon King. Tornado, rubbing her forehead, exhibited an expression of peculiar bewilderment. Meanwhile, Mosquito Girl pouted, peering out with a forlorn gaze, fixating intently on Braid. Brett discerned the intentions of the Mosquito Girl, rolling his eyes in exasperation as he delivered a playful smack to her head. How extraordinary it was that a creature with such a despicable and irritable disposition, akin to her diminutive stature, could remain unperturbed. Is beauty truly so remarkable? In stark contrast, the unruly children within the classroom, upon witnessing Brett's audacious flick at Tornado, had already scurried to the door in trepidation, bracing themselves for her potential outburst. To their astonishment, Tornado appeared utterly bewildered. Children, what are you doing? Class is about to commence. A teacher urged from the corridor. The students cautiously returned in small groups, while an elderly instructor entered the classroom, assisting Brett with an entire set of textbooks and teasing Tornado for her lack of diligence in study. From Brett's observations, the literacy class teachers seemed rather ordinary, though he remained uncertain and inquired, Do the instructors for the lower-level classes not possess any special skills? Are they not agents? Tornado replied languidly, resting her chin on the desk. Oh, that's normal. They are merely educators. The brilliant sunlight illuminated Tornado's lush green curls, prompting Brett to absurdly ponder whether she was engaged in photosynthesis. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, signaling the beginning of class. To accommodate Brett, the new student, the teacher kindly conducted a brief review of letters and words with the pupils. That was more than sufficient. Brett was astonished to discover that the things he had seen and heard were indelibly etched in his mind. With his mature thinking and psychological acuity, he was able to draw inferences from them. In no time, he transcended the boundaries of illiteracy, mastering the art of writing and delving into the world of books, even consulting a dictionary for obscure characters. Thus, on his very first day of school, Brett felt confident that within a week, he would be qualified to advance to a higher class. As evening descended, a gentle inquiry arose. "How was your day, little Brett?" Snow, with tender care, attended to Brett's meal, her concern for his self-sufficiency evident as she timed his dismissal from school perfectly to prepare dinner for him. Brett, while flipping through the pages of a book and munching on a snack, remarked, "Everything is going smoothly, so do not worry about me, dear aunt." "That is reassuring. Have you made any friends?" Snow inquired further. Brett raised his head abruptly, momentarily lost in thought. He realized he possessed an extraordinary gift for memory, along with the remarkable ability to multitask. Indeed, he was endowed with a brilliant mind. "What is it?" Chef Fazzy inquired with concern. Brett smiled lightly. "It's nothing." Until just before sleep, the mosquito woman had departed, and while Brett perused his books, he finally grasped the true nature of this creature. The precise scientific nomenclature is beast, a super dangerous species, a subhuman entity. Beasts endowed with a modicum of human intelligence are categorized as magical beasts, while those devoid of such intellect are mere beasts. Most magical beasts can also articulate human language. The super dangerous species represents the mightiest among magical beasts, typically characterized by their considerable size or extraordinary abilities, often possessing both, such as the rulers of the deep sea, the sea kings, and the legendary giant toad of the ninja realm from the country of Waji. Subhuman specifically refers to those resembling human form. Furthermore, not all magical beasts fall into the category of super dangerous species, but all subhuman magical beasts undoubtedly do. "So, Joanna, how formidable are you?" Brett inquired with keen interest. The mosquito woman pondered deeply and replied honestly, "I do not know." "Well, doctor, Kino spoke of how I can heal myself through blood-sucking, continuously strengthening my body. In any case, I will protect you, Brett." "Dr. Kinos?" Brett probed. The mosquito woman tightly embraced Brett, remaining silent. Chapter 7. The Awakening of the Sister Complex. Mid-July. The sun hung high in the sky, bathing the azure expanse in a blinding white light. The heat was unbearable. Justice must grow stronger. It must become even more formidable. Throw a punch. Keep throwing punches. You are the heralds of justice, the earthly apostles of God, and shall not permit even a hint of weakness. Drink, drink, drink. During this searing season, in the back mountains of the Cipher Pole Academy, amidst the heart of a pine forest, a group of robust youths, both boys and girls, stood under the scorching sun, enduring their instructor's rigorous training. Each one was drenched in sweat, their cheeks flushed, gasping for breath. Occasionally, someone would succumb to the heat and faint. But no one paid them any heed. The advanced class, mockingly dubbed the Rookie Agent Preparatory Unit, had transitioned from the sheltered existence of the illiterate to the merciless second phase of education at the Cipher Pole Academy. Clap, clap. The instructor noticed something and clapped his hands, announcing, "Pause for hydration and nourishment, 5 minutes." Immediately thereafter, Brett was cradled in the arms of the mosquito woman. Descending from the air, presenting a document while scrutinizing their new instructor, silently appraising their tall, slender yet capable figure, with long chestnut gold hair, a scruffy beard, and captivating light green eyes, wielding a long blade. This individual was indeed a far cry from the mere educators of the literacy class. They exuded the essence of a seasoned agent, strikingly reminiscent of Uncle Rasky. Oh, only 6 years old? Achieved full marks in just 5 days. Advancing from the lower class to the advanced class? Impressive, the instructor exclaimed in astonishment, then shifted the tone of his discourse. Yet, no matter how exceptional the mind, it must be matched by a commensurate physique. Otherwise, it remains a fragile porcelain vessel, destined to shatter at the slightest misstep. Brad surveyed his surroundings and nodded in agreement. Indeed, he said. As a newcomer, he needed to engage in the customary tasks. The instructor remarked, "I am Gotsi, one of the instructors this year, primarily responsible for training you in physical fitness and combat skills. There are other instructors who will introduce themselves during their sessions." After a brief pause, Gotsi continued, "Now, please tell everyone who you are." Brad Heyman, he stated nonchalantly, then pointed to the woman beside him. "This is Joanna Heyman, my family." The notion that she, a super dangerous subhuman, could be considered family was absurd. Who did this little brat think he was fooling? He could control beasts? What kind of power was that? Don't you all think he's utterly adorable? One of them chimed in. Hey, are you a pervert? Exclaimed another, clearly shocked by the audacity of the young boy. It was evident that the rookie agents in the reserve had a fair amount of understanding, having quickly analyzed both Brad and the woman beside him. According to the records, she was designated as his weapon, akin to a familiar of a ninja from the land of harmony, qualifying her as part of his individual combat capability, thus allowing her entry into the academy. Gotsi, intrigued, perused the documents while discreetly observing the unruffled Brad out of the corner of his eye. Brett smiled softly, exclaiming, "Joanna is my family." He responded nonchalantly, "Do not be too inquisitive or meddle in others' private matters, Mr. Gotsi. It is quite impolite." A sharp-tongued little fellow indeed. Mr. Gotsi smiled gently. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, and a flash of green light appeared. "Little Brett, are you a monster?" Tornado exclaimed joyfully, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. "Last night, you claimed you would become a member of the advanced class today, and I thought you were jesting, yet you actually succeeded. How wonderful. This means I can avoid the lower class, and in the advanced class, you can highlight my impressive stature." The others remarked, compared to Tornado, who, due to special circumstances, lingered in the advanced class despite failing to graduate from the literacy class. Brett was undoubtedly a genius scholar. The realm of genius scholars is one that the academically challenged can never comprehend. "All right, break time is over," Mr. Gotsi urged the students, also reminding Brett, "You currently possess no foundation, so run around the back mountain to enhance your physical fitness." Brett did not hesitate, decisively executing the instructor's command with his short legs. "You are forbidden to accompany him," Gotsi admonished Mosquito Girl. In an instant, Mosquito Girl erupted, her delicate face contorting with bulging veins. Exuding a fierce and dangerous aura, "I must protect Brett. I must protect Brett. Under such circumstances, you ought to hone your skills. Rest assured. There are numerous sacred ground guards patrolling the outskirts of the back mountain. No accidents will occur," Gotsi calmly advised. He turned his head and sighed. "Moreover, Tornado has left. She is far stronger than you." Mosquito Girl hesitated for a moment, tempering her ferocity. The trainees wiped the cold sweat from their brows, seeking to calm their racing hearts. However, some, like his death, were undeterred by Mosquito Girl's wrath, brimming with enthusiasm instead. "It has been ages since I hunted super dangerous species. I truly miss it," Death mused. Meanwhile, Brad, running and nonchalantly gathering intelligence, remarked, "The academy is rather indulgent with you, Tornado." Floating in midair, Tornado shook her green locks and retorted, "The scientific team is so dull. The boring scientists fear that I might create chaos out of boredom. Hence they tossed me into this tedious academy to lead a monotonous life. Humph, the worthless teachers have taught me nothing about my abilities." "Well, you're doing splendidly," Brad teased deliberately. Tornado puffed her cheeks, her eyes brimming with danger. "Looking for a fight?" Brad raised his hands in mock surrender. After a moment of contemplation, Tornado quietly confessed, "In truth, they are temporarily at a loss regarding the source of my powers. The scientists wish to leverage Cipher Pole to help me control my occasional outbursts and brainwash me, ensuring I remain a part of the world government. They consider themselves clever. But I am not foolish. I am fully aware. Do you have any dreams?" Brad unexpectedly initiated an awkward conversation. Tornado paused. "Dreams? A longing for the future. A hope for what is currently unattainable but will ultimately be achieved through perseverance. A process that instills a sense of unwavering happiness. Perhaps it is even your faith." Tornado scratched her head. "Does raising my sister count?" Soon, her resolve strengthened. She must not be harmed. Absolutely not. Any fool who dares to hurt her will find their neck in my grasp, and I will use their head as a ball to kick. "Braid, my sister complex has awakened him. It's been a while. What about your dreams?" Tornado retorted. Braid wrote, "To live." "Huh, what on earth?" "I am serious. By the way, a tornado? Your attention is wandering again, and your power is not well controlled. Alas, you faltered. P.S. Gotsi hails from the prequel to Slay the Girl, which is Slay the Crimson-Eyed Zero, and is the previous master of Muramesa, wielded by Yokai. Chapter 8. Believe it or not, when I become bald, I shall unleash my tiny fist upon your chest. My poor child, with a heart full of sorrow." Shwefatsi gently took the unconscious Braid from the embrace of the Mosquito Girl and expertly laid him upon the bed. With prepared clean water and towels, she tended to Braid, expressing her concern. "It has been a whole week. Little Braid exhausts himself daily, battered, and bruised. This is no longer mere hardship. It is sheer self-torture. Rasky. Folding the newspaper, Rasky exchanged anxious glances with his wife, who bore a hint of vexation. With resignation, he remarked, I cannot persuade you. Shwefatsi, you know that little Braid is a child of strong will. You, Shwefatsi, in exasperation, turned away. With a deep sigh, Rasky lamented, Sister, the unforeseen accident involving my brother-in-law has impacted little Braid far more profoundly than I had anticipated. It has not only accelerated his maturity, inheriting the exceptional genes of his parents, but the harsh realities have also instilled in him a sense of fear and anxiety. Yet he is not lost. When the day comes that he perceives himself as no longer fragile, I believe he will cease. Truly, he is an elite agent. Through careful observation of Braid, Rasky accurately assessed his mindset. No one wishes to subject themselves to the rigors of daily training to the point of fainting, enduring pain akin to being cut by knives, feeling as though their limbs are severed and their internal organs ablaze. Who would not prefer to retreat into an air-conditioned room on a sweltering summer day, indulging in watermelon and cold drinks, comfortably pursuing personal hobbies? Brett also relishes enjoyment, yet he possesses a profound awareness of the perils that lurk in the world. Consequently, he subconsciously amplifies the unease within his heart, engaging in a relentless cycle of self-hypnosis, convincing himself that a lack of fervor in the present equates to a potential demise in the future, thereby compelling himself to act with urgency. He is merely 6 years old. Shwefaji tenderly cares for Brett, administering salt water to him spoonful by spoonful, fearing that his frail body may soon succumb. However, Rasky interjects with solemnity, cautioning against underestimating human potential, particularly the indomitable spirit of young Brett. And do not overlook the daily concerns of a homemaker regarding the safety and well-being of her family. You imbecile, Shwefaji retorts, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she tucks Brett in snugly before rolling up her sleeves and heading to the kitchen. Rasky grins sheepishly, feigning a lack of presence. Oh, you're awake, Brett. The mosquito woman suddenly springs to life. Indeed, she is alive, having transformed from a sorrowful statue just moments before. Brad gazed up at the ceiling. Is this once again Annie's house? If I return home, I still haven't learned how to take care of you properly. My apologies, Brad, murmured the mosquito woman. It's all right, Brad replied, struggling to sit up. His eyes met Rasky's, and he politely nodded in greeting. Pardon my intrusion, Uncle Rashji. Rashji smiled. No need for formalities, young Brad. You are, after all, my last remaining kin besides Sue F.A. May I pose a question? Brad inquired. Rashji extended his hand. What is it that troubles you? Power. I wish to understand what power exists in this world and what it truly signifies, Brad stated solemnly. For you. This inquiry may be rather premature, Rashji hesitated. Bordeaux remarked, I merely seek to understand, without ulterior motives. I surmise that the Cipher Pole Academy does not hesitate to impart the true methodologies of cultivating relevant power. Rasky then shifted his chair closer to Bordeaux and said, Power encompasses an extensive and particularly intricate spectrum. At this moment, I find myself at a loss for words. Braid pondered, what power are you proficient in? Dominance. The 6 styles of body techniques, and mastery of firearms. Rasky gently patted his head and said, Aha. Every individual in this world possesses latent energy, an innate gift that most remain unaware of, and even fewer comprehend how to harness it. Many meander through life in ignorance, while only a select few recognize its existence and understand how to awaken and employ it through systematic training. Brett listened intently. The most prevalent methods of utilizing human energy can be categorized into 3 types: intimidation, mental focus, and chakra, alongside physical techniques such as martial arts and swordsmanship, which ultimately converge in essence. Rasky remarked that beyond the strength attainable through human effort, there exist a myriad of sources such as devil fruits, divine tools, scientific advancements, and other unknown phenomena. Is that all? Brett had been waiting with bated breath, yet Rasky concluded his exposition. With a chuckle, Rasky said, Did you not simply wish to gain a deeper understanding? Brett. Rasky, with earnestness, cautioned, cast aside distractions, young Brett. Regardless of the method employed to harness human energy or the powers obtainable through human endeavor, one must possess a sound body to support it. Very well, Brett readily agreed. Although he assented with enthusiasm, the following day at school, while running around the back mountains of Cipher Pole Academy, he covered his eyes with a cloth. Bam! Thud! Ouch! I'm bleeding, little Brett. Tornado was utterly speechless. What on earth are you doing? Brett endeavored to acclimatize himself to the disorienting sensation of weightlessness brought on by his blindness, grappling with the accompanying trepidation of the unknown ahead. In succinct terms, he sought to cultivate a profound awareness of the world around him. Huh, Tornado exclaimed, visibly agitated as he crossed his arms. You've been acting strange these past few days, utterly uninteresting, and you hardly engage in conversation with me. Once again, Brett, who had been brooding against the trunk of a pine tree, fell over and sighed. I am not you, Tornado. You are an extraordinary genius, endowed with formidable strength sufficient to safeguard yourself and your sister. I am different. I must risk my very life to attain power. Is that the reason you persist in doing 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 kilometers? Tornado interjected with a smirk, interrupting Brett. How dull. Brett, whether you believe it or not, just wait until I go bald. I shall unleash my tiny fist upon your chest. Brett does not mind becoming bald if it means growing stronger. In the next moment, Braid felt distinctly enveloped in a warm glow, as if shrouded by an unseen force. The sharp-tongued Tornado bestowed upon him an inexplicable protective mantle, haughtily declaring, I'll crush you, you big fool. Thank you, Braid replied earnestly. The Tornado tilted her head. Her cheeks flushed, stammering awkwardly, Who cares about your insincere gratitude? But it's not necessary. Pain will foster my growth. Do not fret for me, my friend. The Tornado asserted. Braid beamed with a radiant smile. On that early morning, the dawn shimmered like divine light, and amidst the blooming wildflowers stood Braid, indescribably beautiful, as if he were a living canvas. Have I too been influenced by others, experiencing joy that emanates from the heart? The Tornado murmured in a daze, little Braid. Chapter 9. Dragon Night. The human heart is akin to the reflection upon water's surface, often expressing insincerity and wavering uncertainty. Yet, the most primal instinct of humanity is the yearning for mutual acceptance. Little Tornado, you must learn to coexist harmoniously with others. Do not isolate yourself due to past grievances. Sooner or later, you will forge true friendships, ones that will not be deterred by your peculiarities. Trust me, in that moment, you will experience an unprecedented tranquility. In a mysterious way, buried memories stirred within the depths of the Tornado's mind. A dilapidated chapel in a bustling urban area housed a nun whose material existence was severely lacking, yet her spiritual devotion was profoundly sincere. Though aged and marked by deep wrinkles, her warm smile possessed the power to heal hearts. The Tornado held an immense fondness for her, as she was the sole being to penetrate the depths of her soul. Alas, time's relentless erosion proved too much for her to withstand, leading her towards the shores of happiness she might never reach. I thought I would never encounter another like you, dear nun, gazing skyward. The Tornado's delicate face bore both a smile and tears. When did it all begin? When did I start to believe that coexistence, dependence, and connection with others were worthless and should be severed entirely? 10 years ago. Wah wah wah. A newborn's cries echoed. Buzz. Accompanied by the resounding wails, all furniture, the tables, chairs, beddings, defied gravity in a bizarre display. What a monster! The barefoot midwife fled in terror, while the bewildered young parents stood in helplessness. 5 years ago, the peculiar happenings within the household spread like wildfire across the island, driving the naive and fearful villagers to contemplate a witch trial. The family was compelled to forsake their homeland, adrift upon the vast sea. They struggled to assist their father in overcoming a tsunami, ensuring their small boat remained afloat. You are not permitted to use that thing. Not allowed. How many times must I tell you? Why won't you listen? Why won't you obey? Mom? Dad isn't moving. 3 years ago. My mother's gaze transformed, becoming frantic. Did she despise me? A beautiful woman came to our aid, claiming to be my mother's friend. A deceiver. What were they doing to my mother? 2 years ago, my sister was born, and my mother went to find my father, leaving me all alone. How desolate. No, not at all. This nun seemed quite decent. I'll observe her. The nun has since passed away. I shall likely never encounter someone like her again. I shed tears. Yet I felt no sorrow. A year ago, it mattered not where I was. Studying my abilities was of little consequence. The significant issue was that SH was ill, suffering greatly, and I was unable to care for her. Boring scientists, utterly dull. 6 months ago. What nonsense. Those inept scientists sent me to school? Isn't school filled with children of similar ages? This place is splendid. All my peers, and when I bang on the table, they listen intently, eager to engage in discourse with me. Suddenly, I realized how short I was, how infuriating. 10 days ago, wow, finally someone shorter than me. His name is Brad Heyman. An amusing little rascal whose eyes expressed curiosity, yet he bore no malice and wasn't afraid of me. I resolved to tell a lie, inviting him to be my friend, though my heart was not sincere. I merely needed him to accentuate my towering stature. 5 days ago, he was remarkably intelligent. He completed a plethora of chaotic texts. He is quite the fool, constantly tripping and possessing a frail physique that does not match his intellect. 3 minutes ago. What on earth? He was already battered and bruised without obstructing his vision, yet he insisted on doing so? It's reckless. Overexertion could be fatal. What a dolt. I cannot bear to watch him harm himself. He is still so young. Am I distressed? I do not care for him, no. But I found myself unable to control my feelings. I had grown accustomed to his company, our conversations, the occasional jest, and his philosophical musings, some of which I did not comprehend. In truth, I too detest loneliness. Do not worry about me, my friend. Friend. I am his friend, and he is mine. It is genuine, dear nun. One day, you will surely make a true friend who will care not for your peculiarities. Trust me, in that moment, you will experience an unparalleled tranquility. I have felt it, an unprecedented peace. Little Brad. Bang. Crash. Caught off guard by a sudden collision. Brad skidded across the floor like a human skateboard. Ouch. Brad grimaced in pain. The instigator, my tornado-like self, realized my misstep, yet I continued to pin down Brad. Feigning a koala bear stance, and proudly declared, "Let us add some weight training. I believe it will yield better results." Brad retorted, "I considered you a friend. And yet you wish to ride me?" With great difficulty, Brad rose to his feet, swaying slightly as he resumed his training regimen. Suddenly, a startling revelation struck him. The little tornado has been clandestinely cultivating a relationship with others, particularly with boys. Such a betrayal is simply unforgivable. Her soft, languorous voice concealed a raw, unbridled fury as a young girl lounged against a nearby tree trunk. With raven hair adorned with a bun resembling a whip, her large, bright eyes sparkled with clarity. Her visage, as gentle and languorous as her voice, featured a conspicuous beauty mark beneath her left eye. Clad in low-rise pants paired with a strapless top, the girl confidently showcased her youthful, fair figure. Once again, you repugnant, twisted insect, Millard Auberg, the tornado commanded imperiously. If you're displeased, then be gone. Millard responded with a charming smile. Are you truly unwilling to utter even a diminutive of my name? I shall not relent, little tornado. I will ensure that you accept my love. Braid, 100, Lily? Do you still dare to entertain the notion of confronting a tornado? I truly wish to unveil the banner and discover which valiant warrior braves death. Hey, as Millard turned around, the tornado called out to her. Millard clasped her hands in delight. Have you had a change of heart, little tornado? Bang. Thunderous sound. A swift slap from above sent Millard tumbling several meters. The tornado surged forward, swiftly pinning Millard down, her expression a terrifying fury. You harbor malicious intent towards little Braid, and I absolutely forbid you from harming him. Understand clearly. It is absolutely forbidden. Coughing, with blood trickling and half of her face swelling rapidly, Millard maintained a smile. Well, all right. Gazing intently into Millard's eyes, the tornado contemplated. You are undeterred. For safety's sake, it is perhaps better to eliminate you. Never mind, tornado. Chapter 10 Millard. Girls should love girls. The power of perceiving the essence of living beings, known as observation hockey. By acquiring and enhancing observation hockey, one can distinctly sense the location, number, and even the imminent actions of beings beyond the field of vision. This includes humans. Which means that those possessing observation hockey hold a significant advantage in anticipating their foes. Braid recalled that Kinbunchika hockey is a power that enables one to acutely perceive the presence of living beings. However, he preferred to interpret it as an extension beyond the five senses, a sixth sense that transcends sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. This extraordinary perception requires immense mental fortitude to act as its driving force, transforming into intangible wavelengths that radiate under subjective command, seeking out the similar wavelengths unconsciously emitted by living beings. This information is then relayed to the brain for processing, ultimately revealing the location, quantity, and even the imminent actions of these beings. Thus, Braid closed off the most relied upon sense of sight, and soon after, he also muted his hearing. He employed the pain from falls and collisions to continuously stimulate his mental energy, compelling himself to crave awareness of his surroundings without visual or auditory input, ensuring he would no longer endure harm. It was only through this sixth sense that such a feat could be accomplished. Although this method appeared absurd, Braid harbored a certain confidence that he could awaken his kinbunshika haki, a belief rooted in his unusually potent, dual-fused mental energy. However, during his training in kinbunshika haki, Braid first discerned that perhaps he would never go bald, as he consistently performed 100 sit-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and ran 10 kilometers daily. He quickly adapted to this regimen, finding it so effortless that he felt compelled to intensify his training. Despite his inner disappointment, he genuinely realized that he possessed a gifted physique. Consequently, Gotsi, the instructor responsible for training rookie agents in physical fitness and combat skills, halted Braid's solitary training. He directed Braid to participate in group training, which would still focus on fundamental fitness but would also introduce preliminary instruction in combat techniques, blending the courses of other instructors. "You're doing well, kid. Starting tomorrow, you'll reside at the academy. Convey the news to your family tonight," Gotsi remarked, his expression stern yet welcoming as he accepted Braid into the team. Internally, he marveled at the abundance of extraordinary talent this year. Among the remarkable individuals was Tornado, destined to stand atop the pyramid of personal strength, a true monster in her own right, as long as her sister remained a tether. She would undoubtedly be a member of the invincible Holy Shield. Then there was Death, the princess of the Barutis tribe, renowned for her formidable lineage and her struggle for survival by hunting super dangerous magical beasts on the desolate icy plains of the North Sea. She was the last surviving member of her tribe, a peerless warrior, and Gotsi privately mused that her rightful place lay within the Navy or the Holy Land Defense Forces, rather than Cypher Paul. Moreover, there was Millard O'Burge, who possessed the ancestral skill to control special insect-like super dangerous magical beasts. This alone was significant. Not to mention, she was a natural-born killer. Now, with the addition of the exceptionally talented Braid Heyman, Gotsi considered that Braid's only advantage over the other three was his age, representing a greater reservoir of untapped potential. Braid nodded. "Indeed, Instructor Gotsi. But why cover my eyes? One cannot perceive many things without the gift of sight." Gotsi furrowed his brow. Braid solemnly fabricated a tale, claiming that his eyes were injured and in the healing phase. Gotsi, the rookie agent in reserve, was composed of orphans and descendants of Cypherpole agents. Particularly, the progeny of Cypherpole agents often possessed not only the education from the agency's academy but also inherited certain unique treasures from their lineage. Millard was a quintessential example of this. Such matters were not to be pried into. Understanding the taboos behind this rule, Gotsi assumed Braid was also one of those children and ceased to inquire further. "Break time is over. You lazybones, continue with your straight punches," Gotsi bellowed. Under the guidance of Mosquito Girl and Tornado, Braid diligently found his position and mastered the correct stance for a straight punch, securing his earplugs and immersing himself in training without hesitation. Justice must grow stronger. It is imperative to become even more formidable. Punch, punch, do not cease. You shall be the harbingers of justice, the divine emissaries on earth, and any sign of weakness is utterly intolerable. Throughout the trainees' practice, Gotsi tirelessly repeated a few fixed phrases, seemingly urging them on. Braid, faintly hearing Gotsi's shouts, was struck by the realization that the world government's brainwashing efforts were gradually unfolding. It was not far off. How infuriating! With a smug demeanor, Millard, while executing straight punches, cast sidelong glances at Braid, muttering to herself, "One is an extraordinarily beautiful and rare subhuman, a super dangerous species. The other is an adorably petite tornado. How could they possibly play with a boy? No matter how good-looking he is, it is simply unacceptable. Girls should play with girls, and girls should like girls. You had better silence yourself. You are distracting me, perverse Millard." Esteth's hawk-like gaze pierced through. "If you are willing to engage me in earnest, I shall forgive you." Millard rolled her eyes dramatically, made a gesture as if zipping her lips, and then slyly stole glances at Esteth, occasionally displaying a lecherous grin, as if savoring a fond recollection, constantly licking her lips. Before long, Millard shifted her focus back to Braid, her languidly beautiful features gradually losing their smile as she recalled events from several days prior. When Tornado had her foot on Millard, initially, she paid no heed to her swollen cheek, ignoring Tornado's warning not to harm Braid, eagerly peeking under Tornado's skirt, "Until you are relentless. For safety's sake, it's better to eliminate you." Millard discerned from Tornado's expression that this was no idle threat, and she finally felt fear. Before Millard could plead for mercy, Braid interjected, "Tornado, enough." Those simple 4 words saved Millard, yet this only further incensed her. The noble, powerful, willful little queen she envisioned had actually heeded someone else's command? How could this be? By what right? Absolutely not. The collapse of her idol persona, combined with jealousy from feeling her prized possession was being taken away, rendered Millard utterly disfigured, as if separated from her essence, a blur of chaos. Kill him. Millard silently gritted her teeth. In that moment, malice and murderous intent permeated the air. Everything around transformed. The trainee's breaths, emotions, movements. Braid suddenly gained clarity, as if the fog had lifted. In mere seconds, bang. Little Braid? Hey, Braid. Chapter 11. Attractive individuals never wear a frown. Undoubtedly, Brad awakened to the power of observation hockey, a development that seemed to arrive with bewildering suddenness and ease, far surpassing his own expectations. Brad had anticipated a prolonged absence of sight and sound, preparing himself for a duration of 6 months or even a year. Yet, sometimes fate unfolds in the most miraculous ways. With a solid foundation of extraordinary circumstances, a meticulously crafted training regimen, unwavering determination, and most importantly, an appealing appearance. Those who are attractive seldom find themselves in dismal situations. They are often graced by a modicum of fortunate serendipity. Thus, everything becomes remarkably effortless, as if the waters flow naturally to form a channel. Millard played the role of that slight touch of luck, addressing Brad's profound resentment, malice, and murderous intent, allowing him to gain a faint perception. Through this nebulous awareness, Brad seized the opportunity to strengthen and amplify his abilities, ultimately achieving a complete awakening of observation hockey. However, he did not manage to control the limitless release of his mental energy, leading to a state of exhaustion where his weary body could no longer endure, resulting in yet another fainting spell. When he awoke, it was the following morning in the infirmary of Cypherpole Academy. Awake. How splendid! The ever-energetic mosquito girl exclaimed, her excitement unyielding despite a sleepless night. Brad, how are you? Doctor, what are you shouting about? How many times must I tell you to address me as Lord Bill? I am your chief instructor, came a hoarse voice from a shadowy figure with a bald head and a meticulously presented appearance, the most striking feature being a monocle over his left eye. A figure entered from outside, holding a cup of coffee and remarked, "Give him some water. He is fine and doesn't need examination, merely overworked." Mosquito Girl rolled her eyes. One of them. What? Bill responded, astonished. She emphasized with seriousness, one of the chief instructors. Bill fell silent, his pride severely wounded. In truth, he was hardly even a chief instructor, merely a perverse nuisance who, under the cover of night, would prattle beside others' beds. Humph. Such disdainful remarks. Completely disregarding the decorum expected between teacher and student, and the basic respect due to fellow human beings, who else could dare to act with such arrogance except for Tornado? Faced with Tornado's formidable presence, which allowed her to flout numerous conventions, Bill sheepishly touched his nose and slinked away. Thank you for your concern, Brad smiled warmly, his restored vision bringing him joy. Mastering observation hockey uplifted his spirits. He was right. He was fine. Tornado, with her head turned, muttered awkwardly, "I don't care about you. You show off. Anyway, I don't know who it was, but yesterday you lay on the ground like a stranded fish." Brett chuckled, finding Tornado's antics exceedingly amusing. Tornado flared up, exclaiming, "Are you still laughing? Fool, idiot, big dummy." "All right." Brett sat up and said, "Joanna, please help me find some food. I am famished." The mosquito girl darted away with agility. Leaning against the headboard, Brett spread his arms wide, declaring, "Celebrate my success, Tornado. I have triumphed." Tornado looked on in astonishment. "I have succeeded in mastering the observation hockey," Brett continued. Tornado's reaction was minimal. She did not share in Brett's joy, merely responding with a flat, "Oh." To alleviate the awkwardness, Brett swiftly changed the subject, noting, "What's the deal with that instructor Bill? A clown specifically tasked with brainwashing." Tornado remarked with evident disdain for Bill. Braid chuckled softly, "Oh? He often sneaks into others' rooms at night while everyone is asleep, babbling away? Not just anyone's room would he dare to invade. He once ventured into mine, and I sent him soaring into the stormy clouds for a night. It was sheer luck that the lightning spared him." Hiki. Tornado counted on his fingers. He also dared to enter Esthes's chamber, where she regarded him as an adversary and nearly twisted his head off. He had also intruded into Mira's room, where he was met with a swarm of insects. After that, he never returned to our quarters, and the Academy has mandated our silence on the matter. Brett appeared contemplative for a moment. "A tornado?" he pondered. "Yesterday, as I awakened to the perception of observation hockey, I inadvertently overextended my mental faculties. For a fleeting few seconds, I sensed a multitude of terrifying auras enveloping a significant portion of Mariewa. What relevance does this hold for me? Tornado inquired, taken aback. Braid, they are far more powerful than you. Your dream is to protect your sister, but your current strength is utterly insufficient. Shall we strive together? Together, we shall. Brett was not jesting. He spoke the truth. Although within the Cypher Pole Academy, Tornado holds the title of the foremost in terms of combat prowess. Even the instructors cannot compare. However, when one gazes upon Mariewa, it becomes evident that there are at least 7 or 8 individuals who surpass Tornado in strength. And what of the entire world government? Mariewa merely serves as the nucleus of the world government, which boasts the most formidable military force, the Navy, scattered throughout the seas. If we extend our gaze to the entire world? Very well. Tornado responded with enthusiasm. Brett closed his eyes in a moment of repose, pausing the conversation to contemplate his forthcoming plans. To awaken his observation hockey, he relied on his extraordinary mental prowess. However, the mastery of armament hockey was evidently not solely contingent upon such mental strength. It primarily depended on physical conditioning, which Brett's still youthful body was ill-equipped to sustain. Thoughts of Nin and chakra flitted through his mind, but he dismissed them, deciding instead to continue honing his physique while simultaneously acquiring martial arts skills. Brad repeatedly admonished himself to temper his pride and impatience, striving to quell his overwhelming desire for power. After hastily satisfying his hunger, he returned to the training camp in the rear mountains. With his vision restored, Brad began to perceive the thoughts of his companions, taking his first meticulous look at them. Having previously lived in a state of profound isolation, Braid's initial impression of his companions was that where there are people, there exists a complex social hierarchy, even among children. The enigmatic Tornado loomed above, firmly occupying the apex of the food chain. The descendants of the Cypher Pole agents, led by Millard, and the orphan who reverently looked up to Esther's, formed 2 distinctly opposing factions, each harboring mutual disdain. The distinguished students and those deemed inferior lacked communication, fostering animosity. The former believed the latter were a hindrance, while the latter deemed the former arrogant. Regional origins further exacerbated the issues. The numerous contradictions were pronounced, yet, fortunately, they were merely children, preventing matters from escalating to bloodshed. However, what truly captivated most of Braid's attention was a particular individual, a slender boy with inconspicuous black hair, who consciously concealed his presence and rarely spoke, yet wore a cheerful smile. His name was Chisai Keijin. It was only when the instructor, Gotsi, called upon Chisai that Braid realized he had an extraordinary classmate. Chapter 12. In my dreams, I kill 4:00 a.m., rise. 4 to 5:00 a.m., morning hygiene and reading to enrich knowledge. 5 to 7:00 a.m., morning exercises, including 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer run. 7 to 7:30 a.m., breakfast. 7:30 to 11:30 a.m., academy courses, basic physical training. 11:30 a.m. to 1:00 p.m., lunch and a short nap. 1 to 7:30 p.m., academy courses, combat, interrogation, and other variable training. 7:30 to 8:00 p.m., dinner. 8 to 10:00 p.m., free time for reading and enriching knowledge. 10 p.m. to 4:00 a.m., hygiene and rest. This is the outline schedule. Pausing his writing, Braid hesitated, the tip of his pencil hovering over the notebook as he pondered, biting the eraser. One must not solely focus on rigorous training, Braid murmured. The black-haired boy across the dormitory, with a cheerful smile, closed his book and inquired, "What did you say?" Braid? Brett had not anticipated that upon moving into the dormitory of Cypher Pole Academy, his roommate would be none other than the enigmatic red-haired Shanks. While Tornado and Mosquito Girl expressed a desire to share a room with Brett, the distinction between genders, even among youngsters, prevailed. Gazing into the night through the window for quite some time, Brett lifted his chin, inquiring whether those books would be of use. The stoic red-haired Shanks replied affirmatively, expressing gratitude once more. Given Brett's age and the considerable gap in progress compared to the other students in the Rookie Agent Preparatory course, the Academy had previously exercised leniency towards him. It was only after he demonstrated exceptional talent and reached the standard of his peers that they intensified their oversight, including the stipulation for Brett to reside on campus. During Brett's last opportunity to notify his family before this arrangement was finalized, red-haired Shanks requested Brett's assistance in procuring several medical books. Contemplating this need for medical literature, Bread pondered whether other students also required items that the academy did not provide. The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Sweet confections, delightful toys and games, fashionable clothing, and even, at such a tender age, a yearning for nicotine and alcohol to escape from the weighty tales of their lives. Both boys and girls had their desires. However, the academy would not cater to all these whims, constrained by budgetary limitations and the belief that a life of scarcity would fortify the students' resolve. Furthermore, not all students were fortunate enough to possess monetary resources. Many were orphans with pockets emptier than their faces. Thus began the smuggling of items from outside the academy, either to earn pocket money or to cultivate personal connections. Bread contemplated this development. Clearly, in the world government, power and ability did not necessarily equate to status. He vividly recalled a recent visit by Spandam's father, Spandane, a high-ranking cipher pole official, to the academy. Through his observation and the keen perception of his observation hockey, Bread sensed just how weak Spandane truly was. However, upon reflection, Bread wondered what qualified Spandane to command those far more capable than himself. He was uncertain, but he recognized that Spandane possessed good interpersonal skills and knew how to navigate social situations. During the visit, the academy's instructors seemed quite welcoming, perhaps due to the numerous gifts he brought. Regardless, everyone appeared quite pleased. With these thoughts in mind, Bread calmly set down his notebook and asked, "Do you aspire to become a doctor, given your fondness for medical literature?" "It's merely a dream," red-haired Shanks replied with a faint smile, tinged with melancholy. Bread pondered for a moment, clenched his fist in encouragement, and murmured, "Keep going, good night." Midnight. The creaking of a door heralded the arrival of a shadowy figure at Bread's bedside. Instructor Bill, bald and imposing. He placed a hand upon Bread's forehead, whispering in a tone reminiscent of a sinister chant, "Forget your troubles, relinquish your thoughts, including the essence of who you are. At this moment, you are the government's most loyal warrior, a paragon of justice bathed in divine light." Suddenly, a flash of steel sliced through the air, narrowly grazing Bill's neck, causing him to collapse in terror. Bread, who appeared to be in a deep slumber, abruptly sat upright, his golden eyes wide with fury as he fixated on Bill, unhesitatingly wielding the wallpaper knife he had used to sharpen his pencil. "Damn it! Stop! Hey, help!" Bill cried out in a state of frantic disarray, scrambling across the floor in sheer panic. "What on earth is happening?" It seems our incompetent Bill has once again been startled. The laughter of the awakened trainees erupted, merging into a cacophony of merriment. With Bill dispatched, Bread fell back to the ground, seemingly slipping into slumber once more. Of course, it was a ruse. He had no desire to be subjected to brainwashing, especially given the mysterious substances Bill's hands harbored, which he could unmistakably smell. The following day, the hesitant inquiry came forth from a concealed figure. "Do you remember what transpired last night?" Bread wore a bewildered expression. "What happened?" he exclaimed. "Oh, you fell to the floor. Allow me to assist you back to bed." The hidden observer, aware of the situation, chose to remain silent. Brett's lips curled into a smirk. "You had better be cautious. I am quite adept at taking lives in my dreams." "Only when you truly commit murder will anyone believe you," remarked the crimson-clad figure with a sense of melancholy. Brett chuckled and methodically executed the phase plan. Morning exercise. "Little Brett, I can't run anymore," exclaimed the panting dragon, stretching out its arms, having barely covered 200 or 300 meters before yearning for a respite. Brett, feeling helpless, retreated while carrying Tornado on his back, admonishing, 5 kilometers remain. The rest you must run on your own. You've only persevered for a few days. Do not forget, you are the one tasked with protecting your sister." Meanwhile, Tornado had fallen asleep. "Shall I come?" The mosquito girl expressed concern, fearing that Brett might be overexerting himself. Bread shook his head and chuckled. "No worries. By the way, accompany me to Mary Geos this noon, and to the academy office. That wretched little scoundrel. Look at the mischief he has caused." Bill, trembling with trepidation, pointed at the pronounced mark on his neck, exclaiming, "He wanted to kill me. It was intentional." Gotzi furrowed his brow, pondering, "Who knows? This cohort of novices is indeed filled with peculiarities." "Enough of the complaints, Bill. It is entirely your carelessness. You clumsy, uncertain youths barging in to hypnotize before ensuring the children are even asleep. Many of them are consciously resisting the brainwashing, and it is your commotion that has made this secret endeavor public knowledge. Indeed, to be frightened to the point of losing control by a mere 6-year-old is quite the embarrassment." The conversation swiftly veered off course. "Speaking of which, It is about time we allowed them to engage with true power. Soon it will be clear who among them possesses genius and who is but a withered branch, allowing us to realign their training according to their specialties. Gotzi bit into his sandwich and mumbled, "Which ace operatives shall assist? I am aware of my own limitations and would not wish to misguide the youth. What about CP 9-foot Priest Alexander Anderson? A fine candidate, indeed. How did you come to think of him? Have you not seen the internal news? He has recently accomplished great feats. I recommend Barbara." Chapter 13. The little swindler, are you truly bold enough to demand 1,000 berries for a piece of inferior, less than 5-ounce cocoa butter chocolate? Little bread, are you a heartless capitalist? This trinket is worth merely a few berries outside the academy. The lively freckled girl, her face flushed with irritation and relying on her developmental advantage, slammed her hand on the table, glaring down at Bread, attempting to exert pressure on him, who had recently earned the notorious title of Little Swindler. Brad's smuggling operation has officially commenced, flourishing amidst a scarcity of resources, as the self-control of the youth is no match for that of adults. "Tia," Brad remarked calmly, "you mentioned that was outside the academy. Within the academy, there is no chocolate. Only we can swiftly navigate to the outskirts of Mariewa while the administration is inattentive. We possess stable channels and initial capital to procure what everyone desires. Therefore, you must comprehend that prices will rise in accordance with demand and scarcity." The girl, exasperated, retorted, "A moderate increase? How dare you speak of moderation?" Grinding her teeth in frustration, she keenly detected an unfamiliar sound. Glancing towards the windowsill, she spotted a leisurely figure, short legs dangling, clutching a chocolate wrapper, with cheeks stuffed like a gluttonous hamster. The faintly sweet aroma wafting through the air made her involuntarily swallow, as two little voices in her mind, battling for dominance, were swiftly overpowered by her inner gourmand. 5 pieces of chocolate. Note it down. I'll pay you after the holidays when I have money, she huffed angrily, delivering a rude gesture. The Price Bureau will surely catch you, and you'll be sentenced to the guillotine, little pickpocket. Criminal. Brett shrugged, shaking the legal tome in his hands. The most that can be imposed for price gouging is a fine. It hardly constitutes a crime. Moreover, the government has long since abolished the death penalty for most offenses. Besides, the Price Bureau lacks the authority to meddle in any matters concerning Cypher Paul. I am well read. You cannot deceive me. With a cheerful smile, the Mosquito Girl presented chocolate, bowing slightly as she extended her hand. "We welcome your next visit." As the young girl saw off the guests, Brett returned to his reading. Multitasking as he advised, do not indulge too much in snacks. They are detrimental to your teeth. Tornado swallowed the chocolate, maintaining her usual haughty demeanor. Who is indulging in snacks? I am not. Such childish matters cannot be deemed as indulgence. Brett shook his head in resignation. Unsurprisingly, Tornado was also a member of Brett's smuggling ring. Her room, along with that of Mosquito Girl, was a place that even the most daring would hesitate to search, serving as a perfect storage facility. Her reputation and strength were formidable enough to intimidate those with less than pure intentions, rendering them obedient and compliant, fearful of any tricks that might incur a cost. The arrangement allowed her to indulge freely, taking what she pleased. The owner and financier was Brett. The purchasing staff included Mosquito Girl, who also served as the shop's face, while Tornado represented the dark underbelly of society as the landlord. The smuggling team had a detailed division of labor. Knock, knock. A boy with dark skin and green eyes, looking somewhat older than his years, peered through the door, exhibiting a slight air of shyness and embarrassment. "Oh, Tuba Kane, you're playing cards and cigarettes," Brett gestured, and Mosquito Girl cheerfully presented the items. The boy, Tuba Kane Alhambra, wiped his nose and dryly stated, "I'll repay you later." "Not a problem. Just ask for what you desire. The repayment in the future is of little consequence," Brett replied, engrossed in his reading without lifting his gaze. What matters is the bond of friendship between companions, although it may be small and fragile. I will do my utmost to help you navigate through the most challenging phases of life, enriching your experience. He added, in any case, enjoy yourself. And keep the cigarettes hidden. Tuba Kane nodded vigorously, perhaps feeling a sense of guilt for being indebted. He sensed the pressure Brett placed upon him. Tia, a descendant of Cypher Pole agents, and Tuba Kane, a war orphan, received distinctly different treatment from Brett. He earned money from Tia while seeking favors from Tuba Kane. Hey, little Brett, what are you up to? The disparity in your treatment is glaring. Tornado remarked ambiguously, why do you charge some people while others receive your generosity without cost? Brett refrained from explaining, as it was impossible for him to reveal to Tornado the truth of being a schemer. Thus, he deftly shifted the subject, saying, "It's almost 10 o'clock. I shall return to rest and continue training tomorrow." That evening, on the eve of the World Conference, a seismic piece of news rapidly swept across the globe, affecting even the semi-closed Cypherpole Academy. The illustrious Admiral Zephyr, renowned for his military prowess, resigned and withdrew from public life, disheartened by the assassination of his wife and child. In an instant, the world was thrown into turmoil, and even the credibility of the world government was called into question. The troubles facing the world government were no ordinary concerns. The balance of power had been disrupted. Primarily, the Navy, the strongest military faction under the world government and a symbol of its supreme might, had been lacking one of its 3 admirals for several years. Zephyr's resignation further weakened the Navy, making it increasingly difficult to suppress the rampant pirates on the seas. Consequently, the world government was compelled to adjust its strategy, reallocating reserve forces to assist the Navy against hostile entities such as the Hunter Association and Wano country, aiming to demonstrate their resolve to maintain control. However, it remained uncertain whether the Hunter Association and Wano would seize the opportunity to instigate further chaos. Moreover, Zephyr's despair was not without reason. As an operative of the world government, Cypherpole, with its black-gloved agents, monitored both external and internal affairs, ensuring protection for the families of high-ranking officials. Yet, Zephyr's loved ones fell victim to the vengeance of his enemies right under Cypherpole's watchful eyes. His resignation was a silent outcry of anger, questioning and condemning the world government. The implications of Zephyr's plight would undoubtedly instigate panic among high-ranking officials, fearing that their loyalty to the government could lead to a fate akin to his, one of ruin and loss. The Navy would undoubtedly rally in support of their esteemed admiral, potentially igniting further discord with the world government. The Zephyr incident, though not immediately close to Bread, resonated deeply within him, revealing the unreliability of the world government, a realization that intensified his desire for strength. In the stillness of dawn, during a silent training session, Tornado indulged in laziness, comfortably climbing onto Bread's back to catch up on sleep. As they ran, Bread cast a sideways glance, spotting a striking figure pursuing them. "Little Bread, wait up," Isteth called out, approaching with an air of confidence. "I heard you can buy things outside the academy. Could you help me purchase a few packs of sanitary pads? I started my period yesterday. Also, please get me 2 pairs of pure cotton panties, preferably in blue and white stripes, as the ones provided by the academy are quite uncomfortable." Brett, is such directness truly appropriate? Chapter 14. The ice blue monster time moves forward steadily amidst the myriad emotions of human joy, sorrow, toil, pain, and anger, never delaying by even a second for any reason, adhering to an unyielding rigidity. As time progresses, the curriculum for the rookie agents in reserve gradually expands, becoming increasingly brutal, or rather, revealing its true nature. Initially, it involved combat training, infused with competitive spirit and channels for venting frustrations. Conflicts erupted among the descendants of the Cypherpole agents, the orphan camp, and the rival factions of both high-achieving and underperforming students, exacerbated by regional disparities between the affluent and the impoverished. Daily, some would raise their fists in triumph, while others would fall, bruised and battered. In addition to combat, instructors began transitioning from teaching combat skills to imparting lethal techniques, ordering the trainees to take lives with their own hands. They started with common animals such as snakes, mice, chickens, ducks, and cats, gradually progressing to monkeys, baboons, and gorillas, primate species closely resembling humans. It was evident that the trainees were not far from the reality of killing. As the trainees acclimated to ending lives, Bill, the instructor responsible for interrogation training, led them to practice the often theorized techniques of torture, escalating from ending lives to tormenting them. Surprisingly, the inept Bill displayed a certain wit, occasionally uttering startling phrases. Interrogation is an art. It is an exceptional method that helps you discern the human heart. Once you can make a monkey beg for mercy, you will graduate from your interrogation course. Haha, perhaps a bit exaggerated. In summary, the Cypherpole Academy systematically erodes the humanity of its students, at least diminishing it, preparing them for the time when they ascend to the ranks of agents, ready to carry out missions against targets of any age or gender without hesitation. Meanwhile, Brett's little shop flourished, as the bloody realities continuously impacted the immature psyches of the youth, reshaping their unstable perceptions. Only a few maintained emotional stability, leading lives as usual, while the majority sought redemption through distractions like snacks, books, or the release offered by nicotine, alcohol, and even sedatives. It was not that emotional stability was unattainable, but those who rejected redemption either became neurotic or developed a twisted delight in the sight of blood, slowly devolving into perverse beings. Brad is doing well. He is one of the few individuals who maintains a steady demeanor, continuing his life with unwavering consistency. He diligently adheres to his phased plan, compelling himself to exercise patience and wait. Mid-October, following the World Conference. "Hello, children," greeted the amiable priest, cradling the Bible. Brett understood that his initial phase plan was now obsolete. "This is Mr. Alexander Andrusen, one of our ace operatives from Cipher Pole. You may refer to him as Father." Gotzi introduced Andrusen on behalf of the instructors, stating, "You have each endured training ranging from nearly 100 days to over a year, and we believe you are now qualified to engage with true power. Hence, we have invited Mr. Andrusen and other elite individuals to impart their knowledge." "Wow, incredible. None, chakra. Dominance. Father, what will you teach us?" The youth cheered, their enthusiasm palpable. "Ah, such lively spirits. It seems you have begun to grasp some concepts of true power," Andrusen remarked with a smile. "Without further ado, I shall be your instructor on None." With a swift motion, Andrusen inscribed the character Fornin in large letters on the blackboard. What is None? In simple terms, it refers to the ability to freely manipulate the innate life energy that every individual and creature possesses, elevating it into forms of offensive and defensive power. Dominance and chakra are fundamentally aligned. Ding, ding, ding. With a flick of his wrist, Andrusen transformed a cup brimming with water into a sieve, water flowing forth in a stream so rapid that none could discern the process. This reflects your current state as well as that of the general populace. Unbeknownst to them, they are gradually losing their subtle life energy. Andrusen continued. How does one perceive life energy and subsequently manipulate it freely? After all, this dormant power within remains inaccessible to the vast majority throughout their lives. After a brief pause, he addressed a raised hand. "Child, what is your question?" "Father, I would first like to see your Nun for a more intuitive understanding," said Esteth, her style invariably direct and concise. Andrusen maintained his smile, flipping his wrist to reveal a glistening sword. "Am I seeing things? How magnificent! A manifested weapon?" The students whispered amongst themselves. Yet, Esteth felt a wave of disappointment and retorted, "Please, something more direct. If anyone does not love the Lord, let that person be cursed. The Lord will surely come. Amen." A biblical quote escaped his lips, and his gentle smile transformed into a menacing grin, exuding a terrifying aura akin to a raging tempest. "Settle down, children." In an instant, the youths fell silent, cold sweat cascading down their backs, a haunting thought invading their minds. If they did not comply, death was imminent. Esteth, standing, felt this reality most acutely, having borne the brunt of Andrusen's focus. Yet, she did not sit. Instinct drove her to retreat swiftly like a small female leopard. Preparing for battle, yes, she was ready to fight. However, the aura of Andrusen relentlessly pursued Esteth like a maggot clinging to bone. Have you grasped the distinction between possessing and lacking the ability to wield such power? Andrusen reigned in his presence, restoring the gentle visage of a priest. A collective sigh of relief wafted through the crowd. Yet, suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. A cacophony of crackling energy, more ferocious and domineering than Andrusen's own, surged around Esteth. As black and crimson arcs of electricity crackled and danced, swiftly conjuring a tsunami of chaos. What the? Bang, bang, bang. The scene descended into turmoil, with countless individuals frothing at the mouth and collapsing to the ground. The power of the Conqueror's hockey? This child is a monster. Has the overwhelming pressure awakened a hidden supreme talent? Remarkable, indeed. The instructor group stood aghast, but the surprise outweighed their fear. "I bear no ill will, child. Remain calm," surveying the fallen around him. Andrusen exhaled. Violence is not permitted against comrades. It is only sanctioned against heretics. Chapter 15. The initial experience of power. Little bread. Little bread. The crisp, youthful voice of Tornado called for attention, but received only a vacant, lifeless gaze in return, provoking a sense of irritation and frenzy. "What nonsense are you spouting? I've been calling you for ages. Honestly, you rude dolt with your ears locked. Fool. Golden-haired buffoon." Brett rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You are far too noisy, Tornado. Kindly be quiet. I am preoccupied with my training." "Quiet? Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. Who told you to ignore me?" "Humph." Tornado crossed her arms defiantly, tilting her head at a sharp angle, exuding an air of haughty arrogance. Yet, moments later, she cast a sidelong glance and muttered, Unless there's high-quality milk involved." "Listen well. I am not interested in growing taller, nor do I have a fondness for milk. This is merely a sincere apology for your disregard towards me. Brett, with both hands, offered milk to the formidable figure before him, lost in contemplation regarding the concept of Nien. Despite encountering several challenges earlier in the day, Anderson successfully conducted an introductory lesson on Yin in the afternoon. A few hours prior, he declared, "All right, children. Let us gather our spirits and embark anew on the path toward discovering true power." Donning a deep-colored shirt in place of his clerical robe, he continued with warmth. "I have elucidated what Yin truly is. Now, how shall we learn it? There are two options: self-study or receiving assistance from others for enforced learning. The latter is also the reason why the study of Yin precedes that of dominance and chakra, as the latter cannot be learned through coercion. Receiving assistance for enforced learning? That implies one need not toil away their time. I refuse to believe that there are free lunches in this world." Silence. "You are disturbing my thoughts." Anderson's remarks ignited a fervent discussion among the youths regarding the option of enforced learning for Yin. "Do not rush, children. Allow me to finish," he said, maintaining his composure, signaling for quiet with a downward motion of his hands. "Burn," he stated, delineating the four key elements: point, tongue, refinement, and action. Let us first discuss self-study of Yin. The relentless physical training and combat you engage in daily is, in fact, a form of self-study in Yin, as it fortifies the physical strength contained within your bodies. However, this alone is insufficient. You must also enhance your spirit to bolster the latent power within. Ultimately, the strength of the body and the potential of the spirit must synergize, with spiritual force adeptly governing physical strength, allowing you to truly feel and awaken your life energy. Methods for strengthening the body are well known to all. But how does one fortify the spirit? I fear the average person may be oblivious to this, necessitating the aid of burn. Burn refers to igniting the mind, representing the steadfastness of will, and serves as the foundational training method for fortifying the spirit. It can be divided into four main practices: focusing the mind on a central point, gazing within oneself, then establishing a goal, transforming thoughts into words, enhancing one's willpower, and ultimately, converting will into action. He paused momentarily. Perhaps some of you may not grasp this entirely. That is perfectly fine. In my youth, I too found myself bewildered by the instructor's explanations. Anderson chuckled. "Allow me to demonstrate. I will focus intently on the thought of ending your lives. However, do not be alarmed, especially you, Esther's." The youths were amused by Anderson's jest. Holding the Bible in one hand and resting the other atop it, Anderson closed his eyes. Point, center the mind, gaze within, and calm your emotions. Tongue. In the stage of the point, transform the images depicted in your mind into words. That phrase, whether silently recited or spoken aloud, is, "I shall end your lives." As soon as Anderson opened his eyes, an unsettling sensation enveloped the students. This feeling quickly intensified, causing many of them to tremble. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the phenomenon known as Nin. Anderson oscillated between a terrifying demeanor and a disconcerting smile. In other words, if one's will is sufficiently strong, thoughts can manifest as actions. The young students pondered, is he insane? This is utterly terrifying. Enough, Anderson clapped his hands. The lesson on none will be temporarily suspended. What? He hasn't yet revealed the secrets of forcibly learning none through the assistance of others. The students anxiously tugged at their ears. Accepting help to forcibly learn none is not a conventional method. You are all at a stage of rapid mental growth, where the awakening of life energy is most easily triggered. Therefore, I urge you to strive for self-directed learning. After some contemplation, Anderson continued, I have encountered many exceptionally gifted children. Under the right conditions, once they came into contact with Nan, they awakened their life energy in just a week or a few weeks. Quite remarkable. You must also put in the effort. Father? Tornado raised her hand and inquired, what if a person's life energy is inherently in a state of explosive overflow? The crowd responded, I accept a 6-month special appointment at the academy. Anyone among you who awakens their life energy, I will provide individual instruction. Once the 6 months are over, I will offer assistance to those who have not awakened their life energy. Anderson glanced at Tornado, his admiration shining through his refined gaze. Child, remember to visit me in my office. At that moment, Brett interjected abruptly, I have succeeded. Tornado calmly sipped through her straw. Bathed in warm light, Brett, seemingly enveloped in a mist, noticed that Tornado shared a similar state with him, the only difference being akin to that between a kitten and a tiger. Tornado was engulfed in a vortex of life energy, embodying her namesake, a tornado, a storm. Little Brett, Do you know what that overlord-colored hockey of his death is? The instructors appeared quite astonished. Tornado puffed out her cheeks. It sounds amusing. I would like to possess it as well. It is a manifestation of personal charisma, a rarity among millions, signifying immense potential. The effect, I believe, is to intimidate and deter those without none. Moreover, those who possess the overlord hockey can instill fear in all living beings. As for any additional effects, I am uncertain. Stretching his limbs, Brett remarked, I intend to seek out Father Anderson. Will you accompany me? Absolutely. Tornado replied decisively. Brett cast a glance at the restless mosquito girl and encouraged her. You can do it, Joanna. Chapter 16. The enigma of the tornado's height in the office of the instructors, Father Anderson inquired. Which student do you think will be the first to enter? As Gotzi savored his cup of coffee, he idly joined the discussion. Father Anderson, polishing his glasses and squinting through his blurred vision, responded with a smile, You are the most familiar with them, more so than any other teacher, let alone me, who is encountering them for the first time. So, who do you believe will be the first to step through the door? Excluding the green-haired girl who has been kissed on the forehead by God, she is the most astonishing being I have encountered in nearly 40 years. Even more so than the annual water god tsunami near Justice Island, which is a monumental natural disaster. I would even dare to admit that she is the child of God. An angel, Father Anderson added. Indeed, the tornado is quite exaggerated. Gotzi shook his head, then confidently declared, Esther, I believe Esther will be the first to enter. Anyone who doubts the resolve of one possessing conqueror's hockey must surely be mad. Moreover, she has inherited the bloodline of the Brutus clan and has painstakingly honed her body into a robust form. Thus awakening her life energy would pose no challenge for her. Father Anderson adjusted his glasses. The Brutus clan? The formidable tribe from the desolate ice plains of the far north, known for hunting super dangerous magical beasts? Precisely. She is the little princess of the Brutus clan, Gotzi replied, brimming with pride. In the future, she is destined to be a member of the Holy Shield. Father Anderson nodded slowly, a sympathetic sigh escaping his lips. Another unfortunate child. Indeed, Gotzi echoed, sighing as well. That detestable phantom troop truly is audacious. They dare to seize whatever catches their fancy, regardless of who it is. A few years ago, they set their sights on the Brutus clan. But thanks to the clan's desperate resistance, though they suffered heavy losses and Esther remains the sole survivor, the phantom troop, having encountered formidable opposition, is now battered and barely clinging to life, unable to continue their reign of terror. It is indeed a relief. We must eradicate evil completely, especially criminal organizations like the Phantom Troop that have a legacy. Who knows if anyone will inherit their will and raise the banner of the Phantom Troop? Bill interjected. A troublesome bunch, indeed. Speaking of which, you haven't answered my question, Father Anderson, Gotzi reminded him. Brett Heyman, Father Anderson replied with a smile. Gotzi's first reaction was, Do you know him? You might be aware that Brett is Rasky's nephew, Father Anderson stated. Another unfortunate child. His parents were elite scientists in the scientific corps who tragically perished. I presided over their funeral. I see, Bill exclaimed, quickly asking, how did the child describe it? Mature and exceedingly composed, the mere act of locking eyes with him sends a chill down my spine. Surely, you were terrified by his sleepwalking. Ha ha ha. The instructors jested. To prevent Bill from stealthily sneaking into his room at night for self-hypnosis, Brad deliberately refrained from sleep for an entire week. He intended to confront Bill with a knife should he appear, and only after that would he allow himself to rest. Ultimately, the instructors unanimously concluded that he was afflicted with somnambulism and, in consideration of Bill's safety, decided to temporarily halt Brad's hypnosis sessions. Why Brad, one might ponder. Millard, the young scion of the Auberge family, also possesses immense potential, Gotzi remarked with curiosity. Anderson opened the Bible, preparing to read, and said, I am not familiar with which child Millard is. I actually believe Esther's would be the first to enter, but I prefer to entertain a bit of anticipation. Isn't that delightful? Of course, the most beautiful sight would be them entering together. Is it the hope of the elder for the younger? Gotzi nodded in agreement. You are absolutely correct. The more talent there is, the better. This way, the righteous fist of justice can crush the vile heads of evildoers. Before he could finish, there came a series of authoritative knocks. Knock, knock, knock. Bang. The door was unceremoniously pushed open. Tornado entered with light steps, while Brad appeared somewhat awkward, accompanied by the inscrutable Esther's. Anderson closed the Bible he had just opened, visibly pleased, and began to recite, That light is the true light, which enlightens every man that comes into the world. Amen. To think that while awakening the vital energy, one could also comprehend and utilize the concept of entanglement. What? Look, this is an extraordinary talent. A prodigy, no, a genius unprecedented in the nearly 800 years of Cipher Pole's history. Astonishment, tremors, and dread, every instructor widened their eyes in disbelief, stunned into silence. Even though they had made precise predictions, they were still overwhelmed by the reality that surpassed their expectations, shattering their preconceived notions. At that moment, they finally understood that perhaps they were unworthy to call themselves teachers. They realized they might need to start ingratiating themselves with these young prodigies. They comprehended that they were likely witnessing the dawn of a new era. Congratulations, children. Anderson rose to his feet. Follow me. We shall find a suitable place to demonstrate. In mere moments, within just a few hours, to awaken the vital energy, undoubtedly. You are all exceptionally remarkable, children, Anderson praised. Tornado, growing impatient, urged, this is tedious. Hurry up. Patience, little Tornado, Anderson replied gently. To awaken the vital energy autonomously and to accept assistance for its forced awakening is the true essence of learning to manipulate vital energy freely. This is what we call Nyen. There are 4 major schools of thought regarding Nyen. The first is entanglement, and you have already grasped the initial secrets. Do you recall the cup of water I showed you? Is Death remarked. Does life energy subtly dissipate without our awareness? To which Anderson replied, indeed. The technique of binding serves to completely confine our life energy within our bodies. Through this binding, one can enhance physical strength and significantly resist the signs of aging more effectively than the average person. Braid raised an eyebrow. Does life energy equate to lifespan to some extent? Indeed, young Braid, Anderson bore no ill will towards Braid's impolite interruption. Tornado, however, spoke cautiously. Hesitantly, might this entanglement affect growth? After careful consideration, Anderson replied, I believe an ordinary person would not be affected. The entanglement ensures that life energy does not dissipate unnecessarily. It refers to not wasting it in vain. In the future, when you engage in battles and hone your skills using powers like thought, dominance, and chakra, it constitutes an act of releasing life energy. Thus, there is a balance of gain and loss, forming a cycle. He shifted the topic. I am uncertain. Anderson remarked. This is the first time I have encountered someone with life energy so vast, seemingly inexhaustible, especially since you have long understood entanglement. A crisp snap echoed, the sound of a heart shattering. Tornado, Chapter 17. Didn't we agree not to grow taller? When God closes one door, he invariably opens another window. Conversely, when God opens a window, he must close another door concerning the lives of others. God has personally constructed for you a grand seaside villa, replete with countless doors and windows, allowing you to open and close them at will. Tornado's life circumstances, however, took a turn when she accidentally broke the handle of a door or window, named height, while playing near them. Indeed, it was not God who deprived Tornado of her height. Rather, God was too fond of her, reluctant to allow even the slightest grievance to befall his illegitimate daughter. It was Tornado herself, unconsciously, who deprived her own height. Upon discovering the truth, Tornado was heartbroken. Look, little Braid, he is so tall. Please, Tornado, he belongs to the giant clan. I want to grow tall like an adult to take care of Fubuki. You will fret not. Your growth cycle is merely prolonged, which may not be a bad thing. It signifies that your youth remains eternal. When others are 10, you appear 10. When they are 20, you still look 10. And when they reach 30 or even 40, you remain 10. Wow, you say I'm short. I never said that. The sobbing Tornado was truly fearsome, unreasonable and willful, incessantly noisy, especially with her vibrant spirit. Braid felt utterly exhausted. He had spent nearly an entire day soothing the dragon, leaving him no opportunity to pursue his own cultivation. Little Braid, the dragon choked out, its small mouth quivering, eyes glistening with tears the size of beans, vacant and dim, vividly illustrating the essence of utter despondency. Brad nodded. I am here. Oh. The tears flowed. Brett, after a moment's pause, will you accompany me? In the midst of despair, hope rises once more. How about it? Yes, indeed. Brett, after a brief contemplation, quickly comprehended that accompanying referred to maintaining a certain level of height with her. His verbal agreement was quite straightforward. Yet internally he could not help but scoff. How can one control the process of growth and development? That seems rather unreasonable. Moreover, have you not noticed? I am already nearly 10 centimeters taller than you. It is as if you still perceive me as shorter. Let us make a pact. You must swear. Tornado, striving to regain her composure, extended her hand toward Brett. Braid also extended his hand. Why is your hand larger than mine? No way. You've secretly grown taller like his death, you rascal. A deceiver. Tornado felt profoundly disheartened, believing the entire world was against her. She fled, and Braid did not pursue her. For he knew he could never catch up, especially since she could fly. With a deep sigh, Braid stood atop the mountain at the back of the academy. Gazing into the distance where the giants were rumored to roam, he murmured, the neighboring Navy Academy? Casting aside distractions, Braid seized the rare tranquility and devoted himself to the study of none. Anderson proved to be a competent mentor, meticulously explaining every detail with clarity and accompanied by vivid demonstrations. Braid grasped the essence of none. What remained was merely a systematic regimen of practice and refinement. RAP, a technique that thoroughly encapsulates one's life energy within the body, enhances physical strength, and significantly delays aging compared to ordinary individuals. Sever, which literally means to cut off life energy, allows one to eliminate their presence and offers remarkable restorative effects when fatigued. Train, a method to exert more life energy than usual. Release, the ultimate technique of none, culminating the 4 foundational aspects, with effects varying from person to person. Anderson also assisted Braid and Isdeth in determining the categories of their none, while Tornado did not participate, her silhouette appearing pale like a stone statue. The most common method employed was the water test, utilizing a glass of water and a floating object such as a leaf. The tester would unleash their none around the glass. The result revealed that Isdeth's water had taken on an unusual, intensely stimulating flavor that rendered the tongues of those who tasted it numb, indicating that her nin belonged to the transformation category, capable of altering the nature and form of nin. In that instant, she transformed the properties and shape of her nin into icy coldness. Brett's water condensation crystallization indicates that his none, akin to Anderson's, belongs to the materialization category. It allows for the transformation of one's none into objects imbued with special abilities, necessitating profound contemplation before the physical manifestation occurs. Furthermore, the augmentation of water pertains to the enhancement category, enabling one to bolster personal attributes or weaponry, significantly amplifying both defensive and offensive capabilities. Water that exhibits color relates to the emission category, permitting the release of none over considerable distances while maintaining its potency. The movement of floating objects on the water surface aligns with the manipulation category, empowering one to infuse nin into specific entities for control. In contrast, the diverse phenomena associated with water, alongside enhancement, transformation, materialization, emission, and manipulation categories, all fall under the enigmatic and inscrutable trait category of none. Notably, the foundational 4 aspects of nin encompass extended techniques, fusion techniques, and various forms such as concealment, condensation, circular forms, solidity, flow, and rigidity. Braid pondered deeply, grasping the rationale behind the Academy's decision to have the youth focus initially on the study of none. Unlike the esoteric nature of haki and chakra, the nin system is remarkably detailed and comprehensive. However, upon further reflection, disregarding the 6 fundamental properties of none, one finds that the practical applications of both none and haki largely overlap. The technique of binding and refining, which enhances the perception of biological auras, closely resembles the observation haki. Furthermore, the combined technique of binding and refining, which amplifies offensive and defensive capabilities through explosive nin, is akin to the armament haki. Consequently, Braid had previously inquired of Anderson, Father, can nin and haki be utilized concurrently? For instance, with armament haki and its fortification. Child, your primordial life energy is singular. Anderson replied gently. Braid frowned, contemplating the intricacies of the various categories. Enhancement, transformation, emission, manipulation, perhaps they were lacking. As for the specialization category, who could truly ascertain its potential? Regarding the materialization category, isn't its principle fundamentally about segmenting a portion of one's aura to manifest a tangible object, sustained by a requisite amount of aura to prevent its dissolution? If we assume an individual possesses an immensely vast reservoir of aura, essentially disregarding the aura required to maintain the materialized object, might there not be an opportunity to achieve a harmonious balance? Brett shook his head in silence, his heart in disarray. Having thoughts is a good thing, little Brett, Anderson remarked, ruffling Brett's hair. May the light of the Lord be with you. Amen. Chapter 18. The capricious femme fatale. Why are you alone? Where is the little whirlwind? The languid tone was laced with mockery, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse before feasting. Amidst the rugged stones, a nimble figure emerged, drawing near to the practicing Brett. Braid remained utterly indifferent, casting a sidelong glance. She has likely gone home to visit her sister, Mira. Oh, Mira elongated her vowels, gently licking her lips. Have you angered the little whirlwind? I can sense your malice, Mira. As clear as day, Braid remarked with a hint of melancholy. What? Have you finally resolved to trouble me? Mira, harboring jealousy and resentment due to Braid's possession of the whirlwind and her twisted affection for him, had long sought an opportunity to teach Braid a lesson. Unfortunately, the whirlwind was too attached to Braid, almost inseparable, leaving Mira with no means to act. Of course, teaching Braid a lesson was not her true objective. Her aim was to seize the whirlwind. Had the academy not permitted students to challenge one another following the introduction of combat training, she would have acted long ago. No need to be so menacing, little Braid, Mira said, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender, playfully adding, if only you were a girl. What a waste of such a beautiful face. Braid remained silent. I am not an ignorant individual. At the very least, I possess a certain level of understanding. I assure you, I shall behave myself. Millard, with a serious demeanor, transformed his surrendering posture into one of solemn oath, grinning as he said, so, little Braid, does your little shop still thrive? Help me procure a grand birthday cake, and rest assured, I shall compensate you handsomely. Whose birthday cake? Braid raised an eyebrow. Esther. Millard replied, his spirits soaring with joy, bubbling with excitement, and a hint of nervous anticipation. Just think about it. Poor Esther, all alone and adrift, how utterly helpless, how profoundly sorrowful, how painfully wretched. And on her birthday, someone suddenly appears, bearing a birthday cake and singing a heartfelt song of celebration for her. Would she be moved? Undoubtedly. At that moment, the opportunity for Lady Millard to topple her once more shall arise. Braid, once more? To topple his death? Again. Wait. Why is she so adept at manipulating young girls? Do you not favor Tornado? Braid scoffed disdainfully, a fickle-hearted vixen. Millard raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. Sighing deeply, you do not comprehend, young Braid. Girls are far more susceptible to charming girls than boys are to charming girls. I simply cannot restrain myself. 100,000 berries, Braid proclaimed, demanding an exorbitant price. Are you robbing me? Millard's fervent expression dissipated. Braid remained remarkably composed. What is the point of spending money to impress a woman? For 100,000 berries, I will gift you a bouquet of roses. All right, deal. Millard, evidently affluent, belonged to the illustrious Oberg family, a prominent faction within Cypher Paul. As he watched Millard hum a cheerful tune while departing, Braid caressed his fair chin, not out of mere gossip, but out of genuine curiosity regarding how Millard managed to conquer the icy queen, Esther's, known for her formidable demeanor. Approximately 6 months prior, the Cypher Pole Academy had commenced, where the novice Esters met the seasoned Millard under rather unconventional circumstances. Millard had lured Esters into a secluded grove, deceitfully claiming he possessed a method to enhance her strength. Subsequently, Esters found herself pinned to the ground, losing her first kiss, while Millard's inappropriate advances reached a second base. Thankfully, Millard had fled swiftly. Otherwise, the enraged Esters would have surely exacted her vengeance. After hearing the tale of Millard and Esters, Braid was left astounded. The storyteller, the Red Corpse Hermit, smiled knowingly. Have you awakened your life energy as well? Braid suddenly realized. The Red Corpse Hermit nodded slightly, resuming his serene perusal of books. Then why not consult Father Anderson? Braid expressed surprise at the hermit's leisurely demeanor. The Red Corpse Hermit replied, I prefer not to draw attention. Patience is key. With that, he fell silent. Braid sensed that the hermit's life energy was gradually stabilizing, closely adhering to his body before ultimately dissipating within. Undoubtedly, he had grasped the nuances of the technique independently. Remarkable, Braid mused to himself. Moving on to the room of the Mosquito Girl and Tornado, Braid sought to assess the Mosquito Girl's progress and whether Tornado had returned. Tornado had indeed returned. Her demeanor devoid of tears, yet her expression conveyed that the world owed her 500 billion berries. She held her head high, casting a disdainful glance at a certain little brat who had secretly grown taller. Humph, little Braid, am I too foolish? Meanwhile, the Mosquito Girl expressed her frustration. I can't feel anything. Patience, Joanna, you can do it, Braid encouraged her, playfully flicking her forehead with a bright smile. Trust me, and believe in yourself. The Mosquito Girl hesitated, but I really, Life energy is an innate force possessed by all living beings, even if you are not human. Braid asserted with unwavering confidence, drawing from his encounters with the hybrid ant species. Another scoff escaped Tornado, her voice considerably louder. Braid wrote, "Are you still unhappy? Shall we go out and have some fun? Where shall we go?" Tornado, with a seemingly aloof demeanor yet possessing a sincere heart. Red Nunu exclaimed, "The Naval Academy next door? Carry me." The Dragon Knight spread his arms wide. Braid found himself in a state of resignation. Not long after, employing his mental prowess, he effortlessly scaled the imposing walls of the Cypher Pole Academy, which had previously deterred all but the flying mosquito girl and Tornado. Initially, he pondered the potential plummet in sales that his little black shop might experience in 6 months, but soon he and Tornado traversed the tranquil expanse of Songhai. Arriving near the Naval Academy, peering over the wall, he remarked on the unsettling silence. Was there truly no one around? Tornado tilted her head to the left, then to the right in curiosity. Brett unleashed his observation hockey. They were in the classroom, wandering about at their leisure. Compared to the Cypher Pole Agent Academy, the Navy Academy was far more expansive, equipped with superior facilities, and exuded an atmosphere of solemnity, likely owing to the demographics of its students. The pupils at the Cypher Pole Academy were all children and adolescents, whereas the Navy Academy was populated entirely by adult naval officers. As they strolled along, a casual call rang out, "Hey, you little brat." Braid turned his head, spotting a figure crouched in the shadow of the building's corner, swaying slightly, a burning cigarette clutched in hand. "Old man? In this state, it's quite easy for me to report you," Braid teased. The other party responded with silence. Chapter 19. Common Sense Quartet. Clad in a cap adorned with a seagull pattern, the man had unkempt, greasy hair that had not been washed for several days, high cheekbones, and sported a pair of brown-tinted sunglasses perched on his nose. His lips formed an oddly peculiar curve, which further accentuated the disproportion of his facial features, rendering him comically amusing, akin to a humorous side character in a film who wouldn't survive a minute. Yet, this was Borsalino, codenamed Kazuru, a prodigious genius recognized within the Navy Academy, the naval system, and even across all departments under the world government. Nevertheless, genius often comes with eccentricity, for reasons unknown. Borsalino had recently been expelled from class by the newly appointed commandant of the Navy Academy and found himself standing in the corner of the educational building, bored and restless. He noticed Braid and Tornado and, with a playful intent, decided to amuse himself at the expense of the children. "Old man? In this state, it's quite easy for me to report you." Braid's words left Borsalino momentarily speechless. "Really?" he muttered, rising to his feet. Although slender, he was far from frail, exuding a robust presence at an imposing height of approximately 2 meters and 45 centimeters. "You little brat, not charming in the slightest." Tornado tugged at Braid's clothing. Her lips pursed in discontent as she evidently became self-conscious about her height. After all, without comparison, one suffers no harm. "All right, let's go," Braid said, turning away. Tornado took a couple of steps, then abruptly turned back, indignantly cursing, "Sooner or later, someone will break your legs, you lanky pole. Just because you're tall. Silly giant." Borsalino paused momentarily, then carelessly remarked, "If someone were to break my legs, I'd still be taller than you." Tornado was left speechless, pointing at Borsalino with a look of utter helplessness, seeking assistance from Braid. Braid pondered for a moment, adopting an air of feigned innocence, yet with a tongue as sharp as a blade, remarked, "Let us refrain from conversing with him. One glance reveals he is precisely the type who neglects his studies," leaving the teacher no choice but to cast him outside to brave the cold. Not only is his character questionable, but his appearance fails to do justice to humanity. He must be utterly rotten to the core. One who associates with the dark will inevitably become tainted. We ought to distance ourselves from him swiftly, lest we become sullied by his presence. Braid, feeling a surge of exhilaration, swiftly departed from the tumultuous scene, momentarily indifferent to Borsalino. His true interest lay in the esteemed commandant of the Naval Academy, the legendary retired Admiral Blackarm Zephyr. It was indeed a pity. "Whose child are you?" inquired the guards stationed at the teaching building, halting Braid's progress. "No running allowed here. This is a military zone," they chuckled. The guards escorted Braid out of the Naval Academy, marking the end of a failed infiltration attempt. Tornado returned to normalcy, while Braid found a newfound tranquility, diligently and even rigorously continuing his training for over a month. In the year 1491 of the sea calendar, as the new year commenced, The Cypher Pole Spy Academy graciously allowed the offspring of agents with family to reunite for 2 days, while the orphans celebrated collectively. During this time, a portly middle-aged man, savoring his meat, made an unaccompanied visit to the Cypher Pole Spy Academy. He was the public spokesperson for the world government and, behind the scenes, the highest-ranking official of Cypher Pole, Ernest. Minister Ernest, what brings you here? The instructors greeted him amiably. Ernest, in a congenial manner, exchanged pleasantries with the instructors and teachers, eventually stopping at the office of the rookie agent training cadre. There's no need for formalities, he said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he unceremoniously took a seat, the chair creaking under his weight. After catching his breath, he inquired, "How is the training progress of the children, my dear gardeners?" The gathered staff exchanged glances, and Gotzi, acting as a representative, replied, "We are beginning to see results." "Beginning to see results? That is too slow," Ernest retorted, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Gotzi, maintaining his composure, responded, "Sir, they are merely children. They require ample time to grow." "I care not. That is your responsibility," Ernest asserted, his demeanor firm and unreasonable. "Is there a special task at hand?" Gotzi hesitated, his brow furrowing deeply. "Many of them are promising stars, possessing the potential to become the backbone of the future Cypher Pole system. I am personally reluctant to gamble with their tender lives." Ernest turned in his chair, declaring, "Indeed, there is a special task, but it is not convenient for me to disclose. Ultimately, if they perish, it merely demonstrates their true caliber, does it not? Spare me your hesitations and provide me with a few names, Gotzi. In 6 months, I will personally deliver them to your side for further instructions." Gotzi attempted to dissuade Ernest from his intentions. They have much training left to complete, including aspects of loyalty. Ernest shook his head. "Time waits for no one, Gotzi. This is an order. There is no room for negotiation." Gotzi sighed, deliberating extensively before gritting my teeth and stating, "The most outstanding student this term is Tornado. Yet she is a crucial experimental subject of the scientific unit. You must communicate with them. Furthermore, Barutus Ides, Millard Ogber, and the infamous Red Dead Bread Hyman. Little Bread is barely over 6, not yet 7. Someone remarked compassionately. Gotzi, in a state of agitation, retorted, "But the other children have yet to even grasp the basics." A chuckle escaped from Onest, who waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need to be so worked up. I comprehend your sentiments. They are indeed the fruits of your labor. Moreover, as the highest-ranking officer of Cypher Pole, I too desire capable subordinates. If they truly possess the potential you laud, rest assured, I am no miser. I shall provide them with superior conditions for growth." On January 3rd, Ides, Millard, Red Dead Bread formed a quartet, yet it is commonly understood that a quartet consists of 5 members, with Mosquito Girl included in Bread's personal combat strength. Meanwhile, Tornado faced a deluge of verbal onslaughts from the scientists of the scientific unit, who besieged Onest. The incident occurred suddenly. Bread managed only to leave a letter for Tornado. Chapter 20. True love lies between same sexes. Without notification, preparation, or any forewarning, and devoid of any stated purpose, the semi-finished agents produced by the Cypher Pole Agent Academy formed a standard 4-member team, gathering at Pine Sea outside the academy, awaiting their unknown mission. The wind whistled and rustled through the pine forest. Gazing at the scenery, Bread suddenly remarked, "Take a good look. Such opportunities may not come again." "How do you know?" Ides inquired. The silence that followed marked the formal breaking of the atmosphere. This silence stemmed from mutual discomfort or unfamiliarity, primarily regarding the idiosyncratic Ides. Teddy, who reacted to pretty girls as if aflame with desire, and Millard, who regarded any boy, handsome or otherwise, as mere refuse to be discarded. Braid shares a harmonious relationship with the Crimson Shadow, who happens to be his roommate, while the Mosquito Girl is utterly devoted to Braid. We remain as unripe fruit. Had it not been for the urgent need of the farmer, or perhaps a request from a guest, how could the farmer bear to harvest? Braid metaphorically suggests that once we formally join the ranks of agents, we shall never find a moment to complete our tasks. Esther, crossing her legs and smiling coyly, expressed her anticipation. "Oh, I see. How fortunate, as I have grown weary of my time at the academy. I yearn for the relentless pursuit of battle and the thrill of bloodshed." In the wake of her words, a playful laugh from Millard followed. Her languidly beautiful face flushed with an unhealthy, perverse crimson hue, exuding a sense of lasciviousness that hinted at the unspeakable thoughts swirling in her mind. With a snap, an icy chill filled the air as a spear of ice erupted from Braid's fingertips. piercing Millard's neck. Esther coldly warned, "You would do well to temper your behavior, Millard. Do not underestimate my intellect. I comprehend the implications behind your past actions and could easily eliminate you at any moment. Yet, you will eventually grasp the philosophy that true love exists only between the same sex. While relationships with the opposite sex are merely for the sake of procreation, I shall await your understanding." Blood dripped as Millard, unfazed, smiled broadly and opened her arms wide, adding, "To perish by your hand would not be so bad, for you are, after all, someone I admire." "Ah, a grave adorned with lilies," Bread murmured with a smirk. "Your thoughts are truly avant-garde. However, with the lofty ambitions you have set, are you certain there are no issues?" He appeared quite lively. On the other hand, Ernest, panting heavily, plopped down at the gazebo, his substantial frame seeking respite from the heat, as if gasping for breath. "Greetings, children. I am the highest commander of Cipher Pole. Ernest. You may refer to me as Commander, Commander Ernest, Minister, or Minister Ernest, as you wish." "Indeed, Commander," replied Breadwin, "but please refrain from excessive pretense with your capabilities. It is improbable that you would tire after merely traversing a short distance." Ha. Ernest laughed, his earlier fatigue and weakness seemingly dissipating. "You possess keen perception. You must be Bread Haman, the youngest of the brood?" Braid nodded. "You are the Red Corpse Keeper, Barutus Esthus, Millard O'Burge, Onest, and you," he said, his gaze lingering on the mosquito woman, "a hyper-dangerous subhuman species? Has O'Burge managed to navigate the obstacles posed by other medium to large hyper-dangerous insect species that are uncontrollable?" While tending to his own wounds, Millard indirectly responded, "She has a name, Joanna Haman." Onest appeared to have an epiphany, and in an instant, he met Braid's disdainful gaze. The message conveyed by Braid was unmistakable. "I do not believe that you summoned us without thoroughly investigating our backgrounds." Laughing heartily to mask his embarrassment, Onest adopted a serious demeanor and posed a question to them. "Are you familiar with the Hunter Association?" This civil organization was established by professionals engaged in excavating ancient relics, providing contracted protection, pursuing bounty criminals, and exploring untamed regions. With a history spanning over 700 years, it has largely coexisted alongside the government, boasting considerable size. People often regard it as a counterbalance to the three major powers: the government, pirates, and the nation itself. Millard, hailing from a prominent family within the Cipher Pole system, lazily remarked, "The government has always had an ambiguous relationship with the Hunter Association, sometimes suppressing it, sometimes collaborating, and at times vying for its favor, much like a timid girl in love. If you like her, just approach her. If you dare reject her, prepare for the consequences." The crowd responded with a collective cough. Red coughed, interrupting Millard's ramblings. Onest laughed, remarking, "What a vivid description. Enough of the pleasantries. What are the specifics of our mission?" Esteth replied with impatience. Onest, unfazed and maintaining his jovial demeanor, continued, "Impetuous youth, that simply won't do. In essence, the government's current stance towards the Hunter Association is one of suppression. After a few years of compliance, they have begun to probe the government's forbidden historical texts, specifically the blank century of history. Thus, your mission is to infiltrate the Hunter Association and collect evidence of their transgressions. Is the Hunter Association's licensing exam imminent? Is that why you are so eager?" The reticent Chiji, Songren inquired. Onest snapped his fingers, exclaiming, "Bingo." He elaborated, "Infiltrating the Hunter Association is ill-suited for renowned agents. As most operatives, even those who have completed their training at the Academy, bear the shadow of Cipher Pole, making them easily detectable by the Hunter Association. Conversely, those lacking sufficient strength are incapable of obtaining a hunter's license. Hence, I have selected you." Finally, Onest left behind 4 documents, instructing the young individuals to act independently and refrain from sharing information before irresponsibly departing. They exchanged knowing glances. A liar with a mouth full of deceit, Esteth snorted coldly. Braid concurred with this death, albeit in a more tactful manner. "I believe this may indeed be what one would refer to as a covert agent." One could certainly surmise that Onest had concealed something of considerable significance, yet Braid remained oblivious to the extent of this concealment. The Hunter Association was convening, and the Crimson Demon was poised to take the initiative. Brad is also prompt and expedient. Brad tore open the document, discovering an address, 2 photographs, and a dossier. The West Sea, O'Hara, archaeologist, Nicole, and her partner. Fate, how remarkable it is. Brad tilted his head, cradling the mosquito woman's cheek as she bent down, as if toying with a pet puppy. What do you think, Joanna? Joanna was perplexed. She had yet to acquire a full spectrum of human emotions. She merely knew to smile foolishly when Brad was pleased, and to frown when he was not. Chapter 21. Kim Fulis, a towering chasm reached into the clouds. Flanked by two peculiar, constant windless zones, intricately intertwined to encircle the globe. As a result, the world was divided into 6 major land masses, 4 seas and 1 land. The land referred to the towering chasm, the red Earth continent. 1 pathway, the 2 enigmatic, constant windless zones, with their parallel extensions in the central region, was commonly known as the Grand Route. The 4 seas encompassed the red Earth continent, demarcated by the Grand Route, consisting of the Eastern Sea, Southern Sea, Western Sea, and Northern Sea. Marie-Joie was situated on the red Earth continent, at one of the intersections of the windless zones, thus bordering the West Sea. To reach the West Sea, one need only take a westbound train, deftly avoiding the perilous ends of the Grand Route below, and then transfer to a vessel heading directly to a location in the West Sea. There was no need to traverse the treacherous Grand Route, fraught with dangers, and venture madly through the windless zone, teeming with colossal sea creatures, for otherwise, one might not arrive at the West Sea, but rather the Western Paradise. Of course, airships were far more convenient than trains or boats. However, the exorbitant prices of the newly emerging airship tickets were ostentatious, making them unsuitable for covert infiltration operations. Clang, clang, clang. The steam locomotive set in motion. To avoid inciting panic among the populace due to Joanna's perilous status as a subhuman, he consciously chose to conceal her whereabouts. Thus, Brad opted to reserve an opulent private room, allowing him a tranquil environment to relish the scenic views through the window and engage in contemplation. His thoughts were occupied with analyzing intelligence and formulating strategies. With limited time at his disposal, the information he gathered from various media sources, such as the internet, television news, and old newspapers, was scant. It was known that the Hunter Association's annual Hunter exam commenced on January 7th. The upcoming Hunter exam, marking its 267th iteration, represented a long-standing tradition of the Hunter Association in selecting exceptional talent and establishing a comprehensive system, boasting a rich history of 267 years. Driven by aspirations for wealth, fame, or other motivations, and devoid of the disdain and relentless pursuit faced by pirates from the world government. Many viewed the profession of a hunter as a shortcut to a better life. This influx of aspirants has resulted in an ever-growing number of participants, surpassing 1 million annually since the year 1400 of the Sea Circle calendar. Given the multitude of candidates, the Hunter Association employs personnel for preliminary selections to filter out the majority of those lacking merit before the formal selection process. During the official selection of the Hunter exam, the examination questions are crafted by a rotating panel of examiners, tailored to their personal preferences, continuing until qualified candidates are identified. The registration locations for the Hunter exam and the trial sites change each year. However, there are typically around 40 to 50 registration locations scattered across the seas, while the trial site is singular, usually situated along the Grand Line. The address obtained by Braid leads to West Sea O'Hara, the registration site for the Hunter exam. In truth, Braid harbors a profound curiosity regarding the Hunter Association, an unruly entity that operates beyond control. Why has the world government never sought to extinguish this organization during its nascent stages? Furthermore, why has there been no effort to curtail the growth and influence of the Hunter Association? This includes their ideologies and the very essence of what it means to be a hunter. Unfortunately, Braid's perspective remains limited. He lacks the requisite qualifications to unveil such secrets. As for devising a strategy to pass the Hunter exam, Braid contemplates the uncertainty that looms large, deciding instead to take each step as it comes. Braid? The mosquito woman playfully adjusts her enveloping cloak, making a childish face in jest. Boo! Bradwin reclined against the slender, firm legs of the mosquito woman, his fingers playfully tracing her crimson lips. It seems the time has come for your nourishment, he mused. The mosquito woman hesitated, casting a glance at Bradwin, awaiting his consent before gently enveloping his fingertip with her lips, delicately piercing the skin to draw forth the crimson essence, ultimately tenderly cleansing the remnants of blood from his finger. Brett's pallid visage appeared increasingly wan, evoking in the bloodthirsty mosquito lady an immediate sense of guilt, akin to that of a child caught in a misdeed. Her cheeks flushed with a hue of shameful crimson. On the afternoon of January 3rd, the train transformed into a riverboat. By the morning of January 7th, a lush, verdant island emerged, dominated by a towering giant tree that claimed nearly half of its expanse. Standing resolutely against the breeze, O'Hara has arrived. The dock was already bustling with a throng of individuals eager to enroll in the hunter examination. How diminutive, while undeniably charming. How young is he? He is likely to set a record as the youngest participant in the hunter examination. Perhaps he could even be mistaken for a no. The crowd brazenly scrutinized Brett, engaging in unabashed conversation. Brett seized the opportunity to confront the insolent individual, defending the honor of the Mosquito Woman, and quietly made his way towards the Tree of Omniscience. Upon arriving at this archaeological sanctuary, home to the world's most extensive assembly of scholars and the grandest library, it would indeed be a pity not to immerse oneself in the essence of knowledge. Do not concern yourself, Joanna. An elephant pays no heed to the ants beneath its feet, Brett remarked with a charming smile, akin to a gentle spring breeze calming the Mosquito Woman's restlessness. The Mosquito Woman puffed out her cheeks, resolutely asserting, Joanna must protect Brett. A sudden pause ensued. Brett squinted into the distance, where a solitary young man with raven hair stood atop a hill, facing the dawn in the east. Jean Fullis, Brett murmured. Mosquito Girl gazed down at him, inquiring, What is the matter? Nothing. My intuition tells me he is an intriguing character, Brett replied. Mosquito Girl, taken aback, remarked, a handsome facade is commonplace, but an interesting soul is a rarity. Brett irritatedly ruffled Mosquito Girl's head, insisting, You don't understand. Mosquito Girl smiled dreamily. Without engaging Jean, Brett ventured into the town of O'Hara for breakfast and indulged in some reading. By noon, a cargo ship hired by the Hunter Association appeared, summoning all registered hunters for testing to fill out their enrollment forms before embarking. Interestingly, Brett brought Mosquito Girl aboard and claimed a spot at the very front of the deck, a secluded location that Jean also favored. His lively eyes occasionally darted over to steal glances, and whenever their gazes met, he shyly averted his eyes, feigning nonchalance. Brett extended an invitation through his body language. Jean hesitated repeatedly, approaching slowly, nervously stammering. Why you hello? Greetings, I am Brett, and this is Joanna. Brett introduced himself. That was it. Brett initially intended to introduce Jean, but it turned out that Jean was as unresponsive as a block of wood. What is your name? Brett added with a sense of resignation. Jean finally realized and awkwardly replied, I am Jean Fulrich, hailing from Shihai Whale Island. Chapter 22. May I become your disciple? The cargo ship was immense, boasting a weight and displacement that ranked among the world's foremost. However, accommodating 20,000 souls rendered it uncomfortably cramped. The drastic reduction in personal space led to a crowded atmosphere, resulting in a mixture of encounters where some individuals struck up joyous friendships while others found themselves at odds. Laughter, curses, friendly banter, and savage brawls erupted intermittently, each contributing to the prevailing chaos. Curiously, the ship's captain, an initial screening examiner employed by the Hunters Association, paid no heed to the unraveling order, allowing the disarray to flourish unchecked. The daily life aboard the vessel was equally dire, with the needs of 20,000 individuals eating, drinking, relieving themselves, and sleeping met with no semblance of basic provisions. While many harbored hopes of consulting the captain or inquiring with the sailors on how to navigate their plight, the captain sequestered himself in his quarters, and the sailors, weary of inquiries, brusquely advised others to resolve their issues independently. The first phase of elimination had long since commenced, and only a fool would remain entangled in trivial matters. As Brad conjectured, by the time he boarded the cargo ship, the initial phase of the elimination rounds had likely commenced. The examination seemed to assess the endurance of those participating in the hunter trials, evaluating their preparedness for crises such as sudden shortages of water and food. This was aptly aligned with the intentions of a seasoned cargo ship captain, who had spent countless monotonous hours navigating the vast and desolate sea. Quietly, Jean cast a glance at Brad and murmured, You certainly do not resemble a child. You are not much older than I am. Brad chuckled softly. Bled sensed the constraints imposed by Jean, as if he were shy and timid. Moreover, Jean exhibited an extraordinary maturity and a profound depth of thought that far surpassed what one would expect from a mere 12-year-old. Thus, their interactions were marked by intermittent exchanges, both curious about the other yet cautious, as Bled endeavored to avoid any missteps that might reveal his true intentions to Jean. However, trouble often arrives unexpectedly. Hey, little one, a voice boomed. The spot you occupy is quite nice. Why not let me, an elder, take a seat? Exactly. After all, individuals like you are unlikely to pass the hunter examination. It would be better to relinquish your position to someone capable of succeeding in the test and conserving their strength. Be a good child, and Uncle will give you some candy. A group of tall, imposing figures clad in uniform approached the deck. Their demeanor a blend of mockery and menace, reminiscent of muscle-bound fighters from various gyms and dojos. Seeking death, the mosquito woman seethed, impulsively contemplating the severing of her adversary's head. Brett reached out to stop the mosquito woman, his smile radiating with irony as he said, "Very well. If you stand before me, I shall relinquish my position to those among you who can pass the hunter's test." He placed particular emphasis on the phrase "can pass the hunter's test," his expression making the sarcasm abundantly clear. Did this little brat look down upon us? Stand before you? I fear you may falter in your own stance. Confronted by the imposing figures of the burly men, Brett deftly redirected the mosquito woman's arm, his fingers curling with a steady grin. A chilling, inexplicable frost enveloped the burly men, causing their movements to freeze in an instant, rendering them unable to traverse even a mere few steps. A singular thought echoed in their minds. They would perish. Run, run, O monster! This sinister being is utterly terrifying. After a few tense seconds, the burly men charged forward in a frantic panic, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Brett examined his hands and thought to himself, quite useful. What is it? The blonde inquired, his intuition remarkably sharp. Please don't tell me you did nothing at all. Brett blinked, pondering the concept of Nien. Nien? Jin's inquisitive eyes shimmered with a thirst for knowledge. Braid pondered, every individual possesses an innate energy. The mastery of skillfully wielding this energy is what we call thought. I hesitated, scratching my head awkwardly for a moment before finally asking, may I take you as my mentor? Brett, there is no need for mentorship, to be candid. I have yet to become a mentor to anyone, nor am I psychologically prepared to take on the role of a teacher. Brett tapped his fingers against the ship's railing, contemplating for a considerable time, then remarked, bear in mind this favor, Jean Fooley, for perhaps one day I may require your assistance. Perhaps that day may never arrive. Yet, when it does come, I hope you will remember all that transpires today and strive to aid me. I shall remember, Jean solemnly pledged. Brett diligently imparted his knowledge of Nun to Jean, including the intricacies of the mosquito woman technique, while also revisiting the material himself. As time flowed steadily on the afternoon of January 14th, Jean, possessing exceptional physical prowess and an unwavering spirit, awakened the life energy within him, marking a full week of preparation, a testament to his extraordinary aptitude. Meanwhile, aboard the cargo ship, the crew endured a week without sustenance, relying on fresh water every 2 days. Some, unable to withstand the hardships, voluntarily withdrew from the hunter exam, being escorted away by the escort vessels surrounding the ship. Others incited a rebellion in an attempt to compel the captain to meet their demands, only to be disqualified from the hunter exam. A few managed to fend for themselves. Yet there were those who resorted to cunning theft, leading to frequent injuries that forced them to abandon the hunter exam. The numbers dwindled drastically, reduced to less than 1/10. With just over 1,000 remaining. Congratulations on obtaining your tickets to continue forward, announced the captain of the cargo ship, who had yet to emerge from his quarters. Through the ship's loudspeaker. Immediately, the sailors busied themselves distributing fresh water and food to each qualified participant, accompanied by a note scrawled in a child's doodle. We will stop the ship shortly. Please refer to the map for the designated route, the captain irresponsibly instructed. Brett unfurled the information scroll in his hand, exclaiming, is this truly a map? Maintaining an impassive demeanor, he resolved to accompany Jean. Subsequently, he effortlessly navigated through the preliminary selections of the second and third phases, ultimately arriving at the final trial grounds known as Greediness Island. At a sushi restaurant, he encountered a plate of cherry blossom sushi. Responding to the nonsensical code with a quip, Brett mused that the Hunter Association seemed rather unreliable. Before long, departing through the back door of the sushi establishment, he followed the signs diligently. Upon reaching the final trial site, he found hundreds of individuals already gathered. Brett effortlessly discerned the members of the quartet within the crowd. Esther stood tall like a grand tree trunk, surveying all beneath her, eagerly identifying who among them was a weakling and who might be a worthy adversary. The crimson-cloaked figure, resembling an inconspicuous shadow, leaned against a rock, engrossed in reading. Merard, stealthily glancing at Esther's, adeptly approached her under the guise of a friendly sister, plotting her next move. What? Such a diminutive little brother? Exclaimed a voice filled with exaggeration, emanating from a short, stout young man with a broad nose. Chapter 23. The first round here. Please accept your identification tax. This is your personal number for the upcoming hunter test. an item of utmost importance. To avoid misplacement, be sure to secure the tag on your chest. Before the short, stout young man could make his approach, the staff had already presented the identification tags, reminding everyone to keep them safe. Braid is designated as number 514, while Jean is number 515. Which one is mine? The Mosquito Woman hesitated, obstructing the staff. Braid tossed the number plate to Mosquito Girl, saying, "What is mine is yours." With a giggle, Mosquito Girl beamed with joy. It appeared that after establishing a bond with Braid, she had become considerably more childlike, perhaps due to a newfound reliance that alleviated the need for her to feign a fierce demeanor. The staff observed Mosquito Girl intently before departing silently. In truth, he was acquainted with both Braid and Mosquito Girl. Upon arriving at the registration site for the hunter examination, participants were required to complete a registration form, which would subsequently be transmitted to the headquarters of the Hunter Association by the preliminary screening examiners employed by the association. Thus, despite the overwhelming number of applicants for the hunter examination, a few inevitably left a profound impression at the outset. Braid, undoubtedly one of them, held the record for the youngest participant in the history of the hunter examination. Notably, he declared in his registration form that he possessed the ability to control specific magical beasts, and that he was already accompanied by a super dangerous insect-type subhuman. In light of this unprecedented circumstance, the Hunter Association convened a debate to determine whether Braid could participate in the examination with the formidable assistance of a super dangerous insect-type subhuman. Ultimately, they ruled in favor of his participation, reasoning that, much like other candidates who carried weapons such as knives, firearms, or tamed beasts, this too constituted a part of one's personal combat capability, thus rendering the situation fair. "Are you newcomers?" "So young," greeted a chubby youth with a flat nose. "I'm Donba, pleased to meet you." The shy Jean lowered his head, as if he were standing atop an anthill. Brett exchanged a half-smile with Donba, playfully remarking, "Your smile lacks warmth and is tinged with more lewdness. The interaction feels unnatural and rather abrupt, and your gaze lacks sincerity." Donba scratched his head, unable to conceal his astonishment and bewilderment. Brett waved his hand, dismissing the bothersome flies with evident impatience. "Go back and hone your skills before attempting to deceive again. Newbie killer Donba. By the way, how many times have you participated in the hunter exam?" "The 15th, Donba instinctively replied, only to realize the misstep moments later. Yet, his inadvertent admission of identity only served to deepen his frustration. Brad nodded and said, "Oh, remember to frequently alter your appearance and change your name. Not every newcomer participating in the hunter exam is an unsuspecting fool, easily deceived and oblivious to the investigation." Donba, filled with despair, realized that his journey as a novice assassin was destined to encounter a debacle today. Each newcomer he met in the hunter exam was increasingly formidable. But the most terrifying was the girl with ice blue hair perched on the tree trunk. Had he not wisely chosen to kneel and beg for mercy, it was likely that, given the unique environment of this island of greed, the grass on his grave would have reached an impressive height of 3 zhang. "Wait," Brad called out to the dim silhouette of Donba, his smile radiant. "Shall we chat? After all, we have some time to spare." Donba replied, "A moment." Finding a suitable place to rest, Brad pondered and inquired, "Are you happy?" "Huh." Donba momentarily felt puzzled, but soon realized the direction of Brad's question. He met Brad's gaze, which radiated pure curiosity, and without hesitation, fervently confessed, absolutely ecstatic, surrounded by powerful individuals in perilous circumstances, observing their actions, honing my instinct for danger to ensure my own safety. Then, within the harsh and terrifying trials, while clinging to life, I relished the death shows unfolding around me, even contributing to the spectacle. The thrill of witnessing young dreamers, filled with hope, descend into the abyss of despair from life to death. That is the essence of my existence. It was as if he glimpsed the tiresome tale of a once aspiring young individual, filled with dreams and potential, who, after being relentlessly oppressed by seasoned participants of the hunter exam, became psychologically scarred and twisted, ultimately seeking vengeance against society. Brad clicked his tongue, his eyes devoid of pure curiosity, now filled with mockery and derision. "You dare to toy with me, you little rascal," Donba retorted, angered and embarrassed. With a swift motion, a cold blade-like claw rested against Donba's neck. "Sit down and apologize," the mosquito-like girl commanded. Donba promptly knelt, bowing deeply. "I am truly sorry. Please forgive my impulsiveness." "I beg your pardon." "A shameless scoundrel," muttered Jean from the side. "Braito, I forgive your impulsiveness, Mr. Donba. Shall we continue our conversation? Donba, with a glance at the menacing weapon around his neck, tearfully acquiesced, feeling quite wronged. Approximately half an hour later, the sound of a bell echoed. I am Beasley Lin, the examiner for your first trial. I am a beast hunter, and your task in this initial trial is to traverse the island of Greed to reach the opposite shore and hunt a beast, regardless of its size. Announced a muscular man, adorned in a manner reminiscent of a barbarian, wielding a spiked club with a booming voice. Donba, who had been troubled by Braid's bizarre questions, let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, finally, liberation. That wretched little brat, is he a demon? Having participated in the hunter tests continuously since the age of 10 for 15 years, Donba likely did not realize the wealth of information he possessed, such as the character of Isaac Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, and various details about its members, all of which Braid had gleaned amidst the peculiar inquiries, albeit from Donba's somewhat narrow perspective. What is your evaluation of the difficulty of this first trial in the hunter test, Mr. Donba? Braid stretched lazily, preparing to embark. Donba, feeling disheartened, responded, 10 out of 10, the most challenging first trial I have encountered in all my years of participating in the hunter tests. Forget it. Beasley Lin struck his head with the spiked club. The official registration period for the hunter test trials has now closed. We are about to commence the formal trials. If you are unfortunate or lacking in strength, it may result in serious injury or even death. Those who are resolute in participating can proceed. Otherwise, you may leave immediately. Having come this far, how could one possibly retreat? Onward, onward. The crowd surged with enthusiasm. Moreover, Beasley Lin struck his head again with the spiked club. Given that there are 3,141 participants, I have been instructed to retain only about 500 for the second trial. Therefore, in this first trial, you are permitted to compete for the numbered tags. Those who lose their tags will be considered eliminated, and only the first 500 to traverse the island of Greed to reach the endpoint and hunt a beast will qualify. The rest will be eliminated. Chapter 24. Life is indeed fragile. Let us part ways for now. Jean, suddenly aware of a piercing gaze fixed upon him, Braid turned his head to look. Amidst the throng making their way into the depths of the island of Greed, Millard deftly maneuvered through the crowd, swiftly leading them a distance before turning to face everyone. Her hand poised like a blade, slicing across her slender, fair neck with force before plunging into the dense, primordial jungle. You wretched scoundrel! Arrogant! Don't let me catch you, little brat. Otherwise, I will make you pay. Millard's extreme disdain manifested in a provocatively simplistic manner, inciting the ire of many. However, Brad understood that Millard's seemingly indiscriminate mockery was, in truth, a pointed attack directed at him, as Millard had employed the art of nin. Having mastered this skill and identified the opportune moment and setting, it was evident that Millard was unable to restrain his long-conceived plan to teach Brad a lesson. Thus, with succinct wisdom, he chose to retreat promptly. Brad lingered in place for a few minutes before finally setting off at a leisurely pace. Joanna, he called, control the mosquitoes. I require eyes and ears. The mosquito woman lowered her flowing robe, revealing her exquisite figure. As you wish, O children concealed in the shadows, heed my summons. In an instant, the mosquitoes in the serene jungle stirred restlessly, a tempest gathering. Monitor each of them, Brad instructed as he walked. Assist me in locating the nearest humans or magical beasts. Do not engage. Leave that to me. I must hone my skills before encountering Mira. As he ventured deeper into the primal jungle, the flora and fauna grew increasingly formidable. Each creature was imbued with a terrifying, insatiable desire, vying for sustenance, water, sunlight, and space. Everything worth contending for, relentlessly crushing both the other and their own kind. Truly, it deserved its name. Greediness, the island of avarice. Found it, the mosquito woman chirped, lifting Brad into the air with delight. Before long, a towering black tiger, nearly 2 meters tall with a tail stretching close to 6 meters, lounged atop a giant sequoia, licking its claws after a recent meal. The remnants of fabric indicated that its prey had been one of the unfortunate souls participating in the hunter's trial. Roar! Upon spotting Brad and the mosquito woman, the black tiger lunged without hesitation. With a swift sidestep, the mosquito woman evaded the attack, while the tiger gracefully landed safely several meters below on the forest floor. This magical beast, known as the jumping tiger, possessed extraordinary strength, agility, speed, and ferocity, its prowess far exceeding that of ordinary tigers. Brad recalled the bestiary he had perused, associating this wild, fearsome creature with a rather amusing name, a worthy adversary. Allow me to descend, Joanna. The mosquito woman gently lowered him, her concern evident as she advised, do not push yourself too hard, Bread. Fear not, Bread replied, clenching his fist. Endure. Energy erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely. Endure was a fusion of the four principles of thought and the application of training, an explosion of energy coupled with the ceiling of energy loss, enhancing his defenses geometrically. When fortified to a certain extent, this defense could evolve into offensive power, making it a favored technique among those adept in thought, even at the cost of physical stamina. The principles of armed hockey and endurance were nearly identical in application. Roar. The tiger bellowed. The black tiger leaped, closing the distance to Bread with astonishing speed. It's massive. Razor-sharp claws extending like a series of daggers poised to strike. The imminent danger was palpable. Bread could even smell the foul stench emanating from the tiger's gaping maw. An exhilarating stimulus that thrilled him. He sidestepped and swung his fist. Boom. Thunder echoed as the clash commenced. In a moment of irrational confrontation, Braid was forcefully hurled away, crashing against the trunk of a tree several dozen feet distant. Braid. The heart of the mosquito woman leapt to her throat. You wretched fool. Nevertheless, Braid remained unscathed, expertly pivoting on his toes and charging towards the black tiger. Bang. Thud. Rumble. With a roar, fists and legs flew, claws slashed, and tail struck as Braid engaged in a fierce struggle with the black tiger. Yet, after a brief encounter, it became evident that this being was neither human nor an extraordinarily perilous species. It was merely a magical beast endowed with a modicum of human intelligence, which ultimately proved insufficient. Braid muttered to himself. Without resorting to the observation hockey or heightened perception, Braid adapted quickly to the raw melee combat, discerning the black tiger's patterns of attack and defense, and soon found it tedious. It was time to conclude. With a swift motion, he pierced the black tiger's throat with his tender palm, draining its lifeblood. Next, Braid flicked away the bloodstains and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe himself. Pausing abruptly in his actions, the mosquito woman discreetly relayed a message. Whoosh. Thud. Identically, Braid extinguished another life, this time that of an individual who had approached, intending to ambush him with a hidden gun. What does it feel like to take a life? Previously, Braid remained oblivious, yet now he has awakened to a stark reality. Witnessing the bloodshed, he locked eyes with those vibrant orbs, only to see them extinguished in an instant, leaving behind a hollow and somber void, intertwined with an insatiable thirst for life, a struggle, and an overwhelming dread of death. There was no discomfort, no exhilaration, only profound contemplation and a poignant sorrow akin to the lament of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. Life, indeed, is fragile. Braid gazed up at the canopy above, releasing a deep sigh. With resolve and rest, he advanced steadily through the night adorned with stars. Someone approached. The mosquito maiden roused Braid from his reverie. It was Esther's. Brett nodded. Is this targeted specifically at me? No, she is pursuing several individuals, replied Mosquito Girl. Spare us, spare us. No, demon, demon. The shrieks reverberated, startling flocks of birds into flight. Do not be excessively ruthless. They can provide cover for our undercover operation, Brett remarked with indifference. Amidst the carnage and severed limbs, Isdeath turned her head and smiled, her beauty strikingly vivid. Oh, little Brett. A contest, perhaps? Your growth is quite remarkable. You have indeed captured my interest. First, settle the debt you owe me, and then we shall discuss further. Brett raised his hands. As of today, with interest, it totals 1,300,000 berries. Isdeath's lips twitched. No usurer is as merciless as you. It is no wonder they call you the heartless little skinflint. Very well, since I owe you, once I become a bounty hunter, I shall capture a few pirates and criminals to repay you. I shall be awaiting that day. Brett expressed his anticipation. Feeling rather bored, Isdeath departed to continue her hunt. Brett remained composed. Chapter 25. If you are willing to dress in women's attire. The malevolent Melra has arrived, Brett. After Brett vanquished yet another beast, the vigilant mosquito lady abruptly declared. A buzzing sound stirred a dark wind. As the swarm of mosquitoes obediently heeded the mosquito lady's command, lingering near Brett, they could not defy her slightest wish, akin to the relationship between ants and their queen, or bees and their monarch, an instinctual hierarchy imprinted upon them, reflecting the natural order of the world. Regrettably, the insects under the mosquito lady's dominion were solely mosquitoes, leaving her powerless over other insects. Braid spread his palm, and a swarm of mosquitoes released a small creature, a stag beetle. It appeared to be of a size consistent with ordinary stag beetles, yet when it fluttered its wings, it emitted a crisp sound akin to metal scraping, revealing its uniqueness. The mighty stag beetle, a species of super dangerous insect, is social and omnivorous. Braid snapped the stag beetle's antler-like mandibles. They were remarkably hard, and indeed rivaled the sharpness of swords and daggers. The mosquito girl leaped in front of Braid, exclaiming, "It's coming. Don't do anything foolish, Joanna." Braid gently grasped the mosquito girl's tail, pulling her aside with a serious tone. "I understand your eagerness to protect me, but there are many realities I must confront. I cannot always hide behind you. If I require your assistance, I will surely ask you directly." "Oh," she murmured, her lips pouting in a display of grievance, her eyes sparkling with a flickering light, her charming cheeks inexplicably flushed. Swift as a shadow, the mighty stag beetle surged forward, a dense swarm of insects encircling from all directions. A loyal little pet, but alas, it has chosen the wrong master. Millard emerged from the darkness, gazing at the mosquito girl's beauty with a smile. He then allowed his habitual thoughts to surface, unabashedly expressing his desires in words. "So beautiful. Why do you not belong to me? If you were mine, I could savor your legs." Bread could hardly endure it any longer, interrupting Millard with a stern tone. "Enough. Millard, are you ready?" Millard replied lazily, a smile playing on his lips as his fingers twirled around his long hair. "You audacious little scoundrel. How dare you steal my beloved tornado? I shall not let you off lightly. What do you propose?" Bread asked impassively. "A fight to the death? After all, on this island, a few lives lost will leave nothing but remnants, and neither the Hunter Association nor Cypherpole will uncover any traces." Millard narrowed his eyes, confidence radiating from him. "You certainly have a lot of faith, young Bread." A cacophony of buzzing echoed as the King of Scarabs surged forth, with the Mosquito Queen deftly commanding her swarm into battle. Undoubtedly, ordinary mosquitoes posed no challenge to the formidable King of Scarabs, and after a brief standoff, they were swiftly torn apart, charging toward Bread with ferocity. "Do you know why I possess the ability to awaken life energy almost as swiftly as you and Esther's? Yet I had to wait over a month to do so?" Millard teased with a mischievous grin. "It is because I must cultivate new species of insects that thrive on life energy. They have indeed hindered my progress, but I believe it is worth the effort, for it signifies that your abilities cannot withstand them. Leave the insects to you, Joanna," Bread said, bending his knees as he launched his attack. Bang! Fist met fist. "Give it your all, little brother," Millard taunted, his movements swift as he executed a cunning kick aimed at Bread's vulnerability. Braid was not stingy. His observation and insight were fully unleashed as he predicted Millard's trajectory of attack. Balancing on his left leg, he launched his right leg forward with swiftness. Firm. Bang. With a narrow escape, Millard successfully countered Braid's tit-for-tat. "Despicable little wretch." Millard exhaled in relief, cursing, "Shameless. Obscene." Braid. Not long after, with a swift movement, Millard distanced himself, resembling a cunning assassin as he circled around Braid. Little did he know, I am quite timid at heart. Thus, Millard elongated his tone. "Your little pet is merely a novice when it comes to dealing with the insects. He is far from encountering the entirety of my swarm. Hee hee. The participants in the official hunter trials possess considerable skill. They are the finest hosts for nurturing these creatures." Braid remained indifferent. "I can see." "Can you really?" Millard replied with a sly grin. Whoosh. Millard retreated with great force, casting countless tiny black objects from his sleeve towards Braid. "Explosive ants, activate." Boom. The violent explosion instantly engulfed Braid. "I almost forgot to mention that my insects are not limited to just the king stag beetle." Millard felt a sense of satisfaction with the success of his deceptive tactics. Braid, the mosquito woman, perpetually vigilant against the threat of the king stag beetles, intended to protect Braid at any moment of danger, yet Millard's cunning strategy left her unprepared. Distracted by her concern, the mosquito woman, her eyes wide with urgency, commanded her swarm, which now formed a massive black sphere in midair. "I'll take you down. I'll destroy you." The swarm scattered, and the mosquito woman aggressively emerged, her skin, hair, and exoskeleton now grotesquely transformed. Was she drawing life energy through blood to achieve a second evolution? Millard was alarmed. Tiger level? Ghost level? Surely not dragon level. In any case, I am in trouble. Super dangerous magical beasts are categorized into 5 levels based on their strength and threat. Millard's king stag beetle is at the wolf level, The unevolved mosquito woman and most sea kings are at the tiger level, while the second evolved mosquito woman and the colossal ancient sea kings are classified as ghost level. The ghost level represents a rare category of super dangerous magical beasts, while the even more formidable dragon level possesses overwhelming power capable of effortlessly obliterating islands, akin to the legendary giant toad of the Land of Harmony, whose fur is crafted into the imperial tool of the ever-changing, cross-tailed azure dragon, truly deserving of the title of dragon-level super dangerous magical beast. The most exaggerated god-level super dangerous magical beasts exist only in theory. Entrust the insects to you, Joanna. Amidst the billowing smoke, Braid emerged, keenly aware that with the amplification of power, the mosquito woman's rationality was slightly spiraling out of control. He calmly stated, "I am fine." With the foresight granted by his observation hockey and the steadfast application of his abilities, Braid remained largely unscathed, save for the hairband that had long confined his unkempt locks, now broken, allowing his brilliant golden hair to dance in the wind. The mosquito woman struggled to calm her tumultuous emotions, lunging at Braid with tears streaming down her face. I thought, never mind, I won't fight anymore. The ghost-level super dangerous magical beast is helping you. I have no chance." Millard, having declared the battle over, rubbed his hands together, discovering a new prospect. "Little Braid, what I mean is, if you would consider dressing as a girl, I wouldn't mind a bit of faux feminine friendship, especially of the close variety." Brad, Chapter 26, Fraud Ex Terminus. You had better come to terms with reality, Mela. Do not attempt to jest or feign ignorance. Brad spoke with utmost seriousness. Based on your response, I shall determine whether to eliminate you on the spot, thereby putting an end to your unfounded malice towards me in the past, as well as your current unwarranted desires. Mela, resting her chin on her hand, her cherubic face still bearing traces of youthful plumpness, looked utterly aggrieved. Hey, must you be so grave? Eliminate me? Little Brad, we are companions after all. Besides, even if you were to seize my beloved whirlwind, my intention was merely to teach you a lesson. How could you even contemplate my demise? That is quite excessive. Who knows the extent of your so-called lesson? Is it physical or psychological? Mela, some things are far more terrifying than death, Brad replied flatly. Mela rolled her eyes, playfully raising her hands. But I surrender. To surrender is to lose half, right? Little Brad, would you spare me? I am willing to compensate you. What do you desire? Monetary recompense? If you wish for me to don feminine attire, I would not mind that either, although you are yet to possess the capability to commit the act. No, shameless wretch. Silence. The mosquito woman, having touched a nerve, exploded in fury. Braid's peculiar reconsideration of the mosquito woman. Could it be that she comprehends? What book have you been perusing behind my back? Clap, clap, clap. Oh, Millard applauded, his expression laden with significance. Once upon a time, a charming human caretaker rescued a beautiful, dangerously potent subhuman beast. In gratitude, the beast became the cherished pet of the delightful human. The caring human tended to his pet with tender affection, while the pet unwaveringly safeguarded him. Over time, neither recognized the burgeoning affection between them until a rigid traditionalist made the discovery. Good heavens, how could this be? A romance transcending species. A love that defies societal norms, an open affront to human decency. Thus, abruptly, Millard, who labored to concoct exaggerated tales and sang like an opera performer, noticed not the slightest discomposure from Braid. Instead, Braid's gaze seemed to regard him with the derision reserved for a fool, which rendered him utterly disinterested and silent. Your will to survive is commendable, yet your integrity appears almost non-existent, Braid remarked sarcastically. Millard, with an elegant bow, continued to mimic the opera singer, uttering a gracious "Thank you." Braid retorted, "I did not commend you. Rumor has it that your Auberge family wields considerable influence within the Cypherpole system?" Braid inquired. Millard, returning to a languid tranquility, nonchalantly replied, "A few ancestors have held the position of the highest officials in Cypherpole. You owe me a favor. And given that this favor equates to your very life, it holds considerable value. Unless you deem your existence to be worthless debris," Braid stipulated, his finger gesturing to propose terms. Millard chuckled softly. "No problem. I agree. I am well aware of your character. You likely do not take your promises seriously," Braid mused. "I wish to remind you that my thoughts manifest, possessing the remarkable ability to astonish. Your words, 'No problem, I agree,' are precisely the response I anticipated," Braid continued. Millard gradually lost his smile. "Braid, without a doubt, deceived Millard. He had not meticulously designed the manifestation of any object to assist him. However, he astutely discerned Millard's arrogant yet cautious nature, his paranoid and indulgent demeanor, his twisted and shameless character, and cleverly enticed the typically suspicious Millard to doubt. "Do you dare to play me?" Millard licked the corner of his lips and chuckled. "You've got some nerve, little Braid." Bread waved his hand. "Farewell." The island of Greed, located on the northern shore, marks the conclusion of the first formal trial of the hunter examination. "Am I the fastest?" Death barreled through, ruthlessly overpowering both the treacherous environment and the myriad of terrifying beasts that inhabited the island. The staff member gently affirmed, "Yes, Miss Number 1. However, Death interrupted, dismissing the qualification certification for the second formal trial, and inquired, "Is this the only endpoint for the first formal trial?" The staff member nodded. "Indeed, Miss Number 1. Wonderful," Death declared with delight. Moments later, a large banner made of tree bark was erected, inscribed with the word "Finish" in charcoal. "Is this not against the rules?" Death queried with a sidelong glance. The staff member wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Not against the rules, haha. I suppose no one will be fooled." He mistakenly believed Death was engaging in a poor prank to mislead participants of the hunter examination into confirming their qualifications for the second formal trial with her. But given her grand display as the true endpoint, how could anyone be deceived? Who could be so blind? With a resounding thud, she felled another participant of the hunter examination, dragging his legs and piling him beneath her banner in a pyramid. "What do you think this is?" "This is the endpoint for you feeble beings. Just lie still," Death chanted. The staff member, witnessing the pyramid grow ever higher, could not help but feel anxious, hastily contacting superiors in an attempt to put a stop to Death's rampage. "Ha ha, it's fine. But, President, it's no issue. The hunter examination permits competition within the rules. As long as she has not overstepped, we have no grounds for complaint. We ought to blame ourselves for not planning adequately in advance. But isn't it rather splendid? It has been ages since I encountered such an interesting newcomer." The past hunter examinations had indeed seen figures akin to her voluntary examiners. Yet, she was unlike those of yore. She had even mastered the use of non. Her strength was formidable, and it seemed that she might be the sole survivor in the subsequent formal trials. "Oh, then that is of no consequence. There have been years when we admitted only one person, or even none at all. The president has already mastered none. Fulfilling the second tenet of the hunter's 10 principles, she relishes hunting her fellow competitors in the examination, adhering to the first tenet. Previously, her patience, knowledge, and observational skills had all been tested and proven to be of an exceptional caliber. If it continues in this manner, she may very well be the only one left for the subsequent formal trials, or perhaps within a mere 10 individuals. I shall declare the termination of the subsequent trials. I intend to exercise the 9th power of the hunter's 10 principles and personally determine their fates." On the other end of the line, the voice, aged yet imbued with an extraordinary vitality, effortlessly quelled the concerns of the staff with just a few words. A weary sigh escaped the lips of the staff member. Chapter 27. Isaac Nitro Estes did not concur with Braid's suggestion to leave more participants in the hunter exam, intending to use them as a cover for the 4-man team infiltrating the hunter association. She harbored her own thoughts. Under the rules of the hunter exam, she aimed to eliminate all participants outside the 4-man team, regardless of whether the proactive hunter association chose to admit the 4-man team. This strategy would at least mitigate the vulnerabilities and uncertainties faced by them. After all, the hunter association could only select candidates from the 4-man team to join its ranks. Thus, Estes resolutely blocked the finish line of the first official trial of the hunter exam, relentlessly overpowering one participant after another, even drawing the attention of the president of the hunter association. Bread and Death have devised contrasting strategies for the infiltration of the hunter association, each possessing its own merits and demerits. Bread seeks a subtle and prudent approach, while Death yearns for a swift and radical execution. It is difficult to determine which is superior. However, unbeknownst to the covert agent known as the Red Dead Man, who is steeped in dubious thoughts, and perhaps even to Bread and Death themselves, they are both striving to seize the authority within their quartet, aspiring to become its leaders. A total of 3,141 individuals participated in the inaugural official trial of the hunter examination. Despite the harsh nature of Great Island eliminating many, and the fierce competition leading to further eliminations, a considerable number managed to reach the finish line safely. Among them are those who have brushed against the precipice of awakening their life energy, capable of mastering techniques such as Nun, Haki, and Chakra, with just a modicum of guidance. Death, formidable as she is, found herself utterly exhausted. Thus, Bread stepped in to take Death's place, leaving behind a greater number of participants in the Hunter test, as the plan to infiltrate the Hunter Association with their 4-person team faced disruption. The established reality was beyond Bread's alteration. He could only adapt the plan to preserve Death's methodology. In a moment of silence, Bread and Death exchanged glances, their understanding culminating in unison. You are an agent, a shadow traversing the darkness, blending into the environment, adeptly utilizing the surrounding resources, Bread quietly reproached, observing Death's dismissive posture as she averted her gaze. Before he could silence himself, he muttered, I truly wonder if you have paid any attention to the instructor's teachings. Death retorted with disdain, enough prattling, Bread. In this moment, Bread could not help but recall a particular day during the instructor's lesson, where the topic was assassination. And the question was posed on how to achieve the perfect kill. Each student offered their insights until it was Death's turn, who without hesitation declared, eliminate the target and all witnesses. What about intelligence gathering? What of the assassination strategy? What preparations for the operation and retreat? The instructor exclaimed in exasperation. Death, with an air of indifference, replied, life does not afford us the luxury of time. If you are powerful enough, everything will fall into place. Has Joanna evolved? Death pondered, taking note of the peculiarities surrounding the mosquito girl. Bread nodded, acknowledging, indeed, she possesses the requisite strength to eliminate all competitors in the Hunter's test. What about the fellow who is quite close to you? Asked Death. Bread was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that Death was referring to Gene Fulis. He replied, no. I intend to make him the sole fortunate one. He is far too weak. Death's delicate brows knitted slightly. Bredeo, I hope that you and I can reach an accord. What if I do not permit it? The 4 great actions of thought will inevitably restore a certain essence of Aesth's. Bread remained composed and demanded, repay me. He listed 2 blue and white striped pants, 2 blue sports bras for large band-aids, and a specialty from Beihai, declaring, you have won. At that moment, Estes interrupted Bread's incessant chatter. Ultimately, the 5 chosen individuals who qualified for the subsequent official trials of the Hunter exam were Bread, Estes, Millard, the Crimson Prowler, and Jean. Then, Bread caught sight of Isaac Netero, the president of the Hunter Association. With a whoosh and a boom, a dirigible resembling a cartoon shark descended, and from it emerged an individual. An elderly man, diminutive and frail, despite wearing wooden sandals and an oversized kimono, appeared before them. With prominent ears, exaggerated brows, and a beard that resembled an inkwell-dipped brush, his bald head was adorned with a tail resembling a dog's tail. This was the illustrious president of the Hunter Association, Isaac Netero, who, despite surpassing 90 years, remained one of the absolute monsters at the pinnacle of personal combat in the world. My, that was quite the commotion, Netero remarked, emerging from the massive pit he had created amidst a cloud of dust. I am Isaac Netero, the president of the Hunter Association and the head of this Hunter exam. Greetings to you all. He paused momentarily. All newcomers, I see. This marks the 2nd time during my tenure as president that we have seen such a surge of fresh faces after nearly a decade without any signs of new candidates passing the exam. Netero gestured dramatically, his demeanor somewhat comical. The crowd collectively responded, what nonsense. Regardless, he continued, congratulations on completing the first official trial of the Hunter exam. I shall personally oversee the 2nd trial. Netero smiled warmly. Estes, eager with anticipation, exclaimed, shall we spar? Netero, unperturbed, replied, no fighting. I merely wish to pose a few questions to you. Now then, in order of your numbers, please take a seat. With a pen in hand, Netero asked, why do you aspire to be a hunter? Estes answered with conviction, to fight. I seek to progress from battle to battle, from victory to victory. That is my pursuit. Netero inquired further, what kind of hunter do you wish to be? Without hesitation, Estes declared, a bounty hunter. Those walking money bags possess genuine strength, for otherwise they would not roam freely and unharmed. He then turned his attention to the others. What do you think of number 99, Millard, number 210, the Crimson Prowler, number 514, Bread, and number 515, Jean? Netero asked with keen interest. Estes succinctly assessed them. A pervert, squinty-eyed, a troublesome little golden retriever, and a useless leech clinging to that troublesome golden retriever. Ah, Netero responded, twirling his brush. All right then, please summon number 99, Millard. Up until now, you are the one I most desire to challenge. with an unprecedented intensity of will. As his death departed, she remarked, "Though I understand I am far from your match at present, please believe that day will not be far off." Watching Estetha's retreating figure, Netero murmured, "A terrifying wildness and ambition." Chapter 28. The Little Tricksters. Please, take a seat. What motivates your desire to become a hunter? It is amusing, and also a respectable profession that can attract many beautiful maidens. What kind of hunter do you wish to be? A private hunter? I am uncertain. Wherever I have the chance to encounter maidens, there I shall be. What are your thoughts on number 1 is death, number 2 10 the red corpse hider, number 5 14 bread, and number 5 15 Jean? I like them, dislike them. If they donned women's attire, I would adore them. Otherwise, I find men utterly repulsive, including you. Ahem. Your ability to control small, dangerous insect-like magical beasts is quite akin to the Oil Woman clan of the Land of Fire Hidden Leaf and the Upper Water Flow clan of the Land of Earth, as well as the Auberge clan of Cipher Pole under the world government. Indeed, it appears the Hunter Association does not seem to mind who joins, with countless examples to support this. Well, true enough. Now, please summon number 2 10 the red corpse hider. After bidding farewell to Millard, Netero bit down on the brush handle as he penned his evaluations. Number 99 Millard. It is largely determined that she belongs to the Auberge clan of Cipher Pole under the world government. The atmosphere of a family of agents has likely led her to habitually lie, exhibiting a capricious nature and considerable emotional fluctuations. She is rather an unlikable young lady. As for his death, Netero's evaluation indicated a profound lack of the rich emotions characteristic of humanity, an excessive demand for power, and a sheer love for battle, a type destined to meet an unfortunate end. Good day. As Netero pondered, the red corpse hider greeted him with a courteous bow. Please, take a seat. Netero observed the red corpse hider and remarked, Your name is quite unique. The red corpse hider smiled amiably but remained silent. What prompts your desire to become a hunter? Netero, having discerned that the red corpse hider was not inclined to speak much, proceeded directly. After a moment's contemplation, the red corpse hider replied, The world is vast and boundless. I wish to appreciate it to the fullest in my lifetime. Yet, the world is fraught with danger, and I require a solid organization as my steadfast support. What kind of hunter do you wish to be? Netero inquired. The red corpse hider raised the medical book in her hand and said, A hunter specializing in medicine. Of course. I am acutely aware of my current lack of knowledge in this field. Is there a way for me to learn medical skills while contributing to the Hunter Association? I would be immensely grateful. What are your thoughts on number 1 is death, number 99 Millard, number 514 bread, and number 515 Jean? Netero refrained from responding directly and shifted the topic. The red corpse hider pondered for a while before responding. No evaluations. I am not familiar with them. What about first impressions? Nitro had no intention of letting the Crimson Phantom escape. The Crimson Phantom reluctantly remarked, Number 1, Esteth, appears formidable, while number 99, Merard, seems quite mad. Number 504, Braid, is rather diminutive, and number 515, Jean, is indescribable. Very well, Nitro lowered his head and said, Please summon number 504, Braid. Nitro proceeded to pin his evaluation of the Crimson Phantom, another loquacious youth, genuinely aspiring towards the medical field, with a fundamentally good nature. Before long, Nitro invited, Please take a seat. What motivates you to become a hunter? With a kind demeanor, he continued. At the age of 6 or 7, most children still reign supreme in their homes, squabbling daily over mere candies. Yet you have navigated through layers of selection to reach the ultimate trial of the hunter examination. Even I find this quite astonishing. Brett murmured softly. In the distant land of Harmony, many children aged 6 or 7 are already deemed competent ninjas and thrust into the battlefield. Quite a few are aware of this, indeed. Netero repeated, What motivates one to become a hunter? Brett raised his hands in exasperation. I seek to comprehend what it truly means to be a hunter. Is it merely a profession, a vocation, or perhaps a belief? Oh, you shall come to understand, Netero responded. What kind of hunter do you aspire to be? A historical hunter? I possess an insatiable curiosity. Yet the world is replete with questions that elude my understanding. I yearn to unravel them, for history is precisely the origin of all present inquiries, Brett articulated with conviction. At this moment, I have a question for you, Chairman Netero. I have perused numerous historical texts and discovered that the origins of pirates are likely tied to the adventurous hunters of the Hunter Association. Netero merely chuckled in response and queried, What is your opinion of number 1, Esteth, number 99, Merad, number 210, the Crimson Phantom, and number 515. Gone. The Savage Woman, the Eccentric Lady, the Taciturn Normal, and the Shy Normal? Bread recounted in a tone laced with confusion. Netero nodded. Very well. Summon number 515. Gone. Once Bread had departed, Netero muttered in frustration, why are there so many little tricksters this year? The Hunter exam is not a test of deceit. Number 504, Bread, displayed a maturity beyond his years and a keen intellect. The notion that the origins of pirates could be traced back to the adventurous hunters indeed startled the old man. Unsurprisingly, Gon's responses were similarly consistent. Please, take a seat. Why do you wish to become a hunter? To fulfill my dream. What kind of hunter do you wish to be? A relic hunter. Number 1, Isdef. Number 99, Marat. Number 210, the Crimson Phantom, and number 504, Bread. What is your assessment of them? Strong. Is that all? Indeed. Very well. I shall seek you out shortly. Thus, Gon's evaluation was, poor at communication does not equate to timid shyness. He is the sole honest child. In the distance. After Braid summoned Jean to question him, before Jean returned, we revealed our vulnerabilities. He saw through our identities, Braid asserted. The Red Corpse concealer murmured, no, it cannot be. Trust my judgment, Braid insisted, though he could not elucidate the basis for his belief that our identities were compromised, attributing it solely to an overwhelming intuition. Merrill, unusually silent, remarked, my flaw is the most conspicuous. My ability to control small, highly dangerous insect-like beasts leaves a trace. He must harbor doubts regarding this. With careful observation of all things, one can discern inevitable patterns. By gradually examining the areas where we overlap, it is not difficult to glimpse the underlying regularities. These are all vulnerabilities. Brett's realization dawned upon him. He understood the profound reason behind his intense intuition. The complexity reflected in Netero's eyes resembled that of a benevolent elder witnessing a Na'vi child being coaxed into thievery. Esteth, with her arms crossed, inquired, does this imply the failure of our mission? It hinges upon Netero's personal disposition. I refuse to believe that an influential entity like the Hunter Association, which operates independently of governmental systems, has not engaged in infiltration or covert operations over the past 8 centuries to achieve certain objectives. Yet, the Hunter Association remains resilient. They possess a strategy to counter governmental actions, and outright rejection is the least favorable approach, Brett articulated with conviction. Evidently, the others were momentarily perplexed, unable to grasp Brett's line of thought. Any suggestions? Esteth asked. Brett gazed upon the azure sky, contemplating Chapter 29, the speaker. The hunter test had been successfully completed, and we had acquired our hunter licenses. What lay ahead? A total of 5 individuals had passed the test, and we were collectively assigned to the Hunter Association branch in the West Sea for further training. We were currently aboard an airship, en route, under the direct instructions of Netero. On the airship, Brett looked out the window, marveling at the vast, magnificent ocean, seemingly indifferent as he held his phone, preparing a progress report for the esteemed Minister Wano, the highest official of Cipher Pole, regarding our team of 4. Mia struggled to swallow a mouthful of the meat steak she was chewing, while Minister Wano swirled his glass of red wine and remarked with a smile, well done. Bredwin sighed and said, well, that's the good news, and now for the bad. I suspected as much. Minister Wano exhaled, his words laced with uncertainty yet delivered with conviction. Has your identity been revealed? Brito, have you reflected on the reasons? Minister Wano seemed utterly unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this moment well in advance. Braid pondered, there are numerous reasons. Firstly, the plan to infiltrate the Hunter Association was executed with undue haste and lacked refinement. Secondly, there was a significant disparity in information and timeliness. Furthermore, our personal shortcomings, such as strength and experience, must be acknowledged. In conclusion, when I met Netero's gaze, which was imbued with the understanding of an elderly man witnessing an innocent child being led astray to steal, I instantly realized that our identities had been compromised. He was well aware that we were spies for the government. Brett's nearly flawless, textbook-like response left the middle-aged, portly man, whose cultural sophistication was rather lacking, utterly speechless. After a moment of contemplation, Minister Wano turned the conversation in a rather disheartened manner, remarking, it is akin to witnessing the gaze of an elderly gentleman as he watches an ignorant child being coaxed into thievery. What sort of gaze might that be? It conveys a sense of pity for the child's misguided actions, a desire to correct the behavior, coupled with an underlying anxiety that revealing the truth might cause the Na'vi child to flee in panic. Subsequently, the child, utterly clueless, would face repercussions from the shadowy instigator, an overwhelming sense of helplessness permeating the scene. As it is likely that this was not the first occasion the instigator had incited the innocent child to steal. Brett's metaphor hung in the air. Minister Wano then queried. So, Commander, the question arises, shall we proceed with the subsequent plans? If we do, what level of support can we anticipate? Brett paused momentarily before responding, and what? Pray tell, is the ultimate objective? With a heavy heart, Minister Wano continued to devour his meat with great fervor. Brett awaited patiently. The matter was of utmost importance. The subsequent plans must be executed. Intelligence reports indicated that the historical hunters of the Hunter Association, along with relic hunters, frequently violated governmental laws by excavating the blank century of history and even colluded with the notorious pirate Roger, who persistently gathered historical stone tablets. Their actions posed a severe threat to the stability of the government's rule. Minister Wano declared, I shall do my utmost to support you. What of the final plan? Brett inquired. I have always felt that you have not been entirely forthright with us, your subordinates. You have withheld too much information, which has led to an asymmetry of knowledge and ultimately resulted in our exposure. There is no final plan, truly. I harbor doubts about your ability to successfully pass the Hunter assessment. Previously, due to a shortage of personnel in the imminent Hunter assessment, including renowned agents and the majority of ordinary agents, as well as those who have completed their studies at the Agent Academy, all shadowed by Cipher Pole, were deemed unsuitable for executing the infiltration of the Hunter Association. Indeed, it was my hasty decision to deploy you, these unrefined agents, from the Academy to undertake the infiltration plan. Minister Wano, however, remained composed. Braid's eyes flickered with intrigue. A shortage of personnel? As the eyes and ears of the government that spans the globe. How could Cipher Pole possibly be experiencing such a deficiency? What could have precipitated this scarcity? The Whitebeard pirates have filled the vacancy of the 2nd Division commander with a man named Kazuki Oden, whose words might elude your comprehension, succinctly stated Minister Wano. However, Minister Wano was mistaken. Braid grasped the situation with clarity. Through television, newspapers, and other news media, Braid had come to understand the current global landscape, where the world government stands unchallenged, imposing sanctions on Wano and combating piracy, while the Hunter Association strives to maintain equilibrium among the three factions. The Roger Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Flying Pirates firmly dominate the upper echelons of the fragmented pirate forces. Should the Roger Pirates persistently gather the historical text stone tablets and engage with the historical hunters and relic hunters of the Hunter Association, perhaps the world government would feel secure enough to leverage its influence to prevent the Roger Pirates from deciphering the hidden secrets of history, secrets that are unfavorable to the world government. Pointing to the map of Raftel, the endpoint of the Grand Line, and the whereabouts of ancient weapons. Yet, it is well known that the Flying Pirates covet these ancient weapons. Now, with the Whitebeard Pirates filling the void of the 2nd Division commander with a man named Kazuki Oden, he may very well become the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back, igniting a chain reaction. After all, those capable of interpreting history need not be historians. They can also be craftsmen, and Kazuki Oden embodies that craftsman. The historical text stone tablets, passed down through generations, were inscribed by his family. This implies that the Whitebeard Pirates may follow in the footsteps of the Roger Pirates, regardless of the unfavorable content within history or the whereabouts of ancient weapons. The unprecedented potential for pirates to reach Raftel, ascend the throne of the Pirate King, and unify the disjointed pirate factions is something the world government will never permit. Yet it possesses a tangible probability of occurring, particularly now, as this probability escalates to the world government's alert threshold. It is only natural that they would exercise utmost caution, leading to a shift in Cipher Pole's overall focus and, inevitably, a shortage of personnel. Consequently, Minister Wano was compelled, in a moment of urgency and difficulty, to resort to Cipher Pole's training academy, hastily assembling a 4-member team of semi-finished agents to execute a plan to infiltrate the Hunter Association. Even though Minister Wano still harbored reservations, Braid felt that they were dwindling. By the way, are you now representing the 4 of you? Minister Wano suddenly inquired. Brett pondered for a moment. It seems that I excel in consolidating opinions, as they lack strong viewpoints. Thus it falls upon me to undertake the responsibility of delivering periodic task reports. I had initially assumed that either Esteth or Merard would wield the authority, yet it turns out to be the youngest among us. Minister Wano relished this revelation, exclaiming, truly the son of a scientist, as clever as a monster. With that, I must now focus on the task at hand. Bread tucked his phone away and returned to the lounge, skillfully avoiding Jin's gaze as he conveyed with gestures the message to continue executing the subsequent plan. Chapter 30. The Intelligence Hunter, Sakia. The long road ahead seems tedious. Does it not? Shall we engage in a game, my young companions? As Netero, clad in lightweight athletic shorts and a black tank top, entered the lounge while spinning a volleyball on his fingertip, he extended an invitation to the crowd. To their astonishment, they discovered that the elderly gentleman, who had surpassed 90 years of age, retained a robust physique and muscular strength, far removed from the diminutive figure they had perceived in traditional attire, which had led them to speculate about frailty. His entire being radiated an exuberance rivaling that of youth, rendering him almost unrecognizable. How shall we play? Isteth inquired eagerly. Netero replied with a grin, You must snatch the ball from my hands. He then patted his head and added, Using none is prohibited. This airship cannot withstand destruction. How dull. Isteth hesitated, aware that Netero was renowned as the strongest nin user, and her curiosity was piqued to witness his abilities. Netero, with a twinkle in his eye, reassured her, You shall not use nin, nor shall I. Even if you were to defeat me, I promise to refrain from employing nin. Really? Isteth's interest was instantly ignited. Braid closed the book and shrugged, saying, Stop letting him tease you, Isteth. Have you ever encountered a ferocious beast that guarantees it will never bite? I certainly have not. I swear. Netero feigned indignation, declaring, I am Isaac Netero, the president of the Hunter Association and the Review Committee, your superior. You little brat. How dare you question my assurances? Red smirked, dismissively asserting that one's identity is irrelevant. Only when one is truly brushed against the edge of hell and felt the breath of death can they comprehend their true nature, the essence of their being, and whether they genuinely yearn for life or are prepared for death. As thoughts swirled momentarily, many instinctive actions unfolded naturally, and in that precarious moment, if one were careless, Isteth would undoubtedly meet her demise. To preserve your resplendent image, those of us aware of the truth would also face dire consequences. Nitro fell silent, contemplating deeply. After a considerable pause, Nitro scratched his head and remarked, I believe you ought not to be a history hunter. Rather, you should serve as a crime hunter and part-time lawyer, as it would better showcase your talents. Thank you for the suggestion. It is not arrogance, but my abilities extend beyond mere rhetoric. Being a crime hunter and part-time lawyer would be a gross underutilization of my talents, Bread replied nonchalantly. Nitro shrugged, It matters not. Isteth, stretching her limbs, expressed, I, too, wish to experience the might of one worthy of contending for the title of the world's strongest, even if it is limited to basic combat. The strikingly elegant Isteth was indeed a sight to behold. The infatuated Millard trailed behind her like a lovesick puppy, yet, much like her assessment of the inexperienced Bread's lack of capability, she too lacked the ability to make an impact. The crimson-shrouded man, intrigued, accompanied Jean to the nearby training grounds for observation. Only Bread remained undistracted, engrossed in his book, prompting the mosquito woman to stay by his side, diligently learning human language and reading. It was not that Bread lacked interest in witnessing the prowess of those vying for the title of the world's strongest, nor was it a matter of courage or squandering the opportunity to understand the vast disparity between himself and such formidable individuals. Rather, akin to a toddler attempting to emulate an adult's galloping stride, it was both perilous and futile, devoid of any reference value and fraught with the potential for injury. It was wiser to remain true to oneself, grounded, and to forge one's own path. Within half an hour, the crimson-shrouded man returned, unusually initiating conversation. Isteth stands no chance, and neither does Jean. With a hint of mockery, it was as if a skilled child was leisurely toying with a companion lacking in ability. I surmise Nitro's expression, Bread remarked, not lifting his gaze. And as you watch, beyond mere shock and admiration, your minds are inevitably influenced, igniting a yearning to emulate him, to fantasize about a future where you, too, might achieve such prowess. The crimson-shrouded man sighed. Indeed, thus I can no longer gaze. Being oneself is paramount. Shortly after, Jean returned, silently practicing his reading. Meanwhile, Isteth, brimming with energy, engaged Nitro in a game. Millard, crouching enviously at Isteth's beauty, pretended to be a cheerleader. The following day, a staff member reported, President, we have arrived at the West Sea Branch. Nitro, spinning a volleyball, smiled and said, That will suffice. You must be weary. The sweat of Isteth clung to her icy blue hair as she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, having long reached her limits, sustained solely by sheer willpower. Leave it to me. I will take care of his death, Millard exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, eagerly rushing towards his death, having finally found a splendid opportunity to get close to her, her tongue deftly licking with a perverse eagerness. His death, appearing as though she might suddenly rise from an illness, sprang up abruptly. Get away. She then staggered forward, seeking assistance from the mosquito woman, leaving Millard feeling dejected. Moments later, welcome, esteemed President. The airship descended upon a bustling, grand island, where a mature and intelligent short-haired beauty led a diverse group of individuals to greet Netero's arrival. Thank you for your hard work, Shikuyaku. Netero's gaze wandered, occasionally glancing at Shikuyaku's ample bosom, clearly not maintaining the seriousness one would expect. Shikuyaku lit a lady's cigarette, surveying Braid and the others. These are this year's newcomers? They truly are as youthful as the intelligence reports indicated. Haha. Netero laughed heartily. Their average age is merely around 10. Shikuyaku cast a knowing glance at his death, however. Perhaps you should reconsider your habit of teasing children? It was merely a whim. In any case, given their average age, I have altered the long-standing practice of nurturing newcomers through a laissez-faire approach, hoping that your Western Sea Division will take good care of them for a while. Netero stretched, displaying a hint of playfulness. Well then, I must be off. Goodbye, everyone. I'm off. With a light-hearted gait, he sprinted onto the airship, leaving the hunters who admired him momentarily dazed, their plans to welcome him thwarted. All right, children, after a tiring journey, let's take a moment to rest, Shikuyaku said kindly. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Shikuyaku. You may call me Aunt Shikuyaku. I am an intelligence hunter, so there is no need for you to introduce yourselves. Braid murmured to himself. Intelligence hunter? Hasn't he managed to get in touch with that king of the underworld yet? Chapter 31. Teachings. There's no need to trouble yourself. I wish to take a leisurely stroll and personally experience the environment in which I will be residing for the next few days. Declining the offer of a ride from Shikuyaku, Braid ambled forward. After some contemplation, he felt slightly uneasy. He turned back, and with utmost politeness, he said, Thank you very much for your kind offer, Miss Shikuyaku. There is no need for reminders. I assume the territory of the Hunter Association is conspicuously marked. Should I grow weary from my wanderings, I shall find my way back. Having spoken, Braid decisively left, accompanied by the cloaked figure of the mosquito woman. Swallowing back the words that had nearly escaped her lips, Shikuyaku took a puff of her cigarette and remarked, Not charming at all. Has he always been so headstrong? He is still just a child. The co-pilot, Estes, slightly lifted her eyelids, remaining silent and seemingly exhausted after a night of sparring with Netero. Millard, occupying the central position, leaned against Shikuyaku's seat, her large, glistening eyes mischievously surveying the well-endowed Shikuyaku. A smile danced upon her lips as she cooed. Oh. Don't worry about that little misfit's safety. Big Sister, his subhuman pet, is exceedingly dangerous, a true demon-class creature. Demon class? Shikuyaku gasped. What remarkable intelligence. The red corpse remained silent, quietly engrossed in a medical book, subscribing to the belief that excessive words lead to misfortune. Constantly reminding himself of his role as a spy infiltrating the Hunter Association on behalf of the world government, thus appearing rather restrained. Mr. Braid is a genius. Geniuses are always exceptional, Millard chimed in, speaking on behalf of Braid due to her shy demeanor as an outsider. Mr. Shikuyaku started the car, astonished by Jin's address towards Braid. He is barely over 6, merely half your age. After a prolonged silence, Jin slowly replied, but in his presence, the truly ignorant one is I. Moreover, he is an excellent teacher. He has taught me to read, and I have every reason to respect him. Shikuyaku could only muster a weary retort. Strange occurrences are abundant every year, but this year seems particularly rife. Millard interjected suddenly, Do you have a boyfriend, Big Sister? It's Aunt Shikuyaku. I am much older than you think, Shikuyaku corrected. Shifting the topic, she added, Not at the moment, but do not entertain any notions about me. I still hold expectations for future marital life. I have informed you that I am an intelligence hunter, which means I am aware of your unconventional sexual orientation, while mine is quite normal. Besides, I have no interest in indulging in taboos with someone like you. Millard rolled her eyes and muttered, Cunning mature women are the most detestable. There's absolutely no chance of success. The others exchanged puzzled glances. What are they discussing? Suddenly, there was a series of loud knocks. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, resonating throughout the bustling urban landscape, echoing between grand edifices. Sakia glanced at the suddenly tense young rascals and remarked with a smile, Welcome to the Gang Empire, gentlemen, the fabled realm of lawful lawlessness. The term Gang Empire is a playful moniker for this city, which also serves as a nation on this large island, officially named the Mafia Federation Kingdom. The so-called lawful lawlessness refers to the peculiar status of the Mafia Federation Kingdom, a nation without history. Established for less than 2 decades by the highest leaders of the dark forces that dominate the 5 major continents and 10 regions, known as the 10 Elders, or the gang leaders. The Mafia Federation Kingdom stands as the epicenter of global organized crime, its headquarters steeped in notoriety. Although the 10 Elders have bestowed legal statutes upon the Mafia Federation, the populace still prefers to resolve matters through illicit means. Moreover, due to the bountiful celestial tributes that satiate the celestial dragon populace, the Mafia Federation is one of the member nations under the world government. Yet it neither submits to its jurisdiction nor accepts its assistance, focusing intently on arms sales, smuggling, human trafficking, and the trade of contraband, activities that defy both law and morality. The world government, wary of the influence of the celestial tributes, hesitates to enforce constraints upon the Mafia Federation, allowing it to evolve into the legendary realm of lawful lawlessness over time. Having absorbed this information, Braid spent 10 minutes luring a few scoundrels, who drooled over his exquisite visage and intended to abduct him for a handsome ransom, into a shadowy alley, meticulously arranging the scene. Why is the Hunter Association able to brazenly establish a branch in the Mafia Federation Kingdom? Braid inquired. Among them are specialized hunters of criminals and bounty hunters with heads adorned with price tags, which alone is sufficient to deter the 10 Elders from the Hunter Association. The high-stakes game of power, money? Please spare us. We beg for mercy, cried the kneeling figures, bruised and battered, pleading incessantly. How tiresome, Braid remarked, snapping his fingers without a sound. A swarm of buzzing insects descended, leaving only a handful of lifeless corpses in their wake. With an indifferent sidelong glance, Braid declared, "Peeping is an impolite act. Come forth and apologize, penguin." The figure at the alley's mouth was not a penguin, but rather a short, stout youth, characterized by a sharp nose and small eyes. What stood out most was the stubble on his upper lip, incongruous with his tender years. Naturally, the chubby boy was reluctant to comply, attempting to flee. Yet, with a buzz, he raised his hands in surrender, a sheepish grin plastered on his face. Compelled by the swarm to approach Braid, "I sincerely apologize for my unintentional offense. I humbly request your forgiveness," the stout boy stammered, striving to convey respect. Braid mused. "If you were to release the gun behind you, I might entertain a semblance of belief." The stout boy's forehead glistened with cold sweat, feeling the futility of it all. Mere scrap metal. Braid whimsically waved his fingers, a swarm of mosquitoes dancing through the gaps under the control of the mosquito girl. Furthermore, the disparity in our forces is insurmountable. The stout boy, brimming with curiosity, exuded a calm demeanor and remarkable courage in the face of peril, possessing qualities that others could scarcely impart. Braid reclined, crossing his legs, feigning ignorance. "I admire you. Do share your name." The boy gritted his teeth. Capone Bikey. Being entrenched in the Mafia empire, he resolved to adopt its methods. "You have offended me. I shall punish you. Fair enough. My retribution shall be blood and death." Braid extended his hand. "If you wish to avoid demise, what must you do?" After considerable hesitation, the boy, recognizing the overwhelming might of his adversary, knelt and symbolically kissed Braid's hand. "Boss, I pledge my loyalty as your servant in exchange for my life. It is the way of the Father." Braid acknowledged in a brief span. "I have discerned the essence of survival within the Mafia Federation. Power equates to rules, which in turn grant the right to establish those rules, allowing one to act with impunity. To do anything is not a sin. Only weakness is sinful." Chapter 32, Capone Bikey. By the standards of a decade, Bikey is undoubtedly a product of the first generation born within the Mafia Federation, characterized by both fortune and tragedy. Due to the peculiar circumstances surrounding the Mafia Federation, most experienced a fleeting period of privileged youth, abruptly halted, forcing them into a solitary struggle for survival, ultimately treading the repetitive path of their forebears, either decaying or perishing in the process. Bikey is a quintessential example. His father was a beleaguered smuggler, while his mother, a noble woman, sought romantic escapades, yet she did not elope with Bikey's father. The stubborn traits Bikey inherited were evident, suggesting that even a beautiful noblewoman could not rescue him from his fate. His mother fell victim to deception and trafficking, and Bikey's father, tasked with transport, took advantage of her vulnerability, resulting in violence. Shortly after Bikey's birth, his mother, consumed by despair, took her own life, while his father remained indifferent, continuing his sordid dealings. Though Baiki enjoyed a relatively decent material life, that fortune was short-lived. A conflict over supplies led to a violent fallout, claiming his father's life. Bereft of paternal protection, Baiki lost everything, for the hidden wolves of the mafia empire allowed no room for the weak. Thus, he was left to wander the streets, surviving through petty theft and cunning. The absence of order had not merely faltered, it had collapsed entirely. After interrogating Becky, Brad speculated that the founders of the Mafia Federation Kingdom must have initially harbored aspirations akin to those of other monarchs, aiming to govern their realm with dignity, advocating for legal reforms and legitimate business practices. Unfortunately, their subjects were comprised entirely of individuals accustomed to chaos and disorder, devoid of virtuous citizens. Consequently, the situation devolved into a gradual reversion to resolving conflicts through underworld tactics. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Brad Heyman, with Brad as my given name and Heyman as my surname. Quite the opposite of your own. Brad observed Becky's every move and utterance with keen interest. Beside me is my esteemed sister, Joanna Heyman. The mischievous mosquito girl leaned forward, playfully lifting her hat to make a silly face. With her strikingly beautiful features, one might wonder what lay atop her head. Along with those grotesque exoskeletons and elongated antennae, Becky gasped, nearly crying out in alarm. As you can see, she is not human. Do you understand the peril of encountering a super dangerous subhuman species? Brad's lips curled into a slight smile. Me? I am a hunter, you know? Becky nodded silently, fully grasping the essence of Brad's character. In brief, he was a formidable figure. Crushing someone like him was akin to squashing an ant. He could easily be molded or flattened at will. A solid initial understanding fosters camaraderie, and I believe our interaction is off to a good start. Brad smiled, declaring, "This is fate, mysterious and profound. Fate, ineffably exquisite." Becky retorted, "Damn fate. Shall we discuss dreams?" Brad nonchalantly inquired. Becky lowered her gaze and replied somberly, "In the realm of the Mafia, there are no dreams, Godfather." "Oh, a saying from the Mafia Federation Kingdom? A bunch of dreamless, stagnant souls." Brad lamented, tinged with mockery. A brief pause ensued. Brad whispered like a demon, "Then let us speak of desire. Do you wish to avenge your father? Do you yearn to reclaim the grand estate and prosperous life that rightfully belonged to you? Do you aspire to wield power, status, and wealth akin to the upper echelons of the Mafia Kingdom? Speak it. There is no shame in uttering your desires." "Becky, one must strive to live with a semblance of dignity. Otherwise, what significance does achievement hold? I want it." Becky responded without hesitation. Brad smiled and said, "Go strive. Prove your determination. Show me your fundamental qualifications, and I shall assist you." After leaving a string of phone numbers, Brad departed without further enticing Becky. She remained seated on the abandoned barrel that Brad had previously occupied, motionless for an extended period. A child beset by misfortune inevitably matures more swiftly than one sheltered under the protection of parents. She was deep in thought, weighing her options and devising a plan. Casting a distant glance back, Brad's lips curled into a smile. From the very moment he encountered Becky, he recognized her as a prime candidate for exploitation. Several minutes passed. Brad arrived at a church-like structure, the western branch of the Hunter Association. Sakia was guiding Esther's and others on a tour, enlightening them about the tenets of the Hunters and important considerations in the Mafia Federation Kingdom. Noticing Brad, he turned and called out, "Would you care to listen as well?" Brad acted upon his words. "In a moment. According to one of the tenets of the Hunter, one must possess a target for hunting, and I do. My quarry is history. Secondly, the hunter must possess a minimum level of martial understanding, which is to say, the cultivation of one's mind, and I possess that as well." Brett inquired, "What should I do? What actions should I take?" Jacques chuckled, "How straightforward. It's quite simple. A novice who is still uncertain on how to proceed needs guidance. Just wait for a suitable opportunity from an association, and that will suffice. Others are in the same boat." With great care, Jacques arranged accommodations for the young ones before departing for other matters. Taking advantage of Jin's inattention, Braid summoned a 4-person team to assemble. "What scheme are you concocting now?" "Young Braid?" Millard remarked with his characteristic laziness and mockery. "I was just preparing to indulge in a nice bath. Or have you reconsidered and decided to don women's attire?" With a sharp glare, Isteth scolded Millard and signaled discreetly to Braid. "Rest assured, I have checked for any listening devices," Braid assured. "Regarding what Shakyak said about waiting for a suitable task from the association, I find it rather unreliable." Isteth inquired, "What is your suggestion?" "We should take the initiative rather than remain passive. For now, let us not concern ourselves with whether the tasks are suitable. Instead, we should enhance our reputation, elevate our hunter ranks, and contribute to the Hunter Association. This way, we will have more options available to us. Braid stated earnestly, especially since I have personally experienced the chaotic conditions of the Mafia Federal Kingdom, which also represents a myriad of opportunities. We will have plenty of work. Isdeath scrutinized Braid with suspicion. Are you implying that you want me to earn money quickly to repay your debts, you unscrupulous little scoundrel? Braid responded, actually, I wish to explore the personal tasks assigned to you by the higher-ups and see if we can devise a collaborative plan. I suspect it may be futile. Braid probed cautiously. Millard chuckled. Indeed, it is futile. The rules of Cipher Pol are far more stringent than those of the Hunter Association. If one were to privately defy the orders of the higher-ups and it were to come to light, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 33. The Nikos couple. The regulations of the Hunter Association are indeed considerably more lenient than those of Cipher Pol, comprising of foundational tenets known as the 10 Commandments of Hunters. Among these, the first 4 pertain specifically to the hunters, while the latter 6 fundamentally address the classification of hunters and the structure of the association itself. A meticulous examination of the 4 regulations reveals that only 2 are critical for hunters. Firstly, a hunter must possess a minimum level of martial comprehension, which entails a rigorous, severe, and meticulous approach to the cultivation of one's non. The second stipulation mandates that a hunter must have a hunting target, the only requirement being that such a target must exist, without restriction on its nature. Thus, whether terrestrial, marine, aerial, sentient, or inanimate, known or unknown, tangible or intangible, no matter how peculiar the quarry, all are permissible. Moreover, the third regulation states that hunters must not regard their fellow hunters as prey. However, those who engage in heinous crimes are exempt from this protection and may indeed be hunted, regardless of their past misdeeds. Lastly, the possession of a hunter's license is irrevocable for any reason, and it will not be reissued under any circumstances. No one can strip a hunter of their license. The association can only wait for the hunter's demise to naturally revoke it. Despite the myriad loopholes and contradictions within the regulations, not everyone is granted the privilege to violate them, as the authority to establish and interpret these rules invariably resides with the powerful. Minister Onist has assigned the 4-member team the overarching mission of infiltrating the Hunter Association to gather evidence of criminal activities related to the historical text in the blank century, matters strictly prohibited by the world government. Blair, without inquiring into the specifics, understands that his personal task aligns closely with the others, revolving around the investigation of certain matters or individuals that contravene the association's rules. Fortunately, neither the overall mission nor the individual tasks have been given a time constraint, allowing Blair to encourage the team to proceed cautiously. Prematurely breaching the association's regulations might lead to their swift elimination, without even the chance to await assistance from Cipher Pol. With no pressure from above, the team devoted themselves to their work within the Mafia Federation, engaging primarily in private hunter assignments, with fearful gang leaders as their main employers. Protecting these leaders proved to be a rewarding experience, with ample compensation and a favorable environment, satisfying their material needs while simultaneously allowing them to accumulate valuable experience as hunters, familiarize themselves with the association, and strengthen their skills. After a span of 6 months, in August, a couple visited the Western Sea branch of the Hunter Association. The gentleman, with his elegant demeanor and dark hair, complemented by the gentle and strikingly beautiful lady with white hair, epitomized a harmonious pairing. They were the Nikos couple, Nicole Swain and Nicole Alvia, the former a historical hunter, and the latter an archaeologist. Blair had perused their photographs and introductory materials. They were indeed the focus of his personal mission. The moment Brad encountered them, he realized that his meticulously orderly life was about to reach a turning point. Sven, look at that adorable child, exclaimed Olivia, her pregnancy evident, overflowing with maternal instincts, as she unexpectedly collided with the elegantly composed Brad, unable to restrain her emotions. However, Sven did not indulge Olivia. His expression was subtly grave as he coldly remarked, "Let us go, Olivia. You are the esteemed Sven?" Brad beamed with his brightest smile. Filled with surprise, Sven paused, regarding Brad with a hint of suspicion. "I, too, am a history hunter and have heard of your esteemed name." Brad extended his hand, saying, "Greetings, I am Brad Heyman, pleased to make your acquaintance." Olivia knelt, eagerly grasping Brad's hand, chuckling, "How delightful. You are so serious, like a little adult." "Haha. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Nicole Olivia. Sven interjected, I am Sven. Young one, where can I find the president of the Shockyake branch? Aunt Xia is in her office. Brad replied, maintaining his serious demeanor, though his words were laced with deception. Are you here to gather a team, Sven? If so, might I join? My dream is to become a history hunter, yet I have yet to find a suitable mentor to guide me on this path. Recently, I have been working as a private hunter, which has become rather tedious. Sven responded, I will consider it. Farewell, little Brad. Wait for me, Sven. Olivia playfully pinched Brad's cheek before swiftly rising to catch up with her already departing husband. Brett paused in his place, his golden eyes shifting. I'm back, Brett. The mosquito woman alighted gracefully, interrupting Brett's contemplation. Brett chuckled. Have you finished the task? Yes, indeed, responded Mosquito Girl, nodding vigorously. Capone Becci was undeniably a man of courage. Having single-handedly vanquished his father's murderer, thereby showcasing his capabilities to Brett, he was seizing the olive branch extended by Brett. Employing the audacious strategy of assassinating the leaders of the mafia organization to amass wealth and recruit followers, rapidly ascending in power. Thanks to Capone Becci, the quartet of private hunters found themselves inundated with assignments, and the mafia lords of the Federation were genuinely intimidated. However, mere defense was not a prudent strategy. Many gang leaders resorted to hiring assassins, attempting to retaliate with a vengeance against those they could not confront directly. The very assassins Mosquito Girl had just dealt with were a testament to this. Control the mosquitoes and eavesdrop on Sakia's office, Brett commanded in a lowered tone. Mosquito Girl understood immediately. Moments later, she relayed, they were discussing something called the historical text monument. That man wishes for Sakia's assistance in contacting someone about acquiring it. It seems the location of the historical text monument is perilously concealed. She continued, there were also mentions of threats from the world government. And he hopes his wife can stay here temporarily. Brett raised an eyebrow. What did Sakia say? There was no response, and even Mosquito Woman found it peculiar. Brett was taken aback, exclaiming silent. The Mosquito Woman communicated with the mosquitoes, saying, oh, it seems Brett's expression is not quite pleasant. Chapter 34. Severely corrupted. You should not have come in person, Swain. Shakia's striking brows furrowed deeply as she extinguished her cigarette. At last, she was willing to respond to Swain's previous monologue. You possess a multitude of means to communicate, mobile phones, landlines, even the more antiquated telegraph and letters. Yet, you deliberately chose the most troublesome method, thus embroiling us all in complications. Complications? Swain was taken aback. The secret of the historical text stone tablet has thus far remained known only to the three of us. Shakia shook her head repeatedly. What is truly significant is that the world government has long been aware of your inquiries into the historical text. Delving into the blank 100 years of history, although they are currently unable to allocate substantial resources for thorough investigation and suppression due to the complex maritime situation, they have nonetheless devoted considerable attention to the matter. Regrettably, the West Sea branch presently harbors agents dispatched by the world government, who will not overlook any suspicions surrounding the existence of historical hunters and relic seekers. The identities of Braid and his companions could not remain concealed from Netero, nor could they escape the keen insights of the information specialist and character analyst, Shikiaku. This is why Netero boldly entrusted the little spies to the West Sea branch of the Hunter Association, presided over by Shikaku, hoping that she would manage the situation adeptly to avoid exposure while minimizing the potential harm to an acceptable level. Thus, the Hunter Association and the world government could coexist in harmony, both fully aware of the underlying circumstances. Shikaku did not betray Netero's trust for the past 6 months. She effectively restrained the activities of the quartet, keeping them under her vigilant watch. The indiscreet visit of the Nicole couple, especially their coincidental encounter with Braid prior to their meeting with her, disrupted the status quo. Shikuyaku understood that Braid, with his precocious intellect, would inevitably harbor suspicions and would continue to probe for any slight inconsistencies. Any tangible evidence presented to the world government could lead to unpredictable repercussions. I apologize. I will leave immediately to avoid implicating the association, stammered Swain, his lips trembling. Leave? Foolishness. Shikuyaki retorted coldly. Avoidance will not resolve the issue, Swain. As for not implicating the association, do you believe the world government would buy that? As long as you live, your hunter license remains valid. You are undeniably a part of the Hunter Association. This fact will undoubtedly be seized upon by the world government to launch fierce critiques against the association. Swain, overwhelmed, raked his fingers through his disheveled hair, distressed as he lamented, "What should I do? Abandon my pursuit of history? No, absolutely not. History is my hunting objective, and the blank century of history is my lifelong dream." Stubborn idealists can indeed be quite exasperating, Shikika mused, lighting a cigarette and turning her gaze towards Alvia. "Aren't you going to dissuade him? You both have children now." Alvia gently caressed her belly and replied softly, "Our dreams align." Shikuyaku fell silent for a moment. "Could you assist me in taking care of Alvia, Shikuyaku? Please," Swain implored, bowing deeply. Shikuyaku rolled her eyes at him, exclaiming, "Idiot." Swain looked up, his face a mix of pleading and resolute determination. "Post a mission to hire private hunters for Alvia, specifically Braid, Isteth, Millard, and the Crimson Shroud. If they refuse, create another mission. Think of something yourself. In any case, lead them on a trivial hunt to keep them occupied," Shikuyaku instructed. "Then I will contact other historical hunters and relic hunters to obtain that historical stone tablet." Alvia, incredulous, exclaimed, "They are agents of the world government? Little Braid is only 6 or 7 years old. He looks so adorable. One cannot judge a book by its cover," Shikuyaku replied. Swain solemnly stated, "I understand. Be extremely cautious. Under no circumstances should you reveal any weaknesses. According to my assessment, their combat abilities surpass yours." Syakuyaku cautioned Sweeney. Unfortunately, Syakuyaku's calculations were destined to fail, as Braid, utilizing the mosquitoes controlled by the mosquito woman, had effortlessly eavesdropped on her communications with Sweeney. On the bustling pedestrian street in front of the West Sea branch of the Hunter Association, Braid lounged on a long bench, dialing a number. "This is Braid. I have critical information to report." "Oh, what significant information?" Minister Ernest mumbled, chewing on his beloved meat. Brett murmured, "The couple Nicole has emerged as my personal mission objective, accompanied by the revelation of a historical stone tablet." "Ha ha ha. Indeed, this is significant information. Splendid." Minister Ernest replied in a cheerful tone. "So, what are your plans, young Brett?" Brett pondered. "This is precisely the purpose of my report. I propose revising the hasty original plan, extending our efforts to capture larger opportunities." "How much should we extend our reach? What magnitude of success are we aiming to achieve?" Minister Onest, ever amenable, showed no sign of irritation at Brett's critique of his plan's hastiness. Brito remarked, allowing them to take away the historical text stone for research, believing that this artifact would serve as a magnet, attracting an endless stream of inquiries into the historical text, unearthing the iron filings of the century of silence. In due time, all would be captured in one fell swoop. It would be best to create a significant uproar, making an example to deter any further attempts to contravene governmental laws regarding the exploration of historical texts and the excavation of the century of silence. "Ah, you rascal." Minister Honest could not help but jest, then shifted his tone, asking, "Are you certain? If this goes awry, it could cost lives," young Brito. Bread evasively remarked, "You are the commander." "Indeed, I am the commander. Yet, even above the commander, there exists a higher authority." "Please wait a moment." Minister Onest, it was evident, sought counsel from the higher echelons of the world government, reluctant to bear the burden of responsibility himself. Before long, the plan was taken over by CP9. "And you have missed a grand opportunity for distinction, young Brett." Minister Onest, in a rather jovial mood, jested, "Do you feel any regret?" Brad replied nonchalantly, "Does it matter?" "Commander, is our mission still ongoing? It seems rather insignificant now." Indeed, the acquisition of a historical inscription stone far exceeded expectations. Minister Onest contemplated, "You may return with 3, but one must remain to closely monitor the movements of that historical inscription stone and assist CP9 in executing the plan." "Bradeo, who remains?" "You, Minister Onset." Chapter 35. The infant. To speak candidly, Braid harbored a profound aversion to the art of infiltration and undercover work. He detested it intensely. While one might euphemistically describe such endeavors as engaging in combat at the heart of the enemy, no amount of eloquent rhetoric could obscure the omnipresent peril surrounding him, where threats loomed at every turn. Each day was a relentless struggle, fraught with anxiety and caution, rendering his existence a veritable torment for someone who yearned for a life of tranquility. This was particularly true given that the Hunters Association was well aware of Braid's role as a spy for the world government. When the opportunity arose to observe the Nikov couple, accompanied by the discovery of a historical stone tablet, Braid was filled with elation. Though he did not overtly display this joy, he promptly reported to Minister Onest. even taking the initiative to devise a strategic plan to execute a long-term operation, akin to fishing for larger prey, thereby alleviating potential troubles. He harbored a fervent hope for a successful conclusion, allowing him to retreat to Mariewa and continue his steady ascent in strength at the Cipher Pole Academy. The strategy, which involved a long-term approach to capture a significant target, would be executed by other agents of Cipher Pole. It was conceivable that a 4-member team would be required to closely monitor the developments surrounding the historical stone tablet, thereby assisting in the implementation of the strategic plan. A consideration that Braid had also contemplated. Braid believed that Ernest would choose Millard, the only descendant of a Cipher Pole agent among the quartet. With a living family and having been educated to uphold the ideals of the world government from a young age, Millard posed no concerns regarding loyalty. In stark contrast, his death and the red-haired man were orphans, with his death still in the midst of completing the brainwashing course at the Cipher Pole Academy, rendering him a mere novice agent, whose loyalty remained questionable and thus unsuitable for independent operations prone to corruption. To his astonishment, however, Minister Ernest chose Bread, delivering an immense surprise. Power and authority were indispensable. After ending the call, Bread repeatedly opened and clenched his hands, reflecting, "Isn't that so, Joanna?" The mosquito girl, glancing around in surprise, quickly responded with a bright laugh. "Indeed. Whatever Bread says is right." With that, Bread swiftly sent a message to his death and the red-haired man, informing them that the Millard mission had concluded and it was time to return to Mariewa. Rising, he declared, "We have work to do today. Let us depart." The mosquito girl nimbly embraced Bread, and they soared into the sky. Shortly thereafter, Brad arrived at a sprawling coastal estate belonging to the Fabricio family, a renowned old-school mafia clan within the kingdom of the Mafia Federation. "Welcome, Mr. Brad." The impeccably trained butler, undeterred by Brad's youth, bowed politely and gestured, "This way, please. Master Kaiser has been waiting for you for quite some time." As Brett ambled along, he remarked, "I fail to grasp the purpose behind your extravagant expenditure to hire me for a single day. However, my duty as a private hunter is to prioritize the protection of my employer. The Hunters Association's regulations are well understood by the Fabrizio family." The butler's demeanor was gentle as he spoke. After winding through various turns, Brett was ushered into one of the vehicles within a convoy. The patriarch of the Fabrizio family, Kaiser, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He appeared quite aged, with sagging skin, atrophied muscles, and cloudy, distant eyes. His beard, eyebrows, and hair were all sparse. "Greetings, young man," Kaiser rasped, his voice hoarse and indistinct, difficult to decipher without careful attention. Fortuitously, Brett, having honed his perceptive abilities, responded, "Hello." A mere exchange of pleasantries ensued. As Brett remained taciturn, adhering to the fundamental principles of a private hunter, to remain uninvolved and reticent, suppressing all curiosity and subjective emotions. Regardless of the actions of his employer, he resolutely assumed the role of an invisible observer, intervening only if the employer's safety was threatened or if a request was made within the confines of the employment contract, disregarding all else. The convoy proceeded slowly, departing the estate, traversing bustling neighborhoods, and arriving directly at the dock on the opposite side of the island. Kaiser met with several gang leaders, engaging in casual conversation as they awaited the arrival of a cargo ship's captain. The subordinates of the various gang leaders busied themselves with the unloading of contraband, drugs, alcohol, gambling paraphernalia, and weaponry, indicating the dubious nature of the transaction. Brett had been contracted by the Fabrizio family to act as a bodyguard, preventing any potential double-crossing. "Sir Kaiser, only the slaves pose an issue," remarked the butler, inspecting the returned goods. The captain of the cargo ship, casually clutching a jug of wine, remarked, "On such a lengthy journey, there were no surplus vegetables or fruits for those wretches." "It is not scurvy, but malaria," the butler replied. Kaiser pondered for a moment before dismissively gesturing. "The cost of treatment is exorbitant. Let it be. If it must incur a loss, settle the payments as due. But I hope there will be no recurrence." "Thank you for your generosity, Sir Kaiser." The captain beamed with delight. "No, I beg you." Blood, wails death." Brett witnessed everything in silence, unmoved. He could save no one, nor could he be anyone's savior. He merely murmured, "Human nature is indeed vicious." Brett pondered humanity's cruelty towards itself, while the mosquito woman remained particularly perplexed, yet found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. Brett discerned the thoughts of the mosquito woman and remarked, "When there lies a mere 20% of profit, individuals become restless. With 50%, they are inclined to take risks." 100% emboldens them to face the peril of execution, and with a staggering 300%, they possess the audacity to trample upon all that is human. Profit blinds humanity, leading to degradation, transforming individuals into grotesque beings that closely resemble demons. I do not comprehend, the mosquito woman replied, bewildered. Bread remained silent. A sudden stillness enveloping the air. A newborn? It appeared to have just entered this world. What should I do? I couldn't bring myself to act. Is this her name? Altair. Hurry, it's no different from killing a helpless puppy. Her mother's corpse already reeks. She won't survive. It's easy for you to say. You come and do it. Cries and murmurs erupted from the cargo ship. Bread Altair. Without hesitation, he whispered to Kaiser, that infant sold me. Deduct it from my remuneration. Kaiser nodded slowly in agreement. Very well. Chapter 36. The little caregiver wrapped in tattered cloth, the infant bore the faint, blood-stained characters of Altair's name. The blood long dried and turned a dark brown, flaking away at the slightest movement. The little girl swaddled within had a wrinkled face. Her body and features curled up, her skin a bright red marred by remnants of either blood, amniotic fluid, or a mixture of both, unwashed and filthy. Her eyes were tightly shut, and a sparse growth of white lanugo adorned her head, presenting an appearance reminiscent of a newborn rat, small, dirty, and unappealing. The feeble breath of the tiny creature suggested she was on the brink of demise, yet there remained a glimmer of hope for salvation. Bread cradled Altair carefully and instructed, Mr. Kaiser, I shall have Joanna fulfill our employment contract in my stead. Rest assured, her abilities far surpass mine. Allow me to take my leave. With that, a resounding thud echoed, followed by a sharp crack. Whoosh! Utilizing his psychic abilities, Bread propelled himself with a flick of his toes, shattering the hard stone beneath him, and he darted away like an arrow, disappearing in an instant. The little mosquito girl puffed her cheeks and murmured despondently, Bread, don't leave me behind. Brett did not proceed to the hospital, for the finest physicians resided at the western branch of the Hunter Association. Mere moments passed. Clang! Bread forcefully burst into the building of the Hunter Association's West Sea branch, causing a commotion akin to chickens scattering and dogs barking. Ultimately, he flung open a door and reached his destination. I apologize for the intrusion, Bread said softly as he gently cradled Altair, his expression unusually grave. His words succinct. Please save him. Thank you. The disease hunter, initially poised to misidentify him as an enemy intruder, had nearly chambered a round in his weapon. He glared at Bread, his lips twitching, before gradually lowering his handgun and accepting the responsibility of treating Altair. Lancelina, the name of the disease hunter, was a robust woman whose benevolence starkly contrasted with her rugged appearance. She had previously imparted medical knowledge to the Red Corps. Shortly thereafter, Shak arrived with a group of hunters, spreading his hands in inquiry. Little Bread? Care to explain? Brett slightly inclined his body, apologizing, I'm sorry to interrupt everyone. I will compensate for any damages incurred. After a brief pause, he added, You see, I found a newborn, on the verge of death, and I urgently sought Dr. Lancey Kellen to save her. Wow, truly, Brett is remarkable. Not only handsome, but also possessing a heart of unparalleled kindness. Let us disperse, let us disperse. Brett's sincere demeanor soothed the crowd. Shak scrutinized Brett with skepticism, as if he were reassessing him. Save a life? Quite commendable, indeed. Saving one life is worth more than erecting a 7-story pagoda. But what comes next? How do you intend to care for that child? Adoption. Having decided to save her and grant her life, I must assume responsibility, Brett replied. Leaning against the doorframe of the unguarded infirmary, Shak extinguished his cigarette, fell into silence for a moment, and then jested, Congratulations on your promotion to a young caretaker, little Brett. It feels rather awkward, Brett admitted. Your friends have requested to leave the branch and venture out on their own, Shak remarked abruptly. Braid's perfectly timed expression of astonishment was followed by an unorthodox remark. Do I actually have friends? I mean, Isdeth, Mira, and the Red Corps are all quite in sync, applying for leave from the branch almost simultaneously to venture out on their own journeys. Saki has secretly thought of Braid as a cunning little fox and seamlessly continued the conversation. What are your plans moving forward? After all, unlike them, you have children now, and it seems unlikely that you can embark on solitary training. A newborn cannot withstand the harshness of the elements or a life of uncertainty. She requires a stable environment to thrive. With a cheerful demeanor, Brad remarked, I shall pause my aspirations as a historical hunter and transition to a private hunter, residing long-term at the branch. I hope to receive your kind assistance, Aunt Xia. It was nothing short of miraculous. Lancey Keelan interrupted the exchange between Sakia and Brad, probing. She's fine. She's merely hungry and needs food immediately. Lancey Keelan hurriedly departed with Altair, seeking assistance from a lactating staff member at the Hunter Association's West Sea branch. Could you assist me in hiring a nanny and wet nurse? Please, Aunt Xia, Brad requested. Sakia lit a cigarette, replying, all right. Let's return to the office. It seems luck is on your side, Swain. Your crisis has been averted. Sakia addressed the Nicol couple resting in her office, for some unknown reason. 3 of those little rascals have retreated, leaving little Brad likely too preoccupied to pay you any heed. Swain, puzzled, inquired, huh? Has he become a father? Sakia jested with utmost seriousness. The Nicol couple, bewildered, exclaimed, what? Did a daughter just fall from the heavens into his lap? Sakia beamed. Well, I was just teasing. But he has indeed adopted an orphaned infant girl. Alvia, with a sentimental tone, added, not all individuals from the world government are villains. In any case, I still do not advise you to act rashly, Swain. Sakia swiftly reined in her smile, delivering a stern warning to Swain. They are merely agents of the world government exposed within our sight. Who knows if there are others lurking in the shadows? Focus on spending time with Alvia. You will soon be parents, won't you? I will arrange for personnel to handle that historical stone tablet. Is it possible to transport it discreetly to O'Hara? Swain hesitated. Sakia furrowed her brow. Do you understand the consequences of such actions? I'm fully aware. Swain asserted resolutely. Every individual who dreams of exploring historical texts and uncovering the blank century is acutely aware of this. Is it worthwhile? History is ultimately a lifeless entity, a relic of the past. It is the people who are alive, embodying infinite possibilities for the future. Swain's obstinacy truly vexed Sakia, causing her to lose her composure. Swain, increasingly agitated, countered stubbornly. I have heard enough of such rhetoric, Sakia. I refuse to entertain grandiose statements like history belongs to humanity and everyone has the duty to protect and pass it on, or how uncovering historical texts and exploring the blank century is a noble endeavor of profound significance. My stance remains unchanged. It is worthwhile. No one has the right to strip away people's curiosity about history. The historical stone tablet and the blank century are the ultimate hunting goals for me. All historical hunters, relic seekers, archaeologists, and all who pursue the truth of history. Akin to the pirates yearning for the great treasure One Piece. We are willing to pay any price, even in blood, for it. This is madness. Sakia shook his head in frustration, exclaiming, curse those idealists. Chapter 37, Cypher Paul. Just as Sakia and Nicole were parting on unfriendly terms, a phone call came through to Brad's mobile. It's me, little Brad, came the familiar voice. Brad observed his surroundings with a deliberate calmness. Casually shifting to a secluded corner, Uncle Rashchi. A week later, I would pass through the Mafia Federation Kingdom and take the opportunity to pay you a visit. With this succinct statement, Rashchi had already terminated the communication. It was evident that Rashchi was neither genuinely passing through the Mafia Federation Kingdom nor casually visiting Brad. Rather, he was specifically targeting both the Mafia Federation Kingdom and Brad himself. He represented CP9, executing a strategy that entailed casting a long line to catch a big fish. Seeking to rendezvous with the pivotal figure in the execution of this plan, Brad. However, he was uncertain whether the environment around Brad posed any risks of information leakage. Habitually employing coded language, he trusted that Brad would comprehend. Troublesome, Brad leaned against the wall, exhaling a heavy sigh. His pupils gradually dulled and unfocused as he sank into deep contemplation. He truly despised the feeling of being ensnared in enemy territory, especially when there were elements beyond his control. Cypher Pole was not a place for prolonged stay. The Navy? The Navy was even more passive than Cypher Pole and increasingly resistant to the intervention of the world government in their internal military affairs. They would never allow individuals from an organization like Cypher Pole, which operated both externally and internally, to join their ranks. After all, no one relished the presence of multiple spies around them. Even without the intention to monitor, they would seek to eliminate any potential threats. The Holy Land Guard? They were stationed for extended periods at the heart of the world government, responsible for safeguarding the capital of the world. Yet, it seemed they were also tasked with cultivating the Dark Continent, transforming the perilous wilderness into the Red Earth continent. Ultimately, it was a matter of the strength of power. Those who wield immense power, no matter how reckless their actions, would likely find forgiveness, wouldn't they? Brett was lost in a reverie until Dr. Lancey Klein, cradling Altair. interrupted his thoughts. She had fallen asleep. Look at her. How peacefully she slumbered. Dr. Lancey Klein wore a remarkably gentle smile, despite her rugged and even fierce appearance, which seemed entirely at odds with the notion of tenderness. Bread took the Altair, meticulously cleansing it of any stains. The little one wrapped in the new swaddling was indeed more appealing, adorably awkward. Thank you, Dr. Lanskellen. Can you take good care of her? The robust and towering Dr. Lanskellen, even when crouching, still loomed over Bread, standing at an impressive height of nearly 3 meters and a width of 2.5. One of her arms could easily encompass Bread. Raising an infant requires more than mere determination. She is far too small and fragile. Every aspect, feeding, drinking, relieving, sleeping, must be attended to with great care. It demands not only substantial time and energy, but also a familiarity with every detail that warrants attention. A moment's negligence could lead to disastrous consequences. Braid gently placed a light kiss upon Altair's forehead and, with a smile that seemed to evade the question, declared, I have money. Dr. Lanskellen understood Braid's implication. He was unable to care for Altair himself, yet his wealth could procure someone capable of providing the necessary care. After all, money can indeed move mountains, especially when it comes to people. Thus, Braid, with resolute determination, leveraged the resources of the Western Sea branch of the Hunter Association within the Mafia Federation, unhesitatingly investing all the commissions he had earned over the past 6 months. He purchased property and hired a nurse and a governess, swiftly establishing a new home. A week later, just before Rasky's arrival, the nurse exclaimed, P.S. opening his eyes. Young Master Braid, Altair is about to awaken. She joyfully called out to the diligent Braid, while also drawing the curtains to soften the light in the room. Braid approached the cradle and waited for a moment. Indeed, Altair opened his eyes. Those were eyes of an otherworldly nature, surpassing even Braid's golden gaze. The outer ring was blood red, the inner circle a pale green, and the deepest part of the pupil was an astonishing square of deep blue, though devoid of any sparkle. He was undeniably extraordinary by birth. Altair, you are indeed Altair, no doubt about it. Braid expressed a rare and heartfelt joy. A harsh creaking sound pierced the air. Do not scratch the walls, Joanna. What if you harm Altair's eardrum? Braid shot her a sidelong glance. Outside the door, Joanna peered in, pouting, a mixture of envy, jealousy, and a touch of grievance on her face. Have I fallen from favor? Glancing at the clock, Braid replied, Time to work, Joanna. Of course. The work was merely a pretext. He was to meet Rashchi. He dared not set the meeting place at home, for his property, along with the hired nurse and caretaker, were facilitated through the Hunter Association's West Sea branch within the Mafia Federation. Who knew what tricks Sakia had up his sleeve? Minutes passed. In the desolate mountains on the outskirts, Rashchi inquired, How have you been, little Braid? Brett candidly expressed his discontent, revealing that he harbored a disdain for the profession of a secret agent. However, Minister Ernest held him in high regard, extolling his talents and deeming him a genius in the field, with hopes for his swift progression to become his right-hand man. Rashchi, with a hint of a smile, quipped, Perhaps in 15 years? 10 years. You shall be my superior then. Bread shook his head, expressing skepticism towards pleasantries. Let us discuss the matter at hand, Rasky. Rasky's expression shifted as he inquired about the whereabouts of the historical stone tablet. It should ultimately reside on the archaeological sanctum of O'Hara Island, Bread asserted with conviction. Rasky, however, was not entirely satisfied. Should? I am certain. Bread countered, What is the attitude of your superior? From what I gather, he is not a patient individual, always preoccupied with achieving merit, yearning for rapid success, and basking in the glory of accolades. Rasky chuckled softly. You certainly understand his character. His enthusiasm is quite palpable. The strategic plan you devised, to cast a long line and catch a big fish, is one that he covets immensely. He may exhibit patience, but should he falter, the dual resistance from above and our own will restrain him from reckless actions. It is unfortunate for him to be in command of CP9. Bread remarked. Cipher Pol is the most intricate organization under the aegis of the world government. Aside from the headquarters of Cipher Pol number 0, known as CP0, there are 9 branches, known as CP1 through CP9, each with distinct responsibilities. CP1 and CP2 handle the protection of dignitaries, CP3 and CP4 focus on intelligence gathering, CP5 and CP6 deal with emergencies, while CP7 and CP8 are concerned with undercover operations and espionage. CP9 specializes in assassination. CP0 consists of elite members selected from CP1 to CP9, serving directly the celestial dragons. What sets CP9 apart is their privilege to execute those who defy the world government on the spot, which is why CP9 and CP0 are generally not disclosed to the public to avoid negative repercussions. The elite agents of CP9 are predominantly cold-blooded and ruthless, proficient executioners who disregard weak leaders like Spandam. They heed his words if they align with their interests, but if not, they dismiss him as inconsequential. In summary, the long line. Big Fish strategy is a long-term endeavor, not to be assessed within 3 to 5 years, Bread cautioned. Rasky nodded, time is of the essence. And the gathering of fish is insufficient. You must continue to monitor the whereabouts of the historical stone tablet, for we have a special mission awaiting us. We shall deliberate further upon our return. Chapter 38, a rehearsal for the 7 warlords of the sea special mission? Are we to handle that rabid dog? A sudden realization struck Bread, and he subtly probed. Rasky paused, then met Bread's inquisitive gaze, his tone grave. What do you know? How did you come to know? Young Bread, you must not jest. In May, specifically on the 13th day, I happened upon Sakia, the leader of the Western Sea branch of the Hunters Association on the island. She is an information hunter, and it was through her that I uncovered a clandestine piece of intelligence that the government had concealed. A vessel belonging to the government encountered the notorious captain of the ward pirates, known as World Destroyer, the infamous Bandywald, who launched a fierce assault, leaving the celestial dragons aboard the ship fortunate enough to escape with their lives. Bread tapped his temple, remarking, I remember vividly. After all, it is not every day that one dares to offend, or even attempt to eliminate, the rulers of the world, the celestial dragons. Rasky, visibly perplexed, inquired, and then you contacted us for this mission? At that moment, I was resolute, driven by an obsessive desire to eliminate all that obstructs me, be it the navy, merchants, tourists, civilians, or even fellow pirates. I was determined to obliterate any hindrance in my path. A rabid dog had finally bitten into iron. The government would undoubtedly no longer tolerate him. His assault on the celestial dragons was tantamount to an affront to the government's dignity, a provocation of its boundaries. Bread recounted this matter with an air of calm. Rasky interjected, yet I have waited long without hearing news of his capture or imprisonment, leading me to speculate that the government must be preparing a special operation. Otherwise, there would be no reason to suppress the dissemination of this incident. Given the government's might, they could easily publicize the event, amplifying its impact, and with overwhelming force, eradicate the ward pirates. Such a decisive action would serve to reassert the celestial dragon's supreme status. A splendid demonstration of power, wouldn't it? Bread continued. It has been over 3 months since then, and coincidentally, you have a special task awaiting you. Thus, the special operation and the special task converge. I venture to guess, and your anxiety revealed everything. Are you a monster, boy? Rasky helplessly grinned. Brett chuckled, remarking that meticulous excavation of the information concealed within intelligence, coupled with audacious conjecture, always yields a modicum of reward. It left me startled. Under the impression that the mission had encountered a flaw, sighed Rashji. Bradford inquired, how does the government intend to deal with Bandywald? I am exceedingly curious. As you are already aware, Rasky pondered, this is a pursuit that transcends the bounds of reason. CP7 and CP8 have infiltrated the walled pirates, seeking to incite dissent among the crew members, while CP5 and CP6 are diligently working to bribe and persuade the deeply embittered pirates within the walled faction, urging them to set aside their doubts and apprehensions regarding the formation of a coalition with the Navy to eradicate the walled pirates. Bread gasped, pondering the absurdity of a cat-and-mouse game involving a rabid dog. An intriguing and peculiar plan. It was no wonder that it required 3 months of meticulous preparation. His thoughts raced. The pirates, with their allure of wealth and clemency for crimes, had ample means at their disposal to dispel any doubts. Forming an alliance with the Navy to confront the ward pirates, Bread lifted his gaze, inquiring about the Navy's stance on this coalition against the ward pirates. The Navy, a force bound by principles and ethics, housed many individuals with radical ideologies. They would vehemently oppose the notion of justice colluding with malevolence to punish another form of wickedness, as it would be a humiliation to their belief in the triumph of righteousness over all evil. Rasky raised 3 fingers, stating that during the government's preparation for this special plan, Panga City witnessed 3 instances of self-immolation, resulting in the deaths of a naval brigadier general, a rear admiral, and a vice admiral, with protests escalating incessantly. Fortunately, the only serving admiral, Buddha Sengoku, was not of the hawkish faction within the Navy. Had it been otherwise, history might have seen the first admiral who sacrificed himself in protest against government decisions. Bread, intrigued, asked about the government's higher-ups' reactions. Rasky shook his head, explaining that while they were not indifferent, they merely conversed with Admiral Kong, as the true intentions of the government were a mystery. After all, Bandy Ward was hardly comparable to figures like Shiki, Roger, or Whitebeard. Why go to such lengths? The government was engaged in a grand scheme. This was not merely an extraordinary hunt, but a meticulously crafted experiment. Bread, with a newfound understanding, reflected on how the Navy's attitude towards this coalition against the Ward pirates was precisely what the government sought to comprehend. Should a monumental shift occur, the Navy might acclimate to the idea of justice collaborating with evil to punish another evil. Rasky interjected, bewildered, questioning his own identity and surroundings, struggling to comprehend the situation. The strategy of enlisting pirates to combat pirates and deplete their ranks was familiar to Bread. It mirrored the concept of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, what filled him with trepidation was the realization that the world government was now plotting a prelude to the 7 warlords of the sea, seemingly anticipating a significant upheaval in the situation. Or perhaps the world government was acting with intent. Cold sweat trickled down Bread's forehead. Little Bread? Little Bread, Rasky exclaimed, noticing his discomfort. Bread awoke and reassured, "It's nothing, Uncle Rasky." Adjusting his mindset, he quickly shifted the topic. "By the way, what role does CP9 play in this special mission? We need to reclaim all the rewards promised to those pirates by the government, including their lives." Rasky tightened his black leather gloves and replied, "Let us leave it at that for now. I must take my leave." The conversation could not continue, as Rasky was indeed intimidated by Brett's demeanor. "Please convey my regards to Aunt Shuefa, and do take the time to accompany her," he added. Brett waved farewell, watching Rasky's figure gradually fade from view before turning back. "Are you not happy?" Mosquito Girl awkwardly bent down to walk, observing Brett's expression. "I suddenly feel the world has become more perilous, Joanna," Brett remarked, revealing his usual pessimism. Mosquito Girl reiterated her oft-repeated assurance. "Joanna will protect Brett." "You haven't even learned to read yet." Brett spread his hands. "I can't unilaterally force you to awaken your life energy. Our physical structures are different. Perhaps try a little harder, Joanna." Mosquito Girl bit her red lip. "Keep it up. You can succeed." Brett encouraged her inwardly, contemplating the need to enhance their combat capabilities. Chapter 39, The Father Speaks. There exists a multitude of forms of power in the world, including the commonly used 3 major systems, Haki, Nin, and Chakra, along with the accompanying or derived forms such as grudge, sage techniques, and superpowers. There are also the mysterious devil fruits, imperial tools, weapons, and so forth. However, regardless of the type, when traced back to their origins, they all converge into one path, necessitating the fundamental life energy that is inherently supported by both physical and mental strength, without exception. What truly distinguishes them is the method of acquiring power. One category involves personal effort and learning, such as the 3 major systems of Haki, Nun, and Chakra, along with their associated or derived forms. The other category encompasses the acquisition of devil fruits, imperial tools, and weapons, using them as mediums to unleash one's potential. In terms of the complex and diverse forms of power, it is impossible to determine superiority, undoubtedly, given Brett's current circumstances, to enhance his combat strength. He must either delve deeper into the mysteries of Nin or whimsically wish for 2 high-quality devil fruits to fall from the sky, as he lacks other means of acquiring power. Months ago, at Cypher Pole Agent Academy. "Father, I am feeling perplexed," Brett, still uncertain about what manifestation to pursue in the realm of the 6 types of Nin, sought Andrewson's guidance. "Could you explain Nin once more?" "Pray in the name of the Lord, Amen." Andrewson concluded his prayer, closed the Bible, and smiled gently. "Of course, child. Would you like to know?" Brad ran his fingers through his hair, a rare expression of distress and agitation upon his face. "Everything. All there is to know about the 6 natures of hair, and yet I remain uncertain about what form I should manifest." "I understand," Anderson replied with an unwavering smile. "Your current state is a quintessential display of a manifestation-type psychic's abilities. Bredham, the diverse qualifications, upbringing, and even personalities of individuals determine the distinct manifestation of the 6 natures of thought upon awakening one's life energy. While this is not an absolute rule, it certainly holds significance." Andrewson, polishing his glasses, remarked. Individuals belonging to the manifestation category of the 6 natures of thought typically exhibit a somewhat neurotic, stubborn, and obsessive disposition. They possess unassailable opinions and excel in discerning minute details, often embodying the traits of difficult perfectionists and realists, which makes it challenging for them to decide on the specific items to manifest. Bled met Andrew's gaze and reminded him, "Father, you too belong to the manifestation category. Is it truly wise to say such things?" Andrew blinked, seemingly jesting. "As of now, I would consider myself to be of the trait category." Bread, with a rustle. Anderson picked up a pen and paper. In a moment, he elucidated. Individuals can effortlessly cultivate their inherent nin abilities, whereas mastering abilities outside one's affinity proves to be a formidable challenge. Even if acquired, such abilities remain elusive to complete comprehension. Anderson gestured towards a hexagonal diagram he had sketched. This represents the 6 types of nun. Taking you as an example, you belong to the materialization category. Assuming your probability of mastering materialization stands at a staggering 100%, your chances of grasping the closely related transformation category would be 80%. The likelihood of mastering the more distant manipulation and enhancement categories is 60%, while the probability of acquiring the farthest category, emission, is 40%. As for the 5 types of specialization, the chances of mastery are a mere 0%. Specialization is unique, predominantly innate, however. Those who transition into specialization from materialization or manipulation tend to be influenced by external factors, with materialization and manipulation being the most common origins. Bread gazed intently at the arrangement of the 6 elemental diagrams and inquired, "Why is the 6 elemental diagram arranged in this manner?" "Oh, it was an innovation conceived by the ancients based on the application of thought." Andrew patiently elucidated. The reinforcing element serves as the foundation of the 6 elemental diagram, embodying the essence of thought. From there, 2 lines extend. The line of controlling thought application, leading to the releasing element and the operational element, and the line of quality variation in thought application, leading to the transforming element, the materialization element, and ultimately the characteristic element, which encompasses all thought abilities beyond the 5 elements. Brett's fingers drummed upon the table, and suddenly he remarked, "Utilizing the essence of thought to enhance the physical form. Objects embody the essence of enhancement. This bears a striking resemblance to the effects of the armed hockey. Can I compensate for my inability to fully master the enhancement of thought through the use of armed hockey?" "Indeed," affirmed Anderson. Bread remarked, "The essence of altering one's thoughts, known as transformation techniques, shares a commonality with the 7 attributes of chakra: thunder, wind, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. Might I, through chakra, compensate for my inability to fully master transformation techniques? Is it possible to even evolve transformation techniques into a comprehensive chakra of all attributes?" "Indeed," Andrew affirmed once more, yet promptly emphasized, "It is exceedingly challenging, my child. Human time and talent are limited." The conversation swiftly veered off course. In essence, the transformation of thoughts into tangible manifestations, known as materialization techniques, theoretically allows for the creation of anything one desires, provided that one possesses a profound understanding of the object in question. After all, materialization techniques do not conjure items that defy logic from thin air. Furthermore, incorporating the constraints and contracts I have taught you, alongside the addition of special abilities such as manipulation, can create an illusion of great complexity during combat. Andrew continued, "It is quite simple. Harness your innate talent for discovering minute details, your unwavering resolve, and your abundant imagination." Bread pondered. "Pray, speak of your nun ability, Father." "My nun ability is known as sin and punishment, specifically designed to execute monsters and heretics," replied Anderson. Brett smirked at the corners of his mouth. "Is it over? Forgive my reservations." "Child," Anderson sighed. Brett nodded, comprehension dawning upon him. At this moment, after sitting in silence for a considerable time, he still found himself grappling with the dilemma of what item to materialize. A contract chain? A mad jester? A bulging-eyed fish? A pinch of gunpowder? There were numerous references, yet none resonated with Brett. He yearned for something more potent, more decisive in terms of combat prowess. Offense plus defense equals combat power. Offense? Defense? The best defense is a good offense. Offense. What kind of attack could render a defense futile? What weapon strike could be beyond the reach of defense? Bread pondered incessantly, lost in contemplation. The incessant buzzing of a mosquito filled the air. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, Brad felt a flicker of inspiration. Joanna. Joanna. Chapter 40. Gluttony. Mid-August. The Mafioso Federation Kingdom, a sprawling coastal estate. The piercing cries of an infant reverberated within the villa belonging to the once-renowned Fabricio crime family. No, it was once the villa of the esteemed Fabricio family. Be good, Altair. Gently kissing the forehead of the infant in his arms, Brad soothed her as he treaded over the lifeless bodies of gangsters, advancing towards the bedroom at the end of the hall. Inside the bedroom, the aged crime Lord Kaiser lay bedridden, having already heard the sounds of clashing blades and gunfire outside. Yet, he was powerless to act. Now, in the stillness, he laboriously gestured for his butler to assist him in sitting up, his murky gaze fixated on the bedroom door. Awaiting the fateful decision, would the Fabricio family repel their enemies once more, or would they face annihilation? The answer would leave Kaiser disheartened. Tap, 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 crisp footsteps drew closer. The door creaked open. Hello, Mr. Kaiser, it is a pleasure to see you again. Brad greeted with a smile, unceremoniously taking a seat on the sofa near the bedside. Kaiser's voice remained hoarse, gravelly, and feeble, as he sighed softly. What grievance does the Fabricio family hold against you, sir? I implore you to enlighten me. After all, I had previously sought your services from the Hunters Association, and I believe I have offered the appropriate courtesies and compensation. If you feel dissatisfied, believing the Fabricio family has slighted you, I am willing to apologize and provide a generous gift. Why must we find ourselves in this current predicament? Truly, the seasoned crime lord was admirable, unfazed by adversity. Brad marveled at Kaiser's calm demeanor and sagacity, responding with a smile. I must concede that during our engagement, you indeed afforded me the due respect and remuneration, yet I too believe I owe you nothing. I fulfilled our contract. Once the contract concluded, we became strangers. And your insinuation that I lack the professionalism of a hunter in seeking retribution is rather inappropriate. Kaiser replied with composure, Indeed, it is inappropriate. That is my fault. If we are to be estranged, then why do you attack the Fabricio family? I am a private hunter, Brad declared with a flourish. Becky, clutching a cigar, boldly stepped before Kaiser and removed his hat. Greetings, Mr. Kaiser. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Capone Becky, a name you may have heard amongst the lesser known. Oh, you are the infamous mad kid who has recently emerged? I am aware that several gang leaders have had their lives and fortunes taken from them, causing quite a stir and unsettling everyone. Coughing violently, Kaiser was abruptly seized by a fit, prompting the butler beside him to pat his back urgently. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood and phlegm, he took a heavy breath and glanced at Becky, then at Braid, saying, He has hired you? Spare me the deception. Despite Becky's efforts to conceal her reverence for Braid, it was impossible to mask the sharp instincts of the cunning Kaiser. The Mafia is one of the most class-conscious organizations, and as its leader, he could discern loyalty and fear in a person before reaching 50. Huh, Braid chuckled, gently rocking the infant in his arms. Well, it's actually because of her. I have adopted her and cherish her dearly. I desire her happiness. Hence I must eradicate everything that brings her sorrow, including your slave trade that caused her to lose her parents. Liars. Kaiser interrupted angrily, his agitation resulting in another bout of painful coughing. After a long pause, he regained his composure and fixed his gaze on the peculiar weapon that Braid had been gripping tightly with one hand while holding the infant with the other. His tone was resolute. You simply wish to kill a few individuals to test your new toy. Is it not obvious? Braid appeared taken aback. Your naive smile reveals your intentions. Apologies, but a child with a new toy is always a bit too excited. Braid feigned sincerity in his apology. Kaiser murmured, In my old age, I have learned to be cautious, especially towards powerful beings like you. I would never dare underestimate even a little imp like yourself, for fear of courting disaster. But alas, there are no regrets. You should know that once I take action, there is no way I will let you go. Are you still rambling? Braid replied, I do not wish to appear foolish. I simply wish to understand. With that, sharp instruments plunged into flesh, leaving behind two withered corpses. Bradley decisively eliminated a notorious mob leader and his steward. Turning back, he instructed, Clean up the mess. Becky, the territory of the Fabricio family now belongs to you. Yes, Godfather, Becky replied, her plump cheeks quivering as she suppressed her trepidation. Brad gazed intently at the manifestation of his thoughts, an object of ebony hue, approximately 3 feet in length and as slender as a pinky finger, tapering to a needle-like point and hollow within. Its name, Gluttony, the ingenious creation of Braid, resembles the piercing mouthpart of a mosquito. It is endowed with two formidable abilities, defensive breach and gluttony, through the constraints and covenants of his non-defensive breach. This ability disregards any conventional defenses of living entities, unaffected by dominance, chakra, or non-gluttony. When it strikes a living being, it swiftly and automatically siphons the life energy from the victim. However, the life energy consumed through this gluttonous act cannot be utilized by Braid, who is currently contemplating a means to overcome this limitation. Once resolved, he shall be on the cusp of transforming his manifestation type, None, into a characteristic type, None. It is worth mentioning the constraints and covenants of Nen. Establishing rules and solemnly vowing to adhere to them, the more arduous the rules and the more stringent the promises, the greater the power unleashed. Conversely, to contravene these established rules or to betray a sworn promise invites a terrifying backlash from Nen. For instance, should Braid violate the rules he has set for himself, the consequence would be a swift demise. Constraints. Attacks may only be directed at living entities. Covenants. 1. Upon invoking gluttony, blood must be shed to unlock the special ability of gluttony. 2. By mortgaging his own life, he may acquire the special ability of defensive breach. However, he finds himself wishing for the capacity to disregard all defenses, yet his life proves insufficient in this regard. Reclaiming gluttony, Braid languidly reclined on the sofa, allowing his thoughts to drift. After a moment, he inquired, "Joanna, shall we move?" The mosquito woman paused in surprise. Huh? Chapter 41. I am a genius. What are you? In the evening, having tidied up, Becky, with her slightly plump and unattractive visage, wore a humble and ingratiating expressions. Much like a docile bulldog wagging its tail in obedience to its master. Braid remained aloof, teasing Altair. Have you truly tidied everything up? I refer not merely to the Fabricio estate, no, but to the villa that now belongs to your Capone family. Furthermore, the wealth, the businesses, the territories, all that once belonged to the Fabricio family, but now rightfully belongs to your Capone family. I, Becky, was left utterly speechless. Brad cast a glance at Becky and instructed, "Take a seat." With a hint of apprehension, Becky shifted a small stool and settled across from Brad. In truth, he had no desire to inherit the Fabrizio family's legacy, particularly to manage it. He preferred the thrill of decapitating a mob boss, seizing his treasures, and then retreating to observe the ensuing chaos among the gang, correct? Brad spoke slowly. Have you considered the consequences of such a path in the long run? Becky, though precocious at the tender age of 12 due to his life experiences, still possessed a narrow perspective. Let me enlighten you. The Mafia is a deeply hierarchical organization that values order and authority. Your actions disrupt this order and challenge their power. Over time, you will inevitably cross their line, which they will not tolerate. The consequence will be that they will eliminate you at any cost, leaving you no chance to fight back. Brad mimicked the act of crushing a bug, adding, I cannot shield you around the clock. I am your boss, not your bodyguard. He paused for emphasis. Do not take this lightly. I am not trying to frighten you. The 10 elders who govern the dark forces of the world command a special unit known as the 10 Shadows. Each member is a master of their craft, possessing formidable powers. Do you truly believe that? Should they take action, your chances of survival as an ordinary youth are anything more than minuscule? Perhaps a mere 0.1 or 0.2%. It is effectively approaching zero. Brad added with a wry smile. Becky's eyes widened in disbelief. No, it can't be. Such prominent figures as the 10 elders could not possibly be concerned with me. What could they want? The Mafia Federation is the capital of the dark forces in the world, Brad remarked, his expression one of resignation. Becky, feeling a pang of anxiety, asked, What should I do, Godfather? Uphold the order and respect the authority, Brad replied, resting his chin upon his hand. To take over and manage the Fabrizio family's legacy is to adhere to the order. Show respect for authority by communicating with the upper echelons of the Mafia Federation. Feign allegiance to them. Regardless of how much the Fabrizio family has previously provided them, add 30% to that. I am confident they will be willing to pardon your previous indiscretions. Becky nodded earnestly, saying, I shall remember that. Your immediate task is to ascend to the upper ranks of the Mafia Federation. After a moment of contemplation, Brad added, Assess the current funds. I will take half. Yes, Godfather, Becky replied, his lips trembling slightly as he cautiously asked, Godfather, may I learn the art of thought? Brett's lips curled into a smirk. Desiring power? Huh. There's no shame in that, but given your capabilities, you fall woefully short. Perhaps you should focus on strengthening your physique. Becky remained silent. I am not dismissing you. I truly mean it. Brett adjusted his posture, languidly continuing, Becky, you must be harboring some resentment. Why should I, at the tender age of 6, master the art of thought while you remain in doubt? The answer is simple. I am a genius. And what are you? Becky replied, at the very least. Shed that little belly of yours. Brett unabashedly set a goal for Becky. Once you rid yourself of that belly, I shall impart to you the art of thought. Becky bowed slightly. Thank you for your generosity, Minter. Keep it up, Becky. Brett held tightly to the increasingly restless Altair. The little one is hungry. Let us depart, Joanna. They exited the villa. That unfaithful little toady, Brett, is loathed by Joanna, the mosquito girl muttered. Braid rode. I understand. It matters not. His utility is sufficient. Well then. Braid, are you serious about the move? The mosquito woman inquired once more. Brett ow. The Hunter Association, Western Sea Branch. Are you jesting, little Brett? Xia Koyak took a deep drag from his cigarette. Altair is still fragile and cannot withstand turmoil. You are well aware of that. Indeed, replied Brett, sensing her lapse. Shakia quickly composed herself and inquired, what prompted you to abandon your long-standing plans to reside in the Mafia Federation Kingdom? Shakia was acutely aware of Braid's identity as an agent of the world government, and she understood that Braid was equally cognizant of her awareness of his status. As a representative of the Hunter Association, she was vigilant in monitoring Braid, determined to prevent any untoward activities within the association. I do not wish for Altair to grow up in an environment saturated with gangsters, murderers, thugs, and despicable individuals, Braid solemnly fabricated. Shakia extinguished her cigarette, retorting, where do you believe is suitable for Altair's upbringing? The idyllic Spring Island, characterized by its temperate climate and a rich academic atmosphere, where Altair would be immersed in a sea of knowledge and illuminated by the light of wisdom. Braid appeared quite pleased and, feigning formality, bowed slightly. In any case, I appreciate your care during this time, Aunt Shaw. With that, he concluded his remarks. Braid turned and walked away. Shakyak stood for a moment, muttering, capricious little rogue. The island of Spring, with its rich academic atmosphere and a climate that resembles eternal spring, has only one suitable candidate in the world, O'Hara Island. A flick of a lighter ignited the cigarette in Shakyak's hand. After smoking 3 cigarettes in succession, he made a phone call. This is Shakyak. Listen closely. Swain. Braid Hyman is headed to O'Hara. I cannot ascertain if he is coming for you or for that historical text stone. Shakyak's tone turned unusually grave. What I dread most is the latter, which implies that among the historical hunters I contacted for the transport of that stone, there must be a traitor. Or perhaps he is an agent of the world government himself. Otherwise, this information could not have been leaked. If Braid Hyman is indeed after that historical text stone, it is imperative to relocate it immediately before the world government takes action, regardless of who bears the blame. Swain on the other end of the line responded with something Shakyak could not decipher. Enraged, he retorted, enough of your nonsense dreams. I am not consulting you, you fool. Lives are at stake, many lives. If Braid Hyman is indeed coming for you, exercise utmost caution. I suggest you leave O'Hara for a while, lay low. I cannot delay him. Swain, do you not understand? He came to bid me farewell, revealing his next destination. He is testing me. Shakyak was overwhelmed with agitation. Am I being paranoid? How do you explain that the historical text stone was just excavated and transported to O'Hara, and he arrives there? It's far too coincidental. Chapter 42. Amada's Talent Next Stop. Undersea Prison. September 3rd. The official mouthpiece of the world government, along with semi-official media, suddenly ramped up their efforts. Television, radio, mobile phones, newspapers, and countless news channels collaborated to proclaim the news that the notorious pirate, Captain Bandy Wald of the Ward Pirates, had been captured by the Navy and incarcerated in the dark, sunless undersea prison. Brett learned of this news through the newspaper, and while perusing its pages, his peripheral vision occasionally caught sight of the core members of CP9, who had evidently arrived at his newly acquired residence on O'Hara Island. The main force of CP9 had participated in the operation to apprehend Bandy Wald. In other words, the news of Bandy Wald's arrest and imprisonment was not breaking news. Rather, it was part of a meticulously orchestrated propaganda campaign by the world government regarding his capture. Hey, not even greeting the officer? What an impolite little rascal. Spandane was indeed not a patient individual. Brett's indifference and blatant disrespect infuriated him, causing his long face to grow even longer as he incessantly muttered. Is he really your junior? Rashji, please, discipline him properly. Rashji furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glare at Spandane, which caused Spandane's voice to weaken, gradually covering his mouth. Devoid of the authority expected of a CP9 commander. My apologies, today's newspaper is exceptionally riveting. I was utterly captivated. Bread remarked with a smile as he folded the newspaper. Good day, Uncle Rashji. Hello, Father Anderson, and everyone else. To Bread, the newspaper was not merely quite interesting. It was truly sensational. The crux of the newspaper's content, Bread was certain, was not the world government's apprehension of Bandywald, eliminating a terrorist who had wreaked havoc. Nor was it the display of their might through this capture. The most significant aspect of the article was the world government's unusual transparency in revealing the process of Bandywald's capture, which should have been concealed. The world government openly communicated to the public that their forces in the campaign against Bandywald consisted of the Navy alongside pirates who harbored animosity towards him. The notion that justice would align itself with evil was bound to incite public trepidation, inevitably impacting the image and credibility of the world government, which prided itself on being the guardian of world peace. Yet, paradoxically, the world government had chosen to act against its norms. Why? Bray believes that the actions of the world government are aimed at undermining the public's inherent perception of justice and evil, which is fundamentally black and white. A stark dichotomy where the Navy is the Navy and pirates are pirates. This is akin to probing the Navy's reaction to collaborating with pirates, as well as gauging the public's response to such an alliance, with the ultimate goal of cultivating the 7 warlords of the sea. You too, child, Anderson replied gently. Spandane, filled with resentment, muttered, Everyone? Am I part of everyone? You insolent brat, I am your superior. You are not my superior. I report directly to Minister Onest of Cypher Paul. Braid replied nonchalantly, Even in the forthcoming joint mission, you lack the authority to command me. My role is that of a strategist and guide for mission execution. To put it plainly, until you obtain the full authority granted by Minister Onest to oversee the mission, keep silent and obey my orders. Spandane gaped, feeling a mix of anger and absurdity. How infuriating. Rashji hesitated, casting a glance at Braid, inquiring whether he was serious. Braid slowly shook his head. He was undoubtedly fabricating a grand fade, deceitfully invoking the name of Minister Onest to manipulate Spandane. Upon their first encounter, Braid swiftly discerned Spandane's hasty temperament. His vanity and arrogance, epitomizing the archetype of a lamentable leader, ineffective in achievements and proficient only in creating chaos. It was imperative to suppress him from the outset. What about that historical text inscribed on the stone tablet? Interjected a towering figure clad in a tailored suit, standing rigidly at the entrance. He possessed a mane of vibrant orange, cascading waves, his complexion notably darker, and adorned with round-lensed sunglasses, exuding an air of icy detachment. Braid wrote, the basement of the world's largest library, the Tree of Omniscience. Crash. Braid rummaged through the drawer of the coffee table, revealing a list of individuals who had come into contact with the historical monument. He shook the folder in his hand. Spandane lunged forward with the ferocity of a ravenous beast, almost snatching the folder from Braid. His desperate desire to cling to the dwindling privileges of his position as CP9 chief evident. Surely you jest. You insolent brat. Spandane exclaimed incredulously. Have you lost your mind in your eagerness to claim credit, gathering information haphazardly from any source? Anderson extended his hand in silence, prompting Spandane to reluctantly present the folder with both hands, his demeanor pitifully submissive and comical, utterly devoid of dignity. The list contained names, genders, ages, places of origin, and even photographs. I had never encountered an agent capable of compiling such detailed information on numerous individuals in such a short span of time. Particularly, when his death and her companions returned to Mariewa, they casually remarked that during the Hunter examination phase, the Hunter Association was already aware of your affiliation with the government. Given that the Hunter Association knows you are government agents, it is implausible that the Hunters would not regard you with suspicion. Yet this list includes a significant number of Hunters. Anderson pondered, It is not that I distrust you, but could you enlighten me on how you accomplished this, my child? Bread reclined lazily against the couch and remarked, The reason I acquired this rather unimpressive house is its proximity to the Tree of Omniscience, which lies within the realm of my perceptive dominion. A cadre of 10 elite CP9 members collectively directed their gazes through the window, surveying the towering and lush Tree of Omniscience. They exchanged glances, contemplating the distance. 200 meters? No, perhaps 220 meters? Rasky speculated on the distance from the house to the tree, his expression peculiar. Are you some sort of monster? Young Braid? Braid remarked softly, it's merely a slight talent. CP9, though aware of my affiliation with the government and harboring considerable suspicion towards me, dared not act recklessly. They could not discern whether my arrival on O'Hara Island was aimed at a specific individual among them or the historical text stone itself. They were left to speculate. Braid continued with assurance. By employing the observation hockey to detect the aura emitted by those who have interacted with the historical text stone and noting the subtle distinctions, I shall then proceed to the Tree of Knowledge library where the stone is concealed, to peruse its tomes. After all, human necessities such as food, rest, and nature's calls compel those who have approached the historical text stone to eventually vacate the underground library. With the aid of observation hockey, I will identify and confirm their appearances. Those capable of studying the historical text stone are merely history hunters, relic seekers, archaeologists, and historians. For history hunters and relic seekers, I will access the Hunter Association's website to review the roster of licensed hunters. As for archaeologists and historians, most are prominent figures in academia, and I can consult tedious rankings of such luminaries. Ultimately, Braid stated, it's all quite effortless and enjoyable. The others acknowledged this. In reality, I have adapted my strategy to cast a long line to catch a big fish, and there is no need for the entire CP9 to toil away. It suffices to retain a couple of skilled individuals with observation hockey to assist me for now. Braid stretched. It must be observation hockey. The effects of prayer bear a resemblance to it, yet lack its subtlety. To be candid, my range of observation hockey does not extend beyond 220 meters. Raska, feeling somewhat awkward, sighed. Our only individual whose range of observation hockey reaches 220 meters is Anderson. He interjected, I shall remain to assist young Braid. Everyone else, do take care as you depart. Braid was quite decisive in ushering them away. Initially, Braid was hesitant to engage in the long-line fishing strategy, deeming it overly intricate. However, upon reflection, he recognized that the execution period for this strategy was extensive. Being distanced from the epicenter of the world government, he found himself devoid of any soft or hard resources to facilitate his growth. The Hunter Association, aware of his status as an undercover agent for the world government, left him with no choice but to generate his own resources. Undoubtedly, Anderson's guidance served as an excellent source of soft resources. Chapter 43, The Holy Shield Indeed. I concede that my unilateral alteration of the mission strategy, without prior notification, was somewhat improper. Given my presumptuous actions, Braid understood that he must provide a corresponding report. Daring not to err twice, he conveyed the changes regarding the long-line fishing strategy comprehensively to his direct superior, Minister Wonist, while refusing to shirk responsibility and countering Wonist's criticisms and admonishments. Braid's candid confession left Minister Wonist at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, the irritable minister finally erupted in a tirade that resembled more of a grievance than a reprimand, laced with sarcasm. Truly a genius. Even before officially becoming an agent of Cipher Pol, you have mastered the tradition of undermining those beneath you, neglecting the virtues, and only emulating the vices. Brett's lips curled slightly, and he knew that he would not face punishment. Minister Wonist's assertion regarding the tradition of Cipher Pol being above reproach held true. Indeed, Cipher Pol was steeped in such traditions. The structure of Cipher Pol is vast and intricate, riddled with chaos and peculiar rules, including numerous unwritten conventions. Consequently, even the esteemed Minister Wonist, as the highest authority within Cipher Pol, often found himself at the mercy of his capricious subordinates. For instance, it is believed that a genius is afforded privileges, provided they demonstrate sufficient potential. Blade was unaware of a rule within Cipher Pol, known as genius is privileged, which implied that if one exhibited sufficient potential, they would be regarded as deserving of special consideration. This notion was sparked by a chance remark from Instructor Gotzi during his time at the Cipher Pol Academy concerning the Holy Shield, a specialized unit dedicated to safeguarding the celestial dragons, the ruling elite of the world. This unit, serving solely the interests of the celestial dragons, was positioned above Cipher Pol, demanding utmost respect even from them, clearly indicating the hidden trump card of the world government. The Holy Shield comprised a fixed number of 7 members, adhering to a stringent philosophy of better to have none than to have a surplus, selecting only the elite among elites. These distinguished individuals were the C-Army de la C-Army of Cipher Pol PL agents, which itself was formed by the finest operatives from the 9 branches known as CP1 to CP9. However, Being elite did not necessarily equate to overwhelming strength. Thus, the rigorous criteria limited the number of members in the Holy Shield, compelling the celestial dragons to instruct Cypherpole to discover and nurture those with sufficient potential. At this juncture, Blade was far from being a candidate for the Holy Shield. He had merely grazed the edges of the notion that genius is privileged, garnering a modicum of attention. In contrast, the situation of Estes was seemingly more promising. Merrill and the red-haired man lacked the qualification. The truly formidable contender was Tornado, who was almost assuredly destined to become a future member of the Holy Shield. Gotzi also mentioned Anderson, who had turned down the Celestial Dragon's overtures and relinquished the opportunity to join the Holy Shield, citing his need for the freedom to spread the light of his master. He had previously declined multiple promotions from CP9 to Cypherpole PL as well. "I apologize, Commander," Blade offered insincerely. Minister Onestead, consumed by his meal, chewed voraciously, the sound of his gnashing teeth echoing through the phone receiver. "Isn't this quite favorable? CP9 need not expend the majority of their forces on O'Hara Island, thus granting you greater operational capacity," Blade remarked with a smile. Minister Onestead replied ambiguously. "Can you guarantee that you will complete the task with excellence?" "I assure you. Just wait. I will send you a document that will demonstrate my capability to excel in this mission, Commander," Blade responded. "Moreover, Father Anderson has endorsed my plan and has voluntarily offered his assistance." Minister Onestead fell silent. After a moment, seeking the opportune moment to gauge what secrets those historical criminals had unearthed, he mused that simply aiming to catch the big fish without understanding the growth of the fish was utterly futile. With a significant yawn, Minister Onestead remarked meaningfully, "So be it. I am weary yet determined, little Brad. I do not possess an overpowering desire for control, and I take pleasure in creating opportunities for the youth. Witnessing their unrestrained display of talent brings me joy." Beep. Communication terminated. Brett stood by the window, gazing at the distant sunset. "How's there a baby?" Anderson returned, familiarizing himself with a new circle of life. Brett spread his hands, expressing his compassion for the lost. "This is not a bad thing, is it?" Anderson replied with a warm and gentle smile. "My child, kindness is a virtue. It is a noble quality." Brett shifted the topic, identifying himself as an atheist. "Father Anderson, would you be so kind as to instruct me in the 6 styles and the armament hockey?" he inquired. "Has your will manifested as a weapon?" Anderson replied. Brett remained silent, his wrist flicking as gluttony lay quietly in the palm of his hand. With exaggerated insight, Anderson slowly nodded in approval of Brett, and then he spoke. "What is the matter? My child, I sense your sorrow. You are perpetually anxious and eager, living in a state of profound unhappiness. Perhaps this has inadvertently shaped your unusual maturity. In any case, I lament the fact that you are unable to experience the innocence and joys of childhood." Braid stated succinctly. "Part of it stems from familial reasons, while another portion is rooted in the unknown, in ignorance. Father Anderson, I fear the unknown, and I dread ignorance. I yearn for the strength to conquer the unknown, and even more so, the power to shatter ignorance." Understanding this, Anderson sighed deeply, extending his hand above Braid's head in a gesture of blessing, declaring, "You shall be steadfast and fearless. You shall forget your sorrows, and even if they return, they shall flow like water. Your days on this earth will shine brighter than the noon sun. Despite the darkness, they will resemble the dawn." Amen. A brief silence enveloped them. "I can teach you the 6 basic techniques, but I cannot impart the armament hockey to you. Your body has yet to fully develop, and it will affect your health," Anderson remarked. Brad pondered, "What about the chakra?" "I'm afraid, my child, that I do not possess all knowledge," Anderson replied. Brett's insatiable curiosity bubbled forth. "I have always wondered, Father Anderson, how formidable are you?" The priest, with a grave expression, replied, "Child, I detest violence." Braid, the infamous executioner, the decapitator of lawmen, the Gunsword priest, the angel of dust, opposed to violence? Chapter 44, The 6 Styles. The 6 styles are one of the hallmarks of Cypherpole, a skill that graduates from the Espionage Academy have the opportunity to master. However, your circumstances are unique. You were thrust into the battlefield before you could complete your studies at the academy. As your senior, I feel it is my duty to impart this knowledge to you, whether or not you seek it. Bathed in the radiance of the morning light, Anderson, having concluded his prayers, was in good spirits, perhaps due to his faith. In his daily life, he is rarely unhappy, a stark contrast to the morose disposition of Braid. Braid listened attentively. With a smile, Anderson remarked, "The 6 styles, gun fist. Storm step, moonwalk, paper drawing, iron block, and shave belong to the realm of physical techniques. Much like boxing, mixed martial arts, and wrestling, they demand a more rigorous control over bodily movements, thereby transcending the limits of human physicality to achieve greater power. Mastering the 6 styles is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in perfecting them. Oh? Braid inquired with keen interest. Anderson elaborated, tracing back through centuries of history. The initial power system of Nun was firmly held by the Hunter Association, while the government adopted a system based on Haki. However, Haki is not easily grasped, and it was under such circumstances that the 6 styles emerged, specifically designed to lay the groundwork for the armed color of Haki, akin to the fuel that supports Nin. Yet, the 6 styles possess practical combat applications, allowing direct confrontation with ninjas, nin users, and devil fruit users. After a brief pause, he continued, in modern times, the training methods of Nun have gradually permeated the government. The ability to forcibly awaken life energy with the assistance of Nun users and to learn swiftly has gained widespread acceptance. After all, the effort required to cultivate Haki far exceeds that of mastering Nun, and the probability of success in training is significantly lower. Anderson reflected, moreover, with the government's constant need for replenishing military strength, promoting Nun training over Haki may not be a misguided strategy. Certain effects of Nun bear resemblance to those of Haki, and if history continues to unfold over the next few centuries, it is likely that Haki may face obsolescence. Brett blinked. Father Anderson? That's off topic. Father Anderson, unfazed, kindly remarked. In any case, many have learned the 6 styles today, yet few truly master them. The former predominantly rely on mere willpower, using their aura to wield the 6 styles, while the latter harness their will, infusing their aura to bestow a second-tier enhancement that amplifies destructive capability. Do you grasp the distinction between the two, my child? Brett was resolute. Indeed, Father Anderson, I have adequately prepared myself for the trials of blood and sweat. Let us commence with the basics, starting with the shave and then the moonwalk. What are we waiting for? Let us run. Strengthen your legs, my child. Father Anderson extended his hand, akin to a courteous servant inviting a guest to proceed. O'Hara Island, 5 laps. Without hesitation, Braid took a step forward. I trust you will look after the mice beneath the Tree of Omniscience library, Father Anderson. Of course, my child, Anderson replied. Once embarked on this journey, there could be no turning back. Braid's approach to acquiring power was meticulous. Thus, apart from the essential activities of eating, relieving himself, resting, and occasionally accompanying Altair, who was gradually coming to recognize him, he dedicated his time to mastering the 6 styles. Meanwhile, Anderson, in addition to overseeing those studying the historical stone tablets, also taught the Mosquito Girl the art of practice. Time swiftly passed, leading us to the year 1492 of the C-round calendar, in the month of February. Brad was compelled to pause his studies of the 6 styles, as his superior, Minister Onist, once again urged him to probe into the historical text inscribed on the monument, seeking to ascertain the extent of his understanding. Quite fortuitously, after concluding his phone call, Brad unexpectedly encountered the familiar couple, the Nichols. Olivia, the expectant mother, bore an impressively prominent belly, indicating that her time of delivery was imminent. She radiated maternal warmth, enhancing her beauty. Sven, soon to be a father, wore a joyful expression. Having heeded Saki's advice to temporarily leave O'Hara Island and avoid the tumult, just returning into Brad's line of sight. It has been a while, Mr. Sven and Mrs. Olivia. Brad greeted them. However, the joy of the Nicole couple seemed to evaporate, almost unable to conceal their vigilant apprehension. You are well, young Brad. Olivia managed to force a smile. Braid gazed intently at Olivia's abdomen for a moment, then meaningfully shifted his gaze to Swain. In that fleeting exchange of glances, a chill ran down Swain's spine as he comprehended the malice emanating from Braid, malice directed towards his unborn child. I have matters to attend to. I bid you farewell. Braid stated, bowing slightly. Watching Braid's retreating figure, Swain stood frozen, unable to move. Swain, what is wrong with you? Olivia called out. Startled, Swain forced a smile and replied, It's nothing. Let us continue our stroll. A walk is beneficial for you and the baby. Haha, especially for little Braid. Olivia was no fool, even though the glow of pregnancy masked her for a time. Swain exhaled deeply, saying, Indeed, he is an agent of the world government, having resided on O'Hara Island for several months, yet he has accomplished nothing. This is inherently suspicious. We remain oblivious to his true intentions. It is jarring. I am frightened. I believed I was fearless in pursuit of my dreams. Yet with Robin's imminent arrival, I am terrified. Terrified of losing you, of losing Robin. The weight of my suppressed fears presses upon Swain's fragile nerves, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face as he lost composure. Shakyak is right. I am a fool. A selfish wretch who has given no thought to you both. I am so sorry, Alvia. I am so sorry. It is all right, Swain, Alvia replied, awkwardly embracing her husband's head against her swollen belly, seeking to soothe him through their unborn child. By choosing to marry you and adopting your surname, I have embraced my choice without regret, regardless of what may come. I cherish your qualities, especially your unwavering dedication. That night, silence enveloped them. Braid raised his index finger and exhaled, stealthily infiltrating the Nikov's residence, confidently striding into Swain's study and lazily reclining on the sofa. Swain's mouth fell agape. Unable to conceal his astonishment, he had envisioned countless scenarios where Braid displayed the menacing fangs of a world government agent, yet he had never anticipated this particular scene. Shall we converse? Braid propped his chin on one hand. Chapter 45. Allow me to arrange this for you. I inquire, you respond. He reached for a pen from the desk, a sheet of paper, and a book, seemingly engaged in casual dialogue. Yet, on the paper, he recorded, name, Nicole Swain. Surname, Nicole, given name, Swain, age, 28, place of origin, O'Hara Island, occupation, a licensed historical hunter and epigrapher. I have gathered your basic information. Is it all accurate? To his surprise, Swain felt a sense of relief, transforming into a calm and resolute figure. An odd psychological growth emerged. Contrasting with the obsessive idealist he was when pursuing the mysteries of history, now feeling the mounting pressure of a crisis hanging over him like Damocles' sword. The transformation was striking. He was a husband, a father, and he had to protect them. Swain replied, all correct. Can you decipher ancient scripts? As far as I know, very few can. Aside from the renowned Kazuki clan from Wano and Kazuki Odin, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, who is the only one I am aware of. The pleasantries concluded, Braid revealed his true intentions. Braid cannot be deemed anything less than astute. Those who pursue the mysteries of history are, in essence, delving into the meanings of ancient scripts. It is only by deciphering these archaic characters that one can truly comprehend the essence of the historical texts they form, and subsequently unveil the concealed messages etched upon the stone tablets of history. This, in turn, leads to an understanding of the enigmatic century of silence. Yet, the task is daunting. Mere fragments of knowledge suffice, for ancient scripts are exceedingly intricate. Sweeney lamented, I am aware of K. Getsumitan. He is the sole individual in the world capable of fully interpreting the historical texts. It was his ancestors who crafted the indestructible stone tablets of history, preserving the methods of deciphering ancient scripts through generations, thereby ensuring that the history nearly 8 centuries old has not been entirely obliterated by the world government. Brett gazed at Swain for a considerable duration, then shifted the perspective of his inquiry. Why must one delve into the historical text, the century of blank history? Is it merely a foolish curiosity? Swain mused with self-deprecation. Braid remarked with a hint of sarcasm, indeed, it is foolish. Yet, it is not curiosity that is foolish, but ignorance, the actions of the world government, which go so far as to enact laws forbidding the study of historical texts and relentlessly suppressing research on the blank century, a period nearly 800 years ago, clearly indicate their attempts to erase history. One can easily conclude that the blank century is synonymous with the dark past of the world government. Of course, they prohibit you from delving into historical texts under the pretense of the blank century. The truth being that the concealed information within these texts pertains to the whereabouts of ancient weapons. Upon further reflection, this hidden information also includes maps leading to the ultimate island coveted by pirates, Raftel, Braid added. Sven, taken aback, replied, I do not understand ancient script. But I have not lied. Braid continued. Sven fell silent. The ancient weapons, with the potential to obliterate the world, could inadvertently fall into the hands of nefarious individuals, resulting in catastrophic consequences, even if that was not your intention. Once a pirate reaches the ultimate island, he would become the pirate king, with the potential to consolidate the scattered pirates into a formidable force, coupled with the detrimental impact of their dark history on public perception and credibility. Either scenario could undermine the authority of the world government. Braid solemnly stated, thus, it is no wonder the world government seeks to punish you severely. You are not the victims here, but rather, you are steeped in foolishness and ignorance. Sven stammered. We harbor no ill intentions. Braid retorted. Therefore, your foolishness lies in your ignorance. As I previously mentioned, the potential for unintentionally being exploited by evildoers leads to similar consequences. Have you ever considered the implications? The Great Pirate Gold Lion seeks the ancient weapons. What do you think would happen if he were to obtain them through your assistance? I surmise he would annihilate several nations as a show of force, compelling the world government to surrender and allowing him to dominate the world. The world government would certainly refuse, leading to the outbreak of a world war, and billions of innocent lives would be caught in the crossfire. The horrifying possibilities narrated by Braid caused Swain to break out in a cold sweat. Do you believe you are in the right? Is your conduct a challenge to the oppressive power that obstructs the public's right to information? You are gravely mistaken. Braid suddenly launched into a tirade. What type of the 30 historical stone tablets does the historical text monument in the basement of the Tree of Omniscience library represent? Is there any intelligence? Instinctively, Swain replied, yes. A swift realization struck him, and he despondently closed his eyes. Are you deceiving me? If you cannot decipher ancient texts, how can you be certain that this particular historical stone tablet contains intelligence? Braid, with a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, responded, there are about 30 historical stone tablets, for are blood red, and 26 are gray. The blood red tablets serve as a map to the ultimate Isle of Lafrid, also referred to as the Waymarker. Of the 26 gray tablets, 9 contain intelligence, which roughly pertains to the blank century of history, while the rest document ancient weaponry and the like. Swain struggled to articulate. You assert that the historical stone tablet contains intelligence based solely on the interpretation of fragmented ancient texts. Shall I set you up with someone? Braid, adjusting his short yet flowing golden locks, remarked, who in the field of history can decipher ancient texts, even if only a few words? Write down their names. And in exchange, I shall spare your wife and her unborn child, and additionally, permit you to take your own life, leaving behind a farewell note or something. Swain replied, I have already shown you considerable care. Braid, with a resigned gesture, spread his hands. The pale-faced Swain hesitated for a moment. I must see Olivia off, or I cannot trust you. I can perform a minor abortion on her immediately. Do you believe me? Braid's smile was deceptively innocent. Swain trembled in terror. No, you cannot. You might as well attempt to eliminate me and flee with Olivia. The world is vast and boundless. There must be a place to hide. Braid seemingly offered this well-intentioned suggestion. Swain collapsed under the weight of despair. Even with his peculiar psychological growth and a fierce desire to protect his wife and child, he remained, at heart, an erudite scholar, unable to contend with Braid, whose weaknesses were far too numerous. Chapter 46. Nico Robin, I am Braid. I apologize for disturbing your rest at such a late hour, sir. Facing the starry sea outside, Braid dialed his superior to report on his work. A rustling sound followed, and the weary voice of Minister Wano came through, filled with fatigue. I cannot sense your sincerity at all, young Braid. He then complained. Honestly, lack of sleep is not just a woman's adversary. Men suffer from it too. Recently, I have been losing hair in clumps and have even unfortunate enough to develop high blood pressure. Can't you show a bit of understanding? Eating vegetarian would do wonders. Braid interrupted Minister Wano. Eh? Minister Wano paused, seemingly offended, and his spirits lifted suddenly. It is impossible to be vegetarian. It will never happen in this lifetime. Brett remained indifferent, saying, suit yourself. To get back on track, Commander, I shall send you several photographs. After a considerable time, well done, young Brett, well done, he exclaimed. Minister Ernest, with a grave tone, remarked, I never anticipated that this band of scoundrels could venture so far beneath the very nose of the government, even managing to decipher intricate ancient scripts with such proficiency. Bordeaux remarked, the list of individuals capable of deciphering ancient scripts bears some overlap with the previous roster that pertained to the historical stone tablets concealed beneath the Tree of Omniscience library. However, it also includes several new discoveries. Those marked with a red circle signify significant threats and should be eliminated immediately. The remainder may be set aside for the time being. As long as the historical stone tablets remain a tantalizing bait, the fish will be willing to risk the hook. I understand, Minister Wano expressed readily. Brett's fingers danced gracefully. Commander? Responded Minister Wano. The frenzied insinuation of Breadwin. Logically, my contributions are substantial. The planning, strategies, and execution of tasks have all been primarily orchestrated by me. Oh, Minister Ernest, suddenly enlightened, chuckled and remarked, "Are you now extending your hand to seek a reward? Such a greedy little rascal." Bread declared, "I am a realist, lacking the awareness of selfless devotion. I prefer to exert myself in proportion to the remuneration I receive, or to undertake tasks only when I feel a sense of fairness and compensation." Minister Wonest retorted, "What reward do you desire? How about an extraordinary promotion to Cipher Pol PL? It is an unprecedented honor. You would become the first individual in history to be appointed as an agent directly to CP0, and also the youngest to hold that distinction." Bread smiled wryly. "A reward that I can effortlessly obtain with just a little time? Commander? You previously asserted with conviction that you are not a miser, Minister Wonest." With a hearty laugh, Minister Wonest dispelled his embarrassment, saying, "Once you complete your tasks and return to Mariawa, you may select one item from the sacred treasury." "One item?" Bread skillfully negotiated, "Commander, as per my understanding, the government evaluates various merits of its personnel with a particular emphasis on the achievements born from the blank century of history, which surpass all other accolades in rank." What a troublesome little brat. You think you know everything. Minister Wonest feigned exasperation, but then continued, "Do not be greedy, young Bread. You may choose one item from the sacred treasury, and additionally, I shall promote you to Cipher Pol PL." Brad said, "All right. I would like to return to Mariehua for a short while to attend to some personal matters." Personal matters. Minister Wonest teased, "You re not eager about the treasures within the Holy Land, are you?" "Patience, young man. It's merely personal matters," Brad continued. "I am one of those who have been investigating the historical text stone tablets concealed beneath the library of the Tree of Omniscience, probing into their research progress. Given the perilous nature of the results, I had no reason to show mercy, hence he met his demise. However, he was not merely a paleographer. He was also a licensed historical hunter." Minister Wonest clicked his tongue in mockery. "Avoiding the limelight, are we? According to the protocols of the Hunter Association, when a hunter under their auspices dies, an investigation must ensue before his license can be revoked. The association is aware of your identity. Even in the absence of evidence, your proximity to the scene of death renders you their prime suspect, especially since you too possess a hunter's license and are implicated in the violation of the association's 10 commandments of hunters. The pressure from the Hunter Association is one aspect. On another front, those investigating the historical text stone tablets concealed beneath the Tree of Omniscience's library are predominantly historical hunters and ancient relic hunters, who are also aware of my identity. The death of Sven will undoubtedly incite their panic. My temporary absence will serve to stabilize them, allowing them to cling to a false sense of hope as they continue their research. Very well, I grant your request," Brad concluded. "Ha?" Minister Wonest yawned. "Time for some rest." Communication devices are now disabled. Bread remained in Swain's study, while Swain had already been suspended from the beam. His pallid skin, elongated tongue, bulging crimson eyes, and the tear-streaked cheeks told a tale of a death not particularly dignified. Yet, in his choice to end his life for the safety of his wife, he departed like a true man. Methodically erasing every trace of his presence, Bread finally took his leave. As he opened the door, he greeted, "Good evening, Lady Alvia." Met with a momentary shock, Bread's courteous salutation was met with Alvia, who stood outside the study, unyielding and tearless despite having witnessed her husband's lifeless form. "Do not squander the opportunity gained from Mr. Swain's sacrifice. Seek refuge at the Hunter Association before childbirth." Bread took a few steps, then turned back, urging, "Forget everything. All of it." As Bread's shadow faded into the night, Alvia finally broke into sobs, her weeping quickly morphing into anguished cries. Ding, ding, ding. The bell of knowledge on O'Hara Island tolled 12 times. On February 6th, at precisely 12:07 a.m., Nicole Robin was born, under the watchful gaze of her deceased father. Meanwhile, Bread returned home, playfully teasing Altair while conversing with Father Anderson. "In a few days, I shall return to Mary Geos. I entrust O'Hara Island to your watchful eyes." Father Anderson. "Very well, my child," Anderson replied. Chapter 47. We are the Hunter Association. In response to Nicole Swain's death, the actions of the Hunter Association were swifter and more intense than Bread had anticipated. On February 6th, the president of the Western Sea Division, Shakyak, arrived promptly. Just 3 days later, at noon on February 9th, the president of the Hunter Association, Isaac Netero, traveled by airship to the scene. A storm of intrigue gathered on O'Hara Island, uniting the majority of the Hunter Association's senior leadership. On the surface, Swain's death appeared to be a suicide, with a note explaining his reasons left behind. However, the criminal hunters collaborated meticulously in their search, yet found no signs of foul play. Shakyak's expression darkened. Who would believe such a tale? It is an insult to our intelligence. At the moment when a father should be present for the imminent birth of his daughter, who would so easily choose to end their own life? Netero, clad in a black kimono, led the mourning procession towards the funeral site. How is Alvia holding up? The silence was maddening, provoking deep sorrow within Shakyak. Netero nodded, acknowledging, for the sake of her daughter, she has her reasons to remain tight-lipped. The world government has made its move. Where there is one swain, another will surely follow. One cigarette after another, Sakya-ku pondered. While the association has no precedent for forcibly intervening with hunters, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. After attending Swain's funeral, I suggest convening a general meeting to discuss not only the historical hunters, the ancient relic hunters, and the ancient script hunters, but also to ensure that we do not witness the emergence of another Swain among them, while exerting pressure on the world government. Nitro paused and turned. What is the first principle of the Hunter's 10? One must possess a hunting objective. Caught off guard by Nitro's question, Sakya-ku hesitated for a few seconds before responding. Nitro continued. What constitutes hunting? Hunting is a mutual struggle between the hunter and the hunted, both fully aware of their roles, engaging in combat to determine the victor. That is the essence of hunting. Sakya-ku answered truthfully. Nitro added on behalf of Sakya-ku, however, the hunting process is ever-changing. The relationship between hunter and hunted is not absolute but reciprocal, and the ultimate loser must abide by the victor's rules. He appeared almost indifferent. In my view, Swain and his companions, having established the hunting objective of the blank century of history, must engage in combat with the world government, fully aware of their stakes. They failed, and thus must adhere to the rules set forth by the world government, paying the price with their lives. I have no obligation to protect them, for they are professional hunters. But the world government harbors malevolent intentions. Their past actions have made it clear that they seek to dismantle not just Swain and his ilk, but the entire association. Sakya-ku exclaimed passionately. If we do not initially display a firm stance, they will only perceive us as weak, continuously pressuring the association. Nitro smiled. No one has ever claimed that the association is not composed of hunters. Sakya-ku bit off the end of his cigarette, momentarily filled with sarcasm. Then what are you doing on O'Hara Island? Swain's death seems entirely normal. Nitro, with hands tucked into his sleeves, replied, I am the president of the Hunter Association and the review committee, tasked with safeguarding the association. If Swain simply fell victim to the world government, I would not concern myself. However, the suspect responsible for his demise is also a hunter, and I must investigate whether the suspect violated the fourth principle of the Hunter's 10, no hunting of fellow hunters. But those who commit heinous crimes are not protected by this rule. An investigation? Still investigating? It was Brett Heyman who did it. It was that snake in the guise of a charming little devil. Sakya-ku was increasingly agitated. Nitro stated, we need evidence. To hell with evidence. Enough is enough. Sakya-ku could no longer suppress the fiery temper of his warrior spirit. Obsolete. Times have changed. The antiquated Hunter's 10 should have evolved. Clinging to the past is futile. Sakya-ku. How rude. Many hunters expressed their dissatisfaction with Sakya-ku's disrespect. Nitro, ever gentle, replied, Sakya-ku, we are not the world government, nor a pirate crew, nor a kingdom. We are the Hunter Association. I refuse to continue. Sakya, in a fit of rage, tore apart his hunter's license and departed without a second thought. Netero sighed, refraining from stopping or persuading Sakya, for he understood that ideological divergences are irreconcilable. After attending Swain's funeral and shedding his entourage, Netero precisely located Altair, who was cradling the Mosquito Girl, and prepared to board the vessel leaving O'Hara Island with Braid. After a long absence, Netero greeted Braid, who remained composed. Netero scratched his head nonchalantly and remarked, Swain has unfortunately passed away. Have you heard? I have heard. It is a pity that such an eminent historical hunter and a remarkable paleographer has met an untimely demise, Braid replied with utmost seriousness. Netero, as if engaging in casual conversation, continued, are you not attending Swain's funeral? Is it not your dream to be a historical hunter? Rumor has it you even intended to seek Swain's guidance. Alas, we are not well acquainted. Braid responded with an air of indifference. Netero, taken aback, suddenly chuckled. Feeling the urge for a spar? You seem to be out for a leisurely outing. No rush, I suppose. Or are you merely pretending to accidentally cause my demise? Braid scoffed. Netero widened his eyes in feigned horror. Kill you? Me? Young Braid, why would you think such a thing? My apologies. It is not that I doubt your character, but I have always been inclined to assume the worst of humanity. After all, humans are the creatures closest to demons. Braid offered a rather philosophical reply. Netero found himself at a loss for words. There existed an unspoken understanding between them, yet neither dared to expose it. Should their ignoble truths be laid bare, it could culminate in a catastrophic rift between the world government and the Hunter Association, potentially igniting war. You are still just a child, Netero lamented, unsure whether he was reflecting on Braid's almost eerie maturity or the cruel role Braid played in Swain's death. Braid remarked, Indeed, I am still a child. Many matters are beyond my control, and I am incapable of making decisions. I merely yearn to exist. Merely yearning to exist? Even at any cost, without regard for the means? Netero questioned. Braid paused for a moment and said, I neither affirm nor deny. To live is simply that. You cannot point to a child who yearns for life, struggling against the odds for survival, and expect them to grasp the concepts of good and evil, of virtue and morality. There is no in addition. The quest for food, clothing, shelter, and the strength to protect oneself from harm is overwhelmingly consuming. Remember to maintain clear communication, as the review committee may reach out to you at any moment. Nitro departed, his exit as abrupt as his arrival. Brett exhaled deeply, cold sweat dampening his back. The arrival of a formidable supermonster, qualified to contend for the title of the strongest in the world, bore a subtle implication of impending retribution, while Brett feigned indifference. He chose to redirect the tension, emphasizing his obedience and commitment to executing the orders of the world government. After remaining stationary for several minutes, he gently kissed the forehead of the slumbering Altair in his arms and said, Let us depart, Joanna. Chapter 48. Don Quixote da Flamingo, is this your private affair? Mia. A greasy middle-aged man resembling an insatiable wild boar, not an omnivore but a carnivore, seemed to yearn for constant sustenance. Gnashing on a bloody steak while curiously scrutinizing the adorable Altair nestled in Brett's embrace. He jested, What a charming little creature. Have you adopted her? Quite compassionate of you. Traveling by ship, airship, and automobile, Brett reached Mariawa with utmost haste. He then dutifully reported to his superior, Minister Wano, the chief of Cipher Paul. On the day of my return, I encountered Chairman Netero of the Hunter Association. Their reaction to my actions was swifter and more intense than I had anticipated, leaving me with little energy to care for Altair, so I had no choice but to leave her at home in the care of Aunt Shuefa, Brett said. His delicate brow furrowing as he could not suppress his inner turmoil, he added with displeasure, Forgive me, Minister, but you are standing rather too close. Minister Wano, taken aback, quickly realized the unseemly state of himself, with grease and morsels threatening to stain little Altair's delicate cheeks, and he laughed heartily as he stepped back. Very well. Very well. What did you discuss? He did not expose my identity as a Cypherpole agent, but seized upon my status as a licensed hunter, informing me that I was subject to scrutiny by the Hunter Association's review committee. Brett settled onto the sofa. This is troublesome. The individual I forced to his demise, the one who studied the historical text of the blank century, also held a Hunter's identity and is suspected of violating the tenets of the Hunters. Had I known, I would have chosen someone else to test. Minister Wano gulped down a few sips of red wine. Are you confident that the Hunter Association will uncover no traces? The most flawless murder is one that compels the deceased to take their own life. What could they possibly discover? Brett rose. The report is concluded. Farewell, Minister. I must hasten to arrange a nurse for Altair to spare her from waking in hunger and distress. Wait a moment. Minister Wano leaned over the dining table, laboriously searching for 2 sheets of paper. Sign here, and you will be a member of Cypherpole, Aegis 0. Additionally, here is proof that you may select one item from the Holy Land's treasury. Braid swiftly affixed his signature and secured the document. At that moment, a loud crash echoed. Lord Ernest, Panga City is in turmoil. You must come at once. Without regard for decorum, the intruder forcefully threw open the door, stumbling onto the floor, breathless and panic-stricken. Calm down, young man, Lord Ernest commanded with authority, unflappable. Panga City is heavily guarded. What could possibly go amiss? The visitor struggled to catch his breath. Don Quixote has returned to the Holy Land. With a thud, Lord Ernest collapsed to the ground, scrambling to his feet, his rotund figure hastily propelling him forward. Don Quixote? Braid's eyes widened in astonishment. Don Quixote da Flamingo has returned to the Holy Land? Minister Brad Baywan met da Flamingo earlier, as the mosquito woman soared through the air, cradling Altair in her embrace, casting a glance upon the 10-year-old Doflamingo. He appeared diminutive and frail, clad in tattered clothing, donning a pair of sunglasses, and clutching a bleeding bundle in his hand. From a distance of 200 to 300 meters, Brad discerned these details clearly. However, he could instinctively sense Doflamingo's fury. No. It was rage, the wrath of a king, even though he now resembled a small beggar. Brad did not linger. He held no interest in the internal disputes of the celestial dragons. Shortly thereafter, he encountered Shue Fatzi's aunt, greeting her with a warm smile. Shue Fatzi was utterly incredulous at Brett's unexpected appearance, covering her mouth as tears of joy brimmed in her eyes. Brett maintained his smile, not inviting me inside. It's been a whole year without any news. Oh, mischievous child, perhaps it is better if you do not return. Shue Faz choked back tears as she lamented. While reaching for the slippers, Brett cradled Altair and playfully presented her to Shue Fazi, saying, "Here is your gift." With a gasp, he lifted a corner of the delicate swaddling that enveloped Altair, revealing the restless infant who was adorably sucking her tiny lips. Instantly, Shue Fazi's tears transformed into laughter. Whose child is this? She is simply beautiful. Having been married to Rasky for many years, and with Rasky often away on assassination missions, Shue Fazi often felt lonely in their home. Her longing for a child to keep her company grew stronger, yet they had been unable to conceive. She is an orphan, Brett explained. I have returned to ask you to care for her. Shue Fazi appeared flustered, torn between her desire to take Altair into her arms and her fear of inadvertently harming the delicate infant, hesitating repeatedly. Altair, such a lovely name, she murmured. Understanding her turmoil, Brett suggested, if you are uncertain about how to care for her, it may be wise to hire a wet nurse or nanny to share their experience with you. They can also provide companionship. Indeed, what a splendid idea. Shue Fazi exclaimed with delight, eagerly rushing to make a phone call. Brett felt a deep sense of helplessness as he arranged for Altair. Shue Fazi's aunt? I must take my leave. Shue Fazi was taken aback. Brett, with a gesture of exasperation, lamented the malevolent leaders who perpetually exploit their subordinates, even when one is but a child laborer. With a resolute farewell to Shue Fazi, he embarked on foot for a while. Suddenly, he pondered aloud, Joanna? Should I first visit the sacred treasure vault, or pay a visit to the tornado? As Shue Fazi had voiced her grievances, it had been an entire year since Brett had communicated with either Shue Fazi, his kin, or Tornado, his friend. In that moment of unexpected urgency, he had barely managed to leave a letter for Tornado. When the task had settled, he still did not reach out. Hindered by the lack of means to contact Tornado, though he possessed a mobile phone, Tornado did not. Given Tornado's capricious nature, he feared that such excuses would bear little weight, leaving him somewhat apprehensive about reuniting with Tornado, especially considering the latter's propensity for explosive outbursts. Naturally, procrastination could lead to far graver consequences. For the irascible dwarf's fury would likely escalate beyond mere tantrums. The Mosquito Girl contemplated the situation carefully. Let us first proceed to the sacred treasure vault. Is that so? Brett inquired. The Mosquito Girl, who had once shared a living space with Tornado and understood his temperament well, earnestly remarked, When Brett finds himself in a predicament, he will possess an extra measure of strength to retaliate. Brett will be protected by Joanna as well, she added. Thus, they set their course for the sacred treasure vault. True to its name, the sacred treasure vault was a veritable trove of riches, serving as a veritable candy shop for all personnel under the auspices of the world government, contingent upon the accumulation of sufficient merit. Rumors circulated that the vault housed an eclectic array of treasures, most of which provided power either directly or indirectly: devil fruits, imperial artifacts, renowned blades and swords, and other items of special function, as well as texts and images detailing physical techniques, ninjutsu, and psychokinetic abilities. There were even the remains of super dangerous magical beasts and unknown, mysterious flora and fauna, all constituting a rich and varied collection that symbolized the formidable legacy of the world government, which had dominated the globe for nearly 8 centuries. However, rumors were merely whispers, and Brett placed his faith in the tangible evidence before him. Chapter 49. This person is quite the dog I, Shigong, am here to manage the sacred treasure vault. I kindly request that you present your passage permit once more. The sacred treasure vault, situated in the western corner of Panga City, stood as a modern architectural marvel that starkly contrasted with the ancient aesthetic of Panga City. Consequently, it was renowned throughout Mariewa. Anyone witnessing its juxtaposition with Panga City for the first time could not help but feel a profound sense of dissonance and inquire, What is that place? Since Panga City was universally acknowledged. Braid once inquired about the Sanctuary of Treasures, and Rasky informed him, enabling him to arrive at the site without the need for guidance. To his astonishment, while numerous guards stood at the entrance, the interior of the sanctuary was staffed by a mere solitary individual, a middle-aged man who introduced himself as Shigong. With his short black hair styled in a 3/7 parting, rugged features, and small corrective glasses, he sported a neatly trimmed beard that accentuated his mouth, all complemented by a suit that perfectly embodied an air of meticulousness. However, a closer examination of Shigong revealed that the smile upon his face and his deferential demeanor were palpably insincere, evoking a sense of revulsion in Braid. He surmised that should he fail to produce, or if the issuer of his pass lacked sufficient authority, Shigong would undoubtedly don a different facade. No longer maintaining his smile or respectful posture, dismissing Braid's age without a second thought. This man, Braid mused inwardly, was rather contemptible. Casually tossing the pass granted by Minister Wano to Shigong, he introduced himself, stating, "I am Braid, CP0. Shigong's smile widened, and his demeanor became increasingly obsequious, bordering on theatrical. It is an honor to receive Lord Braid. I beg your pardon for the inadequate reception." As Braid had anticipated, the name of Minister Wano held weight, and his newly appointed status as a CP0 agent proved even more advantageous. "It is truly remarkable, Lord Braid, to witness such youthful prowess. I have never encountered a CP0 agent as young as yourself. You possess a wonderfully enviable future." Shigong began to flatter Braid extravagantly. Braid, however, interrupted him with a nonchalant remark, "Do not envy. Such a life of untroubled ease is a flavor forever beyond your reach. It is a privilege reserved for the gifted." Shigong chuckled awkwardly, concealing his embarrassment, and extended his hand, saying, "Lord Braid, please feel free to select the items you desire. Let us begin with the devil fruits." Braid, with ulterior motives in mind, surveyed the offerings. "Is this all?" "Quite insufficient," he remarked, noting the scant number of devil fruits displayed in the vast room, which fell far short of his expectations. He had assumed that, given the world government's immense power, the collection would comprise dozens of these fruits. Shigong explained, "Devil fruits are treasures of the sea, and although they are the embodiment of the sea devil and can be countered by the rare mineral sea prism stone, they remain a superb gift pack. Once consumed, they bestow superhuman abilities without the need for arduous training in haki, chakra, or nin, often leading individuals to consume the fruits themselves upon discovery." Braid pondered for a moment before inquiring, aside from being restrained by sea prism stone, "Do devil fruits possess any other weaknesses?" Shigong shook his head. "None at all. Are the users of devil fruits not afraid of seawater?" Braid was taken aback. Nishigami spoke incessantly. "To be frank, I would not recommend selecting any of these devil fruits. Their quality is quite poor." Braid, regaining his composure, turned a deaf ear to Nishigami's ramblings and glanced at the labels of several devil fruits. The Zoan-type insect fruit, Emperor Horn variant, the Zoan-type dog fruit, Pine Lion variant, and the Paramecia-type glass fruit, which were all essentially worthless. He refused to believe that there were no inferior devil fruits. It was merely the nonsensical chatter of those with subpar abilities. There existed a hierarchy among devil fruits, with varying degrees of strength. Since the shortcomings of the devil fruits had diminished, they had, in a sense, become more formidable. Braid contemplated the prospect of acquiring a natural-type devil fruit. Or perhaps a high-functioning Paramecia-type devil fruit would suffice, and he found the illusion beast type of Zoan fruit quite appealing as well. Noticing Braid's dazed expression, Nishigami called out, "Lord Braid, the Imperial artifacts." Braid turned around and entered the elevator. Given the disparity between the devil fruits and his previous impressions, Braid inquired, "Shall we discuss the Imperial artifacts, Mr. Nishigami?" "Of course. It would be my honor," Nishigami responded with enthusiasm. The Imperial artifacts were conceived during the blank century prior to the establishment of the government, perhaps as a means to combat foes. The 20 royal families who founded the government, the ancestors of the world's nobility, devoted unimaginable resources to gather the finest craftsmen of the time, capturing at least tiger-level super-dangerous magical beasts as materials, and employing rare metals such as orichalcum, along with arcane techniques, to painstakingly forge 48 unique legendary weapons that could replicate the extraordinary traits of super-dangerous magical beasts, collectively known as the Imperial artifacts. Brett blinked. Why is it named the Imperial tool? The government's predecessor was originally called the World Federal Empire Government, which was later changed to the World Government. However, Nishiguchi is quite knowledgeable and possesses a wealth of information. Braid Dao, simply organizing my thoughts. One can regard the imperial artifacts as 48 heads of exceedingly perilous beings that can be commanded by humans. Careful to glance at the vigilant Mosquito Girl. Zamiya acknowledged Braid's perspective. He was acutely aware that Mosquito Girl was a super dangerous species of subhuman beast, and he felt a surge of trepidation for having boasted so shamelessly about the imperial artifacts, which he had claimed were constructed from the materials of at least tiger-level super dangerous beasts. It would be disastrous if he were to provoke her. Braid had already encountered several imperial artifacts. Among them, the one wielded by Gotzi from the Cipher Pole Academy was the lethal strike, Murakumo, while the gemstone headpiece newly adorned on Minister Onist was known as Ireston, both of which were classified as imperial artifacts, the former being offensive and the latter supportive. Including the tome that Zamiya clutched tightly, which was embedded with the grotesque eye of a beast. It too was an imperial artifact, specifically the supportive world book, Longo Longo, which meticulously recorded maps of various nations, especially within the realm of the world government, detailing every product and location, no matter how minute, and even prophesying potential cataclysmic natural disasters on its final pages. Mr. Zamiya? Braid offered his first smile to Zamiya. Managing the treasury of the Holy Land must be quite taxing. Zamiya hypocritically waved his hands. Not taxing at all. Do you wish to leave the treasury of the Holy Land? Braid paused, fixing his gaze upon Zamiya's eyes. Zamiya instinctively lowered his head, bent slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, murmured, I do. I shall lend you a hand when the opportunity arises, Braid replied with a cheerful grin, but you must remember, the favor you owe me must be repaid. Chapter 50, Greed. Humans are perpetually discontent with solitude, driven by a myriad of intense desires. From the depths of the eyes of Shigong, Braid discerned with clarity that Shigong was far from content with the languid state of managing the sacred treasure vault. He yearned not for a life spent in the desolate halls, confronting daily a collection of what he deemed worthless relics. Rather, he aspired to truly join the ranks of the world government, to become part of the ruling class, exuding the grandeur and dignity he so envied in the officials, who, to some extent, wielded the power over the fates of living beings. After languishing for 5 or 6 years on the cold bench of the sacred treasure vault, Shigong had not transformed into the person he desired to be. His origins, his talents, and myriad other factors constrained him. Thus, he could only harbor the futile hope of ingratiating himself with those who visited the sacred treasure vault, slowly cultivating connections and networks to gradually attain his ambitions. Yet, those who could afford to be choosy in the sacred treasure vault were undoubtedly individuals who had rendered immense service to the world government, possessing both capability and status, who would even consider a minor character such as himself. In truth, had it not been for Shigong's role as the wielder of the imperial tool, Longu Longu, which Braid contemplated utilizing in the future, he would have had no inclination to engage with Shigong. If one were to liken the devil fruits to a super gift pack, mysterious and unknown, descending from the heavens and bestowing swift power upon anyone who dares to open it. Then after reaching a verbal agreement with Braid, Shigong became even more obsequious. Thus, the imperial tool was akin to a special lucky prize, only obtainable by those who met specific conditions, allowing them to attain the favor of the imperial tool and, subsequently, acquire power. Braid perused the neatly arranged imperial artifacts. The devil fruit represents a unilateral choice, wherein one acquires and consumes it. Conversely, the imperial artifacts embody a bilateral selection process, where one must gain the artifact's recognition to wield its power. My rudimentary understanding leads me to ponder the intriguing characteristic of bilateral selection inherent in these artifacts. The primary material for forging these imperial artifacts is the remains of extraordinarily dangerous magical beasts. In my humble opinion, these artifacts likely retain the vestiges of the latent will or instincts of the formidable beasts, manifesting their influence. They seem to embrace those whom they acknowledge, while rejecting those they disdain. Even if Shigong is rather unrefined, he is still a clever hound. Braid narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized a golden treasure jar, which was perhaps the most rudimentary piece among the dozen or so artifacts housed in the Sacred Land's treasury, or even among all 48 imperial treasures. The name it bore was Manifestation of the Demon, Essence of Malevolence. Within the jar resided the blood of an ancient, now extinct super dangerous breed of beast that once roamed the frigid northern expanses. Consuming this blood would bestow upon one the formidable power of that perilous creature. However, I have witnessed 6 individuals succumb to madness and death after partaking of it, with many more unknown fates. Though haunted by these memories, a thrill coursed through me. By my estimations derived from the Book of Worlds, this blood was of dragon class. The blood of a dragon class super dangerous beast. When it finds its master, it heralds the birth of a terrifying monstrosity. Brett radiated a brilliant smile. Its essence resonated profoundly with someone I am acquainted with, and I firmly believe they are destined to share a remarkable connection. Esther? Joanna interjected suddenly. Brett nodded and said, "Do you dislike the aura emanating from the Imperial artifacts?" Joanna? Joanna replied, "I wouldn't say I hate it, but it certainly makes me feel uneasy." She puffed out her cheeks playfully. Brett's words resonate. The Imperial artifacts harbor the remnants of a superlatively perilous beast's latent will or instinct. This elucidates why an Imperial artifact wielder can only command a singular artifact. The essence of an Imperial artifact draws upon the wielder's mental and physical vigor, rendering the mastery of even one artifact a formidable endeavor. Yet, amidst a world teeming with individuals brimming with enthusiasm and vigor, why is it that none have succeeded in wielding two or more artifacts? The answer lies in the insidious nature of these artifacts, which retain the formidable instincts of the perilous beasts. It is akin to the adage that one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. The combat of an artifact wielder inevitably leads to one's demise, thus corroborating this notion. As Nishimiya opens the Book of Worlds, she recites and diligently records supplementary information. In a moment, she extols your wisdom, Lord Bread, with an exaggerated bow. Braid glanced around, pondering the number of Imperial artifacts still in existence. After 8 centuries of the relentless passage of time, it was inevitable that many had been lost or damaged. Indeed, the government currently possesses 32 artifacts, Shigong responded. Aside from the demon of manifestation and the essence of evil, which have yet to be successfully harnessed, are there any others? Braid inquired. Shigong replied, "No. That is the only one." Among the artifacts were the curved blade, moonlight dance and wind blade, the glove, divine hand and perfection, and the flute, military dream and sharp howl. Where is the dimensional array, Shangri-La? Braid searched for a moment before furrowing his brow. Shigong sighed. Minister Wana's son took it to play. Suddenly, the sound of a bell chimed, signaling another visitor. Shigong apologized. "I am terribly sorry, Lord Braid, but I must." Before Shigong could finish, Braid waved his hand, continuing to observe the artifacts. Once Shigong hurried away, Braid's gaze fixed upon an exquisite small box adorned with a sharp canine tooth. Blood collection and rapid absorption. Braid examined the description crafted by Shigong. The tooth of the demon class, dragon class, super dangerous species, bloodsucker beast. Utilized for the treatment of injuries through the consumption of biological blood to enhance strength. Joanna? Does this not resemble a description of you? The silent mosquito girl replied. The bloodsucker beast is the prototype from which I was created, but I am a tiger class, demon class, super dangerous species, a failed product. Cease dwelling on trivial matters, Joanna. You're Joanna Hyman. Braid picked up the blood collection in rapid absorption, scrutinizing it with an odd expression as he muttered, "Are you calling to me? Though you are quite appealing and to my liking, the issue is that I find you unclean. Heaven knows how many mouths you have been placed in. You are filthy yourself, having bitten countless creatures." Despite his disdain, Braid resolved to choose the blood collection in rapid absorption, driven by avarice. Chapter 51. The monster Shigong returned. Carefully trailing behind a figure who resembled a young girl but was, in truth, a mature woman. She exuded an air akin to that of a pampered heiress or a noble princess's servant. The reason she appeared youthful lay in her attire: bunny ear hairpins, zebra-striped knee-high socks, and a pink gown, all replete with girlish charm. Yet her ensemble, no matter how vibrant, could not conceal her maturity. The dull, faded yellow of her hair, the thick layer of makeup on her face, and the prominent veins on her hands betrayed her true age. "Greetings, Lady Datia." Braid was the first to extend a greeting. Recognizing the other individual, Doya was a colleague of Braid's parents, having attended their funeral, and she was also a scientist within the scientific division. According to Rasky's description, the government placed the utmost importance on scientists, bestowing upon them a level of treatment and status that far surpassed that offered to personnel from the Navy, Cypherpol, or any other governmental departments, perhaps only slightly inferior to the celestial dragons. It is not difficult to understand the humble demeanor exhibited by Shigong. Conversely, Doya seemed somewhat forgetful. Hesitating as she spoke, "You are Braid Hyman. You attended my parents' funeral. I wish to express my gratitude once more." Braid inclined his head slightly in response. Doya murmured, "Braid Hyman, Hyman. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. Ah, so you are the child of the Hyman family. My apologies. I've been so caught up in experiments lately that I've lost my bearings. There is no need for thanks. After all, I worked alongside your parents, and their unfortunate demise is a tragedy. May the deceased rest in peace, and to dwell on it further only serves to wound the hearts of the living. Seemingly, Doya possessed considerable emotional intelligence, and her status as a scientist affirmed her exceptional intellect. Aside from her whimsically eccentric appearance, she ought to lead a fulfilling life, embodying an elite woman with few personal flaws. Yet, Braid sensed an air of despondency about her. She appeared troubled, gripped by an unsettling fear, as if she were on guard against something. For the moment, Braid could not decipher the source of Doya's unease. He presumed that their paths would not cross further and chose to dismiss it from his mind. That's quite all right, Braid smiled, saying, I have a task at hand, so I shall not linger in conversation, Miss Doya. Doya was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, a task? Wait, how did you gain access to the Holy Land treasure vault? Lord Braid is now an agent of CP0, a prized asset esteemed by Minister Onist. Shigong interjected at the opportune moment, flattering him. Doya was astonished. Hey, are you joking? A CP0 agent? I recall you were just an ordinary kid over a year ago. Perhaps it's a matter of talent. Everyone has their own areas of expertise, Braid chuckled, revealing the blood collection device in his palm for rapid absorption. Mr. Shigong, I have selected the item. Please take note. Blood collection, rapid absorption. Doya immediately identified the name of the device in Braid's hand, her brows furrowing involuntarily. In that moment of eye contact, Braid comprehended Doya's implication. She was also interested in the device, likely having earmarked the blood collection, rapid absorption for herself. Does it not reject you? Doya inquired, her tone somber. Braid emphasized with a smile, we are an excellent match. Oh, the sensation of something destined to be snatched away by another is far from delightful. Dadia's expression shifted, and with a hint of reluctance, she declared, I wish to give it a try. Braid generously remarked, no problem. There exist only 32 Imperial artifacts. Yet the populous numbers in the millions. This vast disparity in quantity gives rise to correspondingly large probabilities. Numerous individuals are compatible with these artifacts, and each artifact can successfully align with hundreds or even thousands of people. However, should it initially bond with the individual possessing the highest compatibility, those with lower compatibility will be ruthlessly and indiscriminately rejected. Blood confidently believed he was the most suitable candidate for the blood collection and rapid absorption procedure. With a sense of reckless hope, Datia nervously attempted to install the device. The process unfolded smoothly. Success. Datia's joy was palpable. However, the moment was shattered by a deafening crash followed by her anguished screams. Her heart raced, blood surged violently through her veins, and an instantaneous wave of agony overwhelmed her, prompting her to cry out incessantly. Why must this be so? Bled reached out to pry open Datia's mouth, removing the blood collection and rapid absorption device. Contemplating the need to thoroughly cleanse this filthy contraption, perhaps even scraping off a layer. Collapsing to the ground, Datia was drenched in sweat, her pale face streaked with tears. Her features contorted into a grotesque mask of despair. Why? Why? Because you lack sufficient greed, Bled whispered, leaning in closer, Ms. Datia. Her eyes widened in terror as she beheld a horrific creature, a monstrous amalgamation forged from unbridled desire. It lurked, licked its wounds, and sharpened its claws, biding its time until it would inevitably consume everything. Farewell. Bled straightened up and strode directly out of the sacred treasure vault. On the street, Joanna was perplexed by Bled's chosen direction. Wasn't he supposed to visit the little tornado next? To buy a gift? Bled sighed, troubled by his frantic need to appease the tornado. Shortly thereafter, the Cipher Pole Academy was eerily quiet. The senior class instructors found themselves bereft of students, leaving behind only a handful of teachers and junior class attendees in the vast institution. After a leisurely stroll, Brad engaged in conversation with Linda, the supervisor of the junior class, and learned that the rookie agents in the reserves, including Tornado, had all been dispatched to Cipher Pole for their internship. He left behind a plethora of gifts, the most significant being a mobile phone for communication. Brad requested Linda to pass it on to Tornado before returning to O'Hara Island in the West Sea. A week later, upon his arrival at O'Hara Island, Brad encountered an interception orchestrated by the Hunter Association, known for its keen intelligence. Brad Heyman, the review committee suspects you of violating Article 4 of the Hunter's Code. allegedly conspiring to harm fellow hunters. Please accompany us for an investigation, stated a group of impeccably dressed hunters as they presented their credentials. Brett chuckled. All right. I am willing to submit to the committee's investigation. What an audacious little rascal, still smiling. How infuriating. The hunters seethed with resentment. Chapter 52. The old hand. The dimly lit room was sparsely furnished, containing merely 2 tables, 2 stools, and a single lamp, yet it was quite populated. With no fewer than 7 or 8 individuals present, Brett understood that the room was intentionally arranged by the Hunter Association's review committee, aiming to impose invisible pressure upon him through the confined space, subsequently employing intimidation, seduction, and persuasion to further break down his psychological defenses and pry open his mouth to uncover the truth behind Nicole Swain's death. Nonetheless, at this moment, he felt no turmoil within. In fact, he was somewhat amused. As the president of the Hunter Association and the review committee, Netero was naturally present for this investigation. But he was merely an observer. The investigation was truly presided over by another individual, a young man with a square jaw, a criminal hunter named Ms. Nana. Miss Denton's attire was quite intriguing, as both his clothing and the horned helmet he wore were patterned in a black and white cow-like design. And he bore a dark mark over his right eye. The Hunter Association's 12 earthly branches, he quietly noted. The 12 earthly branches comprise the backbone of the Hunter Association, consisting of hunters recognized by successive presidents to assist in handling various affairs. The current president, Netero, possessed an undeniable charisma that left the members of the 12 earthly branches in awe of him. Consequently, in a bid to align themselves with his esteemed legacy, they had gone to great lengths to change their names, appearances, and attire, often at great personal sacrifice. However, there existed a few unwilling outliers, such as Sakia, the former head of the Western Seas branch, who was one of the 12 branches, represented by the sign of the serpent. What is your name? Ms. Denton inquired. I expect you to answer earnestly, even if the questions may seem trivial. Brett Heyman. And your age? Almost 8. Place of origin? Uncertain. I have been wandering for as long as I can remember. In just a few exchanges, the dialogue faltered. Lying, Miss Denton remarked. I have never encountered a wandering child like you, who appears so well-nourished and healthy. He raised a card. Warning, I advise you to speak the truth. All forms of deception are strictly prohibited. I am a criminal hunter with special investigative authority. Casting a glance at the bright red exclamation mark on the card, Brett turned to Netero. President Netero, may I inquire about the original intent behind the establishment of the Hunter Association? Huh. Netero seemed momentarily lost in thought, scratching his head. It is not about hunting, but about service. Brett asserted emphatically. The Hunter Association was founded with the intent to provide not only more convenient and systematic services for the people, but also to create channels for freelancers to offer such services. These freelancers later came to be known as hunters, forming a union based on service relationships, which we now refer to as the Hunter Association. Ms. Denton frowned in displeasure. Stop deflecting the topic. Thus, to this day, the Hunter Association retains many of its foundational rules, such as not inquiring about one's background, origins, or past, Brett stated. Is that not correct, President Netero? Ms. Denton sought confirmation from Netero. Netero nodded. Indeed. Do you understand now? Brett smiled at Ms. Denton. Veins bulged on Ms. Denton's forehead as he ground his teeth in frustration. What are you so smug about, you little brat? I take pride in my right to refuse you. Whether I speak the truth is entirely at my discretion, and whether you choose to believe my words is your own decision. You certainly lack the authority to employ your abilities to coerce me into compliance. Otherwise, I possess ample justification for self-defense. Brad raised his middle finger, scoffing moreover. I am merely a suspect in the alleged violation of the tenets of hunters, not a criminal. You are an expert in crime. I trust you comprehend the distinction between the two. Thus, you have committed a grave error, fool. Bang. President, I can no longer contain myself. Mazaston slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. Nitros, with hands tucked into his sleeves, sighed. We are the Hunter Association, Mazaston, not the world government, a kingdom, or a pirate crew. We are the Hunter Association. In that moment, Mazaston grasped the sentiments of Shaq Yak, the disgruntled head of the Western Sea branch of the Hunter Association, who had resigned in indignation. The excessively liberal atmosphere and the overly lenient environment of the Hunter Association indeed hinder the resolution of matters akin to Brad's murder of Nicole Swain. The lack of evidence and the inability to take action render criminals emboldened, while victims remain restless in their demise. far less effective than the oppressive hierarchy of the world government, kingdoms, or pirate crews. Calm down, Nitro's advised. As if imbued with enchantment, Mazastan acquiesced to Nitro's command. What were you doing between 9:24 p.m. and midnight on the 5th of this month? At home, sleeping, Brad replied. Why would I be awake in the dead of night? I still need to grow. Staying up late is detrimental to my development. Clearly, he must be suffering from late-night vigils. The individual pointed out by Brad was exceedingly short, standing at approximately 1 meter, with green skin and a plump physique. His glistening bald head was merely adorned with eyes and a mouth, devoid of a nose, resembling a cartoonish figure sculpted from Play-Doh. This was Dumian, the secretary of Nitro, who innocently fell victim to Brad's gunfire. An investigation ensued, yet ultimately yielded no results. Miss Dunn could find no flaw in Brad's demeanor. We shall seek you out again, Miss Dunn uttered with a subdued scoff. Brad playfully remarked, I am at your service any time, but I suggest you gather substantial evidence before seeking me out. Otherwise, it would be a hassle for both parties. Oh, witnesses would suffice. Mrs. Alvia would certainly wish to uncover the reasons behind her husband's suicide. As he watched Brad's retreating figure, exclamations filled the air. Damn it, what a bastard. The members of the review committee erupted in frustration. Impeccable. He was like a seasoned criminal who had dealt with the police for years. Mazastan held his head in despair. Nitros, resembling a bewildered elder, finally spoke. Is there any hope? Mazastan was momentarily speechless. He yearned to assure Nitros of the possibility, but reality was harsh. It was exceedingly difficult. The manner of Swain's death was undoubtedly a suicide, which made it the most perfect form of murder, inciting others to take their own lives. After repeated contemplation, Nitros concluded, let us abandon this pursuit for now. However, he waved his hand dismissively. The little fox cannot hide its tail. We shall wait for him. Meanwhile, on the other side. Welcome back, child, greeted Father Anderson with his characteristic gentleness. Brett, appearing somewhat fatigued, leaned against the sofa. Thank you, Father Anderson. What troubles you? Father Anderson inquired. Brett stated, having just undergone an investigation by the Hunter Association's review committee, I believe I am no longer suited to remain on O'Hara Island. I concur, replied Anderson. Nitro truly lives up to his reputation. No matter how adeptly I conceal myself, I cannot escape his discerning gaze. Adjustments must be made. Brett pondered. Chapter 53. I would cast my vote for you. What adjustments do you intend to make, my child? Anderson considered that to stay on O'Hara Island and serve as an aide to Brett in executing his plans, he must fully respect Brett's subjective opinions. Despite his own greater experience, knowledge, strength, and status as one of the preeminent agents within the Cipher Pole system, wielding far more influence than Brett, Braid rested his chin on one hand, pondering for a considerable time without responding to Anderson, before rising and declaring, I am famished. Let us prepare a meal. Have you dined yet, Father Anderson? Thank you for your concern, my child, but I have sufficient bread and fresh water, replied Father Anderson. It is unwise to be excessively harsh on oneself, Father Anderson, Braid remarked as he rummaged through the refrigerator. Although he possessed culinary skills that were quite commendable, he often succumbed to laziness. Previously, a nanny had been employed to care for young Altair, and the housekeeper had prepared meals. Braid had devoted his energies to surveilling and studying historical texts. Now that young Altair had been sent to Mariejois, the nanny and housekeeper had long since departed, leaving him to fend for himself. The mosquito girl raised her hand high, exclaiming, Braid, I crave meat. Very well, Braid readily acquiesced. He roasted a tray of chicken wings and simply boiled some noodles with ready-made sauce, completing a delightful lunch in half an hour. I have assessed the situation. It is not overly complex, Braid said while eating. Our mission is to utilize the historical stone tablet concealed beneath the Tree of Knowledge Library as bait to continually excavate and explore the individuals associated with the blank century of history. That is our sole objective. The subsequent eradication operation to capture them does not fall within our purview. Indeed, Anderson acknowledged. At present, we cannot, nor should we, continue to remain stationed on O'Hara Island. Through the use of observation hockey to sense identifiers, we must persistently delve into the individuals linked to the blank century of history. Firstly, the Hunter Association's stance is unfavorable. And should matters escalate, we cannot bear the consequences of a conflict with the Hunter Association and the government. Secondly, our exposed identities will certainly instill fear in those exploring the blank century of history, causing them to hesitate and refrain from approaching the historical stone tablet hidden beneath the Tree of Knowledge Library. Braid declined the noodles, speaking ambiguously. Anderson listened patiently. Thus, we face a singular dilemma. We must alter our method of utilizing observation hockey to continuously probe the individuals associated with the blank century of history. A smile graced Braid's face as he said, I have conceived an entire plan and would like to seek your counsel. Anderson extended his hand, eager to listen. First, we shall instruct the officials on O'Hara Island to conduct a systematic survey of the local residents while simultaneously implementing regulations for temporary residence permits for outsiders. Those who do not acquire a temporary residence permit shall be expelled, while those who obtain one will enjoy equal rights as local residents, Braid articulated confidently. Is this directed towards historians? No. It should pertain to those outsiders drawn to explore the historical texts associated with the blank century of history. We have a firm grasp on the local historians engaged in the blank century of history, Anderson pondered. Even if the historians possess the physique of ordinary individuals, it would not be difficult for them to vanish without a trace. The officials on O'Hara Island may not necessarily detect them. Confidently, Braid proclaimed that with the accompanying crisis propaganda and reward policy, the local residents of O'Hara were informed of the existence of terrorists from outside attempting to threaten the island. Those who reported outsiders lacking a temporary residence permit could discern the good from the bad, thereby preventing potential harm and receiving a monetary reward in return. It was a fortuitous arrangement that appealed to both self-preservation and greed. Why would the people not embrace such an opportunity? Thus, unbeknownst to them, they transformed into our eyes and ears, our allies. The ordinary historian, with a body unremarkable, could not escape scrutiny. Anderson then inquired, what next? The exceptional historical hunters, seekers of ancient relics, and hunters of archaic scripts, wishing to remain concealed, must not be discovered by the island's law enforcement or the local populace. With his fingertips dipped in juice, Brad meticulously traced the map. It is indeed fortunate that O'Hara Island is relatively isolated, surrounded entirely by the vast sea. Those wishing to reach O'Hara Island must rely on some form of transportation. What I mean is a dual control system. Both the departure and arrival points to O'Hara Island are monitored closely. Furthermore, communication must be controlled, telephones, telegraphs, bugs, including computers and correspondence. This requires the expertise of specialists. Imagine a supreme governing body of the world, regardless of its origins, born from democratic elections. Believe me, my dear child, I would gladly cast my vote for you. Andrews humorously remarked, admiring Brad's cleverness and cunning. Brett set down his utensils with a sigh and remarked, plans often change more swiftly than anticipated. You must take the responsibility to communicate with Minister Wunstert and declare the request for support. Are you afraid he will mock you? Anderson teased. Braid smirked. Who prompted me to boast this morning that the two of us could handle everything? Anderson chuckled heartily. In any case, I entrust the specific arrangements to you, Father Anderson. Braid said with a light-hearted demeanor. Anderson inquired, what mischief are you concocting now? It seems there are several vacancies in the 12 branches of the Hunter Association. Braid replied with a smile. Are you suggesting I provoke the sensitive nerves of the Hunter Association? The task of casting a long line to catch a big fish is lengthy and slow-paced, especially since we are about to enter a period of leisure, a rare opportunity for freedom. Anderson remarked. Braid, undeterred, maintained his cheerful expression. After all, I have idleness on my hands. Anderson cautioned, do not neglect your training in the 6 forms of body techniques. My child, he added, we shall be in touch. Braid waved farewell. Take care, father. In the desolate room, only Braid remained, exchanging glances with Mosquito Girl. After a moment, he continued, let us depart for the Mafia Federation Kingdom. Braid surveyed their temporary abode and sighed. What a life of toil and struggle. Mosquito Girl, filled with reluctance, replied, are we leaving just like this? Anything that lingers too long evokes feelings, yet one can learn to adapt. Braid reassured her, do not be sorrowful. I shall accompany you. Mosquito Girl embraced Braid, nuzzling against him with inexplicable excitement, exclaiming, Braid is the best. Chapter 54. You are unworthy. What a coincidence to see you again, Mr. Mazastan. And Ms. Alvia. With a radiant smile, Braid greeted the hurriedly approaching Mazastan Nana and Nico Alvia, who were likely preparing to depart O'Hara Island by boat. However, within the depths of his slitted, enigmatic golden eyes, there appeared to lurk a danger that was not easily discerned. Having just endured the loss of her husband and the birth of her daughter, Alvia's complexion was already pallid, and upon encountering Braid, it worsened, turning ashen. Unconsciously, She halted, clutching her swaddled daughter a bit tighter, her fear palpable. Humph. The foul stench beneath my feet cannot be scrubbed away, Ms. Aston muttered derisively about Braid. The astute hunter of criminals noted Alvia's distress and felt an increasing sympathy for her plight. Concurrently, his disdain for Braid intensified, as he became convinced that Alvia was not entirely ignorant of the truth behind her husband Swain's suicide. She must be aware, yet too threatened to speak out. Mosquito girl. In a fit of rage, admonished, show some respect to Braid, you wretched minotaur. Now, quiet down, Joanna. Braid responded with a smile. Ms. Aston, may I interpret your words as an indication that our reunion is an inescapable destiny, a matter of fate? Damn fate, Ms. Aston muttered, managing to maintain his composure. Brett leaped down from the enormous suitcase and strode towards Olivia. What are you planning to do? Myson's heart instantly sank. Brett extended his arms in a gesture of disarmament, his pace unwavering as he diverted the conversation. Are you also bound for the Mafia Federation Kingdom? Miss Aston remained silent, yet her expression betrayed a significant shift. Her name is Robin. I recall Mr. Swain mentioning that he preferred the name Robin for children, regardless of gender. Fortunately, his surname bore a feminine quality. Otherwise, the somewhat masculine connotation of Robin would indeed be ill-suited for a girl. Brett rose onto his toes, scrutinizing the swaddled infant Robin, murmuring to himself. She bears a striking resemblance to you, the most notable feature being her perfectly straight nose. Wouldn't you agree, Lady Alvia? Lady Alvia endeavored to maintain her composure. Yet the tremor in her delicate frame and the quiver in her voice revealed her palpable anxiety. Red remained motionless, retreating slightly, his gaze returning to Miss Aston. I have heard that Ms. Shakiak, the president of the West Sea branch, has withdrawn from the association. How unfortunate. She had been exceedingly kind to me, and I had not yet found the opportunity to express my gratitude. He shifted the topic. Pray tell, who is currently presiding over the West Sea branch? Is it you, Mr. Miss Aston? And if it is? Miss Aston replied. Brett lazily remarked, not much, just that I plan to change my career path, no longer as a private hunter, but to aspire to become a crime hunter as exceptional as you. I hope to receive your guidance. The sound of teeth grinding filled the air. Miss Aston realized that his typically lauded composure and maturity faltered in the presence of Brett. Brett always had a knack for provoking his ire with just a few words. No problem. I shall teach you, Miss Aston replied, his features contorted with intensity, enunciating each word with deliberate emphasis. Brett tilted his head, his tone calm, yet sincere, exuding an unmistakable aura of defiance. Just kidding. I aspire to be a bounty hunter, or perhaps a pirate hunter would suffice. Miss Aston, with a deep breath and closed eyes, gravely responded, good begets good, and evil begets evil. It is not that justice is delayed, but rather that the time has yet to arrive. Brett interjected, his words laden with significance. You possess your own criteria for discerning right from wrong, while I have my own standards for judging virtue and vice, Mr. Miss Aston. Our perspectives diverge, as do our heights of contemplation. Are you truly confident that what you deem good is unequivocally good, and what you consider evil is invariably evil? Therefore, you need not adopt a self-righteous stance to unjustly criticize me. You are unworthy of such an assertion. Miss Aston retorted coldly, unjust criticism? Of course, it is unwarranted. Brett fell back against the mosquito woman, reflecting, I expected him to be consumed by righteous fervor, recklessly seeking to teach me a lesson, yet he restrained his anger. Braid eagerly anticipated the moment when Miss Aston would take action, as it would provide him with a justifiable reason for self-defense, thereby unleashing the full potential of his blood collection, rapid absorption. The 12 earthly branches constituted the indomitable backbone of the Hunter Association. However, not every individual among them wielded formidable strength. At least, Braid felt no trepidation towards Miss Aston. Were it the case of the dragon from the 12 branches, he would not dare provoke rumors regarding that individual's prowess, which nearly rivaled that of Netero, the esteemed president of both the Hunter Association and the Examination Committee. A paragon of unparalleled excellence in the world. The blood collection, rapid absorption had been seamlessly integrated into the canine tooth on the right side of Braid's mouth, resembling a naturally formed little tiger tooth. The manner of its installation showcased the marvels of imperial tools. There was no need for tooth extraction or grinding, as it could actively morph to fit comfortably between his teeth. Braid had only come to understand this after witnessing a demonstration by Dodia. Having surmounted the psychological barrier of placing unclean substances into his mouth, Braid still had to confront the dual psychological challenges of biting and drinking blood. He could endure the thought of consuming the blood of living beings for the sake of power, but the mere image of an unsightly individual, unbathed for years, made him feel nauseous. Thus, during his return journey from Mariewa to O'Hara Island, Braid meticulously researched and slightly modified the manifestation of his nun ability, gluttony, in conjunction with blood collection, rapid absorption. Initially, Braid had not anticipated how harmoniously gluttony would align with blood collection, rapid absorption. Gluttony disregarded the defensive aspects of any living matter in a normal state, without employing haki or nen defenses, thus compensating for the offensive shortcomings of blood collection, rapid absorption. Conversely, blood collection, rapid absorption rectified the issue of gluttony's ability to strike living beings, swiftly siphoning the life energy of its victims. However, the appropriated life energy could not be utilized by Braid due to its inherent limitations. Especially, gluttony also spared Braid the necessity of biting and drinking blood. He merely needed to pierce the enemy's skin with gluttony, akin to using a straw to sip from a drink, savoring the rich and sweet life energy, which would then be assimilated into his being through blood collection, rapid absorption. All these contemplations awaited practical verification by Braid. Chapter 55, The Spider Leader, a Savage Beast. Under the starry night, aboard the ferry. An urgent mission? What urgent mission? Braid, bleary-eyed, answered his phone, yawning and complaining, "You really know how to put people to work." "I was just enjoying some peace." "Stop the chatter and wake up, little Braid." Minister Wonist, deviating from his usual light-hearted demeanor, sternly admonished Braid to adjust his attitude. Braid chuckled and replied, "I am quite alert." "Are you aware of the Phantom Troop?" Minister Wonist inquired instead. Braid raised an eyebrow. The notorious and violent thieving gang, marked by their emblem of a black spider, has perpetually consisted of 13 formidable members. Thus, when they set their sights on an object, should theft prove unfeasible, they possess both the means and the willingness to resort to violence to achieve their ends, indifferent to the identities of those they provoke. Consequently, they have repeatedly committed heinous crimes, leaving behind a trail of bloodshed and an array of profoundly negative repercussions. However, the most terrifying aspect of the Phantom Troop lies not in their exceptional skills or perilous demeanor, but rather in their nature as a hereditary criminal organization, embodying a unique will of malice. Braid added, records indicate that throughout the nearly 3 centuries since the Phantom Troop's inception, the government has mobilized substantial military forces on 5 separate occasions to eradicate them entirely. The Hunter Association has also been commissioned to annihilate them, striving for total extermination. Yet the outcome remains consistent. Individuals continually inherit their will of malice and name, perpetuating the cycle of resurrection of the undead. Minister Wonist expressed his satisfaction. "It is good to know, truly commendable." Young Braid. A few years prior, the Phantom Troop had set their sights on the Barutus clan. Yet the battle-hardened people residing in the desolate icy plains of the North Sea, who survive by hunting exceedingly dangerous magical beasts, are evidently not of a gentle disposition. Even at the grievous cost of losing their last remaining member, they fiercely dealt a significant blow to the Phantom Troop, resulting in their disappearance to this day. Braid pondered. Have they recuperated and begun to resurface? Minister Wonist replied, "The Phantom Troop has indeed re-entered our line of sight." And then, Braid inquired, for reasons still unclear. The Phantom Troop currently consists solely of the Spider Leader, who is gravely injured. Minister Wonist, filled with fervor and determination, proclaimed, "Opportunities like this are rare. I am resolute in my decision to once again eradicate the Phantom Troop. I shall have the Spider Leader's corpse displayed on the flagpole of Mariewa, to instill fear in those who disrupt the world's peace and to demonstrate the government's commitment to combating evil." Braid abruptly remarked, "What does it have to do with me?" At that moment, Minister Ernest's speech came to an abrupt halt. Braid languidly remarked, "Commander, you overestimate me. I am merely a frail 7-year-old child, an inexperienced agent. Even if the leader of the Phantom Troop is gravely injured, I fear I am no match for him. After all, he is a notorious villain with a bounty of 500 million berries." Hilariously, Minister Wonist interrupted Braid, exclaiming, "Do not misunderstand, young Braid. I did not ask you to capture the leader of the Spider. I am well aware of his formidable power." Braid felt reassured. "What would you have me do then?" "You are the agent closest to the Spider Leader. I require you to undertake surveillance and track the Spider Leader before the task force arrives, ensuring he does not vanish from our sight," the Minister of Wonist contemplated. "Moreover, you may need to devise strategies to impede and delay the Spider Leader's movements. The council speculates that the spider leader intends to flee to the West Sea, seeking refuge in Meteor Street. If he manages to conceal himself there, it will pose a significant challenge. Brett's expression remained impassive for a moment before he said, "To have mastered the movements of the spider leader signifies that someone has been observing and tracking. He is dead. Just recently deceased," lamented Minister Wano. Brett inquired, "Location?" "The Kingdom of the Mafia Federation, at the docks," Minister Wano replied. Braid expressed keen interest. "Who comprises the main forces?" "Naturally, matters of prominence must be entrusted to the Navy. They are indeed the embodiment of the government's prestige," remarked Minister Ernest. Braid stretched lazily, contemplating the detailed dossier of the spider leader, alongside an intricate map of Meteor Street and its surrounding area, encompassing 600,000 square kilometers. For the latter, one could reach out to Mr. Nishimiya, the custodian of the Holy Land Treasure Vault. He is the wielder of the imperial tool, the Book of the World, Longo Longo. Furthermore, I would recommend considering Mr. Nishimiya for a position within Cipher Pole, for the value of the Book of the World, Longo Longo, is indeed substantial. "Oh my," Minister Wano remarked, seemingly having forgotten his initial gravity and even severity, jesting. "Nishimiya? I know him, a scheming little opportunist. Pray tell, young Braid, what benefits has he bestowed upon you for your unwavering support? He envisions a future where I replace you, does he?" Braid retorted earnestly, "Sir, this task is not without its challenges." Minister Wano chuckled, "I understand. Its difficulty is rated A. If executed well, your merit shall shine through." With that, Braid ended the call. The mosquito woman, half awake, reached out to embrace Braid, murmuring, "A mission, is it?" Braid replied, "Indeed." He found himself wide awake, pondering, "Joanna, how far can a mosquito venture?" The mosquito woman, in her daze, responded, "Mosquitoes are quite lethargic, typically roaming within a 2-kilometer radius from their birthplace, although their maximum range can extend to 180 kilometers. "Excellent news," Braid acknowledged. Ding, an email arrived. Minister Wano efficiently transmitted the comprehensive details of the spider leader. The profile that appeared was of a youthful male, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, with long black hair and striking features, adorned with a purple diamond tattoo on his forehead. His name was simple, Barbarian Bone. Age, 17. Place of origin, unknown. His weapon of choice was the Great Fork Barbarian Dragon. His temperament was impulsive and irritable, with a somewhat simplistic mindset, likely due to limited education. He was a boastful believer in strength, relishing spontaneity and the thrill of challenges posed by formidable opponents, while valuing commitments and rules. He was an enhancer of nun abilities, equally adept in a mission-type nun, skilled in swordsmanship, and although his physique was ordinary, his raw strength rivaled that of the giant race, an absolute savage beast. After perusing the dossier on the spider leader, Braid's fingers danced across the screen as he fell into a profound contemplation. Chapter 56. Phantom Troop, Mafia Federation Kingdom, Capone Family. Father, the Godfather? Upon Braid's sudden visit, silently seated at the foot of his bed, Becky was taken aback, her shock and fear palpable. It was only upon waking that she became aware of his presence, a chill running down her spine as cold sweat trickled from her plump forehead. Becky was an astute individual. She recognized that Braid's actions were intended to intimidate him, a stark warning to comply, for Braid could extinguish his life at any moment. Brett perused a book, his gaze unwavering as he inquired, "Have you acted according to my instructions?" Yes, indeed, I have followed your directives." Becky strove to quell the turmoil within her heart. "As you anticipated, the upper echelons of the Mafia Federation proved to be insatiably greedy. After I increased the benefits originally bestowed upon them by the Fabricio family by 30%, they consented to overlook my previous indiscretions and even promised to welcome me into their ranks in the future." Brad cast a glance at Becca's still voluptuous figure and said, "What about your personal life? I promised you that if you shed that little belly, I would teach you the art of cultivation." Becca, looking down at her protruding abdomen that strained against her nightgown, was left momentarily speechless in embarrassment. Brett closed the book, furrowing his brow, and remarked, "Desiring strength, yet unwilling to toil for it. No, I have truly adhered to the training regimen you provided." Becky hastily defended herself. "Yet I simply cannot shed this stubborn belly fat." Brett's expression was peculiar as he sighed. "That is a matter of constitution. You possess the inherent traits of a poorly prepared dish." Becky inquired, "What an odd metaphor." "Continue to train diligently. I shall not go back on my word. Once I complete this task, I will teach you the art of cultivation, Brett asserted, gesturing towards a photograph he had placed on the nightstand. Utilize your connections within the Mafia Federation to assist me in tracking down this individual. Becky scrutinized the photograph, which depicted a doll-like face with large eyes, adorned with a purple tattoo on the forehead. The person had a long black ponytail that cascaded down to their waist, dressed in vintage attire, standing between 1'6" to 1'65" meters tall, shouldering an oversized weapon. Most importantly, they possessed a notoriously irritable temperament, ensuring they would stand out wherever they might be. Furthermore, they had committed murder at the docks the previous night. Brett supplemented Becky's information. Do so swiftly. I suspect he has not yet vacated the Mafia Federation. Rising to her feet, Becky replied, Understood, Godfather. As she hurried away, Brett tilted his head. The Mosquito Queen shook her head, indicating no success. How strange. Brett rubbed his temples, pondering how a network of billions of mosquitoes failed to capture such a significant target as the Brute, which is precisely why he sought out Becky, hoping to intimidate her in the process. The phone rang. Brad's phone rang quite frequently. An unfamiliar number? Brad answered. This is Brad Heyman. Who is this? A deep, raspy voice replied, I am Zephyr, the chief instructor at the Naval Academy. I have been ordered to lead the Academy's training vessel in the eradication of the Spider Leader. Oh? The renowned former Admiral Blackarm, it is an honor, sir, Brad responded with a smile. Even in retirement, Zephyr's military demeanor remained intact as he stated succinctly. Minister Ernest mentioned that you are responsible for continuing the pursuit of the Spider Leader. Do you have any leads? Not at the moment. It is not easy to reconnect the threads once they are severed, but by nightfall at the latest, I will locate him, Brad replied. And what about you? I would like to know your current position. We have just traversed the doldrums and reached the West Sea, at least 5 days away from the Mafia Federation Kingdom. Zephyr informed. Brad grimaced in pain, exclaiming, This is excruciatingly slow. Why not take a dirigible? I wish to challenge my students, for we are all part of the Navy. Brett, an unpleasant conversation, yet what could Brett do? Minister Onus did not wish to compromise the strength of the Cipher Pole Department by apprehending the barbarians. Shifting the dilemma onto the Navy. The Navy, preoccupied with the increasingly tumultuous chaos of the Grand Line's pirates, found itself lacking sufficient manpower. Consequently, they had to delegate the task of dealing with the barbarians to the second-tier naval forces, specifically the Naval Academy where trainees were stationed. Naturally, as the chief instructor of the Naval Academy, Zephyr held the most authority in this matter. Patiently awaiting, as noon approached. Godfather, we have made a breakthrough, Becky returned, drenched in sweat, declaring, the target has already departed from the Mafia Federation Kingdom without any delay. Brett inhaled deeply, acknowledging that even he could miscalculate at times, and couldn't help but exclaim, what a formidable individual. I assumed he would be gravely injured and in need of rest and treatment, yet he seemed unfazed. According to eyewitnesses, after committing the heinous act at the dock, the target swiftly commandeered a vessel moored in the harbor and made his escape, Becky remarked cautiously. Braid Dow, Joanna, let us embark. Your efforts are appreciated. The mosquito woman embraced Braid, commanding a multitude of mosquitoes that swirled around them like a dark tornado soaring into the sky. In the vast expanse of the ocean, the brutish Bone stripped off his garments, recklessly tending to the grotesque scars that marred his chest and abdomen. Enough hiding, little mouse. Bone called towards the stern of the ship. If you do not emerge, I shall dispatch you with my mighty dragon. A boy, scarcely 5 or 6 years of age, gritted his teeth and tremblingly emerged from a wooden barrel. A little imp? Bone scrutinized the boy, who sported short black hair, bright eyes, and delicate, handsome features, yet was filthy and reeked of neglect, his stomach growling in hunger. Hiki. Bone chuckled, gesturing towards a piece of bread he held, given the long journey ahead. I fear solitude, so I shall amuse myself with you. State your name, little imp. Answer my question, and there shall be a reward. The boy hesitated. Carraro Lucifer. I am Bone, he replied, seemingly pleased. What were you hiding on my ship for? It is not your ship, Carraro muttered. Do you see this piece of bread? Bone waved it in front of Carraro, his mouth agape as he swallowed it whole. No more. Ha ha. Carraro replied. I shall give you another chance. Bone chewed the bread, his words muffled. What were you doing on this wretched vessel? Carraro glanced at Bone's food pouch, swallowing hard. I sought refuge on this garbage ship to escape Meteor Street, but you seized it before I could flee. Where are you headed? You are from Meteor Street. Bone's expression twisted, and he collapsed in laughter, rolling on the deck. Even as his wounds split and blood splattered, he remained unfazed. Ha ha, so amusing. This unfortunate child. Chapter 57. The unfortunate child. Kuroro. Loud, reckless laughter echoed, startling seagulls and scaring away fish, reverberating far and wide. Suddenly, why the long face? You seem utterly disheartened. Tears began to well up, glistening as they traced down his cheeks, ultimately shattering upon the floor. Bone halted, his form stiff as a statue, and after a prolonged silence, he touched his wet eyes. I truly despise solitude. I am unaccustomed to being alone. Snakebone, everyone, your blood, your blood. Kuroro could not comprehend Bone's erratic behavior, only perceiving the blood gushing from Bone's ruptured wounds, prompting him to involuntarily caution Bone. Here. Bone casually tossed the food pouch to Kuroro, methodically bandaging his wounds. Once Kuroro devoured the bread ravenously, Bone remarked, I bear unfortunate news. Unlucky child, just as you escape Meteor Street, you must return. My destination is Meteor Street. Cough, cough, cough. Kuroro suddenly choked, his small face turning a deep shade of crimson. He handed over a bottle of fresh water as Mango leaned against the railing, gazing at the azure sky adorned with white clouds. Are you familiar with the land of Wazakana? I am not, Kuroro replied, his breathing steadied, though his throat remained dry and raspy. Mango, brimming with enthusiasm, began to enlighten Kuroro. That is my homeland, a place of ninjas and samurai. However, as if struck by a fleeting thought, his excitement waned, and he shifted the topic. Do you know about the Phantom Troop? Kuroro shook his head. This. Mango turned, proudly displaying the spider tattoo etched on his back. A symbol of freedom, isn't it splendid? Kuroro stared, entranced by the spider tattoo. Freedom? Freedom. Mango raised his fist high, exclaiming, unfettered, going wherever one pleases, doing whatever one desires, and anyone who dares to obstruct will be utterly defeated, trampling all nonsensical rules underfoot. This is freedom. Kuroro remained silent, contemplating. Freedom is the essence of the Phantom Troop. Mango settled down, resting his elbows on his knees, his chin cradled in his palms. I have heard that Meteor Street is one of the few places in the world where freedom truly reigns. I intend to journey to Meteor Street to spread the troop's ideals of freedom, fulfilling my duty as the leader of the spiders, and then pursue my personal ambitions. Kuroro interjected, it is not free. Meteor Street is not a realm of freedom. I may not have read extensively, but I am certain that the seed of freedom lies buried within every heart. Mango laughed heartily, thus. Whether Meteor Street is a land of freedom is of no consequence to me. I simply wish to find a place to disseminate the troop's ideals of freedom, ensuring the legacy of the Phantom Troop endures. After a brief pause, he added, in any case, keep your thoughts to yourself. I will not tolerate your wish to delay the journey, Mango said with a playful smirk. Kuroro was taken aback. Mango had accurately discerned his inner conflict. He had long hesitated to request Mango to ferry him to other islands, reluctant to return to Meteor Street after finally escaping. A prolonged silence ensued. Hey, unfortunate child. Let me teach you something. Whether you can learn it or not depends entirely on your own fortune, Mango remarked, boredom evident in his tone. Bread finally uncovered the trail of the barbarian bones. No, it was the mosquitoes, under the control of the mosquito lady, that had ultimately discovered the whereabouts of the barbarian bones. 10 kilometers away, Bread rummaged through the map in the embrace of the mosquito lady. Let us first follow him. The direct distance from the Mafia Federation Kingdom to Meteor Street is not insignificant, yet it certainly should not take 5 days. However, the Naval Academy's training vessel, led by Zephyr, would require a minimum of 5 days to traverse the straight-line distance from the edge of the doldrums to Meteor Street. Even with continuous day and night travel, Braid not only had the responsibility of monitoring and tracking the barbarian, but was also tasked with impeding and delaying him. The vessels, provisions, and fresh water, along with the target's injuries, need to be thoroughly examined by the mosquito, Braid instructed. The mosquito responded obediently, by the way, Braid. Besides the target, there is a small boy on that ship. What is their relationship? Braid inquired. The mosquito briefly communicated with the swarm and replied, they seem to get along quite well, but they are merely acquaintances. That vessel is a garbage transport ship heading to Meteor Street, and the boy is a native of Meteor Street. He just stowed away on that garbage ship to escape Meteor Street, only to encounter the target who was robbing the ship on its way. Braid's lips twitched as he remarked, per child. He perused the map, muttering to himself, 1, 2, 3. 8 islands of various sizes lie along the target's route to Meteor Street. To obstruct and delay him, we must seek opportunities among these islands or during the journey, which will take approximately half an hour. The garbage transport ship appeared quite grand, billowing steam, The mosquito communicated with the swarm, stating, "The target's provisions and fresh water are exceedingly ample. Bradeo, what is the extent of the injury? It is quite severe. A significant wound has been inflicted upon the chest and abdomen, which is yet to heal." Mosquito Girl licked her lips. "They say the target's blood is exceptionally sweet." Brett furrowed his brow in contemplation, a steam-powered vessel, with endurance and speed far surpassing that of a sailing ship. And yet it is not lacking in provisions or fresh water. There is no need for docking to resupply. Kuraro, that little rascal's name. Yes, Kuraro Lucifer. The mosquito woman interjected suddenly. "Braid, it has been a while. The darkness is unbearable. Let's confront the light." Braid declared, "We shall pay him a visit." Approaching the refuge transport vessel, Braid unleashed his observation haki. "We shall damage the hull and retreat immediately." However, Braid reconsidered his decision, for under the perception of observation haki, he beheld a humanoid beast clad in the guise of an irascible dwarf, who, despite being grievously injured, seemed more fitting for a hero to vanquish. Chapter 58, The Savage Bone. How do you find it? Are you frightened? Coward. Ha ha. The savage bone epitomizes a type of individual who is coarse yet meticulous, a reflection of his life experiences. Having fled from the turmoil of his war-torn homeland during childhood, the savage bone wandered the world, becoming a child orphan struggling for survival. His existence was fraught with challenges, and to safeguard himself and his companions, he had to toughen up, never daring to retreat a single step, lest disaster ensue. Over time, he cultivated a rugged and even barbaric demeanor, standing as a testament to his resilience, making it clear to all that he was not to be trifled with. Yet, beneath this exterior, the savage bone possessed a keen intellect and sensitivity, intrinsic to his nature, unrelated to any lack of education. Many matters simply did not warrant his contemplation. Even after inheriting the banner of the Phantom Troop and attaining considerable strength, he continued to rely on his rough and barbaric facade to navigate through life efficiently, seeking a simple and joyful existence, free from undue sorrow and trouble. Like now, in an effort to suppress his impulse to think, the savage bone desperately sought amusement. Before teaching Kuraro the art of nin, he playfully unleashed his abilities, causing Kuraro to shed tears, and then he cruelly mocked him without restraint. Suddenly, the savage bone ceased his laughter, stepping into the cabin to seize a weapon, a massive halberd measuring over 2 meters in length and nearly a meter in width. Rather than merely a halberd, it resembled a sharp iron door forged from steel. Kuraro, trembling and wide-eyed, ceased his weeping, filled with a pleading gaze. Clearly, Kuraro had misconstrued the situation. The savage bone had no intention of harming him, his focus fixed intently on the neatly arranged containers at the bow of the cargo ship. Meanwhile, Braid, whose intentions were to infiltrate and sabotage the refuge transport vessel, was taken aback, unable to anticipate the savage bone as casual release of nin. Exposed. What to do? In an instant, faced with this unforeseen dilemma, Braid inhaled deeply and said, "Do not exhibit hostility, Joanna." Addressing Mosquito Woman, he raised his voice. "Is anyone there? Hello? Is anyone present?" Suddenly, the scene shifted. "What is it, little brat?" The savage bone leapt to the heights of the containers laden upon the refuse transport ship, scratching his head in bemusement. "What do you want, kid?" "Greetings, sir. May I take a brief respite upon your vessel?" Brett appeared rather bashful, his tone tinged with a hint of self-pity. "It's my fault for being so impulsive. Allowing Joanna to take me out without proper investigation. She's utterly exhausted. I beg you." The Mosquito Girl retorted with a haughty demeanor. "How could I possibly falter? With beauty that rivals a blooming flower and exceptional stamina, I am the epitome of vitality." "Oh." The Bone Boy scrutinized the Mosquito Girl, a super dangerous species of subhuman monster. Braid's laughter was innocent and pure. "Indeed, she is my family." Bang, bang. "Very well." The headstrong warrior collided with the great halberd, and the brash bone warrior readily responded to Braid's remark. "I am immensely grateful for your generosity, sir. You are truly a commendable individual." Braid's acting was quite commendable. The brash bone warrior, setting down his great halberd, sat cross-legged and, upon hearing this, burst into joyous laughter. "A good man? Ha ha ha, am I a good man? Indeed, I am a good man." After indulging in laughter, he nonchalantly proposed, "As a reward for permitting you to board the ship, how about you accompany this good man for a chat? What shall we discuss?" Braid extricated himself from the embrace of the Mosquito Woman and fell freely into the container. "Your name, your identity. Surely, a peculiar little creature like you, who trails a super dangerous beast of subhuman kind, must have many intriguing tales to share," the brash bone warrior remarked with a grin. Bretkin's eyes sparkled as he spoke. "I am Bread, and she is Joanna. It is difficult for me to disclose my identity, as my family forbids me from sharing information freely. However, I possess an abundance of stories. Would you care to listen? Perhaps tales for children? Remarked the whimsical Bone. Braid shook his head. It is a tale about mercenaries. The barbarian gestured with his hand. Long, long ago, there existed a band of mercenaries who called themselves the Seven. Braid vividly recounted. Ultimately, the righteous Seven vanquished the malevolent half-demon, and the mercenary captain placed his great sword upon the cleansed neck of the half-demon, declaring, "Fear not. I have no interest in tormenting the weak. I hold no fascination for the feeble. Embrace your demise with ease." Thus concluded the tale. The barbarian appeared distressed. Sensing a peculiar kinship with the protagonist, yet distinctly aware of their differences, an odd ambience pervaded the story, the source of which eluded him. After a pause, he exclaimed, "Once you have rested, be gone. My ship is no sanctuary." The barbarian departed in agitation. Observing the retreating figure of the barbarian, Braid initially exhaled in relief, then fell into silent contemplation. "If I had ample blood, I could defeat him," murmured the mosquito woman softly. Braid furrowed his brow. "Are you certain? He appears exceedingly feeble," remarked the mosquito woman, contemplating the unmasked scars adorning his robust chest and abdomen. The pristine bandages drenched in crimson. It seemed he bore grievous wounds akin to evisceration. Braid pressed his lips together as insatiable desires surged within him. If he could siphon the vibrant life force from this individual, the risks would be considerable. Yet the rewards would be monumental. "Let us control the swarm to gather blood from the surrounding islands in preparation," Braid declared. "We must first sabotage his vessel." "Leave it to me." With a swift motion, the mosquito woman brandished her sharp, scythe-like arms. Moments later, a cacophony erupted. Swish, creak, rumble, and roar. Braid witnessed the formidable power of the mosquito woman for the first time, far surpassing his expectations. The steam-powered vessel, encased in a robust iron hull, was effortlessly cleaved apart by a mere swipe of her hand, creating a gaping hole. The seawater rushed into the garbage transport ship, causing it to tilt precariously as the loose containers began to tumble into the ocean. "You treacherous scoundrels! If you dare to flee, I shall see to it that you meet your end." When the brute finally realized he had invited disaster into his midst, it was too late. "I apologize, Mr. Brute," Braid remarked, retreating into the air with a playful grin. "And this is precisely why I cannot reveal my identity. Are you a lackey of the world government? Or one of those money-hungry wolves from the Hunter Association?" The brute surprisingly regained his composure. Braid remained silent. The nearest island to the site of the garbage transport ship's capsizing lay approximately 70 to 80 nautical miles away, provided that Mangu possessed the knowledge of direction. Braid patiently awaited the moment when Mangu would become utterly exhausted. Chapter 59. What am I to you? Hey, unfortunate child, do not succumb to slumber. Awaken. Look at that little vulture above us. Its gaze is so sinister and greedy. It is waiting for us to fall, to feast upon our flesh and drink our blood, indulging in a gluttonous banquet. Ha ha. As the garbage transport ship teetered on the brink of sinking, Mangu, utilizing his monstrous strength, hurled a massive deckboard into the air. This enormous piece of debris now served as his and Kuraro's tenuous lifeline amidst the vast, indifferent sea. With the oversized spear of the Monglong functioning as a paddle and the colossal deck fragment as a makeshift raft, Mangu exerted himself to forge ahead, even contemplating a conversation with Kuroro, laughing heartily. This choice to escape with Kuroro stemmed from his aversion to solitude. However, Kuroro, still in his youth, lacked Mangu's extraordinary resilience and physical prowess. Despite enduring severe injuries and the absence of food, water, or rest, he maintained an appearance of vitality even as his wounds reopened, blood seeping intermittently. After a protracted period of inactivity, he was utterly spent, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. Boom. The tranquil surface of the sea erupted with turbulence. Here it came again. Mangu muttered in resignation, raising the oversized spear. A sea beast, drawn by the scent of blood emanating from Mangu's lacerated wound, emerged from the depths with a ferocious roar. Measuring over 10 meters in length, with a tiger's head, a fish's body, and numerous legs, the creature's appearance was utterly grotesque, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp fangs. Yet, it seemed toxic, inedible. Begone. With a menacing glare and a terrifying intent, Mangu's expression darkened, and in the next moment, the sea beast, akin to a dog startled by a person picking up stones, emitted a frightened whimper and fled in panic. A dull thud echoed as Mangu turned to glance back, opening his mouth momentarily before closing it once more. Kuroro lay in a stupor. Food was not a concern. The sea was abundant with it. The trouble lay with fresh water. With the others gone, Mango furrowed his brow. It was time to devise a plan. High above. What was the situation? Awakening in the embrace of Mosquito Lady, Brett inquired. Mosquito Lady beamed with a smile. A minor situation. That little brat is reaching his limits. Are you tired, Joanna? Brett asked with concern. In truth, Brett understood Mosquito Lady's capabilities. As a super dangerous subhuman beast, her constitution was extraordinary. And enduring several days without sleep was merely trivial. His attempts to wear down Mango were predicated on this understanding. Brad's minor concern was met with the joyful exuberance of Mosquito Girl, who declared with spirited determination, I'm not tired. Rest assured, Brad. You've worked hard. Brad rummaged through his small backpack, contemplating the provisions and fresh water. Let us conserve. 2 days? 3 days? The children assisted him in replenishing the meager supply of juice. Mosquito Girl informed Brad that the swarm of mosquitoes under her command had successfully gathered the first batch of blood. Brad nodded, expressing patience. There was no need to take risks with a direct assault until the Naval Academy's training ship, led by Blackarm, arrived. Theoretically, the world government had abolished the majority of capital crimes, retaining only a select few. Consequently, countless heinous criminals, unless met with fierce resistance during arrest, would ultimately find themselves confined within the vast prison known as Impel Down, the underwater penitentiary. Just recently, the notorious world destroyer, who had attacked the celestial dragons, was not sentenced to death. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the formidable Mayabone would also face arrest, destined for the same underwater prison. Particularly as the primary force apprehending him was none other than the former Marine Admiral and current Commandant of the Naval Academy, Blackarm Zephyr, known for his moniker. He was also referred to as the Admiral of Mercy, as he had never taken the life of a single criminal throughout his military career. Ironically, it was this very Zephyr, who had never killed, that suffered the loss of his wife and child due to the vengeful actions of a criminal. In summary, if Braid were to execute his plan to siphon Manbone's life energy, the latter would inevitably perish. Should a merciless individual apprehend Manbone, Braid could simply fulfill his duties, allowing the arrest to unfold while subsequently requesting the extraction of Manbone's life energy. How much safer could that be? Ironically, the one sent to apprehend Manbone was Zephyr. Braid took a sip of water to soothe his throat and gazed into the distance. Has he fallen? The Mosquito Girl interjected. He's deceiving us. The mosquitoes are still on him. Let them draw his blood. Suddenly, Braid had an epiphany. Wait, Joanna, when the swarm collects blood and sends it back to you, does that also include life energy? Is that why you were able to evolve into your second stage? The Mosquito Girl hesitated. I'm not sure. If the mosquito swarm collects blood and returns life energy to you, it means I could also absorb life energy from the blood collected by the swarm. Using gluttony to rapidly convert and integrate it into my body, Braid mused with wild imagination. If we can control more swarms and gather more blood, we will grow immensely powerful. Buzzing filled the air as the swarm returned. Brett was eager to conduct his experiment. In a moment of reflection, he let out a long, wistful sigh, realizing that it was indeed just a hypothesis. The conjecture of Braid is indeed correct, yet it holds no practical significance. The issue lies within the processes of blood collection and rapid absorption. While it can indeed transform the life energy of others into Braid's own, the efficacy is minimal, approximately 1% at best. The fusion and absorption processes incur substantial consumption, signifying that the feeble life energy extracted from weak beings is only marginally beneficial when converted into Braid's life energy. Must it be the life energy of formidable beings? Braid, licking his lips, increasingly yearned for the life energy of the feral. Noticing Braid's discontent, Mosquito Girl initiated a conversation. Braid? Why did the target bring along that little brat? Is he a backup source of nourishment? Braid responded despondently. Mosquito Girl retorted, what am I to you? Control the swarm to harass him, Joanna. Braid narrowed his eyes, intent on ensuring his adversary remained unsettled, fraught with anxiety, unable to find tranquility. Chapter 60. The Torment of the Hunt Little Brat. If you have any guts, come down here. Buzz. Remember this, you wretched creature. Clean your mind and wait. I shall surely cleave your canine head with my ferocious dragon. Buzz. Athe. Losing his composure and cheerful demeanor, the feral howled in madness, roaring like an unyielding beast wielding the heavy dragon blade, splashing water everywhere. However, despite the fierce winds stirred by his frenzy, only a minuscule fraction of the vast swarm, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, was eradicated. The swarm dispersed and reassembled repeatedly, a dark mass seeking to find opportunities to bite him, even when they could not bite. They relentlessly disrupted his emotions, preventing him from resting or continuing his navigation. Mr. Feral, Kuroro expressed concern, as the wounds on Feral's chest and abdomen repeatedly tore open. A dire situation indeed. He felt a pang of guilt. Yes, I'm sorry. I have burdened you. If it weren't for me, huh? Feral angrily set down the heavy dragon blade, locking eyes with Kuroro's lively gaze, and abruptly exclaimed, "Cut the nonsense. Burden me? Who do you think you are? Who do you think I am? I am Feral, the leader of the Phantom Troop, living freely and according to my whims." Kuroro was taken aback, and then, clenching his teeth, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He was not frightened by the ferocity of the man-bone. Rather, he understood the deeper truths concealed beneath its menacing facade. Until this moment, Kuroro resembled a hapless child, mocked by the very name of man-bone. The meteor street of the West Sea was Kuroro's homeland, a peninsula extending from a red Earth continent, which had served as the world's dumping ground for over 7 centuries. Here, refuse, weapons, toxic materials, corpses, and even infants were discarded without hesitation. Meteor Street welcomed criminals, refugees, beggars. Anyone unable to survive in the world was received without discrimination. This barren and chaotic Meteor Street seemed to encapsulate the world as filth. From a young age, Kuroro longed for the world beyond Meteor Street. Cherishing the discovery of newspapers and books amidst the refuse, dreaming of beauty through faded and tattered images. He even dared to risk his life by crawling into a wooden barrel used by sailors to dispose of their drinks, planning to stow away. Kuroro succeeded. He indeed witnessed the world outside Meteor Street, the blue sky, the white clouds, the verdant mountains, and flowing waters, scenes that could never compare to the desolation of Meteor Street. Yet, he also failed. Before he could fully escape the garbage transport ship and truly experience the world beyond, he encountered the man-bone, which hijacked the ship and returned to Meteor Street, a bizarre reversal of fate. Destiny played a cruel trick on him, almost mocking Kuroro, however. The people of Meteor Street were inherently resilient, refusing to bow down and plead for mercy, even as children of 5 or 6. Yet, the seemingly fierce actions of the man-bone, which were in truth protective, introduced Kuroro, who lost his adoptive father at the tender age of 3 and had to struggle for survival amidst relentless bullying, to the taste of being cared for. Despite their brief time together, the optimism, spirit, and ideals of the man-bone profoundly influenced Kuroro. "What a sobbing little brat," the man-bone muttered, raising an eyebrow as he gazed at the high-flying braid and mosquito girl, wondering, is this where my journey ends? The heavens seemed to close in on him. He was nearing his limit, groaning, while Mosquito Girl cheerfully remarked, "With the endless drain on your stamina, coupled with the continuous sick-style blood loss, your face has gone pale." Brett remained composed, urging patience. He casually dialed his mobile phone. "This is Brett Heyman. Mr. Zephyr, where are you?" Brett inquired about the location of the Naval Academy's training vessel. On the other end, Zephyr replied, "In 2 days, within 48 hours, I assure you, we shall arrive." "All right." Brad ended the call and meticulously examined the nautical charts, ensuring he was acutely aware of his location while simultaneously utilizing his phone to check the weather forecast. Everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. However, rather than feeling reassured, Brad found himself engulfed in a sense of unease. Brad once engaged in a leisurely conversation with Anderson, during which they exchanged the following dialogue. "In the execution of our tasks, we consistently adhere to a pattern of prior investigation, synchronizing our actions with those of the enemy, akin to waiting for a hare by the tree stump. However, as the smooth course of events stretches towards the day of the ultimate confrontation, unforeseen occurrences often arise for both us and our target. Is this merely coincidence or an inevitability? What is the probability, Father? I believe the odds are rather slim, my child. Yet, such encounters are frequent. This seems contradictory, Father. We meticulously analyze the enemy's behavioral patterns and align our actions accordingly, which subsequently dictates the timing of the final showdown. Does it not? The closer we approach that day, the more likely it is for unexpected incidents to transpire, ones that typically would not occur. In my previous work, I often encountered such anomalies. Events that rarely took place would invariably happen on the day of reckoning. It was suggested to simply adjust the date of the final confrontation, though there were instances where one had to push through regardless. Whether it be Manku, Kuroro, or Bread, each individual endures the torment of this protracted struggle. The countdown stands at 47 hours. Unable to contain himself, Manku attempts to unleash a psychic attack on Braid, but alas, the distance proves insufficient. Braid's intelligence records indicate that Mangu possesses not only exceptional abilities in the enhancement category of Nin, but also demonstrates commendable prowess in the emission type. Precautions have long been taken. The countdown stands at 39 hours. Mangu, Kararo is out of fresh water. Braid, the remaining freshwater of the Mosquito Girl, is equally scarce. Yet it exists. The countdown stands at 28 hours. An uncharted cluster of reefs obstructs the path of Mangu and Kararo. Get lost. Mangu leapt from the raft. The great spear-wielding beast pushed Kararo aside. Humph. Kararo's lips were chapped and peeling, his darkened eye sockets parched and reddened. He wished to articulate something. Yet his mouth could not open, his words strangled in his throat, evolving into a hoarse, gasping sound. Mangu's visage was even more tragic than Kararo's, especially the wounds on his chest and abdomen, emanating a foul odor. Stop your whining, Mangu chuckled grotesquely. Whether you survive or not depends on your fortune. If luck favors you, and you live, remember to promote the Phantom Troop for me. I do not wish for the legacy of the Phantom Troop to end with my generation. Ahem, I have my selfish motives in bringing you along. Ha ha ha, but I find it rather difficult, considering you are quite the unfortunate child. Chapter 61. Sweet Harvest. The countdown reads 8 hours. It is over. Braid assessed and confirmed that Mangu had completely lost his combat capability. Joanna, descend. Mangu, resembling a monk in meditation, had remained motionless since parting with Kararo, gazing upwards at Braid and the Mosquito Girl for a full 20 hours. Now, his neck had stiffened, forcing him to face Braid and the Mosquito Girl. Yet his nostrils pointed skyward, exuding an inexplicable pride, despite his visage being utterly desiccated. Are you stalling for time? Braid posed it as a question, yet his tone was assertive. Mangu smirked, his throat parched and hoarse, his voice strangely inflected. Damn it, to think I, the great lord, would fall to a feeble creature like you. How humiliating. 20 hours ago, you were already exhausted, relying solely on willpower to hold on, with the aim of delaying us and allowing Kararo to escape. Am I right? Braid complimented and inquired. I admire your tenacity and spirit, but why? Throughout your life, you seem never to have been the type to sacrifice for others, yet now you do so for Kararo. What need is there for so many reasons? Mangu interjected, mocking. I do as I please. If I wish to act, I shall do so. The unfortunate child is just too unfortunate. I felt a momentary pity for him. With a swift motion of his wrist, Braid summoned the manifestation of gluttony. My target is you, and you alone. I acknowledge the vast disparity in our strengths. I cannot guarantee that I will completely incapacitate you, nor do I dare to approach you recklessly. Thus, you have successfully restrained me, buying 20 hours for Kararo to escape. Congratulations. You have won. Without further ado, the sharp tendrils of gluttony pierced through the chest of the barbarian, instantly draining his life force to the last drop, uprooting him entirely. His hair turned progressively gray, his skin aged slowly, developing wrinkles, transforming him in an instant into a frail elder. I too have emerged victorious, Braid added. The barbarian's lips trembled as he struggled to utter. Who are you? Braid Heyman, a rookie agent of CP0 under the world government. He replied earnestly, then slapped his forehead. Oh, I almost forgot. After all, I am the Justice Envoy and the leader of the Phantom Troop. Barbarian, you have been sentenced for heinous crimes. Your transgressions are innumerable. Among the most egregious are violent theft, the massacre of innocents, contempt for the law, and endangering public safety. Your monstrous deeds are unforgivable, and thus, you were sentenced to death. With a hollow laugh, the barbarian managed a weak grin. The wind gently caressed the scene. Thud. The barbarian collapsed, breathless and lifeless. Brett cast a languid glance at the lifeless body of the barbarian, quietly savoring the life energy that surged from it, a vitality that was robust, flourishing, and sweetened by the toil of existence. The terrifying capabilities of blood collection and rapid absorption manifested themselves vividly. Although it was impossible to convert another's life energy entirely into his own, with the process of fusion and absorption consuming a significant portion, ultimately leaving only about 1%. It indeed allowed Brett to transform another's life essence into his own. This was akin to the life energy he had cultivated through his own endeavors, not a transient borrowing, but a permanent acquisition. How greedily he plundered. Braid distinctly sensed an augmentation of his vital energy, both in quality and quantity, along with a fortification of his corporeal and mental faculties that harbor and generate this life force. He was in an exuberant state. Gasping, he lifted the formidable bone spear of the ogre, attempting to wield it, Weighing several hundred pounds, it was exceedingly heavy. He could not maneuver it with the dexterity of his fingers, managing only a few awkward attempts. He believed that prior to absorbing the life energy from the ogre's bone, he would have been incapable of even such feeble efforts. The mosquito woman gazed at him with longing, as the blood of the ogre was equally alluring to her. No wonder that at merely 13 or 14, she ascended to become the new leader of the Phantom Troop, a notorious figure renowned across the lands, even when depleted. She still possessed an abundance of life energy. Brett could scarcely fathom the notion that he might acquire the pinnacle of the primal essence. With a playful grin, he pricked the tip of his finger and offered it to the mosquito woman, saying, "Here you go. You've certainly earned this." "Brett is the best," she exclaimed joyfully, eagerly taking his finger into her mouth. As the blood flowed, Brett struggled to rein in his exhilaration, striving for calm as he dialed his phone. "Little Brett?" Minister Ernest yawned languidly. "Has the Navy dealt with the primal essence?" Braid wrote, "The barbarian has been dealt with, but not by the Navy, who have yet to arrive." "What does that mean?" Minister Wanist's keen intuition kicked in. "Do not tell me that you managed to handle the barbarian all by yourself." You yourself claimed, "I am merely a frail 7-year-old, an inexperienced agent," and stated, "The leader of the Phantom Troop is gravely injured. I fear I am by no means a match for him, for he is a supervillain with a bounty of 500 million berries issued by the government." Brett murmured softly, "One must utilize their intellect, Commander, Minister Wanist." Brett replied nonchalantly, "In any case, fortune has favored me. I seized a few opportunities and, leveraging Joanna's remarkable ability to fly long distances, I managed to wear down the barbarian forces." "And what of the barbarians?" Minister Ernest inquired. Brett cast a cold glance at the lifeless body of the barbarian. "He is dead. I lack the capacity to capture him alive, should he regain his breath. It would spell disaster for me. Indeed, death is final," and Minister Wanist expressed a hint of regret. "Bredeo, Commander, I seek to solicit your esteemed opinion." "What opinion?" Minister Wanist of Miami? Brett pondered. "If I could harness the corpse of the barbaric bone, it would eliminate the necessity of using his death to instill fear and intimidate the nefarious elements of the world. Based on past experiences, whether it be Locke's, Baloric Redfield, or Bandywald, when the government eliminates or captures any of them, it has never instilled fear. Those who indulge in wickedness continue their pursuits unabated." "You seem to possess considerable knowledge, young Brett," Minister Wanist exclaimed, subsequently asking, "How do you intend to utilize the corpse of the barbaric bone?" Brett replied, "I am preparing to stake a claim for the position of the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association." Minister Wanist laughed heartily. "You truly are a cunning individual. Ha ha ha. By the way, do inform the Navy. They are rather slow." Chapter 62. Utterly shameless. Hey, look quickly. That enormous halberd. Could it be the barbaric dragon? If it is indeed the barbaric dragon, then that corpse must be a jest. How could that mere novice, barely a year into his endeavors, be the one? Indeed, even if young Brett is exceptionally gifted, his opponent is the leader of the Phantom Troop, the Spider, Hunter Association, Western Sea Branch. As Brett effortlessly hoisted the colossal halberd, akin to an ant carrying food several times its weight, the mosquito woman casually carried a desiccated corpse into the grand hall of the building, instantly attracting countless gazes and igniting fervent discussions. The barbaric bone and his enormous halberd were renowned, having consistently ranked among the top 10 on the Hunter Association's list of hunting commissions for 4 consecutive years, with their danger level classified as the highest grade, A. Brett did not initially wish to engage with those around him, determined to seek out the current leader of the West Sea Branch of the Hunter Association, Miss Aston. However, he suddenly changed his mind. "You guessed it correctly, it is none other than the leader of the Phantom Troop, the Spider." Brett paused on the staircase between the first and second floors, a gentle and radiant smile gracing his face. "I believe I have struck it rich." "Really? How did you manage that, young Brett?" "This is astonishing. Congratulations. Ha ha, you have indeed struck it rich. If it is indeed that bonebreaker. The association has received numerous requests over the years for his capture. As long as the deadline has not passed, the reward shall be yours. You could even claim a bounty from the world government." The crowd erupted in a mixture of genuine and feigned congratulations, interspersed with doubt, shock, envy, and admiration, creating a vibrant tapestry of emotions. To speak candidly, I am no match for the leader of the Spider. My success in hunting him down relies significantly on my intellect. Yet there is an element of sheer luck involved. Brett's warm and delightful smile faded, leaving behind a profound seriousness. "Thus, during the pursuit of the spider's leader. I found myself wavering, hesitating, and at times, gripped by fear. In that moment, as a weaker individual, I came to understand the sentiments of the weak. It seemed a spell had been cast, as everyone gradually fell silent to listen. There is no shame in admitting this. The vast majority of people in this world are indeed weak. We must confront the disparities among individuals. Just as we are acutely aware that no matter how hard we strive, we cannot attain the strength of beings such as the President or the 12 Zodiacs. Brett spoke eloquently, ultimately revealing his true intentions. After I collect the reward for capturing the leader of the spider, I plan to establish an organization dedicated to safeguarding the interests of us weaker individuals. What kind of organization? Someone inquired. Brad once again beamed with a smile. We are all acutely aware that our profession is rife with uncertainty and peril. Akin to bounty hunters confronting targets far more formidable than intelligence reports suggest. The oceanic hunters, who set forth with great expectations, may find their endeavors thwarted by an unforeseen tempest, stripping away the fruits of their substantial investments in time and resources. A failure in such circumstances renders our diligent efforts utterly fruitless, and it seems patently unjust that the strong are expected to navigate these treacherous waters without faltering. I intend to establish an organization that directly addresses this inequity. With considerable financial backing, I plan to engage in negotiations with nations allied to the world government, and even those that are not, as well as enterprises and large corporations, to undertake tasks they are reluctant to pursue. Those who join my organization will execute these assignments, and regardless of the outcome, we will ensure a guaranteed income commensurate with the project's difficulty. Brad cheerfully exclaimed, "What do you think? Wow, that's remarkable. You are truly a good person, young Brad. I am eager to support you." "Me too." While a significant number of the world's wealthiest individuals indeed count themselves among the ranks of hunters, the majority of them do not lead easy lives. Brad's reasoned assertions and the promised benefits resonate deeply with most hunters who struggle to make ends meet. "Let's form a coalition," declared a stern-faced Masaston, who had arrived unannounced. Braid, with an unwavering smile, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Mr. Marsden, as a formidable member of the 12 Zodiac, you cannot possibly comprehend the sentiments of us lesser beings. I am aware that while the association does not explicitly forbid the formation of cliques, there are certain matters I must tread carefully around to ensure my standing is not jeopardized. Therefore, esteemed colleagues, I must attain a position, at the very least as one of the 12. I sincerely hope for your support, and I shall strive diligently to advocate for our collective welfare. Such a charming and benevolent endeavor. What a magnificent initiative." Braid, with someone leading the charge. Those aligned with Marsden, despite their reservations, could not help but join in the exuberant cheers for Braid. "Damn that little rascal," Marsden cursed under his breath. Yet he dared not expose Braid's true identity as a spy for the world government in public. A misstep could easily provoke a complete rift between the Hunter Association and the world government. Even the association's leader, Netero, maintained a cautious silence regarding Braid, preserving an unspoken understanding between the two parties. At this moment Brett, with a solemn demeanor and an undercurrent of indignation, felt compelled to clarify. "Additionally, it has come to my attention that there are whispers circulating behind my back, insinuating that my origins are dubious and falsely accusing me of being an agent of the world government. This is particularly prevalent among historians, relic hunters, and scholars of ancient scripts. Let me assure you, I am not. The undeniable truth is that they show no regard for the jeopardy they place upon our safety, daring to provoke the ire of the world government while delving into the blank century of history, facing sanctions, yet shifting the blame onto their compatriots. Such behavior is utterly shameless." Silence. Masaston erupted in a fit of rage, his composure shattered. "You wretched little man, you are the epitome of disgrace." Braid exuded an air of confidence, unabashedly proclaiming, "Facts are facts. Accusing me of being an agent for the world government? Where is the evidence? Where is it?" You, Masaston, were rendered speechless. According to the Hunter Association's classification of hunter ranks, a hunter who has made significant achievements in a specific field is awarded a 1-star rating under Article 10, Section 5. Braid declared with conviction, "Having hunted the leader of the Phantom Troop, I am now qualified to be granted a 1-star rating in the realm of criminal hunters." The status of the 12 Guardians is traditionally recognized as 2-star hunters, as stipulated in Article 10, Section 6. This designation is bestowed upon senior hunters whose cultivated Prot.Gs achieve star honors. I shall strive towards this goal. I aim to gain status and establish an organization to protect the interests of the weak, for my own sake as well as for the vulnerable within the association. As dusk fell, the setting sun cast its rays through the window, illuminating the moment when an indomitable fighter gleamed with a holy light. Chapter 63. The dawn of the Great Pirate Era in light of the prevalent reality that many hunters pursue their calling solely for wealth. Driven by greed for easy gains and guaranteed returns, Braid boldly proclaimed his intentions, presenting them as noble ideals, embodying a fade of seeking welfare for all. This immediately garnered him accolades from numerous hunters who were unaware of his true identity. At the headquarters of the Hunter Association, news from the West Sea branch spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching all bases of the association across the East, North, and South Seas. Every hunter, to varying degrees, had heard of Braid's exploits. Some scoffed, others remained indifferent, and some were incensed, yet many praised him wholeheartedly, rallying their support. Braid remarkably ascended to become a popular figure within the Hunter Association, attracting considerable attention. In truth, Braid was devising a strategy to form a faction within the Hunter Association that would be loyal to him, a concept not originally his own. It belonged to Paris Stonehill. At present, Paris Stonehill was merely a young child, around 4 or 5 years old. Whenever his father, a private hunter, accepted a commission, he would be placed in the West Sea branch, gleefully running around, lollipop in mouth, resembling a playful golden retriever. Following an investigation by the Hunter Association's Review Committee, all doubts were dispelled, confirming that Braid had indeed single-handedly hunted an A-rank dangerous target, the leader of the Phantom Troop, the infamous Bone. Consequently, Braid achieved both fame and fortune. The honor of a one-star hunter was a necessity for the association to grant. Otherwise, where would fairness lie? The head of Bone was immensely valuable, with the world government offering a bounty of 500 million berries. Additionally, numerous wealthy individuals who had suffered losses due to the Phantom Troop commissioned the Hunter Association to exact revenge on Bone, resulting in scattered rewards that collectively amounted to around 1 billion berries. After all, the targets worth the Phantom Troop's attention could not possibly be impoverished. Those lacking wealth had nothing to attract them. With an anticipated revenue of 1,500 million berries, Braid was well on his way to securing a top rank on the annual hunter income leaderboard. Braid was indifferent to fame and fortune. He was focused on enhancing the star ratings of hunters aspiring to ascend to the ranks of the 12, thereby acquiring the authority to establish a loyal faction within the Hunter Association. The 6th Hunter Rule states that when a junior hunter, nurtured by a senior hunter who has satisfied the 5th Hunter Rule, achieves a 1-star honor, the senior is bestowed with a 2-star rating. Braid contemplated the 6th Hunter Rule, tapping his forehead. Jinfulis? I taught him to read. Does that count as nurturing him? He believed that with his innate talent, Jin would soon attain the honor of a 1-star hunter, though the association might not acknowledge it. As for Capone Becky, a gangster hunter? Regardless, he relished the idea of eliminating crime lords and seizing their treasures. However, it was evident that everyone required a certain amount of time to earn the title of a 1-star hunter. I too must remain industrious. The 7th Hunter Rule states that those who satisfy the 6th and leave remarkable achievements across multiple fields shall be awarded 3 stars. There are not many 3-star hunters within the entire Hunter Association, which would facilitate my rise to the 12th. Multiple fields? The Bounty Hunter domain, the Pirate Hunter domain, and the Crime Hunter domain. All 3 realms are somewhat indistinct, yet equally promising. I shall contact Jin to expedite the attainment of the 1-star honor, with the condition that he acknowledges me as his mentor and impart to Becky the methods of honing none, enabling him to participate in the next hunter exam. Thus, Braid resolutely embarked on the paths of bounty hunting and pirate hunting, seeking to sharpen his skills through brutal combat and to absorb the life energy of others to grow stronger. Braid's strength evidently rendered him incapable of hunting down the notorious supercriminals known as the Barbarian Bones. He aspired to leave a significant legacy in the realms of bounty hunting and pirate hunting, yet he found himself compelled to pursue an alternative path, gradually amassing his stature. The extent of his elevation would hinge upon the judgment of the Hunter Association's Review Committee, leaving no precise figures to gauge his ascent. Thus, from the early days of the year 1492 in the sea calendar until the end of June in 1494, spanning from just shy of 7 years to the completion of his 10th year, Braid remained actively engaged on the front lines of the West Sea, apprehending criminals and pirates. Until one day, a voice erupted in frustration. "What on earth are you doing, young Brett. For heaven's sake, you are my superior. Your duty is to eradicate those who delve into the historical texts and the enigmatic century of silence, not to obsess over the position within the 12 branches of the Hunter Association. The strategies surrounding the hidden historical stone tablets of O'Hara Island were crafted by your own hand, and yet you choose to abandon them? Minister Wano's furious outburst echoed through the air. Brett placed his phone at a distance, and after Minister Orchestrated finished shouting, he remarked, "Remain calm. Commissioner, everything is under control." Under control? Minister Orchestrated retorted. Are you aware that just a few days ago, a group of individuals delving into the historical texts and the blank century of history clandestinely departed from O'Hara Island, vanishing from our sight? The minister was left feeling helpless. The saying goes, a monk may escape, but the temple cannot. How can we ascertain the intentions behind their actions? How can we know whether their endeavors will lead them into contact with perilous individuals? For instance, the notorious Roger pirates. Roger himself made a special trip to the ship of Whitebeard to entice the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates, the one and only Kazuki Oden, who possesses the unique ability to decipher the true history. They are currently intent on retracing the Grand Line, aiming for the fabled Raftel. What if they were to encounter the Roger pirates? Commander, Brett halted Minister Ernest's incessant chatter with a commanding tone. Indeed, he intervened. I understand the immense pressure you are under. Your mind is in turmoil, Brett remarked. Trust me, those individuals on O'Hara Island, who delve into the historical texts and the so-called blank century, pose no real threat. What does it matter if they have grasped the truth of history? The truth is forever held captive by those in power. Who wields that power? The government does. If the government deems something false, then it must be accepted as false. How simple is that? Their clandestine departure from O'Hara Island will only draw forth more individuals seeking to uncover the historical texts in the blank century. Sooner or later, they will return to our field of vision, at which point it will essentially be a strategy of long lines to catch big fish coming to fruition. Minister Ernest interjected. Let us focus on the Roger pirates. Oh, remember, this year is also the year of the World Conference? Brett chuckled softly. Unfortunately, you have your hands full. Minister Ernest, sharing a laugh, replied, Come back. Come help me, young Brett. That is an order. Ha ha ha. You little rascal, don't think you can take it easy. All right. 1 week. I will handle my current task promptly, Brett responded decisively. A notification chimed on his phone. Is the era of great pirates about to commence? Brett pondered quietly. Chapter 64. Lord Brett, Hunter Association, West Sea Branch. For nearly 2 years, Miss Saston, the head of the West Sea Branch, had been enduring a rather tumultuous time. One could even say it was utterly disastrous. The root cause was undoubtedly Brett. Ever since Brett boldly proclaimed his commitment to protecting the interests of the weak and made extraordinary efforts to put this ideology into practice, his supporters within the Hunter Association had been growing exponentially. These supporters were not merely verbal advocates. Many were genuinely willing to take action in support of Brett. Thus, the composition of hunters in the West Sea Branch gradually underwent transformation, evolving into a stronghold for Brett's supporters. At times, the commands issued by Miss Saston, the head of the West Sea Branch, proved less effective than a mere utterance from Braid, signifying that he had been rendered powerless. The most alarming aspect lay in the supporters of Braid, a small contingent of hunters, predominantly female, who were drawn not only by Braid's proclaimed dedication to safeguarding the interests of the weak, but also by their self-identification as members of Braid's fan club. They endeavored to protect the charming and dashing Braid, establishing a delightful and stylish Hunters Association as their emblem. Their penchant for rumor-mongering and relentless harassment was formidable. They were not only a force to be reckoned with, but also ensured that anyone who opposed Braid would invariably face their exclusion and suppression. The discord between Miss Saston and Braid had deep roots, and it was evident that he could not escape the animosity and oppression from Braid's fan club. The once reputable 2-star criminal hunter, known for his integrity within the association's 12 divisions, found his reputation tarnished, beset by scandalous rumors regarding personal vices, professional blunders, and accusations of using his position to harass female hunters. The brutal reality revealed to Miss Saston that the honest individual stands no chance against the hypocrite. Despite his numerous attempts to communicate with the association's president, Netero, to elucidate the dangers posed by Braid, and to propose the public exposure of Braid's identity as a world government agent and his expulsion from the Hunters Association, all suggestions were dismissed on the grounds that Braid had not contravened the association's tenets. Initially, Misaston was a member of the association's conservative faction, which valued balance and prudence. However, he found himself reluctantly compelled to align with the hawkish faction advocating for reform within the Hunters Association, thus fully comprehending the sentiments that had driven the former West Sea branch leader, Shakyak, to a furious resignation from the association. Just as Misaston was idly perusing news articles, preparing to spend another unremarkable day, a piercing scream startled him. His first thought was a desperate plea for it not to be an attempt to entrap him in some scandalous accusation. However, a wave of relief washed over him as he recognized the source. Lord Braid. Young Braid, you have returned. What a joy it is to welcome you back. The cacophony of voices echoed through the grand hall of the West Sea branch building. The 10-year-old Braid had undeniably shed much of his childishness, yet his complexion remained strikingly fair, impervious to the ravages of wind and sun. His features retained their exquisite delicacy, and his growth seemed merely to enhance his already flawless appearance, rendering the term pretty boy an understatement. The most significant transformation in Brad lies in his demeanor and stature. He has become more jovial, radiating warmth and sunshine, effortlessly leaving a favorable impression on others. Standing close to 1.7 meters, he is destined to transcend the ordinary. Thank you, everyone. Brad resembles a venerable gang leader, navigating through the crowd with ease, offering greetings, encouragement, and praise, leaving no one overlooked. Goodness, Lord Brad is quite fatigued. It is time for everyone to get back to work, a lady of noble bearing proclaimed, dispersing the throng. She possessed an alluring figure, yet regrettably, the proportion of her neck to her head was rather disproportionate. Her exaggeratedly large head was crowned with an equally extravagant explosion of pink hair, and her features, abstract and heavily made up, combined with her diminutive stature, rendered her more akin to a doll. I am truly delighted to see you, cutie, Brad smiled. Cutie Beatty. The leader of Lord Brad's fan club, ardently advocates for the protection of the charming and dashing Lord Brad, aspiring to create an appealing and stylish hunter association. Despite her seemingly starstruck demeanor, she is merely 18, an endearingly unique and beautiful hunter, albeit a novice. With a wide grin, Cutie exclaimed, Lord Brad. Let us not linger on trivialities. Brad, adopting a serious tone, announced, inform everyone that the tasks related to the Underworld Conference should not be accepted, mirroring the World Government's global meetings. The World's Underworld convenes every 4 years for what they dub the Underworld Conference, a gathering of ostentatiously dressed figures whispering in the shadows, deliberating over the remnants of humanity's discarded morsels, interspersed with various transactions and auctions. You are quite perceptive, Cutie remarked, momentarily taken aback, her large head not devoid of intellect. Brad sighed, expressing his intention to seize this opportunity to cultivate a 1-star hunter, advancing to a 2-star hunter, and subsequently to a 3-star hunter, with aspirations to attain the status of a member of the 12th. This would formally qualify him to establish an organization dedicated to safeguarding the interests of all. Particularly with the World Conference approaching, he yearned to journey to Mary Geos to negotiate with the world government and its allied nations, determined to secure contracts without further delay. Unwilling to witness his compatriots suffer any longer, should he, with tears streaming down his face, choked out, You are truly magnificent. I will certainly inform everyone. Thank you. Brad replied with a gracious bow. Should he, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears. Brad secretly twitched the corners of his mouth. He turned around. Braid and Miss Dunn exchanged glances, yet remained silent. Brad returned to his designated office area and contacted Becky, who had qualified for the hunter test for the 2nd time this year. During her initial attempt, she had inadvertently ensnared the rookie assassin Dongba. Soon, Brad inquired, Are you aware of the Underworld Conference? Becky cautiously nodded, having learned to articulate and harness the same powers as Brad. However, her newfound knowledge rendered her increasingly apprehensive of him, for ignorance had once been her shield against fear. Prepare to sever ties with the Underworld Conference. I believe the heads of the 10 elders will suffice for your promotion to a 1-star hunter, Brad remarked with a hint of amusement. Of course, we must fortify our defenses. The demise of a faction of the 10 elders merely represents a reshuffling of power among the dark forces. Regardless of the emergence of new elders, retribution from our adversaries is inevitable. They will seek ascendance through our demise, instilling fear in the outside world and warning others of their formidable nature. Chapter 65, Bounty Hunter, Jiaodu Lord Brad. I have notified everyone at the West Sea branch as per your instructions, informing them not to accept any task assignments related to the Underworld Conference, including those from other branches and the hunters at headquarters. Xiao, known for his remarkable efficiency, informed Brad within half a day that everyone, save for one individual, had consented. The venue for the Underworld Conference was, of course, the Mafia Federation Kingdom, where the West Sea branch of the Hunter Association was stationed. This location is, after all, the capital of the world's underworld and dark forces. The moniker of the gang empire is not merely a jest. The West Sea branch also serves as a stronghold for Brad's supporters. It is crucial for external hunters to receive the friendly assistance of local hunters, or they may find themselves at a considerable disadvantage, as the vast majority are willing to extend their favor to Brad. "Oh, which formidable dragon is that?" Brad inquired with a smile. Xiao replied, "A one-star bounty hunter." Jiao Du hiss. Brad inhaled sharply, a truly illustrious predecessor. Brad had long been aware of the existence of Kaku within the Hunter Association. He frequently perused the official website of the association, particularly the section on hunter profiles. How could he possibly overlook Kaku? Name: Kaku. Origin: Land of Waves. Takigakure. Identity: defector of Takigakure from the Land of Waves. Bounty hunter. Age: unknown, extremely old, possibly dating back to the Warring States period of the Land of Waves, where he was active as an elite operative. Experience: once ordered by the upper echelons of Takigakure to assassinate the founder of Konohagakure, he failed and narrowly escaped death. Upon returning home, he was condemned to execution for his failure but resisted and ultimately fled, wandering the Grand Line before fortuitously joining the association. Achievements: completed 17 A-rank mission requests, with an uncountable number of B, C, and D-rank missions accomplished. Evaluation: possesses formidable strength. His unique ninjutsu has garnered high praise even from the president. His approach to mission requests is meticulous to the point of being stringent, only willing to fulfill the tasks outlined in the agreement. However, should the remuneration be sufficient, he may undertake additional work outside the agreement. A true workaholic. He is racing towards the record for the highest number of completed mission requests in the Hunter Association's history. His demeanor is rather aloof and somber, preferring solitude, making him an unpopular figure. He has yet to apply for a higher rank within the Hunter Star system. The official website of the Hunter Association describes Kaku thus: tap, tap, tap. His fingers drummed on the table. "Connect me with Kaku. I wish to discuss a business proposition," Brad thought to himself. "Please, should he?" "Yes, Lord Brad," should he exclaimed joyfully, running off in delight. "Did you hear that?" Brad turned to Becky. "The Underground World Conference is far less respectable than the true Global Assembly. Yet the stakes involved are indeed staggering. Even a major player like Kaku in the bounty hunting realm has caught wind of it." Becky, initially reveling in Brad's scheme, was enraptured by the thrill of seizing enemies' heads and wealth, relishing the chaos that ensued when their leadership crumbled. The greater the danger, the more exhilarated he became. However, the current situation appeared precarious. "Do not fret. Simply await your opportunity to eliminate the 10 elders. I will handle the rest," Brad assured him, his confidence stemming from over 2 years of experience and growth. Becky opened his mouth, saying understood. Hesitating, he added, "Master, could you explain the transformation type Nun to me once more?" Becky awakened his life energy, and Brad discerned through the Suijinshi that he was indeed a transformation type Nun user. The mosquito woman had yet to awaken her life energy, despite her utmost efforts. Perhaps her physical structure was different? Nevertheless, Brad retains a glimmer of hope. While she herself is engulfed in utter despair, there is little left to discuss. I have imparted all that I can teach you, and the rest hinges upon your own practice and comprehension, which is a matter of personal insight. Brad reclined languidly in her chair and remarked, "Perhaps you might seek counsel from other practitioners of transformation abilities. You may find it enlightening." Becky retorted, "Are you implying that I am foolish? Clearly, you consider yourself exceptional." Brad waved his hand dismissively, signaling Barry to leave. In the land of Wano, with a single hand propping his chin, Brad muttered, "Chakra ninjutsu, illusion arts, body techniques, sage arts." A knock resounded. "Come in," Brad said casually, though his expression soon turned peculiar. "Mr. Macedon?" Macedon approached Brad, his disdain for him unmistakably etched on his face. A perpetual scowl. "What brings you here? If it's the usual tirade of I will eventually expose your true self, damn scoundrel, a charlatan deceiving the masses, then spare me." "I have no time for such nonsense," Brad interjected. Macedon fixed his gaze on Brad for a long moment before speaking. "I have submitted my resignation as the president of the West Sea branch." "Oh?" Brad raised an eyebrow. Macedon continued, "Your successor will be someone formidable. Your triumph will be fleeting. Understood, Braid replied nonchalantly, extending his hand to indicate that Miss Eden should take his leave. Miss Eden turned away in silence. How is Lady Nicole Alvia? Braid quipped abruptly. I noticed you seemed rather eager to become little Robin's stepfather. Yet it appears the affection was unreciprocated. How unfortunate that she has completely ignored you. The widow has inherited her late husband's will. And now she recklessly pursues the study of history, the blank century. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the door was violently hurled open. Without looking back, Macedon stormed out. His fists clenched, veins bulging ominously. Mr. Macedon, Braid continued to provoke, spitting words at Macedon's retreating figure. I have heard that the relatives who foster little Robin are not of good repute. Do you think I would be a suitable guardian for her? I possess experience in adopting young ones. Macedon remained oblivious to Braid's taunts. Brett, feeling exceedingly bored, shrugged and remarked, excessive rationality, in a sense, equates to a lack of courage. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Brett added, Oh, the wickedness. As Mosquito Girl laughed playfully. In the realm of the 12 branches. Chapter 66. Behave yourself and wait patiently for the inevitable. Time is indeed money. In early July, Kakuzu arrived. Contrary to Brad's preconceived notion of a classic ninja attire, Kakuzu's appearance was a curious amalgamation of elements befitting a successful individual intertwined with a hip-hop flair. His polished leather shoes, sleek black suit, and pristine white shirt were complemented by a baseball cap emblazoned with golden lettering, a mask obscuring his mouth, and a gold chain the thickness of a pinky hanging around his neck. This ensemble inevitably struck one as peculiar, especially considering Kakuzu's darker complexion and his unsettling eyes, red sclerae surrounding green pupils that added an air of menace, enigma, and a chilling, almost twisted essence. However, Brad quickly discerned that Kakuzu's attire was a testament to his professionalism. After all, upon arriving in the West Sea, his purpose was to serve those of the underworld, preparing to accept assignments related to clandestine gatherings. This also implied that should Brad and Kakuzu fail to reach an agreement, Kakuzu would promptly take on the assignments pertaining to the underworld and commence his work. Standing at the threshold, Kakuzu initiated the conversation with his calm and indifferent voice, stating that it would be in Brad's best interest not to waste his time and to be forthright about the business he wished to discuss. Brad responded succinctly, I am prepared to offer you a substantial sum, contingent upon your agreement not to accept any assignments related to the aforementioned clandestine gatherings. The specific amount would be determined by the number of assignments Kakuzu was willing to accept. Kakuzu, keenly perceptive, sensed that Brad had yet to conclude his statement. Braid smiled radiantly. Furthermore, I hope to engage you to instruct me on the intricacies of the chakra power system. Kakuzu, like an impatient lion, did not bellow with an unattractive demand, as that was not his style. He neither explicitly agreed nor refused but simply retrieved a compact calculator from his pocket. After a series of beeps, he announced, 843, 605, 000 berries. Following a meticulous calculation, Kakuzu presented his quote, complete with both whole and fractional amounts, leaving Braid perplexed by the seemingly arbitrary figure of 300 berries. Very well, Braid responded without hesitation. Kakuzu stowed away the calculator and added, I have yet to conclude. For the chakra power system instruction, there is a time constraint of 1 week. Any extension will incur additional costs. Understood, Braid replied, perusing his calendar. Let us designate the first week of December for your instruction on the chakra power system. Without inquiring as to the reason, he handed over a card containing his bank account details. Kakuzu, swift in his actions, departed as hastily as he had arrived, embodying the essence of a true workaholic. Entirely uninterested in engaging in further conversation with Braid, Braid could not help but feel a tinge of regret. He yearned to engage in a lengthy discourse with the Kanto, delving into the history, current state, and local customs of Wano country. His curiosity was piqued by the fact that, despite its isolationist policies and civil strife, Wano was held in high regard by the world government, which exerted significant efforts to impose sanctions upon it. What manner of place, he wondered, could such a country be? The Subterranean World Conference, lasting 10 days, was conventionally held in the royal capital of the Mafia Federation Kingdom. Even though there are no impenetrable walls in this world, and news of the conference spread among the shadowy overlords of various regions, they still gathered in the Mafia Federation Kingdom, undeterred by the risks, eager to showcase their formidable courage and unyielding confidence, despite the whispers of foul play regarding the absence of hunters accepting relevant task commissions. Then, With a resounding bang, the heavy gates of the royal capital of the Mafia Federation Kingdom were smashed open with a single blow. Braid, having thoroughly investigated all pertinent information through the Mosquito Woman's control over her swarm, opted for the most audacious approach, launching a solo assault. The Mosquito Woman did not accompany him, as she contemplated the substantial sum required to pay the canto, leading to a depletion of the funds he had accumulated for establishing a small faction within the Hunter Association. Thus, he needed to supplement his kills with theft. The piercing wail of alarms echoed through the air. Intruders! Arm yourselves. Prepare for battle. How many adversaries were there? Who were they? One. Just one little brat? With precision, Braid unleashed a flurry of strikes, executing a flawless combination of the 6 styles. The shadows flickered within the royal capital of the Mafia Federation Kingdom, each pause punctuated by a burst of vivid crimson. The fallen met their end in silence, their suffering swiftly alleviated, for Braid took care to aim for their hearts. Open fire. Bang, 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 boom. The cacophony of gunfire erupted. Pistols, submachine guns, sniper rifles, even grenades, rocket launchers, and smoke bombs spewed forth. The well-trained gang enforcers proved to be no less formidable than a conventional army. As the outer defenses fell, they quickly amassed concentrated forces to employ a carpet of crossfire, seeking to thwart Braid's advance. Die? Ha ha, arrogant little brat. Let's see how you evade this. You deserve it. Yet, their laughter swiftly froze in place. With his observation hockey activated, Braid deftly evaded the hail of bullets, strolling nonchalantly through the swirling dust, inching closer to the crowd. Buzz. The intimidation of a non-user against those without such abilities. Thud. A monster. Aya. The murderous intent that Brett had honed for 2 years erupted with tremendous force, sending the faint-hearted into a frenzy. Even those with resolute spirits found themselves intimidated, for they were mere mortals, standing on the precipice of an insurmountable chasm that separated them from the non-users. Indeed, ordinary individuals proved to be utterly unreliable. As the old man had anticipated, trouble had found its way to them. Brett Heyman, the illustrious hunter from the West Sea, rumored to be an agent of the world government, appeared to embody that truth, as evidenced by his formidable techniques. A cacophony of sardonic, grave, and rational whispers, laden with personal flair, rippled through the air. No fewer than 50 grotesque figures encircled Brett, led by the formidable Tenine Beast, accompanied by assassins summoned by the likes of the Old Man and other notorious mob bosses. A lone wolf, Brett mused. With a flick of his wrist, he manifested the embodiment of gluttony. A venerable elder with a crown of white hair, save for his golden eyebrows, stepped forward. What does the Hunter Association signify? You should inquire what I mean, Brett replied with a smile. Leader of the Tenine Beasts, Owl. Owl, with his round, furious eyes, retorted. Oh, what do you mean? My meaning, Brett elongated his tone and licked his lips, is that it is beyond redemption. Be compliant, extend your neck, and prepare for the slaughter. Do not resist, lest you provoke my ire. Bastard. Chapter 67. Who agrees, who disagrees? Once one possesses powers that transcend the ordinary and commonplace, transformation inevitably follows. Individuals become more confident, arrogant, and self-important, what is colloquially known as inflation. For they have indeed ascended to new heights, gazing down upon and manipulating the fates of others. And some begin to believe that the laws and morals of the world no longer bind them, reveling in their nefarious deeds. Brett's words undoubtedly pierced the pride of all present, mercilessly ridiculing everyone in attendance, declaring that each individual here is worthless, instantly inciting a surge of animosity. How audacious! Just wait. I shall surely make you regret this 100-fold. Enough of this chatter. End him. A cacophony of furious curses and shouts erupted, resembling a chaotic volcanic eruption, as the royal city of the Mafia Federation transformed into a bustling marketplace. Whoosh. Thud. The sound of a weapon piercing flesh echoed ominously. The clamor came to an abrupt halt. Bread stood before the owl, while gluttony pierced through its heart, as if a ravenous monster were voraciously consuming the very essence of the owl's life, draining it until not a single drop remained. Witnessing the owl's withered corpse plummet to the ground, shattering into fragments, and vanishing entirely with the gentle caress of the wind, evoked an eerie sensation that gripped everyone like a duck caught by the throat, leaving them trembling in fear. Be cautious. So swift. No, do not be afraid. Let us all charge together. It was evident that Brett's defeat of the leader of the Tenine Beasts, the owl who commanded the enemy, was a thunderous blow. striking at the heart of their morale and proving effective. The enemy was gripped by terror. A wolf's howl echoed. A robust young man underwent a dramatic transformation. His physique swelled, coarse gray fur enveloped him, sharp fangs and claws emerged, and a fearsome wolf-like visage replaced his former appearance. A user of a devil fruit? Perhaps the Zoan type, dog fruit, gray wolf? Bread scrutinized the creature, emitting a resounding roar, and with a swift motion of his toes, shave. With a similar finesse, another lifeless body fell. Braid bestows upon gluttony the formidable capability to disregard any semblance of normalcy, rendering life itself defenseless against this overwhelming force. For those unacquainted or inept in wielding the advanced hockey, this becomes an exceedingly unfriendly encounter, akin to an instant death sentence delivered by a weapon of unfathomable power. With a swift and merciless strike, two unfortunate souls meet their demise, leaving others in a state of shock. Who else dares to resist? Braid, emboldened by his previous actions, crushes the pride of his adversaries beneath his heel, taunting them like dogs. Barking like that? Yes, I'm referring to you. Had they scurried away with their tails tucked, he would have shown them indifference. Yet, emboldened by bravado, they dared to obstruct his path. The brutal harvesting continues. Monster. Why the panic? They should simply evade his peculiar weapon. While some flee in terror, others muster the courage to stand their ground. However, none can match Braid's prowess. His interception of the hired hunters from the dark forces is a strategic masterstroke, eliminating any truly formidable opponents from this underground council, leaving only a hasty assembly of feeble protectors, easily vanquished. No, please, spare me. The bravest fall first, while the timid scramble for survival. Braid grins at the remaining familiar faces, feigning departure only to whirl around in a sudden fit of rage. Why did you move? Attempting to ambush me? There is no room for debate. Annihilation is absolute. Apologies for deceiving you, he mutters, flicking his wrist as he strides into the heart of the Mafia Federation's royal gathering. The doors shatter, plunging the once bustling social affair into an eerie silence. Did you truly believe they could halt my advance? How foolish. Braid incredulously raises his hands before boldly striding towards the most prominent position, that of the supreme ruler of the world's underworld, addressing the assembly. I am taking them with me. Who is for this? Who is against? Silence reigns. A new elder shall emerge from among you. What a rare opportunity. Braid continues. As the one granting you this chance, might you express your intentions? Should I assume that the wealth you brought to the Underground Council is now mine to claim? Who is for this? Who is against? Silence once more. A fruitful collaboration. Thank you. Binding the 10 elders with a metaphorical rope, akin to a slave master escorting his captives. Braid allows those who have long engaged in the trafficking of individuals to taste their own bitter medicine. As he steps out of the hall, a triumphant declaration echoes. The status of the 10 elders is now mine. Nonsense. It is rightfully mine. Everyone, please refrain from shouting. Let us engage in a conversation. It is utterly absurd that those who serve under the 10 elders seem to have forgotten their leader, their boss, their superior, and are more concerned about who will inherit the position rather than lamenting the wealth that has been seized by Braid. Young ones, we are unaware of what you seek from us, but why not articulate it? We shall endeavor to accommodate your desires. Indeed, it would be far more beneficial to foster goodwill and prosperity, would it not? The usually taciturn and understanding 10 elders, having heard the cheers from behind, could no longer contain themselves. 667291204, my bank account, Braid said, slightly loosening the ropes binding the 10 elders, allowing them some freedom of movement. Moments later, a notification chimed. The first transfer, 100 million berries. Is your life truly worth a mere 100 million berries? Braid scoffed, his golden eyes glinting with malice. Ding, ding. Ding, 9 consecutive transfers, each amounting to 100 million berries. Once we ensure our personal safety, we shall reward you handsomely, the representative of the 10 elders declared. Brad smirked and tightened the rope. Before long, he commanded Becky, his accomplice, with a hint of menace, set fire to it, erase all traces. Becky, who had been observing Brad dismantle the so-called mafia empire like a butcher, swallowed hard and bowed. Yes, Godfather. Chapter 68. The whirlwind of recklessness. After 4 years of enduring and accumulating, the moment of emergence was indeed delightful. However, Brad knew well enough to savor it sparingly. He was acutely aware that countless threats to his life still loomed large in the world, and the situation was far from optimistic. Have you not yet resolved the matter with the Mosquito Girl, Joanna? Brad inquired. The Mosquito Girl turned around cheerfully. Brad. Joanna has already taken care of it. She's had her fill of juice. The trouble lies with those you sought. They are exceedingly sluggish. Rest assured, they will hasten their pace, Brad replied with a grin. Brett had meticulously established a network for the sale of the spoils from the heist at the Underground World Conference. Those daring enough to engage in such enterprises were evidently not of reputable character. They were all unscrupulous individuals, a congregation of vultures drawn to decaying flesh. Exceedingly timid in the face of strength and adept at seizing opportunities, Brett understood the reason for their procrastination. They were merely awaiting his news to ascertain whether he had successfully eliminated the 10 elders or if the elders had turned the tables and claimed victory. In the former scenario, they would undoubtedly hasten to discuss the rapid inventory of spoils and procure them. In the latter, they would return the possessions to their rightful owner, inevitably aligning themselves with the 10 elders to assail Brett, subsequently seeking favor from the elders and shamelessly seizing the opportunity to partake in the opulent clandestine gathering that divided the profits of the underworld. Indeed, as soon as Brad made his appearance, they wasted no time. Thud, thud, thud of Brad. Humph. The mosquito girl suddenly played her tricks, running over to a small box as if presenting a treasure. Can you guess what I have discovered? Braid blinked. Oh, what? Jewelry? Diamonds? A crown? A ruse? In truth, Braid feigned ignorance intentionally. He had instructed Mosquito Girl to procure a particular item, one that might serve as a display of opulence among the underworld elite at their auction, a devil fruit. Indeed, it is a devil fruit. Although its nature remained unknown to him, Mosquito Girl opened a small box, her expression eager for praise. Inside were 3 fruits, a dark greenish-black orange, a bright green pomelo, and a cluster of blue bananas, each adorned with spiral patterns on their skin. Impressive work, truly commendable, Joanna, Braid remarked nonchalantly as he closed the box. Once we return to Mariewa and consult the devil fruit compendium, we shall identify their types. It should take about half an hour. We shall submit a joint bid of 9 billion berries. The heads of the vultures drew near. Brett said, double it and spare me your nonsense. He rummaged through his pocket and tossed a piece of paper to the other party. I have meticulously investigated the belongings of those attending the Underworld Conference and calculated their worth. He continued, his voice grave. The cost amounts to 178 billion berries. Even accounting for shipping and depreciation, it rounds up to 200 billion berries. You still stand to profit. Should you dare to utter another word of folly, I shall dispose of you and bring in a new batch for negotiation. Very well. Esteemed Lord Brett, we shall advance 100 billion berries, with the remaining balance settled once we have managed the goods. Otherwise, our operational capacity will be severely limited. Understood. In a disgraceful act of violence and extortion, Brett absconded with 100 billion berries on the spot. Days later, in Mariewa, at the Cipher Pole headquarters. Fatty. Pig. It hurts so much, save me. I'm sorry, but come down. Little Tornado, you are being exceedingly disrespectful to Minister Wonest. Get lost. Bang. As Brad arrived at the entrance of Minister Wonest's office, he witnessed the door swing open violently, accompanied by a figure being hurled backward, crashing against the wall in a disheveled heap. Peering inside, he beheld the corpulent form of Minister Wonest struggling to bend down, his face awash with tears of indignation as a whirlwind of emotions tugged at his beard, vociferously cursing and kicking. Such brazen arrogance! It was as if he acted with complete impunity. The esteemed chief of Cipher Pole, a significant figure within the echelons of the world government, could unleash chaos at will. What had provoked your ire, my dear friend? Brad chuckled softly, stepping through the threshold with arms wide open. It had been 2 or 3 years since their last encounter, and Brad had undergone considerable changes, while the whirlwind remained unchanged, still as fierce, still as imposing, and no amount of youthful exuberance could rescue her from her formidable demeanor. Little Brad. The whirlwind released her grip on Minister Wonest's beard and excitedly leaped into Brad's embrace. Thud. At last, salvation. Minister Wonest, utterly devoid of dignity, collapsed onto the floor, exhaling a long sigh. Despite the years apart, Brad had left a phone and gifts for the whirlwind during his tenure at Cipher Pole, which she had received. Thus, her initial irritation over his prolonged silence had gradually transformed into a steady line of communication, video calls, and an unwavering bond between them. In the midst of her excitement, the whirlwind playfully tugged at Brad's face, exclaiming, "You deceitful rascal, growing taller without my knowledge. Go away, you little scamp. I told you to come back." "Commander," he said, lifting the petite whirlwind onto his shoulders, allowing her to revel in her exuberance for a moment before greeting her. Minister Wonner slowly turned over and sat up, as if nothing had transpired, and with a composed smile remarked, "Ah, little brat, ha 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 ha." Braid lifted his gaze, casting a meaningful glance towards the tornado. While all other agents were permitted to undertake missions, I alone was denied this privilege. It is that insufferable fat pig who is causing trouble. Tornado arrogantly waved a finger, exuding an air of superiority. Minister Onest, feeling helpless, scratched his head and chose to overlook the derogatory term. With a grave expression, he said, "I assure you, it is not I who forbids you from embarking on missions. Dear Tornado, it is the scientific division and the higher authorities that impose such restrictions. Furthermore, you are not an actual agent. The Academy made that abundantly clear during your training. Yet, you sneaked into the ranks, resulting in collective punishment for everyone. I don't care," Tornado retorted, displaying a domineering and unreasonable demeanor. Minister Onest had no choice but to seek assistance from Braid. After a moment of contemplation, Braid discerned that the world government placed immense importance on Tornado's potential. Although she currently possessed significant strength, her abilities had yet to fully develop, and thus, they were keen to avoid any setbacks for her. "Would you like to experience the life of a secret agent? During my assignment, you could accompany me," Braid jested, eliciting a delighted response from Tornado. "Commander, I have personal matters to attend to. I will officially report for duty tomorrow," Braid added. Minister Onest nodded vigorously, clearly intimidated by the formidable presence of Tornado, the living legend. Very well, very well." Chapter 69. The Frigid Woman. "Do tell me about your experiences out there, little Braid," Tornado exclaimed, perched upon Braid's shoulder, her tiny hand affectionately resting on his head while her short legs dangled playfully in the air, reminiscent of her diminutive stature. With a blend of innocence and exuberance, she expressed her eagerness to learn about the world, while simultaneously voicing her complaints. "Mariewa is dreadfully dull. We aren't allowed to go here, nor can we play there. Brett, are you not yearning to occupy the vacant throne? The experiences outside are rather enticing." Brett, still organizing his thoughts, selects a few innocuous tales to amuse Tornado. There was that time, and another time. Tornado listens with rapt attention, filled with dreams and reflections. "If only I could be as free as you." "Me? Free?" Brett chuckles, shaking his head. Tornado turns his face towards Brett. "What is so amusing? What's funny about it?" "Humph, I'm not truly free, Tornado," Brett states earnestly. "Freedom is a privilege reserved for a select few. We are far from being among that elite group. Therefore, heed my words, regardless of how the government arranges your fate. Endure the solitude, embrace the loneliness, and relentlessly cultivate your innate extraordinary talents. One day, you shall become the most liberated person in the world." A brief silence envelopes Tornado, who then playfully shoves Brett, suddenly so serious. "You rascal, Brett, do you even know who the most free individual within the government system is?" Uncertain if Tornado comprehends, Brett decides to illustrate his point. Tornado pauses. "The five elders? They hold the highest rank among the celestial dragons, the pinnacle of the government. Yet they remain bound by the Celestial Dragon Collective." Brett replies, "The most liberated individual within the government structure is Admiral Hiramonkey D. Garp. He is the emblem of the world government, possessing the strongest combat prowess. At least on the surface, no one possesses a fist mightier than his. Thus, absolute power allows him to disregard certain constraints, naturally granting him ample freedom." Tornado scoffs. "To align with him, once you wield equivalent strength, you shall be the most free person." Brett, with utmost sincerity, assures her, "I guarantee it." Tornado tilts her head, displaying a demeanor of discontentment, as if to say, "You're lecturing me, and I'm not pleased. You need to appease me. How is your sister, Shigure? Given her age, I trust she has matured." Yet, Brett diverts the conversation. Tornado sulks. "Well, she is completely unruly, driving me mad. In 2 years, I'll have little Altair and the others make friends. I believe they will get along splendidly." Brett smiles. Suddenly, Tornado recalls something, turning to say, "Oh, I almost forgot. You're here too, Joanna." At this moment, the envy of Tornado, the mosquito girl, is palpable. The rhythmic sound of high heels striking the floor resonates crisply in the air, which abruptly cools. Dressed in pristine white knee-high boots, a short skirt, a fitted blazer, and wielding a sword, Isteth's vibrant ice blue hair stands in stark contrast to Tornado. From a distance, one might assume someone could be so close to Tornado, only to realize it is Brett returning to Mariewa. Isteth scrutinizes Brett carefully. Braid's gaze was fixed upon the exposed ravine of Aista, not merely appreciating the curves formed by her supple peaks, but rather the strange black and crimson markings adorning them, resembling a trident or the horns of a demonic creature. He understood the implications of such a sight, an imperial artifact manifesting a demonic essence, coupled with an ice attribute of transformative psychic abilities. A chillingly formidable woman. Indeed, a true monstrosity had been born. What are you staring at? Tornado once again turned Braid's face, whispering through clenched teeth. Braid calmly remarked, "Earlier, I prophesied at the sacred treasure vault that the divine artifact, the demon god, rightfully belongs to Isteth. It appears my foresight was not mistaken." Isteth, gently touching the black and red mark on her chest, smiled softly. "Indeed, it truly belongs to me." Breedel said, "Congratulations. You have transcended, Isteth. I have heard of your remarkable feat in single-handedly vanquishing the leader of the Phantom Troop, the Spider." Isteth replied. Brett corrected, "It is not a solitary endeavor. It is a collaboration between Joanna and myself. All accolades and fame are rightfully mine." After a moment of reflection, he added, "I apologize for not leaving the Spider leader for you to avenge personally." "What? Avenge?" Isteth scoffed. "We harbor no animosity. The Phantom Troop's victory over the Barutus clan was merely a testament to the clan's fragility, with no other implications. My intention was to gauge whether the once formidable Spider leader still possesses his strength through you, and to ascertain if you, the one who vanquished him, are indeed powerful. Frankly, I find myself disillusioned." "Oh, so you consider yourself powerful?" Tornado retorted with a head full of vibrant green locks. "Do you wish to engage in combat, little brat?" Isteth chose not to respond to Tornado and stated, "Allow me to commence my report." "Humph," Tornado declared, puffing up with pride akin to a victorious chick. "What a person, always insisting that no one can surpass her. It's truly bothersome." Bread pondered for a long while, his expression remaining composed. "Wasn't your earlier relationship quite harmonious?" "I certainly do not have a close connection with that twisted, cold-blooded warmonger," Tornado vehemently denied. Brett smiled to himself, contemplating the nature of warmongers, particularly those who wield the power of combat. Such individuals are increasingly unable to quell their inner bloodlust. Once she navigates through this tumultuous phase of aggression, where the world seems to be her adversary, she will undoubtedly emerge as a formidable force. "Regardless of her, we shall proceed," Brett stated. Before long, the nearly 3-year-old Altair had shed her infantile, awkward charm, blossoming into an undeniably adorable child with a rosy complexion and large, expressive eyes. Particularly endearing was the way Shuefa tied her gradually thickening white hair into a towering ponytail. Although her steps were still somewhat unsteady, Altair darted around the courtyard, with Shuefa playfully accompanying her. Suddenly pausing, Altair gazed up at Brett in confusion, her expression aligning with the familiar visage seen often in video calls. And with a beaming smile, she exclaimed, Daddy. Bread, Chapter 70, daughter calls brother. Father calls brother. Father calls father. Father? Hee. Regardless of how Brett attempts to correct him, Altair remains steadfast in his choice of address for his father, leaving him exasperated, while Tornado and Mosquito Girl chuckle mischievously nearby. "Never mind, call me whatever you wish," Bread sighed. Struck by a sudden inspiration, he picked up his phone and began recording. "Call brother." Altair rolled his eyes. "Still insisting, father." Ding. "Recording successful. You stubborn little one. I shall see you do not call me father in the future," Bread feigned indignation, securing his phone and lifting Altair high into the air. Perhaps due to a slower reflex, Altair, oblivious to any danger at first, delightedly flailed his arms in joy at Brett's actions. "Little Bread, how long do you plan to stay this time?" Shuefa asked, preoccupied with shopping for ingredients and preparing meals, taking a moment to inquire. Brett pondered. The situation will essentially remain until the conclusion of the World Conference, with the specific timeline contingent upon the upper authorities' intentions. Will it be too arduous? Shuefa could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Braid shook his head. "It's fine." Setting aside Altair, he reached out to style her hair into 2 small ponytails. After inspecting his work from both sides, he felt quite satisfied. Suddenly, the phone rang. "This is Braid," he answered. On the other end was the voice of Nishimiya, maintaining his usual humble tone, though he seemed genuinely pleased. "Lord Braid, welcome back. I apologize for my preoccupations that prevented me from greeting you in person, and I am grateful for your recommendation to Minister Onest." "Just remember your promise," Braid replied nonchalantly. "What do you need?" Nishimiya laughed softly. "Nothing of great importance, merely a greeting. Coincidentally, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Do you recall the comprehensive demon fruit compendium preserved in the sacred treasury? I am quite certain you are well versed in its contents. I possess several demon fruits and would appreciate your assistance in identifying them. Braid pondered for a moment. Where are you? I will have Joanna find you. Nishimiya quickly responded. I am truly honored. I am at the headquarters of Cipher Pole. I will wait at the main entrance for her. With a click, Braid ended the call and exchanged a glance with Mosquito Girl. Possessing keen hearing, she had overheard the exchange between Braid and Nishimiya, and promptly took a small box and took flight. By the way, young Braid, are you back for the World Conference? Isn't the task of escorting the kings attending the conference the Navy's responsibility? It seems unrelated to Cipher Pole, Tornado inquired, her thoughts abruptly shifting. Bradeo remarked, the Navy serves as the visage of the government, and they undoubtedly bear the responsibility of playing a significant role at the grandest gatherings of the world. However, a substantial portion of the tasks is, in fact, covertly executed by Cipher Pole. Tornado expressed his perplexity. Braid had long possessed intelligence regarding the World Conference. It is explained that the government currently comprises 172 member states. However, not all of these states are necessarily eligible to participate in the World Conference. How does one ascertain eligibility for participation? Through the examination of member states' qualifications by Cipher Pole. The criteria include their tax contributions to the government, the amount of heavenly gold they provide, and whether there exist any intentions to harm the government or collude with its adversaries, which would constitute a violation of the rules. Ultimately, the top 50 kingdoms are evaluated. Once the eligibility of member states is confirmed and the top 50 kingdoms are identified, invitations to the World Conference are dispatched by the government. Subsequently, the number of royal representatives from each member state participating in the conference is determined, and this information is relayed to the Navy. The Navy, in turn, calculates the necessary escort strength and plans their voyage route to Mariawa. Braid expounded in one breath. Tornado, puffing her cheeks, remarked, isn't that rather dull? It is indeed quite tedious, but such is the nature of an agent's work. Monotony is the prevailing theme. Braid, in a moment of mischief, ruffled Tornado's hair. With a sharp gaze akin to a blade, she retorted, I am not your daughter. Tornado erupted in indignation. You scoundrel. Braid immediately raised his hand in a gesture of surrender, unable to restrain himself for a moment. I promise, you mustn't be harsh with Dad, he implored. While Altair had already learned to express his feelings, the Tornado, displaying a haughty demeanor, tilted its head and scoffed, humph, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, the Mosquito Woman descended from the sky. All set, she announced. The dark blue-orange is a stronghold fruit from the superhuman category, while the green grapefruit and blue banana belong to the zoan category, both classified as insect fruits. One resembles a dung beetle, and the other, a green bottlefly. Brett furrowed his brow in discomfort, exclaiming, a heap of rubbish. A heap of rubbish. The dragon chimed in, nodding vigorously. It is the nature-type devil fruit that is truly valuable. I have also visited the holy land of the treasure vault, and I recall that a nature-type devil fruit was taken away by someone. Brett is the name Kazan, or something akin to a cerulean chicken. In any case, he is a sluggish, oversized fool who can never seem to awaken. Tornado reminisced. That was over a year ago. Brett pondered. Had he not recommended the West Palace to Minister Ernest over 2 years ago, the West Palace would still be the custodian of the sacred treasures, and he might have asked the West Palace to keep an eye on the devil fruit in the sacred treasures. Perhaps that natural-type devil fruit could have been intercepted more than a year ago. Alas, there are no what-ifs. It is a lamentable miss for Brett. Children, it's time to eat. Snow Fotsy greeted with a radiant smile. As they prepared to dine, Brett inquired, where is Uncle Rasky? Snow Fotsy replied. He mentioned he would be less busy lately. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she hurried to the restroom. Ugh! The sound of retching echoed. A few minutes later, she exclaimed, I think I'm pregnant. Little Brett. The flush of excitement mingled with the redness from her retching as Snow Fotsy embraced Brett tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. Brett was not surprised. Congratulations, and Shwe Faz. That's wonderful. Shwe Faz released Brett and began to frantically search for her phone, wishing that her husband could share in her joy as well. Chapter 71. The Meeting of Cipher Pole, July 15th. Headquarters of Cipher Pole. The once cold and empty underground conference room now buzzed with activity and was filled to capacity as the majority of CP0 agents, along with the branch leaders of CP1 and CP9, gathered together. The bright lights illuminated the space, creating a somewhat dazzling effect in the predominantly white underground conference room. Surrounded by an array of electronic devices, Bread felt a disorienting sense of being in another world, only to be pulled back to reality by the people around him. "Hey, little Tornado, little Bread," came a languid voice. Tornado tilted his head, examining the approaching figure with curiosity. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Oh, it's you." The eccentric Mela, clad in a flamingo dancer's red dress. Mela's attire perfectly accentuated her tall and slender figure. The lace cutouts on either side of her thighs beautifully showcased her graceful curves, while the well-developed bust strained against the matching sleeveless short vest adorned with a fur collar. The vest was fastened only at the top and bottom buttons, leaving little to the imagination and highlighting her curvaceous waist, which was truly eye-catching. "Don't be so cold. After such a long separation, shouldn't we embrace to celebrate?" Mela, ever audacious, threw her umbrella back towards her companions and eagerly opened her arms towards Tornado. "Get lost. Disgusting. Trash. First, put on your pants." The irritable little one, true to form, was brazen as she tugged her fingers up and down. In an instant, Mela found herself unable to resist and fell to the floor, akin to a mouse ensnared in a glue trap, unable to move. Bread patted Tornado's shoulder, yet his gaze scrutinized the two individuals trailing behind Millard, a middle-aged woman shrouded in a tightly wrapped robe and a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit. He pondered, "The Auberge family? Humph." Tornado relinquished her suppression of Millard. As Millard rose, dirted but still adorned with her characteristic grin, she appeared unscathed, casually brushing off the dust and adjusting her appearance. "Do remember, you are not part of Cypher Pole, little Tornado. You didn't sneak in like you did back at the Espionage Academy's internship, did you?" "Enough prattle. It's none of your concern," Tornado retorted, her shoulders squared in defiance. Ready to engage should the situation escalate. "Perhaps you should refrain from provoking her, Millard," Bread interjected, attempting to mediate. Millard raised her hands in mock surrender. "Clearly, it's you who are being petty." After a brief pause, she added, "By the way, little Bread, you're becoming quite handsome. I await your response, but I fear I shall be waiting indefinitely." Bread's lips twitched in annoyance as he interrupted Millard. "Impossible. That will never happen in this lifetime." Millard, with a playful glint in her eye, remarked, "Who knows what the future holds? Let us all get along. Children." Father Anderson accompanied his superior, Spandane of CP9, to the meeting but chose to distance himself from Spandane. To Brad's surprise, the Red Corpse Hider was smiling by the side of Anderson, dressed as a doctor, seemingly serving as Anderson's aide. It had been a long time since they last met. "Have you been reassigned to CP9? Brad greeted him. The Red Corpse Hider replied modestly, remaining silent for the time being. Soon after, Esther's arrived, silently taking a seat nearby. Unbeknownst to them, a considerable number of individuals had gathered around Brad. In a moment, almost everyone had arrived. Minister Wano, indeed displaying a leader's demeanor, made a grand entrance, his substantial belly prominently occupying the forefront. He took the microphone handed to him by an aide and pretended to cough a couple of times. "Before we commence the meeting, allow me to say a few words." "Hey, don't leave. What are you doing?" "Chief, time is precious. We have no time for your idle chatter." The top brass of Cypher Pole showed no regard for Minister Wano. "How frustrating." Minister Wano gritted his teeth and tersely stated, "First, the entire responsibility for the preparations surrounding this year's World Conference lies with us at Cypher Pole, including escorting the royal families of the participating kingdoms to and from the conference. Second, we will assist the Navy in launching a decisive extermination campaign against the Roger Pirates. Remember, the execution of these two tasks is contingent upon ensuring the utmost success in our primary responsibilities." A profound silence ensued. "Do you have any opinions or suggestions?" Minister Wano expressed his displeasure. "Shouldn't we divide the tasks according to our respective departmental functions, all while ensuring the utmost success in our primary duties? CP3 and CP4 can investigate the qualifications of the kingdoms attending the World Conference, while CP1 and CP2 handle the escort of the royal families. And CP5 and CP9 assist the Navy in the extermination campaign against the Roger Pirates." Esther's responded rather casually. "Indeed, Esther's suggestion is commendable, since you have already prepared plans. Simply issue the orders, Chief." The atmosphere was rather passive. Minister Wano, feeling the pressure, turned to Brad. "What excellent suggestions do you have, young Brad?" "Bredu, I have neither opinions nor suggestions. However, if you grant me the authority to oversee the arrangements before and after the World Conference, I assure you I will execute the task with utmost diligence." What a spirited declaration, young Bredu. Minister Onest laughed heartily. Bread remained silent, fully aware that the likelihood of Minister Onest agreeing was rather slim, primarily due to his insufficient credentials and experience. Not at all. I have a suggestion. Bread revised his stance, stating, Gordi, Roger, let us change the name. It may be Gordi, Roger, or Gerudo D. Roger, it matters not. What is crucial is that it cannot be Gordi, Roger. Furthermore, we should actively promote the whereabouts of ancient weaponry, aiming to ensure that the information reaches the ears of Golden Lion. Minister Onest reined in his smile, contemplating for a moment before asserting with gravity. The meeting shall be temporarily adjourned. We shall converse privately, young Bread. The majority exchanged glances, while only a select few appeared to ponder deeply. Shortly thereafter, in a secluded office, D, just how much do you truly comprehend? Minister Onest inquired of young Bread. Brett curled his lips in disdain, stating, It is not essential for me to comprehend everything. I merely need to grasp the government's apprehensive stance towards that family, to actively proclaim that the Roger pirates possess knowledge of the ancient weapons' whereabouts. What could be the intention behind conveying such information to the ears of Gold Lion? Minister Onest inquired further. Bread casually remarked, A simple analysis of Joel D. Roger's character reveals that he and Golden Lion Shiki could never be friends, let alone partners in collaboration. Golden Lion is obsessed with brute force and domination. His desire to obtain ancient weaponry has persisted for quite some time. Why not set a trap to incite them into a conflict among themselves? It is not pessimism that guides me. Given that the Navy currently cannot even muster the full ranks of the 3 admirals, they would be unable to thwart the Roger pirates. Minister Onest paced thoughtfully. Unable to make a decision on his own, he opted to consult the higher-ups. Commander, regardless, I will reap the rewards of success, while failure will not concern me. Bread stated nonchalantly. Minister Onest exchanged glances with Bread and shared a knowing smile. You rascal. If I were to grant you the authority to oversee the arrangements surrounding the World Conference, it is not as complicated as you might think. For this World Conference, our primary task is merely to facilitate the Navy in escorting the royal families from various kingdoms to and from the event. We only need to contact an airship company. This emerging mode of transportation is faster and safer than ships, although it is somewhat vulnerable to inclement weather. However, why should we not reduce the number of nations participating in the World Conference from the Grand Line, where adverse weather conditions are frequent, to mitigate risk, especially since they are not entirely clean in their dealings? There are plenty of reasons to reject their participation, Bread suggested. Minister Onest was left speechless, giving a thumbs up in approval. Chapter 72. Commander, well then, young Bread, Minister Onest said earnestly, would you like to stay and assist me? Do not concern yourself with the chaos in the West Sea. Braid fully comprehended Minister Onest's intentions, yet feigned ignorance. You are my direct superior, the highest officer of Cypherpol. Is it not true that all our efforts serve to assist you? I am referring to my assistant. You shall have ample opportunity to showcase your intellect, much like Lady Crane does for the Navy. You are, indeed, Cypherpol's Lady Crane. Every decision made by Cypherpol will be primarily guided by your considerations, and I assure you that I shall not interfere excessively. For I loathe the act of contemplation, which is decidedly detrimental to longevity. Minister Onest extended his invitation. Thank you for your esteem, sir, Braid ostensibly declined, while inwardly musing. False, grandiose, hollow, who could possibly believe you? Braid prides himself on having a fair understanding of Minister Ernest, distilling his essence into a fa-ade of amiability that belies a sinister and ruthless nature. He may appear as a jovial, rotund figure, often the target of jest among the elite agents of Cypherpol, yet this is merely a guise. He is, in fact, the mastermind behind the intricate and nefarious machinations of this vast organization, a shadowy arm of the world government. How could he be anything but complex? Until his interests align, he conceals his true, fearsome persona beneath a deceptive veneer. Minister Ernest continues to counsel, his words laden with deeper meaning. Moreover, you are so young. The future belongs to you, young Braid. I have no interest, Braid replies, shaking his head. A flicker of light dances in Ernest's eyes. What do you find intriguing? Power. Braid declares, spreading his palms, forming a fist, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In essence, I am akin to Esther's. Our methods merely differ. Hers is a fierce and direct approach, while mine is more nuanced. Ultimately, we require an unwavering figure behind us, one who grants us the utmost authority. supporting our reckless endeavors without reservation. In return, we shall bring glory and victory to our commander. Do you comprehend? Ha ha, perfectly clear. I understand unequivocally. Minister Ernest laughs heartily, then suddenly pauses. I shall not hold you accountable for the rivers of bloodshed in the Mafia Federation. Truly, this has stirred quite a tempest. After all, the Mafia Federation is one of the member states of the government, possessing the right to partake in the World Conference. Breda said, there is no alternative. I must make use of the old man's intellect. Rest assured, a new generation of wise elders will soon emerge. Contributing their substantial taxes to the government, there will be no shortage of gold from the heavens. How much have you taken from them? Minister Wano rubbed his hands together. Brad rolled his eyes. Do not even think about reducing this funding. In fact, you must allocate a portion of it to assist me. Sir, if all goes well, I shall not only become one of the 12 of the Hunter Association, but I may also secure the position of vice president, gradually undermining the Hunter Association from within. At the very least, I will cause its division, achieving a feat that no one has accomplished since the inception of Cypherpole during your tenure. What carries more weight? You ask. Wait, is that for real? Minister Wano's eyes widened in disbelief. Young Brad, you are not deceiving me, are you? Results will emerge within this year. Let us wait and see, Brad replied confidently. Minister Wano gasped, tugging at his disheveled white hair, and said, the vice president and the advisory committee of the Hunter Association are personally chosen by the president. Isaac Netero is well aware that you are an agent of the government, and I have an irresistible proposal for him. Brad smiled. Very well, sir, let us await the outcome. Minister Wano lit a cigar, perplexed by his thoughts. He decided to shift the conversation. The higher-ups have instructed me to prepare an elite squad, around 4 or 5 individuals, tasked with executing arduous assignments that many agents find challenging. Oh, Brett inquired, who will be the members? You are the mastermind, with his death as a formidable warrior, and the young scion of the Auberge family alongside the red-cloaked assassin to assist. This is the team I shall send for the Hunter examination, Minister Wano added, locking his gaze on Brad before slowly adding, and also, Little Tornado. Brad was taken aback. So our true mission as a quartet is to safeguard the tornado? What a royal privilege. Indeed, the young tornado possesses exceptional talent, yet keeping her confined in a greenhouse for too long inevitably renders her fragile, Minister Wano lamented. Brett pondered. I refuse. I recommend Father Anderson. Minister Wano, perplexed, inquired, given your close relationship with the little whirlwind, you decline? Brett solemnly remarked, believe me, collaborating with Tornado will not be a pleasurable experience. Indeed. Ha ha ha, that willful little girl is quite hard to appease. Minister Ernest chuckled heartily. All right. Let us return to our meeting. Moments later, someone made an accurate guess. Minister Ernest had already devised a comprehensive plan, assigning tasks to everyone, as the others gradually departed. Minister Ernest finally declared, Little Brett, since it was your suggestion, the responsibility of contacting the airship company falls to you. Brett responded. Wasn't it agreed that I would lead the affairs surrounding the World Conference? Truly, the boss is something else. Let us go, Tornado, Joanna. Brett exhaled a sigh of frustration. Tornado followed closely. What should we do, little Brett? Research the airship companies online, identify the most influential ones, and extend an official invitation for discussions, Brett instructed. Tornado grinned. Is that all? Just that? That is all, Brett replied. Tornado's expression shifted to one of discontent. How boring. Let's wrap up this task quickly, bring along Bliss, and we shall visit the amusement park at the Shambadi Islands. Brett leaned down, whispering. Tornado perked up, an amusement park. But then her mood soured. Little Brett? Do you think of me as a child? Chapter 73. The peculiar Shambadi Islands. Brett completed the task of liaising with the airship company swiftly and impressively, without spending a dime, and even secured a substantial amount of funding along with a 1% share from several airship companies. Thus, when I slyly stealing glances at the bank cards and share transfer certificates on the dining table, while the other scrutinized Brett with newfound appreciation, Minister Ernest, his cheeks stuffed like a chipmunk, chewed with ease, mumbling in awe. How did you manage this? Little Brett, you are truly astonishing. Consider this. The royals from the 50 member states attending the World Conference will arrive in airships at Mariawa, greeted by the flashing cameras of global media. Is there a better advertisement than this? Brett casually remarked. Minister Ernest nodded slowly. Indeed. How did I not think of that? Just the mere appearance of their airship products and company logo in the government's news broadcasts during prime time, even for a few fleeting seconds, would be worth a hefty sum. Not to mention that the emerging mode of transport raises safety concerns. The fact that the royals of the 50 member states will arrive in airships at Marioa undoubtedly serves as the best endorsement of airship safety. Exactly. Brett languidly adjusted his posture and continued. Moreover, I believe it won't be long before airships transition from civilian to military use, airborne strikes, and support. How could the government possibly overlook the strategic value inherent in airships? Minister Wano swallowed a morsel of meat and savored a sip of red wine, remarking, "The higher-ups are indeed taking steps toward a military plan for airships. They intend to secure a portion of the government's demand for these vessels." To this, Braid responded, "The government is relieved of the costs associated with independently developing airship technology, allowing them to profit from their established manufacturing expertise, a mutually beneficial collaboration." Minister Wano, taken aback, quipped, "Have you accepted their favors? Little Braid, how you speak on their behalf. It is true that I have accepted their advantages, but they are all laid upon your desk. Of course, those benefits amount to advertising for them. Once they successfully secure the government's airship contracts, they will undoubtedly offer you even greater incentives." Braid rummaged through his pocket, tossing a few business cards to Minister Wano. "Their contact information, you can negotiate directly." The minister's expression remained inscrutable, concealing a hint of greed. "My work here is done." Braid stretched lazily, announcing, "I shall return to the Western Sea the day after tomorrow." Minister Wano interjected, "Wait. Little Braid, by the way, I plan to take Tornado to the Shambadi archipelago. Is that acceptable, Commander?" Braid interrupted Minister Wano. The minister became cautious, weighing his words carefully. "In theory, there should be no issue. As long as Tornado operates within the confines of the Naval G1 Fortress, Mariewa, the naval headquarters, and Judicial Island, the core control zone of the government, all should be well. However, should any unpleasant incidents occur, that would indeed pose a problem. I must emphasize once more. Little Braid, Tornado is one of the government's most precious assets. Any misstep is absolutely intolerable." "I understand. I will take full responsibility," Braid replied as he rose. "Farewell, Commander." Shortly thereafter, accompanied by Mosquito Girl and Altair, Braid arrived at the port of Mariewa to await his departure. Little Braid, Tornado cheerfully waved from a distance. Although Braid caught sight of her hand, he could not see her figure. Tornado cradled her younger sister, Snow, in flight. And the 5 or 6-year-old Snow clearly did not share her sister's underdeveloped stature, standing nearly 1.20 meters tall, certainly enough to obscure Tornado. If peers of the same age compared heights with Tornado, it could be likened to a gentle slap. However, the 8-year age difference between Snow and Tornado was akin to a powerful blow, delivering a critical strike. With hair identical to Tornado's, dark and short, fair skin, and delicate features, Snow evidently exhibited the potential of a striking beauty, albeit with a rather somber demeanor. "Hello, Snow," Braid greeted with a smile. Upon landing, Snow wriggled free from Tornado's embrace and stood aside, staring at her toes, completely ignoring Braid. Tornado pouted in displeasure, placing her hands on her hips to admonish, "How rude." "Snow, Tornado? It's natural for the little girl to feel shy," Braid remarked, unfazed, as he prevented Tornado from reprimanding Snow and nudged Altair toward her. "This is Altair, 2 years your junior. Why not befriend her?" The moment their gazes met, Altair's endearing demeanor brightened considerably. They embarked on a scenic journey via the bubble gondola across the Red Earth continent, eventually making their way to the harbor to set sail towards the Sabaody archipelago. The Sabaody archipelago, an island devoid of a magnetic field and unmarked by any compass, is formed by the exposed roots of the world's largest mangrove trees. The sap secreted by these mangrove roots, in conjunction with their respiration, creates an ethereal spectacle of bubbles dancing in the air, rendering it a world-renowned tourist destination, frequently visited by the celestial dragons of Mariewa. For pirates, the Sabaody archipelago represents both the island of failure and the island of new beginnings. Having traversed the first half of the Grand Line, the formidable Red Earth continent looms before the pirates, with this end of the continent lacking the inverted mountains found elsewhere, instead housing the administrative center of the world government, Mariewa. Who would dare intrude upon the lair of the enforcers? Such an act would be tantamount to walking into a trap, thus necessitating an alternative route. Beneath this section of the Red Earth continent lies a concealed smuggling tunnel through which pirates clandestinely navigate into the New World. But how does one access the depths of the sea? The answer lies in the sap secreted by the mangrove trees, which, when applied with a unique method to the hull of their vessels, envelopes them in a thick layer of bubble film. This allows them to dive through the smuggling tunnel and traverse the Red Earth continent into the New World, making the Sabaody archipelago an essential stepping stone for pirates embarking on their new journeys. As for the Island of Failure, despite being part of the Grand Line, the latter half, known as the New World, poses a significantly higher level of peril compared to the first half. Its brutality is enough to deter the faint-hearted, leaving them with but one escape: a return to the Sabaody archipelago. What Brat fails to comprehend is that the Sabaody archipelago serves as a pivotal node within the core control zone of the government, comprising the Navy's G1 stronghold, Mariewa, the Navy headquarters, and Judicial Island. Situated adjacent to the Navy headquarters and directly beneath Mariewa, the world government ought to possess countless methods to fully integrate the Sabaody archipelago into the side of justice. Yet, the world government appears to have deliberately left a backdoor for pirates to access the New World, facilitating their smooth return. Is it orchestrating a spectacle where fledgling pirates clash with established ones, thereby inciting a self-destructive frenzy among them? Are they allowing refuse to accumulate in a refuse heap? Brett speculated. Chapter 74. Sakia X New World. The bubble roller coaster, the bubble Ferris wheel, the bubble pool, and an array of amusement attractions crafted from bubbles abound. The bubble paradise of the Sabaody Islands, tailored to its surroundings, has created one of the most unique amusement parks in the world. Brett accompanied the group on a few amusement park attractions before deciding to cease his participation, as he could not truly appreciate the joys of bubble paradise. With a paternal smile, he watched the leader, Tornado, along with the spirited Child King, Blizz, Altair, and Mosquito Girl, who merrily followed as they bravely ventured deeper into the park. Though Mosquito Girl appeared as a mature woman, her intellect and emotions still reflected those of a young girl. Besides his inability to grasp the delights of bubble paradise, another reason for Brett's withdrawal from accompanying Tornado and her companions was evident. What? Are you seeking lost youth in an amusement park? With a discerning gaze, Brett cast a sidelong glance behind him, his words laced with sharp irony. Dressed in a revealing outfit, Sakia, smoking a lady's cigarette, scoffed. I could tell from a distance it was you, indeed. The moment I heard that tone, it confirmed it. As the former president of the West Sea branch of the Hunter Association, after 2 years of silence following his departure, he had stealthily infiltrated the core control area of the world government. What are your intentions? Brett mused with intrigue. Sakia exhaled a plume of smoke. Finally willing to admit you are a hound of the world government? Huh, you little rascal. Even though I once held a significant position in the Hunter Association, I am merely an ordinary person now. The world government seems to have no power to interfere with my freedom. Moreover, the Hunter Association does not appear to be enemies of the world government. There is no reason for unwarranted vigilance towards me. I never deny being an agent of the world government. It is you who fear to expose it, Brett replied, narrowing his eyes. Former hunter? An ordinary person? Even a rotting pirate remains a pirate. Summer, dear, is it unwarranted vigilance on your part that I should remind you? The bounty for your crimes from the Amazon Lily Kingdom and the 9 snake pirates has yet to be revoked by the government. The fireworks blazed more intensely, and Sakia fell silent. After a moment, he finally spoke. So, what are your plans? Are you intending to arrest me? Braiddow, I have no intention of doing so. Why do you suddenly bring up my past? Shakyako furrowed his brow. Brett wore a radiant smile, his pure curiosity piqued by the sight of a notorious pirate. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, cleansing his past and becoming a hunter, only to subsequently part ways with the Hunter Association, all while boasting about the journey of an ordinary individual. Humph. Sakia let out a cold snort, turning to depart. Brito, I presume I am not mistaken. You are still engaged in your old profession of intelligence, dealing in the trade of information. Shakjak remained silent. Bredo, I wish to purchase some intelligence. Don't even think about it. I refuse to engage in business with someone like you. Sakia scoffed dismissively. Brett sighed. Business is business. There is no need for stubbornness. Do you still hold a grudge against Swain? I swear, his demise was undoubtedly a suicide. Shakyak's retort was a mere gesture of defiance. Fixated on Shakyak's retreating figure, Brett's golden eyes glimmered, remaining motionless for an extended period. After Tornado and her companions indulged in a day of unrestrained revelry, the following day arrived. Brett embarked on his journey back to the West Sea. The news of Capone Becci's assassination of the notorious gang leader, known as the 10 Elders, has spread across the globe. As a recognized one-star hunter by the Hunter Association, Brett's reputation as a gang hunter has been solidified. according to the Hunter 10 articles. A senior hunter who meets the criteria of Article 6 and whose prot.g achieves 1-star honors is entitled to receive 2-star designation. Furthermore, a hunter who fulfills the requirements of Article 7 and leaves a remarkable legacy across multiple domains is awarded 3 stars. Brett possesses the qualifications to apply for the prestigious title of 2-star or even 3-star hunter from the Hunter Association's review committee. With the accolades of 2-star and 3-star hunter, Brett could aspire to attain a position among the 12 branches, allowing him to orchestrate his plans meticulously. Brett was eager to return to the West Sea, genuinely concerned about the possibility of Masayston relinquishing his position as the president of the West Sea branch of the Hunter Association. He had issued a stern warning that his successor would be someone beyond Brett's capacity to contend with. Indeed, there were numerous individuals within the Hunter Association whom Brett currently could not rival, such as Netero. However, Netero, being the president of both the Hunter Association and the Review Committee, could not simultaneously hold the presidency of the West Sea branch, despite his boundless energy. He detested complications and dullness. In the realm of bounty hunters, the formidable Kakuzu was also beyond Brett's current reach, yet Brett possessed wealth. In Brad's contemplation, the individual most likely to succeed the presidency of the West Sea branch is the 12th member of the Zodiac, a rare 3-star hunter from the Hunter Association. Renowned as a terrorist hunter, prosecutor, and military strategist, the man whose reputation and prowess are said to rival that of Netero, Porter White Gigant. Just as Brad's thoughts began to unfold, a phone call interrupted him. The caller was Netero, summoning Brad to the headquarters of the Hunter Association. Upon ending the call, Brad had no choice but to disembark from the airship and alter his itinerary. The headquarters of the Hunter Association is situated in the latter half of the Grand Line, specifically in the New World, on the world-renowned Twin Islands. The headquarters' towering edifice is separated from the illustrious Sky Arena, a celebrated battleground, by a shallow bay, making it one of the tallest structures in the world, hence the name Twin Islands. It is often said that the Grand Line is fraught with peril, and the New World, being the latter half of this legendary route, presents an even higher level of danger, a truth Brad has personally experienced. Despite the daylight, the horizon was obscured by ominous clouds and thunderous roars. As he ventured forth, he was beset by terrifying whirlpools. What fell from the sky was not merely rain, but volcanic ash and massive hailstones. The harsh weather of the New World truly sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, Mosquito Girl possessed the ability for prolonged flight, allowing Brad to navigate the tumultuous journey unscathed. As for the Twin Islands, the area surrounding the headquarters of the Hunter Association is remarkably prosperous, with a constant influx of people and passing vessels, all reflecting the dynamics of economy and interest. Brad did not hastily rush to the conspicuous headquarters of the Hunter Association in the center of the island. Instead, he discreetly accompanied Mosquito Girl to their lodgings, for he needed to conserve his energy and minimize any vulnerabilities before meeting Netero. Chapter 75. A Perilous Game Please. This way, beckoned a diminutive figure with a bean-shaped face, moving swiftly ahead as if resembling a rolling green ball or a corgi gliding close to the ground, perfectly illustrating the poignant truth that greater efforts often lead to deeper heartache. At the pinnacle of the Hunter Association's headquarters, in the office of the chairman at the end of the corridor, the door creaked open. "Chairman, the person has arrived," announced the bean-faced individual. Brad raised an eyebrow as he entered the room, which not only housed Netero, but also the core members of the Hunter Association, the existing 12. Among them was the disfigured Ms. Zaystone Nana, an old acquaintance of Brad, former president of the Western Sea branch of the Hunter Association, a 2-star criminal hunter. Then there was an old man Brad did not recognize, frail and seemingly on the verge of death, according to the official records of the Hunter Association. His name was Tygo, a 2-star bodyguard hunter. Next was Portobello Gigant, a renowned 3-star terrorist hunter, tall and robust, adorned with 2 towering pigtails, his face smeared with paint, and long, thin nose hairs reminiscent of a mythical dragon. Following him was the newly appointed member of the 12, Galu, a striking beauty with dark skin and large eyes. Notably in O, Harmony, faction supergiant, a 2-star poison hunter, coroner, and pharmacist. Then there was Seikyu Kobayakawa, with an elongated face, thick eyebrows, a ponytail, and prominent teeth, resembling a donkey. Ingda, a burly man with explosive hair and a scruffy beard, was a 2-star poaching hunter. Next was Cluck, a slender girl of exceptional beauty, dressed flamboyantly, a 2-star plant hunter. Finally, there was Kiter Yorkshire, with green hair, glasses, and dog-like ears and nose, exuding a certain charm as a gentlewoman and a 3-star rare disease hunter. In total, there were 8 members present, indicating that 4 remained absent from the 12. Rat, rabbit, monkey, and pig. How quickly you have grown. It is truly astonishing, Netero remarked, gesturing with his hands and chuckling in amazement. It feels as though it were just yesterday that I saw you on O'Hara Island, and you were so small. Each time I witness the vibrant youth among you growing up, I am reminded that I have aged yet another year. Braid chuckled amiably, remarking, time slips away like a fleeting shadow, indifferent to our existence. With a somewhat indistinct voice, Nitro responded with a smile, to return to the matter at hand. I have summoned you to the Hunter headquarters to ascertain your Hunter star rank and, as I have heard, you aspire to become a member of the 12 Zodiacs. Are you aware that the 12 Zodiacs are personally selected by me? What compelling reasons do you possess that might persuade me to grant you a place among them? Braid solemnly declared, I am not merely a member of the 12. I also intend to contend for the position of Vice President of the Hunter Association. My ultimate goal is to usurp your esteemed position as President of the Hunter Association and the Chair of the Review Committee. What a dream, retorted the ever-suspicious Mazastan, the first to step forward. How audacious! You insolent wretch! I shall eliminate you. The 12 reacted with fervor. Braid completely disregarded the 12 Zodiacs, raising his head with a confidence that bordered on arrogance, proclaiming, old things will ultimately be supplanted by the new. This is an immutable law of nature. I dare say even you cannot defy it. Having served as the president of the Hunter Association and the chairman of the Review Committee for over 40 years, it is time to relinquish the opportunity to the younger generation and gracefully step aside. Who embodies true capability? None other than myself. Or do you intend to postpone the arrival of the youth's era? Braid added. Bang! The sound echoed thunderously. That insolent young rascal. Such audacity. Several hot-tempered members of the 12 Zodiacs were utterly infuriated, unwilling to tolerate any affront to the revered figures in their eyes. Braid, unperturbed, manifested his gluttony and inquired, Chairman Netero, if they were to assault me, would I not be justified in eliminating them? Surely, that would not contravene the tenets of hunters. At worst, it might be deemed excessive self-defense. Netero, scratching his head with an unbroken smile, replied, I see, you wish to challenge me, young Braid, indeed. It is a particularly intriguing game, is it not? It all depends on your willingness to accept the challenge. The spirited youth, Netero, exhibited numerous casual gestures, clearly indicating his innate combative nature had been stirred. Although Netero recognized that Braid was deliberately provoking him, exploiting his penchant for confrontation, he remained captivated by the allure of this challenge, a game of being both the hunter and the hunted. After all, viewing life as a game is his philosophy, especially when faced with the cunning and treacherous Braid, who seemingly does not fit the mold of adversaries he typically encounters. The unpredictability of the game renders it all the more fascinating. President Keto anxiously attempted to persuade. Reed, with a slightly exasperated tone, raised his voice to overshadow Chidwa. I shall abide by the hunter's rules, and within those parameters, I shall result you. No problem. I am willing to exercise my authority as the president of the Hunter Association and the chairman of the Review Committee to appoint you as the vice president of the 12 Zodiacs. Netero stated with a hint of levity. Netero, president. Oh, esteemed president. The 12 Zodiacs were in a state of extreme agitation. Calm down, calm down. Netero cheerfully reassured the others of the 12. Child, rabbit, monkey, pig, which code name do you desire? Braid Dow. My child, the foremost among the 12 branches. Oh, Vice President? Netero suddenly leaned forward and said, I have a long-standing issue that requires your assistance. You are no stranger to it, the inexplicable demise of the historical hunter, Swain. I hope to revisit this investigation. The surface was calm, yet a sense of intimidation lingered. Very well, old fox, Brad mused internally. As thoughts shifted, he retorted. The site of Swain's demise lies in the West Sea 2 years past. A renewed investigation will undoubtedly present formidable challenges. I require the support of the West Sea branch. However, Mr. Mazastan, the inept former president, has relinquished his duties. Currently, the West Sea branch is devoid of leadership, which is untenable. Therefore, I shall reluctantly nominate myself to oversee the West Sea branch. Although my experience is somewhat limited, I possess a wealth of encounters and a robust foundation of support within the West Sea branch, where the members are eager to endorse me. I assure you, I will rectify the West Sea branch and uphold the esteemed reputation of the Hunters Association. Brad eloquently enumerated his merits, paying no heed to the throbbing veins on Ms. Aston's forehead, which he had inadvertently mocked. Nitro sighed. It is truly unfortunate. The association has just enacted a decision regarding adjustments, and you have arrived too late, young Brad. Chapter 76. Dragon of the Morning, Serpent of the Afternoon. Before Brett ascended to the ranks of the Hunter Association's 12, there were already 8 members present, each occupying their designated positions corresponding perfectly to the 4 divisions in the East, South, West, and North. The headquarters of the Hunter Association is under the direct supervision of President Netero, who has recently implemented a revised structural plan for the management team. Now, Netero has introduced a new directive. Once Brett has investigated the cause of death of the historical hunter Nicole Swain, he shall also take his place at the headquarters, as he is the newly appointed vice president of the Hunter Association. Is it not customary for the assistant to support the leader? All of this, while seemingly coincidental, leaves Brett with the unsettling feeling of being ensnared in a trap, causing him considerable distress. Yet, he must endure, for it is he who initiated this game, having crafted the very rules that govern it. On board the cruise ship, en route to the Western Sea, the rhythmic sounds of ding 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 echoed as Brett, reclining on the sofa in the lounge, unconsciously tapped his fingers on the nearby small table, creating a disordered symphony of noise. Can we please stop? This is too irritating. Gailu finally could not hold back. In a moment of mental distraction, Braid's gaze fixated on a captivating beauty to the side, her eyes brazenly surveying the impressive stature of the gentleman before her. Truly, his physique was remarkable. Was it a basketball, a football, or perhaps the equivalent of 2 volleyballs? Complementing her statuesque figure, her slender waist, and the exquisite black laceback gown she wore, she appeared even more astonishing. Want a taste? I can feed you, she teased, her tone sharply contrasting with the gentle cadence of her words. Yet, Gail's temper was far from mild, as she unabashedly mocked Braid's impolite demeanor. Braid licked his lips, feigning a sense of reluctance, tinged with a hint of inner conflict, hesitation, and regret. Addressing the identity of Gailu, the 2-star poison hunter, he remarked, "Forget it. This milk is toxic. I cannot place my trust in it." Gailu responded, "You truly wish to partake, don't you?" Gailu serves as the newly appointed vice president of the West Sea branch of the Hunter Association, while the president, as Braid had long suspected, is the 12th member. Port White Kegat. Port White remained notably silent, engrossed in a book of his own. Brett's eyes twinkled as he inquired, "Esteemed seniors, now that you have assumed your positions at the Western Sea branch, what are your intentions?" To which, Gailu retorted dismissively, "Your curiosity is of no concern to you." Braid, with a playful grin, declared, "I am the vice president of the association. My position is slightly elevated above yours. Thus I am certainly entitled to inquire about your plans for reforming the vital branches of the association following your appointment as the president and vice president of the Shihai division, as well as any new policies you intend to implement. This will assist President Netero in maintaining the overall operation of the association and rectifying any errors. Regardless of our proposed reforms or new policies for the Shihai division, it is not within your purview, you who have infiltrated the association as a spy, to interject." Porterby closed his book and finally spoke. "The president may acknowledge your 12 branches and your status as vice president, but I shall never concede to that. Including your claim of being a hunter, I categorically refuse to recognize it. A spy infiltrating the association?" Braid pointed at Porterby. "Do not speak recklessly, lest I send you a legal notice for defamation." Porterby exhaled sharply. Brett brandished his hunter's license, affirming its significance. "Your acknowledgement is inconsequential. What truly matters is that I possess it. According to the 3rd tenet of the Hunter's Code, it remains valid eternally, rendered void only upon the natural death or voluntary relinquishment of its holder, a remarkable privilege. Moreover, Chairman Netero has recognized my position as a member of the 12 and as vice chairman. Do you dare to dispute that? Who do you think you are?" With a crackle of knuckles, he warned, "Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment, boy." Potter White clenched his teeth, retorting, "Should I uncover any actions of yours detrimental to the association or the chairman, in violation of the Hunter's Code, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." Brett maintained his smile, contemplating inwardly that he had essentially grasped the limits of the other person. Brett mockingly faced Jelu and exclaimed, "Wow. Oh, how fearsome. We are hunters. Comrades, please believe me, we are hunters engaged in perilous endeavors, where the need for steadfast companionship is paramount. Yet we dread the prospect of meeting an untimely demise under obscure circumstances. Jello interrupted Brett, her large eyes fixed intently upon him. You are not yet one of the 12. Your position as vice president has been tainted by an ignoble role in the mysterious suicide of the historical hunter, Nicole Swain. Believe you? Humph. Brett regained his composure and pondered. The death of the historical hunter, Nicole Swain, truly has no bearing on me. However, I possess a modicum of insight into the reasons behind his suicide. Forgive me for having previously uttered falsehoods. Porter White and Galoo remained silent, watching Brett's performance unfold. You see, Mr. Swain and his colleagues delved into the historical text known as the blank century, which encroached upon the taboos of the world government, particularly Mr. Swain, who inadvertently uncovered one of the reasons the government forbids the study of this historical text. It is said to contain the whereabouts of ancient weaponry, which is indeed true. Brett spoke with fervor. He was a sensitive soul, prone to flights of fancy, inevitably anxious that the world government would catch wind of his discoveries and eliminate him. Or worse, that nefarious individuals might exploit his knowledge. Moreover, at that time, Lady Alvia was with child, and he was especially fearful of implicating her. Under such immense pressure, he succumbed to psychological collapse. Utter nonsense, Porter White retorted furiously. How do you know this? Burdett remained composed. My initial aspiration was to become a historian. But lacking guidance, I ventured to the archaeological haven of O'Hara. Indeed, I played a rather dishonorable role there, covertly observing and eavesdropping on them. Eventually, I realized that being a historian was fraught with peril, leading me to pivot towards becoming a bounty hunter, a crime hunter, and a pirate hunter, at least in these pursuits. I need not fear the persecution of the world government. As for your words, I do not believe a single syllable of what you say, Gallo retorted. Brett sighed. What do you wish to do? Do you believe I murdered Mr. Swain? Very well, where is the evidence? Without proof. On what grounds do you suspect me of killing Mr. Swain? It is utterly unreasonable to cast suspicion upon a radiant, charming, vibrant, and promising young man such as myself. Chapter 77. The Coordination Committee of the Hunter Association. Bang. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Boom. Intermittent gunfire, a barrage of crossfire, and even fierce cannon blasts echoed throughout the Mafia Federation Kingdom. Once a bustling yet sordid metropolis, it now lay shrouded in the grim shadows of smoke and destruction, reduced to a desolate wasteland where everything had become fragmented. Perhaps the only structure remaining intact was the edifice symbolizing the Western Sea branch of the Hunter Association. Since Brett single-handedly breached the royal city of the Mafia Federation Kingdom, kidnapped, and ultimately assassinated the king along with the notorious 10 elders of the global underworld, tranquility had eluded the Mafia Federation Kingdom. The established order had been disrupted, and a new hierarchy awaited the emergence of victorious factions amidst the fierce struggle for dominion over this land, which held a unique significance for the world of organized crime. Look at the fine mess you've created, Galoo remarked sarcastically as she surveyed the remnants of destruction from the airship. Brett nonchalantly remarked, Indeed, I have performed a good deed. Do you think I am praising you? Gil retorted with a cold smirk. Brad smiled, his laughter radiant and delightful. Why not? The scourge of the earth, the detritus. The foul rats of the sewers, wouldn't it be a blessing if they perished? After all, their existence merely squanders resources, oppresses the virtuous, and engages in vile, sordid activities. Much like repugnant parasites feeding off the lifeblood of society. On a grand scale, I am purifying the world. On a smaller scale, I am ridding it of evil. Your praise is well deserved. The argument, laden with discontent, inevitably drew the ire of the ordinary folk caught in the crossfire of gang conflicts. Brett abruptly interrupted Gallo, stating, In the realm of the gangster empire, there are no ordinary individuals, Ms. Gallo. Gallo was left speechless. As the airship descended, Brett adjusted his attire. The hatch opened with a resounding thud. Flowers, ribbons, and confetti cascaded through the air. Lord Brett. Ah, I adore you, Lord Brett. The overwhelming applause, accompanied by frenzied shrieks, reverberated in the air, akin to a hero's triumphant return or the arrival of a superstar. With a composed smile, Brad graciously accepted the accolades, pressing his hands downward to usher the crowd into silence. Taking the microphone from the attentive cutie beady, Brad expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. I am profoundly honored and incredibly delighted. I am relieved to have met the expectations placed upon me. After 2 arduous years of diligent effort, I have finally attained the esteemed title of a 3-star hunter, alongside my position as one of the 12 sons of the association and its vice president. Nitro refrained from challenging Brad, promptly bestowing upon him the honor of a 3-star hunter, thus allowing him to join the ranks of the few elite hunters within the association. Lord Brad, absolutely splendid. The crowd surged with excitement. I trust you have already gleaned the news from the Hunter's official website. Yet I still wish to share in this joy. Today's achievements are a testament to your unwavering support, and I extend my deepest thanks to each of you. Brad, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, now, I hereby announce the official establishment of the Hunter Association's Coordination Committee. I pledge my commitment to supporting the vulnerable, safeguarding the rights and safety of every member of the committee, and understanding the sentiments of all is my unwavering mission. He continued, I will ask Cutie to draft the regulations for joining the committee and to publish them on the Hunter's official website. I hope everyone will actively sign up. Porter White and Gallo observed Brad's performance, exchanging glances filled with resentment. How infuriating. That little rascal. How dare he treat people like this? Such mockery. Porter was indignant. Gallo shook his head, replying, what truly matters are the tangible benefits and safety he promises. He has adeptly tapped into the psychology of the people, showcasing visible and tangible incentives, while the nature of a hunter's work inherently carries risks and uncertainties. Under the protection of Lord Brad's fan club, he distanced himself from Porter White. Gallo, taking the lead, noticed that the president and vice president of the West Sea branch of the Hunter Association were left entirely unnoticed, suffering from neglect. In the vehicle, Cutie anxiously inquired, Lord Brad, now that you have become the vice president of the association, will you be heading to the headquarters for your duties? Braid chuckled. Indeed, we must relocate our position, Shooty murmured, shaking his large head. Brett gazed out the window and inquired, where's Capone Beaky? He hasn't been eliminated by the mob, has he? That fellow has been cleverly hiding in the branch office, never venturing outside. No matter how audacious the mob may be, they do not dare to provoke us. The hunters, Shooty replied. Braid rode. We must promptly devise a method to join the coordination committee and launch the Hunter's official website. Chioti, I implore you. This will enable me to publish the contracted tasks. In reality, Braid has not contracted the grandiose endeavors he has described. He is not truly engaged with the world government, its affiliated nations, or the non-governmental entities and large corporations. Instead, he plans to employ subterfuge, reaching out to Cypherpole's channels, urging the members of his Hunter Association's Coordination Committee to serve Cypherpole in an alternative capacity. Very well. Chioti's face flushed with embarrassment. Shortly thereafter, the godfather, Becky, met with Braid. Brett tossed a dark greenish-black-orange, adorned with swirling patterns, to Becky. The devil fruit of Superman, the fortress fruit, is your reward. Becky's small eyes darted nervously. The 10 elders, vying for a position among them, seek to control the world's underworld. Indeed, the reward of the devil fruit comes with conditions, Brett commanded. Becky bowed slightly. Understood, godfather. Becky? Brett's sudden, sinister gaze pierced through her. Are you content? Becky replied. No one enjoys the feeling of being manipulated. I dislike it, and so do you. Brett, with a playful smirk, said, summon your courage. Why not attempt to break free from my grasp? Of course, this is contingent upon your ability to endure until the day you deserve to escape from me. Becky shivered at his words. Godfather, do you truly expect me to lie in front of a master of deceit? Brett chuckled. Go ahead and consume your devil fruit. Chapter 78. A woman must be strong. Brett acknowledged his penchant for deception. Thus, his investigation into Nicole Swain's suicide was executed hastily and superficially. He firmly asserted that Nicole Swain succumbed to mental collapse due to overwhelming pressure, leading her to take her own life. As for the Hunter Association, whether the review committee chose to believe him or not was their prerogative, yet they possessed no substantial evidence to counter his judgment. Without delay, Brad returned to the headquarters of the Hunter Association merely a week after his arrival in the West Sea. On the way, he surmised that other undercover members of the Hunter Association had already reported his progress to the officials. I have succeeded, he communicated to Minister Onest. I am now a member of the Hunter Association's 12 Zodiacs and also the vice president of the association. Quite impressive, isn't it? Minister Onest fell silent for a moment before asking, how did you manage that? Just as I once questioned you, Netero is well aware of your ties to the government. What compelled him to agree to your elevation within the Hunter Association? Every word and action of his will be scrutinized under the government's watch. Is he not, in essence, placing a ticking time bomb beside himself? What reason did you provide him that made refusal impossible? It's quite simple, Brett replied with a faint smile. I informed him, you are my prey. Minister Onest, perplexed, pressed for clarification. I devised an intriguing hunting game, revealing to him, "You are my prey," and thus. He consented to my ascension within the Hunter Association, Bread stated with an air of ease. Minister Wano remained baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. To ensure Netero's downfall, I am currently establishing an organization within the Hunter Association, officially named the Hunter Association Coordination Committee. In reality, I have deceived a group of fools, intending to exploit them to assist Cypherpole in undertaking tasks that agents are reluctant yet obligated to perform, tasks of trivial danger. I assured them of minimal risk and generous rewards, Brett explained. Minister Wano exhaled deeply. I shall assign personnel to select similar tasks. Then it is settled, Brett affirmed, decisively concluding the communication before Minister Wano could utter another word. Reclining languidly in the VIP lounge of the airship, Brett's golden eyes glimmered as he pondered how to navigate his relationship with Netero. After all, the dynamic between hunter and prey is reciprocal. Netero was his quarry, yet he was, in many ways, also Netero's target, especially given the vast disparity in their strengths. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Little Bread." Little Bread. The mosquito girl hurried over, exuberant as a Samoyed, and affectionately nuzzled against him. I am so eager to learn how to harness Nin. Bread, look. The mosquito woman strives to maintain her composure as her razor-sharp claws extend, revealing a sheen of ebony. Is that the power of armed color hockey? Bread's lips twitch as he corrects her. No, it is armed color hockey. The mosquito woman, momentarily dazed, responds, "Well done, Joanna. I thought you had long since abandoned hope in mastering none." Bread beams with a smile, praising her, though I am uncertain which aspect of your nun training is flawed. The outcome is commendable. Armed color hockey possesses a strength akin to that of enhancement-type nun, awakening life energy and acting as a protective armor, which can also evolve into an offensive force. The mosquito woman's spirits lift, and she shyly scratches her head, exclaiming, Joanna, Joanna, like protecting little Bread, becoming more resilient. Yes, tough. A woman must be tough. Bread, unable to resist a playful jab at her choice of words, advises, maintain your state and strive for proficiency, Joanna. All right, little Bread. The mosquito woman replies, her mood exceptionally bright. Braid, however, was rather melancholic, yearnful for the mastery of the armament hockey, yet constrained by his presently immature physique. Chakra, ninjutsu. Illusion techniques, Braid murmured, increasingly anxious for the first week of December, while simultaneously feeling a pang of sympathy for his small fortune. Despite possessing a staggering sum of 1 billion berries, Braid appeared affluent. Yet, the Hunter Association's coordinating committee was a veritable black hole for wealth. The promotional assurances that Braid had touted, regardless of whether tasks were completed or not, would yield a guaranteed income of some degree, sufficient to warrant a substantial investment from him. Having traversed Mariewa, Braid bypassed his home and directly boarded a large vessel to continue his journey toward the headquarters of the Hunter Association. It was August. In a world where only 2 regions eluded the grasp of the world government, the Red Line, still not fully developed and rife with inexplicable dangers and formidable, monstrous beasts. In the New World. The New World not only boasted a more perilous environment than the Dark Continent but also housed Wano, the location of the Hunter Guild's headquarters and the ultimate gathering place for pirates. Thus, the inhabitants of the New World possessed a remarkable simplicity. They adhered to and upheld the inherent laws of the jungle, steadfast and unwavering, exemplifying an unadulterated folk culture. During his last fleeting visit to the New World, Braid had yet to experience its simplicity, but upon his return, he truly perceived it. Please spare us. It is a misunderstanding. We mean no harm. A group of slave traders had set their sights on the exquisitely handsome Braid. Unfortunately for them, they lacked the strength to overpower him, swiftly reduced to begging and disgrace. Disgusting, Braid shook his head. The incessant buzzing of mosquitoes filled the air, leaving behind a few desiccated corpses in an instant. This juice is unpalatable, one mosquito lady expressed her disdain. Even the vicinity of the Hunter Association's headquarters was not safe. Such was the New World, Braid grumbled to himself, continuing to wait in place. Given Braid's unique strategic value, Minister Wano decided to dispatch several agents to assist him, a notification that had reached Braid the previous day. Approximately 10 minutes later, a man, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned businessman, greeted him. Braid scrutinized intently, his gaze drawn to the emerald orbs of the other, and then it struck him. Ahambra? Tuba Kane Ahambra, a fellow classmate from the Cypherpole Academy, who, to Braid's knowledge, was merely 16 or 17 years of age. It is I, Ahambra remarked. Long time no see. Braid remarked with a wry smile. You appear to be in quite a hurry. I nearly failed to recognize you. In the 79th chapter, titled The Genius Gemini, the team known as Golden Guardian, under the command of Minister Wano, has reported in full strength, consisting of 5 members, to you, Lord Braid. Ahabra. Shaking off the awkwardness, noted that perhaps it was a tradition among Cypherpole agents to possess a thick skin. Our mission is to adhere to your every command and ensure your safety at all costs, until either we perish or the task you undertake is concluded. Bradeo remarked. Sounds promising. Minister Wano is indeed reliable. He cast a glance around. Are the other 3 present? Bread discreetly waved, greeting a tall man clad in sports attire. His baseball cap pulled low. He expressed his astonishment. What a lavish expenditure. Even a henchman of this caliber has been allocated to me. Bread recalled the man's name, Belbruff. With the operative codename Wolf Captain, he had participated in a previous Cypherpole meeting, dressed in muted olive military garb, just as understated, silent, and inconspicuous as he was today. Nevertheless, he was indeed an agent of CP0, even one of its elite operatives. After all, what merit would he have to attend a Cypherpole conference and occupy a corner unchallenged within a 5-meter radius? Minister Wano holds you in exceptional esteem, Alhambra remarked. The Wolf Captain is not one for conversation, hence my role in negotiations. After a brief pause, Alhambra subtly gestured, introducing Ricky, Lilith, Rubrik, a squat, robust figure. A triangular-faced man with a serpentine demeanor and a rotund fellow. The Golden Guardians team? More akin to the geometric shape squad, I presume. Bread secretly derided the other 3 members of the so-called Golden Guardian squad. What are your plans? Bread leaned back against Mosquito Girl. Alhambra scratched his head. Hesitating as he said, I shall abide by your directives, but personally, I wish to hone my skills in the sky arena. Brett gazed across to the opposite end of Twin Islands, where the magnificent skyscrapers soared into the heavens, resembling a sharp spear piercing the sky. This was the hallowed ground that attracted fighters, gamblers, merchants, nobles, and even the ordinary souls hidden with a taste for bloodshed, all in pursuit of wealth and fame. The Sky Arena, a realm of bloody revelry, standing at 251 stories and 991 meters. It ranks as the 4th tallest building in the world, a sight that leaves one in awe. Turning his head, Brett remarked, 667291204, my contact information. I stand in support of you. Are the funds from Minister Ernest being disbursed for your activities? Alhambra rubbed his hands together and replied, no. Minister Ernest stated that you are a super tycoon. Without uttering a word, Braid signed a check for 5 million berries and handed it to Alhambra. In a familiar scene, Alhambra couldn't help but reflect on his days at the Cypherpole Agent Academy, often visiting Braid's dubious establishment to procure items for himself. Brad patted Alhambra on the shoulder and said, keep it up, my friend. I'll take my leave first. Farewell, Lord Brad. Alhambra replied as he turned to rejoin his team members. Lily, with her sharply defined chin that could pierce the heavens, narcissistically complained while touching up her makeup. Is that really Brad? Such a handsome young man, yet he seems rather arrogant, hardly sparing a glance at us. Why should he pay you any mind? He is none other than Brad Heyman, a CP0 ace on par with Mr. Wolf Lieutenant, the fastest ever to ascend as a CP0 agent, and the youngest to hold that title. At the tender age of 7, he eliminated the leader of the Phantom Troop, and now he has infiltrated the upper echelons of the Hunter Association, rising to the position of vice president, achieving what generations of Cypherpole agents could not. Ricky, with his sturdy frame, retorted sourly, if only you would spare me a glance. After all, I am your husband. Lily scoffed. What is there to admire? A broad forehead, small eyes, a sharp nose, utterly unattractive. Heaven knows what possessed me to marry you. Ricky was left speechless. The unparalleled genius twins of Cypherpole, for nearly 8 centuries, Rubrig remarked earnestly. Lily paused. Are you referring to Brad Heyman and Esther's Brutus? Indeed, Esther's is monstrous, and Brad is cunning, considering he took down the Phantom Troop Spider leader at 7. His prowess must be formidable, Rubrig noted. He awkwardly shifted. You were contemporaries at the Cypherpole Academy, Alhambra? Is that true? Alhambra nodded with a hint of melancholy. It is true. However, their strength is something we can at least accept and dare to envy. What do you mean? Lily interjected hastily. Are there geniuses and monsters that we cannot accept or envy? Alhambra's green eyes shimmered with a distant gaze as he stated seriously. I have seen the illegitimate daughter of God. Do you believe it? What? The 3 were left astonished, their faces a picture of incredulity. Suddenly, A hand rested on Alhambra's neck, causing him to stiffen with fear. Bell Bluff gently shook his head at Alhambra, signaling him to refrain from revealing information about Tornado, before quietly stepping aside. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association headquarters, "Come quickly, little Brad." Netero beckoned with a warm smile. Though less amiable was the stack of documents piled high on his desk, clearly intending to burden his assistant with a heavy workload. Braid rolled his eyes, reluctantly accepting the pin thrown by Netero, and mockingly remarked, "Is the old man losing his strength?" "No, it's simply a matter of weariness." "Ahem. Rather. He is graciously leaving opportunities for the youth. I am merely assisting you in accumulating the experience required for the presidency of the Hunter Association." With a satisfied slurp, Netero savored his tea, feeling utterly at ease. "Now, young Braid, have you thoroughly investigated the matter concerning Swain?" Braid was completely engrossed in perusing the documents and remarked, "Oh, haven't you seen? I sent it to your computer's inbox." "I haven't had the chance to look at it yet," Nitros replied as he logged onto the computer. After a moment's pause, he added, "I'll take your word for it. After all, the dead cannot speak. Aren't crime hunters the most adept at making the deceased divulge their secrets? If you doubt it, feel free to continue your investigation." Braid retorted without reservation. Nitros chuckled heartily, his expression inscrutable. Chapter 8. Mentor Kaku. As Nitros gradually engaged with Braid, he discovered that despite Braid's proclivity for deceit, insidious cunning, and duplicitous nature, he possessed numerous commendable qualities as well. For instance, Braid excelled in critical thinking and summarization, approached matters with relative objectivity, and handled tasks with meticulous diligence. The burdensome reports and audits that had once caused Nitros considerable distress within the Hunter Association were managed effortlessly by Braid, who soon navigated them with remarkable ease. Thus, Nitros decided to delegate authority once more, instructing his capable deputy, Braid, to reform the Hunter Association headquarters, specifically the West Isle of the Twin Islands, something he had long contemplated yet had been too lethargic to execute. By December, Braid cheerfully presented a stack of A4 papers, saying, "Here, I have conducted a thorough investigation and prepared a comprehensive reform proposal for the West Isle of the Twin Islands. Please review it, and once approved, I will issue directives for the hunters to execute the unproblematic items, while we can discuss any contentious points further." Brett's smile gradually faded as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "You old codger, don't even think about slacking off. And do not dare to continue making me your free labor, or I shall seek legal counsel from the World Children's Relief Association and the World Children's Protection Foundation." Indeed, organizations like the World Children's Relief Association and the World Children's Protection Foundation exist, yet they are mere facades. Does the world government not create countless war orphans each year? Are there not countless children sent to battle from the land of Wano annually? Furthermore, the realms of pirates, hunters, slave traders, and human traffickers are equally tainted. However, organizations like the World Children's Relief Association and the World Children's Protection Foundation, lacking military backing, can hardly manage anything. They merely chant slogans. A group of individuals basking in their own superiority, proclaiming to the world, "Look how compassionate and loving I am." Thus, Brett's sardonic humor is indeed chilling. Bang! The heavy manuscript slammed onto the desk, causing Nitro's teacup to tremble. "Oh dear, no need to be too serious." Nitro chuckled amiably. "I didn't intend to slack off. It's just that this idle feeling is rather pleasant, isn't it? Before I knew it, over 2 months have simply slipped away." "Braid, old helper, what nonsense are you selling? May I inquire about your private matters?" Nitros skillfully shifted the conversation. "Bradeo, I have engaged Mr. Kankuro to instruct me in the study of the chakra power system." "Oh." Netero nodded, remarking on the exuberance of youth and their insatiable thirst for knowledge. "Time is of the essence, and Mr. Kankuro's time is invaluable. Any further delay could lead to my financial ruin." With that, Bradeo turned to leave, casting a middle finger towards Netero and cursing, "May you be exhausted, you old rascal." Netero chuckled heartily. "I thought you wouldn't be angered." Not long after, in the forest of the West Island of the Twin Islands, Kankuro finally donned his eerie long robe, vanishing into the shadows of the towering trees, resembling a lost spirit or a restless ghost. Braid adjusted his emotions and remarked, "There is no other choice. Chairman Netero has become complacent and has shifted all his responsibilities onto me. Let us begin." Kakuzu was far from an exemplary teacher. His demeanor and appearance were particularly unrefined. Chakra is also a form of life energy, fundamentally akin to Haki and Nin, differing primarily in their application. "I would like to hear more," Braid replied. Kakuzu dryly explained, The application of Haki is the most straightforward. It involves the disaggregation of primal life energy. Observation Haki represents the spirit, armament Haki signifies the body. While the special conqueror's Haki embodies will and presence, which can also be considered a spiritual aspect. Chakra similarly employs this method of disaggregating primal life energy. With the rare yin and yang properties, yin represents the spirit, while yang signifies the body. The use of none, however, is far more intricate and laden with complications. My understanding of it is superficial. I only grasp that the application of chakra is closely aligned with the emission and transformation types of nin abilities, certainly incorporating elements from the other four categories. Nevertheless, no practitioner of nin can fully comprehend the abilities of another category, whereas chakra possesses no such restrictions as it is. At its core, life energy, initially devoid of properties, with environmental and character factors influencing one's proficiency in a particular attribute. Once one masters the transformation of properties and possesses ample talent, one can manipulate fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang in their entirety, Kakuzu expounded. Bray pondered, so, the focus of my studies is not on chakra itself. I inherently possess the life energy known as chakra. What I must comprehend is the transformation of its nature, the sequence of hand seals, and the art of releasing chakra? Precisely, Kakuzu replied, producing a sheet of paper, vividly illustrating various gestures. The core of the Hunter Association is designated by the 12 branches, and so too are the seals. Let us first familiarize ourselves with the seals before we proceed to the next step. After a moment's contemplation, Kakuzu added, bear in mind, the employment period is 1 week. Any extensions will incur additional fees. Furthermore, your task is to learn the power system of chakra, not merely to master the art of releasing it. Bread chuckled, understood. The cost for a C-grade technique is 1 million berries, a B-grade technique is 10 million berries, an A-grade technique is 50 million berries, and an S-grade technique is 100 million berries. How does that sound? Fair enough, right? Kakuzu contemplated and consented. As their gazes met, Bread inquired, why are you so fixated on money that one cannot take with them in life or death, Mr. Kakuzu? It is none of your concern, Kakuzu replied coldly. Braid raised his hands in resignation. All right, I have 2 more questions to pose. Please, go ahead. Bradeo, firstly, prior to comprehending the transformation of chakra's essence and the sequence of hand seals required for the release of chakra techniques, can one rely solely on the energy of chakra to execute fundamental skills of defense and offense, such as strength, hardness, and fluidity? Indeed. It is possible to unleash chakra in a ferocious and sharp manner, involving the transformation of its form, or to manifest it directly through physical techniques. Braid pondered. Second, how proficient are your skills? Not bad, he replied modestly. He compiled a list, for merchants must exhibit their wares to their patrons. Braid delicately expressed. Chapter 81. Additional costs. It appears that powers transcending the ordinary realm are invariably accompanied by certain flaws and vulnerabilities. The Devil Fruit Fear Sea Stone. While the Overlord weapons excessively exploit the potential of their wielders, the arduous journey of mastering Haki is fraught with challenges, even if the path of cultivation is straightforward. The all-encompassing nature of the mind, when scrutinized closely, is replete with shortcomings and weaknesses. Chakra is no exception. It indeed encompasses aspects of both Haki and the mind. Yet at the cost of necessitating hand seals to channel life energy for the execution of techniques. The reliance of chakra on hand seals to direct life energy signifies that the speed of these seals can profoundly influence the outcome of a battle. Bread was perplexed as to why Chuck had to rely on seals to channel life energy for his techniques. At that moment, he was not inclined to pursue lofty ambitions. Rather, he was intensely focused on mastering the intricate system of chakra. His aim was to first grasp the fundamentals, then familiarize himself, and ultimately attain proficiency. Only then would he be qualified to delve into the reasoning behind Chuck's dependence on seals for the remanifestation of life energy. Brett's fingers were remarkably nimble, and with a photographic memory combined with quick-witted adaptability, he managed, over the course of a day and night, to painstakingly learn to perform several seals with a slow but steady precision. Kakuzu, ever the pragmatic individual, was not one to dismiss the matter lightly and patiently awaited Brett's contact. Upon their meeting, Kakuzu handed Brett a piece of paper, a chakra test sheet designed to assess his most proficient chakra attribute. It was imperfect, capable only of testing the 5 elemental attributes of wind, fire, earth, water, and lightning. It could not discern the yin or yang attributes, and even if it could, Kakuzu had no techniques to sell. Generally, the techniques of yin and yang were classified as secret arts, tightly guarded by ninja clans to prevent their dissemination. Braid took the chakra test paper and attempted to input his life energy. With a crackle and a rustle, the chakra paper abruptly split in two. One half ignited in a flurry of flames, while the other disintegrated in an instant. The three elemental attributes of wind, fire, and earth were revealed through the varying reactions of the chakra paper, indicating that your chakra reserves are substantial. With an impassive expression, Ango explained, by the way, for water attribute chakra, the test paper becomes damp, and for lightning attribute chakra, the paper crinkles. With a smile, Braid remarked, not bad. The remaining task involves the transformation of chakra properties and the release of chakra through hand seals. In a serious demeanor, Kakuzu handed Braid another piece of paper, stating, select from the techniques I have mastered. I can demonstrate them practically, but it will cost extra. Braid interrupted Kakuzu with a grin. I understand the rules. Now, how much do I owe you? The sound of Kakuzu's small calculator clicked rapidly as he calculated. Considering your straightforwardness, I'll waive a minor part. So it's 100 million berries. Very well, Braid replied, promptly transferring the amount via his phone and extending his hand. I presume you have another copy with the sequence of hand seals? Without further ado, Kakuzu handed Braid yet another sheet of paper. Braid quietly browsed. Observing that most of the techniques mastered by Kakuzu were primarily ninjutsu, genjutsu, and a scant few taijutsu. The ninjutsu was predominantly of the lower and middle tiers, classified into ranks S, A, B, C, D, and E, with the absence of S and A rank techniques. Among the lower tiers, the most fundamental techniques like the shadow clone technique, substitution technique, and transformation technique, along with their derivatives such as water release, water clone technique, were the most prevalent. There were merely 5 B-rank ninjutsu. Would Kakuzu possess the summoning technique or the multi-shadow clone technique, even a weakened version of the shadow clone technique? Braid could not help but feel disappointment as he sighed. Kakuzu frowned and replied, no. What a pity, Braid lamented, yet he understood the reason behind Kakuzu's lack of knowledge. The summoning technique was likely unnecessary for him. In the era when the multi-shadow clone technique and the shadow clone technique were created and widely utilized coincided with his departure from the Land of Waves. However, I am aware of the hand seal sequence for the summoning technique. Kakuzu fixed his gaze on Braid, remarking, you possess considerable knowledge about the Land of Waves. Braid chuckled, expressing a keen interest, suggesting that he might personally explore it in the future. Summoning techniques, C-rank ninjutsu, 1 million berry, he noted. Kakuzu replied. The order of hand seals is as follows. Hai, Su, Yu, Shin, Wei. I advise you to seek out a formidable beast with experience in summoning and to establish a contract, preferably consulting others who possess summoning beasts. Thank you for the reminder. Mr. Kakuzu, Braid responded cheerfully. Oh, if possible, please keep an eye on the multiple shadow clone technique and the shadow clone technique. Money is not an issue. I am left with nothing but wealth. Kakuzu retorted. Let us hope you are not the vice president of the Hunter Association pilfering its assets. Chairman Netero would surely explode my head. Braid jested. A week swiftly passed, and as Braid did not renew his membership, the task-crazed Kakuzu hastily departed, finding himself at the headquarters of the Hunter Association without even a moment to meet Chairman Netero. In early December, the highly anticipated World Conference concluded. Braid, having obtained numerous insider insights, felt that the only noteworthy event from the conference was the supreme leader of the world government, the 5 elders, advocating for the King S7 Warlords plan. Although it ultimately failed to be enacted due to fierce opposition from the kings of the member nations. Other discussions revolved around the usual topics of pirates, the Hunter Association, and the land of Wano. Time flowed by. In the year 1494 of the Sea Circle calendar, the calendar turned to 1495. The year 1495 of the Sea Circle calendar was particularly vibrant. Brett's aunt, Shwefazai, and her husband, Rasky, have welcomed the fruit of their love, naming her Khalifa. They embark on a journey along the Grand Line, with their sights set on the throne of the Pirate King. Gold, Roger, located on the island of Laughtail. The Roger pirates, under his command, successfully navigated through a meticulously orchestrated extermination by the world government in the earlier part of the Grand Line. However, before they could fully regain their composure, they found themselves ensnared in a formidable blockade orchestrated by the formidable pirate Shiki, the Golden Lion, and his grand fleet in the waters of Edwar in the New World. Brett's idea was adopted by the world government. as Cypher Pole orchestrated the revelation of the whereabouts of ancient weapons, prompting the ambitious Golden Lion to seek out the Roger pirates. After a failed attempt to ally with Roger, the enraged Golden Lion resolved to seize the ancient weapons by force. The formidable fleet of the Golden Lion nearly overwhelmed the Roger pirates, yet a tempest, coupled with a peculiar malfunction of the ship's rudder, altered the tide of battle, allowing the Roger pirates to escape by the narrowest of margins. The world was left in astonishment. The year was 1496 of the sea calendar, followed by 1497. Bread was compelled to end his indifferent existence towards the outside world, enduring the relentless grind day by day, amassing primitive capital, and silently awaiting the moment of his own blossoming. For the Pirate King had come into being. At this juncture, Bread had reached the age of 13. Chapter 1. The enigma of the sea circle calendar has been in use for 1,497 years, while the history of Wano country surpasses even that. The world government was established approximately 800 years ago, precisely 775 years in the past. The emergence of the Hunter Association occurred slightly later than that of the world government, roughly 750 years ago. It is rumored that the existence of pirates, whether considered a profession or a force, likely originated from the adventurous hunters of the Hunter Association, treasure hunters, ocean hunters, and the like. Archaeological evidence suggests that the term pirate has been in use for at least 700 years, alongside the legends surrounding the island of Laugh Tale at the end of the Grand Line, where it is said that any pirate who reaches Laugh Tale shall be crowned the Pirate King. For 7 centuries, countless pirates have tirelessly pursued the legend of Laugh Tale and the Pirate King, among them extraordinary geniuses, formidable monsters, and heroic figures, including infamous villains of unspeakable notoriety. Yet, none have turned legend into reality. Not a single shadow of success has been glimpsed. Consequently, drawing from past failures and further fueled by the world government's deliberate embellishments, pirates began to harbor doubts regarding the veracity of the legend, hesitating and ultimately stalling in their quest. It was not until Gold Roger joined the ranks of pirates, unabashedly proclaiming his ambition to reach Laugh Tale and become the Pirate King, that the tides began to shift. Initially, who would believe such a declaration? No one did. People regarded him as an optimistic fool, a dreamer lost in his fantasies, even as this fool repeatedly wrought miracles and circumnavigated the Grand Line. Yet, despite decades of relentless pursuit, he had still not set foot on Laugh Tale, had he? However, what the masses overlooked was the fool's unwavering determination and persistence. Much like the will he claimed to inherit, the ebbs and flows of time, and the indomitable nature of human dreams, these are forces that cannot be thwarted. In the year 1494 of the sea circle calendar, in mid-February, an earth-shattering revelation ignited the world. The Roger pirates had arrived at Laugh Tale, achieving an unprecedented feat. Extra! The Roger pirates have completely conquered the Grand Line, and the throne of the Pirate King belongs to Gold Roger. Breaking news, the Great Pirate Gold Roger has been invited to provide insights into the birth of the Pirate King by the renowned military commentator, Mr. Ripley, analyzing its implications for the future world order. A deluge of news coverage ensued, which the world government could not suppress, nor did they attempt to do so. They simply allowed Gold Roger to vanish, replaced by the looming figure of Gold Roger. What was truly extraordinary was the world government's reaction. Was it one of unwavering confidence? As if foreseen, everything unfolds in an orderly manner. The pirates are reputed to be one of the 3 great powers of the world. Yet, in the eyes of the world government, they may not hold as much significance as the Hunter Association, which serves as the 4th pillar stabilizing the balance among the 3 powers. After all, the unruly nature of pirates has always rendered them a disparate group, unable to unite as a cohesive entity. However, the emergence of the Pirate King possesses a substantial potential to shatter this disunity, consolidating the scattered pirates into a formidable force. What an overwhelming power that would be, especially with the Pirate King also possessing knowledge of the ancient weapons. It is truly bizarre that the world government has shown no vigorous reaction to this development, regardless of the perspective from which one views it. On the 18th day, in Mariewa, responding to a summons from his superiors, Braid returned to the Holy Land. Cypher Pole headquarters. You seem rather at ease, old commander, Braid remarked lazily, reclining on the sofa in Minister Wonist's office, crossing his legs with a playful tone. Is it a facade of calmness masking inner turmoil? Look, your hair has turned gray with worry. Minister Wonist retorted, my hair is naturally white. You rascal. You, on the other hand, are growing increasingly handsome. Minister Wonist laughed heartily, praising Braid's ever-improving appearance. A faint smile played at the corners of Brad's lips. Is the government truly unconcerned? I have received the latest intelligence that the Roger pirates are convening with the Whitebeard pirates in the territory of Wano. If the Pirate King becomes entangled with Wano, either Whitebeard will acknowledge Roger's status as the Pirate King and willingly follow him, leading to a swift consolidation of pirate forces. Moreover, with Roger in possession of knowledge regarding the ancient weapons, shouldn't the government be apprehensive about a crisis in governance? You think too much, Minister Wonist maintained a serene smile, exuding an air of enigma as he replied. Firstly, there are matters I can disclose, and others I cannot. Secondly, Roger's time is limited. The myth of the Pirate King is destined to be but a fleeting moment. He lacks the time to unite the pirate forces and challenge the world order. In short, everything remains well within the government's control. Brad furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, and speculated. At some point, the government changed its stance, deciding not to thwart the Roger pirates, even perhaps to aid them. Minister Wonist remained silent. Was this a new decision made after discovering that Roger's days were numbered? Brad exchanged glances with Minister Wonist and remarked, over 2 years ago, Roger was afflicted with an incurable disease. The Roger pirates scoured for medicine, hoping to sustain Roger's life and complete their final journey together. During this time, they inevitably exposed some clues, and I believe our cipher pole would not overlook them. Thus, did the government alter its course, opting not to impede the Roger pirates, but rather to exploit him for insights into the secrets of Raftel? Minister Wonist deflected. You are aware that Roger is terminally ill? I learned, quite by chance, that the Roger pirates have made contact with hunters from the Hunter Association just a few days ago. Brad lied without hesitation. Minister Wonist, chewing heartily, mumbled, your information is outdated. The Roger pirates disbanded after their meeting with the Whitebeard pirates in Wano. So, you summoned me back to pursue the members of the Roger pirates who have scattered? Brad inquired. Minister Wonist replied, yes, indeed. It is entirely up to you. Besides you and the Golden Guardian squad, I have organized several other teams, such as Anderson and Tornado, Esters and the Red-Haired Demons, and Millard. Best of luck to you, young Brad. Cipher Pole is also due for an upgrade. I understand. Farewell, old commander. Brad waved as he departed. Chapter 2. Doubts come, call me daddy. Brad could hardly conceal his playful tone as he beckoned to Altair. Why the sudden distance? Though 2 years had passed since their last meeting, they often conversed via phone and video. Unbeknownst to him, Altair was now 5.5 years old, nearly 6, far removed from her infant days, once resembling a newly born little mouse in her awkward cuteness. Her white hair was grown long and tied into twin ponytails with red ribbons, adorned in a black princess dress paired with pure white knee-high socks. Her delicate features rendered her appearance impeccable, resembling a noble lady. Yet the only disconcerting aspect was her unique pair of eyes. Clearly at an age of understanding, Altair was remarkably precocious. She was well aware of her status as an adopted orphan and understood that Brad was merely 7 or 8 years her senior, rendering the notion of him being her father impossible. Consequently, she had long ceased to call him daddy, though Brad often teased her with recordings of her past missteps. Puffing up her cheeks, Altair remained motionless at the threshold of her bedroom. Don't tease little Altair, Brad. Shafa, cradling the 2-year-old Khalifa, chimed in. Come, call him uncle. Khalifa. He is Uncle Brad. Khalifa inherited the striking golden hair characteristic of her maternal lineage, a cherubic figure with rosy cheeks. However, her eyes possess a certain peculiarity, appearing quite dreamy as she is naturally nearsighted. In her uncle's embrace, Khalifa curiously scrutinized Braid, her words somewhat jumbled as she attempted to wriggle free from her mother's constraints. Brett smiled as he took over from Khalifa. You entertain the child for a while, and I shall prepare a meal for you all. It's a rare occasion for me to be home. Shwefazi hurriedly tidied up and donned an apron. There's no need for that, my dear aunt, Brett replied, for there are others awaiting my attention. Disappointed, Shwefazi lamented. Everyone seems to be so busy. Braid smiled silently. After a moment, he abruptly stated, I will take Altair away in due time. Shwefazi was taken aback. Why? I can take good care of little Altair. Is it because of Khalifa? I raised little Altair. She is my daughter as well. You are too agitated, Aunt Shwefazi, Braid replied. It has nothing to do with Khalifa. Otherwise, I would have taken Altair when you were pregnant. Shwefazi, dissatisfied, pressed for details. Then why? I must begin to cultivate her. imparting the strength for self-preservation and instilling resilience. Braid turned, his gaze fixed on Altair. What are your thoughts? If you are content with mediocrity, consider my words unspoken. Without hesitation, Altair responded, I am willing. I wish to first attend the Cipher Pole Agent Academy for foundational training. Even blowing snow has gone. Very well, Braid said, dialing his phone, and after a brief conversation, he concluded, tomorrow, join blowing snow to report to the Cipher Pole Agent Academy. Be independent, my daughter. After visiting Shwef Faji, Khalifa, and Altair, Braid promptly took his leave to meet with the Golden Guardian team led by Captain Wolf. The information has been gathered, Lord Braid. Alhambra presented a stack of papers to him, comprised of the world government's bounty notices regarding the entire Roger Pirates crew. The bounty amounts were generally quite extravagant, with only a few individuals having less than 100 million berries. The criteria for the world government's bounties were not solely based on the strength or crimes of the wanted individuals, but rather the degree of danger they posed at times. This did not correlate with their strength or criminal acts. Pirates and criminals within the Grand Line had bounties exceeding those active across the seas. Those who violated the intentions of the world government or posed a threat to the Celestial Dragon community had significantly higher bounties than others. That is the established standard for the world government's bounty notices. The Roger Pirates fulfilled both criteria. What should we do, Lord Braid? The sweet, delicate voice of Lilith reached him, accompanied by her triangular, snake-like visage, sending shivers down Braid's spine. I inquired with my colleagues in CP4. The Roger Pirates have disbanded, and the members have scattered. It is exceedingly challenging to trace their whereabouts. Braid endeavored to quell his racing heart as he continued to peruse the bounty notices for all members of the Roger Pirates. Soon he questioned, Are you certain this is the bounty list for the entire Roger Pirates? His words were laced with skepticism. Ahanbura promptly responded with utmost seriousness, I assure you. Nothing has been overlooked. Braid openly challenged. Then it must be that the intelligence operations of CP3 and CP4 are flawed and lack thoroughness. The ship's doctor who extended the life of the Pirate King, Kurokas, and the apprentice sailor of the Roger Pirates, Shanks, were two familiar faces conspicuously absent from the bounty list. While it could be excused that Cipher Pole was unaware of Kurokas's presence, given that he had joined the crew midway, it was unfathomable that they were oblivious to Shanks, who had accompanied the Pirate King for several years. Moreover, Cipher Pole was aware of another apprentice sailor, Buggy. What could this signify? A conspiracy? Brett's mind was a whirlwind of suspicions, silently pondering whether the world government was merely extending a favor to Shanks. Meanwhile, Bell remained silent, gesturing discreetly. Mr. Wolf, Colonel insists that we adhere strictly to protocol. Ahanbura translated automatically. Brett pondered. Indeed, adhering to the rules, this assessment tests our execution capabilities. Assessment? Alhambra wrote. Brett did not elaborate, simply stating, Lily, Ricky, Rubrig, you are to remain here. I require your intelligence support. I implore you. Turning to Alhambra, he added, Mr. Wolf, let us proceed with minimal encumbrance to apprehend the members of the Roger Pirate crew. Yes, my lord Brett, came the reply. Hey, Lily, I am your husband. Ricky interjected. Leave me be. The quarrel between Lily and her jealous husband Ricky unfolded, seemingly oblivious to the occasion. Our primary target is who, my lord Brett? Alhambra inquired. As Brett strolled along, he remarked, the captain of the Roger Pirates Combat Division, the Great Axe Shanks Jabba, carries a bounty of 840 million berries. What do you think? Alhambra was taken aback. Isn't the challenge too formidable? Oh, perhaps we should shift our focus to the Roger Pirates' first mate, Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, who boasts a bounty of 1.3 billion berries. How does that sound? On board the airship, Brett, seemingly earnest as he perused the newspaper, sought to alleviate the growing anxiety of Alhambra, who was questioning the validity of targeting the formidable captain of the Roger Pirates, the Great Axe Shanks Jabba, with such a substantial bounty. Alhambra was deeply troubled, exclaiming, that is the right-hand man of the Pirate King, an even more terrifying figure. Just teasing you, Brett chuckled, folding the newspaper and playfully patting Alhambra on the head. I am still quite young. There is no need to hasten the end of my days, is there? Relieved, Alhambra sat down, his heart still racing from Brett's reckless jest. The Roger Pirates disbanded after their meeting with the Whitebeard Pirates in the land of Wano, scattering in various directions. Brett pondered how CP3 and CP4 had acquired such intelligence, expressing confusion as to why, despite knowing that the Roger Pirates disbanded after their meeting with the Whitebeard Pirates in Wano. They lacked clarity regarding the whereabouts of the so-called scattered members. Bread rested his chin on his hand, contemplating their predicament. We are utterly bewildered. We must first gather intelligence on the movements of the Roger Pirates members before we can proceed with our pursuit. Alhambra opened his mouth to speak. Is it because of the land of Wano? Just how highly does the government regard Wano? I can assure you. Wano is one of the places where Cipher Pol invests the most resources in intelligence gathering. Moreover, due to civil strife, Wano has closed its borders, harboring no outsiders, including pirates. The Roger and Whitebeard pirates are both formidable pirate crews. Their presence in Wano could significantly sway the outcome of the internal conflict. I suspect that the forces within Wano would be reluctant to accept them, potentially even momentarily uniting to resist them. Even with Kazuki Oden, the former 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, now acting as a guide for the Roger pirates, and the prominent daimyo of the 9 Red Scabbards mediating. It is likely that Wano would only permit the Roger and Whitebeard pirates to land on the affiliated islands of the world's largest island they occupy, and even then, with strict time limitations. Regardless of the implications for the government, this is a sensational matter for Wano, with clearly defined parameters. Cipher Pol, lurking within Wano, cannot possibly be unaware of the orders to investigate. If they manage to ascertain the details of the Roger pirates disbanding after their meeting with the Whitebeard pirates in Wano, why are they not informed about the whereabouts of the so-called scattered members? Brett's incessant chatter ultimately ceased, faltering under the weight of illogical reasoning. Alhambra interjected. Even if the members of the Roger pirates are numerous, it should not be impossible for our intelligence department to track specific individuals, right? Brett raised his hands in exasperation. Absolutely not. Can you believe it? This is not a mere oversight. Cipher Pol has not deteriorated to such a degree. Either the government or the upper echelons of Cipher Pol are concealing something from us. Alhambra pondered for a moment before responding. So, where do we go from here? We have neither a target nor a destination. Let us put on a show. At the very least, we can report to our superiors that we made an effort. Brett sighed deeply. Alhambra replied, I was just joking with you. Brett's expression shifted dramatically as he mischievously teased Alhambra. While I may lack a target, I certainly have a destination. Lilith and the others remaining in Mary Geos are tracking the movements of the Roger Pirates members, and so shall we. Think about it. Who other than us in Cipher Pol has ears sharp enough to gather intelligence? Alhambra inquired. The information hunters? Indeed. The network of the information hunters is indeed worth utilizing, Brett affirmed. My position as the Vice President of the Hunter Association and the Chairman of the Hunter Association Coordination Committee is not merely ceremonial. Orders have already been issued regarding the gathering of information on the Roger Pirates members. Alhambra expressed surprise. So, where are we headed? To Reverse Mountain and Twin Cape. We shall lie in wait, Brett replied, offering no further explanation as he reclined on the sofa, awkwardly directing his gaze towards Bell, shifting the topic. Mr. Wolf, are you unwilling to speak, or simply unable to? Bell remained silent, locking eyes with Brett. This is rather dull, Brett chuckled, unfazed by the awkwardness. Might you demonstrate your powers? I've delved into your background and am quite curious about your abilities. Braid indeed conducted an investigation into Bell's background and discovered that he had once served as a captain in the Holy Lands garrison. His codename as a Cipher Pol agent, Wolf Lieutenant, signifies the potency of his abilities combined with his past military experience. Bell did not hesitate. In an instant, perhaps mere fractions of a second, a pure white giant wolf materialized, massive, elegant, yet ferocious, evoking an involuntary shudder. Almost immediately, an inexplicable white substance floated through the air, and the colossal wolf gradually rose to stand on 2 legs, transforming into a creature with a wolf's head, claws, and fur, yet possessing the robust physique of a human. As swiftly as it had appeared, the beast vanished, leaving Bell seated quietly to the side. Applause erupted. Impressive, Braid exclaimed with a smile. Truly. This is a rare devil fruit akin to the natural type, an animal-type mythical beast, the human fruit, werewolf model. Braid was primarily observing Bell's demeanor. Among the 5 members of the Golden Guardian team, Lily, Rick, and Rubrick, he felt unconcerned, confident he could manage Alhambra effortlessly. However, Bell presented a different challenge. His strength and silence made it exceedingly difficult for Braid to gauge his mindset. Based on Bell's performance, Braid deemed it satisfactory. Bell resolutely adhered to the principles of the Golden Guardian team, which entailed following Braid's directives without hesitation, ensuring his safety at all costs until either all members perished in battle or Braid's mission was concluded. Chapter 4, Combatants, chefs. In ship's doctors, the tumultuous ocean currents surge relentlessly, reaching into the white clouds above, not mere embellishments, but an awe-inspiring display of nature's might. Where the turbulent waters defied the conventional wisdom of gravity, soaring upward at an angle exceeding 60 degrees toward the heavens. This singularly magnificent sight marked the Great Route's starting point, known as Reverse Mountain, towering into the clouds. This segment of the Red Earth continent is uniquely positioned at one of the intersections shaped by the two windless zones that outline the Great Route. The other intersection being Mariewa. The Great Route commences and concludes here, with Mariewa dividing it into the first half and the New World. Moreover, the ocean currents, influenced by climatic temperature variations, facilitate the natural energy for vessels to navigate up and down. Centuries ago, pioneers established 5 broad artificial canals at this juncture, connecting the 4 seas and the Great Route, enabling freedom of passage across these waters during certain periods. While fraught with peril, this endeavor undeniably shattered the shackles of regional isolation. Thus, the extraordinary synergy of nature's wonders and human ingenuity is epitomized by Reverse Mountain. Is this a jest? Upon first encountering the inverted mountain of Alhambra, I stood in awe, my mouth agape. The Mosquito Girl, also witnessing the inverted mountain for the first time, expressed her sentiments with a simple exclamation, "Wow." In contrast, Brad, who was likewise seeing the inverted mountain for the first time, bore a demeanor as nonchalant as that of a seasoned wolf. Having presumably seen the inverted mountain countless times before, we should disembark. With a swift motion, the Mosquito Girl lifted Brad into the air, while Belle assisted Alhambra in bouncing downwards, and together, the 4 departed from the cargo ship poised to ascend the mountain. Upon landing, twin lighthouses flanked the entrance to the Grand Line, known as the Twin Cape. Their purpose was to illuminate the dynamics of ocean currents, primarily guiding those within the Grand Line on when to venture forth into the vast seas. According to Brad's calculations, the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape, Kurikasu, who had prolonged the Pirate King's life and achieved a complete conquest of the Grand Line, had yet to return. If he were to return, it was believed that even if the Roger Pirates had disbanded and its members scattered, there would still be those who recognized him as the great benefactor of the entire crew, willing to ensure his safe passage home. This was the rationale behind Brad's patient waiting. As the days stretched on, the sun began to set, casting a crimson twilight. When a small vessel drifted closer to Twin Cape, a robust middle-aged man disembarked, characterized by a prominent chin, small eyes concealed behind spectacles, and black hair wrapped in a turban, with golden locks on either side resembling wings. "Kurikasu, you have arrived," came a sinister chuckle, startling Kurikasu, who had intended to thank the man on the boat for their farewell. "How swift! A lackey of the world government? Your nose is quite keen." 2 other figures leapt from the ship, neither of whom appeared particularly strong, yet each stood around 3 meters tall with substantial physiques. One was fair-skinned, with a horse-like face, thick lips, and a mane-like hairstyle. The other, dark-skinned, round-faced, with bulging eyes and a bald head. They positioned themselves to shield Kurikasu from harm. The combatant of the Roger Pirates, Hawk, had a bounty of 340 million berries, while the crew's cook, Lusalai, bore a bounty of 280 million berries. Feigning nonchalance, Brad casually perused the wanted posters of the entire Roger crew that he had memorized, declaring, "And you, the most contemptible of all, lacking a bounty. Yet you are the ship's doctor who aided Roger in extending his life. Have I been discovered?" Kurikasu's voice resonated deeply. Brett collected the bounty notices of all members of the Roger Pirates and declared, "There is no wall that does not let the wind through. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter. Kalokas, Hook, Laziri, you are under arrest on charges of piracy, taking lives indiscriminately, endangering public safety, and aiding Roger. Do you have any defense to offer? If not, surrender quietly. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to end your lives." "Is aiding Roger a crime as well?" "Such is the style of the world government," Kalokas remarked, feeling the absurdity of the situation. Hook, brandishing a spear, aimed it at Brett and retorted, "A pirate who surrenders obediently is no true pirate. Do not speak so arrogantly, Brett." Lazari scoffed coldly. Brett sighed, "What a pity." A relentless swarm of mosquitoes buzzed and danced around them, swiftly obstructing the retreat of the 3 from Kurokas, while the Mosquito Queen seized control of their vessel. Brett clasped his hands in a seal. "Ninjutsu?" As a seasoned warrior of the Roger Pirates, Huck, attuned to the nuances of power, cautioned, "Be wary. It is abrupt." Brett spread his hands, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Whoosh! Almost soundlessly, a massive white wolf plunged from the heights, aiming to bite. Boom. The earth shattered. Dust billowing. Not only did it fail to eliminate its target, but it didn't even inflict any injury. Truly, the Roger Pirates are formidable. With his observation hockey, Red discerned that the wolf's ambush had been thwarted. He swiftly formed hand seals again. Earth style, earth spear. The earth style, earth spear. One of the few B-rank ninjutsu he had mastered did not merely shape earthen spears to strike foes. Rather, it utilized the flow of chakra to harden his skin. Akin to the armament hockey, the quantity and quality of chakra determined its hardness, rendering him as resilient and sharp as a spear. Without hesitation, Red plunged into the thick smoke, launching a fierce assault with earth style, earth spear, complemented by his observation hockey. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of metal reverberated. Yokai, employing the genuine armament hockey alongside his observation hockey, managed to withstand Brett's onslaught. Chapter 5. No more than this as the sea breeze blew and the smoke dissipated. There was no doubt about Cypher Pole's tactics. Back to back, Yokai remained intensely focused, his gaze fixed on Bread, who resembled a cunning fox encircling a flock of chickens. Warning his two companions once more, be cautious. The Roger Pirates had undoubtedly engaged with various branches of the world government, especially before claiming the title of Pirate King. As they sought to gather the historical texts and delve into the enigmatic century of history, this pursuit inadvertently led them to the discovery of ancient weaponry, greatly violating the taboos of the world government, which in turn subjected them to fierce suppression from the Navy, Cypher Pole, and even the Holy Land's defense forces. Each member of the Roger Pirates had experienced the relentless pursuit by the Navy's formidable fleet, the overwhelming barrage of cannon fire, and the meticulously organized encirclements. They had also personally faced an unknown military assault, narrowly escaping to realize that their assailants were the land forces guarding Mariewa for the world government. Yet, the most chilling aspect was the pervasive infiltration of Cypher Pole, characterized by intelligence theft, sowing discord, subversion, assassination, and an array of treacherous tactics that had led to significant losses. The Devil Fruit user was likely a Zoan-type, mythical beast. Rosairi remained vigilant of the wolf officer, analyzing. A peculiar creature, astonishingly swift. I struck him, yet he remained unscathed. Bell's werewolf fruit possessed a fascinating ability, described simply as shifting shadows during high-speed movement. It could seamlessly switch between wolf, werewolf, and human forms, manifesting tangible form only when attacking, rendering him elusive the rest of the time, a far cry from the legendary creature known as a werewolf. The werewolf fruit indeed boasted formidable strengths, but came with considerable weaknesses, particularly its aversion to silver. However, this flaw could be mitigated through the mastery of armament hockey, which Bell had adeptly learned to exploit. Kuroka's observed Mosquito Girl, noting, a perilous breed of subhuman beast, the swarm of mosquitoes around her is under her control, and likely, there are others nearby to assist. They were responsible for coordinating reinforcements. Poised to join the fray at the opportune moment, Hyuk unleashed his observation hockey, his expression growing ever more resolute. We must swiftly vanquish them. Otherwise, our adversaries will multiply. In the distance, Alhambra trembled, desperately wishing to convey to Coloccas that he was merely a lowly, inconspicuous figure, utterly incapable of participating in their battle. He was certainly not a responsible liaison or a reserve force waiting for the opportune moment to join the fray. However, Alhambra's role was precisely designated by Braid as a smokescreen to confound the enemy. Oh, discovered. Braid theatrically proclaimed, it is too late. Even if you have realized it, you cannot thwart us. Our reinforcements have already been notified and are en route. By imposing sufficient psychological pressure on the enemy and taking commensurate actions, only then can we induce despair in them. Swift as lightning, with agile finesse, Braid possesses both remarkable chakra quality and quantity, allowing his body, reinforced by the Earth Release, Earth Spear technique, to attain a strength comparable to steel. This, combined with the Six Styles martial arts, amplifies his offensive and defensive capabilities, rendering him unafraid of close combat. With a swift motion, he executed the Gale-like technique, pivoting on his left foot as his right leg lashed out like a battle blade, fierce and serpentine. The impact resounded through the air as he unleashed a powerful sweep. Interestingly, Braid's choice of target was unconventional. He bypassed both Hook and Ruxalai, turning his back to them, and delivered a forceful kick that sent Coloccas flying. The consequence, however, was that he too was struck by the fists of Hook and Ruxalai. Nevertheless, the triangular formation of Hook, Ruxalai, and Coloccas was undoubtedly shattered. Mr. Wolf Commander, Joanna, You have 3 minutes, Braid exclaimed as he swiftly regained his footing to re-engage Hook and Ruxalai. Deal with him. Joanna understood Braid's intent. The mosquito girl took to the air, her scythe-like claws enveloped in haki, and in the blink of an eye, she closed in on Coloccus. Humph, old man. Your time is up. Coloccus, brandishing a harpoon, wore a grave expression, aware that he might be the weakest link among Hook, Ruxalai, and himself. He realized that the enemies had amassed their strength to eliminate him first, intending to subsequently dismantle Hook and Ruxalai with a cunning and insidious strategy. Silently, a white silhouette darted forward. Coloccus swung his harpoon in a desperate attempt to defend himself. However, Bell was swifter, ensnaring Coloccus's arms. Die. Without hesitation, the mosquito girl, having meticulously planned this assault, joined Bell in the strike. With a swift motion, her haki-imbued scythe claws pierced through Bell's illusory form and then penetrated Coloccus's chest. Even though Coloccus attempted to counter with his own haki, it was evidently insufficient. The mosquito girl, a super dangerous species of subhuman beast, possessed an exoskeleton that rivaled the haki of ordinary humans, not to mention her mastery of haki itself. Coloccus, Doctor. Hook and Ruxalai's eyes widened in rage as they unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks towards Braid, like a tempest unleashed. Braid retreated, forming hand seals, earth release, subterranean voyage. This C-rank ninjutsu softened the ground, causing Braid to vanish like a stone sinking into a river. Hook and Ruxalai were poised to step in and rescue Coloccus. Earth release, a heart decapitation technique. With a sudden thrust, Braid skillfully executed the technique, ensnaring the distracted and unprepared Hook and Ruxalai into the earth, leaving only their heads above ground. Yet, the assault was not over. Earth release, and hell. This C-rank ninjutsu further softened the terrain while creating a whirlpool effect, dragging Hook and Ruxalai into a man-made mire. Hook struggled and roared in desperation as Braid shifted his approach from brute force to a more subtle method, leaving him unable to exert his strength amidst his panic and fury. Suddenly, with a swift motion, thud, thud, 2 finger guns pierced the throats of Hook and Ruxalai. Braid was a masterful assassin, proficient in the art of the kill. Mr. Wolf Captain, Braid remarked, giving a thumbs up. Bell pondered for a moment before responding with a silent smile. Braid, typically a stoic individual, suddenly smiles at you after committing an act of murder. What could this signify? I seek clarification. Is it not akin to the Roger Pirates? The mosquito woman casually flicks the blood from her hands, seemingly bored. With a deft flick of his wrist, Braid summoned the manifestation of gluttony, seizing the opportunity to extract the life energy of Coloccus and Ruxalai while they were still clinging to life. Although the Roger Pirates boasted a selection of elites, their numbers were still considerable. Not every member was a Dark King or a great axe hero. Braid remarked, let us not underestimate ourselves. Moreover, in the realm of strategy, the unprepared often falter. They possess no inkling of our capabilities. In the end, it is victory that matters. Chapter 6, Curiosity. The journey back to Mariewa aboard the ship, within the confines of the cabin. After considerable reflection, Braid curbed his avaricious desires, opting to extract only the life energy from Coloccus and Ruxalai, ensuring to capture photographic evidence of their identities. Otherwise, he would be left with 2 lifeless corpses to present at Mariewa. Cypher Pole would not deny the merit of his actions. Yet he would inevitably face the complications of an ensuing investigation. Coloccus, though pierced through the chest by the claws of the mosquito woman, had not yet succumbed to death. At this moment, Coloccus lay supine upon the sickbed, his chest and abdomen swathed in bandages reminiscent of a mummy, his pallor stark against the sheets. His physical state was frail, yet his spirit remained unyielding, as he cast a glare of unmitigated disdain that clashed with Braid's gaze. There are those who can slay with mere looks, but that individual is not you. Thus, Braid smiled brightly. Spare yourself the fruitless effort. Let us exchange pleasantries with a smile. Allow me to introduce myself. Let us engage in a cordial dialogue. Coloccus closed his eyes for a moment, seemingly pondering the situation. Should he introduce himself out of courtesy before asking another to do the same? Indeed, Braid wholeheartedly agreed and formally stated, I am Braid Heyman. I am Coloccus, aged 48, blood type AB, Gemini, with a passion for painting. Coloccus interjected, interrupting Braid as he spoke. Braid, with an effort to suppress his emotions, maintained a professional facade of a smile. First question, what does Raftel Island hold? Curious? Go find out for yourself. Coloccus scoffed mockingly, I highly doubt it. You, a pack of hounds for the world government, will never experience the taste of freedom, nor will you ever have the opportunity to visit Raftel Island. You call us hounds for the world government. Such audacity in your truth. Do not forget, you are a citizen of a nation allied with the world government. Appointed as the administrator of the Twin Cape Lighthouse by domestic mandate, yet you draw a salary while neglecting your duties to live as a pirate. In other words, you too are a hound for the world government, and a treacherous one at that, Bread retorted with sarcasm. Does your conscience not ache, Mr. Coloccus? Coloccus fell silent, replying, I have already forsaken it. You have abandoned your conscience? Bread inquired. Coloccus's expression darkened. Indeed, I have abandoned my nationality and my homeland, he asserted with unwavering conviction. Now, I am merely a pirate of the Roger Pirates. Brett's words were sharp, delivering a striking blow. Unfortunately, the Roger Pirates have disbanded. There are no companions, no captain, no flag. You are merely a drifter upon the seas. Coloccus fell silent. Do not tell me what lies on Raftel, and as for arriving at Mariehua, there are plenty who would urge you to speak willingly, Bread continued. Let us change the subject. Why assist Roger? To this new inquiry from Bread, Coloccus responded succinctly. His tone tinged with the joy of fond memories. His personal charm captivated me. Personal charm? What kind of person was he? Bread inquired, propping his chin on one hand. Intrigued, Coloccus smiled innocently, offering no reply. Bread understood that Curious would no longer speak, so he casually perused the newspaper to stay informed about current affairs. After a week of traveling by airship and ship, he arrived at Mary Geos, the headquarters of Cipher Paul. Hello, I am still dining, young Bread, exclaimed Minister Onest. Nearly retching at the sight of the two corpses displayed by Bread, one of them a half-dead individual with untreated wounds exuding a foul odor. Brett calmly remarked, You eat numerous meals each day. Missing one is hardly a catastrophe. Consider it a means of weight loss and a way to alleviate hypertension. I am doing this for your benefit, Minister Wunched. He gestured towards the two desiccated corpses and then pointed at Coloccus, stating, He is not listed on the government's wanted poster, but I firmly believe he is an unrepentant member of the Roger Pirates. Minister Wunched raised an eyebrow, intrigued. One of the ship's doctors for the Roger Pirates, responsible for treating Roger's terminal illness and ensuring his conquest of the Grand Line. The mastermind behind his ascension to the title of Pirate King. Brett smiled faintly. Minister Wunch's eyes widened in exaggerated astonishment, exclaiming, What a bountiful catch. Young Brett, you have indeed delivered splendid news. Your efforts are commendable. He promptly instructed his secretary to escort Coloccus away, whispering a few directives. What of the others? Have they yielded no results? Brett reclined casually against the sofa. Minister Wunch replied, Not yet. The others have yet to produce any findings. The government cannot possibly be unaware of the whereabouts of certain specific members of the Roger Pirates. Why withhold such intelligence, Commander? Brett furrowed his brow. Minister Wunch continued, How did you manage to locate them? Brett fabricated a response based on our intelligence from the Hunter Association and some credible rumors. I reconstructed the itinerary of the Roger Pirates over the past 2 years, deducing that they lingered around Reverse Mountain. After that, there were no further rumors of their search for a doctor, so I focused on the area at the entrance of the Grand Line, lying in wait. Brett feigned nonchalance. Well, my luck has been rather splendid. Minister Wunch pondered. The government is indeed aware of the whereabouts of a select few members of the Roger Pirates, though only a handful. After all, the dissolution of the Roger Pirates occurred in Wano, and our agents are not privy to all the information. Moreover, the Whitebeard Pirates are vigorously shielding the Roger Pirates. In any case, the government has dispatched Holy Shield to carry out a covert capture of those individuals, requiring no external assistance. Is the government seeking to apprehend them alive to uncover the truth behind Laugh-Tale? Brett casually inquired. Minister Wunch admonished, Do not let your curiosity run rampant, young Brett. It is tiresome. Brett grimaced. Minister Wunch remarked, Without intelligence sources, the mission to hunt down the Roger Pirates is unlikely to succeed. You must be mentally prepared. It is not merely a matter of laziness on our part. Brett responded, Indeed. Minister Wunch sighed. All right. I am not unreasonable. You are a reasonable person? Brett blinked innocently. How do we account for our contributions? I have been sitting here for quite some time. Minister Wunch paused. Chapter 7. You are seeking other dogs behind my back. Congratulations on your new achievement, Lord Brett. I commend your strength and wisdom, as well as your beauty and talent. All of these qualities shine so brightly that I find myself unable to gaze directly upon them. Truly, you are the most extraordinary genius of Cypherpole in nearly 8 centuries. This unabashed flattery, often deemed excessive by others, indeed resembles the sycophancy of a lapdog. Braid's lips twitched, interrupting Nishigumi, and he said, Very well, Mr. Nishigumi. I have come to visit you for a reason. I am all ears. Nishigumi replied without hesitation, continuing. Please, take a seat. Would you care for something to drink? Are you aware of the summoning techniques known as Ray in the Land of Harmony? Braid casually settled onto the sofa, gesturing for Nishigumi to join him and not to fuss. Nishigumi cautiously took his seat, his backside precariously perched on the small stool opposite Braid, and responded, Indeed. It is a remarkable ability tied to space and time, through specialized means. Ninjas can summon creatures or weapons from thousands of miles away to aid in battle. The government once invested substantial resources to study it, hoping to alleviate logistical challenges faced by the Navy and the Holy Land's defense forces during expeditions, even to achieve transdimensional tactical strikes. Oh, and what was the outcome? Braid inquired with keen interest, secretly noting the wealth of knowledge Nishigumi possessed. Nishigumi shook his head. It came to naught. The rumor is that the most crucial aspect of comprehending the summoning techniques lies in the contracts. The blood contracts and non-blood contracts, along with the subtle yet significant differences among each type, pose an insurmountable challenge. I see, Braid remarked, momentarily taken aback, before shifting the conversation, your Empyrean compendium. The Longo is said to meticulously document the maps of various nations, particularly the territories governed by the world government, along with resources, products, and locations in comprehensive detail. Furthermore, it even predicts potential cataclysmic natural disasters on its final pages, does it not? Nishigumi nodded. Indeed. How may I assist you? I seek to locate formidable, super dangerous species of magical beasts to experiment with the summoning techniques. Would you be so kind as to investigate where they may be found? Braid pondered for a moment before adding, Ideally, they should be of a kind that once served humanity. The corpulent Minister Wanister had not credited Braid or his team for their achievements, merely noting them down. And since there was currently no information on other members of the Roger Pirates, Braid took a leave of absence. Nishigumi hesitated, cautiously lifting his gaze to observe Braid's expression, and said with utmost care, Lord Braid, not all super dangerous magical beasts share the amiable temperament of your Miss Joanna. Most of them are inherently savage. Brett turned sideways, inadvertently meeting the mournful gaze of the mosquito woman, which unmistakably conveyed her reproach. How could you seek companionship with another dog behind my back? Understanding her sentiments, he hastily pretended not to notice her sorrowful eyes. He then resumed his conversation with Shigong. You certainly seem to care about me. Shigong responded with a sheepish smile, saying, I must remember how my bread is earned. Braid remained silent. Nishinamiya, however, sliced her finger, allowing her blood to drip onto the monstrous eye depicted on the cover of the Tome of Imperial Artifacts, Longo, as if performing some ancient ritual. Soon, the results manifested. Here, take a look. Nishinamiya unfolded the Tome of Imperial Artifacts, Longo. Braid perused the pages, densely inscribed with crimson characters. Among the plethora of intelligence options, over a dozen in number, only 2 warranted his attention upon meticulous examination. These see, the Sky Island Cloud Nest, and the Azure Dragon Clan. The material employed in the ever-changing Imperial artifact, the Crosstail, is derived from the fur of the Azure Dragon. 8 centuries ago, before the establishment of the world government, the Azure Dragon Clan was an ally of the precursor to the world government. However, as the dragon remains elusive and the world government has since taken shape, the Azure Dragon Clan has not been seen, and the current circumstances of the Cloud Nest remain shrouded in mystery. In the New World, on the wild wasteland island, resides the giant Centipede Clan. This clan has made appearances far more frequently than the Azure Dragon Clan, posing a significant threat. They do not always ally with the world government. At times, they are adversaries. Periodically, they forge agreements with human beings, departing from the wild wasteland island to wreak havoc. Their motives are devoid of purpose, driven solely by a penchant for destruction, slaughter, and annihilation. Regardless, whether it be the Azure Dragon Clan or the giant Centipede Clan, both are ruled by dragon-level super dangerous beasts, satisfying Braid's quest for formidable super dangerous species. Furthermore, both clans have certain ties to the world government, aligning with Braid's previous role as a human assistant, actively engaged in the world. Persevere and endure, Mr. Shigong, Braid rose, as if making a casual remark while simultaneously offering a promise to Shigong. Naturally, Shigong interpreted Braid's words as a commitment, overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, Lord Braid. Upon departing Shigong's office, Braid, Mosquito Girl puffed her chubby cheeks, murmuring nothing but the name Braid. Braid, feeling helpless, remarked, All right, Joanna. I have long conveyed to you that you are my sister, not merely a younger sibling. I do not perceive you as a dangerously perilous magical beast. Hence I shall never permit you to enter into a spirit contract. Do not throw a tantrum. Despite her discontent, the mosquito girl did not oppose Brett's resolute stance. Little Brett. With a flourish, a surprise descended from the heavens. The Dragon Knight had returned, the immense force nearly toppling Brett. For heaven's sake, tornado, Brett exhaled. His words poised to be more severe but transforming into a gentle admonition. Behave yourself. You are a girl, so please exhibit a bit of decorum. Tornado scoffed. How is it that you returned without Father Anderson guiding you as a trainee agent? With no other recourse, Brett chose to shift the conversation. Boring. I'm done with this. Tornado crossed her arms, fuming. Brett, how capricious. What are you up to? Tornado leapt with joy as if seeing a friend engaged in a game. Add me in, please. Brett. After much deliberation, Brett remarked. If you can secure the approval from above, we have a matter to discuss. The world government regards Tornado as a prized asset, and Brett cannot afford to be reckless. The repercussions would be too great to bear. Chapter 8. The mischievous child. Little Bread, I'm hungry. Little Bread, I'm thirsty. Little Bread, I want. To Brett's astonishment, the upper echelon of the world government actually consented to Tornado, leaving Mariewa with him in pursuit of the spirit beasts. Naturally, the government acknowledged the perilous nature of this journey, which could potentially lead to Tornado's demise. Thus, they assigned Bread, along with Mosquito Girl, the entire 5-member team of Golden Guardians, and Father Anderson, a total of 8 individuals, to accompany Tornado. They decreed that in the event of an insurmountable and catastrophic unknown crisis, the safety of Tornado must be prioritized above all else. Should any harm befall her, they would all face the most severe military tribunal. It was evident that Tornado exhibited a lack of awareness regarding the trouble she caused, displaying a rather excessive stubbornness, which left Brett feeling exasperated. As if he were on the verge of assisting her to the restroom. He had never even treated his own daughter, Altair, in such a manner. Who is that little brat? Even Master Bread can't handle her? Peered Lilykith through the crack of the door, curiously muttering. Ahabra turned pale with fright and quickly warned. You must not utter terms like little brat, shorty, or anything of that sort. If you value your life. Eh? The triangular-faced Lilykith, her square husband Ricky, and the rotund Rubrig were taken aback by Ahabra's fervent reaction. Do you remember when I said, I have seen the illegitimate daughter of God, believe it or not? Ahabra said with a heavy heart, his expression serious. She is indeed. She is the one we cannot accept, cannot dare to envy or resent. A genius among geniuses, surpassing even Master Bread and Lady Esteth. Are you joking? Lilykith gasped, her mouth agape, as she was known to be quite verbose. Ahabra merely shook his head, indicating that he was not jesting. Suddenly, a strong hand rested upon Ahabra's neck. Mr. Wolf Colonel. Ahabra jumped in shock. Bell gestured with his hand across his mouth from right to left. Silence is golden. Understood. Ahabra replied. Meanwhile, within the cabin, the childlike Tornado delightedly sipped her milk through a straw, her little legs swinging as she watched animated cartoons on the computer. Brett engaged in a conversation with Father Anderson. Why have you taken to studying chakra again, my child? Father Anderson expressed his confusion towards Brett. Brett chuckled, intrigued, and remarked, curious, indeed. Human energy and time are finite. Anderson, with a tone of earnest persuasion, cautioned, the talent you possess, if nurtured with diligence, is more than sufficient to pave your path to success. Yet, by dispersing your focus and time on learning the art of dominance, and now wishing to delve into the utilization of chakra, could it not be perceived as a tad excessive? The government has its own instances wherein such overextension has led to mediocrity, a consequence of insufficient innate ability. Brett, radiating confidence, replied, Worry not for me, Father Anderson. Anderson sighed, May the glory of the Lord bless you. Amen. Thank you. Brett smiled, deftly continuing to manipulate his fingers for hand seals while shifting the subject. Speaking of chakra, one cannot help but think of ninjas. Father Anderson, has the government made any alliances with the ninjas of the Land of Harmony? From my understanding, the condition of the Land of Harmony has been deplorable for decades. Even with the legendary Hashirama Senju, often dubbed the greatest ninja in history, temporarily quelling the chaos, peace remained elusive, plagued by 2 significant internal conflicts, the latter of which has yet to subside. With so much bloodshed, one would assume that some ninjas might willingly ally with the government in search of refuge and tranquility. Anderson's expression grew peculiar as he responded, Indeed, there are some. Oh, then why have I not encountered them? The Navy, Cipher Pole, and the Holy Land-esque garrison seemed devoid of their presence, Brett inquired, astonished. Anderson explained, they are being stationed near the Land of Harmony by the government, in collaboration with the Navy to guard against threats from that region. Brett realized the irony behind Anderson's strange demeanor. Those ninjas who had forsaken their homeland and made immense sacrifices to align themselves with the world government in pursuit of peace had ultimately failed to escape the clutches of war and attain serenity. Was it not ironic? Bang, bang. Little Brett. Tornado interrupted the exchange between Brett and Father Anderson. Brett turned his head. Tornado pointed at the computer, asserting with conviction, "It's broken." Brett conducted a cursory examination of the computer, realizing that the issue was not its malfunction, but rather the manner of its demise. "Why did you strike it?" he exclaimed in frustration. The absurd animated film portrayed a protagonist of such foolishness that it was almost comical. As if comprehending the unspoken inquiry reflected in Brett's gaze, Tornado averted his eyes, murmuring softly. To Brett's dismay, he caught sight of Father Anderson, a figure he had always regarded as solemn, composed, and serious, quietly stifling a laugh. "Brett, Tornado." He grasped Tornado by both shoulders, arranging her like a delicate doll on the sofa. Crouching down, he said, "We must have a conversation." Tornado pouted. "I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen." Brad remained speechless, his rare display of displeasure evident. Tornado mirrored his unhappiness with a similarly sullen demeanor. However, it wasn't long before Tornado chirped, Hey, little Brad. "Are you angry with me?" "Hee, I didn't mean to." With a playful grin akin to that of a koala, Tornado clung to Brad. Brad could no longer contain himself. He leaned back against the sofa, playfully ruffling the fur of the mischievous child's dog. Tornado, not to be outdone, tugged at Braid's golden retriever. A flurry of playful chaos ensued. "Grow up, Tornado," Braid remarked, gazing at the ceiling of the cabin with a hint of melancholy. Tornado, unfazed, perched atop Braid's chest, commanding, "Quit the chatter. Help me fix the computer, you big oaf." Chapter 9. The Secret Realm of Melview. "I've found it." "That should be the Isle of the Wild Wilderness," Joanna stated, though uncertainty lingered in her voice. The Mosquito Woman hesitantly conveyed to Braid. "The Isle of the Wild Wilderness is a unique island devoid of a magnetic field. The great navigational tools invented by pirates, such as the permanent compass, cannot guide us there. Thus, even with the exclusive sea charts from the world government and the imperial artifact, the World Encyclopedia, Longo, our group arrived at the designated area but did not locate it immediately. We must continuously navigate and shift our vessel, relying on the Mosquito Woman to control a swarm of mosquitoes within a search radius of up to 180 kilometers. In contrast to the uncertain status of the Chi-Long clan, Braid decided to focus his attention on the giant centipede clan for summoning beasts. Setting aside the book he was perusing, Braid inquired, "Oh, why the uncertainty?" The Mosquito Woman explained. "No other locations meet the criteria you specified for a large island with a primitive environment and home to countless magical beasts, including several exceedingly dangerous species. Only this place fits the description of a large island. The little ones have yet to thoroughly investigate the island's interior. It towers high into the clouds, enveloped in a green mist below, making it inaccessible for them to approach or fly over." Brett furrowed his brow in confusion. "What does this mean?" The Mosquito Woman opened her palm to reveal several mosquitoes, their bodies adorned with green spots. "Once a mosquito approaches this place, it will meet its demise." Brett observed intently and corrected, on the brink of death, yet not entirely gone. His gaze flickered as he plunged into deep contemplation. After a while, he mused. "The Wild Wasteland Island? It likely bears another name, the Secret Realm of Melview," Brett thought to himself. Brett chuckled, "Guide the way. The opportunity for adventure has arrived." Hours later. "Oh my God. Well, indeed." As the Mosquito Girl described, the natural spectacle before them compelled admiration for the creator's ingenuity. A pale green mist enveloped a vast ocean, extending like a canvas into the sky, while wispy clouds danced around several towering mountains. Tornado, help disperse the green mist. It is toxic, Brett called out. The tornado, shaking its green mane after waking from a nap, sleepily stretched out a hand. Whoosh. Thunder rumbled. A tempest erupted, and the ship surged through the waves. Startled, Lilith grasped the ship's railing, her gaze fixated in terror upon the tornado. Swallowing hard as she comprehended the exaggerated title bestowed upon the tornado by Alhambra as the illegitimate daughter of the tornado deity, far from mere hyperbole. In a windless zone, such a colossal storm was conjured with such nonchalance, a prodigy among prodigies, transcending the barrier of islands formed by the green mist. Roar. Of course. Furious, Hal greeted Brett and his companions, revealing the savage beast prowling the wild island or the secretive shores of Melville. The fearsome tiger-headed creature occupied nearly half of its 6 to 7 meter frame, its sleek leopard body complemented by 10-meter wings sprouting from its sides, akin to a tiger with added might. Most terrifyingly, these monsters were pack hunters. Ah! The timid Lilith shrieked, with Alhambra's group also turning pale. What are you shouting about? It's so annoying. The tornado's tongue was notoriously venomous, though it was unclear if it referred to the tiger-headed monster or Lilith. Fool. Trash. Useless. Get lost. In the next moment, with a flick of its petite hand, the tornado summoned dozens of tiger-headed monsters, pulling them together as if they were oranges in a juicer, shattering them into a rain of blood. A strange atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Incredible! Alhambra murmured. He understood the tornado's might, yet witnessing the overwhelming destruction it wrought with such ease was a revelation, especially as the tornado appeared relaxed and in control. It seemed the entire archipelago was teeming with monsters. Only such a substantial population could sustain the giant centipede clan's existence. Red activated his observation hotkey, sensing the strong scent of blood. The stench is overwhelming. We must relocate, or the ferocious monsters drawn by the scent will only multiply. The tornado, floating with an air of arrogance, patted Bread on the shoulder. What are you afraid of, little Bread? I've got your back. Bread rolled his eyes, replying, save it. Your stamina is always a concern. If something goes awry, we will depend on you to lead us to safety. Bell silently maneuvered the helm, swiftly navigating along the coastline. He concealed the vessel with utmost care. The snapping jaws of flat crocodiles, reminiscent of clattering door panels, echoed ominously. Bang, bang, bang. The diminutive buffalo, equipped with oversized air sacs, propelled itself with a force rivaling that of a bullet. Ancient, dinosaur-like elephants roamed, while lions with 8 legs and 4 tails prowled. Upon landing, Brad and his companions were immediately besieged by an incessant onslaught of ferocious creatures, which also turned upon one another in savage conflict, whether herbivorous or carnivorous. The instinct for slaughter was indelibly etched in their nature, mused Anderson. Brett paused in his steps and said, let us return. Why? Questioned the tornado, embodying a mindset of leisure. Bradeo, it was my oversight. I must devise a more straightforward method to locate and engage with the giant centipede clan. Otherwise, our reckless foray into the territory of these ferocious creatures will only incite conflict, and even if we avoid death, we shall inevitably be worn down. Do not be headstrong, child. Andrews echoed. Tornado. Oh, Joanna. Summon the mosquitoes. Brett instructed, gripping Tornado's collar and returning the way they came. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck. Lord Brett, save me. The already rotund rub-rig swelled even further, his body momentarily transforming into a true sphere before bursting apart. What happened? Lily's triangular face turned pale as she collapsed. Bell gestured indifferently. Gluttony leads to misfortune. Alhambra translated Bell's meaning. Sighing, Mr. Wolf Lieutenant saw him eating recklessly and was too late to intervene. Chapter 10. Daft Green and IQ. The secret realm of Melville consists of a cluster of islands, encompassing over a dozen isles with a combined area nearing 20,000 square kilometers. The myriad of flora and fauna within is nearly impossible to quantify. Only in such an expansive and bounteous locale could the giant centipede clan, measuring several hundred meters in length, thrive. The largest of these islands, soaring into the clouds, is reputed to be the homeland of the giant centipede clan, as recorded by the world government and the Tome of Imperial Artifacts, Longo, during their active period in the world, known as the Island of Wild Wasteland, surrounding the secret realm of Melville. The sea is adorned with a ring of dense green trees rooted in the ocean floor, known as daft green. This peculiar vegetation emits a constant noxious aroma that repels animals. Excessive inhalation leads to poisoning by fine green dust. The stagnant climate causes this dust to accumulate, enveloping the secret realm of Melville in a verdant haze, thereby trapping its ferocious inhabitants within, preventing them from wreaking havoc upon the outside world. The symptoms of poisoning from excessive inhalation of the daft green's fine dust are referred to as daft. Initially, green spots appear on the skin, which gradually spread across the body, leading to stiffness and immobility, akin to a living corpse. The only remedy for daft is a delicate pink flower known as IQ, which also contributes to the extraordinary size and ferocity of the flora and fauna within the secret realm of Melville. In summary, the secret realm of Melville is a wondrous yet harsh place, distinguished by its unique biosphere. This information is sourced from the indigenous inhabitants of the secret realm of Melville. Indeed, there exists a human population within the secret realm of Melville, seemingly thriving quite well. On the 5th day in the enigmatic realm of Melview, as we tirelessly navigated our vessel, shifting our position, and employing the Mosquito Lady to command swarms over an extensive search radius of 180 kilometers for traces of the colossal centipede clan. It was she who first glimpsed the silhouette of a human figure and cordially invited him for a conversation. A few days prior, one of my companions met a tragic fate, his body suddenly swelling and bursting. What could have caused such a calamity? Brett inquired, standing pensively by the window. The indigenous inhabitant of Melview trembled and replied, "I believe it is the transparent worm." The transparent worm? Brett furrowed his brow. The native nodded earnestly, explaining, "They dwell within specific fruits, waiting for humans or animals to inadvertently consume them, after which they voraciously devour flesh, swiftly laying eggs and proliferating." I sensed no life force at that moment. Brett's gaze shifted toward Anderson and Bell. Anderson echoed, "Neither did I." Bell merely nodded in agreement. Even if the transparent worm is indeed invisible, it remains a living entity, possessing a life force, and we have the means to perceive such vitality. Moreover, it possesses a tangible body, does it not? Once it stirs, the surrounding flora would surely exhibit signs of activity, yet we have detected nothing. Brett, fearing the others might not grasp his point, elaborated. The native of Melview interjected, "Perhaps it was poisoned. Rubrig is known to dabble in toxins." "My Lord Brett," Ricky whispered softly. "Brad's road, it's reasonable. That repulsive, overweight fool has perished. What does it matter? He was worthless anyway." "Little Brad seems overly concerned," murmured Tornado. Brett glared at Tornado, exclaiming, "At the very least, I cannot allow my subordinates to perish without cause." Tornado, puffed up with indignation, turned to the side. "Lord Brett." Brett's performance indeed moved Lilith, Ricky, and Alhambra, for no one wishes to follow a cold-hearted leader who regards subordinates as mere weeds. Regaining his composure, Brett inquired, "One final question. Have you ever encountered the giant centipede clan? Are you referring to Elder Centipede?" The indigenous inhabitant of the realm of Melvio trembled as he spoke. "It has not been active for quite some time. Rumor has it that it sustained grave injuries the last time it departed from Melvio. Otherwise, it would frequently reside atop the most prominent peaks, surveying its dominion, easily visible to all." Brett sighed in disappointment. "What a pity," he remarked. "Is it possible for the centipede elder to depart from Melview? It cannot leave Melview on its own. It requires someone to assist in its relocation." As the natives of the mystical realm of Melview would say, daft green. Braid fell into a moment of silence and said, "I have kept the IQ you gathered as a reward for answering your questions, Alhambra." He then offered him a portion of food in the afternoon. Brett and his companions returned home without any achievements, feeling rather dull. Tornado expressed his grievances incessantly. Braid, in a somewhat irritable tone, jested, "What do you consider not boring?" Tornado attempted to counter Braid's remark, yet she found herself at a loss for an answer, momentarily rendered speechless, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. "You see," Braid exclaimed, spreading his hands wide, "Tornado, my friend, you truly must cultivate a personal interest. Otherwise, your life will be utterly dull." Tornado scratched her head in confusion and retorted, "And what about your personal interests, little Braid?" "Mastering power," Braid replied with a grin, "is indeed fascinating, whether through personal experience, observation, or hearsay." Tornado quipped, "A charlatan." "And you?" "Spreading the light of the Lord and punishing heretics. It has always been my aspiration and dream." Anderson was unfazed by Tornado's impudent address. Meeting Tornado's gaze, Alhambra wisely remarked, "I am far more mundane, indulging in food, drink, and merriment." "Oh." Mr. Wolf said his personal interest lies in combat. Braid. Mosquito Girl giggled, seemingly oblivious. "Assist Braid. Dressing up, applying makeup, shopping, buying. Lily Kith," Ricky added, accompanying Lily Kith in dressing up, applying makeup, shopping, and spending money. After hearing everyone's personal interests, Tornado became exasperated. My personal interest. Suddenly, with a clap of her hands, Tornado proudly lifted her chin. Drinking high-nutrient milk and doing stretching exercises. Realizing she had inadvertently revealed a secret she wished to keep hidden, Tornado's expression sharpened, her gaze sweeping across the others, who appeared engrossed in their own pursuits. The group feigned ignorance. The irritable little one seems intent on silencing those who overheard. Chapter 11. Dark Countenance. An unsuccessful journey consumed considerable time, and it wasn't until mid-May that Braid returned to Mariewa. "Any gains, little Braid?" "Mama." The minister seemed particularly buoyant, perhaps due to some joyous news, as he indulged in a feast of braised pig trotters, roasted chicken, and mountains of seafood, celebrating heartily. He did not forget to inquire about the darling of the world government. Why isn't Tornado with you? As soon as we arrived at the Holy Land, she was eager to find her sister. Braid casually leaned back on the sofa, massaging his swollen brow, and complained, "No wonder she has a temperament akin to Father Anderson. It truly is challenging to deal with her, especially when I struggle in my interactions with Tornado." Minister Onest laughed heartily. "She has been quite courteous to you." "Indeed." Braid sighed deeply. "My expedition to the wilds of the island yielded no personal gains, and I even lost Rubric. Such a pity." Minister Onest, with oily fingers, rummaged through documents, pinning a note on the cipher pole agent list, referencing a page regarding Rubric. Brett continued, "Yet we have not returned empty-handed. We have discovered 2 intriguing plant species that I am certain the scientists of the scientific division will greatly appreciate." In truth, Brett harbored a desire to conceal the peculiar daft green and its associated IQ as a closely guarded secret. However, he was aware that many were privy to this knowledge, and he lacked the means to further investigate the unique value of daft green. Thus, he deemed it more prudent to submit his findings to the world government in exchange for benefits. "The plant specimens await outside, and I have also documented their detailed information," Brett stated lazily. "Very well," Minister Onest nodded, chewing his food with a dazed expression akin to that of an alpaca. After a moment, he roused himself and inquired. "Young Brett?" Brett, filled with uncertainty, inquired, "The Sacred Guard base at the edge of the Dark Continent harbors super dangerous magical beasts nurtured by Imperial artifacts. Why would you squander precious time and increase your peril by venturing into such desolate territories personally?" Minister Onest replied, "If you so desire, I can communicate with General Boer of the Sacred Guard to procure for you a super dangerous magical beast." Braid rested his chin on one hand. "Oh? The super dangerous species of magical beasts nurtured by the Empire? What level are they?" "I am seeking a dragon-level super dangerous species of magical beast, preferably one that is part of a clan." Minister Onest's chubby face twitched. "Forget I said anything. I am grateful for your assistance, old officer." Braid smiled broadly. Minister Onest returned the grin. "Next, I must search the East Sea for the Sky Island cloud nest," Braid remarked, stretching his waist. "Is there nothing going on recently?" Minister Onest replied succinctly, "Not at the moment." "Truly nothing?" Braid mused. "Even in the pursuit of the members of the Roger Pirates, I doubt all of Cipher Pole's vast manpower would be utilized. Are we not concerned with other pressing matters? For instance, with the formidable Golden Lion fleet buried in the Battle of Edwar and the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, only the Whitebeard Pirates remain to dominate an era. The pirate forces are undoubtedly on the brink of a monumental transformation. I suspect the government is quite troubled by the pirates' restlessness. Yet this is precisely the opportune moment for the government to counter the pirate forces. As the government's eyes and ears, how could we possibly have no tasks at hand? However, we are ultimately not the Navy. We cannot replace the function of a large-scale organized army." Minister Onest sighed. "Countering the pirate forces? The Navy is currently incapable. All they can do is catch their breath." Brett exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, it is truly regrettable to overlook the Navy's current state of disarray. A rarity in our historical context." Their gazes met. If only the higher-ups possessed the audacity, they ought to redeploy the garrison from Holy Land to eliminate a third. No. Even a mere 10th or 2 would suffice within the vicinity of Mariewa, Brett murmured. Minister Onest remained silent. Great figures must have their considerations. It is best for lesser individuals to refrain from complaints and obediently follow orders, Brett remarked as he rose to take his leave. "Farewell, esteemed Admiral." "One moment, young Brett," Minister Onest interjected. Brett paused. "The of the East Sea, Cloud Nest. I advise you not to go there," Minister Onest said solemnly. Braid blinked. "Why?" "The crafting material for the Imperial artifact, the ever-changing crosstail, is derived from the fur of the Azure Dragon. The source of this material is likely still alive, as the Azure Dragon possesses an extraordinarily long lifespan and is considered a long-lived species among the exceedingly dangerous magical beasts." Minister Onest deliberated. According to the records held by the government, the means by which they acquired that Azure Dragon's fur is, rather unsavory. Moreover, that Azure Dragon is rather vindictive. I fear for your safety. Brad inhaled deeply, feigning astonishment. "Understood. I shall ponder it carefully." He turned away. Braid, utterly dismissive of Minister Ernest's counsel, was acutely aware of the peril in recklessly engaging with the dragon-class super-dangerous species. Yet, The allure of their immense power was far more enticing, was it not? Driven by insatiable greed, he even forgot the value of his own life. In light of his dismal experiences, Braid ventured to the East Sea without the tornado, clandestinely absconding with the Mosquito Woman. Ultimately, he faced failure. His misadventure was even more disheartening than his expedition to the wild island. At least there, he had discerned a location. Whereas now he could not even locate the Sky Island's cloud nest. Not all Sky Islands resemble the divine realm of Skypiea. Positioned firmly along one of the Great Route's initial 7 paths above the island of Jaya, which once epitomized Sky Islands. Most Sky Islands, akin to the Weather Research Institute of Visalia and the balloon terminus of Barantamina, including the cloud nest, have elusive positions, adrift with the winds. Brett felt quite distressed. Meanwhile, the Mosquito Girl secretly rejoiced, exclaiming how splendid it was that there were no dogs outside. Before signing the spirit contract, merely forming the spirit seal and releasing chakra could yield unpredictable consequences. Brett pondered a rather risky scheme, contemplating the nature of fortune. It seemed that his recent circumstances had taken a turn for the worse, but could it be that luck, in its fickle nature, might turn around? Should he take a gamble? Braid hesitated. A new week has begun. Chapter 12, The Monster. Early August. After much deliberation and weighing his options, driven by an insatiable desire for power and an intense curiosity about the unknown, Braid resolved to take action. The signs of the zodiac: pig, dog, rooster, monkey, goat. The art of spirit communication. With a resounding bang, smoke enveloped him, and in the next moment, Braid vanished. The Mosquito Girl, sitting obediently in front of the television, was taken aback. Braid? Fortunately, she noticed Braid's note. Meanwhile, Braid was enduring an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness, his resilient body subjected to the pressures of the space tunnel. Soon, with a series of bangs, he caught a glimpse of light. Struggling fiercely, he stomped down, utilizing the sixth-style technique, moonstep, to land steadily. The air was filled with the sharp cries of birds in flight. Brad gazed out upon a paradise-like island, reminiscent of an earthly utopia. He found it exceedingly difficult to articulate the exquisite beauty of this place: mountains, waters, flowers, grasses, as well as birds, beasts, fish, and insects, everything. Both flora and fauna exuded an aura of serene naturalness that captivated the senses. A gentle rustling sound abruptly shattered the tranquility. As Brett's ears twitched, he activated his observation hockey, clenching his fist in readiness. A cautious, furry head emerged from the jungle, revealing a white fox, though remarkably oversized, with a head as large as a truck tire. It was undeniably cute, especially with its expressive eyes brimming with intelligence, unlike the savage demeanor of ordinary beasts. A mysterious crimson mark adorned its forehead, adding an extra touch of allure. The white fox shook its head and swayed back and forth several times before extending its neck closer to Brett. Then, it opened its mouth and revealed a rosy tongue. "I taste. It's salty. The flavor of humans is salty, Lord Tamamo," exclaimed the fox in a voice as clear and bright as a young girl, reminiscent of a spirited, almost foolish husky, before it bounded away joyfully. Brett, wiping the drool from his face, raised an eyebrow, pondering. "Tamamo? The nine-tailed fox?" Moments later, a chorus of voices erupted. "Humans? Quickly, step aside. Let me take a look." After centuries, humans had finally arrived on our peaceful island. A multitude of foxes of various sizes, colors, and even differing numbers of tails gathered around Brett, forming an overwhelming crowd. "This is terribly rude. You will frighten our guest from the human world." A melodious voice cut through the commotion, and the throng of foxes parted to reveal a regal woman adorned in opulent attire. She wore a peculiar white fox mask, and her vibrant red skirt was embellished with intricate designs while 9 golden tails swayed gracefully behind her. As she approached, the woman said, "Greetings, esteemed guest from the human realm. Please, relax. We mean you no harm." "Oh, I nearly forgot. I am the sovereign of peace, Tamamo. There is no need for formality. You may address me as Lord Tamamo, Queen Tamamo, or simply Your Majesty." Bread, a brief silence. "Are you monsters?" Bread sighed, realizing only after encountering Tamamo no Me that the fox clan before him was not a super dangerous species of magical beast. They belonged to the Yokai tribe. Yokai are one of the most unique minority races in the world's diverse spectrum, characterized by their ability to shift between beast and human forms upon reaching a certain level of maturity. They can also intermarry with other human races and bear offspring. This distinctive trait distinguishes them from the half-beast, fur-covered races and the super-dangerous subhuman magical beasts. While the latter can mate with humans, they are unable to produce descendants. Tamamonome slightly tilted her enigmatic fox mask, revealing a glimpse of her enchanting visage. Indeed, we are the nine-tailed fox clan. Her tone was stern. You are exceedingly rude. Human. This queen has already introduced herself, and you dare not respond? My apologies. I am Bread Heyman. Bread smiled and added, You may simply call me Lord Bread. No need for formality. Tamamonome, after a moment, a fascinating human. With a graceful flick of her delicate fingers, she beckoned, and the white fox, eager to comply, promptly laid down, serving as a couch for Tamamonome. State your purpose, guest. Braid cast a glance at the three tails of the white fox and said, I have come in search of the exceedingly perilous species of magical beasts as a summoning beast. I never anticipated trespassing into your territory, and I certainly did not intend to offend. A summoning beast? Oh, the art of summoning from the land of the rising sun? Tamamonome rested her chin on her hand. To dare employ the art of summoning without a foundational contract? Consider yourself fortunate. Braid was taken aback. I have indeed guessed correctly, Yuzhao said softly. I have personally witnessed the completion of the spirit summoning art, and thus I am well aware of your circumstances. Braid pondered and inquired, Where is this? It is Peaceful Island. Interjected the three-tailed white fox. Bread Dao, what I mean is, where exactly is this world? How can I depart? If you wish to leave, we shall escort you. Yet we are unable to disclose the precise location of Peaceful Island. While we harbor no disdain for humanity, we prefer that our sanctuary not be frequently disturbed by human intrusion. Yuzhao's eyes sparkled with a fleeting brilliance. After much contemplation, Braid inquired, The final question. Is the entity with whom the pact for the art of spirit communication is forged applicable to the demon race? Indeed, came the response. The art of spirit communication imposes no restrictions on the entities eligible for contract signing, if a pact can indeed be established. Yao Zhao Qian languidly adjusted her enchanting figure. A playful smile gracing her lips. What is it? Are you contemplating something regarding our esteemed nine-tailed fox clan? Bread licked the corner of his lips, perceiving the imposing aura of the nine-tailed fox clan. Indeed, they possess remarkable strength, and Tamamonome is undeniably comparable to the dragon-level super-dangerous beasts. Frankly speaking, I personally hope to attain the assistance of the nine-tailed fox clan, and I shall strive to reciprocate their aid. However, I sense that you are more content with the status quo, relishing a life free from worldly disputes, Tamamonome. Braid. What do you mean by After being confined at home for centuries, one would naturally feel vexed and occasionally yearn for the outside world. It's utterly exasperating to see the same meager provisions day in and day out. Even I feel nauseated by the monotony of it all. My clothes have been mended time and again, and the noble image that Tamamonome maintained has crumbled. Chapter 13, Tamamonome. Centered around Heian Island. Spanning an area of 9,000 square kilometers, it is enveloped in a spherical barrier. Humans may traverse freely, yet the nine-tailed fox clan is not afforded the same liberty. Thus, even without Braid's prompting, Tamamonome, weary of her confining existence, would actively seek to forge a spiritual contract with Braid. As a creature that witnessed the inception of the spirit summoning arts and participated in their refinement, she possesses an innate understanding of the spatial-temporal capabilities inherent in these arts, which could aid her in escaping the confines of the barrier. Clearly, a millennium-old fox, inexperienced in worldly matters, finds herself outmatched by those with more cunning hearts. Braid astutely detects a hint of longing in Tamamonome's words about her confinement and gradually probes for more information, thereby uncovering the current plight of the nine-tailed fox clan and some of Tamamonome's contemplations. Furthermore, Braid expresses curiosity about who cast the barrier over Heian Island, a force even Tamamonome cannot surmount, to which the answer is none other than Tamamonome herself. Braid, do not gaze at me in such a manner. It is exceedingly rude. Tamamonome, adorned with a peculiar fox mask, revealed a portion of her enchanting face, which bore a flush of indignation and fury. How was I to know that once the barrier was established, it would operate autonomously, making it nearly impossible to unravel? I merely wished to lead my subjects away from the horrors of that catastrophic world war centuries ago. The three-tailed white fox, Sanming, interjected. In truth, it is merely Lady Tamamonome's forgetfulness. After a brief slumber, she exclaimed, Bam, with a swift strike of her hand. Would you have me lose face before humanity? That is utterly disrespectful. Ouch. My apologies, Lady Tamamonome. The humanoid Tamamonome, standing at just over 1.70 meters, suddenly sprang up, delivering a light yet forceful tap to Saming's head, at least 4 or 5 meters above. She then gracefully landed, placed her hands on her hips, and admonished. With a turn, Tamamonome blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to a gentle spring breeze that melts all in its path. Come, let us hasten to forge a contract. Not merely humanity, but rather you, Lord Braid. Without immediately acquiescing to Tamamonome's contract, Braid responded, I must comprehend the powers of your clan, the nine-tailed foxes. In the future, we shall be allies, and mutual ignorance would hinder our cooperation and synergy. Natural disasters. My power embodies natural disasters. Tamamonome replied with a cheerful demeanor, filled with pride. Braid locked eyes with Tamamonome, briefly glancing at her 9 golden tails. I understand, Lady Tamamo. Lady? Address me as your majesty. Tamamonome retorted with displeasure. Braid remained indifferent, inquiring. What is the content of the contract? It would be wise for us to clarify matters first, to avoid any unpleasantness. For instance? Yuza Qian arched her elegant brows. Brett calmly remarked, for instance, if I were to find myself at a disadvantage in battle against a formidable foe and needed to summon you for protection or retaliation. Yet you, bound by the constraints of our contract, chose to shirk your responsibilities out of fear of inconvenience or a desire for ease, resulting in my injury or demise. I would undoubtedly find that exceedingly displeasing, would I not? Are you doubting the credibility of our esteemed nine-tailed fox clan? Such a slight is truly unacceptable. Tamamonome grew increasingly irate, exclaiming, You humans are utterly filled with suspicion. Braid remained composed as he picked up the contract drafted by Tamamonome, leisurely remarking, There's little I can do. After all, your demands are rather excessive. To summarize succinctly, it is essentially, having emerged from the tranquil island. Everything I desire must be fulfilled to the utmost of your ability. There are no limits to your requests, and your lack of principles is equally boundless. Indeed, you are even greedier than I dare to admit. Tamamonome then transformed her demeanor, smiling sweetly and feigning modesty as she replied, Worry not, Lord Braid, I vow. I am an exceedingly easy person to please. Braid coldly retorted, I trust not a single word of a woman's oath, especially one transformed into a nine-tailed fox. Suddenly, Braid perceived Tamamonome as a perplexing individual, exhibiting traits of a mentally unstable persona, at times shrewd to the point of intimidation, and at others, bewilderingly foolish. It was as if, with but a slight probing, he could extract information regarding the current state of the nine-tailed fox clan and Tamamonome's contemplations, which starkly contrasted with her conditions in the spirit contract, suggesting a disparity in intellect that was undeniable. I am not a mere entity that you can summon at will and dismiss just as easily. The little ones are manageable, but you must ensure their safety, Tamamonome asserted. As she revised the spirit agreement, so, let us be swift about this. Spare me the unnecessary prattle. Braid perused the surroundings, harboring no particular objections, and pricked his finger to forge a blood pact. Let us embark. The world beyond awaits, he exclaimed. Suddenly, Tamamonome reached out, effortlessly tossing the unprepared Braid into the air. Her 9 tails swaying with elegance. With a resounding thud, a magnificent golden-furred, white-faced 9-tailed fox materialized, towering over 20 meters in height, possessing a slender and graceful physique, and gracefully caught Braid as they soared through the winds. Now that we are companions, could you enlighten me about the precise location of Peace Island? Braid inquired, perched atop Tamamonome's head. With a hint of embarrassment, she replied, In truth, I am also uncertain. The tides of time have swept away all knowledge, and we have been cut off from the outside world for 7 or 8 centuries. Braid pondered for a moment and said, Nearly 8 centuries ago, the world government was established. You must be aware of this. The world government? Tamamonome was taken aback. Brett, seemingly oblivious, responded calmly, How old are you this year? You fool. Is a woman's age something one can casually inquire about? Yuzhou reprimanded furiously. Brett was thoroughly disheartened. You personally witnessed the birth of the art of spirit communication and even participated in its refinement process. Who then is the creator of this mystical practice? The old sage of the 6 paths, indeed, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Tamamonome. Braid was momentarily struck with horror, rendered speechless. Soon after, Tamamonome halted and said, You must first traverse the barrier, then employ the art of summoning to call upon me. A fleeting glimmer vanished from Braid's eyes as he remarked, Summoning you may require an immense amount of energy, and I am uncertain if I am capable. You, a man, must not declare your own limitations, Yuzumo interrupted Braid, abruptly transforming into human form. Grasping Braid's shoulder with a firm hand, she delivered a deep pat, and, with a clenched fist, offered her encouragement, saying, "You can do it." Braid, the astute Tamamonome, is not easily deceived. Braid initially desired to learn something from her. After all, she had once interacted with the venerable sage of the Six Paths. Chapter 14. A delightful surprise in the doldrums, which separate the West Sea from the Grand Line, and in proximity to the world's largest island, Wano country, lies the position of Peaceful Island. This conclusion was drawn by Braid as he traversed the doldrums and encountered the naval forces deployed around Wano. The reason for the Navy's interception of Braid was straightforward. They were wary of the golden-haired, white-faced, nine-tailed fox that Tamamonome had transformed into. How could they possibly overlook such a large, fluffy entity floating above their heads? They were inclined to believe it was an indeterminate and colossal super-dangerous beast or a summoned creature controlled by the ninjas of Wano, probing into their secrets. Thus, an acquaintance of Braid's, albeit a tenuous one, existed within the Navy, providing him a temporary refuge for rest. "So, are you now part of the Navy's Aerial Combat Division?" Braid remarked, observing the airships that had been utilized for military purposes in just a few short years. With a sardonic smile, he quipped, "Otherwise, how could someone like you, whose military demeanor resembles that of a petty thief or a lascivious criminal, have been promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral? Clearly, you've benefited from the advent of new types of troops." Hey, your words are rather venomous, kid," protested Borsellino, a somewhat renowned Rear Admiral of the Navy, his prematurely aged face displaying discomfort. His complaint seemed to serve as a warning. "Our relationship hardly warrants such jesting." Braid radiated a brilliant smile. "Am I not stating the truth?" Borsellino, indeed, exemplified the unique traits of an agent. Not only was he adept at manipulation, but he also possessed an extraordinary fortitude of spirit. Would Borsellino ever be angered? Never, absolutely never. His guiding principle was essentially one of joy. Happiness was all that mattered. Thus, he momentarily fell into silence, attempting to formulate a response to counter Braid's assertion. Braid maintained his smile, recalling the first encounter with Borsellino from years past. He made a jest, quoting Borsellino's words from when he defended his friend against ridicule. "One who approaches ink will inevitably become blackened." Little did he expect that this fleeting moment, pure as it was, would leave him tainted by the very darkness he jested about. Borsellino, having a rather profound impression of Braid, had invited him today, suggesting that he understood Braid's humor well. Unable to match wits, Borsellino deftly shifted the conversation to the view of Tamamonome from the airship window. "She is a monster? Is there a problem?" Braid replied. Borsellino shrugged. "None. But I would strongly advise against bringing her to Mary Gios." Meeting Borsellino's gaze, Braid nodded, comprehending the implicit warning that Mary Gios was home to a cadre of the world's most formidable and unyielding tyrants and thieves. "Is Wano enjoyable?" Braid inquired. "Given your restless nature, I can only surmise you have stealthily infiltrated Wano. You mustn't slander me. I have certainly not violated military orders by sneaking into Wano," Borsellino exclaimed, his eyes widening dramatically as he pointed at Braid. Braid interrupted Borsellino's defense, expressing his curiosity. "The predominant power structure of Wano country is derived from the ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu fueled by the chakra of ninjas, along with a faction of samurai and swordsmen who uphold the synergy of swordsmanship and willpower. Yet, you are a user of a natural-type devil fruit, which can undoubtedly inflict harm upon an elemental being like yourself. But can the former truly pose a threat to you in your elemental form? There exists a technique known as Sage Art, which is another manifestation of chakra-derived techniques, capable of injuring a natural-type devil fruit user in their elemental state." Borsellino abruptly ceased his retort, asserting, "Regardless, I have absolutely not contravened military orders to stealthily infiltrate Wano country." Braid had no intention of probing deeply into whether Borsellino had, in defiance of military orders, stealthily infiltrated Wano country. What truly mattered was that he had acquired invaluable intelligence. After an hour of Borsellino's airship's stay, Braid departed. Borsellino's warm welcome did not signify the Navy base's acceptance of him, for he was, after all, an agent of Cypher Paul. His destination was the Hunter Association headquarters on Twin Islands. As they journeyed, Braid jestingly mimicked Tamamonome's tone, playfully chiding her for her earlier loquacity. "Oh, Lady Tamamo, why so silent?" Tamamonome disregarded his jest, wistfully murmuring, "How things have changed. I recall a world brimming with land. Yet now it is nothing but an endless expanse of ocean. Have you ever heard of celestial arts?" Braid asked suddenly. Still somewhat dazed, Tamamonome instinctively replied, "I have." I learned from the old man of the six paths. Will you teach me? Bread, encouragingly, responded, of course. The beastly Tamamonome, with her large fox-like eyes glimmering with meaning, softly said, very well, Lord Bread. Bread felt a faint unease. What is the current currency in the human world? Tamamonome inquired abruptly. Bread deliberated carefully and remarked, money. Tamamonome. Regardless of the currency that prevails in the human realm, as compensation for imparting my sorcery, you shall provide me with 100, no, 500. I desire to acquire new garments and indulge in the experiences of human life. Tamamonome resolutely declared, adopting a tone that suggested an intention to drive Braid to the brink of insolvency. Brett nearly lost his composure and exclaimed, really? Tamamonome expressed her skepticism. Bread clasped his fingers together, exclaiming, I swear. In the evening, at the headquarters of the Hunters Guild on Twin Island, a guest was present, and a sum of 500 berries was exchanged. The owner of the ice cream shop gently requested payment for a large ice cream from Tamamonome. Clutching a melon-flavored ice cream, she bit her red lips in a daze and, after a moment of contemplation, looked up at Bread with tearful eyes, exclaiming, you deceiver. Braid, suppressing a mischievous grin, retrieved his wallet to pay for Tamamo's indulgence. Indeed, Tamamo was a relic of the past. She had thrived in the days before the peace of the island, when the universal currency was gold coins, seldom used as people were accustomed to bartering. Hurry and savor the ice cream. It will melt, Braid urged, with tears welling in her eyes. Tamamo scooped a bite of ice cream into her mouth and immediately closed her eyes in ecstasy, exclaiming, delicious. Chapter 15. The legendary figure. Welcome back, Lord Braid. Chirped the petite and abstractly beautiful Shooty Beatty, resembling a cartoonish rabbit. Upon spotting Braid, she joyfully hopped over, only to be struck by the sight of Tamamo. Her demeanor instantly transformed as if petrified by the wind. She knelt on the ground, her spirit seemingly shattered, accompanied by the faint sound of something delicate breaking. Tamamo had donned a new attire, a white robe paired with a striking red long skirt that concealed her 9 shimmering golden tails, complemented by white stockings and wooden clogs. Her long hair was bound at the ends with a red ribbon, and she wore a peculiar fox mask tilted at an angle, revealing a glimpse of her exquisite features. Radiating an aura that was both fresh and divine, yet also imbued with the enchanting grace of a golden-furred, white-faced 9-tailed fox in human form. Such a unique little creature. Tamamo remarked, gazing down at Shooty with surprise, a knowing smile shared between them. Please, Lady Tamamo, be gentle. Shooty pleaded. What is the matter with you, Shooty? Are you unwell? As Shooty succumbed to her endless melancholy, Braid's gentle voice reached her ears, and more importantly, his address to Tamamo dispelled some of the misconceptions that had dampened her spirits. She felt revived in that moment. Nothing, Lord Braid. Shooty managed to force a smile. Though after a prolonged hesitation, she struggled to ask, Lord Braid? Braid Dow, You have grown. Shooty appeared flustered and said, Are you aware of the private lives of those star idols? If one day you do fall in love, please remember to, like them, quietly forgive us, your fans, for our selfishness. We truly cannot bear to see the ones we admire become companions of others, as it pierces our hearts. Upon finishing his words, Shooty was moved to tears. What a mess! Braid was at a loss for words. Yu Zhaoqian, blissfully savoring snacks, mumbled, What does it mean to be a fan? What are stars and idols? Braid, having pondered countless interpretations of stars, idols, and fans, still found them lacking, ultimately saying, When you become familiar with the world of the new era, you will understand. Oh, Yu Zhaoqian did not press further, but teased. You possess a face that attracts admiration, and I suspect many, like that little creature, are fond of you, though most are too ashamed to express their feelings. Brett responded with a cold joke. Being handsome, wealthy, talented, and esteemed is not my fault. Well, that is true. Yu Zhao murmured, not comprehending Brett's dry wit. In truth, if you were an ugly fellow, I would rather be confined to Safety Island for eternity than acknowledge your existence, let alone purify you. Braid arrived at Netero's office, where he gently knocked on the door. President Netero, he greeted, his pupils narrowing in shock at the sight before him. Netero was engaged in a chess match with an elderly man, whose wild white hair cascaded down like a hedgehog. His skin was a tapestry of wrinkles, and he donned a deep navy robe that enveloped his frail body, though he sported a stylish pair of sunglasses. There could be no mistaking it. This was Uchiha Obito. As the pieces clashed on the board, Uchiha Obito shook his head, declaring, I have lost. Netero erupted into joyous laughter, turning to Braid with a grin. Little Braid, come, assist this old man with the backlog of monsters in the association. Just as Netero intended to delegate the task to Braid, he noticed Tamamonome. How rude. You insignificant human. You ought to address me as Lady Tamamonome, Queen, or Your Majesty. Tamamonome retorted angrily. Netero waved off her outburst. Do not mind her. By an unfortunate turn of events, she is my familiar. Braid casually shifted the conversation back to Uchiha Obito. Greetings, esteemed guest at the Hunter Association headquarters. I am Braid Hyman, Vice President of the Hunter Association. Uchiha Obito paid him no heed, slowly rising with the aid of his cane. I am weary. I shall take my leave. What a pity, Netero remarked cryptically. As they brushed past each other, Braid slipped a business card into Uchiha Obito's hand. I am quite adept at chess. Meeting Braid's gaze, Uchiha Obito ultimately accepted the card in silence. Once Uchiha Obito departed, Braid set about addressing the accumulated paperwork at the Hunter Association, multitasking as he inquired, President Netero, is he your friend? Not quite a friend. We have met only 3 times, Netero replied, his tone laden with meaning. He is a very dangerous individual. Do not let your cleverness lead you astray, young Braid. Is someone who cannot even win against a novice in chess truly dangerous? Braid quipped with a smile. Netero was momentarily at a loss for words. What brings him to our Hunter Association? Is it appropriate to disclose? Braid asked. Netero brewed tea, casting a furtive glance at Tamamonome as he replied absently. He has come seeking the secret to longevity, but alas, he is nearing his end. Such a pitiful fate for a short-lived human, Tamamonome murmured softly. Braid, Nitros, President Nitros? Please refrain from being idle. I am not the president of the Hunter Association, merely the vice president. I cannot fully assume your responsibilities, if that's the case. Why not step aside and let someone else take over? Braid lamented. Moreover, I require time to grow. My challenge to you is comprehensive. Nitros responded amiably. Yes, understood. Young Braid, I shall remember. It was a response devoid of sincerity, Braid remarked. After addressing the backlog of documents at the Hunter Association, Braid returned to his office. Madam Tamamo, shall we discuss sage arts? Braid inquired. If our conversation is pleasant, I promise to accompany you to the most bustling islands in the world. You may purchase whatever your heart desires, and I shall cover the expenses. Chapter 16, Uchiha Madara. To master sage arts, one must first grasp sage chakra, as the two are intrinsically linked. The life energy derived from the fusion of physical and spiritual energy constitutes chakra. Building upon chakra, the absorption and integration of natural energy yields sage chakra. The techniques executed using sage chakra, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, and others constitute sage arts. The potency of techniques performed with sage chakra is several, even dozens of times more powerful than those executed with ordinary chakra, significantly enhancing perception. Thus, Braid yearns for this enhancement of strength. Even if sage arts possess flaws, which existing forms of power in the world can guarantee perfection. The cultivation of sage chakra is accompanied by a certain degree of risk. The principle of sage chakra lies in achieving a perfect equilibrium, where physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy each constitute 1/3 of the total. This signifies that in the pursuit of sage chakra, one must disrupt the precarious balance of 50% each of physical and mental energies, which is not easily attained, and then absorb natural energy to conduct a new experiment of perfect proportional balance. During this process, one will temporarily lose the ability to utilize standard chakra. However, due to the strength of memory, the ability to access standard chakra can be restored at any moment. This very inertia hinders the natural energy from seamlessly integrating with the physical and mental energies to achieve that perfect 1/3 balance, ultimately leading to the birth of sage chakra. Moreover, natural energy is inherently volatile. When absorbing it, one must not exceed the limits of physical and mental energies. Failure to adhere to this can result in being consumed by the natural energy. Conversely, if the amount of absorbed natural energy is less than that of the physical and mental energies, achieving the perfect 1/3 balance becomes impossible. In summary, this is a process of incessantly testing the boundaries of danger. Therefore, those who cultivate sage chakra must possess a substantial amount of standard chakra. Individuals with insufficient standard chakra find it challenging to gauge the volume of natural energy they can absorb, thereby risking being overwhelmed by it. However, as per Tamamo's teasing remarks, it seems that what Braid should do now is seek a tranquil place to attune himself to the natural energies flowing through the world. Peaceful Island? Braid ventured to inquire. Tamamo, reclining without a care, retorted, "No. I have yet to fully enjoy my time in the human realm." Just then, a ringtone echoed, an unfamiliar number. "I am Brett Hyman." He introduced himself, confident that the caller was someone from his circle. On the other end of the line, a voice marked by age responded, "Commercial Street, the third tea house." The call was abruptly terminated. Brett wore a radiant smile. Shortly after, in a private room of a tea house, Uchiha Madara leaned on his cane, murmuring as if he were an ordinary, senile old man, half asleep. Brett chuckled. "Are you not a person of great significance? Is it strange to be recognized?" Uchiha Madara is a legend, and the equation holds true. Several decades ago, when the Land of Waves was not yet the insular nation it is today, consumed by internal strife, it engaged fervently with the world government. However, the prolonged confrontations with the world government led to a depletion of resources, widening the gap between the rich and the poor. The fierce clash between war and peace escalated into a series of social conflicts that eventually evolved into bloody wars, marking the beginning of the Land of Waves' isolation and obsession with internal turmoil. Ninjas, samurais, swordsmen, nobles, and commoners alike were embroiled in chaos, until the two most prosperous ninja clans, the Senju and the Uchiha, birthed two unprecedented geniuses, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Though they began as adversaries, they became allies, uniting to quell the unprecedented turbulence of their land, reshaping the Land of Waves, and casting the light of peace upon all. Akin to the saviors depicted in the serialized comics of the World Economic News Agency. Perhaps it was due to their differing temperaments, ideological rifts, the instigation of factions under their command, the world government's attempts to sow discord, or perhaps the quiet life that allowed them to reflect upon past grievances. Ultimately, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama parted ways, transforming from friends into foes, culminating in a monumental duel at what is now referred to as the Valley of the End. That earth-shattering clash concluded with Hashirama's victory, bestowing upon him the glory of being hailed as the greatest ninja in the history of the Land of Waves and the most distinguished Hokage of Konoha. Yet, endowed with the unique power bestowed by his bloodline and the extraordinary Sharingan, Uchiha Madara did not meet the demise that many anticipated. He persevered, departing the Land of Waves to explore a broader world. In contrast, Hashirama met his end shortly after their legendary duel, making him, in a certain sense, the true victor. As time flowed inexorably, even someone as formidable as Uchiha Madara could not escape the ravages of age, lingering on the brink of death, desperately yearning to extend his life and fulfill some unfinished aspirations. "Do not be clever, boy," Uchiha Madara remarked, removing his sunglasses, his dim, yellowed eyes fixating intently on Brett. "I am the specter of the Uchiha, a spirit that should have long been forgotten by the world. You, neither a denizen of the Land of Waves nor of advanced years, yet you recognize me at first glance?" Braid raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Everyone harbors secrets, do they not? I would advise against probing too deeply. Let us discuss a transaction instead." He paused slightly. "Do not attempt to intimidate me with your Sharingan, even if it is the eternal Mangeki Sharingan." Braid exuded an inexplicable confidence. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, "Transaction? What sort of transaction?" "You seek to extend your lifespan, while I desire power," Braid replied with a slight smirk, pointing to his small canine teeth. "The Imperial Blood Collection, rapid absorption can aid you in prolonging your life, perhaps even restore your youth. Just allow me to take a single bite, and you shall understand." Madara responded slowly. "I am aware of the Imperial Blood Collection. I trust it can indeed help me extend my life and regain my youth, yet I do not trust you." "Come now," Braid said, feigning exasperation. "Mr. Madara, you are quite the skeptic." Madara retorted with a cold smile. "You merely wish to bite me." Chapter 17. The Transaction. It is entirely reasonable to harbor caution towards a stranger. After all, the human heart is inscrutable. After some contemplation, Braid stated, "Aside from my Imperial Blood Collection, rapid absorption, there are numerous other means in this world that can assist in prolonging life. Are you interested? If Mr. Madara is not intrigued, I shall take my leave and vanish at once." Madara slightly straightened his stooped back, his aged, toothless lips quivering as he murmured, "You wish to trade information with me?" "Precisely," Braid affirmed. Madara chuckled softly. "Do enlighten me. To be frank, I have traversed the world for many years, priding myself on my vast knowledge, particularly in recent times as I have become acutely aware of the passage of time, leading me to focus on information regarding life extension. Madara spoke slowly, his voice deep and gravelly, yet laced with a condescending mockery that subtly revealed his prideful nature. His implication was clear: the information you regard as a secret holds no value to me. Braid understood this unspoken message. Thus, he continued, in the Dark Continent, there exists a grain known as Nittolo rice, reputed to grant longevity. However, the rice fields are guarded by the murderous creature known as the Two-Tailed Serpent, Hell's Bell, waiting to strike. Madara interjected, supplementing Braid's information. I once sought the fabled Nittolo rice, venturing into the Dark Continent myself. Alas, the extraordinary dangers of that land deterred my frail body from delving deeper, and I ultimately abandoned my quest for the Nittolo rice. Braid's fingers tapped against the wall. The legend of pure gold. Do not jest with me, young one. Uchiha Madara's left eye flared with fury. That is merely a legend. Braid pressed his hands downwards, signaling Uchiha Madara to remain calm. Isn't Lafrude Island still a legend? Did not the Roger pirates reach it as well? Moreover, I possess exclusive information. Pure gold is no mere myth. It exists both in history and in the present, a wondrous alchemical creation that emits a unique light, causing the growth of all things in the world to slow dramatically. This marvel originated from the hands of scientists on Alchemy Island over 200 years ago. I have personally ventured to the ruins of Alchemy Island, he added with a huff. Burdeo replied, and then? Uchiha Madara, in a fit of rage, retorted, get lost before you completely provoke my wrath. Braid remained composed and unhurried as he spoke. Then you witnessed the shattered remnants of Alchemy Island. People often believe that its destruction was solely due to humanity's insatiable greed for pure gold. Yet that is but one facet of the truth. Another contributing factor was the assault by a colossal and perilous beast lurking beneath the waves, which devoured half of Alchemy Island. Reflecting upon the ruins of Alchemy Island, Uchiha Madara suppressed his emotions, becoming considerably more serious. The debris indeed resembled the marks of some monstrous dentition. This immense and formidable creature was lured by the allure of pure gold, ultimately consuming half of Alchemy Island, with the pure gold now residing within its very belly. Braid, with a hint of intrigue, remarked, I am well aware of the magnitude of this terrifying beast, even possessing knowledge of its territory and the means to entice its re-emergence. What say you, Mr. Madara? Are you intrigued? What is it that you desire? Uchiha Madara fell silent for a moment before responding. Braid's path, techniques, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, every skill you wield is powered by chakra. Young one, do you not think you are being overly greedy? Uchiha Obito. Braid curled his lip and remarked, Mr. Ban, life is indeed precious. Most of my techniques are intertwined with the power of the Sharingan. Uchiha Ban, perhaps weary from his position, adjusted himself and rested his chin on one hand, saying, Kid, after demanding my techniques, do you also wish to lay claim to the Sharingan? Braid shook his head. Even on a global scale, the Sharingan is widely recognized as a formidable power. Its ability to perceive movements and replicate an adversary's techniques evoking both reverence and desire. Particularly fearsome is its silent jinjutsu, which can lethally ensnare its victims without a trace. However, this perspective is rather one-dimensional. I certainly wish to study the Sharingan, yet I am acutely aware that only those with intense emotions can fully harness its potential. While I am not devoid of normal emotions like some monstrous beings, such as his death, my emotional depth is considerably shallower compared to that of an ordinary person. Thus, the Sharingan is ill-suited for me. Share your information, and I shall grant you my techniques, declared Uchiha Madara. Braid wore a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. First, grant me your technique, Mr. Uchiha. Forgive my candor, but I am still youthful. In any case, the one who should be anxious is not I. Uchiha Madara, with a resounding thud, slowly formed his hand seals and summoned a colossal scroll. Payment upon delivery, Uchiha Madara stated. Braid Guaner reached for the door. Fetch me something. Lady Temamo, he instructed, gesturing discreetly towards the scroll pressed down by Uchiha Madara's subordinate, whispering softly, Later, I shall take you shopping. Bye. After a prolonged period of waiting, the previously sullen Tamamo's eyes sparkled. Her mood lifted as she strode directly towards Uchiha Madara. The lanternfish, a colossal and perilous magical beast, frequented the ruins of Alchemy Island, thriving in bright light. Braid did not hesitate. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara's left eye glimmered crimson, the blood-red iris intricately patterned. Undoubtedly, it was the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Eh? Tamamo interjected, obstructing Uchiha Madara's gaze towards Braid, locking eyes with him. She inquired, Is that the aura of the Sage of Six Paths? Who are you? Uchiha Madara, momentarily taken aback, retorted, "You have encountered the Sage of Six Paths? How impudent. Mortal, you have yet to answer my question." Seizing Uchiha Madara's scroll, Tamamo indignantly chastised him. "I care not who you are. You are likely just a descendant of that old sage. I recall he had 2 troublesome sons," Uchiha Madara muttered. Tamamo, astonished by his audacity, eagerly tugged at Braid's sleeve, insisting, "Hurry, Lord Braid." Chapter 18. My external aid has arrived. How does this outfit suit you, Lord Braid? Splendid. And this dress? Beautiful. You haven't even glanced at me. What matters is that you like it. If you do, buy it. Just swipe the card. That's all. This was not a scene of infatuated lovers, but rather a meticulous girl, whimsically selecting outfits in a designer boutique, showcasing the universal dilemma of choice that even a supernatural being faces. She sought Braid's opinion, for he was her benefactor. However, Braid, engrossed in examining the ninjutsu scroll acquired from Uchiha Madara, was too preoccupied to pay her any heed, responding with palpable impatience. "Really?" Tamamo cautiously probed. Braid fumbled in his pocket, muttering, "There should be 50 million berries in here. Be quiet and do not disturb me." Tamamo swiftly snatched away the bank card, fearful that Braid might change his mind. At present, Braid is preoccupied with his own affairs. He meticulously searches through Uchiha Madara's scrolls of ninjutsu and finally discovers the technique he seeks, the shadow clone technique. Indeed, most of the jutsu mastered by Uchiha Madara are chakra-based techniques that seamlessly integrate with his Sharingan's unique abilities. However, one must not overlook that one of the Sharingan's remarkable powers is its capacity to replicate the techniques of others. Each Uchiha clan member who awakens the Sharingan is, in essence, a brazen thief, an adept expert in the art of plunder. They adhere to a philosophy of acquisition and often share a common, albeit concealed, obsession with collecting. Regardless of whether they can utilize a technique, if they take a liking to it, they will replicate and document it. The long-lived and erudite Uchiha Madara stands as the paragon among them. Braid was even willing to believe that the ninjutsu scrolls he had perused and examined were not the entirety of Uchiha Madara's legacy. However, Braid incurs no loss. The price he pays is but a fleeting glimpse of genuine intelligence, yet the rewards he reaps are monumental. The scrolls of ninjutsu belonging to Uchiha Madara contain over a dozen A-ranked techniques, along with several S-ranked ones, and an innumerable array of B-ranked and lower-tier ninjutsu. Particularly noteworthy is the shadow clone technique, which in Braid's estimation surpasses all the techniques recorded in Uchiha Madara's scrolls in terms of value. Although the shadow clone technique is rated merely as B-class, it serves as an extension of the fundamental clone technique. The distinction lies in the fact that shadow clones possess a physical form and independent consciousness, enabling them to utilize all the powers of the original user. While their defensive capabilities pale in comparison to the original, they do not vanish unless subjected to a significant degree of attack. Furthermore, any experiences they undergo during their existence are entirely relayed back to the user. The so-called A-ranked ninjutsu, the forbidden art of the multi-shadow clone technique, follows the same sequence of hand seals as the shadow clone technique, but extends the number of clones beyond 2, hence the designation multi-shadow clone technique. This technique is classified as forbidden due to its principle of evenly distributing the user's chakra. Most users possess a limited chakra supply, thus, creating multiple clones results in a severely diminished chakra allocation, rendering both the user and the clones weak. Additionally, should a shadow clone be subjected to a certain level of attack and dissipate all experiences, memories, sensations of pain, fatigue, etc., during its existence will adversely affect the user, potentially leading to physical and mental trauma that could threaten their life. Originally developed by the second Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, the shadow clone technique aimed to minimize the toll on ninja engaged in espionage by allowing the experiences of the clones to be relayed back to the user. However, Braid's intention is to exploit the feedback from the shadow clones for a doubling effect in his training. "My external aid has arrived," Braid exclaimed with renewed vigor, only to ponder quietly. Logically, once the shadow clone technique was developed, Uchiha Madara had long since departed from the Land of Fire. Did he frequently return? Perhaps he chanced upon a ninja employing the shadow clone technique. "Very well, my lord," Yu Zhao Qian's feigned delicate voice interrupted Braid's contemplation. He looked up to see her adorned in crystal high heels, black thigh-high stockings, a short skirt, and a fitted jacket, though the tail of the jacket was conspicuously absent. Just a minor illusion, She seemed to comprehend the meaning behind Braid's gaze at her back, twirling with pride. What do you think? Am I beautiful? Braid pondered and inquired. Lady Tamamonome? Tamamonome raised an eyebrow. Braid wrote, what is puberty? Huh. Tamamonome turned to the waiter and inquired for a moment, then mockingly exclaimed, it's the mating season. Hiki. Brett, what is the laughter of a lifelong virgin who has never known desire? While privately deriding Tamamonome, Brett feigned casualness and inquired, have you finished your shopping? Are you satisfied? Not at all. Tamamonome elongated her tone, responding, I have only spent a mere tens of thousands of berries, and there remains so much money on my card. Brett felt a throbbing headache as he pondered and said, how about I send someone to accompany you? She is a professional when it comes to shopping and indulging in endless purchases. I would rather not squander my time on such trivial matters. Whatever, replied Tamamonome. Braid's lips twitched in exasperation as he said, once I finish my purchases and feel satisfied, we shall return to Peaceful Island. However, Tamamonome decisively interrupted him. Braid quietly dialed his phone, for he needed to summon the triangular serpent spirit, Lilith. Thus, at the end of August, Lilith took over Brett's responsibilities. Without hesitation, Brad sought refuge in the offices of the Hunter headquarters, experimenting with the technique of multiple shadow clones. Initially, he created 3 clones, one to attend to Netero's official duties, another to cultivate his haki, and the last to practice his nin, while Brad honed his ninjutsu. Gradually, he persistently pushed the boundaries of his limits, increasing the number of shadow clones to 24. The pursuit of mastery can be all-consuming. Just 2 months after celebrating his 14th birthday, young Brad found himself marking the occasion of his 15th birthday during his training. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, at the end of June, young Brad was swiftly making his way to Mariewa, summoned by Minister Wano. Chapter 19. Utterly absurd. Brett arrived at Mariewa in the early hours of the morning, and the meeting with Minister Wano did not take place at the Cipher Pole headquarters, but rather at the minister's private villa. The corpulent old man appeared rather unwell, likely suffering from elevated blood pressure. Dressed in what could only be described as a snug nightgown, he was assisted by a maid and plopped down heavily onto the sofa in the reception room, causing it to creak under his weight. Minister Wano, visibly discomforted, lamented, I urge you to return to the Holy Land promptly. You obedient old man, I am nearly at my wits' end with your antics, a bunch of inconsiderate rascals. Your issue lies in a lack of activity, old general, Brett replied, brimming with energy. What seems to be the matter? You sound quite urgent over your phone. Roger. Minister Wano took a sip of cold tea, shook his head to clear his thoughts, and said, we have received intelligence regarding Roger. Brett responded with a lackluster demeanor. Oh. And then what? The situation escalated, as we have substantial reasons to suspect that the most nefarious bloodline in history will continue to endure. Witnesses have observed Roger displaying behavior more akin to that of a father than a pirate. On the island of Bartolomeo in the South Sea, the inherently jovial Minister Wano was unprecedentedly grave. There could be no more dreadful news than this. The government had initially believed that the terminally ill Roger would quietly succumb to his fate in some obscure corner of the world. When? Brett's fingers tapped rhythmically on the coffee table. After a brief pause, he remained nonchalant. What more do you expect? Minister Ernest exclaimed dramatically, his eyes wide with disbelief. Little Brett, what more do you want? Braid spoke with utmost seriousness. After a lapse of approximately 1 year and 3 months, how has the government managed to pinpoint Roger's precise whereabouts, and what measures have been taken? Observation and patience. Minister Wano, calming his emotions, replied, the higher echelons of the government have commanded us to dispatch Cipher Pole agents to monitor Roger without alerting him, while thoroughly investigating the woman destined to bear the most malevolent lineage in history, should Roger, afflicted with a terminal illness, suddenly perish. We are to seize his remains and eliminate both the woman and the child she carries. Who is to become the most malevolent lineage in history? Why the urgency for my return to the Holy Land? Braid inquired, puzzled. Minister Wano cast a glance at the inquisitive and wandering mosquito girl and explained, because Roger possesses the ability to hear the voices of all things, which is essentially akin to an extraordinarily expansive form of telepathy. It necessitates remote surveillance. Proximity would inevitably reveal our presence to him. Hence, I considered Millard and thought of you. Millard can command insects for remote monitoring. And your companion, Joanna, is also capable of controlling insects for the same purpose. As Bled summoned the serpentine spirit, Lilith, to accompany Tamamo on a shopping spree. He also called upon the Mosquito Woman to rendezvous at the Hunter headquarters. No, that's not right, Bled said, reclining on the sofa and shaking his head repeatedly. Minister Onest stared in disbelief. What's wrong? Does it not seem rather peculiar? Bled shrugged. You mentioned that Roger possesses the ability to hear the voices of all things. His choice to reside on the remote island of Battleira for approximately a year and 3 months without incident implies that it is an isolated and secluded place. The indigenous inhabitants are unfamiliar with him, and while they may be wary of outsiders, how could he possibly neglect to employ his extensive telepathy to ascertain whether any newcomers recognize him? Furthermore, how could he allow anyone who does recognize him to depart with news of his actions, which resemble those of a father rather than a pirate? Perhaps he was merely careless, or perhaps a sudden ailment rendered him unable to utilize his hearing the voices of all things ability, suggested Minister Onest. Braid wrote, good. So, someone witnessed Roger behaving not like a pirate, but like a father. From which source did this information initially emerge? Who precisely is this so-called someone? At this, Minister Onest was left speechless. Braid said, has anyone witnessed Roger exhibiting behavior reminiscent of a father rather than that of a pirate? I am uncertain what constitutes paternal behavior. But at the very least, prior to the child's birth, demonstrating such behavior would necessitate the cooperation of the mother, would it not? Did he not take note of Roger's companion, her stature, whether she was tall or short, plump or slender, her hair color, her appearance, and any pertinent details regarding her pregnancy? Minister Onest stood and paced the living room for some time. The initial information was obtained through the hunter's channels, yet those who have actually observed Roger's fatherly demeanor remain unclear. Minister Onest stated gravely, especially considering your position as an embedded member of Cipher Pol within the Hunter Association, serving as the deputy chairman and consistently fulfilling the duties of the association's president in place of Netero. It is rather disconcerting that you learned this information later than Cipher Pol. A brief pause ensued. Minister Onest continued. There is also a complete lack of information regarding Roger's companion. Braid remained silent. Yet Roger truly was on the island of Batarila in the South Sea. The evidence stemmed from Merad, who had been the first to venture to Batarila. Minister Onest tugged at his hair, exclaiming, I cannot fathom. A classic ruse, 9 lies for every truth. Just one plausible explanation could illuminate all the absurdities. A smirk danced upon Brett's lips. How intriguing. Minister Onest retorted, somewhat irked. Intriguing? Spare your thoughts, old commander, lest your blood pressure soar and you inadvertently meet your end. Brett jested, I shall travel to Batarila to uncover the truth. Good night, replied Minister Onest. Brett strolled away, heading toward the airfield in Mary Geos, his gaze flickering with an obscure feeling. The notion that the Pirate King, on the brink of death, was showcasing his prowess while the world government presumed Roger, afflicted with a terminal illness, would quietly perish in some obscure corner of the world. How na-vi? A compliant pirate is no true pirate. It matters not. I shall quietly observe, merely to satiate my curiosity, and then shall dawn a new era, an era destined to belong to me. Chapter 20. A woman bound to die in a woman's embrace. South Sea. Near the island of Batarila lies Rast Island. Like Batarila, Rast Island enjoys a spring-like climate, basking in gentle sunlight year-round, with the melodic songs of birds and fragrant blossoms of every season. Truly an idyllic haven for rest and recuperation. Although it serves as a bustling trade center among the surrounding islands, Rast Island is somewhat noisier than its neighbors. Nonetheless, its material comforts far surpass those of remote, impoverished locales. Lord Merad, I cannot bear it any longer. How about it? Sweetheart, am I not correct? Indeed. Lord Merad had not anticipated that the bond between girls could be so pleasurable. In a seaside cottage's living room, Brett reclined delicately on the sofa, his ears attuned to the fervent sounds of moans and gasps emanating from the bedroom, accompanied by the rhythmic clash of bodies. Clearly, while tasked with the distant surveillance of the Pirate King on Batarila, Merad had evolved into a master of seduction and casual encounters, unabashedly indulging herself on Rast Island, enticing yet another young girl, or perhaps a wife or mature woman, engaging in unabashed joy under the midday sun, orchestrating a scene akin to the blossoming of lilies. Listening closely, Brett sensed the climax of the bedroom escapade drawing near, and he quietly exhaled in relief. Then, Kira, Dora, do you dare hide in the wardrobe and spy? I have yet to be fulfilled. Fear not, they are my maids. Let us join in the fun. Trust me, you shall find even greater delight. Brett, filled with malevolent thoughts, could no longer endure. Suddenly, with a creak, the door swung open. "Refrain from your little tricks. Do not frighten my dear sweetbread." Millard unabashedly displayed her alluring figure, her tone laced with suggestive undertones. "Or perhaps, to reiterate, if you are willing to embrace femininity, I would gladly permit you to join us. You are the only one I desire, not minding your masculine identity." Brett scrutinized Millard with a languid gaze, disdainfully remarking, "Perhaps my standards are set too high. In any case, I find you rather mediocre and lack interest." "Mediocre?" Millard retorted with his characteristic nonchalance, delivering a surprising revelation. "Yet I am undeniably alluring. Brett, put on your damned clothes. Let us negotiate the details of our mission." Brett furrowed his brow. Millard, with a sly smile, leaned closer to Brett and sat opposite him, boasting, "Where's Joanna? She is also one of my particularly favored targets. She is collecting mosquitoes to control their reconnaissance over Battleira Island." Brett interrupted Millard, his gaze shifting beyond her, locking eyes with two pairs of youthful, attractive faces peeking through the bedroom doorway. Adorned with white headbands symbolizing their servitude, the most peculiar aspect was that despite being two individuals, they possessed a total of 6 arms. Brett commanded the two maidens, "Dispose of the intruders." Hey. Millard's languid demeanor hinted at a sharpened edge. Brett colds high. "I implore you to secure your trousers during the execution of your mission. Especially in the case of highly classified operations, no intelligence is to be disclosed. Not even your name. As a scion of the illustrious Obergel family, the art of being an adept agent is something you should inherently grasp." "TSK," Millard fell silent, helplessly clicking his tongue, gesturing behind him. "Gier, Dora, eat his words." With a thud, upon concluding his statement, Millard seemed to surrender to despair. Reclining as if bereft of hope, his exquisite form sprawled in a display of profound melancholy. Brett remained indifferent. "Will you not offer me any comfort? I have sacrificed my beloved sweetheart, Millard, for your sake," lamented Millard, her words dripping with theatricality. Brett stated blandly, "It is not for me, but for the mission." The insufferable steel-clad virgin, utterly lacking in romantic insight. Millard, in a fit of agitation, sprang up, dressed, adorned, and muttered, "Look at me now. What more do you expect? Can't you just leap forward with a woof and take me right here? I could close my eyes and imagine you in women's attire. It would suffice. Honestly, you're so dense. Stone-headed. What a cad. What is the situation with One Piece? Have you found a woman embodying the most sinister bloodline in history?" Brett decisively shifted the topic. Millard grew serious, stating, "My insects have scoured Bartailor Island and found nothing. I can hardly believe it myself. Since my journey to Bartailor Island commenced, rumors have circulated that someone witnessed Roger behaving less like a pirate and more like a father. The only information we lack is an address." Brett remarked gravely, "Do you not find something amiss, Millard?" Millard pondered seriously for a moment and replied, "Not particularly. He'll inevitably meet his end at the hands of a woman." Brett sarcastically chided Millard, refraining from elaborating on the intelligence surrounding the sighting of Roger behaving in an unpirate-like manner. He questioned, "Have you discovered anything noteworthy or unusual on Bartailor Island?" Millard blinked. "There are a few village girls on Bartailor Island who are quite charming. If I weren't afraid Roger would see through it, I wouldn't be able to restrain myself." Brett retorted, "Are you a Chihuahua turned human?" A brief silence ensued. "We simply do not get along. Farewell." Brett stood to leave. Millard, with a cheeky grin, quipped, "Without a physical connection, how can you ascertain our compatibility, little Brett?" Once Brett had vanished, Millard quickly turned. "You haven't truly dealt with my darling, have you? Knocked him out. Well done. Hee. As we strolled alone, Brett, having regained his composure, realized Millard's frivolous banter was an attempt to hasten his departure so she could pursue her own interests. The insatiable desires of a youthful beast were crude and lascivious. Brett expressed his condemnation. Chapter 21. The Pirate King's Surrender. The illustrious pirate King Joel D. Roger, whose stature surpassed 2 meters, possessed a robust and rugged physique. His unkempt black hair, possibly unattended for an extended period, cascaded down, and he perpetually wore a cheerful countenance, revealing a broad smile adorned with gleaming white teeth. His upper lip, resembling waves, was often animatedly swayed with his changing expressions. Though not adept at agriculture, he excelled in fishing and had even demonstrated his prowess by slaying a near-sea beast that had long plagued the island of Badarila, thus contributing to the local fishery. Consequently, The indigenous people of Badarila quickly embraced this boisterous and robust outsider, who delighted in drink and laughter, offering their assistance in constructing his dwelling and inviting him to share meals featuring his catches. For several consecutive days, through the control of the Mosquito Woman, Brett meticulously explored Badarila Island. He gleaned a general understanding of Roger's existence on the island. Upon analyzing Roger's lifestyle, Brett concluded that it aligned with the widely circulated perceptions of his character: unconventional, vibrant, and restless, even as a fisherman. However, an enigma lingered. Brett could not locate Port Gasti. Ace. Even after he described Ace's characteristics to the Mosquito Woman, she adeptly commanded vast swarms of mosquitoes to scour every nook and cranny of Badarila Island repeatedly. It was evident that Port Gasti, Ace was not a native of Badarila Island, and although he was not physically present, he could not be far away. Roger's time residing on Badarila Island was brief. He had not immediately chosen to settle there after disbanding the Roger Pirates. Brett increasingly sensed that Roger was engaging in some frenzied activity, and his curiosity swelled correspondingly. Thus, Brett, in his capacity as the vice president of the Hunters Association and the chairman of the Coordination Committee, commanded the hunters under his aegis to thoroughly investigate the origins of the intelligence regarding Roger that had initially been disseminated to Cipher Pole through the channels of the Hunters Association. He harbored suspicions that the source of this intelligence was none other than the former president of the West Sea branch of the Hunters Association, the 12th Division, known as the Information Hunter, who now operated as an independent purveyor of intelligence within the shadowy realms of the underworld, Sakia Jack. Brett estimates that it has been approximately 1 year and 3 months since the dissolution of the Roger Pirates. During this time, the first mate, the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, has likely become entangled with Shikiyaku. This leads to a reasonable inference that before Roger chose to settle on Badarila Island to execute certain plans, he had a discussion with his most trusted first mate, seeking his counsel and, incidentally, requesting a small favor from Shikiyaku. Brett subsequently instructed Mosquito Girl to expand the search radius for Port Asti. Rouge, undeterred by the passage of time, meticulously scouring each nearby island. Indeed, the gentle woman with blonde hair and a freckled face made her appearance. Intriguingly, the location where Port Asti, Rouge was concealed was precisely the site where Brett and Millard had been remotely monitoring Roger's activities on Rastra Island. One can imagine that Roger had no qualms about arranging for Port Asti, Rouge to hide on Rastra Island, a bustling trade hub surrounded by islands, teeming with people, making it an ideal place for concealment. Given that Brett was aware Roger would ultimately surrender to the Navy, marking the dawn of a new era, he engaged in reverse reasoning. His head throbbed. Brett still struggled to comprehend the madness behind Roger's actions, although he had managed to grasp a faint thread of understanding. Unfortunately, Brett's puzzle-solving endeavor was cut short. On July 1st, Roger departed from Bartolomeo Island, bidding farewell, indeed, with his small vessel stocked with provisions, clearly intending to embark on a long voyage. Bang, bang, bang. Brett, having relinquished his physical enhancements, retained his ability to train in other powers, including the shadow clone technique. Roger departed from Bartolomeo Island with unclear intentions. Brett informed his partner Melade to monitor Roger remotely and also alerted Minister Wano, hastily following the Mosquito Woman. On July 6th, Roger, in a rather reckless manner, dared to traverse the windless zone teeming with formidable beasts aboard a mere small vessel. The location of Bartolomeo Island lies near the latter half of the Grand Line, meaning that once he crossed the adjacent windless zone and entered the Grand Line, he would reach the core area of the world government, comprising the underwater prison, Judicial Island, the Navy headquarters, and Mariewa. By July 10th, Roger succeeded. He boldly charged through, dismantling any perilous beast that dared to obstruct his path, successfully navigating the windless zone. On July 18th, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the Pirate King GOLD, Roger swaggered onto Navy territory, akin to a criminal invading a police station or a mouse wandering into a cat's den, exuding an air of complete fearlessness. He laughed heartily in front of the astonished Navy personnel, proclaiming, "Where's Garp? Tell him I've come for him. He needn't chase me anymore." Ha ha ha. On the same day in Mariewa, Brett shrugged, expressing his confusion. Minister Wano grimaced, pondering aloud, should I be pleased or displeased? After all these years of the government striving to eliminate this man, has he truly thrown himself into the fray, waving a white flag? What do you mean? Brett inquired. Minister Wano continued, after the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, certain members were targeted, secretly arrested and interrogated. When asked about Roger's character, they described him as a man who demanded grandeur in all endeavors, be it feasting or fighting. Thus, upon realizing his life was nearing its end, he remained undaunted, charging fervently towards the throne of the Pirate King. Are you suggesting that facing a terminal illness, he chose to go out in a blaze of glory? Brett asked. Minister Wano sighed. Is there any other explanation? What are the higher-ups? Brett replied. The implications are considerable. Minister Wano responded with caution. For the first time since the current 5 elders assumed power, their opinions are not unified. Brett smirked. Is that the reason you were sent back? They must first reach a consensus? Indeed, Minister Ernest conceded. Brett stretched his waist and inquired, Old Commander? I wish to make contact with the Pirate King. The elderly man replied. I fear I am not in a position to decide, young Brett. Minister Wano scratched his head and said, Wait for an opportunity. Chapter 22. The Residual Value of the Pirate King through Minister Wano's Revelations. Brett gradually comprehended the divisions that had arisen among the upper echelons of the world government regarding the sudden surrender of Joel D. Roger to the Navy, an issue or event that had sparked considerable debate. In essence, the crux of the matter revolved around whether to exploit the remaining value of the Pirate King. The divergences among the high-ranking officials of the world government could be summarized into 3 categories. Firstly, considering Roger's knowledge of the ancient weapons and his potential grasp of the truth behind the century of blank history, coupled with his unprecedented escape from the relentless pursuit of the world government, which led him to the fabled Raftel and his ascension to the Pirate King's throne, had not only caused an unparalleled uproar but also cast a deep and troubling shadow over the legitimacy of the world government's authority. Thus, the world government sought to announce, with great fanfare, the capture of the Pirate King while he still lived, conducting a public execution that would draw the eyes of the masses, by sacrificing Roger's blood and life. They aimed to quell the increasingly violent tide of piracy that had arisen in the wake of the Pirate King's emergence and restore stability to the world. Secondly, there was the proposition of secretly executing the Pirate King. The rationale was that should the deceit of capturing the Pirate King be exposed, the world government would suffer even greater humiliation. A public execution was fraught with uncertainties, such as the potential revelations from Roger's former crew or his divulging the whereabouts of the ancient weapons and the truth of the blank century during the execution. It would be more prudent to execute the Pirate King in secrecy, observing the shifting tides of the world while discreetly monitoring those who might act against the government, those who harbored rebellious sentiments, and any hidden enemies of the world government. Concurrently, they would expedite the expansion of their military capabilities to prepare for an all-encompassing crackdown on any dissenters. Thirdly, some officials merely expressed agreement with both sides, choosing to remain passive observers as the debate raged on. This protracted discussion continued for half a month before a resolution was reached. As the most esteemed medical team of the world government diagnosed that Roger was nearing death. Thus, the announcement was made, extra, the world's most notorious criminal, Gold, Roger, has been captured by the Navy. The legend of the Pirate King shall soon come to an end. On September 1st, in the town of Logtown in the East Blue, the public execution of the Pirate King was set to take place. The news of the world government's capture of the Pirate King spread rapidly through its official and semi-official media outlets, astonishing the world. Meanwhile, in Minister Wano's office, he remarked, Did you not wish to witness the Pirate King? The opportunity has arrived, as he revealed a small vial in the palm of his hand. Brett cast a glance at the small vial held in the palm of Minister Wano, its liquid hue vibrant yet evidently unpalatable. And then, he inquired, the concoction produced by the scientists of the Ministry of Science, administered to the Pirate King, will ensure that by the 1st of September, we need not worry about his ramblings during the highly publicized execution, Minister Wano remarked. Brett resolutely declined, stating, No, I have no desire to visit Marineford to witness the Pirate King. I am not interested in trivial errands. Brett could not guarantee that Roger, after consuming the potion, would remain mute. What would he do if Roger spoke during the highly publicized execution? There would be no river deep enough to cleanse him of the ensuing scandal. Minister Ernest exclaimed in astonishment. In the realm of the East Sea, specifically in the town of Rogu, the site designated for the public execution is none other than the birthplace of the infamous Pirate King. I propose that we, Cypher Pole, dispatch personnel to assist the Navy in escorting the Pirate King to Rogu, ensuring that all proceeds without a hitch. This will provide me ample opportunity to behold the legendary figure of the Pirate King. My curiosity is simply piqued by the enigmatic appearance of this renowned individual. Although I have previously been tasked with monitoring him on Bartaylor Island, I have yet to lay my eyes upon him in person. A brief pause ensued. Will the executioner of the Pirate King be a member of the Navy, or shall it be one of us from Cipher Pole? Inquired Bread. Minister Wonist, with a skeptical gaze, replied, the Navy. What scheme are you concocting now, young Bread? Bread, with a smile that sparkled with avarice, licked his lips and responded, it is merely innocent curiosity. Today is August 6th. When will the escort of the Pirate King to the East Sea commence? Minister Wonist replied, around August 24th or 25th. The Navy will establish a perimeter around Rogu, and we at Cipher Pole will also conduct a thorough investigation of the surrounding area. This highly anticipated public execution is sure to attract countless onlookers, even those remnants of the Roger Pirates, though the crew may have long disbanded. I cannot believe they would simply allow the head of their captain to roll without retaliation. Regardless, I find myself rather bored. I shall take a detour around the East Sea and return in time for the escort of the Pirate King, declared Bread as he rose from his seat. Minister Wonist, adjusting his ample girth, reached for a roasted chicken and devoured it with gusto, mumbling, young Bread, do you not think you enjoy too much freedom? Your liberties have escalated to such an extent that you act at will, disregarding any obligations. If every agent of Cipher Pole were like you, what semblance of order could remain? Would my position not become utterly meaningless? Yet I am your steadfast supporter, esteemed minister. Not all agents of Cipher Pole are devoid of allegiance to you, Bread retorted, gesturing towards Minister Wonist. The minister erupted in hearty laughter, indeed. Farewell, esteemed minister. Upon exiting Minister Wonist's office, Bread gazed upward at the blue sky dotted with clouds. Suddenly, he turned to Joanna and asked, what do you think the blood of the Pirate King tastes like? Joanna, deep in contemplation and biting her finger, responded somewhat off topic. He is an incredibly powerful individual, indeed. Bread. Precisely. Exactly. Bread beamed with delight. Little did they know, both the Pirate King and the world government, which sought to extract the last vestiges of value from him, could not fathom that someone harbored even more audacious schemes to drain the very essence of the Pirate King for their own gain. Chapter 23. Interests. What are you pondering? The tone was chilling, though posed as a question, it was imbued with an air of undeniable authority. In the VIP lounge of the airship, Brett cast a sidelong glance at the ocean through the window, the glimmer of nobility and grandeur reflected in his peripheral vision, belonging to his death. I wonder, has your abhorrent demeanor been inspired by the celestial dragons? Brett remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The sound of chains rattled ominously. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the sharp stiletto heels collided with a man's skull, resonating with the subsequent impact against the floor. Oh, are you referring to him? At his death's feet lay a stripped and battered man, unconscious from the severe injuries he had sustained, his neck ensnared by a chain, resembling a dog, specifically a dead dog. Bread remained silent. He bore no relation to the celestial dragons, nor did I desire to emulate them. He is not my slave, rather. He stands as one of my most prized trophies to date. Isdeth propped her chin on one hand, exuding a languid, indifferent cruelty, thus I am reluctant to relinquish him to the underwater prison. I wish to first employ my experimental interrogation techniques, while savoring the remnants of the battle that ensued. However, I find myself growing weary. Despite being hailed as a great pirate and receiving a staggering bounty of 360 million berries from the government, he ultimately proves to be nothing more than a fragile, pathetic waste. Brett, well, little Brett, what do you wish to do? Esther's continued. Minister Wonist sent me to Rog Town with the intention of thoroughly investigating the perilous list of agents surrounding Rog Town, and your name is conspicuously absent. As a reflection of the curiosity that grips those who have heard the news of the government's impending public execution of the Pirate King in the East Sea, akin to the eagerness of individuals journeying to Log Town for a glimpse of the spectacle, one cannot help but recognize the inherent fascination humanity possesses for such events. Regardless of one's temperament, nestled within each individual lies a dormant propensity for a morbid delight in witnessing bloodshed. After all, blood and death represent the pinnacle of entertainment. It certainly does not sound appealing. Isdeth subtly expressed her skepticism regarding Brett's veracity. Bredu, you are not the supervisor responsible for investigating the dangerous tasks surrounding Rocktown. Haha. Isdeth chuckled, adjusting her posture. Her languid demeanor remained, yet her cerulean eyes fixated on Bredu, radiating brilliance. You have grown stronger. I find myself intrigued by you, young Bredu. Shall we engage in a contest? Perhaps I shall concede that people refer to us as the genius twin stars of Cypherpole for 800 years is no mere hyperbole. The battles of an Imperial tool user inevitably lead to death, Bredu stated flatly. His death's smile did not wane. Are you afraid of death? No. I fear killing you and failing to provide an adequate explanation to the higher-ups afterward, Bredu replied candidly. His death narrowed her eyes, a chilling aura emanating from her. The atmosphere grew instantly tense. Mosquito Girl had already prepared for combat, while Bredu patted her on the head, locking eyes with his death. I am not interested in you. Why? His death persisted, refusing to relent. Braid murmured softly, I believe your countenance is not that of one destined for longevity. Esther's remained silent. Bread sat in serene meditation, engrossed in his cultivation, refraining from any further communication with his death, who found herself in the same vicinity by mere coincidence. This continued until they reached the town of Rog. My purpose for arriving in Rog was singular, to hunt. I firmly believe that the imminent public execution of the Pirate King will draw not only the curious gaze of commoners, nobles, and merchants alike, but also unsettled pirates and criminals, who are precisely the targets of my pursuit. His death donned her leather gloves, brandishing her spoils. Shall we compare our hunting achievements? Brett shook his head, expressing his lack of time. Bored, he muttered. Esther's, dissatisfied, grumbled as she took the lead in departing. They arrived at Rog Town. Bread was aboard a civilian airship, and as it descended, a military airship landed nearby. Quick, organize your equipment, you lazy bunch. The sharp reprimand emanated from a striking female general, her white hair styled in a braid, her violet eyes captivating, and her visage lovely. She donned a Navy Standard cloak, with a technologically advanced firearm slung casually over her shoulder. Meet General Negeshitin. The matriarch is about to unleash her wrath. The well-trained naval forces assembled. Quite the physique, isn't it? Bread remarked as Mosquito Girl leaned her chin on his shoulder, whispering. Mosquito Girl had a commendable figure as well, albeit with a smaller bust. Braid delivered a sharp blow to Mosquito Girl's forehead, her weapon, the Imperial artifact romantic cannon, pumpkin, rendered ineffective. Ouch, that hurts, Braid. Mosquito Girl exclaimed, cradling her head. Seemingly sensing Braid's presence, Mosquito Girl's partner, Major Negeshitin, turned and approached with purpose. Greetings, I am Rear Admiral Negeshitin. We are Cypherpole. Braid swiftly comprehended Negeshitin's intent to interrogate their identities, given their discreet attire. The petite Negeshitin scrutinized Braid's features, a hint of mockery in her tone. Proof, please? Since when does Cypherpole boast a star performer? No proof. No problem. Agents adhere to their own rules. Alternatively, you may contact Minister Wanis to describe my appearance and verify my credentials, Braid replied. That's enough. Let's not linger, Negeshitin stated decisively, turning to leave. Brett's attention was drawn to Rog Town. This town, which ought to be just one of the many inconspicuous small towns encompassed by the vast East Sea, is characterized by its simplicity, tranquility, and unassuming nature. However, nothing remains constant. Recently, the serene atmosphere of Rog Town has been disrupted by Roger, the legendary Pirate King. As the birthplace of the Pirate King, Rog Town is soon to become the site of his downfall. Consequently, this town, which should have remained an inconspicuous part of the East Sea, has begun to shine brightly, attracting individuals with diverse intentions from all directions. As Bread wandered through the streets of Rog Town, he could distinctly sense the burgeoning chaos. Particularly, a unique laughter echoed through the air. Bread cast a sidelong glance. Chapter 24, The Hot-Blooded Fool, Hero of the West Sea. Ha ha, how amusing. Captain. Ah, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts. In a secluded tavern, a raucous gathering had taken place, where a group of rough sailors, reeking of fish and evidently accustomed to a life at sea, roared with uninhibited laughter. They encircled a colossal figure, truly a giant, broad-shouldered and muscular, standing nearly 7 meters tall, half the height of a giant. His imposing stature was matched by his appearance, hair like fiery green onions, a face reminiscent of a demon, pointed ears, sharp teeth, and small horns jutting from either side of his forehead. Had he not inserted 2 chopsticks into his nostrils and been dancing clumsily in a comical manner, merely standing there would have elicited awe. Creak, the door swung open. The joyous atmosphere abruptly ceased. Long time no see, hot-blooded fool, Moonlight Moria. The brilliant midday light streamed through the glass door, illuminating Bread's golden hair, making it even more resplendent, while his features remained somewhat indistinct, shrouded in a dreamlike haze. No. Should I now address you as Captain Moria or Hero of the West Sea? Braid had an encounter with Moria several years ago while he was active in the West Sea, aspiring to attain the prestigious rank of a 2-star hunter and ultimately to establish the Hunter Association's Coordination Committee. During his fervent campaign to apprehend pirates and criminals, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Moria, who, at that time, was not yet a pirate but had already gained some renown as an adventurer in the West Sea. The experience was far from pleasant. Braid has his sights set on the pirate, who is currently indulging in libations with Moria. Then, Braid took the head of that pirate, and though Moria attempted to intervene, he was no match for Braid. To this day, Braid vividly recalls Moria's insistence that the pirate, whom he had barely known, was a friend. After Braid claimed the pirate's head, Moria incessantly pursued him, defiantly proclaiming that he would repay him 100-fold, even in defeat, radiating an image of unwavering confidence and courage. This led Braid to mock Moria as a hot-blooded fool. With a resounding thud, a large barrel of beer was consumed. Bang! Moria forcefully slammed the barrel onto the bar, standing tall and imposing. "You scoundrel! We have an account to settle," he exclaimed, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he brandished a massive pair of scissors. Braid raised an eyebrow, fixating intently on the enormous scissors in Moria's grasp. The imperial artifact that cleaves all things, soul severance? There are originally 48 such artifacts, all under the dominion of the world government. Over the passage of time, nearly 8 centuries have elapsed, and the world government has lost or damaged 16 of these artifacts, leaving them in possession of 32. The colossal scissors that Moria holds are among those listed as lost, an imperial artifact forged from the fangs of a legendary dragon-class super-dangerous beast, capable of severing anything in existence. "Wait, it's an imperial artifact," Moria exclaimed, startled by the revelation. "How intriguing," Braid mused, a smirk gracing his lips. "I'll give you another chance, hot-blooded fool. Haha, go forth and embrace your destiny. I truly wonder if you will continue to be brimming with confidence and courage. I genuinely wish that one day in the future, you will still be able to laugh as joyfully as you do today. Enough of your grandstanding. You scoundrel," Moria shouted. "I've told you, we have debts to settle. Captain, please, don't act rashly. There are numerous Navy officers in Rogue Town, and if we stir up trouble, it could spell disaster for us." A dozen pirates struggled to contain the irascible Moria. Braid chuckled lightly and turned to open the door. "Wait." Moria struggled to suppress his emotions, grinning menacingly. Who are you?" Braid slightly tilted his face. "Braid Heyman, no need to remember too deeply. I trust our paths will cross often. On the streets, I initially intended to take him down and test my abilities." Braid remarked to the Mosquito Girl, "What a pity." The Mosquito Girl tilted her head from side to side, retorting, "Joanna can sense it. Braid's stomach is brewing trouble." Hey, anyone can say that about me, but you, of all people, cannot, Joanna," Braid responded, raising his hands in resignation. The Mosquito Girl gazed skyward, ignoring Braid. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Hey, Braid. Is that a large bird up there? Or is it a person?" She nudged Braid with her elbow to draw his attention. Braid looked up, and there it was. A vibrant splash of fuchsia soaring through the sky. He was familiar to us. "Huh?" The Mosquito Lady exclaimed in surprise. Joanna had no recollection of him. "Braid Dow, Mary Joa, Panga City. It has been quite a few years." Ignoring him, he is merely a nuisance. As he wandered through Rogue Town, Braid surveyed his surroundings, primarily scrutinizing the layout of the town, the precise location of public executions, and the route for escorting the Pirate King to the guillotine. He meticulously plotted how to disguise himself as the executioner, intending to utilize his ability to manifest through his powers of thought, extracting the life energy of the Pirate King, which included orchestrating a successful retreat and erasing all traces of his actions. Braid's mind was incessantly calculating. The rhythmic clattering of high heels echoed against the cobblestones. "My Lord Braid," came an exuberant embrace. Upon hearing the title, Braid released his tightly clenched fists, initially suspecting that his death intended to launch a surprise attack, seeking vengeance for his curse that branded her as a short-lived wretch. Tamamo's enchanting smile was almost flirtatious, even sycophantic. "My Lord Braid, I find myself devoid of funds." Braid responded with palpable exasperation. The serpentine-faced Lilliquith also greeted him, adorned with an array of boxes and bags, having served as Tamamo's laborer for nearly a year. Braid sighed. "You have worked hard, Lilith. I grant you a month's leave, along with a bonus of 2 million berries." "Thank you, Lord Braid," Lilith replied, rejuvenated and brimming with enthusiasm. "I can still accompany you, Lord Tamamo." "Brett, what brings you to Rogue Town?" Brett lamented as he rummaged through his wallet. Yu Zhaoqian replied nonchalantly. Just here to watch the spectacle. 5 million berries. Brett solemnly placed his bank card in Yu Zhaoqian's palm, stating, Ms. Yu Zhaoqian, once this sum is exhausted, should you fail to uphold our agreement, it shall be farewell. You may return to your peace island, and I shall have no qualms. Yu Zhaoqian interjected, earnestly bringing her fingers together as if to swear an oath. Chapter 25 August 25th may very well be destined to become one of the most humiliating years in the annals of naval history. On July 18th, the Navy, having previously organized numerous large-scale operations to hunt and eradicate, was left helplessly watching as Gold, Roger, the one who ascended to the throne of the Pirate King, unexpectedly arrived at their stronghold in a small boat. Rather than viewing it as a surrender, it could be interpreted as mockery, a taunt of the Navy's incompetence and impotence. Is there anything more ironic than this? The criminal, whom the enforcers could never apprehend, after having grown weary of their evasion, casually sauntered before them, boldly inviting the enforcers to arrest him. The most tragic aspect was that the enforcers had to conceal the truth and shamelessly proclaim to the public that it was indeed they who captured him, while their honor was undoubtedly trampled upon. Then, on August 25th, the sky was overcast, shrouded in dark clouds, with occasional flashes of lightning dancing through the air. As a fine drizzle fell incessantly, a sharp, buzzing alarm echoed through Marineford. Intruders! Bang! Bang! The thunderous sounds of gunfire mingled with piercing screams. It is hard to believe that the undoubtedly most formidable armed group in the world, the Navy's headquarters, the core, the very heart, faced a terrorist attack for the first time in history. The enemy's numbers were, that individual, that singular foe. The enemy was but one person. A cry of horror reverberated through the air. In the square before the colossal fortress that symbolizes justice and peace, a solitary figure stood amidst a sea of corpses and blood. He was a middle-aged man, with a mane of golden hair cascading down his shoulders, adorned with a fragment of a ship's wheel upon his head. Clad in a kimono and wooden sandals, he wielded twin swords. His eyebrows arched in defiance as he puffed on a cigar, exhaling plumes of smoke. This was Gold, Roger, on the cusp of conquering the Grand Line and attaining the title of Pirate King. The seas were a tumultuous era filled with rival factions and monstrous conflicts. Yet it was undeniably the age of this man. His adversaries often found themselves compelled to bestow upon him the title of the strongest, acknowledging his unparalleled supremacy in the realm of piracy. While powerful contenders such as Edward Newgate posed fierce competition when it came to the might of their respective crews, even the combined forces of the R.O. Jackson, belonging to Roger's crew, and the Moby Dick, under Whitebeard's command, paled in comparison to the vastness of his Golden Lion pirates. His fleet, a formidable armada comprised of over 100 pirate crews and tens of thousands of pirates, eclipsed the horizon. Even in the face of the legendary battle led by Edward against Roger's crew, which nearly pushed them to the brink of annihilation, fate intervened with a tempest that thwarted their efforts. Though a significant portion of his grand fleet suffered losses, he remained steadfast, universally recognized as the most formidable pirate force. He was the Lion Demon. He was the Golden Lion. He was the Flying Pirate. He was the world's foremost swordsman. He was the admiral of the Golden Lion fleet. He was the pirate among pirates, a monster among monsters. He was Shiki. How could Roger possibly be captured by you inept fools? He is a man I respect. Shiki seethed with anger and frustration, his emotions boiling over into hysteria. At that moment, as the execution platform for the Pirate King was being relocated to Log Town in the East Blue, one of the agents cooperating with the Navy, Bread, found himself in Marineford. He has lost his mind, Bread declared, shaking his head. Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp will handle him. We must set off. Indeed, came the reply. The Navy will take the lead. Bread did not linger. He was indeed eager to witness the clash of the formidable titans that dominated the world. However, the immediate priority was to keep a close watch on the Pirate King. The Navy had dispatched a team to escort the Pirate King, composed of three rather intriguing individuals. The first was a major general, codenamed Kizaru, whose real name was Borsellino, an old acquaintance of Bread. The other two were equally notable. One was a stern figure wearing a baseball cap, a major general known as a Kainu or Sakazuki. The other was a carefree individual with curly hair, also a major general, codenamed Akiji or Kazan. Bread also discovered the enigmatic figure of a major general, codenamed Qinglong, who bore the title of a hidden, browless man within the naval ranks, known to be Monkey D. Dragon, the son of the naval hero Monkey D. Garp. Alongside him was a strikingly beautiful woman, a major general codenamed Peach Rabbit Guion, with alluring curves and long legs. There was also a rather unsightly major general, codenamed Chibuta Shikaki, whose awkwardly shaped legs were even more unfortunate than those of Borsalino. All of them represented the rising stars of the Navy. They gathered strength after the former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr receded to a secondary role, serving as the chief instructor at the Naval Academy, where he has nurtured a new generation of elites capable of supporting the future of the Navy. Soon, aboard the airship, Red witnessed the Pirate King firsthand and found the experience rather mundane, for even a figure as formidable as the Pirate King was merely a captive in chains. Perhaps having ingested a poison concocted by the scientists of the Scientific Brigade, the Pirate King remained silent and composed, yet his demeanor reflected an air of tranquility, indifferent to both joy and sorrow, utterly disinterested in the impending end of his life. "Hey, Brad, how about a wager or two?" called out Borsalino, deftly handling his playing cards. He was far from a compliant naval officer. He thrived on amusement, and when unable to find it, he would create it himself. Brad chuckled. "No problem. How much shall we wager?" In that fleeting moment as he rose from his seat, the Pirate King within the confines of the railing lifted his gaze. Brad caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. A look of confusion flashed across the Pirate King's face, whose disheveled black hair concealed bright eyes that reflected his perplexity, accompanied by a subtle hint of unease. Brad hesitated momentarily, then the Pirate King lowered his head, resuming his pretense of death. With a slight furrow of his brow, Brad entered the fray of the naval game. What went unnoticed by Brad was that the one taking over his vigil of the Pirate King was Monkey D. Dragon. It is rather peculiar. What exactly is the significance of your lineage marked by the letter D? Does the island of Rafdell truly exist? Chapter 26, The Navy and Cypher Paul. I must say, since the incident involving Teacher Zephyr, the operational capabilities of your Cypher Pole have remarkably surged. Amidst the card games, casual conversations ensued, led by the sole woman at the table, Guion, who sat beside Brad, looking down at him. Indeed, looking down. None of the promising stars of the Navy were short. Even the shortest among them, Monkey D. Dragon, stood nearly 2 meters tall, while Guion towered at an impressive height of between 2 meters 3 and 2 meters 4. The variation attributed to her delicate and slender high-heeled shoes. "Hey, you brat, keep your eyes to yourself," Shikaki shouted in displeasure, noticing Brad's wandering gaze. Brad's gaze was fixated on the long, athletic, and fair legs of Guion, truly a sight to behold, especially when adorned with exquisite stiletto heels and clad in shorts. However, his attention was drawn to a tattoo on the upper thigh of Guion, a black spider. Were it not for the absence of a serial number, I might have mistaken you for a member of the Phantom Troop instead of the Navy, Lady Peach Rabbit. I once infiltrated the Phantom Troop, but alas, my disguise faltered, leaving behind this mark. Guion's gentle smile, accentuated by a beauty spot, rendered her even more enchanting. Last time in the West Sea, I had hoped to eradicate the barbaric bones alongside Master Zephyr upon my return to the Navy Academy, only to find that you resolved the matter single-handedly, rendering our journey redundant. You all were simply too slow, Brad retorted, casting aside his cards, his luck having abandoned him. So, has Cypher Pole's operational capacity suddenly surged? Guion, while examining her cards, replied, "Not that. It is you who unexpectedly ascended to a high-ranking position within the Hunter Association, serving as the vice president of the 12th. Huh? Kazan, still bleary-eyed, was taken aback. Borsalino chuckled, my apologies. I didn't realize that young Brad was such a prominent figure. You seem to have a great many interests." Brad, uncertain whether it was a jest, responded dismissively. Guion maintained her smile. "What can I say? Life experiences shape us. I once was a hunter, albeit one without a license." Hey, Shikakichi exclaimed in frustration. Guion turned, her smile evaporating. Silence. A few Navy officers at the card table stifled their laughter. "Brother T-Pig, it appears you have encountered a formidable rival," Borsalino teased. "Look at our young Brad. The ace agent of Cypher Pole, the vice president of the Hunter Association's 12, clearly a young prodigy with a bright future. And not to mention, with that striking appearance, handsome, to say the least. Brother T-Pig, your situation seems rather precarious," Guion added with a subtle jab. "I must reiterate, Shikakichi, not a single aspect of yours will ever meet my criteria for a partner." Shikakichi sighed dramatically, fell silent for a moment, then approached Brad to shake his hand. "I entrust Guion to you." Brett coughed. "I am still a minor." He added, "Furthermore, the Navy and Cypher Paul." Cheyenne interjected, "I prefer the youthful." Status is of no consequence. Wow, our naval flower. Are you confessing? This is rather swift. Laughter erupted. Just kidding, Cheyenne calmly revealed her cards, adopting a gambler's demeanor. I win. Pay up, pay up. Don't even think about defaulting. Beware, or I shall unleash Kindra upon you. The atmosphere brightened considerably, for the divide between the Navy and Cipher Pole was profound. Consequently, the conversation became increasingly candid, meandering across a myriad of topics. As the card game approached its conclusion, someone inquired, if you associate with us, will your colleagues mind, young Brett? Kazan once again redirected the conversation back to the Navy and Cipher Pole. Brett spoke succinctly, I report directly to Minister Onest. Then, shifting the conversation, he inquired, do your colleagues mind your association with me? They should not, murmured Paulusalino ambiguously. The truth is, the game had indeed reached its conclusion. The Navy was reclaiming their territory, and Bread too was obliged to return to the domain of Cipher Pole. Minister Onest dispatched agents to escort the Pirate King in coordination with the Navy. Bread did not recognize them, nor was he familiar with their appearances. Only aware that both were men wearing masks. Do not entangle yourself too deeply with the Navy, was a reminder that served as a caution. Brett squinted. I have my own methods of operation. The other party remained silent, as quiet as two stone lions. Brett pondered for a moment before choosing to step out of the room, gazing at the scenery from the corridor of the airship. The dusk was approaching its twilight. As he stood there, Mosquito Girl approached him quietly, whispering, I found it. Well done, Joanna, Brett replied, affectionately ruffling her hair in a gesture of praise. Following Brett's instructions, Mosquito Girl commanded her swarm to scour the airship, meticulously inspecting the naval personnel on board, including the weaponry and equipment, ultimately identifying the executioner of the Pirate King. Thus, the matter was settled. The clandestine plan of Brad is now ready. As the journey progresses, Brad learns from the Navy that the notorious pirate, Golden Lion, who dared to invade the Navy's stronghold at Marine Ford, has been subdued by Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, subsequently imprisoned in the underwater penitentiary. The cost incurred by the Navy has been substantial. Nearly half of Marine Ford has been devastated, resulting in the casualties of hundreds, if not thousands, of naval personnel. In an instant, everything changed. Braid faintly comprehended the enigmatic maneuvers of the Pirate King, pondering the essence of his actions. He patiently awaited his turn to guard the Pirate King. The pinnacle of Kinbunchika hockey lies in the ability to foresee fleeting moments of the future. However, there are rare anomalies capable of perceiving further ahead. Braid's gaze intensified. GOLD. Roger? To what extent can you foresee the future? The sound of clashing iron chains echoed in the air. Roger lifted his gaze, fixating intently on Braid. Your surrender, I surmise, is not merely an attempt to make a grand statement in your final moments. I am utterly convinced that the leak of your news concerning the birth of your child is also a part of your strategy, is it not? Roger smiled silently. Have you heard of Gold Lion Shiki's audacious assault on the Navy headquarters? Braid remarked, I believe his reckless actions were not accounted for in your calculations. Chapter 27. The hidden game. The Pirate King remained silent. Perhaps the toxins developed by the world government's scientific division had indeed ravaged his vocal cords? Or perhaps, in the face of a momentous decision in life, his inherently unruly nature had now embraced the adage that silence is golden? In any case, he spoke not a word, quietly gazing through the narrow window at the azure sky and white clouds, occasionally taking a deep breath, revealing that he was savoring the dwindling moments of his time. Bread ceased his inquiries. Driven by an insatiable curiosity and impulsiveness, he sought communication with the Pirate King even when he knew he would receive no answers. In truth, he had yet to connect many of the intricate details surrounding his myriad questions. Finally, on the 1st of September in the year 1498 of the sea calendar, a moment destined to be etched in history arrived. The persistent drizzle had finally relented. Indeed, no matter how severe the weather, not even bullets or blades could deter the eager populace, let alone a gentle rain. The square of Rogtown was already teeming with people. A glance revealed a dense sea of humanity, disguised pirates, lurking hunters, concealed ninjas, nobles, merchants, commoners, and journalists from various professions and ethnicities. A quaint town of merely several thousand residents in the East Sea now found itself inundated with hundreds of thousands, filling every conceivable space, on the ground, in the sky, everywhere. Where are they? Don't crowd me. Damn it, are you seeking death? In such throngs, anxiety inevitably breeds friction. leading to conflicts that left the Navy tasked with maintaining order in a state of utter disarray. The Navy's predicament in safeguarding Rogue Town stemmed from insufficient personnel, a consequence of the machinations of the upper echelons of the world government. The Navy's current deployment in Rogue Town exemplified a typical strategy of internal laxity and external tightness. Internally relaxed, they imposed no restrictions on anyone wishing to witness the public execution of the Pirate King. Externally, they amassed a significant force, poised to apprehend a multitude of criminals with bounties once the execution was concluded, all aimed at using the Pirate King's head and blood to instill fear in wrongdoers. Moreover, the world government remained uncertain about the veracity of the rumors surrounding the most nefarious bloodline residing on the island of Barda in the South Sea. They were skeptical of the current state of the disbanded Roger Pirates and sought to use the public execution of the Pirate King as a means of probing these claims. The choice of Rogue Town in the East Sea for the execution was a brazen declaration to the world that all members of the Roger Pirates had been captured, a tactic employed by the world government to test the truth of the rumors regarding the sinister bloodline on Barda Island. Particularly, the world government was eager to ascertain the authenticity of this information, as their ruling class was steeped in a hereditary tradition, firmly believing in the significance of bloodlines. They were unafraid of the Pirate King, whose time was running short, yet they harbored fears of the potentially formidable legacy of the most wicked bloodline yet to come. What, then, is the East Sea? Regarding the world government, the East Sea is considered the most tranquil of the 5 great seas. In contrast, it is also deemed the weakest among them. Thus, it appears that the world government has chosen to publicly execute the Pirate King in the East Sea, even selecting his hometown, Rogue Town, as the location, allowing the Pirate King to return to his roots and avoid the tragedy of dying far from home. This decision seemingly reflects the formidable resolve of a global sovereign. However, this is not the case. The world government harbors malicious intent, selecting the site of the execution in the sea that pirates perceive as the weakest, ensuring that the Pirate King is humiliated in the presence of his friends and family. Undoubtedly, the world government tramples upon the dignity of the Pirate King and the entire Roger Pirates, for in the eyes of pirates, the captain's honor is synonymous with that of the entire crew. The world government is unafraid of the Roger Pirates making an appearance, exposing their deceit regarding the supposed capture of the entire crew in front of the public. Should the Roger Pirates, burdened by shame, dare to show themselves in Rogue Town, even if the most nefarious lineage truly exists, they would be apprehended in one fell swoop, thus extinguishing the future potential of this malevolent bloodline. Conversely, if the Roger Pirates endure humiliation in silence, the world government would sense impending danger, fearing that the most wicked lineage might indeed exist. The voluntary surrender of the Pirate King is an act of self-sacrifice, aiming to divert the world government's attention from the South Sea, particularly the island of Barda, where his lineage has been unexpectedly discovered. The Roger Pirates are currently encircling Barda, poised to rescue their young master at any moment. The intricate dynamics surrounding the public execution of the Pirate King are largely derived from Minister Wano's revelations, with a fraction stemming from Bread's conjectures. At this moment, Bread, having seemingly mastered transformation techniques, embodies both the executioner and the observer. Donned in the muted yellow garb of the executioner and wielding a temporarily altered weapon of his non-ability, gluttony, he walks at the forefront of the naval procession, escorting the Pirate King to the gallows. The Navy originally tasked with the execution has fallen under the control of the Mosquito Woman, and afterward, Bread will employ Tamamo's illusions to obfuscate their memories, leading them to believe they have fulfilled the task of executing the Pirate King. The sound of the bell tolls. The chime resonated melodiously, seemingly imbued with some enchantment, rendering the square of Roger Town utterly silent in an instant. The crisp sound of clashing chains echoed as the path leading to the hastily erected gallows became visible, revealing the figure of the Pirate King. A gentle breeze caressed the air, tousling his disheveled black hair, while his dark crimson cloak billowed majestically. Alas, he was bereft of his proud captain's hat. The shackled Pirate King advanced slowly and laboriously. His hesitance was not born of fear of death, nor was he so shameless as to regret his choices. The smile upon his face signified his lack of trepidation. Indeed, he continued to smile, an inexplicable grin that bore no resemblance to that of a prisoner, but rather evoked the image of a triumphant general. This was the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. Chapter 28. The dawn of the Great Pirate Era at 1020. The Pirate King ascended, then seated himself upon the lofty gallows, akin to taking his rightful throne. surveying the masses with unrestrained delight. Bread, playing dual roles, stood flanking the Pirate King, gazing down at all present, including the king himself. He noted that the Pirate King paid particular attention to the flickering cameras, filming devices, and other tools broadcasting live to the world. Gold, Roger, born in the year 1443 of the Sea Circle calendar, was subjected to the most illustrious duty of the judge of Roger Town, who was responsible for announcing the crimes of the Pirate King. The judge, brimming with excitement, proclaimed with fervor, even breaking his voice, "You are hereby sentenced for the gravest of crimes. Your transgressions are manifold. Among the most heinous are piracy, plunder, arson, smuggling, kidnapping, contempt for the law, and moral decay." After a lengthy diatribe, he concluded with a resounding thud of his gavel, "Your monstrous sins are unforgivable. You are hereby sentenced to death. Execute the sentence." The judge thundered. At 10:28, the sound of clashing tools emerged as Bread, acting as the executioner, prepared the instruments of demise. Suddenly, the will of generations, the evolution of eras, and the dreams of humanity echoed through the air. As long as people continued to pursue the answers to freedom, all of this would never cease. Roger smiled, though he did not utter a word, his voice resonating within the hearts of all present. Meanwhile, the media workers relayed the voice they had heard, broadcasting it live to the world. Bread furrowed his brow. The advanced application of observation hockey? Or was it listening to the sounds of all things? Suddenly, a voice, hoarse and desperate, pierced through the air, voicing the unasked questions of countless souls. "Pirate King, where have you hidden all the treasures you've found? Surely, they must be within the Grand Line. You have truly acquired that great treasure, that one-of-a-kind treasure, that one piece." Within the perception granted by observation hockey, Bread pinpointed the source of the shout, a nondescript, middle-aged man in a vest. Bread privately assessed, sensing traces of disguise in the man's demeanor. "Ha! My treasure? If you desire it, I can give it all to you. Go and search. I have placed everything in the world there." Still without uttering a word, Roger's voice resonated in the hearts of everyone present, relayed by the journalists who conveyed what they heard, broadcasting it to the world. No longer hesitating. At 10:30, puff, puff, the flash of blades, blood flowing. Thus, a legendary era came to a close. A brief silence. The uproar erupted. "Pirate King. I shall become the Pirate King. Setting sail. No one can stop me." The world was in chaos. Amidst the shock, Bread discreetly withdrew, summoning Mosquito Girl and Tamamo to execute their plan, striving for seamless execution, even though it was fundamentally unattainable. After all, those who had their life energy drained by gluttony either turned to dry corpses or vanished into dust. He had chosen the latter, so with the Pirate King deceased, leaving only his garments behind, it incited a stir, leading many to believe in the supernatural. Ignoring the turmoil outside, Bread retreated into a local inn in Logetown. He needed to immediately assimilate the life energy of the Pirate King. Gluttony did not preserve others' life energy permanently. There was no disappointment. Although the Pirate King suffered from a terminal illness, he had not perished in the conventional sense. His immense life energy had not faded or dissipated. Utilizing the Imperial blood collection to rapidly absorb Roger's life energy via gluttony, Bread reveled in an exquisite ecstasy. Rich and full-bodied, it surpassed even the life energy of the Phantom Troop Spider leader. It was beyond description in terms of spiritual sensation, yet physically, Bread was acutely aware his muscles, bones, meridians, and cells were all being enhanced and expanded, striving to accept and assimilate the Pirate King's life energy as his own. Bread firmly believes that even if the process of assimilating the life energy of the One Piece is fraught with waste, his strength will undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. As Bread immerses himself in the pursuit of power, tumultuous winds stir above Roger Town. "Are you truly not leaving with me, Naji?" "No, I still harbor hope. I will wait for you." In a shadowed corner of the street, Naji Highton, shouldering the romantic artillery, Pumpkin, silently lights a cigarette. Her gaze is drawn to the retreating figure of the illustrious Marine Admiral Monkey D., Garp's son, renowned as a paragon among the new generation of elite Marines. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, he is none other than the former Marine Rear Admiral, codenamed Dragon, Monkey D. Luffy. Not far off, a heated exchange erupts between two youths, one with fiery red hair and the other sporting a red nose, their tear-streaked faces betraying their emotions. "Bucky, let us join forces. I refuse to be your subordinate. The crowd lingers in the square, laughter echoing. He, this is the beginning. The dawn of a new era has arrived. Ha ha. Ho ho ho. Set sail. My goal is to become the king of pirates. In Mariewa, the upper echelons of the world government stand frozen, rendered speechless. Despite their meticulous calculations, they have miscalculated. Time drags on. Damn it. The remnants of the Roger pirates have not shown themselves, which signifies the likelihood of the most wicked bloodline in history existing in the South Seas Battleire Island is substantial. We must not allow its emergence. What a pity. Originally, Roger surrendered, and the Golden Lion was captured. The three great pirates of the sea have been reduced to Whitebeard, now at their weakest. We have yet to address the new world. Let us talk reality. This year's World Conference is due to convene. The focus will be on military funding and the implementation of the 7 Warlords of the Sea plan. Chapter 29. Aftershocks set sail, my comrades. The legendary great treasure is mine. Ha 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 ha. Bang, 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 boom, boom. The era of pirates has arrived. The sea is the true home of men. I shall become the king of pirates. The echoes of gunfire and the thunderous explosions of cannonballs reverberate through the air, the cacophony of pirates resounding with a chilling ferocity. Civilians tremble within the confines of their homes, yearning for tranquility, yet they find themselves adrift in uncertainty as panic spreads like wildfire. It has been 12 hours since the public execution of the Pirate King, and his final words have swiftly traversed the globe through the news media that covered the event. Those who harbor dreams, opportunists, and malevolent souls reveling in chaos have all been stirred into action. Consequently, the world has succumbed to a state of disarray. The devastation extends far beyond mere disturbance of a relatively peaceful atmosphere, impacting order, economy, trade, and more, resulting in substantial losses and even a historic regression. Lobetown in the East Blue undoubtedly stands as the epicenter of this piratical frenzy, for it is both the birthplace and the demise of the Pirate King. Imbued with profound significance, every individual who sets sail under the pirate flag feels compelled to visit this place, as if on a pilgrimage, cementing its status as a disaster zone amid the piracy uproar. Despite the naval forces amassing their might and launching assaults, they find it exceedingly challenging to quell the chaos. Those who come forth are either driven by extraordinary motives or are nefarious villains harboring ill intentions. While Yumeo, Xian offers a rare depiction of the Pirate King and his actions, Braid sat atop a pile of desiccated corpses, languidly bored. He had partaken in the hunt against pirates, an opportune moment to test his prowess. It mattered little. What was significant was the arrival of a tumultuous age. Oh, it appears you are not particularly concerned about your predicament, remarked Tamamonome with a cheerful smile. Rather, you seem to be quite looking forward to it. Brett remained silent. What manner of person are you? My lord Brett, Tamamonome said, her fingers tracing the curve of her tail. I have come to understand quite a bit about the world beyond Peace Island. You, who clearly belong to the Cipher Pole agents under the world government, have nevertheless been accepted by its adversaries, nay, its semi-adversaries, rising to the esteemed position of vice president. Just then, the ringing of a mobile phone interrupted Tamamonome's musings. This is Brett, he answered. What is it, old commander? What is it? For heaven's sake. Young Brett. Do you not grasp the urgency of the moment? I am nearly at my wit's end. Must you not take the initiative to share the burden? Minister Wano urged, his voice filled with exasperation. Hurry back to the Holy Land. The higher-ups have already decided to convene this year's World Conference at the beginning of next month, and I intend for you to oversee the arrangements. Brett pondered, stating, given the current circumstances, the Navy is likely unable to undertake the escort duties for the royal attendees of this year's World Conference, correct? Indeed, Minister Wano replied. I shall provide you with further details upon your return to the Holy Land. With that, Brett terminated the communication and turned to Tamamonome, saying, Please continue, Lady Tamamo. With a hint of disdain, Tamamonome bluntly remarked, I simply feel you lack the qualities of loyalty and service to your sovereign. Perhaps it is my reserved nature that hinders my expressiveness. Brett responded dismissively, Joanna, we shall depart. After a brief pause, he inquired, Lady Tamamo, I dare not take you to Mariewa. Will you continue your exploration, or? I shall continue my wanderings, Tamamonome declared straightforwardly. I have yet to satiate my curiosity. Approximately a week later, at the Cipher Pole headquarters in Mariewa, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly dire due to the so-called era of great pirates. Thus, this World Conference is unlike any previous ones. The selection of participant nations under the government must be approached with utmost caution, Minister Wano emphasized. I have summarized 3 conditions for you. First, obedience. Second, affluence. Third, substantial influence. Breedle, the Kingdom of Alabastan does not meet any of your selection criteria, Minister Onest. Do not jest, young Breedle. I am truly at my wit's end. Minister Onest exclaimed in exasperation. Brett smiled and remarked, when the sky falls, there will be someone tall to bear the weight. Remain composed, old commander. Sighing in resignation, Minister Onest pondered, and what of Monkey D. Dragon? Are you familiar with him? Brett raised his hands in exasperation. I only learned that he is the son of the hero Admiral Monkey D. Garp. During the Navy's rigorous training of the future escort for the Pirate King towards the East Sea, we hardly exchanged a word. He is not merely aloof, but rather, he may have defected. Minister Onest furrowed his brow, correcting himself. No, he is missing. Brett's fingers tapped rhythmically. I comprehend the implications concerning Hero Cap. The government must tread carefully. As long as Drage does not overtly engage in piracy or oppose the government, they cannot classify his disappearance as defection. Conduct a discreet investigation into him. Minister Onest remarked. I harbor doubts about others, but I have complete faith in you, young Brett. Your thoughts are astute and clever. I trust you will handle this matter with utmost care. Brett was taken aback and remarked. So it is the secret investigation of Dorage that prompted your urgent summons for my return to the Holy Land? There is far too much at stake. Minister Onest did not deny it, responding with a sigh. Brett sat in silence for a while and then asked, Is there anything else? The Minister of Earnest, appearing somewhat sluggish, revealed his fatigue as he replied, I am prepared to undertake another mission to the Hunters Association. Bredeo remarked. So the honeymoon between the government and the Hunters Association has returned? Enough of this, little Bredeo. Minister Onest expressed. I hope you can leverage your influence within the Hunters Association to foster cooperation with the government, even if only temporarily. The government requires the leverage of the Hunters Association for stability. Brett's eyes shifted. Has the second large-scale civil war of Wano finally come to an end? Otherwise, the rampant piracy would not provoke such a response from the government. Minister Onest nodded. Chapter 30. The Era of Sin. The Quadrennial World Conference represents not only a significant global event, but also an evaluation and inspection of the member nations by the world government. Much like the previous cycle's conference, the number of affiliated nations under the world government stood at 172. However, by the current cycle, this number has diminished to 169, as 3 kingdoms have had their affiliations revoked. The reasons for such revocation primarily stem from their perceived threats to the world government or collusion with its adversaries, as well as deficiencies in tax payments and offerings to the celestial dragons, particularly the latter. The insatiable hegemony has, over nearly 8 centuries, led to the ruin of countless kingdoms. There exist kingdoms that neither pay taxes nor offer tributes, and yet they evade the scrutiny of the world government. Nonetheless, they consistently feature on the elite list of 50 kingdoms eligible to attend the World Conference, such as the Kingdom of Alabasta, which is uniquely favored by the world government. The distinctiveness of the Kingdom of Alabasta lies in its royal family, the Nefertari lineage. Among the 20 royal families that established the world government nearly 8 centuries ago, 19 relocated to Mariawa, proclaiming themselves celestial dragons and commencing their dominion over the world. The one royal family that did not migrate to Mariawa is the Nefertari family of Alabasta. The reasons for this lineage, which appears to have defected, receiving continued attention from the world government remain unclear. However, Brett is aware that the Nefertari family has been the guardian of one of the 3 ancient weapons, Pluton. Thus, before the Cipher Pole agents conduct their evaluations of the world government's affiliated nations, Brett has already marked the Kingdom of Alabasta on the list of the 50 kingdoms that will be presented to his superiors at the World Conference. The remaining affiliated nations do not enjoy the same fortune as Alabasta. They must submit to the scrutiny of the world government. Typically, the distribution of nations attending the World Conference under the world government is predominantly from the East Blue, followed by the South Blue and West Blue, with the North Blue being less represented and the Grand Line the least of all. The East Blue is the most peaceful of the world's oceans, with many prosperous kingdoms that are favored by the world government. The South and West Blues lag behind the East Blue in this regard, while the North Blue is harsh and prone to piracy and crime. The Grand Line, particularly the New World, presents a more complex situation, with many nations affiliated with the world government also suffering from the influence of pirates, often exhibiting dual governing structures. As Brett perused the archives of the affiliated nations, he suddenly recalled the Mafia Federation Kingdom, the empire of the underworld. I am Brett. Dialing on his mobile phone, Braid remarked, "I nearly forgot about you, Capone Becci. Should I now address you as the esteemed elder of the world's underworld?" Becci replied, "The Godfather." After a moment of silence, Becci, with a tone of deep respect, continued, "It has been a long time since we last connected. I apologize for not reaching out more often." Brett scoffed, "Don't give me that. Have you managed to secure the position of the 10 elders?" "Have you?" "I have indeed," Becky promptly affirmed. "Bordeaux, prepare yourself. I intend to expose you to the world." "Huh." Becky was momentarily taken aback. "The World Conference, this year's World Conference." Bordeaux said with a smile, "By the way, I seem to have neglected to inform you of my true identity. I am not merely a hunter. I am an agent infiltrating the upper echelons of the Hunter Association, an operative of the world government's Cypherpol. More precisely, I am affiliated with CPA-0, which means you are the black glove of the world government that I have cultivated. Do you comprehend?" Becky hesitated for a moment. "I understand," she said with difficulty. "I will orchestrate this year's World Conference." Bordeaux pondered for a moment before adding, "Thus, prepare yourself." The communication ended. Becky was astute. Bordeaux was confident she grasped the weight of his words. And then, betrayal arises from insufficient leverage, from acquiring more than one has expended. By invoking the banner of the world government, Bordeaux had effectively ensnared Becky. Continuing to peruse the documentation of the world government's member states, Bordeaux quietly passed a fulfilling day. In the evening, Bordeaux remarked, "The Kagan Empire is rather intriguing. Send someone to conduct a thorough investigation and audit." "Yes, Lord Bordeaux," came the obsequious response. "It is Shigong." Bordeaux had deliberately assigned Shigong to assist him, consciously promoting him. After taking a few steps, Bordeaux inquired, "Mr. Shigong, do you have any news? Something interesting?" Shigong pondered before responding. "The tale of the most malevolent bloodline in history left on the island of Baratalara in the South China Sea is spreading widely. Moreover, our agents have stumbled upon sightings of the first mate of the Roger pirates, Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, and the battle captain Great Axe Barkajaba near the vicinity of Baratalara Island. Many in the government assess the likelihood to be exceedingly high that the most malevolent bloodline in history truly remains on Baratalara Island." "What is the government's response?" Bordeaux raised an eyebrow. "Most of the Navy's forces are occupied with suppressing pirates, while a small contingent has amassed at Baratalara Island. We have also invested considerable resources there," Shigong replied. Brett nodded thoughtfully, realizing the truth. Furthermore, within a mere span of a few weeks, an overwhelming influx of pirates had surged into the Grand Line, with some beginning to stand out prominently, earning the moniker of the worst generation. Nishi handed Brett a stack of recently issued bounty notices from the world government. "Pirate scum Don Quixote da Flamingo, bounty of 140 million berries. Note, capture alive. Crocodile, bounty of 81 million berries. Note, first bounty, user of the Sansan fruit, extremely dangerous. Hero of the West Sea Gecko Moria, bounty of 120 million berries. Note, wielder of the devil fruit, shadow fruit, extremely dangerous. Hawkeye Dracula Myhawk, bounty of 50 million berries. Note, first bounty." Among these were individuals Brett recognized, as well as those he did not. Until Spider Leader Krallo Lisselfer, bounty of 30 million berries. Note, first bounty, leader of the new generation of the Phantom Troop. Chapter 31, Roger's Audacious Maneuvers. So it was. Brett has finally woven together all the intricate details. Discerning what GOLD, Roger has been fervently orchestrating since his arrival at Raftel and his ascension to the throne of the Pirate King. However, in light of the fact that the individual in question has perished without any witnesses, it can only be deemed his personal conjecture. Yet, he harbors a belief that his speculation may closely approximate the truth. Did Roger, upon reaching Raftel, uncover its secrets? Or was his journey to Raftel marked by an engagement with Kazuki Odin, the former second-in-command of the Whitebeard Pirates, who possesses the ancestral art of deciphering the poneglyphs? Alternatively, did he come into contact with historians from O'Hara, who had fled overseas, thereby gaining insight into the century of blank history concealed within the poneglyphs? In any case, having fulfilled his lifelong dream of becoming the Pirate King, Roger awakened to a new aspiration, to overthrow the tyrannical world government. Alas, Roger was already afflicted with a terminal illness, rendering his fervent endeavors somewhat hasty. Braid speculates that on the eve of the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, Captain Roger met with the Whitebeard Pirates on the territory of Wano. In addition to entrusting his old friend with certain matters, he inadvertently influenced the onset of the second large-scale civil war in Wano. Although not severe, this conflict extended over 2 years. culminating in a particularly delicate moment that now signals a cessation of hostilities. It is worth noting that the Roger Pirates did not completely disband, at least several key members, such as the first mate Silvers Rayleigh and the combat captain Douglas Bullet, maintained communication with Roger. The identity of Roger's companion, Port Gaston Rouge, remains ambiguous, and Braid surmises that her intentions likely align with those of Roger. Thus, with the prerequisites in place, Roger began to conceive a child with Port Gaston Rouge, a process that spanned over a year and approached a desperate point as Roger's remaining lifespan dwindled. In the third month of Rouge's successful pregnancy, Roger leveraged the connections of Rayleigh's partner, Shikuyaku, a former president of the West Blue branch of the Hunter Association and now an underground information broker with his own intelligence network. Through the Hunter Association's channels, Roger disseminated the news from South Blue's Badarilla Island, where witnesses claimed to have seen Roger exhibiting paternal rather than piratical behavior, thereby capturing the attention of the world government. Regardless of the peculiarity or implausibility of the reports from Badarilla Island, the world government could not remain indifferent, for this was the Pirate King, scion of the most malevolent lineage in history. As the world government focused its attention on the island of Bartolomeo in the South China Sea, Roger unexpectedly surrendered at the Marine headquarters on Marineford Island. He anticipated that the world government would not permit him to perish quietly. Whether it was to use his head as a means to quell the escalating pirate fervor ignited by his ascension to the Pirate King's throne, or to test the authenticity of the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, the world government had much to gain. True to form, the world government conspired to orchestrate a public execution to outsmart Roger. However, they ultimately underestimated him. In the glare of the public eye, Roger delivered a breathtaking final proclamation, sacrificing his life to herald the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. Through decades of conflict with the world government, Roger had come to understand the profound depth of its historical legacy, accumulated over 8 centuries. He recognized that a single wave of piracy could not undermine the foundations of the world government, especially when it was resolute and committed. The so-called Great Pirate Era could very well be extinguished before it even fully began. Thus, Roger sought to restrain the military might and attention of the world government by utilizing the Wano country to bring an end to the second large-scale civil war. He also employed Port Gaston Rouge and the unborn child of Port Gaston Rouge as bait, directing the core members of the Roger Pirates to roam the island of Bartolomeo, poised to seize the world's most notorious bloodline, thereby double-binding the focus and forces of the world government. If they could delay for a year and a half, it would be sufficient to alter the course of destiny. In truth, Roger nearly faltered when the Golden Lion surrendered to him, an act that provoked a vehement response from the world government, culminating in a reckless assault on Marine headquarters, which ultimately led to his imprisonment. The 3 most formidable pirate factions, the Roger Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Golden Lioness fleet, suffered significant losses, diminishing the overall pirate strength. Had the world government acted decisively within the 2 months between Roger's surrender and his public execution, they could have launched a campaign against the pirate stronghold in the New World. Even if they could not quell the pirates of the New World, the overall pirate forces would have faced a devastating blow. The onset of the Great Pirate Era, with a deluge of pirates flooding the seas, would merely replenish the ranks of the New World's pirate power. Fortunately, the ruling class of the world government, with its hereditary nature, was more apprehensive than Roger had anticipated regarding the existence of the world's most notorious bloodline. Roger sacrificed everything he could, including his wife and children, as he sought to wait for the emergence of an heir to his will, one who would overturn the dominion of the world government over the world. Certainly, even a fierce tiger spares its cubs. Roger, despite his reputation, made certain arrangements for his wife and children, enlisting the aid of the naval hero, Admiral Carp, who was both friend and foe, to look after them. Furthermore, he sought to expand the influence of the island of Badarilla in the South China Sea. Reports of witnesses observing Roger engage in behavior reminiscent of a father rather than a pirate began to circulate, compelling the world government to reconsider its credibility, making it exceedingly difficult to erase the island from maps without arousing suspicion. Many matters remained exclusive secrets known only to Bread, secrets that eluded the world government. Otherwise, he would lack the capability to intricately weave all the details together. With his curiosity satisfied, Bread found himself at ease, reluctant to divulge to the world government the extent of Roger's audacious maneuvers. Adjusting his posture, Bread reclined on the sofa in the VIP lounge of the Hunter Association's airship. The once spacious lounge now felt remarkably cramped, filled with Bread's shadow clones. Since mastering the technique of multiple shadow clones, Bread had grown somewhat indolent. The convenience of shadow clones was undeniable. Aside from the necessity of personally training his physical strength, other skills such as hockey, none, and chakra could be perfected through his clones. Indolence. Braid has given a moniker to the technique of multiple shadow clones. Chapter 32. The Outlier Among the Celestial Dragons. Lord Braid. Oh, I adore you. Twin Island, headquarters of the Hunter Association. The enthusiastic screams reverberated, numbing the ears of those present, as faces flushed with emotion. Some choked with excitement, and countless hands were raised high, brandishing placards inscribed with declarations of affection. Everything resembled the grand arrival of a world-class star idol. Truly, her popularity is astonishing, remarked Minister Wonist as he briefly paused at the steps of the airship, reflecting on the fact that they were all here for her. Brett donned a warm smile, engaging in earnest nonsense. It's all thanks to the money I've spent hiring them. Oh, Minister Ernest appeared taken aback. Bredkin squinted and urged, "Hurry up, old chief. You are blocking the way." Upon landing, Lord Bread welcomed you, Minister Wonist. Representing Lord Bread's fan club, Cutie Beatty presented 2 bouquets of fresh flowers. However, her expression fluctuated dramatically as if suffering from a split personality. One moment, she beamed at Bread, and the next, her face turned frosty upon encountering Minister Wonist. It was not that she harbored a disdain for the world government. Rather, she simply detested the coarse appearance and corpulent figure of Minister Wonist. Feigning politeness towards the fans, Bread and Minister Wonist proceeded to the headquarters of the Hunter Association. Soon after, they met again. "Ah, little Wonist." Netero casually addressed Minister Wonist, which was hardly inappropriate, considering he was nearing 100 years of age, while Minister Wonist was not yet half that. Minister Wonist greeted him courteously. "Indeed, Mr. Netero. It is a pleasure to see you. The 5 elders have also asked me to convey their regards." What commenced was a rather informal meeting, bearing little resemblance to a formal diplomatic discussion between nations and factions. "Please, take a seat," Netero said somewhat casually. "I am well aware of your intentions. The world government wishes for our Hunter Association to maintain neutrality amidst this emerging era of pirates as the seas swell with turmoil. They hope we will assist in hunting down pirates to quell the chaos. Am I correct?" My response is, certainly. Minister Wonist's eyes widened. Hunters inherently include branches dedicated to hunting pirates and criminals. We, too, despise chaos, especially since most pirates harbor impure intentions. They lack dreams, merely seeking to take advantage of the turbulent times and create tragedies. This is truly detestable and must be met with a stern response. Netero's tone turned righteous, no longer accommodating. Anticipating a challenging negotiation, Minister Wonist found himself at a loss for words. Being a seasoned politician, he pondered briefly before tentatively suggesting, "The government will not extend its goodwill towards the Hunter Association without expectation. If the Hunter Association faces any difficulties." Netero interjected, "Indeed." Minister Wonist encouraged, "Please, speak freely." Netero scratched his gleaming bald head, hesitating as he said, "I recognize that our Hunter Association's branches, such as historical hunters, ancient script hunters, and relic hunters, may have inadvertently offended the world government." Minister Wonist replied readily, "I will report this to the 5 elders. I will certainly strive for a complete absolution." "Thank you very much, Mr. Netero. All for justice, all for peace." Nitro quoted a phrase frequently espoused by the world government, leaving one to ponder whether it was a subtle mockery or a genuine sentiment. 2 elderly gentlemen, a corpulent man and a gaunt figure, exchanged pleasantries about their previous encounters before delving into discussions on the state of the world, which bore little substance. Yet, the rhythm of their conversation was quite engaging. At times it quickened, with interruptions flowing freely, while at others it slowed to a deliberate measure. Notably, they all conspicuously chose to overlook the presence of Braid, as if Cypherpole had never had an agent named Braid Heyman infiltrate the upper echelons of the Hunter Association. This continued until the conclusion of the meeting, when Nitro bid farewell to Minister Wonist. "The 5 elders have instructed me to convey that the government welcomes the Hunter Association's participation in the World Conference, where we shall collectively determine the future of our world," the minister declared solemnly. Nitro smiled and replied diplomatically, "I shall consider it." "Take care, Mr. Nitro," Minister Wonist said, parting with a sense of reluctance. Bread remained at the headquarters of the Hunter Association. He could accompany Minister Wonist to the headquarters, yet he could never leave in his company. This arrangement felt somewhat like a self-deception, at the very least. It afforded him a degree of reprieve as he continued to deceive the members of the Hunter Association's Coordination Committee, asserting that he was not affiliated with the world government. After a convoluted turn of events, Brett finally returned the airship to Minister Wano. The old man, indomitable, ensured that the government would never gain a foothold over the Hunter Association. Minister Wano, with a changed demeanor, indulged in a hearty meal while muttering to himself. Brett jested. Isn't one of your ambitions to outlive him? What? Do you plan to conspire against him if you doubt your own longevity? But one must truly devise a means to eliminate him. I truly cannot fathom how to achieve that. Minister Wano, with a hint of vagueness, remarked. The Holy Shield? The three admirals of the Navy? The ace agents of Cypherpole? Regardless of who it may be, a one-on-one confrontation is exceedingly difficult to win, even in a group. One must be prepared for significant losses. As for the little whirlwind, should it grow and thrive, I believe it could be feasible. Brett rested his chin on one hand, pondering, what is Tornado up to? It has been quite some time since I last reached out to her. Heeding your advice, I have been diligently working on self-improvement. Minister Ernest felt a sense of satisfaction, as if Tornado were his own daughter. Talented individuals strive for excellence. What reason do I have not to do the same? Brett sighed and resumed his training. Minister Ernest indulged himself in a feast. After a moment, he inquired, Little Brett, would you be interested if I were to introduce you to someone? Brett now inquired, who is it? A celestial dragon, Minister Wano replied thoughtfully, adding, an anomaly among the celestial dragons. The absolute best candidate for the next Elder Star. What can I gain from this? Brett did not refuse. Chapter 33, Major. I have heard all that Wano has said, Brett. What I must emphasize is that the question is not what you can obtain, but rather what you desire to attain, and what you are willing to sacrifice for such aspirations. So, shall we converse? I trust you are not a man of tedium. In Mariewa. Within a vacant office of Cypherpole, Brett met the individual minister Wano had introduced to him, with short golden hair and spectacles. He was dressed immaculately in a white suit and black shoes, a diminutive and plump figure. He certainly did not conform to the traditional image of a celestial dragon. His appearance, while unremarkable, was not unattractive, and he lacked the ingrained arrogance and cruelty often associated with his kind. His tone was calm, tinged with a hint of languor, easily endearing to those around him. If you are unclear about what I wish to attain, I see no reason to risk my involvement in your war. I can remain contentedly within my sphere. I shall serve whoever holds the highest rank among the celestial dragons and the powerful elder stars of the world government. Brett spoke slowly, neither servile nor haughty. People tend to chase after the footsteps of victors. Montana, just call me Major, the man responded, removing his glasses to clean them. Montana Max. A patriarch of the Max family within the celestial dragon community preferred to be addressed as Major, not Montana Saint. As it pertained to a story he took pride in, having once concealed his identity to join the Navy, where he rose from a mere soldier to a major staff officer in just 6 months, proving his talents before his identity was discovered, forcing him to return to Mariewa. According to Minister Wano's praises, Montana was among the few celestial dragons who had awakened to a sense of crisis, advocating for reform within the world government's antiquated and decaying systems that had persisted for over 7 centuries. As a hawkish and radical leader, he was undoubtedly a prime candidate for the next highest position among the celestial dragons, poised to wield significant power within the world government, destined to lead a thorough dominion over the world. Minister Wano held great optimism for Montana's prospects, having made an early investment, though this represented only his personal views. Even as commander of Cypherpole, he did not encompass the entirety of Cypherpole. All right, Major, Brett acknowledged. Montana, readjusting his glasses, smiled and remarked, I am also on board, Brett. I grasp your intent. You are an unwavering pragmatist. Therefore, I shall refrain from discussing life, dreams, or any trivial matters. To save our breath, as you likely find such discourse tiresome, let us instead converse about the acquisition of power. What you seek is strength, am I correct? Indeed, strength. Brett spoke softly. What you seek is, in essence, power. Montana nodded, reflecting, power manifests in myriad forms. Yet not everyone possesses the right to transform it into a controllable and utilizable force. I am willing to offer my strength to safeguard your well-being, to eliminate adversaries or clear obstacles, provided you reciprocate with power, allowing me to convert it into something manageable and beneficial. Brett conveyed this rather convolutedly. Montana swirled the wine in his goblet. Shall we say, a pleasant collaboration? Indeed, A delightful partnership. However, I abstain from alcohol. Brett furrowed his brow slightly. Do you not suspect that I might seize your power without fulfilling my promises? Montana erupted in laughter. Oh, Brett, spare me the jest. Ha ha ha. I have already stated that you are an unwavering pragmatist. To put it bluntly, you are a wolf of self-interest, a greedy beast. As long as you remain unsated, and until another offers you greater advantages than I, you will never breach our alliance. I trust you more than I do Ernest. Brett remained silent, perhaps compelled to acknowledge Montana's assessment. I'll take the initiative. I'll reach out if necessary, he stated. Montana, with a slight protrusion of his abdomen, cheerfully clasped his hands behind his back as he made his exit. Approaching the door, he gestured towards the desk, a small token of appreciation. Once Montana had vanished from sight, Brett surveyed the two boxes placed upon his desk. The first, a small box, contained a heart-shaped, pink devil fruit, labeled as a paramecia type. Sweet fruit. The second box held an ancient scroll. Undoubtedly, the sweet fruit was a remarkable and powerful devil fruit. Yet its effects were so flamboyant that Brett could hardly fathom the sight of people of all ages captivated by it. In contrast, the ancient scroll documented information regarding the perilous dragon clan he had once sought in vain, even detailing the elusive method to reach the cloud nest of the East Sea, which clearly indicated that the Major had conducted an investigation into him. Temporarily setting aside the Major's gift, Brett calmly continued to execute the arrangements for the World Conference. In mid-September, the quota of 50 member states from the world government participating in the conference was announced. Brett, employing his usual tactics, invited a world-renowned airship company to undertake the transportation duties. However, the path was not without its obstacles. Lord Brett, Shigong exclaimed hurriedly. The king of the Kagan Empire requests that you increase the guard. Brett raised an eyebrow and inquired, what is the reason? Someone has spent a considerable sum to hire an assassin from the Dyke family to eliminate him. Brett beamed with a smile. The Zodic family? Zodic, a peculiar surname, embodies an equally eccentric lineage whose members have, for generations, engaged in the profession of assassination. Indeed, it is a profession, akin to laborers toiling in the fields or farmers tending to their crops. Yet, even among laborers and farmers, there are those who surpass the ordinary. Similarly, the Zodic family stands as one of the most formidable factions among those who practice murder as their trade. They are extraordinarily powerful, often disregarding any form of authority. Once a lucrative bounty is offered, they readily accept contracts, irrespective of the target. Inform Minister Ernest that the arrangements for the World Conference are nearly complete. The remainder is for him to preside over. I shall pay a visit to the Zodic family. Brett's enthusiasm surged. Let us go. Joanna. Brett. Lord Brett. Chapter 34. Sheba Zodic. The Kagan Empire is a long-standing member state under the aegis of the world government, strategically positioned on a peninsula extending from the Red Earth continent into the Eastern Sea, adjacent to the Dark Continent. This makes it a vital bastion for the world government's explorations into the Dark Continent over the years, garnering it considerable favor. Albeit it cannot quite compare to the Kingdom of Alabaston. Brett embarked on a zeppelin and arrived at the Kachan Empire after 3 days, gaining a glimpse of its grandeur. He succinctly summarized his impressions, the vast expanse of territory, relative affluence, and a curious recent association with the corpulent, the current monarch of the Kachan Empire, King Great.It. Indeed, such an eccentric title, was a rotund figure with an oval shape, perpetually adorned with a cheerful expression. A comical tuft of hair adorned the top of his head, and his attire was remarkably casual and approachable. Had Brett not previously researched his background, he would scarcely have believed this jovial man was the king of the Kachan Empire. Welcome to the emerging nation, Grey. King Great.It earnestly greeted Brett. The monarch's self-proclaimed emerging nation referred to the Kachan Empire, which, approximately a decade ago, transitioned from an imperial socialist system to a parliamentary democracy following the quiet revolution known as the True Forest Pavilion Incident. At that time, they began to remove the royal title from their national name, seeking to develop anew under the guise of a newly established state. Regrettably, the world government does not recognize this claim. While Brett was not privy to the intricate details, he understood that the world government only acknowledged the Kachan Empire, thereby rendering their informal designation of emerging nation inconsequential in official contexts. Should they attempt to present themselves as anything else, they would still be regarded as the Kachan Empire, lest the world government, with its myriad means of enforcement, impose sanctions upon them. I am Brett Heyman from CP0. Brett introduced himself, stating, let us dispense with idle chatter. I am here to resolve issues. After all, I am responsible for coordinating the events surrounding this year's World Conference, and I wish to ensure that my work proceeds without any flaws. King Grey Pot-Meat erupted into exaggerated laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, Your Excellency, you truly are young and accomplished." Braid remained silent. The Grey Pot King, skilled in the art of discerning emotions, quickly adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "A few days ago, I was the target of an assassination attempt. Fortunately, the one who perished was merely my double. The assailant has been identified through surveillance footage as a member of the Zodic family. I have also confirmed the identity of the individual who orchestrated the assassination through certain channels. In any case, I had no choice but to seek assistance from the government." "Which member of the Zodic family?" inquired Braid. The Grey Pot King, taken aback, replied, Sheba Zodic. "The eldest and sole heir of the current head of the Zodic family. He is the future patriarch." "Is it just him?" Braid asked. The Grey Pot King nodded in affirmation. "Yes. Pack your belongings and summon your queen, prince, and guards. We shall depart as soon as I give the word," Braid casually instructed. Ignoring the anxious demeanor of the Grey Pot King, Braid activated his observation haki, simultaneously commanding, "Joanna, command the swarm of mosquitoes to search for a middle-aged man, standing between 6 and 7 feet tall, with a robust physique and silver, shoulder-length hair, skilled in concealing his presence. However, since our airship is delayed, there is no need to continue the search. He has appeared." Within the realm of his observation haki, Sheba's figure flickered briefly, revealing that the airship Braid had taken to visit the Kaji Empire had evidently been compromised. Tap, tap, tap. Fingers drummed against the table. Braid dialed the airship company, requesting the deployment of 10 airships from their branch in the Kagan Empire, with the flights to be halted immediately. This was not a matter for negotiation. The location was set at the palace of the Kagan Empire. Soon after, he caught a glimpse of the imposing family of King Grey Pot-Meat and swiftly cast a spell. With a resounding poof, an identical replica of King Grey Pot-Meat materialized. "Eh? Is this ninjutsu?" Murmurs of surprise ensued. "I beg your pardon, King Grey Pot-Meat, but I implore you to masquerade as my guard," Braid stated. The king, eager to let Braid shoulder the risks, readily agreed. Before long, a thunderous rumble announced the arrival of 10 airships, landing sequentially at the palace. Following Braid's instructions, 7 of the airships formed a protective circle, while 3 remained centrally positioned. It would be utterly impossible to discern which airship the royal family had boarded merely by sight. Thus, Sheba would need to activate his observation haki or nin abilities. Should he resort to observation haki, Braid would remain undetected. If he employed nin, the outcome would be foregone. Braid's impersonation of King Grey Pot-Meat was merely a precaution against Sheba potentially making a move during the royal family's boarding process. After successfully escorting King Grey Pot-Meat and his family onto the airship, Braid dispelled the transformation spell, relying on the flight capabilities of Mosquito Girl for protection against any potential disturbances from Sheba during the ascent. Once the airship reached a considerable altitude, Braid descended. "Why don't you take action?" Braid pondered, perplexed. Not far off, Sheba approached willingly, closing the distance. "Are you from the cipher pole of the world government? Why don't you take action?" Braid reiterated. Sheba responded calmly, "My client wishes to avoid provoking the world government. From the moment you arrived in the Kagan Empire, my commission concluded. You sabotaged my airship." "This is contradictory," Braid retorted. Sheba replied, "I did not damage your airship. Check your identity." "I do not believe you." Braid insisted obstinately. "A contest, perhaps? I have traveled a great distance to confront the Doflamingo family, so I am not interested." Sheba shook his head and turned to leave. The buzzing of mosquitoes filled the air. Braid flexed his fingers. "I haven't yet said I would let you go. Do not play with fire, young one." The glimmer in Sheba's eyes was chilling. "Are you angry?" Braid teased. "I thought assassins were devoid of emotions." Chapter 35. Flaws. As the only son and heir of the not particularly thriving Zoldyck family, Sheba had long been recognized as the unequivocal choice to inherit the family legacy. He possessed a profound sense of destiny and confidence regarding his role, complemented by exceptional talent and relentless dedication, ultimately embodying all the admirable qualities necessary to uphold the family business. The Zoldyck family's enterprise is none other than one of humanity's oldest professions, that of the assassin. Undoubtedly, even as one of humanity's most ancient vocations, the Zoldyck family stands as a paragon within this realm, distinguished by their formidable prowess, audacity, and a profound respect for the sanctity of contracts. This implies an unwavering fearlessness in eliminating any target, coupled with a remarkably high success rate, provided that the remuneration offered by the client is sufficiently lucrative. Shiba represents the meticulously nurtured new generation of excellence within the Zoldyck family, poised to become their next hallmark. Braid was acutely aware of Shiba's formidable strength, which prompted him to provoke Shiba, eager to gauge his own capabilities. With unambiguous intent, he declared, "If you cannot defeat me, do not even think of leaving." The cheerful smile on Braid's face stood in stark contrast to Shiba's icy demeanor. Shiba, with his robust physique, responded with a calmness that resembled the mere recounting of a fact. "I wish to leave, and no one can hinder me. It is impossible." With a swift pivot, Braid darted forward like a leopard. Flash. Finger gun. Employing the 6 forms of body techniques in conjunction with the armament hockey, Braid exuded an overwhelming presence. Father Anderson had repeatedly cautioned Braid against mastering the armament hockey too early, as it could impede his physical development. However, having consciously honed his physical strength for 8 years, Braid unknowingly attained mastery of the armament hockey by the tender age of 15. While he had yet to achieve complete body hardening with the hockey, he had become proficient in partial applications. Shiba, shifting his stance, enveloped himself in a violent aura, his arms flailing rapidly as if preparing to strike like a venomous snake poised to seize its prey. The snake strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The earth trembled with a thunderous clash, energy swirling around Braid while Shiba's ferocity surged unabated. The ground shattered, dust billowing into the air. Boom. Crash. Brett was repelled by Shiba, swiftly extricating himself from the fray and gliding several meters away. "Brett," the wasp exclaimed with concern, for she truly wished to assist him, yet was regrettably thwarted by his refusal. Brett waved his hand at the mosquito woman, simultaneously easing his numbed arm, signaling that he was fine. He mused to himself, "The primordial strength is terrifying, with a physique akin to that of a monster." In a scenario where the forms of power wielded by both combatants, such as thought, willpower, and chakra, are relatively comparable, the true determinants of victory must revert to the essence of humanity, intellect and physical prowess. Braid personally experienced the extraordinary physical prowess of Shiba, which was undeniably monstrous, rivaling that of formidable magical beasts. Shiba, too, became solemn, fully aware of his primal strength, especially when utilizing his psychic abilities. He could effortlessly push open the grand entrance to his home, which was a specially designed trial gate belonging to the enemy family, requiring an immense force of over 256 tons to be fully opened. Astonishingly, he remained unscathed. Shiba was taken aback by Braid's reckless approach to close combat. To withstand his terrifying strength without any harm was indeed a serious matter. With a crackling sound, arcs of electricity danced and flickered in the air. Shiba transformed his psychic energy into violet lightning, as he belonged to the category of psychic beings capable of transformation. Braid distanced himself, uncertain whether Shiba's transformation would amplify his own speed and strength. He swiftly formed hand seals and initiated a ninjutsu test: wind release, pressure damage. The nature transformation of chakra encompasses the 5 elements: wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, each in a cycle of mutual generation and restraint. Wind prevails over lightning, as the principle dictates that wind can slice through lightning. Boom. Chakra coalesced within his mouth, a high-pressure wind sphere primed for launch. Thunderous echoes resonated as a massive crater, several meters in diameter, formed at the spot where Shiba had previously stood. Zing. Crackling bolts of electricity surged with increasing intensity, arcs of lightning dancing with growing nimbleness. Soaring into the air to evade Braid's high-pressure wind sphere, Shiba gathered exaggerated lightning energy in his hands and dove towards Braid. A direct hit would spell disaster, Braid assessed, and deftly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Boom. Thud. The earth trembled, resonating with a cacophony of rumblings. The formidable walls crafted by Braid were swiftly annihilated by Shiba's onslaught. The earth itself could not withstand the piercing force of the lightning. It was over. Shiba locked eyes with Braid, the exaggerated lightning chakra he had conjured leaving an imprint on Braid's chest. Yet, with a thunderous boom, smoke enveloped the scene. A piece of wood bore the brunt of Shiba's lightning chakra in Braid's stead. The substitution technique, the most rudimentary of ninjutsu, revealed that your encounters with the ninjas of the Land of Waves were scarce. Earth release, earth flow river. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Transitioning seamlessly from the substitution technique, Braid silently appeared behind Shiba, drawing upon an ample reserve of chakra to execute a series of combined ninjutsu. The ground beneath them transformed into a torrent of mud and stones, leaving Shiba's precarious balance compromised, unable to deploy his techniques in time. As he bore the full brunt of Braid's assault, "Are you made of steel? How can you withstand this unscathed?" Braid mused, pausing his ninjutsu. His observation haki keenly sensing Shiba's resilience. After a brief moment of contemplation, Braid sighed, "Let's call it a day. There's no point in continuing if I cannot win. Nor can I afford to lose." Braid realized that he lacked a decisive killing blow. Shiba remained silent, quietly withdrawing from the mudslide. "Does the Don Quixote family accept commissions from anyone?" Braid inquired. Shiba nodded. "As long as the person commissioning the work offers sufficient remuneration." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "What if the commissioner is you? Would you refuse?" Braid raised an eyebrow. Shiba replied, "The remuneration would need to be double that of others for similar tasks." "Seeking revenge. Are we?" Braid shrugged. Shiba candidly responded, "Indeed." Chapter 36. The 7 Warlords of the Sea plan for killing multiple birds with one stone by proactively provoking Shiba. Braid aimed to gauge his own strength through their confrontation and uncover his shortcomings. Having achieved his intended objective, he deemed it unnecessary to proceed further. For Shiba, while Braid's aggressive approach was certainly irksome, he was a typical member of the Don Quixote family, known for their aversion to senseless battles devoid of compensation. Such actions were deemed impractical, even detrimental, within the family's philosophy. Thus, with Braid no longer pursuing him, Shiba decisively vanished from the kingdom of Kaji. Braid also returned to Mariewa, having completed the preliminary arrangements for the World Conference, while the subsequent tasks awaited his attention. In October, the World Conference was grandly convened. Given the onset of the Great Pirate Era and the cessation of the second large-scale civil war in Wano country, this year's World Conference garnered significant attention. Regardless of their affiliations with the world government, all factions were eager to discover the government's strategies. The world government did not disappoint on the inaugural day of the conference. The 5 elders personally attended, immediately dropping a bombshell with the announcement of the Shichibukai plan. Officially, the world government's statement regarding the Shichibukai plan asserted that it would pardon certain individuals with lesser crimes, those more akin to adventurers than pirates, who had been hastily categorized as pirates by negligent government officials. The aim was to recruit these formidable pirates to mitigate the escalating tide of piracy while simultaneously utilizing their strength to suppress other pirates. At first glance, this seemed quite reasonable, portraying the world government as empathetic. Yet, in reality, it was mere rhetoric. What constitutes a lesser crime? What defines adventurers over pirates? Who are these negligent officials? The world government remained silent on the costs incurred to recruit these powerful pirates. But unofficial sources revealed that the government would not only halt the bounties on the pirates joining the Shichibukai, but also grant them privateering rights, allowing them to plunder freely wherever the world government's influence did not reach. Thus, the situation unfolded. Braid witnessed firsthand, during the World Conference, that over 50 nations, fearing the repercussions of the 7 Warlords of the Sea initiative, applied to become affiliated with the world government. After scrutiny and approval from the world government, 38 of these nations ultimately attained membership. In a remarkably brief period, the number of affiliated nations surged to 207. The machinations of politics are indeed sordid. Braid mused, reflecting on the cunning of the 5 elders who orchestrated the 7 Warlords of the Sea plan. Regardless of the plan's success in garnering the endorsement of affiliated nations, the 5 elders effectively achieved their political aim of coercing those non-affiliated nations that had previously resisted. Should the initiative succeed in securing the approval of all the affiliated nations, it would also fulfill military objectives by uniting enemies, sowing discord among them, and striking them down. The 7 Warlords of the Sea plan is akin to killing multiple birds with one stone, containing elements so enthralling they send shivers down one's spine, justifying the 5 elders' years of experimentation and preparation through the World Destroyer. Ultimately, the affiliated nations could not withstand the calculated maneuvering of their dominant figure, the world government, and unwittingly endorsed the implementation of the 7 Warlords of the Sea initiative. Subsequently, the world government expounded on the pirate surge, presenting a series of data analyses to foster a climate of panic among its affiliates, and then proceeded to demand military funding. This year's World Conference extended over a lengthy duration of nearly 2 months, before the world government finally released its affiliated nations with a sense of satisfaction. The concluding work of the World Conference, orchestrated by Bledsoe, resembled the New Year's celebration of the year 1499 in the Sea Circle. The vibrant fireworks exploded above Mary Joa with a resounding bang. "Brother Bledsoe, Joanna exclaimed as the nearly 3-year-old Karifa was the first to spot him. Stumbling towards him and collapsing into his embrace, Bread lifted Khalifa and entered, exclaiming, "Shwefaji, my dear aunt. My goodness, the busy one has returned home." Shwefaji, preoccupied with her affairs, paused in astonishment, feeling both a pang of sympathy and a hint of reproach towards Bread. Bread smiled wryly, casting a sidelong glance. "Tornado? Blizzards?" Elle extended an invitation for them to celebrate together. Snowy winked at Bread, signaling with her eyes. Braid, understanding the situation, surmised that Snow Maiden, unable to bear the solitude of her sisters, had invited them. "Braid!" Tornado exclaimed joyfully as she leaped onto his shoulder, playfully ruffling his hair. "I thought you had vanished, you rascal. It's been ages since you last contacted me." Master Braid, Joanna, the two half-grown girls, aged 7 and 11, greeted him in unenthusiastic tones, their focus consumed by the cosmetics of Snow Maiden. "Where is Uncle Rashchi?" Braid inquired, scanning the surroundings. Snow Maiden chuckled. "He has gone out shopping. Please, have a seat. Are you hungry? Shall I prepare something for you and Joanna?" "No, thank you," and Snow Maiden. Braid replied as he settled down, teasing Khalifa and Tornado. Snow Maiden continued her bustling activities while also asking, "How many days can you stay home this time?" No sooner had she spoken than the entire room turned their attention to Braid in unison. Brett's lips twitched slightly as he pondered for a moment before responding, "At most. A week." "You're lying," Tornado retorted with a disgruntled huff. "I inquired with Fat Pig, and you have no mission at all." "Bread, I pay my respects to you." "Minister Onest, I had arranged to study sorcery, and within a week, I must travel to a special location, at which point Joanna will not accompany me," Bread said. "I long to visit the amusement park in the Shambadi archipelago." Tornado led the chant, banging on the table. "Amusement park. Boom, boom. Amusement park. Boom, boom. Amusement park." A group of unruly children, even the still innocent Khalifa, joined in the ruckus. "All right," Bread sighed. "Hooray." Chapter 37. The corrupting monster. Not only was the plan to study sorcery on the 8th day of the new year expected to be thwarted, but the scheduled trip to the amusement park in the Shambadi archipelago with a group of unruly children on the first day of the new year was also shelved. In fact, Bread had not been able to properly celebrate New Year's Eve, as he was hastily summoned in the dead of night by his superior, Minister Onest. For there are always those who enjoy stirring trouble. Besides Bread, many temporarily idle elite agents of Cypherpole had gathered in Minister Onest's office. "Is everyone here?" Minister Onest, weary and disheartened, delivered what should have been a passionate address with a lackluster tone. "We have just received intelligence that remnants of the Roger pirates have attacked the island of Badalyra. It is almost confirmed that Badalyra indeed harbors the most malevolent bloodline in history. Your mission is to locate them, erase them. They must not be allowed to be born into this world." "What method shall we employ?" Estes inquired, leaning on her military sword. Minister Onest scratched his head, sighing, "We must be cautious in our approach, for the news of Badalyra harboring the most malevolent bloodline in history has spread like wildfire across the globe, drawing the world's attention to it. We cannot afford any incidents like the government harming the innocent, as that would severely damage the government's credibility, reputation, and image." "Who specifically are the remnants of the Roger pirates attacking Badalyra?" Estes pressed further. Minister Onest replied, "The vice captain of the Roger pirates, Dark King Silvers Rayleigh, and the combat captain Great Axe Spack Jabba, leading a group of approximately 7 to 8 individuals. The navy stationed on Badalyra barely managed to repel them, so they have inevitably neglected intelligence gathering. In any case, the navy is currently reinforcing their troops, with Vice Admiral Carp stationed at Badalyra." "Dark King Great Axe? How splendid." Estes's azure eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly delighted by the prospect of the hunt. "Let us proceed," Minister Onest mumbled through yawns. "I am utterly exhausted. That cursed Roger pirates. Even in death, Roger cannot remain at peace." Bread pondered and said, "I wish to decline this task. There must be a limit to caprice. I implore you, young Bread." Minister Ernest replied with a sense of helplessness. Braid shrugged silently as he departed the office of Minister Onest, joining the throng. The hour approached midnight, and the air of Mary Joa was cool. The nature of their work dictated that agents were primarily adept at keeping secrets and possessed a remarkable patience. In other words, they were taciturn individuals. Each person moved quietly along the path, yet among them, only Estes was someone Braid was familiar with but reluctant to engage. Even the sociable Braid found himself compelled to play the mute. Suddenly, a woman wrapped in a coat intercepted Braid in a street corner. Brett's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, "It has been a while, Dr. Datia. You appear rather weary." The late Brad's parents' colleague, a scientist from the World Government Scientific Division, is a middle-aged woman with a heart full of youthful dreams, named Datia. She indeed appears quite haggard, her complexion and lips bearing a sickly pallor. "We cannot wait for you, Brad," Esteth stated without turning back. Brett was equally unyielding. "You are neither my superior nor the leader of us all. You represent no one and command no one. Tend to your own affairs, Esther's." "Humph." Esther snorted coldly. Brett extended his hand, gesturing for Dodia to step closer. Shortly thereafter, she inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss, Mr. Brett?" With a smile that radiated warmth, he replied, "Though we have only met thrice, I am convinced that we share a remarkable affinity. Our mutual appreciation for the Imperial relics and the swift absorption of blood collection speaks volumes." Dodia began to unfasten the buttons of her coat. Braid was taken aback. "I am not that kind of person, nor are you someone who stands on the street. You have matured, and if you desire, I wouldn't mind, for taking advantage is not solely your domain." Doria's laughter was both strained and mocking as she removed her coat, revealing a princess dress. Her demeanor shifting to one of melancholy. "Recently, I have grown hesitant to dress freely. It was not an issue before, but now. People laugh at me and whisper behind my back. I see the reflection in the mirror and comprehend why. My age no longer permits such liberties, which is truly frightening. Despite my efforts to maintain my appearance, crow's feet persist at the corners of my eyes. I believe I understand." Braid interrupted Doria, brushing his fingers against his canine teeth. "The Imperial blood collection, rapid absorption, possesses the power to grant eternal youth to its wielder. I suspect you aimed for this very quality in your competition with me. What? Are you coveting it once more?" Doria replied, "Your assertion holds truth. Yet I bear no malice, even if I am a scientist within the most esteemed governmental scientific unit. Attempting to forcibly seize it from you, who are evidently destined to be a member of Cipher Pol, the future Holy Shield, would be utterly futile. My intention is for you to develop it, to enhance its power to bestow eternal youth upon those beyond mere wielders." Braid pondered the Imperial blood collection, rapid absorption, initially granting Doria a glimmer of hope, then playfully questioned, "On what grounds? Why should I develop it? To enhance its power for the benefit of those outside the wielders? Humanity is inherently selfish." Doria responded without hesitation, "A trade. Time is indeed merciless. It effortlessly transforms youth into age and beauty into ugliness." Braid feigned lament. Doria spoke with the casualness of discussing the price of a cabbage, exuding confidence and certainty, yet concealing a hint of madness, almost hysterically, "From my flesh to my soul. All belongs to you. What is my bargaining chip? I only desire my youth, my beauty. Let us collaborate joyfully." Braid extended his hand. Doria, feeling reassured, grasped his hand and said, promptly, "For I cannot wait any longer." "Very well," Braid replied, glancing at his watch. "I shall first undertake my mission. 667291204 is my contact information. Once I have developed the Imperial blood collection, rapid absorption, we shall discuss the details further." Doria nodded, and as Braid turned to leave, she couldn't help but remark, "The charming little imp has evolved into a tempting monster. Was it not you who sought me out?" Braid turned back with a bright smile. "You even inquired about my whereabouts, waiting for me in the dead of night." Doria fell silent. Chapter 38, The Fractured Mind of Esther's. The journey to the South Sea. Are you really not going to try, little Esther's? Though we are agents, we are also girls. How can we not strive to look our best? A strikingly beautiful woman with long legs and a stunning golden bob, who later joined the team alongside Braid and others, was applying makeup from her compact while cheerfully remarking, "With your beauty, a touch more embellishment would render you dazzling enough to make one shy away." Esteth, coldly polishing her sword, retorted, "I'm not interested. Don't bother me, Stracy. Be cautious, as I might just eliminate you, despite your status as a seasoned member of CP0. Such a pity." Stracy disregarded Esteth's threat with a lingering smile, countering, "You're a girl, little Esteth, constantly engaging in violence isn't good for you. You'll end up friendless." With a clink, the sword was sheathed. Esteth's azure eyes glimmered with an unsettling chill. "Wow." Stracy set down her makeup kit. Raising her hands in a gesture of surrender, "I'll keep quiet." Esteth perused her books, and within a minute, Stracy leaned closer to her, whispering suggestively, "Living in this world, one cannot remain lonely forever." Stracy successfully provoked Esteth. In a flash, Esteth seized Stracy by the throat, lifting her off the ground, her stiletto heel pressing against Stracy's face. The slender heel teasingly inserted into Stracy's mouth. "What do you wish to teach me?" Who do you think you are? And who do you believe I am? Esteth glared down at Stracy, her breath fierce. Hey, Esteth. A group of silent agents could not remain indifferent. I observed that they seemed to relish the scene. One a sadist, the other a masochist, a pair of deviants. Not far away, Braid, interrupted from his training, cast a discontented glance and cynically remarked, why bother with them? Indeed. Stracy's face was flushed with an unhealthy hue. It was recalled that Stracy had previously executed missions alongside Millard of the Auberge family. It seemed she had also fallen under Millard's spell. No wonder she had immediately sought to provoke his death. Rumors had it that his death was the most coveted target within Millard's small circle. Alas, women were beginning to compete with men for each other. Idle chatter. Brett suddenly realized that Stacy was also one of Merlade's confidants, deeply enmeshed in the same affliction. Get lost. Esther's disdainfully kicked Stacy aside, her brows furrowing in displeasure. Eureka, that scoundrel Merlade. Stacy rose without a hint of anger, licking her lips and casting flirtatious glances at Esther's. Fortunately, she knew to maintain her distance and slipped away before Esther's could unleash her fury, tending to her own wounds instead. With her ire unspent, Esther's grew increasingly morose, causing all the agents aboard the airship to keep their distance. After sitting in silence for a while, Esther's suddenly pulled out her phone and dialed Minister Onest. This is Esther's, Minister Onest. I have a request. I wish to embark on a romantic relationship. What? Both Minister Onest on the other end of the line and the agents aboard the airship were taken aback. From any perspective, the ice-cold individual fixated on hunting, killing, and combat did not strike one as someone in need of love. I recommend Onest. He is a good man, Brett remarked, recognizing the voice of Major accompanying Minister Onest. Esther's candidly stated, Minister Onest suffers from hypertension and is not long for this world. Ahem. How rude. I am in quite good health. Minister Onest protested. Little Esther's. You are not lacking in suitors. Esther's replied, they are merely my experimental tools for torture, equally precarious. Minister Onest remarked, well, pursuing the opposite sex is a biological instinct. I support you, little Esther's. I have a few conditions. Please find someone who meets my standards. Esther's responded earnestly, first, I place great importance on future potential. I hope he possesses at least comparable abilities to mine. Second, he must have the courage to accompany me in hunting extraordinarily dangerous beasts, even unarmed. Third, he should be younger than I, so that I may have dominion over him. Fourth, he must possess a pure smile. After a brief pause, she concluded, no need. I have found someone. With that, Esther's abruptly hung up the phone and fixed her gaze intently on Brett. Brett found himself afflicted with hypertension due to the confrontational nature of his death towards Minister Onest, and he smiled amidst the precariousness of his situation. Shall we attempt to engage with one another? He suggested. Esteth, rarely displaying amusement, also smiled as she reached for a collar, intending to fasten it around Brett's neck. Braid's smile froze as he brushed aside Esteth's collar. I am not your slave, Esteth. Do you wish to decline my proposal for companionship? Esteth replied. There is no other option. I must resort to force. Before Braid could finish his words, she lunged forward. With a swift uppercut, she narrowly missed striking Braid's face. And fortunately, he dodged just in time. Bang! Brett retaliated with a merciless kick. With a resounding clash, Esteth blocked the blow and slid back several paces. It would not be easy. After all, he was a formidable opponent, sharing a name with me. Esteth unsheathed her sword. You cannot be serious, Esteth. Stop joking around. The agents surrounding them keenly sensed the impending danger in the air. It was too late. Boom. Crackle. Boom, boom, boom. With her audacious attack style, Esteth swung her blade, conjuring a towering ice spear that bore down upon Brett, piercing through the airship as well. Chapter 39, The Collision of Genius Twins. Thud. Thud. Boom. The grand airship, a costly endeavor, erupted in a cacophony, instantly scattering fragments into the sky, tumbling towards the sea and stirring tumultuous waves. The passengers aboard the airship were all elite members of Cypher Pole. Otherwise, they would not have qualified for such a perilous mission in the South Sea. Each utilized their unique skills to escape the explosion, skillfully landing safely on a desolate island thousands of meters above. Only a few sustained injuries, while the pilot of the airship was tragically reduced to nothingness, without a place to rest. Meanwhile, Esteth and Brett remained suspended in the clouds, locked in a fierce standoff. Esteth relied on her exquisite moonstep technique, a pinnacle of martial prowess. Brett conserved his strength, relying on the flight abilities of the Mosquito Girl. Obediently wear the collar and become my lover, Esther's remarked, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Do not resist, or you shall provoke my ire, little Brett. If I were to inadvertently harm you, it would grieve me deeply. She must be jesting, thought Brett. The mosquito girl murmured. Brett's expression turned grave. No, she is sincere. Brett harbored no doubt regarding Esteth's seriousness, for he was well acquainted with her life experiences. Born into the Brutish tribe of the far northern ice plains, Esteth was indoctrinated from a young age with the ancestral principles of her people, ideals born from their struggle against a harsh natural environment and their battles against monstrous beasts. Echoing the ruthless laws of the jungle, survival of the fittest, where the weak are prey to the strong. Thus, when the Brutish tribe fell victim to the onslaught of the Phantom Troop, the fortunate few who survived, including Esteth, shed no tears. She perceived her father and kin as feeble, believing that the tribe's downfall was solely due to their lack of strength, entirely unrelated to the assailants, the Phantom Troop. For this was the education she had received. As she departed from the Brutish territory, Esteth encountered the outside world alone. A lonely, beautiful young girl was inevitably targeted by those with ill intentions. Witnessing the filth of the outside realm, she felt little difference from her life in the far northern ice plains. It was still a matter of survival of the fittest, the same relentless laws of the jungle. Eventually, upon her transition to the world government, Esteth, serving as an agent, found that the education provided by the world government was scarcely superior to that of the Brutish tribe. Darkness prevailed as the main theme, supplemented by the indoctrination of loyalty to the world government, which primarily equipped her with more systematic and potent methods of killing. Reflecting on Esteth's 19 years of existence, she had never experienced love or warmth. All of these factors culminated in the creation of a being devoid of the rich emotions and sound reasoning characteristic of a normal human. She had become a savage, bloodthirsty monster. Brett understood that Esteth's intention to adorn him with a collar was devoid of malice or insult. Esteth simply could not comprehend the nuances of romantic relationships. However, despite his somewhat muted emotional depth compared to a typical human, he ultimately possessed the rich emotions and sound reasoning inherent in humanity. He would not permit himself to be shackled like the slaves Esteth had previously kept, reduced to a mere pet wearing a collar. There was no room for negotiation. Brett narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze upon Esteth. I am uncertain whether you have lost your senses, but fret not. I can assist in shattering them to grant you liberation. Esteth erupted into laughter. What a torment! Truly, little Brett, you are not so easily subdued. She continued. It is precisely fitting that I must shower you with affection, lest you defy me once you become my beloved. The temperature plummeted, surrounding Esteth. An array of frost-laden spears materialized, densely packed. With a snap of her fingers, the air crackled. A deluge of icy spears cascaded forth like a torrential downpour of pearly rain. Brett swiftly formed a hand seal, fire release, great fireball technique. With a resounding blast, fueled by an immense reservoir of chakra, this simple C-rank ninjutsu manifested an extravagant effect. The searing fireball, akin to a meteor from the heavens, collided with a flurry of frost spears, melting and obliterating them, counterattacking towards Esteth. Rather than being startled, Esteth was filled with exhilaration. Her excited moans echoing as she swung her military knife, slicing through Brett's fireball with a swift arc of sword energy. Die. The fireball incinerated the frost spears, and the rising steam cloaked the mosquito girl's stealthy assault. Clang! The clash of metal rang out. Even though the mosquito girl had hardened her razor-sharp claws with the power of armed color, akin to cutting through steel like tofu, she could not breach Esteth's defenses. Esteth, equally adept in the art of armed color, effortlessly parried the mosquito girl's attack. The mosquito girl, a formidable beast of unparalleled danger among the subhuman ranks, possessed astonishing raw power, yet Esteth remained unyielding. I once heard it said that boys should be devoted to girls. Esteth mused. There should be no female creatures in his vicinity, not even beasts. I would be utterly humiliated if my lover were to lose control and stray with a beast. Crack! I spread along Esteth's military knife. Retreat, Joanna. Earth release, earth spear. Flash. Finger gun. Enveloping himself in a layer of enhanced defense, Brett engaged in close combat, attempting to breach Esteth's side. Bang, bang, boom. The echoes reverberated across the desolate island. Indeed, they were the prodigious twin stars, formidable. Still watching the spectacle? They're all wielders of imperial weapons. Once true flames are unleashed, death is certain. What now? This is all your fault, Tracy. And Millard. If you hadn't provoked his death, she would never have considered romance. It must be that you've annoyed her to no end. Silence. Quickly contact Minister Onest. I suggest we seek the assistance of Vice Admiral Karp. We must separate them at once. Can Vice Admiral Karp fly? The elites of Cipher Pole gazed upwards at the battle, not forgetting to exchange words. Chapter 40. The Ice Blue Queen. Whoosh. Boom. Thunderous roars echoed. Amidst the waters straddling the South China Sea and the edge of the doldrums, the serene surface of the ocean suddenly erupted with a colossal splash, akin to the detonation of a formidable bomb, instantly conjuring tumultuous waves. As the droplets cascaded down like a gentle rain, the choppy sea revealed two indistinct figures. Esteth stood upon a fragment of ice, buoyed by the currents, as she wiped the soot from her exquisite visage, remnants of the fire-style jutsu unleashed by Braid. Meanwhile, Braid cast aside the shredded remnants of Esteth's tattered garments, exposing his robust musculature. Braid. The mosquito girl hastily descended. Braid remained silent, shaking his head to signal to the mosquito girl that he was unscathed. He had to admit that the encounter with Esteth brought him an unprecedented sense of pressure. He was far from being ignorant or lacking in experience, yet no one had ever commanded his full attention like she did at this moment, compelling him to invest every ounce of concentration, leaving no room for relaxation. It was not solely due to Esteth's mastery of ice elemental manipulation, which seamlessly enhanced the power of her imperial weapon, the manifestation of the demon of purity, rendering it nearly impervious to elemental transformation and elevating its functionalities to a level that rivaled the natural ice fruit. Moreover, Esteth's proficiency in the art of domination and her combat techniques, honed through bloodshed, along with her comprehensive combat mindset, created a seamless blend of offense and defense, devoid of any weaknesses. What struck Braid more profoundly was her attitude. He had encountered many individuals, yet none possessed Esteth's relentless determination to exert her utmost effort regardless of her opponent. Her fervent and almost obsessive desire for combat instilled a chilling sense of despair in her adversaries, particularly as he sensed that she was merely exhibiting restraint, having barely scratched the surface of her true potential. The inexhaustible power of water will allow my strength to flourish with remarkable efficiency. This is my domain. Surrender while you still can, young Braid, Esteth declared, striding through the sea, freezing the water with each step she took. Before I become entirely entranced by the thrill of battle, I must say, you are indeed impressive. Perhaps your modesty and restraint have concealed your true strength. I anticipated you would be formidable, but I did not expect you to pique my interest to this extent. Braid remained silent, his wrist twisting as he manifested his weapon of gluttony. It became evident that he was a conjurer of a unique ability, and the form of his weapon suggested it was of the lethal variety. What special power it might possess remained a mystery. Esteth cast a sidelong glance at the gluttony in Braid's grasp, silently assessing its potential, before stating, "What a pity, dear Braid. You have miscalculated. Farewell, my love." With a snap of her fingers, a frost began to creep along the ground beneath Esteth, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. Suddenly, a sharp and colossal ice spear erupted from the frozen surface, lunging towards Braid with alarming speed. As Braid narrowly evaded the first ice spear, the second, third, and countless others followed in rapid succession. Esteth, with a mere blink, conjured a veritable forest of ice spears upon the vast ocean. The sky? Esteth tilted her head, fixated on the mosquito girl aiding Braid as he ascended once more into the air. With a swift motion of her blade, she unleashed the origin hail. Thunderous roars echoed as terrifying ice blocks, reminiscent of meteors from the heavens, pierced through the clouds, descending with the weight of a mountain. Whoosh! The mosquito girl, her arms enveloped in a domineering aura, executed a fierce slash, shattering the ice blocks with unrestrained ferocity. "Go gather blood. Prepare for the second evolution," Braid commanded. "Joanna." The mosquito girl paused, contemplating. Actually, Braid could summon Lady Tamamo for assistance. "No need. I do not trust her either." Braid released his grip on the mosquito girl's calf, plummeting freely onto the icy surface, his toes grazing the ground. Shave. Another close-quarters battle? Facing the advancing Braid, Esteth beamed with delight. "Splendid. Little Braid, I am growing fonder of you." Boom. Bang. Boom. The clash of battle raged on. Hey, who will stop them? The worst-case scenario had unfolded. Had they not yet contacted Minister Wonist? If they delayed any longer, lives would truly be at stake. Losing even one of them would be a blow to Cipher Pole. The agents on the deserted island were in a state of anxious turmoil. Meanwhile, Minister Wonist of Mariewa was even more frantic than the agents present. Urgently, he sought to reach Admiral Hero Karp, the naval officer most likely to intervene between Braid and Esteth. Only after imploring Admiral Karp to separate Braid and Esteth did Minister Onest consider the anger that led to the conflict between them. Thus, he erupted, "That wretched Tracy." Minister Onest cursed vehemently, blaming her for inciting his death, resulting in her erratic desire for a partner, which ultimately led to the clash with Bread. She is the culprit. Investigate her, assign her the most perilous tasks, and if she fails, let her face dire consequences. Recently, the Big Mom Pirates had risen with formidable strength. They required someone to infiltrate and gather intelligence. The sycophantic Shigong proposed, "Let it be decided." Minister Onest, panting with rage, exclaimed, "That infuriates me. What is she worth?" Little Bread and Little Esteth are the most extraordinary prodigious twins we have seen in over 700 years of Cypher Pole's existence, the future Holy Shield, and one of the world government's most treasured assets. She unexpectedly faltered, crying out for medicine, medicine, medicine. Minister Onest truly felt irate. For the conflict between Braid and Esteth was utterly absurd. A mere disagreement escalated into a deadly confrontation. And what was even more infuriating was the senseless internal strife it caused. Chapter 41. I am the man you can never possess. How can one defeat, or even kill Esteth without resorting to external forces? Before rejecting the summoning of Tamamonome and diverting the Mosquito Woman, Braid had been contemplating this dilemma. After a decade of relentless perseverance, Braid remained steadfast, tirelessly honing his skills and cultivating his strength, enduring the bitter taste of hardship. He pursued power at any cost, utilizing every means available, all in the quest to grow stronger, to mitigate, avoid, or eliminate the known and unknown dangers that threatened his existence. Now that danger had arrived, he too must summon the courage and determination to rise to the challenge, matching all his preparations. Boom. Seals were formed, and the barrier was lifted. In his grasp, Braid held several custom-made shurikens, his mouth brimming with chakra. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Chlorred. Whoosh. The concealed weapons, enveloped in searing flames, whirled and raced forward. Esther's stomped her foot. Boom. An ice wall surged from the ground, shielding Esther's. However, the shuriken executed the shadow clone technique. Braid employs a composite of ninjutsu, utilizing the A-rank technique of shuriken shadow clone to complement the B-rank fire release, Phoenix Flower Chlorred, serving as the foundational throwing weapon. Whoosh. Bang. Boom. A deluge of fiery shuriken instantaneously obliterates the ice wall, engulfing Esteth from all directions in a torrential downpour of iron and flame. The sizzling and tapping of vapor rises as the sharp and resilient heels of her long boots strike the icy surface with a crisp resonance. Esteth emerges, her exquisite features transforming into a visage of ferocity and terror. A gash appears on her thigh. I underestimated you. My mastery of armament hockey is lacking, and I must adopt a steadfast defense. Let us embrace the inevitability of death. Little Bread, I shall no longer hold back. I acknowledge you as my worthy adversary, capable of engaging in battle. Crackle, buzz, and hiss. The intertwining arcs of black and red electricity emit a sharp sound, leaping forth from Esteth as she manifests as a primal beast. The Conqueror's Haki. Bread steadied his mind, countering the relentless onslaught of Esteth's formidable presence, disrupting her advances and creating distance. With a swift motion, he declared, I shall no longer grant you the opportunity to deplete me with your ninjutsu. Your two close-range encounters were mere tactics to lure me in. Your true prowess lies in ranged attacks. Esteth's long, agile legs propelled her forward, resembling a panther closing in on Bread. With a resounding clash, the gluttony of his defense met the military blade. Braid's bright golden eyes locked onto the azure orbs of Esteth, mere inches apart, as he declared, it is called gluttony. Once struck by it, you are finished. Psychological warfare? Esteth knelt, aiming directly for Braid's vital points, indeed showing no mercy and disregarding any notions of well-being. Let me enlighten you, young Braid. Under absolute power, all schemes and tricks are futile. I shall make you understand how utterly laughable and pitiable your fighting spirit, your resistance, your efforts, and your confidence truly are. Drawing forth his artistry, he added, if you remain in slumber, I would not mind helping you awaken. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed a barrage of shots. Bang. Bang, bang. Evading Esteth's knee strike, Braid formed his fingers into a gun shape, firing point-blank at Esteth. In the dance of close combat, every inch counted as peril. Esteth, employing her mastery of thought, weathered Braid's gunfire and retaliated with a leg sweep imbued with freezing damage. Thud. Braid extended his arms, soaring through the air, leveraging his momentum to twist and create space in mere seconds. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The wind fanned the flames, resulting in an explosive torrent of fire that engulfed his death. With a fierce intensity, his death, employing a flamboyant combat style, conjured ice pillars of at least several meters in length to pierce through the inferno. As the ice pillars remained intact, she deftly ascended them to draw nearer to Brett. In this confrontation, Brett's lack of a decisive finishing move became glaringly apparent, as did Esteth's own vulnerabilities. Although Brett's overall prowess might have been slightly inferior, the notion that Esteth could effortlessly overpower him was merely an illusion. Thus, the battle continued in a relentless struggle. Brett and Esteth found themselves in an impasse. 1 hour, 3 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours. From noon until sunset. Are they monsters? Undoubtedly, it is terrifying, truly deserving of the title of Genius Twin Stars. The prowess of Esteth is evident to all, yet it is surprising that Brett, who rarely reveals his true strength, is equally formidable, while the combatants remain unyielding. It is the spectators who grow weary. Until, what a lively little rascal! Ha! Bang! Bang! A figure emerged, delivering 2 iron fists. Brett and Esteth bore significant bruises on their heads. The one who prevented their almost bloodshot rage was a robust old man clad in a suit and draped in a naval cloak, adorned with a whimsical dog-headed hat, exuding an air of joviality that belied the seriousness of the situation. Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, a legendary hero of the Navy, had once brought an end to the reign of a formidable pirate who dominated the seas before the Pirate King and had relentlessly pursued the Pirate King across the globe, cornering him on numerous occasions. Now, children, play nice. Garp chuckled, while picking his nose, offering a light-hearted admonition to Brett and Esteth. He continued, I've witnessed many a man exert force upon women, yet I have yet to see a girl assert herself towards a boy. Ha! Indeed, such is the spirit of youth. If it weren't for Ernest's palpable anxiety, I would have lingered a while longer. As long as no one perishes, all is well. Brett, Esteth, by the way, one has asked you to get in touch with him, kid, Kapu said to Brett. Brett nodded and turned around without hesitation. I shall not give up, little Brett, said Estes, adjusting her appearance and revealing a smile. The fact that I have not eliminated you only endears you to me further. Braid Cold Shade, I am the man you shall never possess. Dream on in your harmonious desires. Braid, with few creatures nearby, found that the bloodsucker had ventured far to gather enough blood, hurriedly returning with the intention of assisting Braid. She felt deeply remorseful for failing to protect him. Yes, I am truly sorry. Brett chuckled as he playfully flicked the mosquito girl on the forehead. Let us depart. Chapter 42. The Journey of Learning Immortal Techniques. Speak your mind swiftly, old commander. Sitting upon a rocky outcrop amidst the sea, Brett dialed his phone. Thank heavens. Minister Wonist's heart finally eased, and he let out a long, exasperated sigh, immediately launching into a torrent of disjointed complaints. Do you have any idea how close I was to being scared to death? Truly, you 2 insufferable little rascals, resorting to murder at the slightest disagreement. What madness is this? It's merely a matter of romance. What does it matter if you agree to Ast's advances? And as for Ast's, what sort of declaration was that? Braid found himself utterly exhausted, having engaged in a grueling confrontation with Esteth that spanned 12 relentless hours. The toll of this fierce battle left him on the brink of depletion, a state exacerbated by his decision to temporarily relinquish the duties at the Hunter Association headquarters, where multiple shadow clones had been diligently managing the affairs and honing their nin abilities, chakra, and other skills on his behalf. It must be acknowledged that the technique of multiple shadow clones truly lived up to the enhancements Braid had bestowed upon it, despite its reputation for laziness. Though the experiences accumulated by these clones would all revert to the original caster, encompassing both beneficial and perilous moments that could threaten his very life, the overall advantages outweighed the disadvantages. After all, the effectiveness of a decoy, tactical deception, and the astonishing training efficiency, multiplied several times over, alongside their role as energy reservoirs, were truly remarkable. In contrast, his death was equally burdened. Lacking the mastery of the shadow clone technique that allowed for continuous energy replenishment, she found herself in her own domain, the boundless ocean of water elements that she so proudly claimed as her own, where her every maneuver seemed to yield twice the results for half the effort. Yet, even she was nearing her limits after such a prolonged bout. Braid's acute fatigue, paired with Esteth's evident weakness, facilitated Karp's ability to separate them effortlessly. As both had abandoned any desire to eliminate one another, their concealment proving effective. The reality was that, As soon as Braid and Isdeth opted to forego large-scale ranged assaults and consciously slowed their close-quarter offensive and defensive tempo, the Cypher Pole agents observing from the deserted island possessed the capacity to intervene, requiring no direct involvement from Karp. Their display of power and aura was so formidable that it deterred any attempts to encroach upon their territory. "I require rest," Minister Onest, Braid interjected. Minister Onest, finally composed, sighed, "I hereby approve your request for leave. You need not undertake the mission on Bata-Yurala Island." After a brief pause, he continued, "Little Braid, I hope you will exercise caution and yield to young Isdeth in the future to prevent a recurrence of today's events. I mean no offense. I fully recognize that the fault does not lie with you. However, Isdeth is unpredictable, and it is challenging to reason with someone so erratic. Please understand. Any casualties arising from needless internal strife would represent a tremendous loss for Cypher Pole and the government." "Understood," Braid replied. Minister Onest expressed regret. "I should have approved your leave request sooner. Alas, good night." Braid promptly terminated the call, disregarding the minister's theatrics. "I've got it, Braid." Mosquito Lady returned, triumphantly holding a still-breathing sea monster. "Well done, Joanna," Braid said, utilizing his weapon, Gluttony, to finish off the creature before stowing it away. Blood was a prerequisite for its retraction, a condition tied to the manifestation of his non-weapon, Gluttony. Resting his head upon Mosquito Lady's thigh, Braid succumbed to a deep slumber. "Hey, Braid, have you ever contemplated the type of girl you would wish to be in a relationship with? If she were to mind my existence, would I merely be, as Isdeth articulated, a creature endowed with wisdom, yet resembling a beast in human form, forever unable to truly embody humanity?" I, too, hold a fondness for Braid, as I gaze upon the starry sky, my emotions in disarray. Lost in self-reflection for an extended period. When Braid awakens once more, it is the following morning. In Mariehua, the headquarters of the Hunter Association, a decision must be made. Braid, rejuvenated, declares, "I must venture into Tamamonome's territory, a place where I cannot accompany you." After a moment of contemplation, the Mosquito Girl responds, "The headquarters of the Hunter Association, understood." Braid, a man of few words, formed a series of seals and invoked the reverse summoning technique. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke enveloped him, and he vanished from his original location. Shortly thereafter, on Peace Island, I licked my lips in anticipation. Lady Tamamo, Lord Braid has arrived." Suddenly, I was met with the sight of the three-tailed white fox, Sanming, whose delicate tongue unexpectedly smeared my face with saliva. Before I could react, she playfully bounded away. Brett swiftly. When Braid encountered Tamamonome, it was perhaps the result of the unfortunate habits he had contracted from his serpentine companion, Lilith. Tamamonome not only relished in adorning herself, but also took pleasure in the art of makeup. At that moment, she donned a form-fitting black leather catsuit and pants, accentuated by a pair of sleek black high heels. Her hair and tail had also been dyed a deep ebony, while her visage was adorned with a Gothic-style smoky eye makeup that, while striking, possessed an inexplicable oddity. "Why do you gaze upon me so intently? Do you harbor nefarious intentions towards me, human?" Tamamonome exuded an air of cold, regal beauty, completely oblivious to how she had previously endeavored to please her benefactor. Braid felt it necessary to command a measure of respect from Tamamonome. Thus, he rummaged through his wallet, retrieving the largest denomination coin, only to find it vanished in an instant. "Welcome to Peaceful Isle, my Lord Braid." Tamamonome forced a smile, her heart aching, as she took hold of Braid's arm. "Please, allow me to guide you. Without mastering the art of celestial magic, I shall not depart from Peaceful Isle," Braid declared, "which implies you two shall remain here, Lady Tamamonome." With a cheerful smile, Tamamonome replied, "I fear that may not be possible." Braid raised an eyebrow. "I have indeed studied the art of immortality under the venerable Six Paths Master, though I have yet to master it," said Tamamonome, awkwardly scratching her nose. Casting a sidelong glance at Braid's unfriendly demeanor, she continued, "I truly comprehend the methods to acquire these mystical arts. However, the pursuit of immortality is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Braid, let us not beat around the bush. I have a friend." Chapter 43. In circles, it is still you. It appears that the original sage of Six Paths was curious whether the demon clan could learn celestial arts. By mere chance, he encountered the rather bored you and thus took the initiative to impart celestial techniques. This ultimately validated the ancient legend that the demon clan is utterly incapable of mastering celestial arts. Braid reclined leisurely, allowing the magnificent white-faced, golden-haired nine-tailed fox to lead him in search of her companion. It was not only I, but several other demons as well, all of whom have met with failure. Soared through the winds. Bradeo, why? Why is it that the demon race can never grasp the art of celestial magic? Is it the constraints imposed by the Creator? Yuzuki, uncertain, replied, I too am not aware. Braid pondered, what kind of power do you creatures wield? It is the power of the Yokai. Tamamo no Me replied readily. And after a moment of reflection, added, it could also be classified as a form of life energy. However, we are inherently awakened beings. Bread gasped in astonishment. Such an unparalleled racial advantage. The innate awakened life energy, the resilient physique, and an extraordinarily prolonged lifespan are nothing short of perfection. No matter how exaggerated the forms of the giant race, the amphibious nature of the fishmen, or the electrically endowed fur tribes, they pale in comparison. Let alone the ordinary majority races. I begin to grasp what you mean by the constraints imposed by the Creator, were it not for these divine limitations. I believe it would be the demon race that dominates the world. Indeed, Yuzumo remarked. Ray chuckled. Could you elaborate on the constraints imposed by the Creator? What exactly are they? First and foremost, the birth rate among the demon clans is lamentably low, particularly among those with stronger bloodlines. For instance, take our own nine-tailed fox clan. It perfectly stifles the growth of the demon race. Yuzuki sighed. Braid Road remarked, are there not quite a number of on Peace Island? Did you not notice? Most of them are beasts, and there are only a mere 31 members in the entire nine-tailed fox clan, Yuzhao Qian lamented. Braid pondered carefully, slowly nodding, and remarked, it seems there are no male members among you. Over time, have you not realized that the nine-tailed fox clan suffered the loss of all its male members during the ancient wars thousands of years ago, nearly leading to our extinction? Subsequently, an elder devised a secret technique for survival, allowing us to reproduce asexually. Presently, the nine-tailed fox population on Peaceful Island is entirely born of asexual reproduction, including myself. Yao Zhao, Qian fell silent for a moment, and then added, of course, while we possess the ability to reproduce asexually. The cost is exceedingly high, almost a life for a life. After a slight pause, she playfully inquired, are you rather disappointed? Braid was taken aback. Are you under the impression that our esteemed nine-tailed fox clan lacks male members, causing you to indulge in fanciful dreams? Imagine a cadre of stunning beauties from the nine-tailed fox clan, adorned in their resplendent attire, encircling you in a courtship display, declaring, Lord Braid, please do engage in a harmonious union with me. Lord Braid, I long to bear your offspring. Lord Braid, do not hold back your affections for me. As Tamamo no Me theatrically performs her intricate skit. Braid, did I guess correctly? Hee. Tamamo's laughter is particularly mischievous and sly, but she quickly shifts to a demeanor of cold elegance and nobility. Stop dreaming. Even if our nine-tailed fox clan faces extinction, we shall never unite with humans to produce half-demons. Brett adjusted his posture. Do you harbor an intense disdain for half-demons? Are you aware of the outcome of a horse and donkey crossbreed? Tamamo no Me inquired. Bradeo remarked, indeed, a mule devoid of reproductive capability. A similar situation arises with half-demons, beings inherently flawed and cursed by birth. Tamamo no Me stated earnestly. Furthermore, none could foresee the nature of the curse they endure. The most grievous curse I have ever witnessed was when a formidable clan of Yokai was obliterated by a half-demon stripped of its sanity. Braid shrugged. We seem to have digressed. Shall we continue discussing the constraints imposed by the Creator? Tamamo no Me responded. The second constraint set by the Creator upon the Yokai is that the techniques for harnessing Yokai power can be mastered through learning and self-realization. However, the accumulation of Yokai power occurs only through the passage of time. It cannot be enhanced through the exercise and cultivation as you do. Thus, Yokai generally grow stronger with age. Blade remarked with a hint of sarcasm, it seems exceedingly unreasonable. While you humans envy the Yokai, little do you realize that the Yokai also harbor envy for you. After all, when compared to the boundless possibilities of the human future, the prospects for the Yokai are tragically limited. Yuma Jun responded with a wistful tone. Braid shifted the topic. Who is your friend? Families. Yuzhao Qian turned her fox eyes, murmuring almost inaudibly, I hope she is still alive. Otherwise, my clothes, cosmetics, and bags. Braid, what I mean is, who is she? Braid enunciated his words with emphasis. Tamamo understood. Oh, the immensely perilous long-lived species, the Azure Dragon. Weren't you once seeking the Azure Dragon clan? If it is the Azure Dragon clan you wish to approach for the study of immortal arts, I could visit them myself. Braid smirked. Not long ago, I acquired intelligence confirming the habitat of the Azure Dragon clan. I am acquainted with numerous super perilous magical beast clans that possess knowledge of immortal arts, including the Frog clan, the Great Serpent clan, and the Slug clan. Tamamo, with a playful grin, replied, Lord Braid, please feel free to choose. Braid rested his chin on one hand, half-jokingly teasing, I regret entering into this pact with you. You lazy vampire are utterly useless. How rude. Tamamonome snorted in response. Yet she found herself at a loss for a retort. It was an undeniable truth that, while she had offered Braid little assistance, she had frequently demanded much in return. Brett tilted his head and proposed, how about you serve me in bed? Let us adopt a different manner of interaction, engaging solely in a transaction of money and flesh. Without a hint of anger or irritation, Tamamonome calmly replied, very well, let us proceed at this very moment, face to face. I am indifferent to the setting. Braid, Little Sprout, TSK, Tamamonome wore a look of utter disdain, and she was not entirely unjustified. At present, in her form as a magnificent golden-haired, nine-tailed fox, she stood towering at over 20 meters, making Braid appear as diminutive as a mere sprout. Braid found himself at a loss for words, never imagining he would experience such a moment of speechlessness. Chapter 44. The Cloud Nest. An endless expanse of clouds stretched before him, where solid forms of earth, trees, and flowers contrasted with the flowing elements of water, rivers, and waterfalls. Everything was shrouded in a vast, ethereal white, resembling a breathtaking fairyland. The East Sea. The Sky Island Cloud Nest, the habitat of the Qinglong clan. They had finally arrived. Yuzeokian shook her head, casting off Braid from her nose, and instantly transformed into her human form, exclaiming with surprise, ah. As Braid landed gracefully, he inquired, what transpired? The exquisite Tamamonome puffed her cheeks in vexation, lamenting, I had meticulously prepared a splendid gown for my visit to an old friend. This will not do. I must change into another attire. Please wait here for me. With that, she hurriedly grasped the hem of her white lace backless gown and swiftly vanished from sight. Braid found himself engulfed in a sense of helplessness. History, as it often does, spiraled upward. Ethereal mist swirled as a colossal creature cautiously approached him. Its antlers resembled those of a deer, its head akin to that of an ox, its eyes reminiscent of shrimp, its mouth akin to that of a donkey, its body resembling a serpent, its scales like those of a fish, its feet akin to a phoenix, and its ears reminiscent of an elephant's, yet it bore the visage of a dragon, a jade-hued dragon. Youthful in its essence, for its voice was that of a little girl, clear and melodious despite its gargantuan form. Are you human? I am human. Braid gazed upward, privately assessing the creature's partially revealed physique, which he surmised to be at least as formidable as the white-faced, golden-haired nine-tailed fox form of Tamamonome. A brief silence ensued. I licked my lips, much like Braid had twice before on Peace Island, as the three-tailed white fox had playfully done to him, employing the same method to ascertain his humanity, by sticking out its tongue and splattering him with saliva. Braid, caught off guard, exclaimed, what a terrible habit. It's sweet. The taste of humans is sweet. The Azure Dragon was taken aback, seemingly intrigued, and eager to sample him once more. Hey, Braid interjected, swiftly redirecting the dragon's attention. I am Braid Hyman. Might you introduce yourself? The dragon beamed with delight. I am Amanda. Amanda? Tamamonome reappeared, now clad in a black casual outfit, scrutinizing Amanda before inquiring. What is your relation to Daenerys? Daenerys is my esteemed mother. Amanda bowed her head. Do you know my esteemed mother? Tamamonome smiled warmly. Of course. Where is she? I am her friend. My mother has gone into slumber again, Amanda revealed, unable to conceal her disappointment. Once more? Truly, every time I see her, she appears to be in a drowsy haze. Tamamonome mused. Indeed, it is quite understandable. Your Azure Dragon lineage is a rare breed among the super dangerous magical beasts, possessing both the traits of large species and longevity. It would be quite difficult to avoid slumber, lest one grow hungry or bored. In any case, lead us to her. Little one. Amanda chirped with excitement. No problem. Climb aboard, climb aboard. As they mounted Amanda's dragon form, they soared through the skies at breakneck speed. Do you feel it? Tamamonome called out to Braid. Braid contemplated thoughtfully. Ah, the essence of nature, how profoundly rich it is. Yao Zhao Qian remarked. In the cultivation of celestial arts, the environment is indeed a vital factor. After a few moments, Mother, we have guests. Please awaken, exclaimed Amanda. diving into the embrace of her mother, Danless, like a fledgling returning to its nest. Unlike Amanda's youthful innocence, Danless was a fully grown and mature azure dragon. Her scales robust and imposing, stretching an astonishing length of over 150 meters. Her mere presence was fearsome, even in her slumber, as she lay sprawled out, drooling. "Do not make a fuss, Amanda. The cloud nest has not seen visitors in 800 years. Danless's voice was deep and hoarse, perhaps a remnant of her dreams, laced with a hint of languor. "Behave, and do not wander about all day. Rest quietly, you lazy creature." Yao Zhaoqian chuckled. "Will you not open your eyes to see me?" With a sudden rumble, Danless turned over, lifting her dragon head to fix her gaze upon Yao Zhaoqian and Bread. The smile on Yao Zhaoqian remained undiminished. Braid felt a twinge of anxiety as he acutely sensed the formidable presence of Danless. Undoubtedly a dragon, a creature of extraordinary peril. "Is that truly you, Sister Tamamo?" Danless, with an anthropomorphic smile, opened her mouth wide, and, despite the perhaps singular shortcoming of the azure dragon, extended her diminutive arms in an attempt to embrace Tamamo. "It has been far too long. Indeed, the last time I saw you, you had just conceived the dragon egg." Tamamo nonchalantly leaped atop Danless' head, surveying the surroundings. "Where is your deceased partner?" Danless sighed deeply, summoning a gust of wind. "He has become a ghost." "Excuse me?" Tamamo responded awkwardly. "What transpired?" Danless interrupted, saying, "It is of no consequence." "Truly remarkable," Tamamo remarked wistfully. The two old friends, having not met for 8 centuries, engaged in their leisurely conversation, entirely disregarding Braid and Amansa. Amansa, starved from eternal affection and attention, decisively redirected her curiosity towards Braid, inquisitively inquiring, "Are all humans as diminutive as you? You seem rather fragile." Braid remained silent until Danless and Tamamo had nearly concluded their dialogue. "I am willing to assist you in mastering the art of immortality, but in return, you must enter into a spiritual contract with our Azure Dragon clan, primarily to educate, accompany, and protect Amansa," Danless stated with unwavering resolve, epitomizing the typical, yet profoundly irresponsible behavior of a mother, clearly articulating the cost of learning the mystical arts within the Azure Dragon lineage to Braid. Bread, with a hint of indignation, exclaimed, "Do you disdain me, mother? Do you truly look down upon me?" Amanda, throwing a tantrum, cried out, "I refuse to comply. I am unhappy." Danless, remaining unperturbed, replied, "Cease your petulance, Amanda. Bread is a person well regarded by Yuzhao's sister. Following him is undoubtedly a wise choice, for it will spare you from a life of utter monotony." "You simply find me too noisy," Amanda retorted angrily. Danless candidly admitted, "Indeed, you are rather loud. I have never encountered such a, vivacious qinglong before." Author's note: to the readers who can comprehend this work. The book has been published, and I feel utterly unprepared, hence I have not penned a proper authoress note. I am merely rambling at the last moment. I hold immense hopes for this book, yet I am acutely aware that if it does not achieve immediate success, the outcome may be rather grim, given the nature of the material. The fusion of multiple anime may be entertaining for those familiar with my writings and the characters therein, while those unfamiliar might find it utterly chaotic. My health has never been particularly robust, and I am currently recuperating at home while assisting my parents in their agricultural endeavors. I shall strive to update regularly. Ensuring a continuous flow of content is my foremost goal, while maintaining stability in updates is my second. Additional updates will depend on your support. I hope that those who can appreciate this work will consider subscribing, as I earnestly wish to avoid despair. Earning a little pocket money each month would make the toil of writing worthwhile. To be candid, during my time on external platforms, the absence of piracy meant that those who enjoyed my work naturally subscribed. Now, in light of rampant piracy, it is solely dependent on the integrity of individuals. In summary, the planned length of this book is extensive. If I can achieve 1,000 subscriptions, I will be able to proceed as intended. Anything less will compel me to consider reducing content, which is an honest statement. Finally, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for all your support. Chapter 45. Dragon Immortal Technique. Amidst the pure, unadulterated natural energy manifested in the form of a white cloud waterfall, Bread maximized the efficacy of his shadow clone technique. Dozens of clones engaged in the initial steps of learning the immortal arts, attuning themselves to the flowing natural energy of the world. Only by perceiving the natural energy in motion can one absorb it into their being, subsequently adjusting the quantities of this energy, along with spiritual and physical energy, to achieve a harmonious balance and a 1-to-1 ratio, ultimately culminating in the fusion that births a new system of power, the immortal arts. The immortal arts of the Qinglong clan are also known as the Dragon Immortal Technique. It is not particularly difficult to sense the flowing natural energy of the world, especially with Brett's advantages and his presence in the sacred grounds of the Qinglong clan, where the pure natural energy manifests as a white cloud waterfall. After an hour, opening his eyes, Brett declared, "Lady Danlise, I have sensed the natural energy. Then let us depart from the white cloud waterfall and continue to perceive the comparatively sparse natural energy outside, until you can freely sense it at will, anywhere and anytime." Dahlia yawned incessantly, her energy waning, yet her meticulous approach to tasks remained particularly rigorous. After all, the White Cloud Falls is unique. It is one of the few places in the world formed entirely from the essence of pristine natural energy. I understand the importance of laying a solid foundation. Brad commanded dozens of shadow clones to depart from the White Cloud Falls to continue absorbing the relatively sparse natural energy outside, while he seated himself before Dahlia. I have gleaned the principles of celestial arts and rough cultivation methods from Lady Tamamo, yet I have always been curious about the essence of these arts, such as their origins and historical evolution. Might you, Lady Dahlia, illuminate my perplexities? You may call me Dahlia, she replied, shifting her dragon-like head, and pondered. The celestial arts originated from human creation, thus humans can also learn and cultivate them. The identity of the original creator remains untraceable. Yet the reasons behind the creation of these arts have been passed down through generations. Red raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Oh, curiosity. The insatiable curiosity of humankind. One wonders if magical beasts can harness their innate life energy with the same dexterity as humans." Danley sighed. "I cannot help but admire humanity. Though inherently more fragile than us magical beasts, their fervent curiosity, boundless creativity, profound wisdom, and courageous pursuit of the unknown are qualities we, as magical creatures, lack." Brett deliberated. He pondered whether magical beasts could wield their innate life energy with the same dexterity as humans. Upon conducting experiments, he discovered that these creatures seemed unable to manipulate their inherent life force with such finesse. Consequently, he introduced the concept of natural energy. As you might surmise, natural energy serves to harmonize the disproportionate mental and physical energies within our magical beasts. Damlis let out a great yawn, exhaling a gust of wind. As for the historical evolution of celestial arts, to be frank, I am quite at a loss. Brett chuckled. Are there others besides the Azure Dragon clan who possess celestial arts? Indeed, the Frog clan of Miamu Mountain, the Serpent clan of Dragon Cave, the Slug clan of Wetbone Forest, and the Azure Bird clan of Wudong Island, all are formidable beasts adept in celestial arts, Danlise enumerated. Her large vertical pupils wide with fury as she proclaimed, "From now on, should we encounter the Serpent clan of Dragon Cave, there shall be no questions asked. Strike with all our might." Braid, very well. Promising Daenerys, Braid inquired, "How many dragons does the Azure Dragon clan possess? Once I engage the enemy, please refrain from summoning us." Daenerys interrupted Braid, her gaze flitting about, her regal demeanor slightly faltering. "The members of the Azure Dragon clan are fond of slumber, with only Amandra being an exception. Of course, if you offer a suitable reward, delicious food, or glimmering treasures, there will certainly be a dragon among our 20 or so willing to assist you. Rest assured, we do not covet material possessions. That is not our nature." Braid fell into a moment of silence. "We have forged a pact of equality. I shall not do an injustice to the Azure Dragon clan," he solemnly asserted, hesitatingly adding, "Currently, I serve under the auspices of the world government, and I trust that your clan is well acquainted with it. I have heard tales of the remarkable artifact known as the Tale of Intersection, crafted by the world government, which is said to be made from the fur of one of your dragons. That dragon is the father of Amansha." With a sharp click of her dragon claws, Danlise disrupted the atmosphere, which shifted dramatically. Amansha's father was slain by the world government. They disgracefully plucked his whiskers, causing him to lose face and ultimately succumb to despair. How despicable! Danlise revealed the cause of her mate's demise. After a prolonged contemplation, she collected herself and shook her head, saying, "Enough of this. It has been nearly 8 centuries, and he brought this upon himself with his insatiable thirst for fine wine. You shall look after Amansha well, and I harbor no objections to your allegiance with the world government." Brett sighed with relief, assuring, "I promise to take good care of Amanda. I truly appreciate your candor." "Brett, it is of utmost importance. For those of us with less clarity of mind, there is nothing more daunting than falsehoods and deceit," Danlise continued, expressing her goodwill and closeness. Braid, "Oh, while my sister Tamamo is still unperturbed by Amanda, I must seize the moment. Daenerys has entrusted this to me. Approximately 1 week remains. Brett has thoroughly mastered the initial step of learning the art of sorcery, achieving an unwavering ability to effortlessly sense the natural energies at any time and in any place. A week has passed. Brett has fundamentally grasped the art of transcendent sorcery. Finding it less arduous and lengthy than he initially anticipated, he boldly absorbs the natural energy around him, striving to attain a harmonious equilibrium among spiritual and physical energies in a precise ratio of 1 to 1 to 1. He need not concern himself with the peril of overindulgence in natural energy, which could render him a mere fragment of the celestial clouds, for Danny Lease would swiftly awaken him. In his sorcery mode, a soft halo radiates from his being as Brett undergoes a remarkable transformation. His golden eyes flare open, resembling the feral gaze of a beast, while his golden hair flourishes, shedding its opulent hue to reveal a paler shade. Most strikingly, dragon scales spread across his cheeks, and irregular dragon horns emerge from his forehead, one longer than the other. At long last, he finds solace in sleep, as Danny Lease, with drowsy eyes, observes Brett and urges him to persist in his practice. Brett's inquiry into Daenerys: what are the shortcomings of dragon sorcery? Every system of power possesses its inherent flaws, and sorcery is no exception. For instance, the frog sorcery practiced by the amphibian clan of Myomu Mountain is limited to a mere 5-minute duration, hence Brett's question. I suggest you find a partner. Daenerys replied with earnestness. Chapter 46. You have lost favor. The drawbacks of dragon sorcery are exceedingly subtle. It stimulates the endocrine and nervous systems, leading individuals to experience excitement and fervor, awakening their most primal instincts of procreation. The intensity of these sensations hinges upon the duration of the sage mode's application. A blunt yet apt description of dragon sorcery would be akin to an aphrodisiac. Upon grasping the deficiencies of dragon sorcery, Brett promptly terminated the sage mode, falling into a prolonged silence. In truth, he engaged in meditation to quell the uncontrollable restlessness within him. Unlike the impetuous Tyrion, who would charge unabashedly at a lioness in heat, he could not succumb to the allure of a female dragon, even though Daenerys appeared indifferent, as if she would not mind if he were to act upon his desires. Desire, in its essence, is the original sin, Brett mused, attributing a new moniker to dragon sorcery. Daenerys yawned widely and remarked, "You will grow accustomed to it. The side effects of dragon sorcery will gradually diminish as you master it, though they will never vanish entirely. My suggestion to find a partner is not jest. Do not overly restrain yourself. Frequent release is advisable to avoid becoming emotionally distant, if you understand what I mean." With that, Daenerys unceremoniously began to doze off. Brett quietly sought Tamamo and departed from the cloud nest. "Wow, the outside world is so vast and beautiful," exclaimed Amasa, like an inquisitive child, as she carried Brett and Tamamo, swaying and weaving through the clouds, gazing down upon the earth. Tamamonome's attention was fixed on Brett. "You seem rather unusual today, Lord Brett." "I'm perfectly fine. I am merely contemplating Amasa's arrangements," Brett replied, closing his eyes, unwilling to meet Tamamonome's gaze, as her outfit, a strapless top and shorts, was rather revealing. Tamamonome's eyes darted around, and with a sudden, playful tone, she mockingly exclaimed, "Oh, I see. Hee hee. I suspect you harbor ill intentions. You must be aware of the shortcomings of the dragon immortal arts." Brett's forehead throbbed with anger. Tamamonome covered her face, her laughter growing increasingly mischievous, akin to a fox that had stolen a chicken. "You chose this path. Hee hee. Let me tell you, I know other practitioners of immortal arts, not just from the Azure Dragon clan. You would do well to be silent and keep your distance, lest I hold you accountable," Brett retorted, visibly displeased. "Hee hee. Are you embarrassed? How amusing. Your face has turned red." Tamamonome teased gleefully, running ahead and continuing her raucous laughter, thoroughly entertained. Brett wandered aimlessly along the East Sea for half a day, managing to suppress the tumultuous impulses within him. After exhaling a long, heavy sigh, he perused the contact list on his phone, returning calls he had missed during his dedicated practice of celestial arts. Ultimately, he stumbled upon an unfamiliar number. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed it, introducing himself. "This is Brett." "It's me, Brett. This is Montana Marks." "Major, is there something you need?" Brett asked. "I intended to invite you to my soiree, but alas, you chose to ignore me, which has left me quite disheartened," Montana remarked with a smile. Brett furrowed his brow, expressing his busyness. "If you have something to say, please speak plainly." "Very well," replied the representative from Montana. I seek your assistance in the establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea under the king's command. Bread was taken aback. Congratulations, Major. Ha ha ha. Montana laughed heartily, filled with immense joy. Montana intended to leverage the establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea to concurrently assemble his own unique crew, preparing for future competition against the celestial dragons. He was not afraid that Bread, being intelligent, would discern his intentions. Rather, he feared that Bread might be a fool who could not grasp his motives, which would hinder a pleasant collaboration, as many matters could not be openly discussed. Do you have a goal? Bread inquired. Montana replied, Crocodile, the sand alligator. I trust you have heard of him. He is a member of the worst generation, one of this year's pirate supernovas. And the government has issued a staggering bounty of 81 million berries for him. He is indeed deserving of such honor, being a rare natural-type devil fruit user. Bread briefly discussed the intelligence regarding Crocodile. Are you inviting him to join the 7 warlords of the sea? Montana stated, I have already sent someone to extend the invitation. But to this day, I have received no response, and the envoy has yet to return. Do you still wish to invite him to join the 7 warlords of the sea? Bread asked. Montana smiled. Indeed. Very well. I shall seek him out and persuade him. Bread, composed yet brimming with confidence, replied, truly dependable, Bread. Montana affirmed, then I shall await your good news. He hung up the phone. Bread rose and ascended to the head of Amansa, settling upon her nose. Adjust your course, Amansa. We are bound for the new world. Indeed. My lord Bread, Amansa replied with exuberance. Are we to embark on an adventure? I recall Mother speaking of the new world, where fireballs rain from the sky and colossal monsters roam the seas. Is it truly as perilous as they say? Bread, having endured the tumult of childhood and the ravages of a dragon, patiently addressed Amansa's inquiries, imparting knowledge of the world she had yet to encounter. You have never been this kind to me, my lord Bread, interjected Tamamo, unable to suppress her grievance. Brett spoke without reserve. Amansa is a child. And are you also a child? I am a girl, responded Tamamo, her tone steady. In light of your consistently poor performance, I hereby declare that you have fallen from grace. Brett's retort was even more severe. This includes your allowance. All privileges shall be had. In an instant, Tamamo transformed into a petite, golden-furred, 9-tailed fox, not the towering creature of 20 meters, but rather resembling a domestic cat. She leaped into Brett's embrace, mimicking Amansa's innocent tone as she playfully cooed, Lord Brett, I am being good. Brett, you are the Lord of Peace, Lady Tamamo, Queen Tamamo, Your Majesty. Brett remarked. Lady Tamamo, feeling aggrieved, replied, but I am impoverished. Brett was rendered speechless. In order to locate Crocodile and persuade him to join the ranks of the Shichibukai, he needed to contact the subordinates of Cipher Pole to confirm Crocodile's whereabouts. Thus, he set forth. Brett had his sights set on Gemini Island, a locale he was well acquainted with. Before he could put his plans into motion, a call from his death interrupted him. Shall we have a conversation, Brett? Brett replied coldly. There is nothing for us to discuss. No, we do, his death asserted confidently. Chapter 47, The Queen's Romance. South Sea. Blade has arrived once more. Indeed. Esters has proposed a compelling offer that intrigues Blade, prompting him to agree to a meeting. Given the imposing stature and overly spirited nature of Amanda, Blade fears her sudden appearance in the city may incite unpredictable chaos. Furthermore, he remains cautious of Esters, who lacks the emotional depth and sound reasoning typical of a normal human being, to prevent a potential breakdown in negotiations that could lead to further conflict. He has chosen to meet on a deserted island. Even on this desolate isle, Esters presents herself elegantly, adorned in a pure white lace-trimmed gown. Her long, athletic legs are accentuated by crystal high-heeled shoes, and her blue hair is styled in an elegant bun, embellished with a flower. She has even applied a light touch of makeup, enhancing her already exquisite features to perfection, resembling a bride, assuming she were without the military knife in hand. Your new pet? Upon their meeting, Esther's immediate attention is drawn to Amanda, remarking on her impressive presence, truly formidable, befitting a dragon. Amanda, unfazed by Esther's referring to her as Blade's pet, is more intrigued by Esther's herself. She tilts her head, examining her, and with a playful grin, she instinctively attempts to greet her in her ancestral manner. Amanda, no mischief, Blade interjects promptly, placing a hand on Amanda to halt her antics. With a sheepish expression, Amanda quickly addresses Blade, Greetings, Lord Blade. Who is she? At that moment, Esther's furrows her brow, casting a disapproving glare at Tamamonome, who, in a moment of mischief, transforms from her petite, white-faced, golden-haired nine-tailed fox form and escapes Blade's embrace, adopting a human guise. She deliberately circles Blade, nuzzling against him affectionately, her sly smile hinting at provocation and mockery. Noticing Esther's particular interest in her, her grin widens with mischief. That creature is also my familiar, Blade states nonchalantly. Now, let us get straight to the point. Leaning on his military knife, Esther's reluctantly averts her gaze from Tamamonome and declares, as I have informed you, I am aware of your Imperial Artifacts, blood collection, and rapid absorption abilities. It allows you to grow stronger by consuming the blood of living beings. And as you yearn for power, I shall offer you the spoils of my hunts. Aside from those, I must surrender to the government. All the prey I capture shall be yours. Trust me, the quality of my quarry will not disappoint. Braid acknowledged that the quality of the prey hunted by Esteth would undoubtedly meet his expectations, for the war maniac relished in formidable quarry. With the surge of her power, only the most powerful prey could ignite her interest in ravaging them, deriving pleasure from utterly vanquishing them both physically and mentally. She held no regard for ordinary weaklings. I accept your terms, but will you still insist on placing a collar around my neck? Braid inquired. Esteth candidly replied, No, that was my error. I failed to distinguish between a boyfriend and a slave, a trophy. I have reflected on this. And what now? Braid asked. After a moment's contemplation, Esteth remarked, During my missions, I perused several books on romantic relationships and arrived at certain conclusions. Relations between men and women are reciprocal and require mutual maintenance. Just as I pledge my loyalty to you, you must reciprocate. Infidelity is absolutely intolerable. For instance, Joanna, Tornado, and especially Melida. She nearly pointed an accusing finger at Tamamonome. Her voice resolute. Indeed, Braid nodded. A faint smile graced Esteth's face, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Then let us formally enter into a relationship. Very well, Braid thoughtfully considered, deciding not to reject the fortuitous benefits. Esteth stepped closer, feigning shyness as she took Braid's hand and boldly kissed his lips, fleetingly like a dragonfly's touch, then continued unabated. From this moment forth, you belong to me. You shall be kind only to me. You must cherish me. Never deceive me. Every promise you make must be fulfilled. Each word spoken to me must be sincere. You must not lie or scold me, but show concern for my well-being. When I am happy, you shall share in my joy. When I am downcast, you must cheer me up. You must always perceive me as the most beautiful. Even in your dreams, I must appear, and in your heart, there can be only me. Which books did you read? Who are the authors? Braid inquired calmly. Esteth paused, taken aback. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly felt the urge to eliminate a few individuals. Braid smiled brightly. Perhaps we should officially break up. Upon reflection, we are not suited for one another. I still have a few months until I turn 16 and remain a minor. The books have taught us about the perils of early romance. Long kisses, passionate kisses. Wet kisses, tongue kisses. What are they doing, Lord Tamamonome? Are they eating something? How strange. Amantha's eyes widened with curiosity. Tamamonome chuckled. Indeed, they are savoring saliva. Saliva? Is it delicious? I want to try some too. Amantha innocently exclaimed. Tamamonome leaped onto Amantha's head. Let us not disturb them. Come along. I shall show you around. As Tamamonome and Amantha departed, Esteth gently remarked, This is my first experience of such feelings. What about you, Braid? Are you unhappy, or perhaps startled? Is it progressing too quickly? This is my first kiss, but not yours. Your first kiss was given to Melida. The tale of Braid's discontent is revisited. Esteth's expression darkened precipitously, yet she quickly donned a forced smile and explained, But she is a girl. In a bid to stir Braid's fervor and erase the lingering unease of her first kiss, she attempted to overpower him. However, Braid countered, flipping over. Esteth, unable to suppress her inherently dominant nature any longer, exclaimed, No, please respect my dignity as a man. You promised to treat only me with kindness. You must cherish me. The ground trembled with her declaration. I am the man you shall never possess. Forever. Braid departed, fearing that remaining would escalate their conflict into a deadly confrontation akin to their previous encounter. Esteth was torn, wanting to call out to Braid, yet rendered speechless. Standing alone in place. After a moment, she mused, The books you recommended were of little use. Well, not entirely useless. If you could suggest a few more. Who are the authors of those books? Investigate, locate them, and deal with them. Esteth dialed her phone. Yes, Commander. Chapter 48. Crocodile, feel free to laugh if you wish. There is no need to stifle it, Braid remarked, reclining beneath the azure dragon, gazing towards the new world. While casting a sidelong glance at Tamamonome, whose expression was one of playful intrigue. "I do not wish to laugh," Tamamonome replied seriously, albeit turning her head nonchalantly afterwards. "It appears you two have engaged in a tumultuous struggle for dominance, a rapid romance, and an even swifter separation. Will you not take turns? I have watched certain peculiar films, and they exhibit a myriad of styles. Cough cough indeed, they are two innocent little apples. I find it utterly hilarious." Brett, with a frown, "Very well." Tamamonome, having laughed enough, said, "I admit, I find you all rather amusing." Braid closed his eyes, disinterested in engaging with Tamamonome. "Braid, I advise you to steer clear of her. Do not entertain any notions of gaining advantage from her. Abandon your petty schemes at once, for they may lead you to peril." Tamamonome appeared solemn as she spoke. "And what is the reason for this warning? From the very first glance, I discerned her true nature. She is a being cloaked in human guise, yet refuses to embrace the essence of humanity, behaving instead in accordance with the primal instincts deeply etched within her marrow, a mad creature, exceedingly perilous. At least, such a being is unprecedented in my experience." Braid remained silent. Meanwhile, Tamamonome crawled forward, gazing down at Braid with an enigmatic smile. "My lord Braid, you are not as innocent as you seem. What a mischievous fellow you are." Braid extended his hand to gently push Tamamonome's head away, indicating for her to leave. He was unafraid to deceive anyone or feign politeness, as long as there was something to gain. Tamamonome, suppressing her smile, shook her head and murmured, "In a certain sense, you are far more terrifying than she is." Braid feigned ignorance, fiddling with his phone to contact his subordinates for information regarding the sand alligator. Days passed. On the Twin Islands, at the Sky Arena. Leaving Tamamonome and Amanda behind, Braid embarked on a solitary quest for his target. With little effort, the intelligence operations of Cypherpole proved to be thoroughly pervasive, allowing Braid to pinpoint Crocodile's location with precision. Within the opulent confines of a luxurious casino, he encountered Crocodile, a tall figure with a striking purple pompadour, possessing handsome features that were somewhat marred by his dead fish-like gaze in the act of chewing on a cigar, which lent him an air of enigma and authority. Clad in a tailored suit and exuding the aura of a successful individual adorned with jewels, Crocodile, in that moment, bore no visible scars upon his face, and his hands, intact, were engaged in the game of chance. Brett exchanged 500,000 berries for chips and nonchalantly took a seat beside Crocodile, casually joining the game. "Hello, Sand Crocodile," he greeted. "And to you as well," Crocodile replied, having already taken note of Brett and even surmising his identity. "Cypherpole?" Brett acknowledged, "Indeed." Crocodile remained inscrutable. "You declined the opportunity to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. May I inquire as to your reasoning?" Brett took the initiative. Crocodile exhaled a plume of smoke and replied, "You are mistaken. I did not refuse the chance to join the 7 warlords of the sea." "Oh? Might you enlighten me as to the whereabouts of the individual who was responsible for extending that invitation to you? Their prolonged absence and reporting back has caused considerable displeasure for their superior, a sentiment that is directed not only towards them but also towards you. Thus, I have come." Brett smiled slyly. "I trust you have not overstepped your bounds. Otherwise, matters could become quite complicated." Crocodile replied coolly, "They are still alive. I merely imparted a minor lesson to those who showed me disrespect. Their survival makes things manageable." Brett inquired, "So, do you intend to accept the invitation to join the 7 warlords of the sea? This is a transaction." Crocodile turned slightly. "I believe I am entitled to understand what I stand to gain and what I must offer in return." Brett's luck had turned utterly disastrous. He had lost 500,000 berries in mere 3 rounds, prompting him to call it quits. "Firstly, the government will revoke your bounty notice. You shall possess official endorsement. And the Navy, Cypherpole, and all government-controlled forces will no longer trouble you. Just this alone is a considerable gain for you. Moreover, apart from the government, you have the privateering license, allowing you to seize as much as your appetite permits, undetected. Should you be discovered, you will be required to pay half. Testing the cleanliness of your hands, a delightful game of cat and mouse." Crocodile replied, "Not enough. An unreasonable condition." Brett responded, "You must negotiate with those who command the 7 warlords of the sea." Crocodile frowned. "As for what you offer, the sole duty of the 7 warlords of the sea is to utilize your strength, reputation, and intimidation to eliminate those who are detrimental to the government. You may act freely, with no interference from the government, but in times of emergency, you must respond to the government's summons." Brett stretched, "So what will it be? Will you agree or not?" Crocodile mused, if I refuse, it's impossible. You've lingered at the Sky Arena for a while, seeking formidable allies, ambitiously attempting to challenge the order of the New World. Becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea would not be detrimental to you. And you are not one to adhere to the notion that a pirate is merely a pirate. Brett interrupted Crocodile, shifting the tone. If you truly refuse, regrettably, your journey may have to come to an end. Fine grains of sand gathered at his fingertips, and Crocodile bared his teeth. As Crocodile clenched his fist, the hardened armament hockey radiated from him. The users of the Logia-type devil fruits are not invincible. Do not play with fire, lest I crush your skull. Wahaha. Crocodile's maniacal laughter echoed, leaving the nearby gamblers bewildered. Suddenly, Crocodile regained his composure. I have made my promise. Brett silently handed Crocodile a business card bearing the title of Major before rising to depart. Brett Heyman, to my surprise. The vice president of the Hunter Association conceals yet another facet of his identity. Crocodile murmured ambiguously to Brett. Brett paused, his tone laden with significance as he stated, countless individuals are aware of my identity, yet they all maintain a facade of understanding without voicing it. Do you comprehend? With a casual wave, Brett departed gracefully. Crocodile took a deep drag from his cigar, sinking into profound contemplation. Chapter 49. The Wolf Father. The conversation flowed smoothly. The Sand Crocodile was acutely aware that the essence of the Warlords of the Sea plan was merely a transaction, one that was advantageous and harmless to him. How could he possibly refuse? Brett contacted Montana, remarking, ironically, it is your subordinates sent to recruit him who have failed to grasp the true nature of the Warlords of the Sea plan. Mistakenly believing their task is to place a leash on the Sand Crocodile and drag him back to Mariawa as a pet. The result is that they themselves are now leashed. Dangling from the side of a pirate ship, shivering like a pack of drowned dogs, a truly humiliating spectacle. Montana chuckled softly, replying, you've worked hard, Brett. Taking money to help others avert disaster is commendable. Brett responded matter-of-factly. Montana pondered for a moment and asked, evaluate the Sand Crocodile for me, Brett. After all, seeing is believing. Far more reliable than rumors or intelligence. Brett elongated his nasal tone, pausing before saying, he is an ambitious individual lacking in strength, simultaneously arrogant, yet oddly self-aware, embodying both intelligence and folly. Like most people, he is filled with contradictions, notably in his intention to utilize the conveniences of the Warlords of the Sea to evade troubles from the government, while fervently striving to challenge the pirate order of the New World, eagerly attempting to partake in the struggle for dominance in this new era of piracy. Montana smiled. So you do not hold him in high regard? He is, after all, a natural devil fruit user. And what of a natural devil fruit user? Brett retorted. As far as I know, the true titans of the pirate world have never deigned to indulge in trivial tricks. They rely solely on their fists to obtain what they desire. He continued, in any case, my assessment of his danger level is that he poses no threat. Even if he were to become one, he could be swiftly eradicated, insignificant. However, he is suitable as a starting point for assembling the ranks of the Warlords of the Sea. A model to follow. Montana chuckled again, adding, by the way, Brett, one task at a time. I have a small favor to ask of you. Very well, Brett replied. Inform those incompetent fools to swim back to the Holy Land, Montana stated nonchalantly. Brito, very well. I wish you a delightful holiday. Let us share a drink when time permits. Communication from Montana has been interrupted. Brett tucked away his phone and turned to glance at the unfortunate souls not far away. The Major has commanded you to swim back to the Holy Land. He conveyed, I have delivered the message. Whether you choose to comply is of no concern to me. With a resigned sigh, the wretched individuals exchanged glances, gritting their teeth as they plunged into the water, truly wishing to return to Mariawa. Brett's fingers tapped rhythmically against his temples, intentionally provoking these unfortunate souls to gauge the Major's reactions. This mastery of subjugation is indeed formidable. With a sigh of reflection, Brett turned to procure supplies, primarily seasonings, as he sought to reward the elusive Amanda, who shunned densely populated areas. As dusk fell upon the deserted island, the bonfire blazed brightly, transforming Brett into a diligent caretaker, feeding an azure dragon and a fox. Mia Mia, how delectable. Truly delightful. Amanda eagerly urged, hurry, hurry, Lord Brett. Thankfully, Brett had his shadow clones to assist him. I pondered over this, Amanda. I cannot frequently bring you along, Brett began to express. Oh, but I don't want that. Amanda protested. Is it because I eat too much? I apologize. I shall refrain from eating again. The scene of a 20-meter-long dragon frolicking was indeed a spectacle to behold, causing the very earth to tremble. "Amanda," Brett asserted with emphasis, silencing her with a firm tone, "it matters not how much you consume. I harbor no disdain for you. However, my duties necessitate discretion, and your substantial form prompts me to clarify my arrangements. My shadow clone will accompany you at the cloud nest, and I shall summon you periodically. Is that acceptable?" After a brief pause, catching a glimpse of the mischief in Tamamo's eyes, Brett interjected, "Silence, Lady Tamamo." Tamamo offered an awkward smile in response. "Really?" Amanda leaned forward, her expression one of utter dismay. Brett smiled warmly, assuring, "I promise, eat quickly. The roast will lose its flavor if it cools down." Days later, after bidding farewell to Amanda, Brett returned to Mary Joa. It was time for Altair. Brett had long desired to nurture Altair by his side, but his busy schedule had hindered him. Altair appeared composed and calm. "Yes, Lord Brett," he responded. "What have you learned at the Cipher Pole Agent Academy?" Brett inquired. Altair replied, "Fundamental knowledge, basic physical training, and introductory combat skills, among others." "Have you seen blood?" Brett asked. Altair shook his head. "Let us proceed. We shall find some scoundrels to eliminate," Brett said, ruffling Altair's hair. "I will ask you once more. Altair, are you content with mediocrity?" Altair continued to shake his head. "Good. Then you cannot avoid shedding blood," Brett stated matter-of-factly. Tamamo no Mae interjected. Hey, isn't that a bit too harsh? She is merely a child. The process of confronting bloodshed should commence sooner rather than later. She will learn invaluable lessons that others cannot impart," Brett replied, fixing his gaze on Tamamo no Mae. "Madam Tamamo no Mae, would you kindly refrain from disturbing us?" Tamamo no Mae pouted. Hands on her hips, "I will not." Brad extracted his wallet, rummaging for a bank card, which he flung like a dart. Whoosh. "I adore you, Lord Brad." The afterimage flickered past, and Tamamo vanished without a trace, leading Altair towards the elevator that connected the upper and lower Red Earth continents. Brad's destination was the Shambadi Archipelago. Upon arriving at the Shambadi Archipelago, a glimmer flashed in Brad's golden eyes. Not far off, a young octopus merman was struggling to drag a drowning victim ashore. Fortune smiled upon him. As Brad took a step forward, he also dialed a number. "Please check if remnants of the Roger Pirates have recently attacked Bartolomeo Island." "Indeed. Lord Brad, our cipher pole has orchestrated a trap, and the Navy has laid out a snare. Although we did not capture all remnants of the most infamous lineage of the Roger Pirates in one sweep at Bartolomeo Island, several attempts to rescue them have been made, leaving behind a few. The only regret is that the leader of the remnants, Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, and Great Axeback Jabba managed to escape." Braid's lips curled upward, his tongue licking his lips, a gluttonous desire sprawling forth like wildly growing vines. Chapter 50. The most important thing for a family is to be united. "Perhaps you require a bit of assistance, young merman." Braid, with a cheerful demeanor, approached the octopus merman youth who was strenuously attempting to rescue a drowning man not far away. The victim was a middle-aged man with golden hair and a black beard, which was forked and wrapped around his chin. His ruggedly handsome features were accentuated by a vertical scar over his right eye, adding to his allure. He was robust. As the octopus merman youth had stripped him of his shirt to tend to the gruesome wounds that nearly tore through his right side and severed his left arm, revealing his muscular physique. Undoubtedly, the drowning man was Silbaz Rayleigh, the esteemed first mate of the Roger Pirates, the right-hand man of the Pirate King. Due to his overwhelming strength and destructive power, he was initially compared to Pluton, one of the three ancient weapons, and was reverently referred to as the Dark King. The octopus merman youth appeared rather peculiar, with silver-gray starfish-like hair, 6 arms adorned with suckers, and 2 legs. Braid's abrupt approach startled the octopus merman youth, causing him to retreat cautiously into the sea, feeling no sense of camaraderie towards Braid's seemingly harmless visage and innocent smile. The octopus merman had ample reason to be wary of Braid, for in the vicinity of Sabaody Archipelago, the capture and trade of slaves thrived. Led by the nobles of Mariewa, including the celestial dragons, they had long since torn asunder over 100 anti-slavery statutes established by the world government. The ruling class reveled in the amusement provided by enslaved individuals, causing great suffering to the common populace, particularly to the curious minority races, such as the fishmen. Moreover, even within the fishmen community, octopus mermen were exceedingly rare. Such grievous injuries, yet he still lives. Truly deserving of the title Dark King, Braid mused, ignoring the octopus merman youth as he leaned down to examine Rayleigh's ghastly wounds. Internally, he assessed, The biting cold was evident. No wonder the wound on his chest, having been exposed to seawater, had not rotted like the one on his arm. Could it be the handiwork of his death? It should not have been a one-on-one encounter. She lacked such strength. Suddenly, Braid was struck by a chilling thought. Could it be? Encountering the Navy and Cypher Pole's combined efforts in the South Blue at Bartholomew Island, he had to swim to escape, crossing the doldrums, only to face the treacherous currents outside Sabati Archipelago that left him unconscious until he was rescued by the octopus merman youth. After a prolonged moment of fluctuating emotions, Braid exhaled deeply, signaling to Altair and the mosquito girl who had automatically followed him upon his return to Mariewa. With a flick of his wrist, Braid manifested gluttony and presented it to Altair. Eliminate him. No, you cannot. The octopus merman youth cried out in terror. Braid remained with a smile, raising his index finger and saying, "Hush, young member of the Fishman tribe, be wary of attracting human traffickers." Before his words could fully settle, he added, "I suggest you relinquish your perilous intentions." From the crown of the Yalki mangrove, Shakiyak leapt down, clutching a corner of white paper. "A life card?" Braid's fingers danced as he remarked, "It seems you were quite entangled with the remnants of the Roger pirates to have received a life card. The rumor that pirates are devoid of love certainly proves false." Shakiyak, cigarette in mouth, wore a thunderous expression and retorted, "Spare me your nonsense, Braid. Get lost." "It's impossible." Braid straightened, asserting, "You should be more concerned for your own safety. I have no reason to spare you now." A subtle thud echoed as a sharp weapon penetrated flesh. Altair, unwavering, pierced Rayleigh's heart with gluttony. Thus fell a legendary pirate, perishing at the hands of an obscure young girl. Rayleigh. Shakiyak's eyes widened in fury. A tempestuous rage surged forth, summoning a powerful gust that instantly swept away the feeblest, Altair. Braid extended his arms to embrace Altair, retrieving the gluttony that had drained the life energy from Riley. With a satisfied teasing tone, he remarked, "Well done, my daughter. I take great pride in you." Altair merely stood there, mesmerized, her delicate fingers transfixed as the shock of taking a life weighed heavily upon her. "Protect Altair well, Joanna," Braid instructed, entrusting Altair to the care of the mosquito woman. He then began to harness the blood of the Imperial artifact to rapidly absorb the life energy that gluttony could not retain for long. The rich vitality, rivaling that of the Pirate King, intoxicated him, enthralling him completely. The former Emperor of Snake Island, and the original 12th branch of the Hunter Association, allow me to arrange a little encounter for you, so that this fateful couple may meet their demise together. After all, family unity is of utmost importance. A deep-seated malice enveloped the air, akin to a tumultuous wave that swiftly engulfed Sakia. Sakia's complexion altered, her fury subsiding as pallor washed over her face. Cold sweat beating on her forehead. The palpable, viscous malevolence seemed to constrict her body and bones, covering her mouth and nose, leaving her on the brink of asphyxiation. How strange! How has this monster grown to such an extent? Sakia gritted her teeth, struggling to articulate. Brett had not truly grown to the point of merely terrifying the former Emperor of Nine Snake Island or the original 12 members of the Hunter Association. He had not absorbed Rayleigh's life force, but had temporarily possessed an illusory power comparable to Rayleigh's through its influence. It was not a matter of lacking confidence in his inherent strength to defeat Shikuyaku, rather. He sought to resolve the encounter swiftly to seize the opportunity to assimilate Rayleigh's life energy for himself. With a swift motion, shave, armed finger gun, pierced through the throat of Shikuyaku, who, perhaps out of despair, resignation, or simply being caught off guard, remained motionless. Subsequently, his heart was brutally pierced by gluttony, robbing him of all life force. Without hesitation, Bread commenced the fusion of Rayleigh and Shikuyaku's life energy. Meanwhile, Mosquito Woman returned alongside Altair, guarding Bread's sides. After a moment of stunned silence, Altair suddenly remarked, "Life is indeed fragile." "Eh?" Mosquito Woman responded, bewildered. Altair fell silent again, her demeanor lacking the youthful exuberance one might expect. It seemed there was no longer a need to shed blood. Hearing Altair's words, Bread replied, "Let us proceed directly to the next step. I will teach you Nen." Mosquito Woman took the opportunity to add, "Bread, that octopus fishman has escaped." "That is of no concern," Bread replied. Chapter 51. The mission unfulfilled. "Do you seem to be in a good mood, old officer?" In the office of Minister Onest, Bread lounged lazily on the sofa, observing the ravenous Onest as he devoured meat. The voracious appetite of the minister was undoubtedly a reflection of his good spirits. Had he been troubled, the heavy burden would have surely restrained his appetite. With a muffled voice, Minister Onest stated, We have set a trap on Bartolira Island to rescue the remnants of the Roger Pirates, known as the most wicked bloodline in history. Those who died have perished, while others have fled. After this encounter, we can securely tighten our control over Bartolira Island, awaiting the birth of the most wicked bloodline, only to extinguish it in its cradle. Oh, Bread replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Minister Onest looked up. You do not believe me? I did not say it. You did. Bread denied it. Minister Onest continued. Calculating the days, I feel we shall soon have clarity. Based on the gestational period of the partner of the Pirate King? Bread immediately understood what Minister Onest was implying regarding the timeline. It had been 6 months since Roger's public execution, 7 months and 12 days since his surrender, and 8 months since intelligence was intercepted indicating someone witnessed Roger behaving not like a pirate, but like a father. And what is the typical duration of a woman's pregnancy? About 10 months. Minister Onest, simply wiping his greasy hands, elaborated, in 2 months, at most, the most wicked bloodline in history will be born. Otherwise, the remnants of the Roger Pirates would not dare to launch a fierce assault on Bartolomeo Island, fully aware of our alliance with the Navy. Brett nodded, maintaining a cool demeanor. Does the Pirate King possess the ability to hear the voices of all things, including the likelihood of discovering a partner's pregnancy at the very first moment? Quite meticulous, indeed, and exceedingly cautious. You still doubt it? Minister Onest raised his voice. I never claimed such a thing. You are the one asserting it, Brett replied, raising his hands. I harbor no disbelief. It simply does not concern me. And the former commander? The Underworld King has perished. What? Minister Onest paused, bewildered. Which Underworld King? Brett rolled his eyes. Who else could it be but Pluto? Sylvaz Riley? Minister Onest opened his mouth in astonishment. Bredeo. Indeed, I surmised that he was compelled to flee, swimming for his life after being besieged and relentlessly pursued by agents and naval forces dispatched by you on Bartolomeo Island, traversing the doldrums, only to encounter the treacherous currents near the Shambadi archipelago, where he fell into unconsciousness, allowing me to seize the opportunity. Oh, and let us not forget his companion, the former emperor of 9 Serpent Island, the original member of the Hunter Association's 12, Shikiak, Minister Onest. Minister Onest, rendered speechless for a considerable time, finally managed to swallow several pieces of steak to regain his composure, and the person? Killed, reduced to ashes. Bread took out his pocket. I recorded the video and preserved some blood. For each formidable individual I eliminate, I not only absorb their life energy, but also leave behind remnants of flesh and blood, including that of the Pirate King, the Underworld King, and the Spider Clan's leader, the Savage Bone. After all, I remain ever mindful of the forbidden technique of the land of Wano, the impure world reincarnation. Oh, my dear little Bread, you truly are the lucky star of this old man. Minister Onest effusively praised Bread, unable to contain his boisterous laughter. Bread quietly observed Minister Onest's laughter for a moment and said, I have come to seek my reward, esteemed officer. No problem, replied Minister Onest, displaying a generous spirit. The merit of vanquishing Pluto, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, the leader of the remnants of the Roger Pirates, is ample enough for you to select 2 treasures from the Sacred Treasures Vault. Braid waved his hand. I wish to serve in the underwater prison for a while. Hiss. Minister Onest scrutinized Braid with an eccentric gaze. After a moment, he grasped the crux of the matter. I cannot allow a wolf among the sheep. Young Braid, you seek to accomplish great feats through the blood of the imperial artifacts, rapidly absorbing their essence. Bread shrugged, for he indeed intended to utilize the blood of the divine tools to swiftly clear the underwater grand prison. The lowest level of this underwater fortress held numerous formidable beings, rivaling even the Pirate King and the Underworld King. Their life energy was undeniably comparable to that of these legendary figures. Bread could scarcely fathom the immense power he would acquire upon emptying the grand prison. Do not indulge in such fanciful thoughts, young Bread, Minister Onest lamented. The prisoners of the underwater grand prison are, in fact, vital resources for the government. Otherwise, do you think the government would refrain from executing those whose crimes are beyond measure? Bread raised an eyebrow, expressing his curiosity. The prisoners confined in the deepest level of the underwater prison are subjects of experimentation by the scientific division. Those imprisoned in levels 1 to 5 are part of the Holy Land's garrison, which periodically organizes pioneering expeditions to explore the Dark Continent. The prisoners serve as the most suitable cannon fodder for these ventures. Minister Onest remarked, you must understand. This is not a secret. Brett remained silent. Please, do not make it difficult for an old man like me, young Brett. Minister Ernest spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Brett adjusted his posture, picked up Minister O'Neill's cigar, and took a puff. I understand, he remarked. The old man observed. It seems you have been on vacation for far too long, idling away and concocting dubious ideas. Minister O'Neill muttered, rifling through the documents. This has been dragging on for many years. Those archaeologists seeking the historical inscriptions of the blank century ought to be dealt with. Since this was originally your undertaking, it is only fitting that you bring it to a conclusion. Brett nodded. Very well. I shall command the CP3 and CP4 intelligence departments to assist you, if necessary. You also have the authority to deploy the assassination unit of CP9, including the Navy. Minister Wano raised his glass, indulging in fine wine, and remarked, I recall that your direct squad, the Golden Guardians, suffered the loss of a member. Burdeo remarked, indeed, the only truly valuable assets are Wolf Commander and Alhambra. The remaining couple leaves much to be desired. Allow my son to accompany you. Grant him the opportunity to achieve some merit. I permit you to re-establish your direct squad. With a maximum limit of 10 members, Minister Wano chuckled. Brett jested, what? Are you contemplating having your son succeed you? He spends his days idly, causing quite a ruckus. Minister Ernest lamented. Braid remarked half-jokingly, I shall educate him well. I hope it does not cause you distress. As you wish, Minister Wano continued to indulge himself. Chapter 52. The True Power of Absolute Freedom. By the way, just as Braid was about to step across the threshold of Minister Wano's office, one leg already poised to leave, he turned back and said, I suddenly recalled that among those searching for the historical stone tablets and delving into the blank 100 years of history, there are hunters from the Hunter Association. How should we address them? Minister Wano instantly grasped Braid's implication, slapping his forehead in vexation. I completely forgot. Last year, with the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the world's situation underwent a dramatic upheaval. As the world government recalibrated its strategies, it had dispatched Minister Wano to represent them in a visit to the Hunter Association, where he met with its president, Netero. The hope was that the Hunter Association, under Netero's leadership, would maintain a stance of neutrality and even assist the world government in suppressing the escalating tide of piracy. Netero had acquiesced, and in return, the world government absolved the hunters of any culpability regarding the search for the historical stone tablets and the inquiry into the blank 100 years of history. The old man reported back to the higher-ups, contemplating the agreement with the Hunter Association, and Minister Wano felt a weight upon his shoulders as he said, in any case, you must locate them first and apprehend them. Brett nodded. All right. After a brief pause, he added, 3 items. Huh? Minister Ernest was taken aback. Brettel said, select 3 treasures from the Sanctuary of Sacred Relics. Depart, wretched little vampire. Despite his anger towards Brettel's insatiable greed, Minister Wano signed the documents and tossed them to Brettel. Brett smiled and cautioned, beware of hypertension. Take care. Old officer. I'm not dead yet. You rascal. Minister Wano was exasperated. After bidding farewell to Minister Wano, Brett beckoned to the waiting mosquito lady, Altair, and made his way directly to the sacred treasure vault. The journey unfolded. Braid contemplated the formation of a new direct squad. Initially, he decided to exclude Lily, Kith, and Ricky, as they were operatives hailing from CP3 and CP4, possessing limited practical utility. However, he deemed Wolf and Alhambra indispensable within the Cipher Pole organization. Wolf was a top-tier ace, and Alhambra exhibited considerable potential. Braid considered Altair to be a suitable candidate for membership in the Golden Guardians. Thus, 7 positions remained available. The son of Minister Wano was merely a transient addition to Braid's command, seeking a gilded opportunity. With a calm and rational approach to selection, Braid's primary focus was on Kazumi, a former roommate from the Cipher Pole Academy and one of his few friends. Hello, this is Braid, he stated decisively, contacting Kazumi. On the other end of the line, Kazumi responded with his usual nonchalance. It's me. What's the matter? Braid continued, per directive from above. I am tasked with assembling a direct squad. Would you be interested in assisting me? Without preamble, he laid out his request. Kazumi pondered briefly before replying, currently. I am under the guidance of Father Anderson. I must consult with him first. Very well. Braid replied with a smile. I shall await your response. After disconnecting the call, Braid turned his attention away from the squad's vacancies and made his way to the Sanctum's treasure vault. The current custodian was unfamiliar to Braid, an elderly gentleman who moved and spoke at a painstakingly slow pace, which tested Braid's patience. I'll just take a look around. Anything I take will be duly noted, old man, he remarked, liberating himself from the custodian's presence. As he wandered, he added, primarily, Altair. Let us find you an imperial artifact or a devil fruit. I hope you swiftly acquire the skills for self-preservation. Brett once again enlightened Altair on the knowledge of the imperial tools and the devil fruits. Upon arriving at the chamber displaying the imperial tools, Brett was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "The Dead Man's March, 8 chambers, what a remarkable item. I did not encounter this during my last visit. Its wielder must have perished, leading to its reclamation. Why not give it a try?" Brett handed a black longsword to Altair. Altair attempted to draw the Dead Man's March, but it remained unresponsive. How unfortunate. Brett then took the Dead Man's March and tucked it into the embrace of the Mosquito Woman. "Hold on to this for now, Joanna. If there's anything you fancy, feel free to choose." Even if it were of no immediate use, Brett was determined to keep the Dead Man's March. For its power lay in the curse that allowed it to manipulate the slain, controlling up to 8 corpses as puppets. These marionettes retained the appearance and most of the strength they possessed in life, resembling diminutive, imperfect versions of the forbidden reincarnation. Brett could not help but feel a sense of regret for not having utilized the deceased to command the army of the dead, transforming the Pirate King and the Underworld King into mere puppets. Joanna yearned for armor to safeguard Brett, while the Mosquito Lady remained steadfast in her original intentions. Braid cast a glance around, recalling the existence of armor within the Imperial relics, yet noticing its absence. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, tap, tap, tap. A young man entered from outside, taller than average, with a well-proportioned and athletic physique. His features were rather handsome, yet his demeanor was peculiarly eccentric. Not only due to the stark contrast between his ash-gray hair and dark skin, but also because of the X-shaped scar between his eyes. His attire was distinctive, comprising white arm guards, long trousers, and a crop top that revealed his midriff, embodying a rather unconventional style. "You must be Braid?" the young man remarked, his gaze appraising Braid with a flippant air. "As rumors suggest, you are indeed a breathtaking beauty." His tone grew lighter with each word, ultimately trailing off into silence. Brett exchanged a knowing glance with the young man, an expression that was both mocking and sinister. Malicious thoughts surged like a tempestuous tide, crashing relentlessly against the young man's psyche. "I am the son of Minister Wano. Please don't kill me. I am your future superior." As cold sweat trickled down his brow, his legs quivered, and eventually his entire body trembled in sheer terror. The young man, overwhelmed with fear, stumbled backward, collapsing and letting out a piercing scream. Brett was certainly acquainted with the individual before him, at least familiar with the details of his background. Sheila, the son of Minister Wano, possessed a nature that was both brutal and debauched, a quintessential scoundrel who, emboldened by his father's power, committed heinous acts. Regrettably for him, Mariewa was not a place where he could indulge freely. He had overstepped the boundaries before, and the consequence was being exiled outside Mariewa by Minister Wano. Consequently, he had spent years traversing the world, wreaking havoc in the territories governed by the world government. "Future Commander, have you soiled yourself?" Brett lit a cigar, a remnant of his time with Minister Wano, and pressed his foot down on the young man's head, towering above him as he declared, "I have no desire to engage in discussions about your father would not dare to consider himself my commander, or the celestial dragons must maintain respect for me. Let me be unequivocal. I do not know whether you will inherit the position of the chief of Cipher Pol, but I do know that I can enter Holy Shield whenever I wish. Do you understand?" "Why, yes," Sheila gasped, struggling for breath like a drowning man who had just been rescued. "In light of your insolence," suddenly, a waft of tobacco-scented meat filled the air. "Have you fainted? How dull." "I intended to inform you that the One-Eyed has more presence," Brett remarked, rising to discard the cigar. He turned a glance at Altair, whose face had gone pale, and said, "Did you see that, my daughter? True power allows one to act as one pleases. Do you believe that when he returns home to complain, Minister Wano will not tell him that the One-Eyed has more presence?" Chapter 53. Unassailable spoiled children, when wronged in the outside world, often seek solace from their parents, and Sheila was no exception. However, before seeking his father Minister Wano's assistance, he first entered a hospital to tend to the grotesque wound on his right eye and to change into a clean pair of trousers devoid of any unpleasant odors. The former reflected his regard for himself, while the latter demonstrated his concern for his appearance. "Oh, my dear, pitiful Sheila," Minister Wano wailed, cradling his injured son. "Who is it? Who robbed you of your right eye? I shall not forgive them. I will absolutely not forgive them." Sheila pushed Minister Wano away, unaccustomed to such unprecedented affection from his father. "Your esteemed subordinate, Brett." Brett. Minister Wano abruptly ceased his lamentation, his face adopting an unsettling calm, akin to that of a madman. Having one eye is not so bad. It carries a certain gravitas. Sheila attempted to articulate something. You should follow Brett closely and earn some merits, so you don't appear so inept. Restrain your reckless antics. Do as he instructs. He is not me, nor your father, and there is no reason for him to indulge you. Minister Onest continued to indulge himself, muttering, otherwise, I wouldn't mind at my advanced age having to exert myself once more to sire another son. Of course, I would also not mind selecting a better mother for the task. A chill ran through Sheila. The father and son lapsed into silence for a time. I wish to understand him, Sheila said, covering his right eye. A monster. Minister Onest, succinct in his words, felt it insufficient and further emphasized, an absolute monster. Shira gritted her teeth, retorting, someone of your ilk should cease dreaming of vengeance. Minister Onest appeared troubled, gesturing with his hands. Perhaps your prolonged absence has left you unaware of the current state of Cypherpole. As your father, it is my duty to enlighten you. Cypherpole now harbors 3 formidable monsters you must never provoke: Braid, Isteth, and Tornado. They surpass the previous threats you were wise to avoid. Remember this well. Now be gone. Humph. With a mixture of fury and pain, Shira kicked open the door to Minister Onest's office and stormed out. Inside, Shigong, who assisted Minister Onest in organizing documents, cautiously remarked, You may be too harsh, Minister. This is a form of tough love. I cannot allow him to become inept. Minister Onest lamented while savoring his red wine. Little Braid has gone too far. Shigong refrained from commenting. Well, I am certain there is a reason. I am well aware of Shira's character. He deserves to be foolish. Minister Onest remarked dismissively. However, Braid's harsh treatment of Shira lacked any justifiable reason. Shira had merely complimented his looks in a flippant manner, hardly a valid excuse. The true motive behind Braid's actions was to instill a lesson in Shira while simultaneously marking him to ensure their future interactions would not lead to a fatal confrontation. After all, being Minister Onest's son, Braid still hoped for his father's political protection within the world government. He would extend the necessary courtesy until he reached a point where he no longer needed to. Meanwhile, in the sacred treasure vault, this devil fruit is perfect for you. Joanna. Braid ventured into the section housing the devil fruits and discovered one of them. The mosquito girl tilted her head to examine the fruit resting in Braid's palm, a white orange adorned with spiral patterns. Reading its description, scythe fruit, capable of producing scythe-like slashes? Joanna desired armor, impenetrable and robust. ISNT offense the best form of defense? Braid countered. The mosquito girl scratched her head, visibly discontent. You simply do not like it. Regardless, it is not particularly powerful. Braid did not pressure her and, after browsing, stated, There are no good items left. Let us depart. It is a pity there are still 2 treasures unclaimed. Perhaps next time. And thus, they exited the sacred treasure vault. Brad's gaze swiftly fell upon Sheila, who sat despondently at the entrance, her back turned to him. She had yet to return home, but at least her physical condition was adequate, and her recovery was notably swift. I had thought she would remain immobile, lying there indefinitely. Sheila, simply act as a marionette, keep your mouth shut, and carry out the orders. Once the mission concludes, your gilded aspirations will reach their end, and then you may go wherever you wish. Brad lightly patted Sheila on the head, the chill of his touch sending a shiver through her. All her grievances and hatred evaporated in an instant. She was utterly terrified of Brad. Fearing that a single misstep could result in him crushing her skull, she had no doubt of his formidable strength. As Braid strides forward, he communicates with Wolf Wei, gathering with a Hambla. Soon after, a Hambla cheerfully greets, Ah, Lord Braid. It has been quite a while. Who is this gentleman? He appears to be quite injured. Shira, in stark contrast to a Hambla's exuberance, remains silent, adhering to the principle that silence is golden. I intend to re-establish a direct squad. With Ricky and Lilith being excluded, Braid gestures for a Hambla to take a seat, explaining, This is Shira, the son of Minister Onest, a temporary member. Oh, my apologies. A Hambla exaggeratedly extends his tone. Bell makes a gesture, inquiring. Wolfway asks if there is a mission. A Hambla translates automatically. Bradeo. Indeed. A task I orchestrated several years ago. Spanning the course of 7 or 8 years is finally approaching its conclusion. Wasn't it 7 or 8 years ago when you were merely 7 or 8 years old? Alhambra grinned widely. Brett stated matter-of-factly, the task at hand is rather unremarkable, merely cumbersome. Our objective is a group of oblivious individuals who have transgressed governmental laws in their pursuit of historical tablets, delving into the century of obscurity, predominantly composed of archaeologists. I dare say it is of little consequence. Alhambra interjected, Let us discuss the Golden Guardians team, my Lord Brett. I find myself exceedingly intrigued by our new colleagues. Braid wrote, my direct team has expanded by 10 positions. Currently, I have invited the Crimson Corps, yet there remains a significant gap in our numbers. Do you have any commendable recommendations? Indeed, Alhambra replied with a grin, though I am uncertain if they meet your standards. Chapter 54. Arrogance. The CP-1 agent, Magic Bullet Marksman Libra Van Quinn, possesses a materialization-type ability. I have witnessed her marksmanship. It is swift, formidable, and cunning. Alhambra suggested someone he knows. I collaborated with her on a mission once, and the experience was quite impressive. Importantly, I believe we will need remote fire support at certain times. Braid nodded, neither affirming nor denying, merely gesturing for Alhambra to continue. The agents of CP-1, known as the Four Demons of Rakshasa, Jiang, Zhutian, Suzuka, and Ma-Tu, originated from the Royal Fist Temple, excelling in the art of combat through physical manipulation. Alhambra jested. By the way, during our time at the Cypher Pole Academy, the chief instructor responsible for physical training and combat disciplines, Gotsi, was also one of the Four Demons of Rakshasa. He has since been succeeded by his daughter, Ma-Tu. Braid raised an eyebrow. The Royal Fist Temple? Ah. It is akin to the extraterritorial division of Cypher Pole. There are similarities with the church, as I, Tornado, and Father Anderson were all discovered by it. Alhambra adjusted his top hat and remarked, their mission is to adopt orphaned children and war orphans, while identifying exceptional talents. Those with remarkable abilities are sent to the Cypher Pole Agent Academy, whereas the fate of the less gifted remains shrouded in mystery. Braid was taken aback, realizing the situation. There were also agents from CP-5, such as the enigmatic Phantom Blade Solon Breeze, a specialist in mental abilities, wielding the peculiar Imperial tool, Adeus. From CP-6, the agents known as the Valentine brothers comprise the elder Luke Valentine and his younger brother Young Valentine, though I remain uncertain regarding the extent of their powers. Alhambra adjusted his top hat and remarked, I have a general understanding of these formidable agents. Brett's fingers danced as he inquired, 8 individuals? A temporary surplus is of no concern. Please contact them for me. No. Sheila? Sheila instinctively shrank her neck. Get them sorted. They must convene at Mariowa within a week, preparing for the journey to the New World, Brett commanded. Trembling, Sheila replied, Yes, Lord Brett, with a dismissive wave. Brad sent Sheila away. In truth, Alhambra rubbed his nose thoughtfully. I have the perfect candidate. Blade gazed into the verdant eyes of Alhambra and mused. You cannot be contemplating a tornado, can you? Alhambra merely shrugged, tacitly acquiescing. You never learn, Blade sighed in resignation. Recalling the days spent with the tornado during their quest for the giant centipede clan, Alhambra shivered, realizing how dreadful his thoughts truly were. I am hungry, Blade announced. Rising to his feet and striding forward. Following closely behind, Alhambra's chatter persisted. He noticed that the blade in Mosquito Lady's hand was no ordinary weapon. Is that the Imperial artifact? The March of the Dead? 8 rooms? Would you care to try it, Alhambra? Mosquito Lady inquired politely. Alhambra extended his hand but received no response. Regrettably, we are not compatible, Alhambra lamented. Even if you were, I would not bestow it upon you, Blade remarked half-jokingly. Before continuing, I believe I may become the first individual in history to shatter the established rule of wielding but one Imperial artifact. Alhambra's lips twitched as he quietly countered. We are all aware of your exceptional talent, Lord Blade, yet the Imperial artifacts have existed for 8 centuries. Our predecessors have exhaustively experimented in myriad ways, ultimately concluding that it is absolutely impossible for anyone to wield 2 Imperial artifacts simultaneously. They are who they are, and I am who I am. Blade retorted with considerable confidence, even arrogance. The primary reasons behind the limitation on Imperial artifact wielders using 2 artifacts are twofold. First, the activation of an Imperial artifact demands tremendous physical and mental exertion from the wielder. Second, as I once discussed with the West Palace, the primary raw material for forging Imperial artifacts is the remains of extraordinarily dangerous magical beasts, which retain vestiges of their latent will or instincts. Given the nature of beasts that cannot coexist, they inherently repel and harbor animosity towards one another, even in their diminished forms as Imperial artifacts. Additionally, selecting the right Imperial artifact is crucial. The artifacts draw upon the mental and physical prowess of their wielders. Sustaining even one is a Herculean task. Yet the world is not devoid of individuals brimming with vigor and exuberance, such as myself. The first point poses no issue, while the second and third points present a more nuanced discussion. The extraordinarily dangerous magical beasts vary in strength, as do the remains used to forge imperial artifacts. My blood collection and rapid absorption stem from the fangs of the blood demon, a creature of dragon-level danger, while the March of the Dead, 8 rooms, is crafted from the ribs of the corpse dog, a creature of lesser threat. The blood demon is formidable, whereas the corpse dog is weak, particularly as the former embodies greed. This signifies its exceptional nature, transcending the typical animosity that exists among extraordinarily dangerous magical beasts, thus enabling me to exert control over other imperial artifacts. Brett spoke eloquently. Indeed, the most crucial element is people. The foundation of everything lies in my ability to masterfully control blood collection and rapid absorption, through which I can subsequently command other imperial tools. Alhambra. 3. The glimmer of the blade. Brett effortlessly drew forth the deceased's weapon, the army's 8 chambers. The sound echoed as Alhambra's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. With a clink, the blade was sheathed once more. The rate of physical and mental fatigue remained within tolerable limits, without any adverse reactions. Quite commendable, Brett remarked. Alhambra gazed wistfully at the sky, accustomed to it. One simply grows accustomed. Accustomed to what? Inquired the curious mosquito woman. Alhambra wiped away his dampened eyes. The strike comes from the genius monsters, penetrating from mind to flesh, delving deep into the soul. You cannot comprehend, Joanna. You do not understand. The aloof and taciturn wolf lieutenant placed a comforting hand on Alhambra's shoulder, conveying solace. They arrived at the communal dining hall of Cypher Paul Bread, distracted, borrowed a computer, and began to browse intelligence information, accessing channels from Cypher Pole as well as those from the Hunter Association. As he neared the end of his meal, Brett asserted, "The New World. Our target lies in the central region of the New World, situated between the Navy's G5 fortress and the headquarters of the Hunter Association." Why? Alhambra Road. Bradeo reflected, that archaeological vessel, laden with historians and history hunters, lacked the means for self-preservation. Alhambra grasped this truth. Chapter 55, The Magical Marksman Among the 5 Great Oceans. The only uncontrollable domain of the world government lies within the Grand Line, more specifically, the latter segment known as the New World. The initial portion of the Grand Line, along with the East, South, West, and North Seas, remains only partially under the world government's dominion, at least within the purview of Cypher Pole, the government's eyes and ears. An archaeological ship, tasked with uncovering the stone tablets of historical truths and delving into the century of blankness, could not evade the deliberate tracking of Cypher Pole if it were to meander through the first half of the Grand Line and the surrounding seas. The only sanctuary where such a vessel could elude Cypher Pole's relentless pursuit is the New World, the sole area beyond the world government's control. However, the New World is by no means a lawless expanse. At the entry and center of this realm, the government maintains 2 strongholds, the Navy's G1 and G5 fortresses. Particularly, the G1 fortress serves as a bastion of security for Marie Joa, where the government has mandated that the Navy eliminate any disruptive elements at all costs. This stipulation implies that the archaeological ship cannot remain within the vicinity of the New World's entrance. Since the dawn of the pirate era, over 6 months have passed since the fall of the Pirate King and the imprisonment of the Golden Lion. The once dominant triumvirate of pirates now sees only Whitebeard remaining. Aspiring pirates, eager to fill the void left by the Pirate King and Golden Lion, or to usurp the throne closest to the Pirate King, have engaged in reckless endeavors. Consequently, conflict has surged in the latter half of the New World, particularly before the G5 fortress, a territory far too perilous for an archaeological vessel lacking self-defense capabilities. Regardless of the presence of numerous hunters aboard, who are not particularly adept at combat. Considering all these factors, Bradeo deduced that the archaeological ship remained in the midsection of the New World, situated between the Navy's G5 fortress and the headquarters of the Hunter Association. The task is not as easy as we might think. The Hunter Association must be covertly aiding those individuals, otherwise, their survival in the New World would be exceedingly difficult. Bradeo murmured while tapping his temple. Alhambra scratched his nose. If that's the case, we shall seek assistance from the Navy. Sounds reasonable, Bradeo replied, playfully pulling Alhambra's top hat down to obscure his face, teasingly saying, "You've grown astute, handsome." Alhambra adjusted his hat, chuckling awkwardly. "I learned from you. Today, we shall sing this song, draining the wine from our cups, and then, the matter of battle shall become our inherent duty, entrusted to your delicate, snow-white hands. Farewell, my love. Farewell, my love. Farewell, farewell, melodious song. A slender, Tall girl with long black hair, a freckled face, and wearing glasses, clad in a black suit. Sang and danced her way towards Braid. The bullet shooter is she, my Lord Braid. Agent Libby Van Quinn, code-named the bullet shooter, reporting for duty, my Lord Braid. With a lively and cheerful salute, she swayed left and right, resembling a flagpole fluttering in a tempest. Braid extended his hand. Please, have a seat. Have you been idling in Mariehua lately? Otherwise, you wouldn't have arrived so swiftly. Ah, indeed, replied Lib. I made a slight miscalculation. Accidentally eliminating the officials I was meant to protect alongside their would-be assassins. Lib, with her characteristic verbosity, continued, I am exceedingly grateful for your summons. Otherwise, I would have been confined, which is dreadfully tedious. I hope you will refrain from making mistakes under my command and adhere strictly to the orders. Braid smiled warmly, understood. Lib tossed her head, her long, stray hair swaying. Got it. Braid then shifted the conversation, seemingly surprised as he regarded Alhambra. Oh, Alhambra? When did you arrive? I have always been here. Alhambra retorted. Lib chuckled. It seems that your guise as a handsome man pales in comparison to a true paragon. Thus I overlooked you. Alhambra exclaimed in exasperation. What? Another loquacious individual. Braid sighed and declared, you are free to move about. Assemble at the airship dock in 7 days at 8 o'clock in the morning. Braid took the Mosquito Girl with him as Altair returned to his own home. The legendary Lord Braid, so strikingly handsome. Liba gazed dreamily at Braid's retreating figure, resting her chin in her hands. Alhambra, fiddling with a deck of cards, remarked, stop daydreaming. Lovesick fool, he is a man you shall never possess. What if I give it a try? How would I know? Liba jested nonchalantly. Alhambra chuckled. Let me enlighten you, handsome. Your rival is none other than the Ice Blue Queen and the Trembling Tornado. Oh, perhaps I should reconsider, Liba said, easily relinquishing the thought. Stretching lazily as she suggested, shall we compete at the shooting range? It was then that she noticed Wolf Commander. Wolf Commander, esteemed senior, she acknowledged. Alhambra raised his eyebrows and turned to ask, are you going? Bell's response was a swift departure. Soon, Braid arrived home to find it remarkably clean and tidy. A far cry from a place that had been left unattended for a long time. Was it Aunt Shuefa who tidied up? He pondered. As he removed his jacket in preparation for a bath, while mentally urging, continue your training, Altair. Do not require my reminders. Aside from the essential 6 hours of sleep, nourishment, and other bodily functions, you must utilize every moment wisely. At your age, I had already mastered my abilities and undertaken significant tasks. Altair, devoid of any frivolousness typical of young girls, obediently retreated to her room to practice the 4 essential disciplines of her abilities. Meanwhile, as Braid took his bath, the doorbell rang. Ah, Joanna has arrived, exclaimed Mosquito Girl, joyfully opening the door, only to be met with fury the next moment. Hello, insect, greeted Esteth with a playful smile. Bang. Mosquito Girl attempted to slam the door shut, but Esteth blocked her way. I am looking for young Braid. This does not concern you. With a forceful shove, Esteth pushed past Mosquito Girl, leaving her no time to react. Dressed meticulously in shades of pink, Mosquito Girl prepared herself. But Esteth strode directly into the room, entering the bathroom, and quietly observed Braid from the edge of the bathtub. We have nothing to discuss, Braid remarked, seemingly indifferent to Esteth's presence. Flushed and slightly bashful, Esteth confessed, I missed you. Now that my work in the South Sea is complete, I couldn't wait another moment to pursue you. Let us start anew, young Braid. Let us forget our past grievances. Very well, Braid replied, standing up. Kneel down and kiss me, and I shall agree to this relationship. Chapter 56. The Major's gathering Esteth, of course, would not acquiesce to such a request, especially not in a manner akin to a submissive dog. As the Queen of Sadism, her immediate reaction was to overpower Braid and pounce upon him with force. Despite any mental resistance, Braid's body betrayed him, responding physiologically to Esteth's striking beauty, her ample bosom, and long legs, which far surpassed the standards of conventional allure. Moreover, her carefully curated attire undeniably enhanced her charm and allure, captivating any potential suitor. How painful. The books were indeed misleading. Esteth reveled in her triumph, having successfully asserted her dominance, though the experience was not as blissful as she had envisioned. Brett gazed at Esteth with a cold expression, observing her in a state of foolishness, akin to a lifeless fish. Are you not happy, little Brett? Esteth leaned down, enveloping Brett in her embrace, whispering softly as their ears brushed against each other. I will take responsibility for you. Suddenly, a cry of pain escaped her lips. Esteth, troubled, reached for the discarded dress. Rummaging through its pockets to search her phone, it turned out she had mistakenly entered the wrong place. "My apologies," she said, adjusting her position, and then uttered a muffled groan. "Does it hurt, little Brett? At last, we are together. How wonderful." Brett rested his arm, feeling a sense of quiet satisfaction, his expression devoid of emotion. "I do not require your accountability, nor will I acknowledge our relationship. It is solely your unilateral aggression towards me, and I reserve the right to engage a lawyer to pursue legal action against you." "Humph, what foolishness is this? We have reached such a juncture." As Estelle galloped forth on horseback, a moment of restrained pleasure lingered briefly, culminating in a tremor that coursed through Brett's body. Afterward, Estelle, her cheeks flushed, donned her attire, and before parting, bestowed a lingering kiss upon Brett, awkwardly departing and encountering the mosquito woman outside, appearing rather bashful. "Brett, are you all right?" The mosquito woman entered the bathroom, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, predominantly tinged with disappointment. Though she did not fully comprehend the situation, she grasped certain truths. The instinct for procreation is inherent in all living beings. Brett cleanses himself and dismissively remarks, "It's nothing. I had initially intended to seize the opportunity to sink my teeth into her, draining her of her lifeblood. However, upon careful consideration, the consequences could indeed be dire." Joanna, emboldened, strives to convey her feelings. Brad interrupted Mosquito Girl, requesting her assistance in fetching a set of clothing. After a brief moment, she departed silently. Before long, Death dispatched 2 formidable criminals, fulfilling her promise to Brad to provide him with powerful beings upon their engagement. This would enable him to harness the blood of these beings to rapidly absorb and extract life energy, thus augmenting his strength. However, in his perspective, Esthetha's gesture resembled that of offering him 2 old hens, implying her satisfaction with his performance. She suggested that he could stew these hens for nourishment and take care of himself. Was he being kept? Brad found this notion rather perplexing. What troubled him further was that the news of his relationship with Esteth spread swiftly through Cypherpole and Mariehua, with even Minister Wanis congratulating him. It appeared to be a poorly conceived idea from one of Esthetha's subordinates, aimed at manipulating public opinion to pressure Brad. As evening fell, Brett, having received an invitation from the Major, proceeded to a villa situated in the outskirts of Mariehua to partake in a gathering. Braid did not bring along the Mosquito Woman, Altair, and he remained oblivious to the nature of the Celestial Dragon's gathering, sparing himself from any inappropriate scenes. "Welcome, Lord Braid," greeted the butler of the Max family with utmost courtesy. As the head of the Max family, Montana graciously awaited at the entrance of the villa, his plump face beaming with joy as he exclaimed, "Congratulations, Braid. You have secured a beautiful partner. Haha, you and Esteth are undoubtedly a match made in heaven. A golden boy and a jade girl. Major? If you refrain from mentioning such things, I would gladly step inside." Braid interjected, interrupting Montana. Montana's smile widened even further. "Ha ha ha, all right. All right." Upon entering Montana's villa, Braid was met not with the opulence he had anticipated, but rather a stark contrast to the lavishness associated with other celestial dragons, revealing a rather modest ambience. The spacious interior featured a long dining table, a billiard table, and a coffee table, all arranged in a manner that still left ample room. Some guests had already arrived at the gathering, including a young woman with light golden hair and fair skin, appearing to be around 21 or 22 years of age. Her features were clear-cut, though not exquisitely refined. She exuded an air of quiet elegance complemented by her pair of eyeglasses. "Greetings to you, Braid Heyman," she offered politely. Braid nodded slightly. He had encountered Incula in the records pertaining to the Celestial Dragon community. The Helsing family was one branch of the Celestial Dragons, and Incula was their esteemed young lady. Braid had never imagined that Lady Incula would attend the Major's gathering. "Please, call me Incula," she insisted, revealing herself to be an anomaly among the Celestial Dragons. Lighting a cigar, she took a puff before setting it down. "I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, Braid Heyman." Braid smiled silently, while D'Artagnan remained equally reticent. Gradually, a considerable number of guests arrived at the villa, predominantly officials from the world government. Certainly not representatives from armed divisions such as Cypherpole, the Navy, or the Holy Land's garrison, easily discernible by the discerning eye. Notably absent was Minister Ernest, a steadfast supporter of the Major. However, the last 2 arrivals captured Braid's attention. One was a tall, slender man with a golden parting in his hair, adorned with multifaceted glasses reminiscent of compound eyes. The other, a handsome middle-aged man with short black hair, also wore a pair of spectacles. Undoubtedly, They were both scientists, likely having just concluded their arduous tasks in the laboratory, having shed their white coats. The purpose of the gathering was simple: to relax, to unwind. Montana raised his glass to deliver a speech. Brett remained oblivious, his gaze fixed upon the handsome scientist with ebony hair, who in turn scrutinized him. As Montana proclaimed the onset of unrestrained revelry, the scientist introduced himself. I am Kinos. Dr. Kinos, a colleague of Brett's parents, shared in the creation of the Mosquito Woman. It is I. Greetings, Dr. Kinos, Brett offered in a rather mundane manner. Kinos nodded, prepared to depart, yet left behind a parting remark. Let's converse sometime. A fellow who clings to life, fearful of death, Brett mused with a hint of amusement, as he absently traced the outline of his canine teeth. A remnant of the imperial bloodline, adept at swift absorption of sustenance. Chapter 57. The Order of Royal Religion Knights. Brett harbored skepticism regarding the Major's gathering of dozens solely for indulgence and merriment, believing it an extravagant waste of time. Regardless of the Major's earnest entreaties and cordial invitations, Brett remained impervious, observing with detached indifference as a throng of self-indulgent officials from the world government reveled in excess, drinking and feasting with abandon. Individuals like Brett, along with Dr. Kinos, discerned his character through keen observation. His extreme rationality bordered on aloofness, coldness, and cruelty, as he steadfastly refused to squander precious moments on what he deemed trivial pursuits. Miss Antigula, whose social standing and gender rendered her participation in such frivolous gatherings inappropriate, was escorted away by her butler shortly after the festivities commenced, merely making a fleeting appearance. It is noteworthy that Antigula's butler, a courteous and well-mannered middle-aged gentleman with a ponytail and single-lens spectacles, was named Walter C. Dennis. Walter C. Dennis, formerly codenamed Death, was a key operative of Cypherpole and a former member of the Holy Shield, a piece of intelligence that Dr. Kinos casually mentioned upon noticing Brett's curiosity. Is Mosquito Lady faring well? Dr. Kinos inquired, multitasking as he engaged Brett in conversation while attending to his computer work, clearly juggling two tasks at once. Brito remarked, indeed. The sound of the keyboard echoed persistently. After a considerable pause, he reflected that it was not the evolution of human civilization that he yearned for, but rather the artificial evolution of humanity itself, a dream he had pursued throughout his life. His fingers momentarily ceased their dance across the keys as Dr. Kinos turned to gaze intently at Brito. Regrettably, while my intellect garners widespread acclaim, my ideas are deemed perilous and radical, even by certain individuals within the government. Until I encountered the Major. Brett rested his chin on one hand, expressing indifference towards your past and your thoughts, Dr. Kinos. Your parents were among the few who acknowledged my ideas, yet fate dealt an unpredictable hand. Dr. Kinos remarked. Brett languidly inquired, what exactly do you wish to convey? Datea has sought you out. Dr. Kinos responded, I am well aware of the function of the Imperial Artifact's blood collection and rapid absorption. I require its assistance. Unlike Datea, who yearns for youthful beauty, my pursuit is for the invaluable gift of time. You have already observed the creases at the corners of my eyes. My vigor and stamina have waned significantly, making it exceedingly difficult for me to realize my dreams. Dr. Kinos offered, I can provide you with superior specimens like Mosquito Woman, which have emerged from countless evolutionary experiments. Brett wore a smile that was both enigmatic and mocking. Do you have any idea what sacrifices Dr. Dochu made to secure my assistance? Allow me to enlighten you. She has surrendered everything, from her very flesh to her soul, all of which now belong to me. In my eyes, she is but a mere monkey donned in a crown. Dr. Kinos spoke as if recounting a matter of fact. Brett smiled and said, understood. I must first examine your chips. Not at the moment, Dr. Kinos replied, as the keyboard continued to clatter rhythmically. After a brief pause, Brett inquired, I am curious about Mosquito Woman. How did you create her? Dr. Kinos fixed his gaze on the computer screen. It pertains to another experiment, but it is of no consequence. Her design inspiration derives from the ancient creatures nurtured by the Helsing family vampires, a fusion of your mother's genes, the supervenomous insect species, and the long-extinct blood demon, a highly dangerous creature, has miraculously resulted in her creation. Brett's eyes widened in astonishment. Is Mosquito Woman truly my sister, or perhaps my sibling? After a moment of silence, Brett astutely discerned the implications in Dr. Kinos' words. Ancient creatures nurtured by the Helsing family, vampires? Do vampires truly exist? Indeed, Dr. Kinos replied succinctly. Brett raised an eyebrow. The Major tasked you with replicating vampires? Dr. Kinos acknowledged this, but quickly added, a dreadful idea, utterly devoid of significance. Currently, the experimental project is under the purview of scientists. Scientist? Brett realized that he was referring to the scientist who had accompanied Dr. Kinos to the Major's gathering. What are you discussing? Montana held a wine glass in one hand while draping his other arm around the leg of a beautiful woman. His stature was rather diminutive. Brad ignited a cigar and savored its essence. What is it, Major? He inquired. If the purpose of today's gathering is merely to indulge in food, drink, and merriment, then I shall take my leave. Patience, dear Brad, Montana remarked, playfully patting the woman's behind to signal her to depart, before settling onto the sofa and adding, Very well, you truly are a man of haste. Brett remained silent. I have encountered the sand crocodile in Montana while savoring red wine. I remarked, I largely concur with your assessment of him. However, I cannot agree with the assertion that his capacity for danger is harmless, and even if harmful, can be swiftly eradicated. I believe his potential for danger is immense. The threat posed by each of the 7 warlords in the future will be significant. It is imperative to establish a dedicated agency to monitor and sanction them. Brett, taking advantage of the establishment of the 7 warlords under the king, we are simultaneously assembling a foundation to prepare for future competition for the highest position among the celestial dragons. Montana has initiated action. The special organization is affiliated with Cypher Pole. However, Cypher Pole lacks the authority to intervene, as Tagiro will personally assume the role of the highest commander. Montana remarked, I have bestowed upon it the name of the Royal National Religion Knights. Brett gestured in circles. What is our role? Establishing a new organization requires funding, equipment, and land. The demands are overwhelming. Of course, I can issue orders, but they are not as expedient as the current methods. Montana glanced at the officials of the world government. As for you, I expect your assistance with Inkura. She lacks experience. Brad pondered for a moment and said, Let me finish the task at hand. Very well, Montana replied. Is there anything else? Brad inquired. Montana waved his hand dismissively. No, that's all. Brett rose and walked away without hesitation. This was the progress of the experiment. I have no concerns. I shall depart as well. Doctor. Kinos turned his computer to face Montana and promptly exited. Montana could not help but comment. Are all geniuses abstinent types? Chapter 58. Curiosity killed the zombie man. It turned out that the world government's most prized scientific division was concealed beneath Mariehua, within the Red Line. Delving 3,000 meters underground, traversing numerous restrictions and security measures, what awaited was an overwhelming surge of modernity, the high-tech ambience of Dr. Kinos' laboratory. This environment evoked in Brett a disorienting sense of time and space, for in comparison to this place, the outside world seemed woefully antiquated, almost a stark contrast between cold and hot weaponry. No wonder the government proudly proclaimed to the outside world, We possess scientists whose intellect surpasses that of humanity by 5 centuries. Brett gasped in awe. Dr. Kinos, however, replied coolly, That refers to Vegapunk. Yet I am confident that my intellect is not inferior to his. I simply do not bow to the government like he does, abandoning my dreams without hesitation. Who knows? I am not familiar with any of you. Brett smiled and remarked, By the way, you are well aware that my imperial tool, the blood collection and rapid absorption, is still in development and cannot yet assist others in transferring life energy, only capable of siphoning it from others. Are you not afraid of compensating me only to find I do nothing with the benefits? I have faith in your talents in areas different from mine, as well as in the Major's evaluation of you. Dr. Kinos continued to lead the way. His laboratory was indeed enormous. Brett, with a light-hearted whistle, found himself in high spirits. The principle of my existence is to get things done for a price. As he strolled through the laboratory, he encountered numerous jars of nutrient solutions and formaldehyde, each containing an array of bizarre components, some human, some animal, and others insect. As he continued further, he noticed an increasing number of finished products, varying in size and form. Suddenly, Dr. Kinos paused. Brett scrutinized the figure submerged within the nutrient solution, a male with short black hair and strikingly handsome features, devoid of any reproductive organs. The design inspiration was derived from the vampires nurtured by the Helsing family, specifically the undead specimen known as Experiment Number 66, a zombie male. Dr. Kinos introduced him, stating, His capabilities include an almost immortal regenerative power, extraordinary physical strength, and remarkable endurance, making him exceptionally suited for your Imperial Tool's blood collection and rapid absorption. Whether it involves siphoning life energy to augment your own strength or serving as a test subject to extract and transfer the life force of others. He is an all-encompassing resource for repeated consumption. Bread nodded thoughtfully, a meticulous recommendation indeed. After a brief pause, he inquired, the Immortal Series experiment? It appears that certain individuals possess an insatiable longing for life. My meaning is the celestial dragon populace. The desire for immortality is an intrinsic human inclination, is it not? Doctor. Kinos adjusted his spectacles and replied, regrettably, the birth of Subject 66 was also an unforeseen occurrence. It is impossible to replicate another. Otherwise, I would not have sought your assistance. Braid struck the canister of nutritional fluid, seeking to awaken the slumbering zombie man. I am quite satisfied with your wager, he mused, observing the zombie with keen interest. But how can I ensure he is willing to follow me? Dr. Kinos pondered, perhaps a conversation would suffice. Thus, in the dead of night in Mary Joya, Braid strolled with the taciturn zombie man. Contrary to appearances, the zombie was not truly dull. He silently observed, absorbed, and summarized all the phenomena of the world around him. Do you have a name? Braid initiated. The zombie contemplated, 66? If that counts as a name. What thoughts do you harbor? Braid continued, gesturing expansively as if to reveal the world to the zombie. The zombie replied slowly, none. How long have you existed? Braid inquired again. The zombie responded, I am uncertain. I have never left the laboratory, making it difficult to judge. Your manner of speech suggests you can read and have studied? Braid ventured. The zombie nodded. Dr. Kinos permits me to move freely. As long as I do not disrupt the laboratory, leaving it is sufficient. How about temporarily following me? After all, you seem aimless for now. And I will take it upon myself to introduce you to the world. Braid offered. The zombie contemplated, very well. An engaging exchange ensued. Are you truly immortal? Braid asked with curiosity. The zombie instinctively touched his neck, recounting, I have had my head severed, my heart crushed, burned, drowned, and poisoned, yet I still live. I wish to verify this. Is that permissible? Braid, beaming with delight, materialized a weapon of thought, gluttony. The zombie did not refuse. With a swift thrust, the sharp gluttony pierced the zombie's chest, greedily consuming his life energy. The zombie remained silent as his visage gradually aged, muscles withered, and bones deteriorated, ultimately transforming into a desiccated corpse. Thud, a rustle, and the corpse collapsed, dissipating into smoke. Hey, 66? Braid called after waiting several minutes in vain. Reflecting on the inhumane experiments Dr. Kinos had subjected the zombie to without causing his demise, Braid felt assured as he utilized the blood of the Imperial tool to collect and rapidly absorb the life energy consumed by gluttony. The quality was lacking, but the quantity was substantial, indeed, quite delightful. And then, there was no further development. Until dawn broke, the zombie did not revive. Braid misinterpreted the situation. The Imperial artifact, blood collection, rapid absorption, and the manifestation of the weapon of hunger are fundamentally distinct in their essence. The blood collection, rapid absorption is limited to the life energy contained within blood, whereas the weapon of hunger exerts a destructive force, mercilessly consuming even the very cells of its victims. Braid, exasperated, smacked his forehead, lamenting the loss of his reliable source of sustenance. Dejected, he returned to Dr. Kinos' laboratory. Where is Subject 66? Dr. Kinos inquired, furrowing his brow at the absence of the zombie man. Has he escaped? Brad sighed. It's over. Do not jest, Brad. Your humor is far from amusing, Dr. Kinos remarked. Breedle remarked, indeed, what I wield is not an Imperial tool, but rather my weapon of thought manifestation. Kinos remained skeptical and summoned a laboratory mouse for Breedle to demonstrate. After a brief moment, he stated, I have compensated you. The damage was incurred by your own actions. Dr. Kinos paused for a moment before continuing. It's akin to your shopping at a supermarket. I even extended credit to you, yet you took away the items. Bread lamented. It appears he has indeed perished. Dr. Kinos remarked, I must say, your manifestation of weaponry is rather egregious. Bread, feeling unwell, walked straight outside, stating, once I complete the development of the Imperial artifact for blood collection and rapid absorption, I will contact you. Rest assured, my guiding principle is to conduct business for remuneration. Chapter 59, The Direct Subordinate Team in early May, on Twin Islands East Island, within the Sky Arena. The true nature of the Sky Arena is that it serves as Cypherpole's stronghold in the New World. One of the methods employed by the world government to infiltrate this realm, akin to the Navy's strongholds at G5 and G1 fortresses. It is only at Brett's level that he became aware of this. Previously, He had speculated that the Sky Arena was merely a financial source for the Hunter Association situated on the neighboring West Island. It is no surprise that even many within Cypherpole, lacking the requisite rank, are oblivious to the true identity of the Sky Arena as an intelligence hub in the New World. How much less informed are outsiders? To the outside world, fighters regard the Sky Arena as their sacred ground, while the underground intelligence circles consider it the largest hub for clandestine information. Nobility and affluent individuals view the Sky Arena as a lavish casino, a FAOD meticulously crafted by Cypherpole to acquire resources unattainable through conventional means, even employing it for proactive operations. In a secure hideout, Bread and his direct subordinate team temporarily stationed themselves, as it would take time to ascertain the precise location of the archaeological vessel departing from O'Hara in the West Sea. Hey, Lord Bread, it has long been said that the Sky Arena is renowned, yet I have never had the chance to witness it. May we take this opportunity to participate? It seems our mission is delayed, inquired a robust young man, resembling a cheetah and bearing a fearsome visage, as he licked his lips. He was the leader of CP1's special agent group, the Four Demons, named Jiki. No, that's not possible, Bread replied without lifting his head, decisively rejecting the request. Jiki chuckled awkwardly, raising his hands to his companions in a gesture of surrender, indicating he had tried his best. Well, if it's not possible, then it's not, remarked a peculiar individual, while a black-haired girl, her features adorned with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, gazed dreamily at Bread, occasionally brushing her fingertips against the unhealed scar that traversed the right side of his face, causing her cheeks to flush a deeper hue. She murmured, "How delightful, truly delightful. It is indeed a gift from Lord Bread. If his death embodies the epitome of a sadistic queen, then Suzuka from the Four Demons represents the ultimate submissive, for she bears a striking resemblance to Millard O'Burge, a resemblance that Bread had marred. Not only Suzuka, but also Jiki and Yang, the brother of Valentine, had been reprimanded by Bread, as they were headstrong individuals who would not learn without discipline, to ensure their obedience. Bread also dismissed the plan to arrive at the Sky Arena via airship, opting instead to summon the Azure Dragon spirit, Amansa, to demonstrate a glimpse of overwhelming power. I have lost. In contrast to his brother Yang, Luke, one of the Valentines, is an exceptionally cultured and handsome gentleman, known for his elegant demeanor and penchant for donning white suits. His flowing golden locks, cascading down to his waist, are neatly secured with a white hairband. On the other hand, Yang is better described as a rogue than an agent, adorned with non-mainstream metallic piercings and a mouth full of crude language. At this moment, Yang finds himself in a predicament with Sheila, as both are subjected to a punishment from Brad. Standing against the wall with papers wedged between their legs and their heads precariously balanced atop water cups, Brad discarded the chess piece, exclaiming, "Boring," with a sidelong glance. He added, "No need for pleasantries, Jutian, Matu. I have engaged you as coaches to enhance Altair's physical prowess, not as her caretakers." "Understood, Lord Bread." Matu is the daughter of Gotsi, Bread's instructor at the Cypherpole Academy, a petite girl of about 13 or 14 with sun-kissed skin, sprightly and vivacious, who quickly formed a bond with Altair in just a few days. As for Jutian, he is a robust and brawny man with a bald head and a thick beard. Regardless of the minor players like the Four Ghosts of the Rakshasa or the Valentine brothers, Bread places greater significance on the formidable marksman, Lyd von Quinn, and the taciturn yet muscular short-haired woman, Solon Breeze, whose body is adorned with enigmatic tattoos. They are formidable adversaries. Their strengths may not be comprehensive, yet they excel in their respective domains. I must make a trip to the Hunter Association's headquarters. Mr. Wolf, I entrust you with their supervision. If they misbehave, deal with them decisively, Bread commanded carelessly before vanishing in an instant. Bell nodded. Shortly thereafter, at the headquarters of the Hunter Association, in Bread's office, Lord Bread, Cutie Beatty was taken aback, only to be astonished upon recognizing the mosquito-like figure behind Bread, a nearly unmistakable mark of his shadow clone or the real Bread. With a smile, Bread inquired, "You've worked hard, Chody. How is everyone faring?" "All is well, Lord Bread," Chody replied, beaming with joy. With a decisive thud, he dispelled the shadow clone that had remained at the Hunter Association headquarters to assist Netero with administrative duties, taking his place to receive information. "Has President Netero gone out?" Bread furrowed his brow. "Yes, indeed. President Netero has wandered off again," Chody replied. "To where?" Bread asked. Chody merely shrugged, the implication clear. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks, followed by a creaking sound as someone entered. "Are you the original?" inquired the increasingly alluring 12 Zodiac's member, Gallo, her surprise and skepticism evident as she scrutinized Braid, then sarcastically remarked, "It truly is the vice president, who is often too busy to be seen." Braid rested his chin on his hand, languidly remarking, "Chairman Netero does not object to my excursions. However, should you not be assisting Porter White in overseeing the branch in the West Sea? Why not to harbor ulterior motives to disrupt? The association functions seamlessly and requires no unnecessary expenditure of manpower." Gallo retorted sharply. Braid wore a look of bewilderment. "Oh, you mean Chairman Netero?" "Indeed. He harbors no ulterior motives, and in recent years, all matters of the association that I have managed have proceeded smoothly." Garu fell silent, glaring at Braid with resentment. "What about the funding? Is there no reason provided for the funding application?" Braid perused the documents. "It pertains to confidential operations. Only the chairman is privy to the rationale." Garu appeared resolute. Braid stated blandly, "I am also a president, albeit an associate one. Forgive my lack of clarity. This is a matter of secrecy." "Known only to Chairman Netero," added Jello. Brett struck the surface of his desk in frustration. "Then you shall await the return of President Netero. I cannot allocate the association's funds." He snatched the documents and departed with a flourish. "What on earth is happening?" Brett lamented to Shuddy. "They still suspect me of being a spy for the world government? After nearly a decade, if I were indeed a spy, my true nature would have been revealed by now. They might as well find evidence to expel me. Perhaps it is envy that fuels their suspicions. Your excellence is undeniable," Shuddy remarked with a smile. "As for the so-called secret work that Gailu mentioned, it appears to be in connection with your fellow examinee from the Hunter exam, Jean Fries. I am not privy to the specific details." Brett scratched his head, forming several shadow clones with a gesture. "I shall not linger," he declared. "Assisting our coordination committee in finding suitable employment is no trivial task. Oh, when President Netero returns, do remember to contact me." With a whoosh, Lord Bread leapt through the window, leaving Shuddy gazing after him with a heavy heart. The thought of Jean and Gala's secret work related to ancient relics crossed his mind. Perhaps Gala was interested in the poisonous materials left behind in these relics? With Netero absent from the Hunter Association headquarters, could it be that the hunters on the archaeological ship were meandering through the bustling streets? Brett's thoughts churned. "Old Chief, it's me," Brett said as he dialed Minister Onest. "Please conduct a thorough investigation into our internal intelligence system. Is there a possibility of information leakage? It's nothing serious. Just a conjecture. I might be overthinking it. The worst outcome would merely be a delay in the archaeological ship's mission. I will handle it." He hung up the phone. As he returned to the safe house on Twin Islands, East Island, he was met with an unexpected sight. "Wow, who is that?" "An incredibly handsome young man. Come in and play with us. We won't charge you, and we'll even give you money." A group of heavily made-up, scantily clad girls surrounded Brett. Brett remained utterly still, his gaze fixed upon the second-floor balcony. "All right, ladies," it was Shistrasi, a former CP0 agent, who now found herself in a similar predicament. Having nearly faced exile at the hands of Cypher Paul, Brett gracefully leaped onto the second-floor balcony. "Have you turned to a life of debauchery? Alas, what choice do I have? I am both indebted and foolishly provocative towards Esteth. By some cruel twist of fate, she has developed a desire for intimacy with me. Our unfortunate misunderstandings have led to conflict, and I find myself branded as the instigator, subsequently facing the ire of Minister Onest, who has conscripted me into the notorious Big Mom pirate crew." Meanwhile, Stracy swirls her glass of red wine, unwavering in her pursuit of a life of refinement, adorned from head to toe in exquisite brands. Bordeaux, the Big Mom pirates? With the fall of One Piece and Golden Lion, Big Mom and Beast have emerged as formidable contenders, posing a significant threat, as explained by Stracy. "Bread, your objective is to infiltrate the Big Mom pirates, yet it appears that you are not currently seeking an opportunity. Should I recklessly approach Big Mom to express my desire to join her crew?" Stacy chuckled, seemingly devoid of the frustration that comes with being exiled by Cypher Pole. Rather, she relished in her newfound freedom. Her rationale was simple. She intended to establish a joy street within the Sky Arena, positioning herself among the titans of the underworld, and subsequently seek the protection of Big Mom, thereby allowing for a natural interaction with her. "When do you plan to request BJMOM's protection?" Bread remarked with a grin. "I too wish to witness the monster." Stacy leaned closer to Bread, her captivating eyes shimmering with mischief. "Not looking for some amusement? Relax. I am not a courtesan, unlike those downstairs. I am quite pure, just like Millard. What about playing with the remnants of Millard?" Never mind, even she is a woman. After all, Brett shook his head. Stacy settled onto Brett's lap, her delicate hand caressing him. You should indulge in her. She has long proclaimed you as the only man she does not mind. Brett pushed aside Tristy and swiftly departed. The safe house awaited. With a strategic shift and a postponement of the mission, Brett summoned his immediate team and stated, I impose no restrictions on your desires, but maintain confidentiality regarding your identities. Do not create chaos, or I shall crush you and dispose of you in the toilet. With exuberance, Matu leaped high, exclaiming, Sky Arena, the four ghosts of Luo Cha, bring along Altair. After a moment's contemplation, Brett added, also include Yang and Sheila. At this, Yang and Sheila appeared thoroughly disheartened. You too are inept. You shall undergo some refinement. Brett displayed no sympathy as he turned away, instructing, Joanna, accompany Altair. Alhambra interjected, I shall join as well. Last time, I reached the 180 layers and met with failure, which I find quite unsatisfactory. Count me in. Lebo raised her hand, eager to participate. Only Wolfway, Solon, and Luke showed no interest in the Sky Arena. What do you wish to do? Solon inquired, his voice hoarse and somewhat rough. Brett was taken aback. Reading? Hunting pirates and criminals? I am still deliberating on what to choose. Solon suggested, I recommend hunting pirates and criminals. It seems far more intriguing. Bredeo, indeed. The Sky Arena is rife with pirates and the shadows of criminals. However, to maintain a FAAD, the cipher pole, which clandestinely orchestrates the Sky Arena, enforces an unwavering decree. Under no circumstances are the Navy or even Cipher Pole's own agents permitted to apprehend the pirates and criminals within this domain. Likewise, it is strictly forbidden for these marauders to wreak havoc in the Sky Arena. To put it succinctly, the only place where death is tolerated is within the confines of the arena itself. The enforcers of these regulations, serving the Cipher Pole's interests, are mercenaries hired from the neighboring island. Thus, Brett and his companions set sail from the island, encircling the vicinity of the Sky Arena, intent on capturing a few fortunate pirates or criminals. Their patience was commendable as they awaited the deep of night. The Norris pirate crew, led by Captain Norris, known as the Red-Eyed Rabbit, possessed the Zoan-type rabbit fruit, excelling in kicking techniques. His observation hockey was formidable, yet his temperament was profoundly savage. With a penchant for human flesh, due to the notorious ramifications of his deeds, his crew struggled to recruit members, consisting solely of his slaves. Serving as both manpower and food supply, the government had placed a staggering bounty of 103 million berries on his head. In the distance, a swiftly advancing pirate ship was visible, its flag, a skull adorned with red eyes and crossed bones, fluttering in the wind. Luke tapped away at his computer, gathering intelligence. With a decisive clap, he closed his laptop. Shall I? Luke inquired. Solon, clutching her imposing scythe, did not vie for the opportunity. Please commence your performance, Brett jested, gesturing theatrically. As the ships drew near, a collision ensued, anchoring them in place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flickering aurora danced across the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was littered with dismembered corpses. Quite rapid. Is it an extension of the six forms technique? Shave? Brett observed. No, it also includes shave. Transitioning between paper drawings at remarkable speed. It was evident that anyone capable of making a name for themselves within the vast and convoluted Cipher Pole organization possessed extraordinary abilities. His blade is exquisite, Solon remarked, focusing on the short dagger wielded by Luke, but the rumor has it he is a marksman. Chapter 60, Reflection Whoosh. Bang. A figure suddenly erupted from the ship's cabin, moving at a speed that matched Luke's. In an instant, a whip-like kick was launched toward him. Fortunately, Luke had honed his six forms technique well, timely raising his arm to defend with a metal block, though the immense force still lifted him off his toes, sending him sliding backward for several meters, nearly colliding with the ship's railing and plunging into the sea. Gurgling, he was forced back by the strike, and the assailant, grinning with a twisted sense of triumph, showcased his unusually long, muscular legs. Yet, his laughter was peculiar, low, faint, and disturbingly inexpressible, reminiscent of a damaged vocal cord. His neck bore large, grotesque scars, as did his face, chest, and legs, most of his body marred by burns. The long-legged tribe, cleft lip, and blood-red eyes were all striking characteristics. Indeed, it was he, Norris, the red-eyed rabbit. Norris tilted his head, scrutinizing the adversaries on deck, along with the remains of his slaves, the spare provisions, and severed limbs. Licking the corner of his lips, his hideous visage was etched with cold malice. You shall die, you. I recall that the long-legged tribe takes great pride in their legs, often adorning them with tattoos. His tattoos are rather intriguing. Braid's focus was somewhat different. Norris, clad only in his underpants, was acutely aware of his speech difficulties. Thus, he resorted to gestures. He patted his leg, first indicating the myriad horizontal tattoos etched upon it, then pointed at Braid, mimicking a knife slashing across his neck. With each life he took, another line would appear upon his leg, and Braid too would become just another mark upon his skin. How disrespectful! Solon glared fiercely, tearing open her coat, her right hand delving inside. A hum resonated as her palm unfurled, revealing her own eyes. Correspondingly, her right eye dimmed to a dull luster. The tattoos that adorned half of her body appeared to writhe like a swarm of insects, a sinister blend of red and purple, with the latter hiding hues of black, casting an eerie, dark ambience over the entire pirate ship. A specialized manifestation of thought ability? Braid observed Solon with keen interest. In that moment, Solon resembled a devil whispering, "Show me your memories, your sordid dark history." Norris stood frozen, dazed, his pupils unconsciously contracting and expanding. Years prior, you asked me, why do we resort to cannibalism? As he meticulously cleansed a fair-skinned monk, Norris struggled to articulate, there is no choice. The hunger is too great. No, delve deeper. Years earlier, a severe famine ravaged his homeland, and the emaciated Norris writhed in torment. What are we waiting for? He is on the brink of death. Slay him and consume him, or we shall perish. But there are no buts. He is so grotesque, I truly question if he is my own. If you cannot bear it, then exchange him for another. Find another child. Once he dies, he holds no value. After we endure this, we will bear healthy offspring. Those were Norris's parents, driven to madness by starvation. Oh, the pain. Help. Do not slay me. I will obey, father, mother. Flames, searing flames, engulfed the boy bound to a makeshift grill as he screamed and pleaded. We must survive, child, came the cold, unfeeling reply. With a thud, the flames severed his bindings, and the boy tumbled into the fire, desperately clawing his way out, even pushing those who hindered him into the blaze. A small stream saved his life. He fell into unconsciousness, only to awaken, lured by the aroma of roasting flesh. Crawling through the pain to pull aside the embers. Clink. It was a ring, jarring against his teeth. Mother? He clutched a charred arm, tears welling in his eyes. Torn between laughter and sorrow, yet his damaged vocal cords could only emit a low, muffled sound. Yes, I'm sorry. I too must survive. Suddenly, silence enveloped him. A good dream? Norris? Swish. Thud. The gleaming scythe gleamed. Blood splattered. Norris lay before Solon, his legs shattered, his body collapsing without the support of his limbs, while Solon wielded the bloodstained scythe. Applause echoed, a beautiful illusion, as Braid clapped in admiration. Solon stepped on Norris, inquiring, how shall we proceed, Lord Braid? Hey. He is my prey. Luke protested in dissatisfaction. Solon bluntly replied, you are no match for him. With the power of the devil fruit, you stand even less chance. Spare me. Norris feebly struggled, raising his head in a pitiful plea to Braid. Their gazes met. Gulp. Norris swallowed hard, not out of fear, but rather a dread-laden reflex. Do you wish to consume me? Braid raised an eyebrow, a rare spark of fury igniting within him. On the brink of death. You dare to think of feasting upon me? No, that is not it. Norris hastily clarified. I couldn't help it. It was unintentional. Boom. A single punch. With it, Braid obliterated Norris, along with the pirate ship, into mere remnants. Not stopping there, utilizing the technique of chakra to walk upon water. Braid stood upon the surface of the sea, his emotions finally settling as he returned to the ship, shaking his head in disbelief, a repulsive pervert. It was evident to all that Braid remained seething with anger. Braid's anger was not directed at Norisri's desire to consume him. Rather, it stemmed from a fleeting sense of dread. He was undeniably far more powerful than Norisri, who was gravely injured and incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Yet, in that moment, an inexplicable chill enveloped him. He pondered the dichotomy between fearlessness and a certain reverence for all things, which holds greater merit. There indeed exist individuals devoid of fear, such as his death. She harbors no trepidation in confronting any adversary, relishing the thrill and even yearning to leap from one battlefield to another, embodying the creed of either vanquishing her foes or being vanquished by them. Braid is a quintessential individual who holds a profound reverence for all things. At the very least, he harbors a fear of death, for he has encountered it before and now cherishes his life. guarding it jealously. This stems from his deep understanding of the myriad secrets that the world and the future conceal. Perhaps I lack true trials, Brett mused. Chapter 61. The Vampire, Akado. As you have anticipated, young Brett, our intelligence system is indeed flawed, a significant issue, as Mia has lamented. Minister Ernest proactively reached out to Brett. Though he exhibited neither urgency nor agitation, his hearty consumption of meat revealed his composure. The news of the government's plan to apprehend the archaeological vessel had been leaked, and the individual responsible for this breach has been sentenced to death by my order. Braid leaned against the sofa, his brow furrowed. And then? The Hunter Association became aware of the government's intent to apprehend the archaeological vessel, which harbored hunters from their ranks. Thus, Netero extended an invitation to the elder for discussions on the matter. Unfortunately, this was not a decision that could be made by the elder alone. Hence, he might even represent the Hunter Association in what would be a historic first meeting with the 5 elders in Mariewa. Minister Onest remarked, of course, regardless, that group in pursuit of the true history stone tablets, those who seek to unveil the blank century, must not be easily overlooked. Even if the government previously agreed to pardon the hunters aboard the archaeological vessel in exchange for the Hunter Association's assistance due to the rampant piracy situation, Braid smirked. Isn't that a lack of contractual spirit? The government risks losing its credibility. Minister Onest replied solemnly, no, that won't happen. The government will certainly pardon the hunters aboard the archaeological vessel for their pursuit of the true history stone tablets, but they will not absolve them of crimes beyond that. I mean, isn't it imperative to address the issues within our intelligence system? Simply executing 2 individuals who leaked information will not suffice. Who knows if there will be a next time or the time after that? Braid sighed. Without eliminating the potential hazards, it truly leaves one feeling uneasy. Minister Onest lamented. It is quite challenging. There is almost no way to reform it. Young Braid, the core personnel of Cipher Pols CP3 and CP4 are limited. Yet the number of external personnel is so vast that even they are unaware of their own ranks. The mafia, merchants, the underworld, pirates, and the church, anyone. Any faction can serve as their source of information. Simultaneously, they gather intelligence from everyone and every force. Once reformation is initiated, it means severing ties and abandoning connections, which would ultimately lead to the paralysis of the intelligence system. Braid adjusted his posture. Very well. After a brief pause, he inquired, is Netero aboard the archaeological vessel? Minister Onest replied, he should be, though it remains uncertain. I must wait. Braid expressed his dissatisfaction. What a waste of time. Minister Onest considered and suggested. You might as well leave your direct team behind and return to Mariewa to assist in the construction of the Royal National Church Knights at the Intagula Palace. Thus, Braid hung up the phone and cast a sidelong glance at Bell. Mr. Wolf, did you hear everything? Bell nodded gloomily. Keep an eye on them. Braid stood up and decisively exited the sky arena. Days later, the roar of a dragon reverberated through the skies of Mariewa. Amantha, Braid patted the dragon's horn, signaling her to be quiet, and then surveyed the surrounding perilous beasts. I am Braid Hyman, an agent of CP0, not an enemy invading Mariewa. In the skies of Mary Joya, formidable aerial beasts, nurtured by the divine artifacts, posed a significant threat. Braid had heard tales of them, yet this was his first encounter. During his previous voyages aboard airships, he had never laid eyes upon such creatures, and he surmised that they could sense the presence of the Azure Dragon. Majestic griffins, with the body of a lion and the wings of an eagle, boasted sharp claws and beaks, forming an entire clan. Each griffin measured no less than 10 meters in length, with their leader towering at an impressive 15 to 16 meters. Can they communicate? Brett inquired, his gaze fixed upon the griffin leader. Amantha is my familiar, and her mother is a dragon-class beast of extraordinary danger. In an instant, the griffins scattered like leaves in a tempest. The strength of the griffins varied. Most were at the wolf or tiger level, with the mightiest among them, the leader, nearly at the ghost level. They dared not provoke a dragon-class beast. All right, Amantha, I shall summon you again in a few days, Brett remarked with a smile. Amantha puffed out her cheeks, displaying a hint of reluctance, yet obediently replied, Yes, Master Brett. Farewell. With a swish, the sound of thumping echoed as they departed. Brett leapt gracefully from the top of Amantha's head, executing the 6th style of moonwalk to land safely, descending directly into the window of Minister Onest's office. Bang, bang. Brett's knock on the window startled Minister Onest, who stood before it, gazing vacantly at the heavens. With a swift motion, The window was drawn open. "Have you located the Azure Dragon clan?" he inquired, allowing Bread to enter the room, his expression peculiar. "Bredeo, well, what is it?" "Oh, nothing much," chuckled Minister Onest, reflecting. "How marvelous. It is truly remarkable that you have earned the trust of the extraordinarily perilous magical beasts inhabiting the fabled cloud nest of the Eastern Sea, and have forged a blood pact with them." With a shift in tone, he continued, "Little Bredeo, I implore you, never bring them to Mary Geos again. My blood pressure. I cannot bear it." Minister Onest exclaimed as he sank heavily into his chair, lamenting, "Do you have any idea how much trouble their presence could stir? Not only did it disturb the celestial dragons, but the Holy Land's garrison was on the brink of issuing an attack order. And there were even those who were so startled that they met with accidents." Bread blinked. "All right. The Antigua Palace is next door." Minister Onest extended his hand to usher people away. Braid took a few steps and turned his head, inquiring, "Has there been any disturbance in the South China Sea?" "I refer to the most malevolent bloodline in history." Alas, Minister Onest scratched his head. The implication was evident. Brad's lips curled into a subtle smile as he turned to make his way to Integra's office. Shortly thereafter, he was greeted with a courteous, "Please, come in, Mr. Brad," from Walter, Helsing's venerable butler. Integra was seated behind her desk, perusing through documents. Notably, beside her stood a somber man clad in a striking red trench coat, adorned with a top hat and dark sunglasses. "A vampire, Alucard. There's no need to stare at me. Human," Alucard remarked in a low, haunting tone. "It is quite impolite." Brett smiled, his curiosity piqued. "I beg your pardon," he quickly added. "Greetings to you, Miss Integra, with Mr. Death at your side. I believe you require no further assistance in establishing the Royal Order of Knights. His experience surpasses mine. I have grown old and cannot keep pace with the times." Walter chuckled as well. Chapter 62. Heartfelt wishes for your continued survival against romantic tragedy. "Please, take a seat, and do not rush." Integra gestured for Brett to sit. She offered him a finely trimmed cigar. "Would you care to try?" Brett took his seat without ceremony, savoring the rich flavor of the cigar. Quite delightful. The regulation of the 7 warlords under the king is merely one of the reasons and functions for the establishment of the Royal Order of Knights. Intrigued, Antigua also lit a cigar, yet after a single puff, she extinguished it. Such is her habit. One exquisite taste is sufficient, for one must neither indulge nor be greedy. Thus, Walter, who has long since withdrawn from Cypherpole, truly finds himself out of touch with the times, lacking an understanding of the contemporary Cypherpole and the world at large. Bretkin's eyes sparkled as he teased in a half-joking manner. "If you say that, Mr. Grim Reaper might feel disheartened." "Not at all," Walter replied, still smiling amiably. Bread, feeling rather disheartened, raised his hands in a gesture of resignation and said, "Very well. Beyond the oversight of the 7 warlords of the sea, what other reasons and functions does the establishment of the Royal National Religion Knights entail?" Throughout the years, the World Conferences have invariably been organized by Cypherpole and the Navy, who jointly undertake the preparatory work. Whether due to shifting circumstances or subtle adjustments, the essence remains unchanged. The higher-ups deemed it necessary to separate these matters. Intrigued, Antigua responded calmly. "Furthermore, there is the imperative to safeguard the celestial dragon populace. As the number of those dedicated to protecting this esteemed group, the Holy Shield, is regrettably scarce." Bread was taken aback. "I am in need of capable individuals, exceptional organizers and executors who can assist in alleviating my burdens." Intagula fixed his gaze on Bread and straightforwardly remarked, "I hope you and your direct team can be incorporated under the banner of the Royal National Faith Knights. It may not be a formal membership, as the Royal National Faith Knights are ostensibly a branch of Cypherpole. Perhaps it could be considered a reallocation?" Braid rested his chin on one hand, remaining noncommittal. "There were no obstacles from Minister Onest, who wholeheartedly supported my establishment of the Royal National Church Knights," Intgila added. "I can easily ascend to the ranks of the Holy Shield at any moment." Braid inexplicably veered into an unrelated topic. "Please trust in my capabilities. I have also mingled with Cypherpole, primarily because it was Cypherpole that nurtured my growth. Out of nostalgia, I find my time there quite intriguing." Intgila interlocked her fingers, comprehending Braid's implication. The status of the Holy Shield even surpasses that of Cypherpole. It is one of the hidden aces of the world government, dedicated to safeguarding the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons must also respond with the utmost courtesy towards the Holy Shield, which almost symbolizes leisure, freedom, and wealth. Braid's assertion that he could seamlessly integrate into the Holy Shield was tantamount to suggesting that Inkula should recruit him. Very well, but where is the sincerity? What are the benefits? What substantial offerings do you provide? Inkula replied with caution. Braid reiterated, I can effortlessly ascend to the Holy Shield at any moment. What is it that you desire? Antigula promptly returned the question to Braid. Braid pondered momentarily, then shifted the subject, stating, My direct team, the Wolf Captain, is accompanying me due to a long-standing covert mission. Minister Wano's son, Sheila, seeks to gain favor with Miss Inkula, who possesses discerning taste. They are both remarkably competent operatives. However, they must await the conclusion of another of my prolonged clandestine assignments before they can report to you. I am well aware of your plans to apprehend the archaeological vessel investigating the blank century of history regarding the exploration of the monumental stone tablets. Inkula inquired, Are there any other recommendations? Braid shrugged. The members of my direct team were recommended by Alhambra. I personally know very few individuals, and even fewer are my friends. Well, there's Father Alexander Anderson and the Red Cloak. The former is my mentor, while the latter is my classmate. I cannot guarantee their willingness to switch allegiances. Previously, Braid sought assistance from the Red Cloak to establish his direct team, yet he has yet to receive a response, which is evidently a veiled refusal. Esters, what do you think? Integula smiled ambiguously. Brett's lips twitched at the corners. As long as you are not afraid of us coming to blows. Tornado, what do you think? The smile on Intergula's face grew wider. Braid wrote, Is it permitted? It is permitted. Intergula wrote, However, it requires someone to communicate with the dragon. Braid turned away, feigning ignorance, as Intigula's fiery gaze bore into his face. Very well, Intigula sighed. I shall personally communicate with Tornado. Before he could finish his words, the door to Intigula's office burst open with a loud bang. Little Brett. Tornado appeared, soaring onto Brett's shoulder, furiously ruffling his hair. You scoundrel. You vanished again. Ignored my calls. How dare you? And to be entangled with that little vixen is death. Infuriating. Brett, Intigula, Akato, Walter. Well, all right. Brett said helplessly. It's not that I don't reach out to you. It's simply that work keeps me preoccupied. What is going on with this death? Tornado inquired. Brett locked eyes with Tornado, whose small face flushed with embarrassment as she averted her gaze. After a moment's hesitation, she earnestly proclaimed a series of nonsensical statements. She is pursuing me. But I do not harbor any feelings for her. She is not my type. I am fond of petite girls with sweet voices, preferably with short hair and green hues. Go to hell. You scoundrel. Tornado's face turned crimson as she hastily fled the scene. Just teasing you, Brett murmured, though regrettably, Tornado did not catch his words. With a swift turn, she departed. Burdeo inquired, Why do you gaze upon me? To which, in a somber tone, Inkula replied, Merely to extend my heartfelt wishes that you may not succumb to the perils of a tragic love in the future. Braid, with that, I bid you farewell. Rising from his seat, Braid approached the door and cast a sidelong glance, inquiring, Shall we engage in some sparring? I am quite intrigued by the powers of the former Saint Shield and the legendary vampire. Walter replied indifferently, Never mind, Mr. Braid, I truly feel my age. A hearty laugh erupted from Arcado, though he remained silent. Once Braid departed, Intigula lamented, The government has been far too lenient with them, leaving many issues unaddressed. As for his death, Tornado, particularly Braid, they seem to be skirting dangerously close to the edges of the rules established by the government. They have already grown formidable. It would be wise for you to proceed with caution, Walter remarked. Intigula responded, This is one of the reasons and functions for the establishment of the Royal National Knights Order. Chapter 63. Indecisiveness. The Sham Body Archipelago. An amusement park. The spinning bubble carousel. Tornado sat discontentedly atop the wooden horse, resembling a dejected kitten robbed of its fish can, feeling utterly forlorn. She felt aggrieved. For within merely half an hour of arriving at the amusement park, she had endured 4 instances where either youthful maidens or elegant ladies approached Braid, each initiating their conversation with remarks about her, such as, Your sister is truly adorable, or Your sister is quite charming. Your sister? You are the sister. You sister. Tornado muttered darkly, her spirits plummeting. Braid stifled a laugh and said, You were quite delighted to come to the amusement park, weren't you? Humph. Tornado tilted her head. Indeed. Prior to their visit to the amusement park, Tornado had been in high spirits, even going so far as to meticulously adorn herself. She replaced her previously conservative children's dress with a form-fitting black cheapao, featuring a high collar and thigh-high slits. To To quote that enchanting designer, "This dress perfectly showcased your subtle allure, dear Tornado, and would surely captivate certain undesirable men. Yet now, sister, you never used to care about others." Braid chuckled. "Well, if you're unhappy, we need not continue. Let us find a place to enjoy a drink." Tornado instinctively flew onto Braid's shoulder, playfully swinging her delicate little legs to nudge him. Keenly observing his reaction, which was one of disappointment, he remained unresponsive. Hey, that hurts." Frustrated, Tornado leaned down and playfully nipped Braid's ear, reminiscent of their past playful antics. Finally managing to catch Tornado, Braid held her close and gazed into her eyes, asking, "What troubles you?" Nothing at all," Tornado pouted, resembling a cartoon character. Braid no longer teased Tornado, stating, "You do not believe that inviting you to the amusement park is a date, do you?" Tornado's face flushed with embarrassment and her heart raced as she stammered defensively, "And no, absolutely not, you jerk. We are merely friends." "Tornado, you are one of my few friends," Braid replied, gently ruffling her vibrant green hair. Tornado, feeling a surge of anger, forcefully swatted Braid's hand away and extricated herself from his embrace. "I am neither your sister nor your daughter, so refrain from patting my head. You fool. Idiot." Brett, with a radiant smile, silently led the way into a dessert shop. He quietly sipped on a cold drink. "Little Brett, you and his death?" Tornado inquired with a hint of shyness. Brett feigned perplexity. "What? Oh, it's nothing. As I mentioned before, she pursues me. But I do not harbor any affection for her. I wish to extricate myself from her grasp, yet find myself ensnared. You know her mind is not entirely sound. I cannot overpower her, and of course, she cannot conquer me. In short, it is exceedingly troublesome, so I have chosen to let things be. Would you like my assistance?" exclaimed Tornado, his eyes glinting with enthusiasm as he volunteered. Braid, with a hint of intrigue, inquired, "How can we assist? Shall we eliminate her?" "The government certainly does not permit us to engage in internal strife." "No," Longwan stammered, striving to maintain her composure. "Do you truly have an affinity for those petite, sweet-voiced girls? What do you think of me?" There was a brief pause. "If you had a legitimate girlfriend, this death would cease to harass you." "Well," Longwan hastened her words, and as they escaped her lips, she inwardly lamented, "Oh dear, this is exceedingly embarrassing. Shouldn't I have waited for him to confess? What if he rejects me? How mortifying that would be." Brett, with a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile, teased with an enigmatic expression, "I have always regarded you as a friend." "Tornado, can it be that you harbor feelings for me?" Tornado, flustered and enraged, retorted furiously, "Drop dead." She struck Brett's chest with her small fist before storming off in a huff. Brett rested his chin on one hand, silently lingering in the confectionery for approximately half an hour. Braid returned to Mariewa home. "I have heard that you have returned to the Holy Land." Esther's, seated on the sofa in the living room, donned a pink nurse's uniform, stained with traces of blood, as if she had just emerged from her private interrogation chamber. She had even gone on a date with another girl, so indecisive. How infuriating. Brett leaned against the doorframe and turned to leave. "However, I naturally chose to forgive you," Esther said with a smile as she playfully grabbed Brett's arm. "I trust your taste is not so deplorable as to engage in anything with a child nearly the same size as your adopted daughter." "Brett, what if I were a pervert? Then I would have castrated you." Hiki assertively pinned Brett against the wall, exploring him. "Clearly not. Still resisting me? Yet your body is quite honest, isn't it?" Thud. Bled no longer held back, forcefully lifting Estetha's short skirt. "Stop entangling me. This is the final time. Can you not be gentle?" The exchange continued intermittently until the two physically formidable beings ceased their antics, feeling a hint of fatigue. After a long pause, bathed in the glow of the morning light, Esteth lifted Bled's chin, scrutinizing his features. "I am endeavoring to change, perusing books daily, to the point of feeling nauseated." Bled turned over, detached himself from the relentless, and remained indifferent. The incompatibility of personalities serves as a constraint on the further development of the relationship between Isteth and Bled. The same reasoning applies to Tornado. Isteth tidied her clothes and decisively departed. She had indulged herself and now sought rest. Braid embarked anew towards the sky arena, poised to apprehend the archaeological vessel. Little did he anticipate that his vigil would extend for a protracted 6 months. As the year drew to a close, Minister Wonist informed Braid that Nitros would, for the very first time in history, represent the Hunter Association on a visit to Mariewa, scheduled for December 1st. This revelation suggested that Nitros, who had remained elusive and uncertainly intertwined with the archaeological vessel, was finally set to depart from it. Subsequently, the news of Nitro's historic visit spread like wildfire across the globe. Amidst the cacophony of speculation, Braid led his elite squad with minimal encumbrance, utilizing Cypherpole's intelligence analysis to pinpoint a deserted island. They dispersed in all directions, and capturing them all with their limited forces proved to be a formidable challenge. Braid, however, remained unhurried to act, employing his observation hockey to meticulously sense the surroundings, requesting naval support. What seems to be the matter, Lord Braid? Inquired Alhambra. Braid furrowed his brow, pondering the intriguing presence of a formidable figure. Nitro has requested a replacement for his bodyguard? Chapter 64, Lifelong Career. 1 kill per day, perhaps due to the considerable pressure from the higher echelons of the world government. The Navy exhibited a notable support for Cypherpole's mission to apprehend the archaeological vessel. The day following Brett's appeal to Minister Onest for naval assistance, a warship hastily set sail from Fortress G1 under the cover of night. This vessel was manned by 500 well-trained naval soldiers, a testament to their excellence, molded by the prevailing global circumstances. Generally speaking, the naval forces on the Grand Line possess superior combat prowess and ranks compared to those of the Four Seas, particularly the contingent stationed at the New World's G1 and G5 fortresses. Given the daunting environment of the New World, the Navy was compelled to deploy their finest and most capable legions to secure their hard-won achievements. The flagship was captained by a vice admiral, the acting commander of Fortress G1, a member of the giant race, standing at an imposing height of 17 or 18 meters. His robust physique complemented by small eyes and a broad mouth adorned with a thick mane of chestnut hair. His name was Hagwar D. Soro. The presence of such a rare race within the Navy was a remnant of the escalating racial discrimination prevalent across the world, which often led to conflicts between the majority and minority races. In these frequent altercations, the giants typically found themselves aligned with the majority, often perceived by the minority as symbols of injustice rather than peace. Nonetheless, the giant race had historically served as a source of manpower for the Navy, a legacy that traced back several decades to a time when a nun, in collusion with the world government, wove a grand deception to manipulate the innocent giants. Ultimately, when Brett encountered Sorrow, he could not help but marvel at the peculiar twists of fate. Regaining his composure, Brett boarded the warship. "I am Brett Heyman. It is a pleasure to meet you, Vice Admiral Sorrow," he greeted succinctly. "I implore you to secure the island's perimeter to prevent anyone from the archaeological vessel from fleeing. The remaining matters will be adeptly handled by Cypherpole." "Not a problem," Sorrow responded with enthusiasm, his distinctive laughter echoing. "We understand our mission." Bredgarn turned and said, "Joanna will stay to protect Altair. The rest of you, head to the island and prepare for unrestricted hunting. Remember to leave some alive. There are matters above that need to be inquired of them." With that, he swiftly departed. With a deft twist of his toes, Braid propelled himself forward like a cannonball. "No, we mustn't go," murmured Sheila, her voice dwindling with each word, only to be met with a fierce glare from the wolf officer. "Do not be afraid. Cheer up. The eldest son of Minister Onest is here," exclaimed Libby, playfully patting Sheila's shoulder, humming a cheerful tune as she exaggeratedly mimicked the Navy's march. "Today, we shall sing this song and drink deeply from our cups. Then, the matter of battle becomes an inherent duty, bestowed upon your fair, white hands. Farewell, my love. Farewell, my love. Farewell, farewell." Each individual approaches the specter of battle and bloodshed differently. Some tremble, others remain composed, while some are consumed by fervor. Such was the case with Yong, one of the Valentine brothers, who epitomized the fervent type, his words spilling forth in a torrent. On the other side, Brett has arrived at the archaeological ship's camp, deftly landing on the campfire stand. "Who goes there?" "Intruders. Everyone." Chaos ensues. Brad glanced around and exclaimed, "Ah, it has been quite some time, Ms. Nicole Alvia." Alvia had lost considerable weight, yet her elegance remained as enchanting and intellectual as ever. However, the terror-stricken expression on her face, coupled with the cold sweat cascading down, marred some of that allure. "Me, Brad. It has been years. I have grown up. Yet you still recognize me." Brad smiled gently. What a heartless mother to abandon her own daughter. "Are you aware that little Robin has not fared well?" "Enough," Alvia interjected, her emotions overwhelming her as she slumped in despair. "Who on earth are you?" "I am the Vice President of the Hunter Association, the President of the Coordination Committee of the largest faction within the association, the 12 Sons, Brad Heyman." No, not an enemy. Ah, I fear he may very well be. Rumor has it that he is an undercover spy from Cypher Pole infiltrating our Hunter Association, and it is said that he was behind the demise of Alvia's husband. The archaeological vessel was not only populated by scholars from O'Hara Island and other regions, but also by hunters, historical hunters, ancient text hunters, and relic hunters. While they may not have a profound understanding of Brad, he was certainly not a stranger to them. Will you comply and surrender peacefully? Or shall I take matters into my own hands? Brad asked coolly, lighting a cigar with deliberate slowness. I am well aware that President Netero is representing the Hunter Association on its inaugural visit to the world government, attempting to advocate for you. In light of your safety, he has arranged for bodyguards. It matters not. I shall blow his brains out and advise him to mind his own business. Suddenly, a hand, sharp as a blade, pierced through the hardened aura emanating from Brad's back. Oh, I have been waiting for you to do just that, came the voice of an elderly man, silver-haired and diminutive. Hunched over, adorned with the words "one kill a day" across his chest, launching a surprise attack. Brett cast a sidelong glance at the contemporary patriarch of the Zoldyck family, Gino Zoldyck, and remarked, "Must you Zoldicks always be so restless? We have to make a living too. How can we earn without accepting commissions?" With a smile, Gino gently corrected him. "Allow me to clarify. I am no longer the head of the Zoldyck family. That position has been passed on to my son, Chiba." Brett gasped, his movement swift as he raised his leg to drive back Gino. "Disperse and break through, but be wary of ambushes. This fellow is formidable, and I lack the energy to assist you further." Gino flexed his arms, gravely reminding the archaeological vessel, as he focused and unleashed his psychic energy, adopting the art of manipulation with determination. Braid understood that Gino was not to be trifled with, a formidable and seasoned assassin. He knew he must exert every ounce of his strength from the very beginning. Any hint of weakness would come at a steep price, in a display of mystical prowess. A faint halo radiated from his being, and Braid's appearance underwent a remarkable transformation. His golden eyes flared open, reminiscent of a beast's vertical pupils. His golden hair flourished and shed its opulence, appearing pale in contrast. Most striking were the dragon scales that spread across his cheeks and the irregular dragon horns that sprouted from his forehead, one longer than the other. With a resounding crack, the ground shattered beneath him as Braid moved with the swiftness of an aurora. Gino's pupils dilated in alarm as the aura enveloping him surged violently. He misstepped, drawing his bow with a concentrated thought, manifesting a golden dragon's head. Dragon head play, 2 thrust. Chapter 65, The Reappearance of Uchiha Madarabu. The sky rumbled ominously. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. The tremendous force of their clash generated an overwhelming gust, akin to a shockwave or a tumultuous tide, centered around Braid and Gino. It surged outward, devastating the land, uprooting trees and boulders, and mercilessly obliterating countless archaeologists aboard nearby vessels, who scarcely had time to scream before they were swept away in a deluge of blood. In the brief stalemate that followed, a resounding thud echoed as Gino was forced to retreat, sliding several meters before finally halting. Mystical arts? The well-informed Gino fixed a penetrating gaze upon Braid, exclaiming, "What a terrifying little monster! Today, I may very well find my own head crushed." Brett flashed a grin. "Since you are aware, why not relinquish it? I accepted the remuneration bestowed by my client. I had no choice. One must uphold the principle of repaying gratitude for monetary gain. Even an assassin must adhere to a code of ethics and honor. Yet, in my quest for survival and greater earnings, I ought to cast aside all principles and integrity." Gino feigned nonchalance, though inwardly he mused, "The client is still alive, far more formidable than you can imagine. If I do not exert my utmost, the entire enemy family will invite trouble." In the midst of their conversation, a humming sound resonated. With a fierce concentration of thought, Gino braced himself. Boom. Golden light flickered as a dragon soared through the heavens. Truly, he was a seasoned warrior. Brett shook his head in resignation. "You are stalling with words, preparing for both offense and defense, while scrutinizing my mystical abilities. Do you think my explosive power cannot be sustained for long? I can candidly inform you that my limit is 3 days. Yet, there is a cost, one that is rather embarrassing to mention." Gino scoffed, a master of deceit. With a swift motion, a powerful serpent coiled protectively around Gino, striking out at Brett. Boom. The earth suddenly bore a deep gash. Seeing Gino manipulate the golden dragon with relentless force, Brett raised an eyebrow, forming hand seals. "That is precisely my intention. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, pressure damage." Mystic Art, Wind Fire Wheel. This combination of mystical chakra-infused ninjutsu was on an entirely different level. The high-pressure wind sphere mingled with the searing fireball. The wind fanning the flames, growing ever more formidable, akin to several burning meteors descending from the sky, mercilessly crashing upon the golden dragon. Boom! The earth quaked. Dust swirling chaotically. After a moment, the golden dragon wavered, and Gino gasped for breath, having been forced several meters back by Brett's wind technique, leaving 2 deep ruts in the ground beneath him. Regrettably, while the dragon mystic art possessed technique, it lacked a corresponding form. With a hidden thought, Brett closed the distance to Gino, unhesitatingly engaging in close combat. He was uncertain whether Gino's thoughts were of the release type, manipulation type, or transformation type. It was certainly not of the enhancement type. Bang! A rapid succession of punches and kicks unfolded, the rhythm almost suffocating, moving so swiftly that they transformed into mere shadows. Suddenly, thud! Gino could not keep pace with Brett, and was struck by a heavy blow, hurtling through the air. It was over. Brett swooped down like a falcon, his fingertips radiating lethal intent. Fire release, great fireball technique. A thunderous roar erupted as a massive fireball hurtled toward him, forcefully halting his movements. Coughing, he recognized Uchiha Madara, who appeared even weaker and older than when Brett last encountered him, yet emanated an exponentially greater sense of danger. Were you also summoned by Netero? He certainly invested considerable effort. Brett squinted. How was I unable to sense you before? Uchiha Madara replied leisurely. I possess my own methods to evade detection. Netero has promised to assist me in capturing that exceedingly dangerous creature, the lanternfish. Braid fell silent for a moment. Have you awakened the Rinnegan? He inquired, his hand moving swiftly. Summoning technique. With a resounding thud, Tamamonome lazily made her appearance, casting a disgruntled glance around. What is this nonsense? You are wasting my time for beauty treatments. Spare me the chatter, Braid replied. You've encountered the descendant of the 6 paths, Uchiha Madara. I suspect he has awakened the Rinnegan. Tamamonome tilted her head, scrutinizing Uchiha Madara. Oh, she said, shifting her focus to Braid. How long have you been using your Dragon Sage technique? 3 minutes? Braid, uncertain, closed his eyes to unleash his observation haki, wishing to avoid Uchiha Madara's gaze. Am I not in great danger? Tamamonome appeared visibly tense. Braid's forehead pulsed with tension. Your focus is rather peculiar. Either you align with me and ponder those trivial matters after we achieve victory, or you may simply watch as I perish in battle, leaving you to never contemplate the repercussions of the Dragon Immortal technique upon me. Understanding this, Tamamonome raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, interrupting Braid, and murmured. To resolutely decide to engage in a relentless struggle is truly uncharacteristic of your usual demeanor. Brett inhaled deeply. I must grow stronger. Only by viewing life and death with indifference can one transcend limits. Meanwhile, there was Gino. Uchiha Madara, with an icy demeanor, stated, I will hold off this brat. You protect the archaeologists. A considerable number of adversaries are approaching. If the archaeologists perish, our actions will lose all significance. Very well, Gino deliberated, nodding in agreement. However, I did not grant you permission to leave, Brett interjected, intercepting him and gesturing to Tamamonome. Go. With a roar, Tamamonome transformed into a magnificent 9-tailed fox with a white face and golden fur, unleashing a violent torrent of wind blades. Gino nimbly dashed about, evading the onslaught. Uchiha Madara remained remarkably composed. As the space warped, a vortex consumed the wind blades. Upon observing Madara's eyes, one could see a bizarre pattern of circles within circles. Unmistakably the Rinnegan. Susanoo. Aware of his own frailty, he endeavored to contend with the colossal 9-tailed fox by conjuring a purple skeletal giant. This entity could absorb energy as it drew near. Brett leapt atop Tamamonome's head. I trust you need no reminder. You have encountered the 6 paths, Tamamonome replied. Somewhat embarrassed, time flies, and I have forgotten many details regarding the Rinnegan. Brett responded. It has been many years since I last fought. I hope you allow me to indulge, lad. Uchiha Madara, at his core, remained the ever-belligerent figure he had always been, despite his body nearing decay. As he spoke, the skeletal giant began to grow muscles, forming a robust physique with 2 legs, forearms, and an additional 4 curved greatswords. Damn it, Brett muttered through clenched teeth. Chapter 66. Chaos of Battle. Once one masters the manipulation of life energy through abilities such as haki, nin, or chakra, they transcend the realm of ordinary humans, becoming superhumans. Therefore, every hunter who passes the tests established by the Hunter Association must possess, at the very least, a fundamental understanding of martial arts. This so-called minimum standard indicates that those who succeed in nun cultivation to join the ranks of hunters are all superhumans, monsters. Yet, even among superhumans, there exists a division between the powerful and the weak, those adept at combat and those who are not. Undoubtedly, the historical hunters aboard the archaeologist vessel, including those specializing in ancient relics and texts, belong to the weaker category, resembling scholars more than warriors, especially when facing the world government's most formidable battle machines. Cipher Pole and the elite navy, they must also consider the true scholars who are utterly defenseless. Without assistance, the archaeologists are destined to be captured, with none escaping. Brett was well aware of this, as were Uchiha Madara and Gino. You may depart with peace of mind. He can no longer hinder you. Uchiha Madara spoke slowly, as if recounting an established fact. Gino, hands clasped behind his back, revealed a smile on his slender face. Of course, Mr. Madara. The Akatsuki family, renowned worldwide as elite assassins, possessed formidable intelligence networks, and even within the secluded land of waves, he had deduced and confirmed Uchiha Madara's identity. Summoning technique. Without hesitation to expend a significant amount of chakra, Braid once again invoked the summoning technique. With a resounding thud, smoke billowed and dissipated. Breathless, an enormous dragon-class, super dangerous beast materialized, stretching over 150 meters. Brett did not summon Amanda. Instead, he called upon her mother, Danless, the leader of the Azure Dragon clan. After all, such a grand conflict was far beyond the capabilities of the young Azure Dragon, whose celestial abilities were rather rudimentary. Braid speculated that Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan was currently incapable of absorbing ordinary sage techniques. Wake up, Lady Danless. Braid's lips twitched as he called upon the slumbering lazy dragon. I am in trouble. Hey, Lady Danless. At that moment, with a commanding presence, Uchiha Madara initiated the attack using his gravitational technique, universal pull, with a single hand. He reached forth from within the Susanoo, launching an assault. Braid, Tamamonome, and Danless were all within the range of his jutsu, as a terrifying gravitational force forcibly drew them towards the four curved colossal swords held aloft by Susanoo's arms. Now, Uchiha Madara loudly alerted Gino, clearly not expecting a swift victory, nor did he believe Braid would be caught off guard, for Braid's prior performances had sufficiently demonstrated his understanding of the Rinnegan. Without hesitation, Gino moved swiftly, evading the assault. A resounding clash echoed through the air, the metallic sounds reverberating. Just as Tamamonome, transformed into a white-faced, golden-haired nine-tailed fox, was drawn in by the universal pull, she swiftly used the slumbering lazy dragon as a shield, deflecting the gravitational force and striking the four curved swords of Susanoo with tremendous impact. The dragon clan's fur was so resilient that it could forge the ever-changing imperial artifact. The crossed tail and its longest strands were reputed to sever even the unbreakable. Evidently, its defensive capabilities were extraordinary, making it impervious to ordinary attacks. In comparison, Susanoo appeared diminutive next to the lazy dragon, and the sudden impact caused it to sway and stagger. Uchiha Madara, with an unsteady center of gravity, was forced to cease the universal pull. Do not think you can escape. The length of Tamamonome's tails, resembling 9 furious serpents or 9 sharp spears, swiftly closed the distance, reining Gino back in mere moments. With a fierce roar, the dragon unleashed a powerful blow, toppling the Susanoo that had disturbed her slumber. Danless, her eyes ablaze with fury, surveyed her surroundings. Braid, Lord Tamamonome? Danless paused momentarily. Be careful. As Brad's words lingered in the air, he unleashed the formidable Shinra Tensei. Bang! A thunderous eruption reverberated, the immense repulsive force sending Danless sprawling, while both Brad and Tamamo were also caught in the aftermath. Caught off guard, Danless rose, dusting herself off with a bewildered expression. What is going on with that guy? The Rinnegan. Tamamo, her 9 tails swaying gracefully, remarked. Surely, the Azure Dragon clan must possess some legends regarding this, yes? In any case, it poses quite a challenge. Otherwise, Lord Brad would not have summoned me, let alone you. Danless shook her dragon head, regaining her composure, and responded cautiously. I never imagined the Rinnegan would resurface one day. However, there is no need for excessive alarm. His Rinnegan has only recently awakened, and his life is nearing its end. Thus he cannot attain the lofty heights of the Sage of 6 Paths, Brad asserted. Lady Tamamo, keep a close watch on Gino, while Lady Danless and I employ sage arts to probe him. Wear him down. Should he inadvertently reveal a flaw, we shall eliminate him. Very well. Danless soared through the clouds, catching the leaping brat, their combined might charging directly towards Uchiha Madara. But what he just? Braid interrupted Danless's contemplation, stating, "There is a time constraint, albeit brief. We have a chance. Is your trump card them? A monster, a super dangerous beast, and two mere creatures?" Uchiha Madara retorted with disdain, his tone laced with arrogance. Ugh, ugh. The Susanoo underwent a regeneration, donning armor and unfurling its wings, coalescing into a formidable deity of war. The complete form of Susanoo emerged. Boom, boom. Without employing gravitational or repulsive forces, Uchiha Madara commanded the Susanoo to clash head-on with the gargantuan azure dragon. The earth trembled violently. A tempest of energy surged, leveling the very center of the desolate island. Fire. Whoosh. Danless inhaled deeply, unleashing a tempestuous torrent of flames. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Meanwhile, Braid summoned forth a fierce inferno. The flames, propelled by the wind, painted the sky crimson, enveloping the Susanoo in a blazing embrace. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Madara's response was strikingly straightforward. He retaliated in kind. Though aged, the life energy contained within his body, augmented by the cells of Senju Hashirama, was boundless. He harbored no fear of any ranged technique's counter. The flames danced back and forth in a relentless tug of war. After a brief moment, Danless could no longer contain herself and lashed out with her dragon's tail. Clang. The Susanoo, ever vigilant, raised its sword in defense. Have you forgotten something? Tamamonome had somehow transformed into her human form, stealthily approaching the back of the Susanoo's head, her delicate fingers poised with a glint of danger. Gino moved silently, his actions nearly synchronized with Tamamonome. Hee. Have you also forgotten something? Synopsis. In the year 1525 of the C-Round calendar, a force that once obliterated the Hunter Association and ended the era of great pirates, a power that brought ruin to the ninjas and samurai of the Land of Harmony, while simultaneously decimating the alliance of giants and monsters, ultimately achieving the supremacy of the individual over the world government. A feat so profound that even the treacherous beings of the Dark Continent and the terrifying calamities of the Grand Line posed no threat.